In the rental house, the light was dim. Qin Chuan slowly woke up, feeling discomfort all over his body. His throat felt as if it had swallowed a blade, and the tearing pain seemed to still linger in his neck. I'm not dead? He quickly flipped over and sat up. He clearly remembered that he had been grabbed by a giant eagle's claw around his neck, his head flying off. Weather station report: recently, there will be foggy weather in our city. Please pay attention to safety when going out. Recently, many citizens have experienced symptoms like fever, coughing, and red eyes. There are rumors saying this is a new virus. Experts suggest these symptoms may be caused by bad living habits, so please don't spread or believe these rumors. TV station report: 3 men were bitten by stray dogs and died from the injuries. This is the 10th animal attack death this month. Animal experts have begun investigating. Listening to the sounds from the TV, Qin Chuan, now awake, felt his heart stir. These news reports seemed familiar. Did I reincarnate? This is clearly the news before the mutation. He looked around. A shabby little room, and the prominent June 7th on the calendar, reminding him that he had indeed traveled to another world. It's actually 10 days before the mutation. He muttered to himself, countless emotions flooding his heart, and tears already welling up in his eyes as he thought back to the things he had experienced before. 10 days later, that fog would sweep across the world, and the whole world would change drastically. At that time, countless people would die. Under the influence of the fog, everyone's animal potential would be activated. Only by consuming a certain animal to activate the beastly potential in their body could they survive in the future world. At that time, Qin Chuan had no idea about these things. He had accidentally swallowed a mosquito while yawning, thus becoming a mosquito mutant. As the lowest tier creature, a mosquito mutant only had the ability to fly. Therefore, after the global safe zones were established, upon discovering his flying ability, the people in the safe zones often sent him on dangerous reconnaissance missions. Even during his last mission, he was sent to the giant eagle's nest for reconnaissance, where he was finally torn apart by the giant eagle's claw. He had wanted to live quietly in the safe zone, but he couldn't. The people there treated everyone like cattle. After all, since the apocalypse began, strength was all that mattered. Thinking back to his past experiences, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel emotional. Ding! Host's emotional fluctuation is at max. Congratulations to the host for activating the Infinite Devouring System. Host, Qin Chuan. Gene traits, none. Newbie gift pack obtained. The newbie gift pack is now open. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 devour attempts. The abilities gained from devouring different beasts will merge. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Chuan was overjoyed. I actually awakened a system. He clicked on the system interface, and a virtual screen appeared before his eyes, displaying his various stats. After the apocalypse began, although people could mutate into beasts, each person could only obtain one beast ability. But with the system, Qin Chuan could obtain multiple beast abilities. Now, with the ability to foresee the future and the chance to fuse multiple beasts, this was a perfect start. Choosing which beast to devour was also an art. The stronger the fused creature, the stronger the mutant's ability, and thus they could become a ruler in the apocalypse. I will definitely become the king of the apocalypse. He silently made a vow. In his previous life, there were quite a few lucky people who devoured powerful beasts and gained top-tier abilities. For example, in the previous life, the king of the 2nd district's safe zone, Zhu, had fused with a hanging-crowned blue-eyed white tiger. Power could be said to have reached its peak. The king of the 3rd district, Zhao Tian, merged with a mutated eagle, ruling the entire 3rd district. As can be seen, to become a king, one must merge with a powerful beast tribe. Combining memories from his past life, in just a short moment, Chen Yuan already thought of the creature he wanted to devour. The iron threadworm. This is a monster whose strength is extreme to the point of being overwhelming. However, not many people know about it, yet the power it contains can absolutely be called domineering beyond compare. After the apocalypse arrived, the person who devoured the iron threadworm defeated everyone in the 4th and 5th districts in one fell swoop, successfully unifying the 2 districts, and only then was this monster known to the world. And this person, Qin Chuan was very familiar with, it was his high school campus beauty, Wang Yushu. This iron threadworm had always been parasitic inside Wang Yushu's body, and only after the apocalypse arrived did it merge. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan was already eager in his heart. He immediately called Wang Yushu. Qin Chuan, what's up? After 2 rings, Wang Yushu immediately picked up the phone. Yushu, I just received a call from the hospital saying that there were some issues with our physical exams, and they want us to come to the hospital. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Okay, right now? I'll head over right away. Good, I'll wait for you at the hospital entrance. Qin Chuan hung up the phone, a smile appeared on his face. He didn't want to deceive Wang Yushu, he just told a small white lie out of kindness. After all, in the apocalypse, survival comes first. Everything else can be forgotten. Wang Yushu had a good relationship with Qin Chuan normally, so she didn't suspect anything and immediately left. Yushu, you look really beautiful today. At the hospital entrance, Qin Chuan complimented. When am I not beautiful? Wang Yushu rolled her eyes at Qin Chuan, her little face slightly blushing. That's true. Let's go inside. Since Qin Chuan knew where the iron threadworm was parasitic, he directly took Wang Yushu to the internal medicine department for testing. Looking at the test report, Wang Yushu's face turned pale with fright. Qin Chuan, this is too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying worm inside me? Wang Yushu grabbed Qin Chuan's hand, her fingers trembling slightly, terrified to the extreme, crying with tears falling like rain. Don't be afraid, it will be fine once we take it out. Qin Chuan comforted while holding Wang Yushu's hand. Wang Yushu nodded heavily. Because the situation was urgent, and Wang Yushu's parents were abroad, there was no time to notify them, so the surgery was arranged for Wang Yushu immediately. Watching Wang Yushu lie on the operating bed, looking at him with eyes full of trust, Qin Chuan sighed softly in his heart. Fine, since the iron threadworm was given to me, then in the future chaotic world, I will protect you for a lifetime. Qin Chuan, will I die? Wang Yushu lay on the operating table, looking at Qin Chuan with tears in her eyes. Looking at the campus beauty in front of him, Qin Chuan tightly grasped her hand. Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. Hearing this, Wang Yushu felt at ease, tightly holding onto Qin Chuan's hand. Qin Chuan, it's so good to have you. Feeling the slight affection in Wang Yushu's gaze, Qin Chuan patted her face. Don't worry, no matter what, I'm here. The surgery was very successful, and because there was no mist ingestion, the iron threadworm was successfully removed from Wang Yushu's body. After the surgery, Qin Chuan specially arranged a single patient room for Wang Yushu. Yushu, it's all okay now, the worm has been removed from your body. Looking at Wang Yushu's somewhat pale face, Qin Chuan comforted. Wang Yushu weakly nodded, but her gaze towards Qin Chuan was somewhat fiery. Qin Chuan, thank you for staying with me, it's really good to have you. Feeling the gaze of the campus beauty, Qin Chuan turned his face away. He could obviously feel the affection in Wang Yushu's eyes, but now the apocalypse was about to arrive, so matters of love had to be put aside for the moment. After coaxing Wang Yushu to sleep, Qin Chuan looked at the iron threadworm in the glass jar. He licked his lips, and his eyes revealed a strong desire. Chapter 2, Awakening. Gene Characteristics. In the glass jar, because it had been separated from its host, the wire worm struggled constantly, bloodstains still visible on its body. Even though he had regained his intelligence from his previous life, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel uneasy deep inside. The appearance of this thing was truly disgusting and terrifying. However, only by eating the wire worm raw could he obtain its abilities. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan forced down his discomfort and no longer hesitated. He grabbed the wire worm from the jar and bit down hard. Boom! The moment he swallowed, countless blood-red illusions appeared in his mind, constantly fluctuating, causing his brain to ache. But he didn't care, continuing to eat the wire worm raw in big bites. To obtain great power, this was necessary. As he kept swallowing the wire worm, Qin Chuan felt an invisible shackle within him slowly unlock, and large amounts of information began flooding into his nervous system. Ding! Host has devoured the creature, wire worm. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the genetic trait, Thought Silk. World-destroying gene has been activated. The genetic trait Thought Silk has been activated. Host, Qin Chuan. Genetic trait, Thought Silk shoots an invisible thread into the enemy's brain, allowing you to probe their thoughts and create illusions in their mind. You can freely control their thoughts and actions. Upon death, the thread will burst out of the skull. Remaining devour times, 4. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Chuan was overjoyed. I did it! This incredibly powerful genetic trait, he had acquired it in advance. A smile appeared on his face. With this trait, when the apocalypse came, he would already have the foundation to dominate the world. However, this was just the first step. Far from enough. His journey of growth had just begun. He wanted to become the ruler of the apocalypse. Thought Silk. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and looked at the sleeping school beauty on the sickbed. The thread entered her body, and the thoughts in the school beauty's mind immediately appeared before Qin Chuan. Her mind was filled with feelings for Qin Chuan. Sit up. At Qin Chuan's command, Wang Yushu sat up straight. Obeying your command, master. Wang Yushu's face was full of submission. After several experiments, Qin Chuan became familiar with this skill. However, during this process, his consciousness and Wang Yushu's consciousness overlapped. He keenly discovered that the wire worm in Wang Yushu's body had not been completely cleared. There were still some eggs inside her body. Of course, these were invisible to the naked eye, so they had been overlooked during the surgery. How could there still be eggs? Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. However, after thinking carefully, this was not necessarily a bad thing. He lowered his head and patted Wang Yushu's cheek. From now on, let's be bound together. Let me protect you. After devouring the wireworm, Qin Chuan immediately began to think about his next plan. Now, he had gained the power of the wireworm, but that was far from enough. He still had 4 fusion chances from the beginner's gift pack. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and no one realized it was coming, so during this time, he had to use up all the chances and be invincible in the apocalypse. He thought about the powerful creatures from his past life and finally set his sights on one creature. The male bee. This was another creature with immense strength, and in his past life, the ruler of District 9 fused with the male bee, becoming a powerful force. Fusing with the male bee not only gave the ability to fly but also granted a tough exoskeleton, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to break through, naturally standing undefeated. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan made a swift decision and prepared to find the male bee. As for the rest, they were just fleeting clouds in front of him. I remember the male bee is supposed to be in the center of the forest outside the city. Qin Chuan immediately stood up and went to search for the male bee. At this moment, the forest had already been covered by a faint mist. This beautiful and enchanting scene attracted many people to come here to check in and take photos. Qin Chuan arrived at the outskirts of the forest and saw a group of people, unaware of the danger, still absorbed in taking selfies. He couldn't help but sigh. Entertainment to death. After saying this, he disregarded them and walked straight towards the center of the forest. Hey, look at that guy, he's heading straight into the center of the forest. Doesn't he watch the news? Recently, a group of bees appeared in the forest center, and they're huge, terrifyingly big. Several people were stung and immediately went to meet the old ancestors. The stingers taken out from their bodies were a full meter long. Should we remind him not to go in? Why remind someone so reckless? As Qin Chuan ventured deeper into the forest, the mist grew thicker, and he furrowed his brow. The mist was too thick, making it no easy task to find a male bee. He only remembered from his past life that the male bee was located in the center of the mist-filled forest. Qin Chuan continued to search along the trees. At that moment, he saw a group of hikers taking photos in the center of the forest. Hey, that person, don't block the way. You're blocking my shot. Move, move. A man spoke rudely. Hearing this, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. This forest is so big, can't you take pictures somewhere else? Why do you have to stick to one spot? He had never encountered such unreasonable people before. I do as I please, who are you to stop me? The arrogant man said. That's right. Blocking someone's way and not letting them speak? This place is ours for the day. Get lost. Exactly. Don't you know the reputation of young Master Wang? How dare you block his way? You're asking for death. Several sycophants around them chimed in. Hearing this, Qin Chuan sneered. Since you're so arrogant, don't blame me then. Stealthy thought Silk. His gaze turned cold, and with a thought, an invisible thread passed through young Master Wang's head. Young Master Wang, who had been cursing, suddenly froze, his body stiffened, a foolish smile appeared on his face, and he stopped moving. Young Master Wang, what's wrong? Upon realizing something was wrong, young Master Wang's group of sycophants immediately panicked. I command you, kill them. A cold light flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes as he immediately gave the command to the controlled young Master Wang. As you command. Master. Young Master Wang replied mechanically, then immediately took action. He pulled a dagger from his waist, the blade flashed, and he instantly slashed the throat of one person. Ah! He killed someone. He killed someone. Amidst the screams, the crowd scattered in all directions. Young Master Wang, under Qin Chuan's control, continued to chase and kill with the dagger in hand, taking several more lives with every slash. Qin Chuan watched all of this without a hint of emotion. Why be so arrogant? Can't we just get along peacefully? Qin Chuan shook his head, no longer caring about them, and continued his search for the male bee. Finally, under a tree, Qin Chuan discovered a massive beehive. A dense swarm of bees flew overhead, each bee as large as a person. This is the thickest part of the mist, the monsters have started to mutate. Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. With a thought, a thread of stealthy thought silk shot towards one of the bees, then commanded it to attack the beehive. Roar! A massive roar came from inside the beehive, and a gigantic male bee flew out. Seeing this male bee, 2 meters long and covered in tough, scaled armor, Qin Chuan's heart filled with joy. I've been waiting for you! He shouted, and a thread of stealthy thought silk shot towards the male bee, immediately controlling it. The male bee, now losing control, fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan walked up to the male bee, opened his mouth wide, and bit down hard. The acidic blood of the male bee was slowly being absorbed by Qin Chuan. Pain shot through his stomach, and horrifying green illusions kept flashing before his eyes. Qin Chuan ignored it, continuing to devour it in large bites. Having experienced the first consumption, he seemed much calmer during the second. These reactions were normal, they were the price for becoming stronger. As long as he could get stronger before the apocalypse arrived, the small pain was bearable. Not to mention, although these alien creatures looked bizarre, they crunched crisply when eaten. Chicken flavor. No matter the taste, Qin Chuan swallowed the alien creatures bite by bite, completely ignoring the fact that the male bee's blood was slowly staining his clothes. These were minor details, all that mattered was devouring. Only by constantly devouring could he grow stronger. At this moment, not far away under a tree, a hiker watched Qin Chuan devour the male bee raw, his face turning pale with fear, his camera shaking in his hands, but his face was filled with excitement. He was a paparazzo, specializing in shooting quirky videos. What a terrifying person, is this a case of pica? Record it, record it. Upload it to the website, it will definitely go viral. He suppressed his fear, holding the camera and recording the video. Actually, because he had consumed the parasitic worms, Qin Chuan had already noticed his presence. But now, he couldn't care about anything else. Devouring was his top priority. After finishing one male bee, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Host has consumed the creature, male bee, congratulations to the host for obtaining the gene trait, acidic coating. Gene trait acidic coating activated. Host, Qin Chuan. Gene trait, acidic coating, the skin secretes a transparent biological film that covers the entire body. The transparent film has strong defensive power, significantly reducing damage received. When attacked, it secretes corrosive liquid, dissolving weapons and burning enemies. Remaining consumption attempts, 3. Ding! Gene trait's neurospore silk and acidic coating merge to form the gene trait, heart corrosion coating. Gene trait, heart corrosion coating. The heart corrosion coating is actively triggered, firing spores containing nerve spores at enemies, allowing the host to freely control the enemy's thoughts. Seeing the newly merged gene trait, Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The gene trait had become even more powerful. The original neurospore silk was only a mental control skill, but now it had a defensive effect and was even more powerful offensively. What a truly powerful skill. Ha! After consuming the male bee, Qin Chuan suddenly noticed several insect eggs lying on the ground. What's this? Male bee eggs? Qin Chuan immediately recognized the eggs. Better take them. They'll be useful when I get back. For such a powerful creature as the male bee, he would definitely not let the eggs go. He put the eggs into his bag. After doing all this, he stood up and walked directly toward the hiding spot of the paparazzo. As Qin Chuan got closer, the paparazzo's face turned even paler. He realized Qin Chuan was heading straight for him. Even though he had hidden well, how was he still discovered? Please spare me. Please spare me. The paparazzo realized how terrifying Qin Chuan was and immediately began begging for mercy. He deeply regretted it, wishing he had never filmed this. Qin Chuan smiled and activated his skill, immediately taking control of his thoughts. After seeing the paparazzo's thoughts, Qin Chuan sneered, and the nerve spores exploded, ending the paparazzo's life on the spot. There was no need to say anything to such people. The quickest way to end it was to finish them off. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, and although Qin Chuan was not afraid of anyone now, he did not want these messy matters to interfere with his upcoming plans. He then stomped the camera into pieces. As for young Master Wang, after killing everyone, Qin Chuan gave him a quick in too. After doing all this, Qin Chuan left the place, and the forest fell silent. The first day after crossing over, Qin Chuan had already devoured 2 incredibly powerful monsters after the apocalypse. But that was far from enough. What he had devoured were alien monsters, but what about the other alien monsters? On the way back, Qin Chuan looked at the few insect eggs in his hand, and a more grand plan rose in his heart. The characteristic of alien creatures is reproduction, overwhelming the enemy with their massive numbers. So, he would use Wang Yushu as the mother nest, for her to continuously breed alien monsters. With his system, he could continuously devour these monsters, growing stronger and stronger. Thinking about this, Qin Chuan hurriedly headed towards the hospital. Qin Chuan, where did you go just now? I woke up and couldn't find you, I was so scared. In the hospital, Wang Yushu immediately pouted when she saw Qin Chuan, tightly holding his hand, not willing to let go. Looking at the campus beauty, Qin Chuan felt a ripple in his heart. I went out to get you something to eat, look, I brought you some food. Saying this, Qin Chuan took out the food he had bought on the way back. When Wang Yushu saw the food, her stomach uncontrollably growled. See? You're hungry. Qin Chuan smiled. Qin Chuan, having you is so great. The campus beauty's eyes were full of affection, and Qin Chuan quickly turned his head away. You should eat now. The campus beauty obediently nodded, finishing the meal quickly, then gave Qin Chuan a pitiful look. Qin Chuan, I'm still hungry. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan went out and bought 2 more meals for the campus beauty. In his heart, he felt grateful because she had given him the wireworms. Whether she was aware of it or not, Qin Chuan felt the need to treat her better. However, after eating 2 meals, Wang Yushu still cried out for hunger. Qin Chuan suddenly realized that something big was wrong. He immediately controlled Wang Yushu's thoughts and entered her body to observe. The insect eggs inside Wang Yushu's body had grown twice as big compared to the last time he saw them. The insect eggs are growing inside Wang Yushu's body. And they are growing so fast. This is too exaggerated. After realizing the situation, Qin Chuan went out again and bought dozens of meals. Seeing the mountain of food in front of her, Wang Yushu was a little surprised and covered her small mouth. But she was too hungry, so she immediately started eating without caring about her image. Looking at Wang Yushu finishing all the food on the table, wiping her mouth, and looking satisfied, Qin Chuan was a little stunned. This alien growth really needs a lot of energy. Qin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Seeing Qin Chuan in a daze, Wang Yushu blushed. Qin Chuan. Well, I was just too hungry. Qin Chuan was both amused and helpless, waving his hand. You just had surgery, it's normal to eat more. You should always eat more in the future. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu's eyes turned into crescent moons. She nodded heavily. Qin Chuan. From now on, I'll listen to you. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. Chapter 4, Wang Family's Citywide Manhunt. After coaxing Wang Yushu to sleep, Qin Chuan started thinking about his next plans. Now, he had already fused with 2 monsters, and the system had given him 3 more fusion opportunities. These 3 fusion opportunities must be used on powerful monsters. However, according to Qin Chuan's memory from his past life, it was not yet the right time. At this stage, apart from the wireworm and the male bee, there were no powerful monsters that had fully evolved yet. The wireworm evolved into its complete form because it was parasitic inside Wang Yushu's body, and the male bee evolved into its complete form because it was the first to encounter the mist. So, devouring them was effective, and he could gain their genetic traits. But for other monsters that hadn't fully evolved yet, devouring them at this stage would not grant their genetic traits. 2 days later, by a lake outside the neighboring city of Jinj, a facehugger will be born. Qin Chuan searched through his memory, finally recalling the powerful creature that would soon be born. When the facehugger worm was born, it caused the deaths of several people, making everyone too scared to go near the lake. They even started wearing masks when going outside, fearing they would be attacked by it. In the end, by sheer chance, this facehugger worm was acquired by an old man, and it quickly became the ruler of the 7th district, dominating the area. Qin Chuan made up his mind to find it as soon as the facehugger worm appeared, to obtain its powers. That was a monster that became incredibly powerful after the apocalypse. Of course, before that, he had more important things to do. He turned his head and looked at Wang Yushu, who was fast asleep. Although it feels a bit evil. I still have to put something into your body. Qin Chuan controlled Wang Yushu's mind and placed the worm egg he found earlier today inside her body. He was now certain that Wang Yushu was indeed the chosen one to be the mother nest. These worm eggs would grow faster inside Wang Yushu's body. Of course, he couldn't let Wang Yushu know about this yet, or she would think he was a pervert. But after the apocalypse arrived, Qin Chuan believed Wang Yushu would understand him. He had seen with his own eyes the horrific scenes after the apocalypse. Those who did not obtain genetic traits in time, or those who were a bit weaker, were treated like ants. Men were ruthlessly slaughtered, and women with any beauty would be kept as pets. I still need to become stronger. I'll buy you more food tomorrow. He rubbed Wang Yushu's little head, pulled over a bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, while walking out with Wang Yushu, Qin Chuan saw a message on the city's largest and most prominent projection screen. Reward for killing the murderer of my son. Informants will receive 20 million. Those who provide information and personally kill the murderer will receive half of the Wang family's fortune. Wang Zhaogua. The big words kept rolling across the screen, and there was a heavy murderous intent in every line. Not only that, but the entire Suhai City's television station kept broadcasting this message, and on the streets, there were Wang family thugs dressed in black, constantly questioning people. The Wang family is so arrogant. Their son usually bullies others in Suhai City. Looking at the words on the screen, Wang Yushu frowned, clearly disgusted by the Wang family's behavior. The number 1 family in Suhai City. Let's go back. Qin Chuan glanced coldly at the scrolling text, took Wang Yushu's hand, and already had a plan in mind. Since yesterday, when he invaded Wang Xiao's consciousness, he had known that man was the son of the Wang family. The Wang family often bullied men and women, acting as tyrants in Suhai City. They were truly evil. After the apocalypse, a young man from their family even merged with the white-eyed tiger, becoming the king of District 2. The entire District 2 was turned into the Wang family's territory, and the family became even more arrogant, making life miserable for everyone living there. Fine, since I've been reborn, let me deal with this disaster in advance. Qin Chuan thought to himself. After sending Wang Yushu back, Qin Chuan immediately set off to deal with the Wang family pest. The Wang family was the #1 family in Suhai City, with many thugs and a powerful influence. After years of operation, they had already become the rulers of Suhai City. However, to Qin Chuan now, these were nothing but trivial forces. After devouring 2 types of monsters, he had become an incredibly terrifying existence, even in the post-apocalyptic world. How much more so facing a pre-apocalypse family? Within the Wang family, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow stood in front of his son's coffin, his eyes wide with rage. He was the head of the Wang family, Wang Zhaogua. A white-haired man sending off a black-haired one. Humph. If I find the murderer, I will tear you to pieces. Wang Zhaogua was heartbroken, his expression dazed. The death of his son was a huge blow to him. The reason he went mad, searching the entire city for the murderer, was because he only had this one son. Wang Xiao's death meant that his family line would fall into decline. He kept replaying the details in his mind, and his confusion grew larger with every passing moment. He felt that this whole situation was just too strange. Wang Xiao was found dead in the forest, holding a dagger, a foolish smile on his lips. But there were no wounds on his body, instead, the blood on him was someone else's. The test results showed that the cause of Wang Xiao's death was brain tissue death. How could a perfectly healthy person suddenly suffer brain tissue death? What had Wang Xiao gone through? Have you found anyone? He looked at the butler beside him. The butler, facing Wang Zhaogua's question, was drenched in sweat. Master, I've already had announcements posted on all media outlets in the city offering a reward for the murderer, and have sent people everywhere to find anyone who had contact with the young master that day. I've also instructed people to search for suspicious individuals throughout the city. Wang Zhaogua's gaze turned cold, and an invisible pressure emanated from him, causing the butler to tremble even more. So, you're saying the person still hasn't been found? Hearing Wang Zhaogua's words, the butler's face fell, and he nodded with a sad expression. Master, we're doing our best to search. But this might take some time. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhaogua snorted coldly. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't find him in 3 days, you know the consequences. The butler shivered and immediately waved his hand, signaling for a few people to be brought in. Master, we haven't found the murderer yet, but I've located the families of the people who went out with the young master that day. They usually followed the young master everywhere, but when such a big incident happened, they didn't protect him. How should we handle them? Wang Zhaogua coldly glanced at the group of people the butler had brought in. Some were men, some were women, some were old, some were young, and all were crying. My son's death is also your fault. You didn't teach your children well, and they failed to protect my son. This is your dereliction of duty. He then waved his hand. Since you are responsible, take them all and shoot them. Let them accompany my son in death. At these words, the cries in the room grew louder. What gives your Wang family the right to be so tyrannical? Our sons are also dead, we are heartbroken, so what does this matter to us? Exactly, are you out of your mind? You. Before the person could finish speaking, Wang Zhaogua grabbed their neck with his hand. With a twist, the person's neck snapped, and they instantly died. Wang Zhaogua casually tossed the body aside and took out a white handkerchief to wipe his hands. Kill them all, take them out and feed them to the dogs. Wang Zhaogua's voice was full of coldness. Chapter 5, Destroy the entire Wang family. Qin Chuan was unaware of what was happening in the Wang family's mansion, as he was on his way there. Ever since seeing the Wang family, they had already been added to his death list. The Wang family was originally a prestigious family in Suhai City, and now with the street full of Wang family's thugs, for Qin Chuan, it was an extremely simple matter. He used his mental control to seize one of the Wang family's thugs in a hidden corner, and one by one, he searched through the layers until he found the thug's leader. Although these thugs had great strength, they posed no threat at all to Qin Chuan. I order you, take me to the Wang family and find Wang Zhaogua. Qin Chuan, through mental control, gave the thug leader an order. Yes, master. The controlled thug's gaze was stiff, and he mechanically responded, then turned and led Qin Chuan towards the Wang family mansion. Along the way, Qin Chuan followed behind the thug leader. Have you found them? At the Wang family mansion. Seeing the thug leader return, the butler was overjoyed and grabbed the thug leader's shoulder. Take me to the master, I need to report this matter in detail. Qin Chuan secretly controlled the big thug and said. Upon hearing this, the butler's face couldn't be more excited. Let's go, let's go. I'll take you there. You've done a great job this time, the master will definitely reward you. After this is over, I'll treat you to a good drink. The butler chattered on the way. This was Qin Chuan's first time coming to the Wang family's large courtyard. It covered over 1,000 acres, with scenic views arranged in a beautiful way. Everything here was designed to the highest standard, even the faucets were made of pure gold, showing how luxurious it was. Moreover, there were strict security measures, with many bodyguards patrolling around. It's all from the people's hard-earned money. Qin Chuan shook his head. As the richest family in Suhai City, he had heard rumors about how many bad things the Wang family had done to accumulate this much wealth. But today was the Wang family's doom. Following the butler into the inner courtyard, they entered an ancient-style room. Did you find the person? Where are they? Wang Zhaogua, who was standing in front of a desk, suddenly raised his head when he heard the news. He wanted to tear apart the person who killed his son. Right here. The big thug answered mechanically. Here? Wang Zhaogua and the butler exchanged a look, both filled with confusion. They looked around but saw no one. Stop playing tricks, just speak. Hearing the butler's urging, the big thug lifted his head, showing a foolish smile, and collapsed straight down. Realizing something was wrong, Wang Zhaogua suddenly stood up, cautiously looking around. Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my Wang family? With a long laugh, Qin Chuan slowly walked in from the doorway. Wang Zhaogua, death is near and you're still so stubborn. The Wang family is still as arrogant as ever. Qin Chuan looked at Wang Zhaogua across from him, his face full of mockery. At this moment, Wang Zhaogua, in Qin Chuan's eyes, was no different from a dead person. How dare you? To speak to the head of the Wang family like this, you must be tired of living. Do you know what status the Wang family holds in Suhai City? The butler coldly shouted, pulling out a gun and aiming it at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan glanced at him indifferently. A butler like you dares to speak to me like this? What are you? With a thought, nerve spores entered the butler's body, taking control of his mind. Under Wang Zhaogua's horrified gaze, the butler turned the gun around and shot himself in the head. Bang! The butler's head exploded, red and white matter splattering everywhere. After the gunshot, upon seeing this gruesome scene, Wang Zhaogua was greatly shocked. He realized the terrifying power of the person in front of him. Just one glance, and the person could make someone commit suicide. What kind of unbelievable ability was this? Wang Zhaogua had been through many things in society over the years. Although he had seen some strange things, what was happening now was beyond his understanding. While shocked, he secretly pressed a red button on the back of the desk, his mind easing a little. Young friend, I think we may have a misunderstanding. How about we sit down and talk this through? Wang Zhaogua's tone softened as he spoke gently. The Wang family had ruled Suhai City for so many years, relying not just on violence, but also on human relationships. He was definitely not a fool. Seeing such a terrifying scene, he immediately began to speak in a calm tone. He could see that the young man in front of him was calm and composed, not the least bit flustered, as if everything was under his control. This person was incredibly confident, which only meant he had the backing to be confident. Whether or not he came for the Wang family, he decided it was best to calm this person down first. Wang Zhaogua, there is nothing for us to discuss. You don't know me, and I don't know you. What is there to talk about? Qin Chuan smiled. He could see through Wang Zhaogua's little schemes clearly. First, he temporarily softened, trying to gauge his strength, and second, he was waiting for reinforcements. The Wang family had been bullying their way through Suhai City for many years, so they naturally had a group of experts under their command. Qin Chuan had known this even before his rebirth. He had no goodwill toward the Wang family, especially toward this old man, Wang Zhaogua. After Wang Zhaogua took control of District 2, his exploitation of the district was brutally violent. In order to satisfy his desires, Wang Zhaogua forced good women into prostitution, and even worse, he demanded that the women of District 2 offer their virginity to him before marriage. The Wang family treated the people of District 2 like cattle, not even seeing them as humans. Just this alone was enough to earn them a reputation for extreme cruelty. On a daily basis, the Wang family was not a force to be taken lightly. Especially in times of chaos, the darker sides of human nature were magnified 1,000 times. Although we don't know each other, we can still have a conversation. Wang Zhaogua smiled widely, but inwardly, he was desperate. He could already tell that the person in front of him was troublesome. He had just used secret equipment to notify the Wang family's top experts to hurry over. Qin Chuan looked at Wang Zhaogua and slowly shook his head. Wang Zhaogua, it's still the same. There's nothing for us to talk about. I'm here to tell you one thing, your son, I killed him. Hearing this, Wang Zhaogua trembled all over, and his eyes turned bloodshot. But he still held back, carefully masking his emotions and forcing out a smile. My son is dead, let him die. He was nothing to begin with, always drinking, gambling, and fooling around. His death is no loss. Compared to the Wang family, his death really doesn't matter. Besides, for him to die at the hands of a top expert like you, it's also his fortune. Qin Chuan watched Wang Xiaogua, who was still talking nonstop, with great interest. It was obvious that his son was the one he loved most, yet he was pretending that his death meant nothing. This old man truly took thick skin and black-heartedness to the extreme. Someone like him, even without counting his strength, would not do badly in a chaotic world. Qin Chuan looked at Wang Xiaogua as if he were a cat teasing a mouse. He naturally knew the other side was just trying to delay time, but he didn't want to waste any more words. He decided to lay everything out. Let me tell you one thing, the purpose of my visit today is to wipe out your entire Wang family. Wait for your death. Listening to Qin Chuan's cold words, Wang Xiaogua still wore a smile, but his heart was filled with dread. This young man in front of him was completely immune to threats and persuasion. Wang Xiaogua could see that since this young man could say such words, he certainly had the strength to back it up. Young friend, don't joke. I can give you half of the Wang family's fortune, Before Wang Xiaogua could finish his sentence, he suddenly collapsed straight down, still smiling, and breathed his last. Qin Chuan retracted his neural spores and glanced coldly at the lifeless Wang Xiaogua lying on the ground. What is your Wang family to me? You think you're worthy to negotiate cooperation with me? At this moment, the patrolling guards outside heard the strange noises from the room and sensed something was wrong, rushing in. Seeing the family head of the Wang family lying down, the crowd was instantly filled with fury. Kill him! Kill him! Avenge the family head! Let's all go together! I don't believe he can deal with so many of us. Amidst the cries for blood, the crowd drew out their guns and fired wildly at Qin Chuan. Countless bullets flew toward Qin Chuan, determined to turn him into a porcupine. Looking at the incoming bullets, a trace of disdain flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. In front of him, someone who had been mutated, what difference did these bullets have from toys? Corrosive heart coating. Qin Chuan activated his genetic traits, and a layer of silvery white coating appeared around him. Any bullet that entered this coating. Instantly, they were completely dissolved and corroded by the acidic solution contained in the coating. Not good, what is this kid wearing? He blocked all the bullets. Seeing the silver coating appearing around Qin Chuan, everyone was a little panicked. Especially the scene where so many bullets disappeared mysteriously upon touching the silver coating, which made the Wang family members' hearts tremble. They had never seen such an unbelievable scene before. What kind of monster is this person in front of us? Run! At that moment, the thought of escape rose in everyone's hearts. Many people immediately turned and fled, while those who were a bit slower realized something was wrong after firing their bullets and quickly turned to escape. Want to run? A cold light flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The nerve spores had already been planted in their bodies. With the movement of Qin Chuan's thoughts, he immediately controlled the members of the Wang family. Under the control of his powerful will, all the Wang family members on the scene turned their guns toward their own heads and pulled the triggers. In an instant, countless heads exploded. The surroundings were filled with the sound of gunshots and the continuous explosion of heads. Qin Chuan stood on the blood-soaked ground, like a blood-soaked demon god. He looked at all of this indifferently, with no emotion in his eyes. He had truly experienced the apocalypse, so such scenes could not stir any emotions in him. The people who died in the apocalypse were the truly tragic ones. Moreover, these Wang family members were all deserving of death. After the last head exploded, Qin Chuan glanced lightly, then turned to leave. He had just turned around when he saw two men rushing toward him at high speed. Head of the family. Ah! How could this happen? We were too late. The two men's faces were full of grief as they looked at Wang Xiaogua, who had already lost his breath beside Qin Chuan. Clearly, these were the experts that Wang Xiaogua had secretly contacted before. One man was burly, with a large bald head, and the other was extremely tall, but shockingly thin, like a skinny bamboo pole. Both men had bulging muscles, with their temples raised, showing they were deeply skilled martial artists. It's you, who killed the head of the family? After recovering from his grief, the bald man looked at Qin Chuan, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Qin Chuan shrugged indifferently and boldly admitted it. Are you stupid? Is there anyone else here? It was me who killed him. Upon hearing this, the bald man screamed, his eyes wide with rage. Ah! I will kill you. For the head of the family, I will avenge him. Saying that, he was about to charge at Qin Chuan but was stopped by the skinny bamboo pole man beside him. Before we make our move, you still have time to regret. If you honestly confess everything, and tell us who's behind you, I can make your death less painful. His tone was calm, as if speaking about something completely unrelated. Hearing this, Qin Chuan laughed. You're this confident in your own strength? He pointed at the people on the ground whose heads had exploded. they all died at my hands. The bald man snorted disdainfully. These people were just useless fools, only capable of using guns. If they had my strength, why would the head of the family? As he spoke, his words stopped, and his face changed drastically. He finally noticed something was wrong. The people around them were all in a bizarre stance. Without exception, their gun muzzles were pointed at their own heads. The bald man and the skinny bamboo pole man exchanged a glance, both filled with shock. This is truly a ghost. Without thinking, they both looked at Qin Chuan, only to find that Qin Chuan was smiling at them like a demon. Boom! Die! The two had worked together for many years, their hearts already in sync. In an instant, they launched an attack on Qin Chuan. They were unsure of Qin Chuan's strength, so they decided to strike first and severely injure him. The bald man's strength was immense, while the skinny bamboo pole man moved like a ghost, and as he attacked, a shadow even appeared behind him. Qin Chuan looked at the strength of the two men, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. It must be said, before the apocalypse had arrived, each of them could easily take down dozens of opponents without any trouble. These were truly skilled martial artists, their power was indeed formidable, no wonder they could become Wang Zhaoguo's reliance. But they met Qin Chuan. As their punches and kicks were about to make contact with Qin Chuan's body, both of them smiled simultaneously. They had practiced martial arts for many years and were among the top in the martial arts world, incredibly strong. As long as Qin Chuan took a hit from them, he would basically be half dead. But Qin Chuan stood still, with a faint smile on his face, watching the two. Die! The bald man yelled angrily, and the power in his hand surged, his fist smashing toward Qin Chuan's temple. In the stunned gazes of the two, a silver membrane appeared around Qin Chuan's body. Ah! It hurts! My hand! What is this thing? In the instant the silver membrane appeared, it was too late for the two to stop. Their attacks hit the silver membrane. The bald man and the thin bamboo pole both looked at their hands and feet in disbelief, as they were quickly corroded by the acidic liquid sprayed from the silver membrane. The bald man's arm was corroded, and the thin bamboo pole's foot was quickly corroded. And the corrosion kept spreading. Their bodies were disappearing at an extremely fast rate. Ah! The bald man's face turned pale with terror as he looked at his arm, now nearly corroded away. He immediately pulled out a knife and ruthlessly chopped off his arm from the root. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on the bald man's face. His face turned deathly white. The thin bamboo pole beside him also made the same move, chopping off his leg that had been tainted by the corrosive liquid. Both of them collapsed to the ground, exchanged a glance, and forced a bitter smile, their eyes full of despair. They knew they were going to die today. In their final moments, the thin bamboo pole asked the question that had been lingering in his heart. What kind of power is this? Are you even human? Chapter 7, The Wang family is destroyed, shocking the entire Suhai. Looking at the two men lying on the ground, Qin Chuan smiled. Of course I am human, a living, breathing person. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. They had traveled the world for many years and had never encountered such an unbelievable method. Who are you? Why do you oppose the Wang family? What kind of power is this? The bald man quickly asked 3 questions, eager to learn the truth. Qin Chuan looked at them and lightly shook his head. The Wang family has committed monstrous crimes in Suhai for many years, and there are many people who want you dead. Also, talking to you for so long, I've already been very merciful. The rest of the questions, you can go to the underworld and ask King Yama. With that, the neurospores activated, and the bald man and the thin bamboo pole immediately died. The Wang family had done so many bad things, and these two, as their dogs, were not worth saving. Qin Chuan took one last look at the scene, confirming no one was still alive before slowly walking out. The people in the house were, of course, the main culprits of the Wang family. But there were many people living in the entire Wang family compound. Everyone in the Wang family must die. Qin Chuan thought about the Wang family's deeds in his previous life and felt an extreme disgust, immediately beginning his killing spree. Half an hour later, after confirming there were no survivors in the entire Wang family compound, Qin Chuan left the Wang family. That afternoon, the police station received a report. When Captain Zhao and his team rushed to the Wang family compound, they were stunned by the scene before them. At the entrance of the Wang family compound, several bodies were lying in all directions. Even stranger, nearly all the bodies had the same eerie expression on their faces. They all had mysterious, inscrutable smiles on their faces. Lying quietly on the ground, but they had already lost their breath. Even though Captain Zhao had solved many major cases, at this moment, seeing such a scene, a chill rose in his heart. He had never seen such a bizarre sight before. Who called the police? Captain Zhao asked. At this moment, a truck driver timidly stepped out from the crowd. Hello, officer, I made the call. I was delivering goods to the Wang family. Tell me the details of what happened. Captain Zhao gestured with his mouth, and the recorder beside him began writing down the details. After hearing the details, Captain Zhao rarely fell silent. Bizarre. It was truly too bizarre. According to the driver, today he came to deliver goods to the Wang family as usual, but when he entered the gate, he saw several people dead at the door, their deaths strange. He was immediately scared, so he boldly called a few times toward the Wang family's courtyard but got no response, and he dared not go further inside. It seems, the people inside are probably all dead. Captain Zhao said in a low voice. Let's go in and take a look. He waved his hand, leading the team towards the Wang family courtyard. The further they walked, the more horrifying it became. Everyone in the Wang family courtyard, almost all had the same manner of death. As they reached the inner courtyard, a strong smell of blood rushed to the top of their heads. What appeared before Captain Zhao was beyond comprehension. Everyone had their heads exploded. And it was done by themselves. Looking at this bizarre scene, Captain Zhao felt a chill down his spine. Having been a police officer for decades, he was an old cop, but he had never seen such a bizarre way of dying. Send orders to seal off the scene first, notify the forensic doctor, and count the bodies. Also, we can't handle this, write a report about this incident and report it upwards. That day, the Suhai City TV station broadcasted the news immediately. Today, a major homicide occurred in the Wang family courtyard in our city. According to reliable sources, everyone in the Wang family courtyard has died. As the TV station broadcasted the news, the story of the Wang family being wiped out spread throughout Suhai in an instant. The entire Wang family was wiped out? Who did this heroic deed? Truly a gratifying thing. Are you crazy? Hundreds of people, even hundreds of pigs, would take time to deal with. I think the Wang family must have offended a super powerful force. What kind of force could wipe out the Wang family without anyone noticing? There are always bigger forces out there. No matter how powerful the Wang family was, they were just kings in Suhai City, facing a super big shot. Crushing them is as easy as squashing an ant. Meanwhile, other forces in Suhai City were terrified to the extreme. Master, according to our informants, indeed no one in the entire Wang family courtyard survived, and all the deaths were bizarre and tragic. Just a glance would send shivers down anyone's spine. In the Qin family, the butler reported to the master. The master of the Qin family nodded, picked up his teacup, and slowly took a sip. However, the hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. What about Wang Zhaogua's two secret bodyguards? The master of the Qin family asked. They're all dead, one lost an arm, the other lost a leg, both died beside Wang Zhaogua. Upon hearing this, the master of the Qin family nodded lightly, but a greater storm stirred in his heart. He knew these two, having traveled far and wide for decades, their martial arts were well known in the martial world. These two could easily take on dozens of people, but they were easily dealt with like this. Got it, you may leave now. By the way, tell everyone to keep a low profile for a while. The master of the Qin family instructed. Aside from the second-ranking Qin family in Suhai City, other families were also experiencing similar things. After all, the Wang family was wiped out, and they had to consider their own safety. On the surface, the forces in all of Suhai seemed calm, but secretly, he was in a complete panic, fearing that in the next moment, his entire family might be wiped out. At the hospital, Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu also saw the news on the television. It's well deserved. Who told them to be so arrogant and overbearing? If you ask me, they deserve to be killed. Wang Yushu scooped up a bite of rice, waving her little fist as she spoke. After quickly finishing a bowl of rice, she grabbed another one, and with a sorrowful face, she turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, why have I been eating so much lately? This is already my 23rd bowl of rice, but I'm still not full. Have you asked the doctor what's going on? Hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan smiled. The doctor said you're recovering and growing, so you need to eat more. After speaking, he glanced meaningfully at Wang Yushu's slightly protruding belly. Seeing Qin Chuan's gaze, Wang Yushu's face turned red, and she gave him a glare. Qin Chuan, you bad guy. Eat more, grow up fast. Qin Chuan handed her another bowl of rice. Chapter 8, The Last Escaped Fish of the Wang Family. After Wang Yushu had eaten her fill, she grabbed Qin Chuan's arm. Qin Chuan, stay here with me, don't go anywhere. Otherwise, I'll be alone again. Looking at Wang Yushu's innocent and cute appearance, Qin Chuan's heart softened. Don't worry, I'll stay here with you and won't go anywhere. After Wang Yushu acted spoiled for a while, she slowly fell asleep. After Wang Yushu fell asleep, Qin Chuan controlled the neural spores to invade her mind and took control of her, starting to check the situation with the eggs inside her body. It had not been long since Qin Chuan last discovered and placed the eggs inside Wang Yushu, but now, the eggs had almost doubled in size. Seeing this, Qin Chuan was very satisfied. The eggs were growing fast inside Wang Yushu's body. No wonder Wang Yushu could eat more and more every day, the eggs required a lot of energy. Now, all he had to do was wait for the eggs to grow slowly. At this moment, outside Cloud City, in the forest, a young man with a sinister face was leading a group of fully armed men slowly forward. "Young master," the beast's roar came from that direction. A heavily armed man said to the young man, "Be quiet." The young man gave him an impatient glance and spoke. Then, he made a gesture to the people behind him and directly walked forward. Looking at the mist ahead, everyone felt uneasy, but because of the young man's imposing presence, they still followed him. The young man listened to the beast's roars coming from the forest, feeling even more excited. He was Wang Yu, the nephew of Wang Zhao, the king of the kingdom. These people were the ones he specially brought to accompany him on this adventure. Wang Yu was cruel and sinister, and he only liked metaphysics. Not long ago, he had invited a master from Hong Kong Island to tell his fortune, but the result shocked him. The fortune teller said his life was short and that he could only survive if he found one certain thing. Of course, if he could find it, he would not only survive but become an unmatched powerful person. Soon wind rolls the ground, the track is hard to find, can abyss condenses, the night is not yet over, gunmetal cracks the barrier, the east breaks, the blue-eyed tiger, the life and death gate shines. After the master left this cryptic prophecy, he tried to leave, but cruel Wang Yu detained him. After much torment, the master finally revealed the meaning of the prophecy: go to the east to Cloud City and find a Qin white tiger with a hanging forehead, and only then would he survive the upcoming disaster. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu immediately organized a group of people and set off to Cloud City to find the tiger. After searching for a while, they finally heard the sound of a tiger coming from the forest outside the city. As they continued to move forward, hearing the increasingly louder beast roars, Wang Yu excitedly gripped the gun in his hand. "It's just ahead, everyone. Load the bullets, everyone charge forward, capture this tiger alive." He pointed ahead, then let his subordinates rush ahead while he stayed back to cover them. When the hanging forehead, blue-eyed white tiger came into view, everyone was stunned. At that moment, a huge white tiger was roaring at the sky, its mouth open wide, as mist kept swirling into its mouth and nostrils. Feeling the arrival of others, the white tiger suddenly turned around and let out a deafening roar at everyone. The sound was so loud that the person at the front dropped their handgun in shock. "That's it. Catch it." Wang Yu was extremely excited at this moment and immediately ordered his men to shoot tranquilizer darts at the white tiger. After firing who knows how many darts, the white tiger finally fell down reluctantly. "Drag it away." Wang Yu was filled with pride at this moment. According to the master, with this white tiger, he could survive the coming calamity. As he led his men out of the misty forest, his phone regained signal, and missed calls and a flood of unread messages popped up. Among them, one message was particularly glaring. "Young master, the Wang family has been exterminated, return quickly." Upon seeing this message, Wang Yu could hardly believe his eyes. "The Wang family exterminated? Ah!" He howled at the sky, filled with intense anger. Without delay, he quickly led his men back to Suhai City. As soon as he returned to Suhai City, the remaining members of the Wang family found him. "Young master, here's what happened." After listening to the report, Wang Yu's face became extremely cold. "So, there's still no information on who the killer is?" "No, there's absolutely no news. The police are investigating, but there isn't a single clue." Hearing this, his face turned terrifyingly dark. "What have I been feeding you for all these years? You can't even find us out. For so many years, our Wang family has been the top family in Suhai City, offending many people. The most resentful among them must be the second family, the Qin family. They must have taken advantage of our internal weakness to launch a surprise attack. We need to consolidate our forces, gather our resources, and then take revenge on the Qin family." Under Wang Yu's rallying cry, the remaining members of the Wang family were stirred up, all declaring to destroy the Qin family. However, after everyone dispersed, a hint of fear appeared on Wang Yu's face. His earlier words were just to reassure the remaining members of the Wang family. How could it be the Qin family? If the Qin family had that kind of courage, they wouldn't have settled for being the second family in Suhai City. "Uncle, who did we offend?" Wang Yu pondered briefly, then called his confidant. "Go find Shirsong and Lu Yan. No matter what their price is, agree to it." Shirsong had been famous for a long time, known as the Iron Hand in the martial world, capable of bare-handed combat with steel as if it were water. His iron shield skill was also said to be nearly perfected, rumored to withstand bullets. Lu Yan, on the other hand, was a rising star in recent years, said to be extremely beautiful but immensely powerful. Her strongest weapon was the mysterious Yin Ice Soul Needle, which could create a deadly formation within a 5-meter radius, instantly killing enemies trapped within it. After the confidant left, Wang Yu felt slightly reassured. The master's words were truly not wrong. He wiped a cold sweat, recalling the various experiences of this time. First, the strange fog appeared gradually everywhere, even causing meteorologists to be unable to explain it. Then, the Wang family, once dominant in Suhai City, was suddenly exterminated, which made him feel suffocated, as if something big was about to happen. Lost in thought, he wandered to the basement and saw the sleeping hanging forehead blue-eyed white tiger. Only then did he feel slightly more at ease. He believed that since the master said this white tiger could help him through the difficulties, it definitely could. It truly feels like a storm is brewing. Chapter 9 Qin Chuan, can you sleep here tonight? The various changes happening in reality were felt by countless people, not just Wang Yu. First, strange fog began to appear, then it spread continuously, and meteorological experts explained that this was abnormal weather, urging citizens not to worry. However, as the fog continued to spread, vast areas began to be enveloped in it. Moreover, there were many incidents of animals attacking humans. Once, a normally gentle pet dog suddenly went crazy and killed its owner, surprising everyone at first. However, when such incidents increased, everyone instinctively realized that something was wrong. Not only that, but the authorities also sent people to seal off the outskirts of the city, prohibiting anyone from going out unless absolutely necessary. As for the personnel doing the sealing, they were heavily armed and on alert. According to those who returned from outside the city, the animals beyond had become exceptionally fierce, and ordinary people had no strength to fight back. The number of patients in the hospital increased, with everyone, including those from the May Day holiday, having hoarse throats, red eyes, and feeling unwell. Not only that, but at night, if one looked up at the sky, the moon had transformed into a blood moon, appearing especially eerie in the night. Even in the deep of night, one could hear the roars of beasts coming from outside the city. Regarding recent animal attacks, animal experts, after investigation, found that this is an emergency response from some animals when faced with strange environments, so we asked the public not to panic. The recent foggy weather, meteorological stations explained, is due to a powerful cold air front sweeping down from the north. Fog is a normal phenomenon under such circumstances. Under the influence of the cold air, some pollutants and moisture in the air condense, causing the moon to appear red, and this is also a normal phenomenon. Thank you for being there, you have warmed all 4 seasons. In the background music was footage of those struggling to maintain order outside the city. In the hospital room, Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu watched television. Qin Chuan walked over and turned off the TV. It's all unnutritious stuff, he muttered. Wang Yushu looked at Qin Chuan with her beautiful eyes, filled with sparkle. Qin Chuan, what has been happening outside lately? It sounds like it's chaotic. Wang Yushu asked. Did you not just watch the TV? It's all normal occurrences, where's the chaos? Qin Chuan pointed to the TV. Upon hearing this, Wang Yushu pouted and crossed her arms. Humph. Qin Chuan, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Do you believe that? Yes, if you're a fool, then there are no smart people left in this world. Qin Chuan ruffled Wang Yushu's hair and said. Wang Yushu was certainly not a fool, she was a top student at Suhai City High School. Through this period of getting along, their relationship had grown warmer. Qin Chuan, the doctor just came by and said I can be discharged today. After that, take me out to have some fun, I've been cooped up for too long. Wang Yushu clung to Qin Chuan playfully. Hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan thought for a moment and immediately agreed. He also wanted to take this opportunity to show Wang Yushu around since the world was about to change dramatically. Soon, everything would be turned upside down, and the existing order would be completely shattered, giving rise to a brand new world. Alright, after we complete the discharge procedures, I'll take you out for a walk. Qin Chuan had thought it through carefully, they were at a moment of change. On one hand, Wang Yushu was truly getting tired of the hospital, and on the other, he wanted her to adapt to this changing world early. To enter a world after the apocalypse without any preparation. The heart inevitably fell into a great gap. After completing the discharge procedures, walking on the street, everywhere there were anxious rushing people. Many patrol teams appeared on the street, dragging one pet after another out to kill them on the spot. Moreover, the sky was also covered with a layer of haze, and there was an inexplicable smell in the air. Seeing this bloody scene on the street, Wang Yushu's face turned pale, and she tightly grabbed Qin Chuan's arm in fear. Qin Chuan, are they going to kill all the pets? It looks so cruel. Qin Chuan patted Wang Yushu's hand, signaling her not to worry. Maybe it's all for everyone's safety, after all, there have been many pet attack incidents recently. Qin Chuan said. It seems that the officials have secretly taken action. He also agreed with these actions. In his past life, it was because no action was taken that when the end of the world came, the pets mutated, causing numerous casualties. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu's heart gradually settled down, and she looked up at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, let's go for a walk outside the city, it's too chaotic inside. Let's go. Qin Chuan took Wang Yushu to the city gate, but they were immediately stopped. It's a special period now, without an exit permit, you are prohibited from leaving the city. A guard stood in front of them. Hearing this, a glimmer flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes, and the neural spores immediately took control of the guard. All procedures in order, let them go, he said mechanically. With this phrase of permission, the two of them smoothly left the city. Qin Chuan, what just happened? Why did he suddenly let us go? After walking a while, Wang Yushu tilted her little head and asked. Qin Chuan coughed. Maybe he thought I looked handsome. Hearing this, Wang Yushu silently thought about it and actually felt it made sense. The two chatted while walking and soon arrived in the forest outside the city. Previously, there were many hikers taking photos here, but now it was deserted. After all, in the current situation, no one dared to rashly leave the city. It was really dangerous outside. Qin Chuan, it's so quiet here, it's frightening. Wang Yushu looked at the misty forest, without a trace of people, and occasionally heard a beast's roar, causing her to shiver, and she quietly grasped Qin Chuan's hand. Qin Chuan also held onto Wang Yushu's hand. Don't worry, I'm here. Although it was indeed very dangerous outside the city now, he was the first mutated human in the world and had devoured two extremely powerful monsters, so he wasn't afraid at all. Currently, Qin Chuan was more terrifying than those fierce beasts in the forest. The two strolled along the edge of the forest and by the lake for a while, surrounded by mist. The scene seemed a bit eerie. Wang Yushu held Qin Chuan's hand tightly along the way, frequently glancing around, extremely scared. Qin Chuan, however, appeared calm, constantly recalling whether there were powerful monsters nearby. Unfortunately, in his memory, besides the drone bees, there were no other powerful monsters here. After walking for a while, Wang Yushu suggested going back to the city, feeling uneasy in this place. After escorting Wang Yushu home, Qin Chuan prepared to get up and leave, but was called by Wang Yushu. Qin Chuan, can you sleep here tonight? Chapter 10, Clearing out the remaining forces of the Wang family. Huh? Together? Qin Chuan asked instinctively. Hearing this, Wang Yushu's face immediately flushed red, and she gave Qin Chuan a wide-eyed glance. Seeing Wang Yushu's blushing face, Qin Chuan burst into laughter. If we don't sleep together, I'll have to go back. Wang Yushu panicked at once. No. Don't go, can you sleep in the room next to mine? Under Wang Yushu's pitiful gaze, Qin Chuan stopped teasing her and simply let Wang Yushu tidy up a room in her house. Anyway, he would be alone if he went back. Of course, this room was right next to Wang Yushu's room. Qin Chuan actually understood Wang Yushu's feelings very well. She usually seemed gentle and weak, spending all her time studying, and although her grades were good, she was timid, with a personality a bit like Lin Dayu. Today, suddenly seeing so many strange occurrences, she felt naturally scared, so it was understandable that she hoped he would stay to accompany her. After all, her parents were often abroad, and she lived alone at home. Of course, Qin Chuan had other considerations. Since Wang Yushu was currently incubating bug eggs inside her body, his staying behind could help him better observe the growth of the bug eggs. This was the primary reason. In the evening, the two leaned on the sofa watching TV. Qin Chuan was engrossed, while Wang Yushu seemed a bit distracted, occasionally glancing at Qin Chuan. Her unusual behavior naturally caught Qin Chuan's attention. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Qin Chuan glanced at the troubled Wang Yushu and wiped his face. That's not it. Wang Yushu hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Qin Chuan, after you took me out today, I felt something was off when we came back. Everything is so unusual, I have never seen such strange sights. Wang Yushu said. Hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan nodded. This girl had indeed sensed something. It seemed his outing with her had some effect, at least it prepared Wang Yushu psychologically for the soon-to-change world. Yes, the situation has indeed been very unusual lately, maybe this world is about to change. Qin Chuan said. Upon hearing this, Wang Yushu stared blankly at Qin Chuan for a few minutes, then lowered her head, rubbing her clothing corner. What happened? Wang Yushu gently shook her head. It's nothing. I'm just thinking, with everything so chaotic outside, will we still be able to go to university? I originally wanted to go to the same university as you. Listening to the nearly confessional soft whisper from the school beauty, Qin Chuan's heart was also moved. After this incident, Wang Yushu seemed to have deeper feelings for him. Qin Chuan ruffled Wang Yushu's hair. Don't be silly, if we can't go to the same university, we can still meet often in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Yushu's disappointment vanished in an instant. Really? She was so happy she almost jumped up. Seeing the little girl act like this, Qin Chuan nodded. When have I ever lied to you? That's great. Wang Yushu suddenly hugged Qin Chuan tightly, resting her head against his chest. So wonderful. Qin Chuan looked at Wang Yushu, his heart also stirring with a strange feeling. However, in the end, the desire to become stronger prevailed over his feelings. How could love compare to the importance of becoming strong? He sighed and patted Wang Yushu's head. The next day, Qin Chuan let Wang Yushu stay at home while he went out. Before the apocalypse, he still needed to make preparations. Among them, the most important was food. Qin Chuan remembered that during the last apocalypse, many people died from hunger and thirst. He obviously didn't care about such things, but Wang Yushu had a very good appetite lately, so he needed to prepare some for her. After all, with sufficient food, the bug eggs in Wang Yushu's body could grow better. While Qin Chuan was shopping, he overheard some news.
Did you hear? Wang Yu from the Wang family is back. Wang Yu? Is that the nephew of Wang Jinghua? Didn't they say the Wang family was exterminated?
A family as big as the Wang family couldn't be easily wiped out, only the people in the main compound died. I heard that he was out at the time and happened to not be in the Wang family, so he escaped a disaster. After he returns, he's said to be seeking revenge against the people who exterminated the Wang family. Hearing the whispered conversation next to him, Qin Chuan felt a chill on his face.
Revenge?
In his eyes, the Wang family members were like dogs.
When will it be their turn to take revenge? Dare they retaliate? Wang Yu? The king of Area 2 in the last life, right?
He threw down what he was holding and immediately walked outside.
Since there are still remnants of the Wang family, then they must all be exterminated.
Following his memories, Qin Chuan arrived at the Wang family's courtyard. At this moment, the Wang family's courtyard had been sealed off, but there were still many henchmen patrolling outside. A group of flies. Qin Chuan coldly snorted, activating his mental spores to immediately control one of the leaders present.
Take me to find Wang Yu.
Yes, master. The leader replied mechanically, then turned to lead the way. As for the other henchmen from the Wang family present, Qin Chuan didn't waste time. After implanting the neural spores, he directly issued a death order.
Under mental control, the Wang family's henchmen all pointed their guns at themselves and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang!
Blood once again flowed in the Wang family courtyard. Qin Chuan casually followed the leader, heading towards Wang Yu's hiding place.
They arrived at an inconspicuous villa on the outskirts of the city. Master, Wang Yu is inside.
The leader said mechanically. Qin Chuan nodded, patting the leader's shoulder.
You did well, you can go die now.
The neural spores detached, and the leader instantly fell to the ground, a strange smile still on his lips. Glancing at the villa, Qin Chuan coldly snorted and walked purposefully inside.
Stop. Who is it?
There were many Wang family henchmen at the entrance, who noticed Qin Chuan storming into the villa and immediately drew their guns, ready to shoot. Qin Chuan paid no attention, simply glancing indifferently at the henchmen at the door. The henchmen's eyes instantly became dull, and then they turned their guns towards their own heads. The villa was large, and after Qin Chuan entered, he encountered two more groups of people, but all ended up blowing their own heads off under his mental control. When Qin Chuan kicked open a room door, a man was smoking inside. Beside him lay a voluptuous woman, who was currently fast asleep. Clearly, a fierce battle had just taken place here. Seeing the door kicked open, Wang Yu jumped up suddenly, panic on his face.
Who are you?
Seeing Wang Yu's panicked expression, Qin Chuan smiled broadly.
The person here to take your life.
Then, activating the neural spores, Wang Yu's brain seemed to explode in disbelief, and he lost his breath. In his final moments, his mind repeatedly echoed one sentence.
Wasn't it said that after finding the white tiger, I could survive the calamity? The master deceived me. The master is a fraud. Chapter 11, I just want to kill two people. Since devouring the horsehair worm, Qin Chuan's mental power became extraordinary. Wang Yu's lingering resentment before death was naturally captured by him. Master? Interesting.
Qin Chuan smiled playfully. From the information left in Wang Yu's mind before he died, Qin Chuan acquired an important piece of news. That is, Wang Yu had already captured the hanging-eyed green-eyed white tiger from his previous life.
It's not that the master deceived you, it's that you are useless.
Qin Chuan glanced at Wang Yu's corpse, which was still staring wide-eyed in death, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Even he had to admire the master Wang Yu found. Indeed, there was some skill there. Unfortunately, after finding the hanging-eyed green-eyed white tiger, the master had already been killed by Wang Yu, otherwise, he would have liked to see this master himself. However, now he had received an even more important piece of news. That is, the hanging-eyed green-eyed white tiger is here. Consider it a surprise harvest, I didn't expect it to be here.
Qin Chuan thought. This hanging-eyed green-eyed white tiger was also an extremely powerful monster after the apocalypse descended.
Otherwise, it wouldn't support Wang Yu to become a king in Area 2. In the safe zone established after the apocalypse, there are many devourers.
The only reason someone can rise and become a king among the many devourers is the monster that devours is powerful enough.
After being reborn, Qin Chuan did not go to find this monster because no one knew where the monster Wang Yu went to devour. But now that he is here, Qin Chuan must naturally devour this monster.
Following Wang Yu's memories, Qin Chuan arrived at the basement.
As soon as he entered the basement, a loud beast roar echoed, causing dust to fall throughout the entire basement. A huge white tiger was locked in a large iron cage made of steel as thick as a thigh, glaring at Qin Chuan. It had many wounds on its body, looking somewhat listless. Even so, it still exuded an intimidating aura. If an ordinary person saw such a large ferocious tiger staring at them, they would probably be scared silly. However, Qin Chuan met the gaze of the feral white tiger without a trace of fear in his eyes. It's just a tiger, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, no matter how powerful a creature is, it is merely a target for devouring. Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on the white tiger, his eyes filled with fiery passion. As if sensing Qin Chuan's terrifying aura, under such a stare, the white tiger actually shrank back, averting its gaze, not daring to look Qin Chuan in the eye anymore. Seeing the tiger's reaction, Qin Chuan realized that this tiger had developed some intelligence. However, through their previous eye contact, Qin Chuan discovered a problem: this white tiger had not fully evolved yet. No wonder, if it had fully evolved, it likely wouldn't have been so easily captured by Wang Yu. To make it fully evolve before devouring it will yield better results. Qin Chuan thought to himself and then decided to let the white tiger completely evolve. The way to let the white tiger purify completely was to allow it to consume enough mist. The mist contained the energy that allowed these beasts to evolve. Of course, some weak beasts would explode and die after consuming the mist. Those who survived were powerful monsters. The world after the apocalypse was this cruel. Survival of the fittest. With that in mind, Qin Chuan immediately decided not to delay any longer. He stared at the tiger, his pupils gradually turning red. A flash of red light appeared, and neural spores immediately entered the white tiger's body, starting to control its thoughts. The white tiger's mental power was much stronger than an ordinary person's, and it resisted fiercely. Feeling the white tiger's resistance, the red light in Qin Chuan's eyes intensified. Suppress. The white tiger's consciousness was unwillingly suppressed, allowing Qin Chuan to take control. Qin Chuan moved forward and bent the steel deeply with his hands, releasing the white tiger. After devouring two monsters, his physical fitness had become exceptionally powerful. This is the benefit of devouring: not only could he gain the abilities of the devoured monsters, but it also significantly strengthened his own physical fitness. Beast, come with me. Qin Chuan was the first to step forward, leading the white tiger out. He was now determined to take the white tiger to the forest outside the city to consume the mist, and then devour the white tiger. This would also be the third monster he devoured. As he walked out of the villa door, three people approached. A man, dressed smartly with a crew cut, astonished many with his one hand that was as large as two of an ordinary person's. Next to him was a woman with a cold and elegant demeanor, wearing a qipao, revealing a pair of long legs, with a thin veil covering her face. However, it was clear that she was definitely a beauty. Beside them was a somewhat humble man in a black suit, who was speaking with the two. Seeing Qin Chuan come out, especially with such a massive white tiger behind him, the three were stunned. Then, the man in the black suit reacted, pointing at Qin Chuan and shouting, "You stole young master Yu's white tiger. Who are you?" It was precisely the trusted aide sent by Wang Yu to find top experts. The two people standing beside him were the top experts he had invited, Song and Lu Yan. Hearing this, Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh. Not only did I steal his white tiger, but I also killed him. What are you going to do? Upon hearing this, the aide trembled with anger. He pointed at Qin Chuan, his finger slightly quivering. Don't be too arrogant. Is the Wang family your playground? Song, Lu Yan, kill him. Hearing this, the two who had just received a large payment exchanged glances but stood still, not making a move. They were renowned experts in the martial world, and they sensed a compelling aura from this young man opposite them. Although they had killed numerous experts over the years, they had never felt such a terrifying aura from one person. They did not dare to act. Qin Chuan looked at Wang Yu's aide and shook his head. Are you brain dead? Isn't the Wang family just garbage? To make it clear, I'm the one who wiped out the Wang family. Hearing this, the aide pointed at Qin Chuan, his face full of fear. He never expected that the extermination of the Wang family was also done by this young man before him. Then, there was absolutely no chance of survival now. In his panic, he kept glancing at Song and Lu Yan, hoping they would act to save him. However, the two remained motionless, and a rare hesitation appeared in their eyes. In the hopeless gaze of the aide, Qin Chuan seized control of his mind and directly made him commit suicide. Seeing this, Song was horrified, completely unaware of what kind of technique this was. At this moment, he was even more grateful that he hadn't acted just now, or else he would have no idea how he died. On the other side, Lu Yan was even more frightened, her face turning pale. Song immediately cupped his hands toward Qin Chuan. This young master, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just passing by and were tricked here, I am not with him. Then, he gave Lu Yan a knowing look and turned to leave. At this moment, no one could stop the feelings of the two renowned experts in the martial world wanting to flee. Stop. Did I let you go? Qin Chuan's cold voice made the two's movements freeze.
Song awkwardly turned around.
What further commands do you have, young master?
Qin Chuan smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth.
I just want to either kill the two of you or be killed by the two of you.
Chapter 12, The Beauty Trap.
Hearing this, Song felt a rush of dread.
He and Lu Yan exchanged glances, fear reflected in their eyes.
The young man before them had an unfathomable strength, otherwise, how could he say such things? The sudden suicide of Wang Yu's aide just now had already filled them with extreme terror. They had traversed the martial world for many years and had never seen such a technique. This young master, we have no grudges in the past and no animosity recently, so why act like this?
Song's face wore a slightly fawning smile. How about we become friends instead?
Though I may not be talented, I have a small reputation in the martial world. I can introduce you to some friends in the martial world. More friends mean more paths. Listening to Song's words, a hint of disdain flashed across Qin Chuan's face.
Not interested. More friends, more paths? I am the path.
As Qin Chuan spoke, he suddenly saw Song and Lu Yan leap into action, their forms ghost-like as they attacked him. They were renowned experts in the martial world and never held any delusions of safety in the face of danger. The two knew that today, it was highly likely Qin Chuan would not let them go, so they aimed to seize the opportunity to take him down. Song was tall, but his speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside Qin Chuan, raising his palm, as large as a fan, to smash down hard at Qin Chuan. This was his famous skill, the strongest killing move, the 9 Prisons Iron Hand. Over the years, countless martial artists had died under this skill. His eyes had turned crimson red, looking at Qin Chuan with no response, revealing a mad smile in his gaze. He was already certain that after his 9 Hells Forged Iron Hand struck Qin Chuan's body would shatter into pieces. And from Qin Chuan's appearance, it seemed he was unaware of it all. He had already reserved victory in advance. On the other side, Lu Yan had also unleashed her profounding ice needle, covering a 5-meter range, countless needles flying towards Qin Chuan. Just now, when Qin Chuan told them to stay, it had already made beads of sweat form on her forehead. So now, as she made her move, it was a deadly attack. In today's world, no one can withstand these two moves together.
Lu Yan thought to herself.
But the next second, seeing the scene before her, Lu Yan was utterly shocked, her hands almost dropping the ice needles.
Her fingers trembled slightly, staring wide-eyed at the unbelievable sight in front of her.
Qin Chuan did not move, allowing the terrifying force of the 9 Hells Forged Iron Hand to smash down on him. However, when the 9 Hells Forged Iron Hand struck him, a layer of silver-gray membrane appeared on Qin Chuan's body, completely blocking the force of the Iron Hand. Others didn't know, but Lu Yan knew well, that was a blow that could shatter gold and break stone. Even steel would be blasted with a large hole in front of that strike, let alone flesh. Yet, everything before her eyes was something Lu Yan was witnessing for real.
The 9 Hells Forged Iron Hand was indeed blocked solidly. Not only that, Lu Yan's proud profounding ice needle vanished completely upon touching the silver-gray membrane.
Upon closer inspection, the silver-gray membrane seemed to possess a powerful corrosive effect, completely blocking the attack of the ice needles, even corroding them.
Ah!
Song rolled on the ground, crying out in pain. His hand touched the silver-gray membrane, and at this moment, one hand had been completely corroded away, with beads of sweat dropping from his forehead, eyes filled with fear. He could not understand how the proud 9 Hells Forged Iron Hand had not inflicted any damage on the young man before him. This was the first time he had ever failed since he began his journey. Watching Song lying on the ground, continuously wailing, Qin Chuan gave him a cold glance and ignored him. After all, he was already a useless person, and the corrosion of the heart-corroding coating would continue unabated. Soon, he would be reduced to nothing but remnants of corrosion. Qin Chuan's gaze slowly moved, looking at Lu Yan. Seeing Song lying on the ground, suffering and wailing, and the cold glare of the person before her, Lu Yan's heart raced wildly. The strength of this person had already exceeded her imagination. Just a glance could drive someone to suicide, and that layer of silver-gray membrane had not only withstood her in Song's joint attack, but also directly disabled Song's hand. Facing the oppressive gaze of the other, Lu Yan, a master, was terrified to the core.
She knew she had to make a choice.
Without a moment's hesitation, biting her silver teeth, she deliberately knelt down, her body's curves fully exposed.
Please spare me.
She raised her head, her captivating eyes looking at Qin Chuan, slowly removing her veil.
I consider myself not unattractive.
As she spoke, Lu Yan tossed her hair.
You are beautiful.
Qin Chuan, seeing Lu Yan's appearance, couldn't help but admit she was an extremely beautiful woman. A pair of enchanting eyes, a perfect oval face, flawless skin, truly intoxicating.
If you let me go, I am willing to do anything for you.
Lu Yan bit her lip, her voice soft and sweet. Not only that, she also lifted her qipao, revealing her long legs. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan smiled.
You are willing to do anything for me?
Yes, master.
Unknowingly, Lu Yan had quietly changed her way of address. She understood men very well and had absolute confidence in her beauty, believing no one could resist her temptation. The person before her had already become powerful to an almost irresistible level, far beyond what she could match now. Although somewhat unwilling, for the sake of her life, she was willing to pay any price, even if it meant submitting to someone. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, Qin Chuan stepped forward, placing a hand on Lu Yan's head. Feeling Qin Chuan's palm, Lu Yan tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and wore an expression of intoxication, her cherry lips slightly parted. "You are willing to do anything for me, very good. Then, you can go die now." Qin Chuan suddenly activated the nerve spores. The spores exploded in Lu Yan's mind. In Lu Yan's extreme horror, the nerve spores rampaged through her mind. She felt her nerves being blasted into pieces, the nerve spores continually devouring her, life being rapidly stripped away. She looked up at Qin Chuan and found that he showed no emotional fluctuation, a hint of mockery hidden deep within his gaze. "You, so ruthless." After unwillingly uttering her last words, Lu Yan vanished from the world. "Those who are not ruthless don't even know how they die." Qin Chuan withdrew his hand, looking at Lu Yan on the ground. He had experienced the cruel world after the apocalypse, where in order to survive, people had become animals, completely discarding any morals. As long as one could live, anything done by those after the apocalypse was considered normal. He had seen too much. There were countless people like Lu Yan who offered their bodies after the apocalypse. He had no thoughts of pity, only a single idea in his mind: to become stronger. Moreover, a person as cunning as Lu Yan would be of no benefit by his side, but would only bring more trouble. Chapter 13, Treasure of the Forest. After dealing with these matters, Qin Chuan didn't hesitate any longer. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he found a truck in the Wang family's garage and drove the white tiger towards the outskirts of the city. The urgent task at hand was to allow the white tiger to fully evolve and then devour. To gain the powerful abilities within the white tiger. The journey was smooth, and Qin Chuan drove the truck to the edge of the forest. Due to the lockdown, there were basically no people here anymore. Outside the forest stood a big sign. "Danger ahead. Please turn back." Looking at this sign, Qin Chuan paid no mind and directly charged into the fog-covered forest. The sign was correct, it was indeed very dangerous here now. But that was for others. For the current Qin Chuan, there was no danger at all. If one must say there was danger, he was the greatest danger. The fog was thick, and under its influence, the trees in the forest grew much faster. The truck could not continue after a short distance. Qin Chuan simply got out of the car, taking the white tiger deeper into the forest. That was the place with the thickest fog. It was where the white tiger could absorb the mist most effectively. Their arrival startled countless animals. Animals surviving in the wild are especially sensitive to the scent of danger. Seemingly sensing the powerful aura pressing down, countless mutated animals and birds fled in panic before them. The blue-eyed white tiger was the king of the forest, its aura naturally exerting strong pressure on these creatures. However, what truly terrified these animals and birds was the aura of the person following the white tiger. It was a bizarre and terrifying aura, any living creature that sensed this aura. Everyone felt their bodies tremble, their bones chill. Powerful, evil, and sinister. For a moment, the eerie forest seemed to come alive. The white tiger was controlled by Qin Chuan, moving robotically step by step toward the center of the forest. Upon reaching the center, the mist completely enveloped everything, to the point where one could barely see their own hand. Qin Chuan took a deep breath of the mist, closing his eyes to savor it. Indeed, it was the taste of the apocalypse. This level of mist, if an ordinary person took a breath, they would have to immediately devour another animal to awaken their genetic traits in order to survive in this world of apocalypse. Awakening genetic traits meant a complete farewell to one's past self, becoming a beast morph. Qin Chuan manipulated the white tiger, walking step by step toward the stone platform in the center of the forest. Here, the white tiger would complete its evolution. Under the control of the neural spores, the white tiger stood on the stone platform and let out a mighty roar, shaking the leaves from the trees. Then, the white tiger opened its massive mouth, countless misty tendrils swirling like a white tornado, rushing into the tiger's mouth. Seeing this grand sight, Qin Chuan nodded slightly. The white tiger had begun to evolve, but evolution required time. Anyway, with the control of the neural spores, Qin Chuan was not worried about the white tiger having any thoughts of resistance. After all, the life of the white tiger was in his thoughts. The skills after fusion were thus domineering. While the white tiger absorbed the mist to evolve, Qin Chuan began to wander around the forest. Having come from after the apocalypse, he was very familiar with the rules that followed. After the apocalypse, the world was not only changed by beast morphing but also had countless abysses, secret realms, treasures, and other resources. In many regions, many monsters roamed. However, in every region, there was a king among the monsters. In this forest, the king naturally was the male bee that Qin Chuan had devoured. His purpose for wandering was to see if there were any other opportunities.
He remembered that in his previous life, someone had found treasure in this forest. He began to search meticulously in every corner of the forest. Although the mist was thick, and ordinary people could not see beyond 2 meters, this was nothing for Qin Chuan. After devouring the iron wireworm, his mental power had reached a terrifying level. Even without using his eyes, he could sense the surroundings with his mental power. After wandering through most of the forest, facing a large tree ahead, Qin Chuan's face lit up with joy.
Found it, this is it. Qin Chuan walked toward the large tree and climbed up.
After climbing for a while, he saw a charred branch, the surface of the lightning struck wood glimmering with some black crystals, forming an inconspicuous small black ball. Upon seeing this, Qin Chuan was very excited. This was a piece of lightning-struck wood. Ordinary lightning-struck wood was nothing special, but this piece had actively absorbed part of the mist's power after the mist arrived, crystallizing. In his previous life, someone had found this crystallized piece of lightning-struck wood and swallowed it, greatly enhancing their beast morphing abilities. That person was Wu Guotao, the king of the District 10. He had only devoured a pet dog, but after consuming the crystal, his abilities enhanced dramatically, allowing him to fight his way out and become the king of District 10.
Qin Chuan still remembered Wu Guotao's arrogant attitude during interviews.
If only I had devoured a slightly stronger monster, I would become the king of the apocalypse. Thus, one could see how powerful this piece of lightning-struck wood crystal was.
Qin Chuan approached. A handful of thunderwood crystals were taken down. Now, it is mine.
Qin Chuan looked at the thunderwood crystal in his hand, waited a bit, and a smile appeared on his face. Having devoured the iron wireworm and the male bee, he was already incredibly powerful. Now, with this thunderwood crystal, his strength would reach a terrifying new level. After safely storing the thunderwood crystal, Qin Chuan continued to search carefully in the forest, fearing he might miss any lost treasure. However, after meticulously searching every corner of the forest, Qin Chuan felt somewhat disappointed, as he found no treasures. This forest has almost been completely searched by me. Qin Chuan thought to himself. He looked up at the sky, and unexpectedly, a strange blood moon hung above. This time, he had been searching until nightfall. However, fortunately, the rewards were quite rich, so his hard work was not in vain. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a loud roar suddenly echoed in the silent forest. It was the roar of a tiger. It had to be the white tiger. Hearing the tiger's roar, Qin Chuan immediately rushed towards the center of the forest. The white tiger's evolution was complete, he was going to devour the white tiger.
Chapter 14, Devour. The White-Eyed Tiger.
Thinking about how his strength would greatly increase after devouring the white tiger, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel excited. Not in vain to be reborn, he could finally live as he wished. Easily arriving at the center of the forest, Qin Chuan quickly spotted the white tiger standing there. At this moment, the white tiger had completely changed. Compared to before, the white tiger's size had grown significantly.
Now, its muscles bulged, exuding an extremely powerful beauty.
The white tiger was pure white, its head had grown substantially, and every movement was full of immense power, even creating sound bursts when it turned. What a beautiful white tiger!
Qin Chuan couldn't help but marvel.
Seeing the evolved white tiger, his first thought was how Wu Song had managed to kill such a creature. At this moment, Qin Chuan surprisingly felt a strong resistance from the white tiger. This was something that wasn't there before. Back then, the white tiger's spirit was completely suppressed by Qin Chuan.
It seems that after its full evolution, the white tiger's psychic power had grown, resulting in part of its own resistance awareness. Sensing this resistance, Qin Chuan's expression turned cold.
Humph. Just a beast. How dare you resist?
Qin Chuan infused more neural spores into the white tiger's brain, completely taking over the tiger's consciousness.
The white tiger's body immediately went limp, losing all previous resistance, obediently lying on the ground, allowing Qin Chuan to do as he pleased. Sensing that the white tiger's consciousness was fully suppressed, Qin Chuan stepped forward, and with a thought, manifested a massive mouth to devour, filled with countless sharp fangs, ready to begin devouring the white tiger. This was a new ability he gained after consuming the iron wireworm and male bee. There was no need to tear apart the prey anymore. However, at that moment, he felt a rustling sound coming from around him, and his expression changed instantly.
Someone was coming. At this time, who could come here?
Qin Chuan's expression turned cold, and a killing intent surged in his heart. If it were someone daring to obstruct him, there was only one thing to do. Kill. Show yourself. Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on a large tree, having quickly locked onto the direction from where the sound had come.
Come out. With Qin Chuan's fierce roar, another rustling sound emerged, and 3 people stepped out from behind the tree.
1 man, 1 woman, and a 4 or 5-year-old child. The 3 wore patched clothes, looking pale and thin, covered in dirt, watching Qin Chuan with fear.
Sorry. Sorry. We didn't mean to. Don't kill me. Don't kill us.
The man frantically waved his hands at Qin Chuan, fearfully looking at him. Clearly, the family had already seen Qin Chuan transform into a giant mouth with sharp teeth. The three of them stood before Qin Chuan, scared speechless. This family originally intended to sneak away, but they didn't expect to be discovered by Qin Chuan. In their eyes, Qin Chuan was simply too terrifying, even more than a monster. Having been found by such a frightening person, the man had already lost hope of living and could only keep begging for mercy. Qin Chuan looked at the family, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. This was also a side effect after devouring, which greatly intensified one's desire to kill. If it were someone else, Qin Chuan might have already attacked them. However, he felt that the family had no ill intentions.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Qin Chuan asked.
We are farmers from the nearby area, usually working in the fields. Now the whole village is sealed off, and we have no food, so we came out to look for mushrooms or something to eat. The man hurriedly explained. His wife next to him nodded repeatedly, her face filled with fear. Hearing their words, Qin Chuan felt relieved. Looking at their clothing, they truly appeared to be honest farmers, so his tone immediately softened.
You go ahead, there's a truck up there with some food in it. You can go look. Take the food and leave quickly.
This place is very dangerous, don't come out again. Qin Chuan advised. After saying this, Qin Chuan reached into his pocket and pulled out the cash he had on him.
Here is some money, you can use it to buy food. Hurry and go.
After saying this, he waved his hand. The family was clearly surprised that Qin Chuan would let them go, even giving them money and food.
After countless thanks, the family quickly left.
In the aftermath of the apocalypse, although his mindset had changed greatly and he had become decisive in killing, he remained gentle towards pure and kind people.
After all, the cruel treatment is meant for enemies.
Of course, at the moment of their meeting, he had already implanted a neural spore in the three of them's minds. Once their consciousness realized they had found food and left, Qin Chuan quietly erased the scene of their encounter using the neural spore. After all, for both Qin Chuan and this innocent family, it was not a good memory. Before the apocalypse arrived, he still hoped that the family could have a beautiful memory. He did not want others to know his secret either. Learning from this experience, Qin Chuan controlled the white tiger and went to a cave. After confirming that no one was around, he transformed, opening his giant mouth to devour the white tiger fiercely. The enormous white tiger had no power to resist under Qin Chuan's giant mouth, being swallowed whole, bones and all. As the white tiger entered his body, Qin Chuan immediately felt a violent, murderous force swirling inside him. At the same time, it felt like countless knives were cutting through his internal organs. His eyes turned blood red, and a king character flickered on his forehead, while countless white illusions exploded before him. Sometimes it was the figure of the white tiger, other times he stood on the battlefield, bathing in blood, fighting countless enemies. However, Qin Chuan knew that these were merely tests. He ignored everything and continued to devour the white tiger. Only by swallowing it could he become stronger. Finally, when the entire white tiger was consumed, a white light enveloped Qin Chuan, and the system's prompt sound rang in his ears.
Ding!
Host has devoured the creature, South China tiger. Congratulations host for obtaining genetic feature, Overload Tiger Claw.
Genetic feature Overload Tiger Claw has been activated. Host, Qin Chuan.
Genetic trait, Overload Tiger Claw. The host can actively compress and infuse a surge of white tiger power into their arms and finger bones. Under the energy infusion, the host can break through physical limits and form sharp claw-like shadows made of pure energy wrapped in highly compressed bone. Hearing the system notification sound, Qin Chuan smiled.
This is an active offensive skill. But this isn't the end.
The system notification continued to ring.
Chapter 15, Another Upgrade. Thunderstrike Wood Crystal. Ding! Genetic heart-eating coating and Overload Tiger Claw fused to obtain the genetic trait Heart-eating Puppet Cracked Claw. Genetic trait, Heart-eating Puppet Cracked Claw, actively activated. The user's arm bones are covered with a layer of coating, and a highly compressed bone energy claw is generated at the fingertip. This claw contains a high concentration of nerve spores, which can control the enemy or explode after entering the enemy's body. The explosion will cause great damage. Remaining devour attempts, 2. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Now, he had obtained another new fusion skill. Moreover, he found that the original skills did not disappear after the fusion, they continued to exist. Thus, together with the original skills, he not only had defensive skills but also offensive ones, and even mental attack skills. This luxurious configuration of skills made Qin Chuan feel more confident. He immediately used Heart-eating Puppet Cracked Claw to test the power of the skill. At his fingertips, a pair of tiger claws suddenly extended, and with a gentle wave, the rocks on the cliff were sliced open as easily as cutting tofu. Seeing this effect, Qin Chuan was extremely satisfied. He stood up, and his bones crackled with popping sounds, filled with a sense of power. Because the white tiger is a pure yang body, after devouring the white tiger, he not only obtained the white tiger's skills but also greatly enhanced his strength. With a sudden punch, Qin Chuan smashed a large hole in the rock wall. Now, simply relying on strength, no one is my opponent. Qin Chuan looked at the huge pit he had made, silently thinking to himself. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a black crystal. Thunderstrike wood crystal. It was exactly the treasure he had found in the forest. He glanced at the Thunderstrike wood crystal, feeling the energy within it, and without any hesitation, swallowed it whole. As soon as the Thunderstrike wood crystal entered his body, Qin Chuan immediately felt a powerful force surging within him. There was the unique life force of the tree, and also the thunderstorm power left behind by the strike. Qin Chuan felt the two forces continually merging within him, nourishing his body, and he sat down to absorb the power within the Thunderstrike wood crystal. During the process of absorption, sweat and black impurities continuously expelled from his body. When Qin Chuan fully absorbed the Thunderstrike wood crystal, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Boom! A rumble of thunder sounded in the air. There seemed to be faint lightning in his gaze. After absorbing the Thunderstrike wood crystal, Qin Chuan tried to test himself and found that his strength had almost doubled. Not only that, but all aspects of his abilities had also increased significantly. His mental power had greatly improved, and his perception became sharper. Previously, he could control about 10 people simultaneously with nerve spores, but now, enhanced by the Thunderstrike wood crystal, he could control about 30 people at once. Moreover, his nerve spores were faintly tinged with lightning, as if they had absorbed a hint of thunder attribute. Feeling the enhancement brought by the Thunderstrike wood crystal, Qin Chuan stood up satisfied, ready to leave. This time, the harvest is great, but it smells too bad. Qin Chuan sniffed his body and almost fainted from the stench. It is the impurities that have long accumulated within the body. He immediately found a small pond in the forest, cleaned his body, and then stood up to return to the city. After Qin Chuan left, the forest became quiet again, and the mist grew thicker. After he left for a long time, only then did the creatures in the forest dare to come out and move around. When Qin Chuan was in the forest, they didn't even dare to show their faces. Qin Chuan, you're back? Qin Chuan opened the door, and Wang Yushu flung herself at him. Feeling the beautiful curves of the school bell, Qin Chuan chuckled and hugged Wang Yushu. Aren't you afraid of me? I'm a young and strong man. Wang Yushu's face turned red, looking pitiful. I was scared when you were gone, luckily, you have returned. What were you afraid of? I don't know, I was just afraid. I see you're not afraid, you're just in love. Spring has come, and it's the season for animals to breed. Seeing Qin Chuan, Wang Yushu's heart instantly relaxed. These past few days have been terrifying, you don't know, after you left, I was awakened by a tiger's roar. That's too exaggerated. What's wrong with the animals lately? I just feel like this world is going to be different. Hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan nodded. I have that feeling too. How are your parents? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's question, a worried look appeared on Wang Yushu's face. They called me this morning, telling me to go out less recently. The situation abroad doesn't seem to be much better than here. Over there, it's the same as here, with thick fog everywhere and animals going wild. Moreover, the fog over there seems to be toxic, many people have died from inhaling the mist. Hearing this, Qin Chuan showed no surprise and slowly nodded. Now the arrival of the apocalypse is getting closer, the density of the mist has reached a point where breathing it in without consuming animals could lead to death. Tell them to be extra careful, stay home, and prepare food. Also, keep 2 small animals at home. Qin Chuan instructed. After the apocalypse arrives, many people will die unexpectedly. But if you stay calm and immediately consume some animals after inhaling the mist, you won't die. This is also why Qin Chuan advised Wang Yushu to have her parents keep 2 animals at home. Listening to Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu was momentarily stunned and then nodded heavily. Okay. I'll tell them right away. Wang Yushu ran upstairs to make the call, while Qin Chuan switched on the TV. After the apocalypse, he hadn't watched TV for a long time. Today, having gained powerful strength, he wanted to relax a bit. Recently, there have been rumors of abnormal phenomena across the country. After investigation, it is revealed that it is actually some people spreading rumors online. We urge all citizens not to believe, spread, or create rumors. After flipping through a few channels, Qin Chuan turned off the TV in boredom. The situation outside has indeed reached a very bad point, and there's no need for rumors. Thinking of that family he saw today, he sighed heavily. Now, even the beginning hasn't been counted, after the real apocalypse arrives, it's hard to say how many people will die. Survive. Become stronger. These 2 thoughts kept swirling in Qin Chuan's mind. At this moment, a helicopter arrived in Suhai City. It's been a long time since I've been to Suhai. A slightly balding, red-nosed old man slowly stepped off the plane. He sniffed the air, wrinkling his brow. This mist holds a familiar and dangerous aura.
Yes, Elder Zhao, the mist has become thicker and thicker recently. We are worried sick. Luckily you are here. Next to the plane, the city lord of Suhai looked worried and fatigued.
It was clear that the various strange occurrences in Suhai City lately.
Indeed, it has tormented him severely. Behind him, there was a large group of officials from the city lord's mansion, equally exhausted in expression. During this time, to ensure the stability of Suhai, they had also put in a lot of effort. However, upon seeing the arrival of the higher-ups, the officials' brows relaxed slightly. This person, known as Elder Zhao, belonged to the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau specializes in investigating mysterious events that cannot be explained by science. Their existence is low profile, yet they are an extremely important department. As the fog grew thicker, Suhai City began to feel helpless. Not just the common people, but even the officials of the city lord's mansion were anxious and fearful. Therefore, in desperation, the city lord could only seek help from above, requesting someone to come and stabilize the people's hearts. The city lord was well informed. He knew that this thick fog had begun to spread worldwide, and even if the Mysterious Investigation Bureau sent someone, it might not change much. He simply hoped that the arrival of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau would help ease the anxiety of the people in Suhai City.
Don't worry, City Lord, I am here to share your burdens.
Elder Zhao smiled, appearing like a person of the world beyond.
The City Lord nodded and echoed, "Thank you so much, Elder Zhao."
Elder Zhao, please follow me to the City Lord's mansion. I will report to you on the strange phenomena appearing in Suhai. Having said that, the City Lord took the lead, and a group of people followed towards the City Lord's mansion. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Elder Zhao sat in the main seat, listening to the City Lord's report. This thick fog suddenly appeared some time ago. At first, everyone thought it was nothing. It turned out we were careless at that time. The fog outside the city is getting thicker and spreading continuously towards Suhai City.
In about a week, the fog will likely cover the city.
According to the hospital data, anyone who inhales this fog will experience fever, red eyes, and nervous system damage, among other symptoms. Moreover, currently, there is no medicine to cure these symptoms. We can only wait for death. Because of this, over 1,000 people have already died in Suhai City. We have already sealed the entire city according to the emergency response plan, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. However, the situation is getting worse. There are more and more wild beasts outside, and they have grown stronger, leaving ordinary people with no chance but to die when encountered. The city lord recounted the recent situation, feeling utterly exhausted.
Listening to the city lord's report, Elder Zhao nodded slightly.
These are all minor issues. The main thing is to do a good job in reassuring the public. This is the most important. Hearing this, the city lord smiled wryly. What Elder Zhao says is true, but everyone isn't a fool.
What should we do if this continues? We have to provide a solution.
Elder Zhao waved his hand. No need to worry, I'm here this time to investigate the situation.
He slowly took a sip of tea.
Right now, there is thick fog everywhere in the country. Many villages have already lost everyone due to the fog. Through this time of investigation, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau has found that the cause of this fog is quite complex, perhaps related to some changes in future worlds. Currently, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau already has a preliminary solution. Don't worry, in a little while, this problem will be resolved. Now, I will go down to investigate a bit. Elder Zhao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the city lord and the officials of the city lord's mansion revealed joyful smiles. Elder Zhao, is it true? That's wonderful, we are saved. Elder Zhao belongs to the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, originally here to investigate various things that cannot be explained by science. With Elder Zhao's words, everyone felt as if they had taken a calming pill, each face lit with joy. After all, the various strange phenomena that had appeared recently could no longer be explained by science. After some small talk, Elder Zhao casually asked some questions.
Recently, besides the issue of the fog, are there any other strange occurrences in the city? Hearing Elder Zhao's inquiry, the city lord pondered for a moment.
Elder Zhao's words remind me, there have indeed been some strange happenings in the city lately. Recently, the biggest family in Suhai City, the Wang family, was exterminated. The city lord said.
Hearing the city lord's words, Elder Zhao abruptly straightened his body.
Please tell me more in detail.
The city lord immediately detailed the extermination of the Wang family.
Listening to the tragic fate of the Wang family, Elder Zhao was shocked beyond belief.
The body is fine, but the brain has already stopped functioning?
He had never encountered such a strange death. This was close to some kind of mystical technique.
The city lord nodded.
The Wang family lost several hundred members at once. In addition to such deaths, there were also cases of individuals using guns to shoot themselves.
This is simply beyond our understanding.
Elder Zhao, since you have come, if it's not too much trouble, please help us investigate this matter. We cannot find the killer at all.
Hearing the city lord's words, Elder Zhao nodded.
Leave this matter to me, it is indeed difficult to explain. After understanding the situation, Elder Zhao settled into the accommodation arranged by the city lord. Upon arriving at the accommodation, Elder Zhao carefully unfolded a package he had carried with him.
Treasure-seeking beast, come out.
As Elder Zhao called, a small platypus emerged from the package. This platypus was full of spirit, glancing around with excitement. It had a long, broad mouth and kept digging continuously. Feeling itself released, the platypus was overjoyed, running around the room several times. Then, its big mouth continuously dug towards one direction, making soft sounds.
Is it in this direction?
And it's not far, it is indeed within Suai City.
Feeling the platypus's thoughts, Elder Zhao murmured.
He was an elder of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. His purpose for coming to Suai City was not mainly to help solve problems. After all, regarding the appearance of the mist globally, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau was also at a loss.
Despite exhausting all their methods, they still couldn't explain the mist's occurrence.
On the mist, the entire Mysterious Investigation Bureau had reached a consensus to ignore it. The real purpose of Elder Zhao's trip was for something even more important. By chance, he had raised a platypus. This platypus had the ability to seek treasures, and Elder Zhao could communicate with it, allowing him to know the location of treasures. Therefore, in one of his communications with the platypus, he learned of a treasure in Suai City. Just right, using the excuse of helping this time, he planned to retrieve this treasure.
Chapter 17, Friend, I finally found you.
As an elder of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, although bearing significant responsibilities, he had his own selfish desires. Especially with the strange mist appearing globally, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau was in unanimous agreement that something big was about to happen. In this season of harvest, he also wanted to make a final gain. After all, no one knew what would happen after the mist. He took out some food containing spiritual energy from his backpack and fed it to the platypus, then gently patted its head. This platypus was his treasure, and he was quite fond of it. Of course, Qin Chuan was unaware of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau's arrival in Suai City. At this moment, he had returned to Suai City and was at Wang Yushu's home.
Qin Chuan, your clothes are washed.
Wang Yushu had dried Qin Chuan's clothes and brought them carefully to him. At this moment, her gaze towards Qin Chuan was filled with fondness.
Where did you go during the day? Why are you so dirty? Wang Yushu asked.
Qin Chuan shook his head.
Don't ask about this. I have my own matters to attend to.
Hearing this, Wang Yushu pouted. Qin Chuan's changes over this period were so significant that they made her feel a bit strange. Moreover, the world's transformations left her feeling puzzled. Sensing that Wang Yushu's mood was a bit low, Qin Chuan smiled at her. I just went out for a bit, nothing much. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu's mood improved a little.
But why have you bought so many things lately? The warehouse is almost full.
It turned out that during this time, Qin Chuan had gone out and bought a lot of food and water, and Wang Yushu's villa's warehouse was nearly packed.
Isn't the fog getting thicker?
I'm afraid something might happen, so I bought a little more.
Qin Chuan said.
After the apocalypse, the world would undergo a major reshuffle, and all the money would turn into waste paper.
Instead of wasting it then, it's better to buy a bit more now.
Alright, I hope nothing really happens.
I wish for both of us to be well. Wang Yushu leaned against Qin Chuan and sat down.
The two chatted for a while, and then Qin Chuan suddenly concentrated and took control of Wang Yushu's mind. Master, I will obey your command. Wang Yushu, dressed in pajamas, said with a dazed look in her eyes, revealing a large expanse of white as she lowered her head, almost making Qin Chuan lose control. He swallowed hard, managed to steady his mind, and began checking Wang Yushu's body.
Of course, he was checking the eggs inside Wang Yushu. Since being discharged from the hospital, Wang Yushu's appetite had steadily increased.
Qin Chuan knew that this was because the eggs inside her were growing and needed energy, so he tried to satisfy Wang Yushu's food requests as much as possible.
So big. Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim as he helped Wang Yushu check her body.
The eggs had grown to quite a stage after this period of growth.
Moreover, the eggs were continually reproducing within Wang Yushu.
Although Wang Yushu had no visible changes, her body was already filled with dense eggs. The eggs grew rapidly inside her, and seeing all this, Qin Chuan felt relieved. The growth of the eggs inside Wang Yushu was definitely not a bad thing. The day after Elder Zhao arrived in Suai City, he began inspecting the city. Of course, his inspection was not for any other reason, but for treasures. He first went to the Wang family courtyard in the villa where Wang Yu lived before. The ground was covered in blood. It's like this, Elder Zhao, these two places are where the Wang family lived, and both have mysteriously been silenced.
Many people died because of it.
After the city lord finished speaking, he took out a few photos. Looking at the smiling faces of the deceased Wang family members, Elder Zhao felt a chill down his spine. Although he often investigated mysterious events, such strange deaths really exceeded his knowledge. With his abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to make someone die quietly like this. But this was hundreds of people. Did the Wang family offend someone? He asked. The city lord shrugged. They are the first family in Suhai City, and they must have offended quite a few people. Many look down on them. If it weren't for their connections, could they be so arrogant? Clearly, the city lord was also quite displeased. Be careful with your words. Elder Zhao glanced at the city lord and reminded him. The connections behind the Wang family were incredibly vast. Walking around Wang Yu's villa, Elder Zhao stroked his beard, looking all mystical. City lord, please step aside, I need to investigate. Hearing this, the city lord cupped his hands to Elder Zhao. Please, go ahead. After saying that, he left directly. He knew that the mysterious investigation department did not like people to see their methods when investigating things, because their methods were indeed very unscientific. After confirming that the city lord had left, Elder Zhao pulled out a small incense burner from his backpack, then lit 3 sticks of incense and inserted them into the burner, beginning to chant softly. As he spoke the words, a stream of black smoke began to swirl around him on the ground. A moment later, he opened his eyes, filled with surprise. A young man? Mind control? Causing someone to commit suicide? He had gained a lot of information from the mysterious ritual he just performed. There's actually such a young man in Soheishi? When did such a powerful person appear in the martial world? Elder Zhao murmured to himself. As strong as he was, he now realized how tricky this young man was. Then, he closed his eyes, hands forming a gesture, and began to calculate. This treasure is actually with this young man, this could be troublesome. He managed to achieve the status of elder in the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, so he naturally had real skills. At this moment, his brow furrowed. According to the platypus's response, this treasure was much better than the previous one. However, according to his calculations, the young man who possessed this treasure was quite difficult to handle. He furrowed his brow slightly, rummaging through his backpack. After searching, he took out a black bead. Finally found it, good thing I brought it. With this thing, I don't have to worry about being controlled. The bead was entirely black, but there was a mysterious glow on it, showing it was not an ordinary item. This was a treasure Elder Zhao obtained during a tomb raiding adventure. In his experiments, it could keep a person's mind clear. Now, he was thinking of using this against Qin Chuan. He had decent martial arts skills and was skilled in various techniques, making him powerful. Therefore, after a simple investigation, he immediately understood Qin Chuan's identity. After arranging everything, while Qin Chuan was out shopping, Elder Zhao found and stopped him. Friend, I finally found you. I have a business deal for you, would you be willing? Looking at the plain-looking old man with a red nose, Qin Chuan felt very indifferent. He didn't recognize this person at all. You must have the wrong person? He asked. A friend? Is it dead friend or not dead friend? The old man smiled and bowed to him. I definitely did not mistake you, you are exceptionally talented and young, I would not make a mistake. Seeing the old man's confident face, Qin Chuan's expression turned cold immediately. He did not like guessing games, especially from someone who played them. Who are you? What do you want with me? Just say it. He said coldly. If it weren't for the other party's relatively polite attitude, he would have directly killed him by now. Alright, let me introduce myself first. Elder Zhao patted his bald head, completely unconcerned about Qin Chuan's hostility. I am from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, my surname is Zhao. Hearing this, Qin Chuan slightly nodded. The name of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau was known by everyone in this world, specializing in studying mysterious events. My purpose for coming here is to investigate the reasons behind the fog. Listening to Elder Zhao's words, Qin Chuan curled his lips. And then you just ended up on my case? His words were filled with sarcasm. Elder Zhao shook his head. The cause of the fog is not so simple to find, I haven't uncovered the reason yet. Hearing Elder Zhao's words and seeing the expression on his face, Qin Chuan understood that this man had ill intentions. He must have set his sights on him, this person named Elder Zhao. He suppressed the urge to kill him on the spot and smiled. Then tell me what you want with me, and what you mean by doing business. Qin Chuan said. Seeing Qin Chuan's attitude, Elder Zhao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Since the other party had opened up, it would be easier to talk. He was just afraid that the other party wouldn't cooperate, then he would have to resort to other means. Young friend, you possess something I need. As long as you give it to me, I am willing to exchange anything for it. It seems to be something with a hint of thunder element and wood element. Elder Zhao spoke bluntly. Hearing this, feeling the intense gaze fixed on him, Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. What Elder Zhao referred to was the thunderwood crystal. It seemed that he indeed had some skills.
I don't know what you are talking about. I have nothing you need, so leave me alone. He glanced at Elder Zhao, his eyes filled with disgust. Since he showed such emotions, Elder Zhao should take the hint and leave. He was now extremely powerful, with memories from a previous life, and he didn't need to exchange anything. Moreover, the Thunderwood crystal was something he needed, and he had already absorbed it. Seeing Qin Chuan turn to leave, Elder Zhao sighed. Young friend, I advise you to exchange this item with me. You wouldn't want the matter of you killing hundreds of people from the Wang family to be known, would you? Hearing this threatening remark, Qin Chuan suddenly turned around, his eyes piercing into Elder Zhao. Are you threatening me? Feeling the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Qin Chuan, Elder Zhao smiled faintly. He seemed completely unfazed. Where is the threat, young friend? It's just, with the Wang family's hundreds of lives extinguished, there must be a conclusion, right? His eyes continued to glance at Qin Chuan, the threatening intent very clear. Listening to Elder Zhao's threats, Qin Chuan smiled instead of getting angry. I was thinking of sparing your life, but now it seems you're looking for death. If you seek death, don't blame anyone else. Having said that, a red light flashed in his pupils as the neural spore immediately activated. The neural spore entered Elder Zhao's mind, starting to control his body. Indeed, a form of mind control. Such a powerful force. Elder Zhao tightly gripped the black bead in his hand, his knuckles turning white, yet he managed to keep a semblance of clarity in his consciousness under Qin Chuan's control. Not only that, he also took out a doll from his bag and forcefully stabbed a few steel needles into it. Then, he looked smugly at Qin Chuan. This was a wicked technique he had learned. As long as he knew the opponent's name, he could create a doll and stab it with needles to hurt the other person, extremely sinister. Qin Chuan sensed two iron-like objects piercing towards him. The moment they made contact with the protective layer around his body, they were completely corroded. He let out a cold laugh. How despicable. Using such underhanded means for something on me, shame on you for being part of the mysterious investigation bureau. He walked towards Elder Zhao. At this moment, Elder Zhao was utterly terrified. He pulled out two needles, continuing to stab the doll viciously. However, it was utterly useless. The force of the stab was completely corroded upon touching the layer on Qin Chuan's surface. Elder Zhao fell into total despair. This was his trump card, and he never expected it to fail. Over the years, countless experts had fallen to this trick. This was his greatest reliance. Thinking that Qin Chuan's greatest strength was mind control, he had not anticipated that after resisting Qin Chuan's control, his own trump card would fail. You! How come it has no effect on you? Elder Zhao, with a face full of dread, watched Qin Chuan approach step by step, utterly fearful. If you can resist my mind control, can I not resist your wicked methods? Qin Chuan scoffed. If it weren't for your aggressiveness, I wouldn't kill you today, but, ha! After saying this, Qin Chuan coldly glanced at Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao's heart raced. Qin Chuan's gaze was clearly that of someone looking at a dead person. Wait! You can't kill me! I come from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. If you kill me, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau will not let you go. He said, his voice full of false bravado. Qin Chuan scoffed. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau, what is that? Seeing that Qin Chuan remained unfazed, and knowing that his opponent was indeed powerful, Elder Zhao quickly begged for mercy. I am an elder of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. I have many treasures in my possession. If you let me go, I am willing to trade these treasures for my life. As he spoke, he took out some treasures from his bag. Looking at his expression, Qin Chuan could only laugh. Foolish. Killing you would still make everything mine. The red glow in his eyes flickered again, and more neural spores surged into Elder Zhao's mind, controlling his consciousness. In front of countless neural spores, the bead in Elder Zhao's hand completely lost its effect. Die. Qin Chuan snorted, and the neural spores exploded, shattering Elder Zhao's consciousness into countless fragments, sinking him into eternal silence. Before he died, he felt an endless regret in his heart. If only he had known, he wouldn't have come to Suhai. Chapter 19 Licking the Bag. The last breath taken, Elder Zhao was dead. Looking at the dead Elder Zhao, Qin Chuan snorted coldly. Since the other party wanted to seize his treasures, it was only natural for him to kill the opponent. Moreover, based on the other's nature, many people must have died at his hands before. Anyone who obstructs my path deserves to die. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau, huh? I will settle the score with you. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, already placing the Mysterious Investigation Bureau on his death list. Although he could easily wipe out the Mysterious Investigation Bureau now, he still had more important things to do. He picked up the already cold Elder Zhao with one hand, tossed him onto the car, and sped towards the outskirts of the city. Elder Zhao had just claimed that he had many treasures on him. Even though he was now extremely powerful, he still wanted to see what treasures the Mysterious Investigation Bureau had.
After all, they were involved in fields that science could not explain, so it was unavoidable that there would be some rare and exotic treasures. When he encountered the guards at the city gate, Qin Chuan used mental control to let them pass, then erased their memories of the encounter. He was becoming more and more proficient at such operations. As Qin Chuan entered the forest, the aura emanating from him instantly silenced the birds and beasts within. Not only was it silent, but many mutated birds and beasts also fled frantically. The aura emanating from Qin Chuan was too powerful enough to frighten them. After making his way into the forest, Qin Chuan got out, opened the trunk, took the already cold Elder Zhao with one hand, and tossed him onto the ground. He coldly glanced at Elder Zhao and then began to search his body. His current thought was to hope that the old man wasn't lying, and that he really had treasures on him.
1,000-year-old mountain ginseng?
He opened the small bag Elder Zhao had carried, and a strange fragrance wafted out. Qin Chuan immediately recognized it as ginseng that had grown for nearly 1,000 years. Qin Chuan casually tossed the ginseng into the car and continued searching.
In the aftermath of the apocalypse, this thing was somewhat superfluous.
For someone like him, who had devoured several powerful monsters, it was useless. However, this could be good for ordinary people to regain some strength.
An ancient mirror? A jade seal?
Qin Chuan's expression turned strange as he pulled these two items from Elder Zhao's bag. He examined them closely, even sending out mental spores to attach to these items, but felt no spiritual power at all.
This old fool must have stolen these from somewhere.
Saying that, Qin Chuan casually tossed the two items into the forest. Needless to say, he could guess the rest. These two items must be antiques and quite valuable, which is why they are in Elder Zhao's backpack. However, in Qin Chuan's eyes, these two items are not even worth a rag. Even if these two things are priceless, after the apocalypse, they are worth nothing at all. At that time, when people's lives are at stake, who would still care about these broken toys?
Old Deng, bring something valuable. What are these things?
You can't trust what Old Deng says. Qin Chuan continued to rummage through the bag. He found some talismans and some vermilion, which must be Elder Zhao's secret skills. But Qin Chuan ripped them all apart and threw them away.
Although these things are indeed magical, after the apocalypse, faced with the mutated beastmen, they are completely useless.
So, they are essentially junk. At the very back of the backpack, Qin Chuan discovered a small bundle. He quickly picked up the bundle.
Is it alive?
Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. Old Deng actually carried a living creature with him. He immediately opened the bundle, and a platypus appeared right in front of Qin Chuan. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, the platypus instantly showed fear in its eyes and wanted to escape. It had been with Elder Zhao day and night, deeply wary of strangers. Seeing that it was a platypus, Qin Chuan also felt it was fascinating and quickly grabbed it back. Watching the platypus struggle in his hands, Qin Chuan chuckled. He immediately released neurospores to control the platypus and began to probe its thoughts. The dominance of the neurospores lies in their ability not only to read a person's thoughts but also to influence enemies, thereby controlling them. This ability can be applied not only to humans but also to beasts. As the neurospores took control, the platypus's gaze gradually became dazed.
It's just an ordinary platypus, but it can sense treasures nearby?
The platypus's thoughts were very simple, and Qin Chuan finished reading them in a while.
Good stuff.
He looked at the platypus and swallowed hard. The platypus had no real strength, it was just an ordinary animal.
But its ability was truly extraordinary.
This ability, even though Qin Chuan had mixed for so long in the apocalypse before his rebirth, he had never seen such a power. Although it wasn't a powerful combat ability, it was a god-level treasure hunting skill, very suitable for the post-apocalyptic world. If it were someone else, they might hesitate about whether to devour this platypus. But Qin Chuan was different, he had an infinite devouring system. The more he devoured, the better. He tightly held the platypus, his eyes shining with fiery light.
He wanted to gain this ability.
After the apocalypse, the entire world changed. There were many dangers, but there were also many opportunities. However, not knowing where the opportunities are, blindly adventuring in the post-apocalyptic world is indeed a waste of time.
I still have 2 devouring chances left.
Qin Chuan looked at his system. He had originally thought of hunting for other monsters to devour, but the appearance of the platypus changed his mind.
Though it has no combat power and isn't some strange monster, this ability is really good.
He glanced at the platypus and immediately transformed into a giant mouth, filled with countless fangs, and bit down hard at the platypus. Unlike before, where hallucinations appeared with the devouring of the iron wireworm and the male bee, when the platypus entered, Qin Chuan felt a faint grass scent.
The taste is not bad, he thought to himself.
As the platypus was devoured, a faint ability within it began to be absorbed by Qin Chuan. This energy was weak and subtle, constantly merging into Qin Chuan's nerves. Qin Chuan's control over his nervous system was now extremely powerful. He carefully manipulated the nervous system. Let this energy slowly merge in.
He probably guessed that this energy was the ability of the platypus. This energy felt a bit too weak, and Qin Chuan even feared that his nervous system would reject it. About 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. It worked! He shouted. Chapter 20 Spiritual Treasure Pulse. Qin Chuan suddenly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the new ability he had gained. Ding! Host devours creature, treasure beast. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the unique genetic trait, Spiritual Treasure Pulse. Genetic trait Spiritual Treasure Pulse has been activated. Host, Qin Chuan. Genetic trait, Spiritual Treasure Pulse. When the host approaches valuable objects, he will have a premonition in his heart, able to roughly sense the vein and approximate location of the treasure. Remaining devour attempts, 1. Spiritual Treasure Pulse is blessed, genetic trait is enhanced. A series of system prompts came, and Qin Chuan was extremely happy. What surprised him the most was the enhancement of the genetic trait. But he thought about it and immediately felt relieved. The enhancement must be related to the Thunderstrike Wood Crystal. The Thunderstrike Wood Crystal was indeed an incredibly powerful treasure. No wonder Elder Zhao bravely took risks to try and seize the treasure from him. Elder Zhao really gave him a big surprise. The treasure beast had brought him an unprecedented capability boost. With this ability, it meant he could quickly grow stronger in the chaotic future world. After all, there are numerous treasures in the apocalypse, but not everyone can find them. However, with this ability, he could find treasures faster than his peers and enhance his strength more quickly. Old Deng, you also died for a worthy cause. He glanced at Elder Zhao's corpse beside him, and the disgust in his eyes faded a bit. The more he looked, the more pleasing Old Deng seemed. What a good person. What investigation agency. This is simply a treasure delivery boy. After turning Elder Zhao's corpse over more than 10 times to ensure nothing was overlooked, Qin Chuan reluctantly withdrew his hands. He single-handedly lifted Elder Zhao's body and threw it heavily into the forest, patted his hands, and turned to leave. After all, Elder Zhao was a member of the mysterious investigation agency. Dying in the city would surely cause a lot of trouble. Although he wasn't afraid of the investigation agency, dealing with them would only waste Qin Chuan's time. He had more important things to do. After he left for a while, mutated beasts appeared near Elder Zhao's corpse and began to gnaw at it. To test his newly acquired ability, Qin Chuan circled around the forest several times. After a few circles, Qin Chuan returned to Suhai City with a dark expression. Spiritual Treasure Pulse showed no reaction, which meant there were no outstanding treasures in this forest. However, Qin Chuan felt okay about it. After all, he had gained immensely this time. Counting so far, he had devoured 4 monsters. 1 iron wireworm, 1 male bee, 1 hanging forehead blue-eyed white tiger, and 1 treasure beast. All these monsters had granted him extremely powerful skills. Thinking about the incubating egg in Wang Yushu's belly, Qin Chuan hurried back to the city. Arriving at the villa, Qin Chuan skillfully took out a key and opened the door. Qin Chuan, you're back. Hearing the door sound, Wang Yushu jogged over and grabbed Qin Chuan's hand. To outsiders, their actions seemed a bit too intimate. However, Wang Yushu didn't care at all. Her expression was sweet as she held Qin Chuan's hand. She really enjoyed the time spent with Qin Chuan. Yeah, I just went to buy you some food, and I've already put it in the warehouse. Qin Chuan told a small lie. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu shyly glanced at him. Qin Chuan, please don't laugh at me. I've noticed that I've been eating more and more lately. I don't know why. She secretly glanced at the table piled high with lunchboxes behind her, subtly moving a little to block Qin Chuan's sight. Did the doctor really say nothing? She looked at Qin Chuan pitifully. Wang Yushu's little daughter acted coy, and Qin Chuan smiled. Really nothing, you are fine. Of course, he could not tell Wang Yushu about the eggs in her body. After all, he still needed her to hatch them. Eat, I bought you your favorite meatballs. Qin Chuan took out a bag of octopus balls from behind him. Seeing the meatballs, Wang Yushu's eyes lit up, and she snatched them away. Qin Chuan, you are so nice. She spun around happily, her eyes turned into 2 crescent moons, and then she ran to the dining table to eat. Qin Chuan shook his head with a smile and sat down on the sofa to rest. Now, the number of devour times sent by the devouring system was left with only 1, and he had already thought of the last monster to devour. The face-hugging bug. Calculating the time, the face-hugging bug would appear by the lake near Jinj City tomorrow. I need to go out tomorrow. Qin Chuan said without turning back. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu exclaimed. Although she was extremely doubtful, she still chose not to ask. Qin Chuan, the outside world is so chaotic lately, be careful. Wang Yushu swallowed a meatball, her words a bit unclear. However, Qin Chuan could still sense the concern in her words. I know, you stay at home and don't run around. Qin Chuan said. This world is about to get chaotic, less than a week left. Thinking about the coming apocalypse, he sighed. At that time, countless people would die. But he couldn't change anything. He could only ensure he survives after the apocalypse, of course, with Wang Yushu. He walked to the window, looking at the blood moon outside, lost in thought. That night, at the city lord's mansion in Suai City. City lord, Elder Zhao has disappeared. Listening to the report, the square-faced city lord was a bit impatient. Elder Zhao came to investigate the mist's cause, didn't he? He is from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, not under our jurisdiction. Perhaps he went deep into the forest for investigation. Do you think I don't have enough things to deal with? You need to report this little matter to me? The city lord said impatiently. I understand this logic, but the problem now is that Elder Zhao is completely unreachable. He's from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, after all, with a special identity. If something happened to him? One of the subordinates said hesitantly. Hearing this, the city lord waved his hand. Stop bothering me, I have a pile of things to handle. Elder Zhao is strong, how could something happen to him so easily? Even if something did happen, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau would hold me responsible. You can leave now, I still have a lot of government affairs to handle. The city lord said in a husky voice. Clearly, during this period, he was truly exhausted. Hearing the city lord's words, the subordinate did not dare to say much more. Of course, they did not know that Elder Zhao was indeed dead, and before he died, he generously gifted his treasure-hunting beast to Qin Chuan. Early the next morning, Qin Chuan set off for Jinj City. Chapter 21, The Turmoil in Jinj City. This was his first time going to another city since his rebirth, but he felt no sense of strangeness. In his previous life, after the apocalypse, Suhai City and Jinj City were both classified as safe zone too. Plus, during his previous life, he often went out to carry out missions, so he was somewhat familiar with Jinj City. Driving out of Suhai City, Qin Chuan headed towards Jinj City. This was a major thoroughfare, bustling with people at ordinary times. But now, because of the city lockdown, there wasn't a single car on the smooth road. The road was deserted, and faint roars from beasts could be heard from the jungle beside the road. If you look closely, you can see beasts darting and running through the jungle. The jungle itself has already been shrouded in mist, carrying a chilling air. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel a deep emotion inside. The time left for humanity is running out. He had no overly strong feelings, after all, he had returned from that world with a heart of iron. Finding the right path, Qin Chuan slammed on the gas, racing towards Jinj City. Originally a 2-hour journey, due to the lack of people on the road, Qin Chuan arrived in just 40 minutes. Looking at his watch, Qin Chuan felt it was still early, and since the crawling bugs hadn't appeared, he thought of checking inside the city. As he reached the city gate, a guard stopped his car. Stop. No entry allowed here. Seeing the person in white in front of him, Qin Chuan smiled. He originally wanted to use mental control to make the guard let him through, but he still wanted to understand the situation in Jinj City, so he didn't use his abilities. I come from Suai City, just here to handle some business. He handed over a cigarette and pointed in the direction of Suai City. I'm sorry, I don't smoke. Since you're from Suai City, why don't you go back? The person in blue stiffly refused Qin Chuan, waving his hand, indicating for Qin Chuan to leave. His demeanor carried an air of arrogance. Is this place also under lockdown? Qin Chuan asked. Yes, entry and exit are prohibited here, not even the city lord is allowed. At that moment, a black Audi drove in from a distance. Of course, when it reached the city gate, it was also stopped by others. The car was halted, and the window of the Audi rolled down. A noble-looking lady wearing sunglasses berated the person who stopped her. Who do you think you are? How dare you stop my car? The lady spewed insults, tossing her sunglasses aside, clearly extremely arrogant. Seeing this scene, the person in blue quickly ran over. You want me to get out for inspection? Let me tell you, it is I who gets out, and it is you who loses your job. The lady became more agitated, ready to open the door and get out. Seeing this, the person in blue nearly lost his wits. Mrs. Kong. Mrs. Kong. My subordinate is inexperienced, I'll discipline him right away. Saying this, he turned and slapped the person who had stopped Mrs. Kong's car hard. Apologize to Mrs. Kong. He shouted angrily. After the subordinate apologized, the person in blue bowed and scraped before Mrs. Kong. Mrs. Kong, my subordinate just arrived, he didn't know better, I apologize to you, please forgive this small mistake. After saying a few flattering words, Mrs. Kong finally closed the window and sped into the city. Until the Audi disappeared from view, the person in blue still held up his hand, maintaining a posture of farewell. Seeing the person in blue fawning over her, Qin Chuan lost all desire to ask him for information. He immediately started the car, ready to enter the city. You! Stop! Who told you to start the car? Hearing the engine, the person in blue quickly turned around and fiercely shouted at Qin Chuan.
This expression was a stark contrast to the servility he showed Mrs. Kong just moments ago. Qin Chuan shook his head, sneering, and rolled down the car window.
I told you, I'm going into the city.
A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. However, the person in blue ignored him, walking in front of Qin Chuan's car, looking very official.
I told you, our Jin city is under lockdown.
Qin Chuan glanced at him and pointed to the direction where the Audi had left.
Lockdown? Is this how you enforce a lockdown? Do you think I'm blind?
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, the person in blue remained righteous. That car was on a mission outside, now it's returning to Jin City, how can you compare yourself to her? If it weren't for Qin Chuan having seen the previous scene, the way he looked serious could really make one believe what he said was true.
Wow, aren't you going to perform at all? Do you think I'm deaf? Qin Chuan asked. The man in blue still had a formal attitude and made a gesture. Please leave. Qin Chuan nodded, this kind of differential treatment was indeed acceptable. I'll ask you one last question, what's your name?
Hearing Qin Chuan's question, the man in blue glanced at him coldly. You don't need to know that, you just need to know I'm carrying out a mission.
This is a special time, you.
Qin Chuan was too lazy to listen to his rambling, an eerie red glow flashed in his eyes.
Master, what do you command? Open the door, then kill yourself here.
Qin Chuan commanded decisively.
Yes, I will obey your command.
Before leaving, Qin Chuan glanced at the man in blue and shook his head.
Don't blame me for seeking death. After Qin Chuan left, the man in blue began to bang his head against the huge rock by the roadside, scaring the onlookers who couldn't stop him.
Qin Chuan drove towards the city, feeling inevitably sentimental.
Although the apocalypse was terrifying, what was more terrifying than the apocalypse was the human heart.
The so-called Mrs. Confucius from earlier was clearly a powerful and influential person. These guards, bowing and scraping before the powerful, turned into fierce beasts when facing ordinary people. The ugliness of human nature was fully displayed at this moment. Living in such a world, it's normal for the powerless to be bullied. Compared to the current world, Qin Chuan still preferred the world after the apocalypse.
After the apocalypse, everyone spoke with strength, nothing like now.
After wandering around the city, Qin Chuan found a shop and ate something, not stopping, but driving towards another direction of Jin City. Crescent Lake is located to the east of Jin City, usually considered a famous scenic spot, a great place for citizens to relax, and many people enjoy strolling here. Of course, when Qin Chuan arrived at Crescent Lake, the whole place was quiet, not a single person was in sight. This place had already been sealed off, there was simply no one coming here. Qin Chuan was happy and carefree, stopping the car and following his memory, arriving at the location where the facehugger would soon be born.
At 12 noon, a facehugger would refresh here. Chapter 22, The Fear of the Celestial Dragon People.
Qin Chuan looked at his watch, it was only 11. With nothing to do, Qin Chuan started walking around the area. Crescent Lake is a well-known attraction, and the scenery, of course, is beautiful. Although there were no people now, a thin layer of mist covered the surface of Crescent Lake, making the scenery even more beautiful. Qin Chuan quietly admired this beautiful view, feeling quite happy. At that moment, a strong wave suddenly surged in his mind.
Lingxi treasure vein.
He was deeply shaken, there was treasure here. He knew the ability of the Lingxi treasure vein and could roughly guess that any treasure detectable by it was definitely not ordinary. He immediately closed his eyes, focusing his mind intensely, sensing the direction and location of the treasure.
As his mental energy concentrated, a vague object slowly appeared in Qin Chuan's mind.
This object was blurry, making it difficult to see what it was. But it had an arrow pointing towards the position of the treasure. And the direction indicated was... Qin Chuan's eyes suddenly opened as he looked towards the lake surface.
In the middle of the lake. Qin Chuan looked in the direction pointed by the treasure, feeling something profound.
He was now certain that this treasure was at the bottom of Crescent Lake. As for what it was, he wasn't sure yet. However, since he sensed this treasure, he naturally had to get it. I really have good luck, this counts as an unexpected gain.
Qin Chuan smiled.
He did not expect that this trip would yield unexpected rewards.
But since it was at the lake bottom, he wasn't in a hurry to go.
After all, in such a deep place, no one could obtain it at all. Moreover, right now, Jin City forbade all citizens from leaving the city.
No one could come out at all.
Moreover, the facehugger was about to be born, his most important task was to devour the facehugger first, everything else could wait. He walked around the lake, feeling the changes in his inner spirit treasure vein, and Qin Chuan had already confirmed the treasure's location in the lake. It's indeed just below the center of the lake.
Qin Chuan was certain and secretly marked the location.
He checked the time, it wasn't early anymore, and the facehugger was about to be born, so he headed towards the place of its birth. Who would have thought that just as he was nearing the place of the facehugger's birth, he heard some people chatting.
Hearing voices, Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. Wasn't Jin City under lockdown? Where did these people come from? Or were there other ability users? Thinking this, Qin Chuan quickened his pace. As he got closer, he saw that indeed there were a few people near the place of the facehugger's birth. 2 men and 2 women were leisurely strolling. Today, when I entered the city, those blind guards actually dared to stop me? Don't they know who I am? It made me so mad. Those blind fools. I'll have my father deal with them when I get back. Right, if we don't show them some color, they really think they're the same as us. They are just a bunch of gatekeepers, it's pointless to argue with them. The few of them chatted and laughed. When Qin Chuan saw the woman in front, he was somewhat surprised. It was the woman from the Audi he met today. He didn't expect to run into her here. Although they were chatting, the group noticed Qin Chuan. They were quite surprised and obviously a bit taken aback to see someone here. Who are you? What are you doing here? The woman in the lead looked at Qin Chuan, her face instantly clouding over, raising her chin and asking in a questioning tone. Exactly. The whole city is under lockdown, don't you know you can't enter or leave? Are you from Jin City? How dare you act recklessly? A man beside the woman also scolded. Hearing their words, Qin Chuan gave them a cold glance. What I'm doing here is none of your business. Can anyone come or go? Then why are you here? Qin Chuan barely held back the impulse to kill the people in front of him. The conditions for the facehugger's birth were extremely harsh, it was about to be born, and he did not want any accidents. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, the woman's face turned cold. You dare talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? She was the daughter of the city lord of Jin City, who had always been pampered since birth, and no one had ever dared to speak to her like that. She was trembling with anger. Seeing the woman so angry, the 2 men beside her were furious. Brother-in-law, this guy doesn't know where he came from and has dared to anger my sister like this. Let's teach him a lesson. Let's kill him. The 2 approached Qin Chuan. Seeing the 2 walking towards him recklessly, Qin Chuan could no longer hold back and was about to kill them. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. In the ground between them, a patch of sand began to undulate constantly, and the ground trembled slightly with this movement. The 2 men who were about to come over were completely stunned by this change. The 2 women behind them were even more frightened and dared not move. One was the daughter of the city lord of Jin City, and the other was a daughter-in-law. After the lockdown, they took advantage of their privileges to go in and out of Jin City freely, completely disregarding the ban. Moreover, they brought in large amounts of supplies that Jin City lacked and sold them at inflated prices, making a huge profit. Today, they thought they would take a stroll by Crescent Moon Lake, but they didn't expect to encounter such a situation. While the few of them were stunned in fear, Qin Chuan was staring at the ground with excitement. He knew that the facehugger had been born. It would break through the ground soon. Sure enough, after the ground quivered, a facehugging worm appeared before a few people. Seeing the appearance of the facehugging worm, Qin Chuan felt no surprise at all, instead, he excitedly licked his lips. This facehugging worm was about to be devoured by him. However, the 4 people opposite Qin Chuan had never seen such a terrifying creature and were directly scared silly. The 2 women screamed in panic. Just as the facehugging worm was newly born, the scream startled it, and it immediately lunged toward the face of a young woman. The young woman couldn't dodge in time and was directly embraced by the facehugging worm on her face. She trembled in fear, her whole body shaking, and her hands tried to pull the facehugging worm off but didn't dare to tug. Help me! After she uttered those words, she began to tremble all over. Seeing the monster suddenly appear and cling to his wife's face, the young woman's husband was also frightened silly. A chill shot from his spine straight to the top of his head. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind: what on earth is this thing? He tried to step forward several times, but he didn't dare to pull at the facehugging worm. This creature was simply too terrifying. The young woman's brother reacted the same way, trembling all over in fear. Let's go, husband, we have to leave. The remaining woman pulled the young woman's brother's hand, continuously shouting. Chapter 23, Devour. Face-hugging worm. Qin Chuan watched the terror on their faces and just wanted to laugh. Why did you provoke this thing? Don't you know it's called a divine beast after the apocalypse? After the apocalypse arrived, monsters were also ranked. According to what people later learned, monsters were classified from low to high, common, fine, supreme, holy, immortal, and divine. The higher the grade of the monster, the stronger its power, and the abilities gained after devouring would also be more formidable. So far, all the monsters Qin Chuan had devoured were of divine grade. At this moment, the young woman's brother and sister-in-law were so frightened that they could barely stand. They had lived in favorable conditions since childhood and had never seen such a thing.
Seeing the face-hugging worm continuously clinging to his wife's face, and her cries for help growing weaker, her husband finally mustered the courage to step forward and try to pull the face-hugging worm off. However, when his hand touched the face-hugging worm, he let out a terrible scream.
Ah! He looked at his hands and let out a painful howl.
The young woman's brother and sister-in-law looked at the man in even greater terror. His hands had been corroded and were still emitting white smoke. His hands were reduced to nothing but bones, his eyes filled with fear.
Hurry, let's go, we need to run. But, my sister. If you don't run, I will.
Saying this, the woman trembled as she ran away into the distance. The young woman's husband and brother exchanged a glance at the nearly silenced young woman, gritted their teeth, and ultimately ran away into the distance. In the face of the terrifying face-hugging worm, the instinct for survival overcame humanity. Qin Chuan saw the few running away into the distance and a faint smile crept onto his lips.
How could he let them escape?
With a thought, his neural spores immediately controlled the group.
Come back,
he commanded through the neural spores. Under the control of the neural spores, the group walked back in a daze.
Wasn't a ban placed in the city? No one is allowed in or out. It can't be that you don't follow the rules just because you are the family of the city lord?
A hint of cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since you don't obey the rules you set, then you must pay the corresponding price. He turned to look at the face-hugging worm, and the neural spores silently entered the size of the face-hugging worm.
It can still be like this?
He felt somewhat shocked. At this moment, the face-hugging worm was continuously invading the young woman's brain, and more than half of its body had already entered her mouth.
Qin Chuan could keenly sense that the face-hugging worm was continuously growing. Can one continuously enhance their own abilities by devouring human energy? This ability is quite abnormal. Qin Chuan sighed. No wonder, after the apocalypse, the face-eater could be called a godly monster. This ability really is a bit against the heavens. Qin Chuan chose to sit down and observe the process of the face-eater devouring the woman. After all, there was still plenty of time, and it was a good thing for the face-eater to enhance its strength. The face-eater continuously secreted slime, consuming the woman. In the end, it even drilled down her throat and began to devour her internal organs. About half an hour later, the face-eater burst out of her chest. At that moment, the woman had already lost any signs of life. Qin Chuan looked at the face-eater that had broken through her chest, his eyes filled with a bit of surprise. In just a short time, the face-eater had grown considerably. Moreover, through the observation of the neural spores, Qin Chuan felt the face-eater's strength had increased significantly. It grows so fast,
Qin Chuan exclaimed. No wonder in his previous life, after the face-eater appeared, it caused massive casualties in Jin City. For a long time, the residents had to wear iron helmets just to venture outside.
After devouring one person, the face-eater took a short break, then lunged at another person's face. Qin Chuan watched all of this without intervening.
These four individuals were enjoying the benefits of power, living recklessly and bullying others, and they were truly not worth pitying. After an hour of devouring, the face-eater had consumed 4 people and had grown a whole size larger. Not only that, but it also radiated a red glow, looking particularly eerie. This terrifying scene was enough to scare anyone into madness. However, after witnessing a few instants of devouring, Qin Chuan felt no discomfort facing such a terrifying monster. Instead, he felt a faint anticipation.
This was a godly monster.
It could become stronger through consumption. As the infamous beast after the apocalypse turned its gaze towards him, Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished. The ferocity of this beast exceeded his imagination. Even though his own strength was now extremely powerful, under the pressure of this strong aura, the beast still displayed a hint of hostility towards him.
This is interesting. No wonder it's the monster I have my eye on, it truly is powerful. But no matter how strong you are, showing hostility towards me is seeking death. Qin Chuan's expression darkened, and the neural spores exploded, causing the face-eater to emit a painful cry.
Within that scream, there was immense fear. Having devoured 4 people, the face-eater had now completed its evolution and was ready to consume again. Qin Chuan no longer hesitated, stepping forward, conjuring a massive claw in his hand, and fiercely bit down on the face-eater. This was the last consumption opportunity given in the starter pack from his system. After consuming the face-eater, Qin Chuan would complete the task before the apocalypse arrived. By then, after devouring 5 godly monsters, he could rise to power in the apocalypse.
Jin City.
At this moment, the Lord's mansion was in complete chaos.
Have you found them? Lord Kongyi asked his subordinate anxiously. Not yet. The subordinate was sweating profusely. Who could know where those ancestors had gone? Hurry and find them.
The Lord was furious and hurled his teacup at the subordinate. After the subordinate left, Kongyi panted heavily, his face filled with anxiety, rapidly thinking about where his family might have gone. He also knew that the town was in chaos lately, so he had issued an order to lock down the city. However, he ignored his son and daughter's dealings with goods, thinking only about how to gather more wealth. But now, both his daughter and son have gone missing at the same time. This made him extremely anxious inside. After thinking for a while, the city lord called someone. Send people out of the city to find them. Must find Kong Fei and Kongya. If you don't find them, you don't need to come back. Hearing this, the subordinate opened his mouth. Right now, it's so dangerous outside that no one wants to go out. Moreover, there's an order to seal the city. So many people going out will surely cause dissatisfaction among the citizens. However, seeing the city lord's murderous gaze, the subordinate dared not say much, took the orders, and went down to make arrangements. The city lord is unpredictable in rage. If he angers him, there will definitely be no good outcome. Chapter 24, Devouring System Upgrade. While Jingu City was in utter chaos, Qin Chuan was outside the city devouring the facehugger worm. This famous fierce beast in later generations had no power to resist against Qin Chuan at this moment. Although it was unwilling, its spirit had been almost destroyed, leaving only a faint consciousness. It could only feel its body and strength being constantly devoured until everything faded into darkness. Qin Chuan finished the last bite of the facehugger worm and hummed in satisfaction. Perhaps because he had already devoured 4 divine beasts, he didn't feel any illusions while devouring the facehugger worm. Strictly speaking, illusions are actually a side effect. This also means he has completely adapted to the act of devouring beasts. Once the devouring was complete, the system's prompt sound followed. Ding! Host has devoured creature, facehugger worm. Congratulations, host has gained genetic trait, bone tail piercing. Genetic trait bone tail piercing has been activated. Host, Qin Chuan. Genetic trait, bone tail piercing. The host can generate a bony structure similar to the facehugger worm's tail from any bone in their body in a very short time, with a length between 1 to 3 meters, and the tip of the structure is extremely sharp, able to pierce enemies when swung. Remaining devouring times, 0. Ding! Genetic trait bone tail piercing fused with heart erosion, puppet's claw, obtained genetic trait, heart erosion bone spike. Genetic trait, heart erosion bone spike, actively activated. The user's arm bones are covered with a layer of membrane, and a section of highly compressed bony energy claw blade is generated at the tip of the fingers. The claw blade can shoot bone spikes at enemies. The bone spikes contain a large amount of neural spores, which can take control of the enemy or explode, causing huge damage. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Chuan was overjoyed. The ability of the facehugger worm was indeed extraordinarily powerful. After devouring it, he gained a strong skill. However, this powerful skill fused with the original skill to create a new skill. Heart erosion bone spike. This was a fusion skill obtained after devouring 5 divine beasts. It has offense, defense, and mental control. It is indeed an extremely powerful skill. Qin Chuan glanced around and immediately focused on a giant rock. Go! With a thought, a claw blade emerged in Qin Chuan's hand, and then the bone spike was whipped out. Bang! With a huge sound, the giant stone was actually turned into powder. The power of this skill made Qin Chuan grin widely. The speed of the bone spike was faster than the speed of sound, and its destructive power was astonishing. With this kind of skill, who could stop him? Just at this moment, he heard the system's voice by his ear. Detected that the host has used the devouring times from the beginner gift package, devoured 5 divine beasts. The system is upgrading, please go check the system interface. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Chuan was even more astonished. The system upgrade actually happened to him. This was even more worth celebrating than devouring the facehugger worm. Could it be that I am truly the child of destiny? Qin Chuan murmured and opened the system interface. He wanted to see what changes had occurred in the system. After all, it was a system upgrade gained by devouring 5 divine monsters. Just thinking about it feels promising. Due to the host successfully devouring 5 monsters, the system upgrade reward has been granted. This system is still an infinite devouring system. The host gains an unlimited number of devour chances. After obtaining genetic traits from devouring, key abilities can be extracted from these traits using this system, then fused into original skills, creating a new skill. The host can transform their body into the appearance of the devoured object, or choose to transform specific organs. Moreover, every time a monster is devoured, all attributes plus 100. Looking at the system notification, Qin Chuan felt ecstatic. The upgraded system is even more powerful. This truly deserves the title of an infinite devouring system. He sighed in admiration. Just the unlimited devouring alone is enough for Qin Chuan to stand proudly at the peak of the apocalypse. Now, there's also a new enhancement in ability fusion. Previously, although Qin Chuan was quite satisfied with the skills created through fusion, he always felt something was a bit off. Because, the skills generated were completely random and could not be controlled by Qin Chuan. Additionally, during the fusion of 2 skills, some skill traits would inevitably be lost, which was very frustrating. Now, the upgraded infinite devouring system has perfectly solved this problem. Now, he can freely combine skills according to his preferences. For example, the gene tail spike, its key abilities are skeletal mutation, tail, sharp tip, piercing. Some traits are useful, but not all traits are useful. This way, after devouring other monsters in the future, he can extract the key useful abilities and assemble them into a skill as he wishes. As for transforming into the devoured object, Qin Chuan had already used this ability before, and it wasn't particularly useful, it just made devouring seem less gruesome. Qin Chuan stared blankly at the last line of description that appeared in the system. All attributes plus 100. What a terrifying ability, Qin Chuan thought to himself. After the apocalypse came, people discovered that by devouring monsters, they could not only gain abilities but also greatly enhance their physical quality. At the beginning of the apocalypse, people did not know why this was happening, and could only attribute it to the mutations caused by devouring monsters. As the apocalypse continued, people gradually invented a machine that could test a person's various ability values. These values are also called all attributes, specifically including strength, spirit, stamina, and agility. Of course, each corresponding ability is also different. Strength and spirit are more inclined toward two types of attacks, while stamina reflects vitality, and agility represents movement. In my previous life, I remember the king's strength in the safe zone was just over 100. Qin Chuan recalled. Of course, he did not have testing instruments now, as they had not yet been invented. However, just based on the system rewards, his current total attributes were already 500. He stretched lazily, a crackling sound echoing in the air, demonstrating his immense strength. With everything here concluded, Qin Chuan immediately wanted to leave. Suddenly, he realized something and walked over to the corpses of the 4 people. His fingertips transformed into sharp blades, slicing open several chests. He leaned down, reaching in with both hands, and had already plucked a few eggs of insects. Qin Chuan was not mistaken, nearly all alien creatures lay eggs. Without the slightest hesitation, he found a container and prepared to take a few insect eggs. Chapter 25, Treasure in the Lake. The insect eggs were not many, but they were deeply hidden within the chests of the few people. To avoid damaging the insect eggs, Qin Chuan could only operate very carefully, trying to tear open a little of several people's chest cavities, then slowly take them out. Stop! Who are you? How dare you commit murder in broad daylight? A loud shout came from in front of Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan looked up and found that a group of men in black had appeared out of nowhere. At a glance, this group of people had well-built muscles and were fully equipped, clearly not ordinary individuals. However, at that moment, there was a hint of fear in their eyes as they looked at Qin Chuan. The scene before them was simply too bloody. They had only seen such scenes in movies, and naturally regarded Qin Chuan as a man-eater. Before Qin Chuan could speak, the leader of the black-clothed men noticed the scattered clothing on the ground, and his mind nearly exploded. Young master! Young miss! He could already tell from the clothes that among the dead were the son and daughter of the city lord, immediately filled with grief and anger. Kill him! No! Don't kill him! Capture him alive and take him back to wait for the city lord's orders. Under the command, all the black-clothed men stood ready, their guns aimed at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled indifferently and pointed to the ground. I didn't kill these people. Hearing this, the leader of the black-clothed men was furious. Do you think we're 3 years old? Don't say anything else, come back with me and let the city lord decide. He pointed to the miserable scene on the ground, his eyes still holding a hint of fear. This scene was simply too terrifying, and now that people were dead, they all faced punishment from the city lord. Qin Chuan frowned. He was speaking the truth, he really did not kill them, it was the face-hugging worms that did. Of course, the face-hugging worms had already been devoured by Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan shrugged, looking indifferent. Since that's the case, you'll all have to die. A strange red light flashed in his eyes, his genetic traits activated, and bone blades extended from his fingers, countless bone spikes flying toward everyone. Shoot! The leader of the black-clothed men uttered these last words before falling to the ground, completely cold. The speed of the bone spikes was even faster than bullets. Qin Chuan didn't want to waste words with these people and directly chose to end their lives this way. These black-clothed men were merely the hunting dogs of the Kong family, their deaths were of no regret. Qin Chuan clapped his hands, no longer paying attention to the corpses on the ground, and turned his gaze toward another direction. That was the center of the lake. Before devouring, he had sensed there was a treasure over there. Since it was a treasure, and he sensed it, he had to take it away. His instincts told him that this was not an ordinary treasure. He walked around and saw a dilapidated small boat. He got on it, tried it, and unexpectedly found there was still fuel, likely left over from when they evacuated. The fuel in the boat is enough for a round trip, Qin Chuan said, immediately starting the motorboat and heading towards the center of the lake. On the boat, he also discovered a set of diving gear and several oxygen tanks.
If the treasure was at the bottom of the lake and diving was necessary, then he wouldn't have to worry. Following the guidance of the spiritual treasure vein, Qin Chuan arrived at the center of the lake. Feeling a strong mental wave, Qin Chuan slowly closed his eyes. A big arrow pointed downwards. Seeing this, Qin Chuan immediately stopped hesitating, put on the diving suit, and dove down. Qin Chuan was a good swimmer, and with the diving suit, he quickly swam toward the treasure according to the direction. City Lord, all 5 squads have lost contact. In the City Lord's mansion, hearing his subordinates report, the City Lord's face turned dark, and he pounded the table heavily with his fist. Where did they go searching? Crescent Lake. Send my order, everyone gather at Crescent Lake, search with all their might. The City Lord rubbed his temples, his veins pulsating visibly. He realized the disappearance of the 5 squads might be related to the disappearance of his son and daughter. The enemy's strength is a bit terrifying. The City Lord thought darkly, quickly putting on a piece of clothing before rushing towards Crescent Lake. By Crescent Lake, seeing 4 blurred faces of disemboweled corpses, the City Lord shouted to the sky. His gaze was blood red, with grief and anger in his eyes. From the clothes on the corpses, it was clear that these 4 were his children. I don't care who you are. Since you've killed my children, I will make you pay with your blood. The City Lord gritted his teeth as he spoke. He wobbled as he stood up, the immense blow leaving him unsteady. Seeing this, his subordinates hurried to support him, but he violently pushed them away. Who is the murderer? Go find them for me. Surround Crescent Lake, not a single fly is allowed to escape. He lamented skyward, appearing mad. Seeing the City Lord in a frenzy, familiar faces no longer dared to approach and quickly departed after a bow to him. Under the water. Qin Chuan focused on searching for treasures, and he really found a faint clue. At the bottom of the lake stood a stone platform, engraved with ancient patterns. As Qin Chuan approached the stone platform, the disturbance in his heart grew even stronger. He looked at the stone platform and was certain that the treasure was here. He circled the stone platform, knocked on it, and confirmed it was hollow. Crash! He suddenly struck out with his palm, and the stone platform split in half immediately. Inside the open stone platform, a golden mirror appeared before him. So the treasure is a bronze mirror. It can't be some useless antique, that thing is worth nothing. Qin Chuan reached out to pick up the bronze mirror. The moment he held the bronze mirror, a chilling sensation coursed through him, and the mirror's properties appeared before him. True sight mirror, this is an extremely valuable mirror that can pierce through illusions and see the essence. Point this mirror at a person or object you want to examine, and you will see detailed information. Additionally, with this treasure in hand, you can see invisible units and witness things that are not visible to ordinary people. Looking at the mirror's properties, Qin Chuan was a bit stunned. The power of this mirror was indeed impressive. Aside from the system, all other information about Qin Chuan was reflected in it. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure. Qin Chuan carefully held the true sight mirror, cautiously tucking it away. The functions of this mirror were simply too powerful. Chapter 26, Kill. The City Lord of Golden Spear City. His own strength was already formidable, and now with this mirror, it was like adding icing on the cake. After finding the treasure mirror, Qin Chuan circled the stone platform a few more times, activating the Lingxi treasure pulse to prevent anything from falling. Feeling no further disturbances from the Lingxi treasure pulse, Qin Chuan wasted no time and swam up to the surface of Crescent Lake. City Lord, we didn't find any clues. We only discovered a village near Crescent Lake, where people live. One subordinate reported. A cold light flashed in the City Lord's eyes. Commoners. Kill them all. But they are all civilians. But what but? Didn't you hear what I said? The City Lord snorted heavily, his face filled with rage. He had lost his children, and he wanted others to die with them. He didn't care whether they were the murderers or not. In his mind, these villagers were no different from ants. He and his children were the true gods above these people. Hearing the Lord's words, the subordinate did not dare to delay. He knew the nature of this Lord, fierce, bloodthirsty, and extremely cruel. He waved his hand and took a group of people, heading towards the village to slaughter. At this moment, a subordinate shouted loudly. Lord! A boat is coming towards us from the center of Crescent Lake. Everyone's gaze turned toward the center of the lake, and indeed, a boat was heading their way. The Lord waved his hand, and everyone immediately pulled out their guns, pointing them at the boat in the lake. It was Qin Chuan. After obtaining the treasure, he was ready to return. Now, having devoured 5 beasts, his spiritual sense was exceptionally strong, and he had already noticed the crowd of people by the lake. However, he was not afraid at all. Fear was simply not his nature. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to stand in his way would face only one consequence. Death. He could already feel countless gun barrels aimed at him. Not here for a friendly visit, huh?
A cold smile appeared on his lips as murderous intent surged in his heart. He had only gone into the lake for a bit, and so many people had come for him. As for the reason, Qin Chuan had thought of it long ago. It was simply related to the 4 people killed by the face-hugging worm by the lakeside. He had already recognized the noble status of the 4, it was normal for someone to come for revenge now. Since they had come, they might as well all die together. Thinking of this, he sped up the boat. At this moment, all the people on the shore focused their gaze on the boat. Lord! Should we strike now? Seeing the boat speed up, a trusted follower asked. The Lord shook his head. Let's wait until he gets a little closer. Although killing requires a life in return, we still need to understand the reason. What if he isn't the killer? Listening to the Lord's words, the subordinate wore a helpless expression. The Lord, who had just ordered the slaughter of the village, was a hypocritical and extremely cunning person. Having followed him for so long, the subordinates understood his nature. What he meant was that he didn't want the person before him to die easily, he just wanted to torture him to death. On the other side, Qin Chuan didn't care and boldly drove the boat to the shore. On the shore, there were at least hundreds of people, and there were also many snipers nearby. Qin Chuan didn't need to look to know that the snipers had their guns aimed at his head. Wow! So many people? Qin Chuan got off the boat, glanced around, and showed no signs of fear on his face. Seeing Qin Chuan's appearance and feeling his powerful pressure, the Lord quietly signaled, and everyone prepared to act. You have such great interest. Coming to Crescent Lake for leisure during the city lockdown. The Lord said. Hearing the Lord's slightly mocking tone, Qin Chuan smiled. I am not from Jin City, I am not under your jurisdiction. So many people have their guns aimed at me, what do you want? His tone was calm, showing no hint of fear. His words showed no respect for the Lord at all. The Lord sneered, he merely thought Qin Chuan was putting on an act. With so many guns aimed at him, could he possibly escape? Did you kill my children? He stared at Qin Chuan closely, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. No. Qin Chuan shook his head, directly denying it. He was not wrong, it was indeed not him who killed them. That was all the work of the face-hugging worm, his way of killing was not so cruel. You're still hiding the truth at this point, do you take me for a 3-year-old? The Lord snorted. Whether or not it was you, I am the Lord of Jin City. If someone was killed on my territory, you'll come with me for an investigation. After the Lord finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and a few people stepped forward, intending to take Qin Chuan away. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan sneered. Take me away? What a bold claim. As he spoke, a strange red light flashed in his eyes, and he directly controlled the few people who wanted to step forward. Feeling the abnormality, the Lord secretly thought that something was amiss. Kill him. He shouted loudly, countless bullets flying towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan saw this scene, only shook his head, activating his armor. After a burst of gunfire, he stood unharmed in place. What? How is this possible? After seeing everything in front of him, the city lord's pupils widened, filled with disbelief. He thought that so many bullets would be enough to turn Qin Chuan into a sieve. Yet the person in front of him was unscathed. It was as if the bullets had no effect on him at all. Qin Chuan smiled innocently at the city lord. Is it over? It's my turn. After saying that, he immediately activated his bone spikes, countless spikes flying towards all directions from where the gunshots came, faster than bullets. In the midst of the wails, the bone spikes pierced the gunmen's heads, all gunmen were killed. After a round of wailing, the entire Crescent Lake returned to tranquility. Who are you? Don't come near me. The city lord looked at Qin Chuan in terror, constantly glancing left and right. All his subordinates had been wiped out in an instant. Of course, Qin Chuan was kind-hearted, intentionally leaving him alive. I actually preferred your arrogant self just now. Qin Chuan walked slowly towards the city lord. Weren't you going to catch me? Now I'm with you, do you dare? The city lord waved his hands, retreating constantly. No, you must be mistaken, this is all a misunderstanding, spare my life. At this moment, he realized how terrifying the person in front of him was. Such means were like a god descending to earth. Who has ever seen someone survive under hundreds of bullets? Isn't that a god? Misunderstanding? This isn't a misunderstanding, you're just afraid you're going to die. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, the neural spores entered the city lord's mind, reading the information in his brain. Moments later, Qin Chuan had obtained the city lord's thoughts. He snorted coldly, and the neural spores exploded. Bang! The city lord's head exploded, blood splattered, the headless corpse slowly fell. Chapter 27 Little Fatty. Qin Chuan slowly walked back, his mind full of the thoughts he had just read from the city lord's brain. There were indulgences, nightlife, debauchery, and using privileges to oppress the common people. These thoughts were deeply rooted in the city lord's mind. Seeing this, Qin Chuan felt truly disgusted. It was such a person who feasted on the people of Golden Spear City, while boasting of pure bloodlines. Therefore, he killed the city lord to end it. Such a person does not deserve to live in this world. Moreover, this person was the lord of a city. How miserable must the people of Golden Spear City be? He rushed towards Golden Spear City, when suddenly he heard gunshots as he passed through a forest. Let's go take a look. Qin Chuan immediately turned the car around and sped towards the direction of the gunfire. Following the sound of the gunfire, Qin Chuan arrived at a village. The car slowly approached, and he saw a brutal scene. A group of well-trained black-clad men were systematically shooting villagers at the village entrance. They were herding groups of villagers to the entrance, then opening fire on them. This grim scene was exactly like when the devils invaded the village back in the day. Upon seeing beautiful women, they would drive them into a nearby house, from which the sounds of terrified wails continuously emerged. This is the last batch. After we kill them, our mission will be complete. A black-clad man lit a cigarette, speaking to his companion. His companion raised his eyebrows at the house. There are several pretty ones inside. I haven't tasted them yet. It would be a pity to leave now. Let's stay a while longer. No, we kill this batch and leave. Those two must be killed. The city lord is waiting. Think about his temper. At this moment, the last batch was pushed forward. It was an old man and a child. Officer, what crime have we committed? Why are you treating us this way? The old man asked tremulously, tears on his face, looking up. What crime have I committed? Humph. Your crime is living here. The lord of the city finds this place displeasing, and you must die. A man in black said fiercely. In this world, how can there be such reasoning? Is living itself a crime? The old man sighed to the sky, his face already numb. A gun was pressed against his head, about to end his life. Stop. You are a bunch of beasts. Qin Chuan could not endure the scene any longer, he shouted. With a thought, countless bone spikes flew toward the man in black. Before the man in black could react, he was instantly pierced through the head. Countless blood flowers splattered, and there was no one left except the villagers. Qin Chuan stepped forward and helped the old man and the child who were kneeling on the ground. After hearing the old man recount everything that had happened, Qin Chuan's fury boiled. What lord of Jingu City? They are simply a group of beasts worse than pigs and dogs. His heart was filled with killing intent. Remembering the filthy thoughts in the lord's mind, he sighed. The apocalypse was about to come, and for many, this was the end of the world. But for these ordinary people who could be easily oppressed, was it not also an opportunity for them to rise? As long as they had strength, they would no longer be bullied. Child, you are very capable. I have a request. Let this child follow you. I want him to learn some skills so he won't be bullied. The old man pulled the child over. Looking at the wooden-faced child, Qin Chuan initially wanted to refuse. His purpose after being reborn was to become stronger in this world. However, seeing the old man's eager eyes and the flickering hatred in the child's gaze, he softened his heart. After all, he would surely build his own force in the future, and once he established a force, he would need many people. This child before him had lost his family, making him a suitable object for cultivation. I agree. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and nodded. Xiao Pang, quickly bow to your benefactor. Upon seeing Qin Chuan agree, the old man cried with laughter. The child stepped forward, his face emotionless, and knelt directly before Qin Chuan, knocking his head 3 times heavily. Is your name Xiao Pang? Qin Chuan asked. Xiao Pang nodded, his expression a bit dazed. Qin Chuan could understand, seeing his family killed, it was normal for Xiao Pang to react this way. I can take you in, but you must listen to me. You must do whatever I say. He said. Xiao Pang didn't speak, but nodded heavily. There are a few men in black inside the house, go and kill them all. Qin Chuan handed him a handgun. There were a few men in black in the house, but Qin Chuan had controlled them with neural spores, so they had no ability to resist. Letting a child kill was a carefully considered decision for Qin Chuan. He wanted to test the child's character. He was a king after the apocalypse, and those who followed him would surely be strong. Xiao Pang appeared to be a simple and honest person, absolutely untainted by blood. A normal person would definitely be afraid of killing. However, facing the murder of his family, if he did not dare to kill his enemies, it would mean this child was not ruthless enough. If he was not ruthless enough, Qin Chuan would definitely not take him away. Under Qin Chuan's gaze, Xiao Pang took the gun, nodded, and walked toward the house. Moments later, bursts of gunfire echoed from inside the house. After the gunfire finished, Xiao Pang dragged each man in black out and picked up a machete, chopping at the men in black one by one. Blood splattered onto Xiao Pang's face, but he showed no fear, continuing to chop at their heads. His expression was wooden, but flames of revenge flickered in his eyes.
Qin Chuan showed an approving expression. Xiaopeng could be cultivated. It was only until the men in black were completely disfigured that Qin Chuan finally went over to stop Xiaopeng. That's enough. He grabbed Little Fatty and conveyed his affirmation. Little Fatty's expression was blank. He dropped the hatchet in his hand and cried out loudly. Seeing the child in tears, Qin Chuan gently patted Little Fatty's back, comforting him. It's all over, it's all over. Little Fatty was still a child, his entire family was killed in one day, and now he had avenged them. This reaction was entirely understandable. Uncle, can you make me stronger? I don't want to be bullied anymore. Little Fatty cried as he spoke to Qin Chuan. Looking at Little Fatty, Qin Chuan nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely make you strong. So that no one dares to bully you. Although he had become harsher after his rebirth, it didn't mean he lacked feelings. Little Fatty's experience was indeed tragic, and he wanted to train Little Fatty well. After settling the remaining villagers, Qin Chuan took Little Fatty and headed toward Jin City. Let's go, we're going to take revenge for you. Qin Chuan said. He already had a plan in mind. Since the people in Jin City lived so miserably, it wouldn't be excessive for him to wipe out the entire family of the city lord, right? Chapter 28, Massacre. The city lord's mansion. Because the city lord took a group of people out, the defense in Jin City was very weak. Of course, Qin Chuan didn't mind. No matter how many people there were, he was not afraid. The gap between the mutated and ordinary people was greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Entering Jin City, Qin Chuan swaggered with Little Fatty toward the city lord's mansion. There was no need to ask where the city lord's mansion was. The tallest building in the center of the city was it. Who goes there? What business do you have? Show your pass. As they approached the city lord's mansion, a guard shouted at the two. Before he could continue speaking, a red light flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes, and he immediately controlled the guard's mind. Let me in. Qin Chuan said lightly. The guard replied yes, master, and turned to lead the two into the city lord's mansion. For Qin Chuan, this was just another normal skill, but it stunned Little Fatty beside him into silence. He looked at Qin Chuan, wanting to say something, but ultimately kept his mouth shut. Are you wondering how I made him listen? Feeling Little Fatty's thoughts, Qin Chuan asked as he lowered his head. Little Fatty looked up at Qin Chuan and nodded heavily. His eyes sparkled with envy, as if to say, if only I could be that powerful. Qin Chuan smiled. You will know in the future. Today is not a good day for discussion, it's time to take action. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, a fragrant atmosphere greeted them. There were gardens, rockeries, pavilions, and flowing water. What a beautiful landscape of a Chinese garden. Qin Chuan clicked his tongue in amazement. It seemed the city lord had amassed quite a bit over the years, no wonder he could afford such a large garden estate. It was also no surprise that his family was so arrogant and domineering. But then again, the money spent on the garden came from the common people's hard work. The stream was diverted from the mountain outside the city. To do so, all the villages along the way had to be relocated. All the pavilions here are made of golden silk nanmu, purchased at a high price. The city lord said he just likes golden silk nanmu. All the faucets here are constantly running 24 hours a day. The city lord's wife thinks it looks nice and wants it to keep flowing. All the electrical wires in the city lord's mansion are made of gold. The city lord said it has good conductivity. As he browsed through the information in the guard's mind, an indescribable feeling arose in Qin Chuan's heart. The city lord lived luxuriously in the city while the common people outside struggled for their livelihood. In the end, the city lord used the power he held to oppress the people outside the city and snatch away their food. A city lord like this deserves to die. The only ones left in the city lord's mansion were the city lord's family members. The city lord is extravagant and indulgent. Are his family members innocent too? No. They all deserve to die. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with red light, and everyone he saw had neural spores implanted in their minds, obeying his commands. Before long, a dense crowd stood behind him. I command you, pick up your guns and kill everyone here. Qin Chuan focused his thoughts and issued commands to a few people. As soon as Qin Chuan's orders were given, the people behind him sprang into action. The crowd surged into the city lord's mansion, commencing one-sided slaughter. For a moment, the city lord's mansion was filled with desperate wails, and the smell of blood was everywhere. He took a deep breath. What a wonderful scent. These people had it coming. Uncle, I have a request. The chubby boy looked up and said. Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. These people are all killers, right? The chubby boy asked. Qin Chuan nodded. Give me a gun, a knife will do too. I want to take revenge for the villagers. The chubby boy's eyes sparkled with the light of vengeance. Qin Chuan smiled. He was right about the boy. This child is ruthless enough. Go ahead, I will wait for you here. Qin Chuan picked up a gun from the ground and handed it to the chubby boy.
The chubby boy took the gun without hesitation and charged forward. Now this is a good child, Qin Chuan thought in admiration. He simply found a pavilion, sat inside, listening to the screams and wails from the city lord's mansion, feeling particularly joyful. Unknowingly, the sun had set, and the red moon was rising.
Uncle, everyone is dead.
The chubby boy ran over, his face covered in sweat and blood. However, there was no fear in his eyes, only an indescribable sense of relief. He had avenged the slaughter of his village, and now he felt much better.
Is it all over? Qin Chuan asked.
The chubby boy nodded vigorously.
All right, let's go.
Qin Chuan stood up, clapped his hands, and left the city lord's mansion with the chubby boy. As they were leaving, he set a large fire in the city lord's mansion.
Watching the flames slowly engulf the city lord's mansion, Qin Chuan smiled and pressed the accelerator towards Suai City.
On this trip, he not only successfully devoured the face-hugging bug but also obtained a true sight mirror, which was quite a harvest. Of course, he also brought back a child. Qin Chuan glanced at the sleeping chubby boy and felt quite emotional. The chubby boy was lucky. Without Qin Chuan's sudden appearance, he would have ended up as another victim under the city lord's command, just like his villagers. But now he was saved by Qin Chuan, and his future looked bright. The car quickly drove into Suai City, and Qin Chuan parked it downstairs from his apartment. He decided to let the chubby boy stay at his home for now. Mainly to help the chubby boy relieve his emotions during this time, he knew that at such a young age, suffering such a blow, no amount of comfort was as good as being alone.
Uncle, we're here.
The car stopped, and the chubby boy rubbed his eyes awake.
We're here, this is my home. You can stay here for a while. Qin Chuan said.
Also, the outside world has changed too much lately, so don't wander around. There's water, food, a computer, and a TV here, you can watch them if you get bored. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, the chubby boy nodded heavily. Looking at the chubby boy's innocent face, Qin Chuan felt even more pity for him. He decided to find a powerful monster to devour after the apocalypse, to train him as soon as possible. After all, the only goal in the boy's heart now was to become stronger. After giving instructions, Qin Chuan drove to Wang Yushu's house. On the way, he checked the bug egg in his hand while driving.
Don't die on me now, we're almost there.
He murmured to himself.
Wang Yushu's home wasn't far from Qin Chuan's, and he arrived shortly. Qin Chuan, you're back. Seeing Qin Chuan return,
Wang Yushu ran over with a smile and pulled Qin Chuan's hand. I'm just glad you're back, I have something to tell you.
Wang Yushu said mysteriously. Chapter 29, The Changes Within the School Bell.
Oh?
What news?
Qin Chuan looked at Wang Yushu's mysterious expression, his heart guessing what the school bell wanted to say.
Could it be that the news about the Lord's Mansion of Jin City has made the headlines?
Wang Yushu frowned, looking a bit shy.
It's that. I think there's something in my belly.
Wang Yushu said, pointing at her stomach, her expression somewhat scared.
I've been feeling something moving in my belly lately. It's crazy. Something in your belly? You're not pregnant, are you?
Upon hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan immediately understood everything, but he still chose to act dumb.
Wang Yushu pouted. Qin Chuan, I've never even been in a relationship. Don't talk nonsense.
Qin Chuan chuckled. Maybe I snuck into your room while you were sleeping soundly these past few days. Wang Yushu rolled her eyes at Qin Chuan.
Still trying to fool me. Did you forget biology? How could that happen in just a few days?
Besides, you're not that kind of person.
Wang Yushu still believed in Qin Chuan's character.
She looked troubled as she stared at her belly.
What on earth is in my belly? This is too scary. Could it be that the previous worms weren't cleaned up properly? Oh no.
I still have worms in my belly. Wang Yushu muttered to herself, her little face going pale, tightly holding onto Qin Chuan, too scared to move. Seeing Wang Yushu's pitiable appearance, Qin Chuan decided to stop teasing her. After all, it's perfectly normal for a girl to feel scared in such a situation.
Don't worry, it's okay. In a couple of days, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup.
It might be related to all the strange things happening outside lately, many people are getting sick. While comforting Wang Yushu, Qin Chuan pulled her down to sit.
Neurospores infiltrated Wang Yushu's mind, controlling her thoughts. Let me see what's going on. Qin Chuan said as he began to scan Wang Yushu's body with his mental power. A small wireworm.
He suddenly widened his eyes, looking at everything in disbelief. Qin Chuan knew that there were a few worm eggs inside Wang Yushu. There were both wireworms and male bee types, with the male bee eggs personally placed by Qin Chuan himself. Perhaps because the wireworm had been parasitizing in Wang Yushu's body for a long time, and she had been eating more recently, the wireworm's growth had dramatically accelerated, leading it to hatch into a larva. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan felt hesitant. This wireworm larva moving around in Wang Yushu's body was indeed causing her quite a bit of trouble.
Should I take it out or not? After some thought, Qin Chuan decided to let the larva continue growing inside Wang Yushu. Because he also knew that if the larva did not have a good growing environment, it would only die. Currently, Wang Yushu's body was indeed the best growing environment for the larva. Moreover, since Wang Yushu had previously harbored wireworms, it indicated that her body was the most suitable environment for their growth. And with the apocalypse approaching, having the wireworm larva inside her wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, to prevent the wireworm larva from continuing to trouble Wang Yushu, Qin Chuan still gave it an order through the neurospores. Don't move. Upon receiving the command, Qin Chuan could keenly sense a rush of fear from the wireworm larva. It was an instinctive fear of the strong. Squeak squeak. A message came from the wireworm larva, and Qin Chuan understood it. It conveyed complete submission. The wireworm larva promised to no longer move around. After solving the wireworm issue, Qin Chuan withdrew his neurospores. Qin Chuan, it's strange. After I met you, it feels like the movements in my belly have stopped. Wang Yushu said while touching her belly. Maybe it's really my seed. Qin Chuan chuckled. Nonsense. Wang Yushu gave Qin Chuan a big eye roll. The two chatted for a while and started watching TV. Qin Chuan, have you been watching the news lately? I always feel like something big is going to happen. Wang Yushu said. This girl's sixth sense is really sharp, Qin Chuan secretly admired. There have indeed been a lot of things happening outside lately. It doesn't feel very peaceful. You should stay at home and not go out. Qin Chuan advised. I know. Wang Yushu tilted her head, sizing up the man in front of her. They were just good friends, but ever since the hospital incident, Wang Yushu found out that she had hopelessly fallen for Qin Chuan. Moreover, compared to high school, Qin Chuan had changed so much. He was like a different person. He wanted her to stay home all day, but he was out all the time. What was he going out for? Wang Yushu thought for a moment, shook her head, and decided not to think about it. As long as she listened to him, that would be enough. This news station reports that today, 2 violent incidents occurred in Jin City. The Lord of Jin City, Kong Yi, and a large number of people were found dead near the Crescent Lake in Jin City. The cause of death was being pierced by bone spikes into the heart. This is the largest murder case discovered since the establishment of Jin City. The official statement from Jin City is that they will pursue the killer to the end. Moreover, this afternoon, the Lord's mansion caught fire, and over 100 people in the Lord's mansion lost their lives. With these two events together, it is hard not to think that this is a malicious retaliation against the Lord of Jin City. Currently, the Great Xia Empire takes this very seriously and has dispatched special personnel to Jin City for investigation. The TV was broadcasting the events that happened in Jin City today. Looking at the tragic scenes on TV, Wang Yushu opened her mouth. Oh my god. Isn't this too dangerous? The Lord has been silenced by someone. Then she pouted. The Lord deserved to die. I have friends in Jin City, and they all say that the Lord's family is not good people. They don't know how much they envy living here in Suhai City. They deserve to die. Seeing Wang Yushu's expression, Qin Chuan laughed. This campus flower has a good view, not the kind of big-chested, brainless woman. By the way, Qin Chuan, you need to be careful when you go out. Wang Yushu turned to Qin Chuan and said seriously. It's chaotic outside lately. If it's not necessary, let's not go out. We can live comfortably here anyway. Looking at Wang Yushu's cute appearance, Qin Chuan felt a wave of tenderness in his heart, and he reached out to touch Wang Yushu's head. It's okay, I will be careful. He knew Wang Yushu's feelings for him and was aware of the dangers outside. But he was a man who wanted to become strong. If he didn't go out and didn't become stronger, then after the apocalypse came, the consequence would be to be crushed like an ant. This was something he didn't want to see. Even though there were dangers outside, there were also countless opportunities. Besides, the current dangers were nothing to him. Chapter 30, Empire High Level. Now Qin Chuan was clearly the ruler of this world. Great Xia Empire, High Level. In a conference room, a group of elders were having a meeting. These people are the well-known upper echelons of the Great Xia Empire. They are the masters of this country, the true core of the empire. However, the usually spirited elders now showed signs of deep fatigue. Recently, countless matters had left them feeling exhausted. Regarding the recent violent incidents, let's all share your thoughts. An authoritative-looking elder in the center of the conference table spoke. He was the ruling officer of the Great Xia Empire, in charge of the entire empire. The Great Xia Empire operated under a system of the Senate and ruling officer. The chief executive holds the highest power in the nation, assisted by the Senate. The chief executive looked around, waiting for everyone's opinions. I think this is a provocation against our Great Xia Empire, likely sent by people from other countries. The killer's martial arts skills are simply beyond belief. An elder said. No, the killer is not just one person. Another elder shook his head. Jinga City is derived from the meaning of golden spears and iron horses. The soldiers there are elite warriors forged in blood and iron. How could they be killed in one move? It's truly perplexing. I say the killer must be a well-planned and organized elite team. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Having governed the Great Xia Empire for so many years, they surely knew it well. As for the city lord of Jinga City, Kong Yi, I think many people are aware of him, and many have reported his situation to me. To be fair, this man is one who enjoys pleasure and privileges. An elder said while tapping the table. Then, he shook his head. But regardless of how Kong Yi is, he is still an official of our Great Xia Empire. How to deal with him is our matter. Now, someone has actually assassinated him. This is a provocation against our Great Xia Empire. The elder heavily banged the table. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded seriously in agreement. From the Great Xia Empire's perspective, only the empire can deal with Kong Yi. Now that he has been assassinated, the situation changes. We have already dispatched special personnel to investigate this matter, but so far, there are no clues. Then let's send more people. No matter the cost, we must find the killer. The dignity of our Great Xia Empire cannot be provoked by those small characters. An elder said angrily. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Speaking of sending more personnel, I suggest we draw from the mysterious investigation bureau. They have also encountered a situation. An elder said. Oh? I heard that one of their elders with the surname Zhao has gone missing. Yes, but the location of the disappearance is Suhai City, not Jinga City. However, since Suhai City is so close to Jinga City, the disappearance of Elder Zhao and the incident in Jinga City might be related. It's worth considering. Listening to this analysis, everyone nodded. Speaking of which, there was a report from Suhai City earlier. A family with the surname Wang was silenced. An elder paused and continued. The Wang family, over 100 people, were all silenced. But the cause of death is quite strange. They were all shot with their own firearms as if it were suicide. Hearing this news, everyone sat up straight. This news was truly explosive. Suicide? This is impossible, but this method of death is simply too bizarre. As they listened to the news, a chill ran down everyone's spine. What kind of technique is this? The chief executive glanced around at everyone, seeing the faint layer of fear in their eyes. Since members of the mysterious investigation bureau are missing, let's have them send more capable people to assist in the investigation. By the way, we should draw elite soldiers from the Imperial Army to ensure the safety of the investigators. The chief executive frowned, recalling something. The killer might be a group of people or just one, but based on these incidents, it's very likely that the creators of these violent events are the same group. Considering the killer's powerful single combat capabilities, we should send some elites. Let's send the Sword Master Nie Shi and the Qi Master Wang Wu to assist in the investigation. Upon hearing this, everyone looked somewhat shocked. Sword Master Nie Shi and Qi Master Wang Wu. In the entire empire, he was among the top martial artists. The Great Xia Empire was founded on martial prowess, so the whole nation revered martial arts, and the people held martial skills in high esteem. Of course, the official side of the Great Xia Empire was the same, even establishing a dedicated martial arts institution. The swordsmanship master Nie Shi and the Qigong master Wang Wu were both standout figures within the Great Xia Empire's martial arts institution. Back in the day, Nie Shi became famous for slaying dozens of people with his long sword in one swift move. Now, his swordsmanship had reached an unprecedented peak, reportedly attaining a sublime state. Wang Wu, the Qigong master, was not to be outdone either, known far and wide for his hard Qigong skills. It was said that when his hard Qigong was unleashed, even bullets could not penetrate. Both of these men had received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Great Xia Empire and held significant positions in the official ranks. It was no surprise, therefore, that everyone was somewhat shocked upon hearing this news. Governor, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Someone voiced the doubts that lingered in their hearts. The governor shook his head. No, I still think it's not enough. This recent incident, if not handled well, could ruin the reputation of our Great Xia Empire. How would the people think of us then? Upon hearing the governor's words, the people in the meeting room exchanged glances, then shook their heads. To be honest, the current Great Xia Empire was in a very dangerous situation. Talk of reputation had become hollow words. The relentless fog had been wreaking havoc, gradually isolating each city. Moreover, more and more people were flooding into the hospitals, and food supplies in the cities were also becoming problematic. In response, the lords of each city chose to lock down their cities to maintain stability. In such an environment, public complaints had been mounting for days.
If this continues, there would be no need to consider the feelings of the people, the Great Xia Empire would fall apart. All the top officials had only one thought in their hearts: when on earth would this damn fog stop? Although they thought this way, the governor's words still held weight. According to his arrangements, on the very day the meeting ended, more investigators went to Jin City and Suai City, determined to uncover the truth behind this matter.
Chapter 31, The Methods of the Little Immortal. Mr. Nya, we've already arrived in Suhai City's territory. The mission ahead is daunting. We must give our all and not let the governor down.
On the train, Wang Wu, sporting a buzz cut and a muscular physique, spoke to another middle-aged man. This middle-aged man wore plain cloth clothes, and his eyes revealed a sense of melancholy. What caught people's attention was the long sword sheathed at his waist.
This outfit easily reminded one of an ancient knight-errant.
If an ordinary person wore such attire outside, they would surely be mocked as insane. However, among so many people on the train, no one dared to underestimate him. It was simply because he was the renowned swordsman, Nieshi.
I never said I wouldn't give my all.
Nieshi merely glanced at Wang Wu before closing his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Wang Wu inwardly thought it was dull, turning to chat with others. Although both belonged to numerous institutions of the Great Xia Empire, their interactions weren't frequent. Wang Wu was the type who got along easily, familiar with his superiors, spending most of his energy on social connections, striving for a government position. In contrast, Nieshi showed no interest in socializing and was solely engrossed in his swordsmanship. The characters of these two were completely different. Wang Wu was clearly particularly focused on this mission. Who are these lowly rogues that dare to assassinate the lord of our Great Xia Empire? When I catch him this time, I will definitely dismember him to relieve my anger. Wang Wu voiced loudly in the carriage, drawing cheers from the crowd. Meanwhile, Nieshi turned his head away in slight annoyance. Though he didn't have much interaction with Wang Wu, he understood the nature of this person. This sentence seems to be saying to the people in the carriage, but in fact, it is expressing loyalty. Nieshi looked at the increasingly thick fog outside the window and sighed softly.
The fog was rampant and had already reached an irretrievable level.
In the current situation, whether he would be able to return safely after this trip was a question. The most critical factors were being ignored, and yet, he was here expressing loyalty. It was truly foolish. Nieshi felt a bit annoyed in his heart.
Elder Fu. He called out. Mr. Nya, is there something you need?
An untidy old man walked over from the other end of the carriage, holding a measuring instrument in his hand. This man was from the mysterious investigation bureau, mainly responsible for scientific research, named Fu Changfeng.
Have you investigated the fog situation clearly?
Nieshi pointed to the fog outside the window, his eyes unable to hide his worry.
Not yet, Mr. Nya.
Fu Changfeng glanced at the fog outside. Although it is said that inhaling the fog can cause hallucinations, even death. However, we are already beginning to research fog masks, which can completely ignore the fog and live like normal people. Of course, we are still researching. Fu Changfeng said confidently. Listening to Fu Changfeng's words, Nieshi nodded slightly. He continued to look outside, and his worry showed no sign of fading.
What is that?
His pupils constricted, and he looked incredulously at the outside.
He saw a man and a woman walking in the fog. The man and woman were chatting happily, seemingly completely unaffected by the fog. Didn't they say that inhaling the fog would cause mental disorders, and severely would lead to death? What was going on with this man and woman? Stop the train!
He shouted instinctively. The train rushed past quickly, and Nieshi only caught a glimpse of the man's handsome profile and the woman's delicate face.
Mr. Nya, we are on a train, running close to 300 kilometers per hour, how can we stop?
Elder Fu looked a bit puzzled, and the people around cast strange glances.
I'm a bit tired, I saw it wrong, forget I said anything.
Nieshi turned his head away and fell silent, yet his mind kept recalling the two people strolling in the fog.
Strange, how can there still be trains operating in such weather? Wang Yushu pulled Qin Chuan and pointed at the departing train. Maybe they are special people.
Qin Chuan glanced at the retreating train, not caring at all. Today, Wang Yushu said she couldn't stay home, so he specially took her out for a walk.
Qin Chuan, the fog is getting thicker, this weather is really scary, how did it become like this?
The more they walked, the thicker the fog became, and Wang Yushu nervously tightened her grip on Qin Chuan.
It's okay, you don't have to be scared with me around.
Qin Chuan comforted her. The end of the world was approaching, and the most dangerous were the monsters in the fog. But these monsters would run away when they saw Qin Chuan, so there was nothing to fear. There are only 2 days left until the apocalypse arrives.
Hurry up!
Qin Chuan looked at the thick fog, feeling a bit expectant. After strolling with Wang Yushu for a while, the two returned to the city. Not only outside the city, but even on the outskirts, some places were starting to have faint fog. The hospital was already overcrowded, with no available beds, and everyone on the street looked worried. Looking at this scene, Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. This scene was exactly the same as before the apocalypse in his previous life. Mainly, everyone was still unaware that the apocalypse was about to arrive, still holding on to hope. In the city lord's mansion, the city lord of Suhai City respectfully invited the people from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau to take their seats. Elders, you have worked hard on the journey. The city lord said politely. Humph. Elder Wang, the head of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, snorted heavily. City Lord Su, one of our people from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau has gone missing in your Suhai. You must take primary responsibility. Elder Wang said with an unhappy face, questioning fiercely. The city lord wiped his sweat. The other party is indeed from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, so he still has some fears. Elder Wang, this is indeed our oversight. However, Elder Zhao clearly stated when he came that we should not follow him. He goes in and out like a ghost every day, and we cannot control his whereabouts. Lord Su was venting his grievances. Moreover, we have already dispatched a large number of personnel to search for Elder Zhao during this period, but we have no results. And, the fog is getting thicker recently, we still need to appease the public, and it's overwhelming for us. Hearing the Lord's words, Elder Wang was about to scold him but was stopped by someone beside him. Elder Wang, why don't I calculate Elder Zhao's whereabouts? A young man stood up next to Elder Wang. He was nicknamed Little Immortal, the best at fortune-telling. Alright, let's see what you can figure out. Elder Wang said. Little Immortal stood up, tossed 6 coins in his hand, and began to mumble as he calculated. After a moment, his face suddenly changed. Elder Zhao is dead. Dead? Even though he had anticipated this outcome, Elder Wang was still somewhat shocked. After all, he knew Elder Zhao's abilities, and to die so easily was truly hard to accept. Keep calculating. Little Immortal continued to manipulate the coins, closed his eyes, and began to describe. Elder Zhao was killed by someone, his bones are gone, and the appearance of the person who killed him. He spoke almost like a dream, quickly sketching on a piece of paper. Before long, a portrait appeared before everyone. The person in the portrait was none other than Qin Chuan. Chapter 32. What? You say the murderer is a high school student? What is this? Lord Su looked at everything in shock, hardly believing it. He did not expect the people from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau to have such magical methods. Is this the murderer? Lord Su asked. Elder Wang stroked his beard, nodded, and looked quite proud. What do you think? How about the methods of my Mysterious Investigation Bureau? Seeing all this, Lord Su had complaints in his heart about the Mysterious Investigation Bureau but could not help but admire them at this moment. Those who could enter the Mysterious Investigation Bureau indeed have some skills. He had no doubt about this, since it is the people from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, it must be true. Lord Su, the person has already been drawn out for you, the rest is up to you to handle. Elder Wang said to Lord Su. Hearing this, Lord Su hurriedly waved his hands. Elder Wang, this is not possible. Seeing Elder Wang's face suddenly turn cold, Lord Su quickly forced a smile. Since it is the command of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, my Su Haisher should take responsibility, but this person is so powerful that those of us mere mortals simply cannot handle him. Elder Wang, think about it, Elder Zhao is so skilled, yet he died at his hands. Aren't my men just going to their deaths if they go after him? He wiped his sweat and explained. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau is an agency trusted by the officials, with great power. But, for the sake of his subordinates not dying for nothing, he still refuted the request. After hearing Lord Su's words, Elder Wang thought about it and understood this reasoning. Alright then, you go investigate this person's background, send people to assist us. That should be doable, right? Of course, of course. Lord Su nodded repeatedly in agreement and then went down with the portrait. After the Lord left, Elder Wang looked at Little Immortal. Little Immortal, looking at that portrait, this person is so young, did you make a mistake? Little Immortal shook his head and took a sip of tea calmly. Elder Wang, since when did you doubt my skills? This is my capital to enter the mysterious investigation. In fact, I am also very curious, how can someone so young have the ability to kill Elder Zhao? Although Elder Zhao is not strong, his puppet technique is quite sinister, and even among the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, few dare to provoke him. Hearing Little Immortal's words, Elder Wang nodded. So? This matter is truly perplexing. This young man must have many secrets, either he is incredibly powerful, or he possesses some special skills. The little fairy nodded, then suddenly thought of something, looking visibly hesitant. Go on. His emotions were caught by Elder Wang, who immediately signaled him to continue. I was thinking that this person must be an extremely formidable character, perhaps the extermination of the family of the city lord of Jin City is related to him. Should we notify Jin City, that would increase our chances a bit. Elder Wang waved his hand decisively. No. Our mysterious investigation bureau's visit to Suhai City, Niashi and Wangwu going to Jing City was already arranged. Besides, our two agencies have a poor relationship to begin with.
Should we notify them to come over? How many jokes would spread afterward?
Hearing Elder Wang's words, the little fairy could only nod helplessly. His intuition was extremely strong, he felt this action was very dangerous.
But he couldn't pinpoint the exact reason why. Found it. The system has the data. He is indeed from our Suhai City. Name, Qin Chuan, age, 18, identity. High school graduate. Upon hearing this, the city lord's eyes widened. No way? A high school graduate.
The investigators locked eyes with the city lord and nodded heavily.
City lord, it's correct, he is indeed a high school graduate. He graduated from Suhai No. 1 High School and lives alone. Hearing this, the city lord couldn't believe his ears. A high school student.
The elder of the mysterious investigation bureau actually died at his hands.
Does this person have any criminal record?
No, he has no criminal record at all, and his behavior in school was excellent, with good grades too.
The city lord shook his head, trying to figure out the connection here.
But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand how a top student could be connected to a killer.
City lord, what shall we do?
City Lord Su thought quickly and finally shook his head firmly.
No, we won't do anything.
Just send the information to the Mysterious Investigation Bureau.
The city lord was very thorough in his consideration.
He had been a city lord for many years and was already an old fox.
Elder Zhao's death, the Wang family's downfall, the extermination of the city lord's family in Jing City.
So many events happening in such a short time made it hard not to make connections. If Elder Zhao's death was caused by this high school student named Qin Chuan, then this person's strength was beyond what they could handle, and going there would only make them cannon fodder. Instead of that, it would be better to leave this problem to the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. In the hall, Elder Wang and the little fairy stared at each other.
What? City Lord Su, you say this person is a high school student? Elder Wang's voice rose several degrees, obviously in disbelief. A high school student has such strength? Are the students from Suhai No. 1 High School all this brave? Could you have made a mistake?
The little fairy also seemed to find it hard to believe. The city lord shook his head. No way, our Suhai's intelligence system absolutely won't make mistakes. This person is confirmed to be a high school student named Qin Chuan. Not long ago, he just took the college entrance examination and is probably resting at home now. Elder Wang was stunned for a moment, then sighed. A high school student, while resting, killed one of our elders from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau.
To put it more seriously, he also exterminated your Suhai City's largest family? And even slaughtered over 100 soldiers in Jin City? Your Suhai City is truly simple-minded.
The city lord awkwardly smiled. No, this is just speculation, everything still needs to be verified.
But this person is really just a high school student, you see.
The city lord glanced meaningfully at the little fairy.
Are you saying I made a mistake?
Let me tell you, my soul-searching technique has no equal in the Great Xia Empire. The little god was so angry that he puffed his beard and glared.
I didn't say anything.
The city lord shrugged his shoulders.
If you two need any help, I can have someone assist you at any time.
After all, this is a matter for the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, and it's not appropriate for us to interfere too much.
After chatting for a while, the city lord left.
Bah! What an old fox, I think he is afraid that Qin Chuan is too powerful, they will be cannon fodder if they go. After the city lord left, Elder Wang cursed angrily. The little god pondered for a moment before speaking.
He is not wrong to think this way, how about I go personally? Chapter 33 Challenge. The Jade Lake is under heaven.
Hearing the little god's words, Elder Wang bowed his head and thought.
That's fine, these ordinary people would be useless, we should go. However, since this person could kill Elder Zhao, his skills must be very formidable. How about this, you bring a few more people and be careful.
The little god nodded. I will pay attention to that, I'll just go take a look first, not to fight to the death, I will go alone, having too many people isn't good.
All right.
Qin Chuan had no idea about these matters, as he was resting during this time. In just a few short days, having devoured 5 divine quality monsters, Qin Chuan's strength had reached a terrifying level. So, before the apocalypse arrived, he simply took a break for himself. After all, there were less than 2 days left until the apocalypse.
Qin Chuan, this life is really good.
The two sat together watching television, and Wang Yushu's beautiful eyes kept looking towards Qin Chuan. During this time together, her fondness for Qin Chuan had reached a whole new level.
What's so good? Just watching TV at home every day? Qin Chuan tossed a snack into his mouth. Being with you makes everything good. Wang Yushu said.
Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled and shook his head. All of this was just a facade, merely the last bit of light before the night came. The fog was spreading faster and faster, with a large number of citizens terrifiedly gathering towards the city center. Because they didn't understand that after inhaling the fog they needed to consume an animal, those who inhaled the fog were gradually dying. The entire city was shrouded in a shadow of death. It was just that Wang Yushu's villa was in the affluent area at the city center, so it was not affected much. Enjoy the final piece, Qin Chuan thought to himself. At this moment, his phone rang. Qin Chuan picked up the phone and his face changed slightly. It was a call from his home landline. Now at his home, only the little fatty was living there. He had given the little fatty his number, but he knew that according to the little fatty's character, he wouldn't call unless it was absolutely necessary. Hello. Qin Chuan answered the phone. Uncle, someone just came to look for you, saying they are your friend. The little fatty's voice came from the other end. Hearing this, Qin Chuan's heart tightened. After his rebirth, aside from the idea of becoming stronger, he had no other distractions in his heart. He had not contacted anyone. Now, was a friend coming to find him? Did they leave? Qin Chuan asked. Uncle, don't worry, I told them you have moved away. Hearing the little fatty's words, Qin Chuan finally relaxed. After that incident, the little fatty had grown quickly. Okay, wait for me, I'll be back right away, Qin Chuan said. He had a bad premonition that the visitors meant no good. The visitors only didn't know that he had moved to Wang Yushu's house, but still managing to find his home, indeed showed remarkable skills. I need to go out for a while. He stood up and walked out. Okay, be careful. Wang Yushu had gotten used to Qin Chuan, so she didn't ask too much and casually agreed. Qin Chuan drove towards his home, and on the way, he had already guessed who was looking for him. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Only this huge organization could have the means to find a person among the vast sea of people. He had killed one of their elders, so they definitely wouldn't let it go easily. When Qin Chuan opened his front door, there was no one inside. Seeing the empty room, Qin Chuan's heart sank. Little fatty had been taken by them. There were no signs of a struggle in the room, and even the lock was intact. He had no idea how they broke in to capture little fatty. However, for an organization with countless extraordinary people, this was clearly not a difficult task. Little fatty. Thinking of little fatty's pitiful appearance, a surge of killing intent suddenly filled Qin Chuan's heart. Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Damn it. On the table, there was a piece of paper, and he walked over to pick it up slowly. Dear Qin Chuan, hello. I'm sorry to contact you this way. Of course, this is all unavoidable. There is something we need to discuss. As for what that is, you know, and we know. At 8 o'clock tonight, at Yuhu Tianxia, don't be late. By the way, this child is very cute, I won't hurt him, don't worry. The handwriting was thin yet powerful, and the message abruptly ended there. Moments later, the paper transformed into a butterfly, swirling in the air for 2 circles before dissipating. It was clear that the person was showing off their skills. Besides the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, no one else could do such tricks. Indeed, it's the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Qin Chuan snorted coldly. They're looking for an explanation from me. Seeking death. In an instant, a violent aura swept through the entire room. Since the Mysterious Investigation Bureau dared to invade his home and take his people, for that alone, they deserved to die. Of course, he didn't think they would harm little fatty. After all, their target was him. Yuhu Tianxia? Interesting. Qin Chuan thought of the location written on the paper. It was a famous unfinished building in Suai, where the developer had run away after just constructing the main entrance. Since they chose to meet here, they must have their reasons. Let me see your skills. Humph. A cold glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. He also admitted that there were some extraordinary people in the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, and some of their methods were indeed quite impressive. Almost all the extraordinary people in the Great Xia Empire had been gathered by the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Of course, this was only impressive to ordinary people. To Qin Chuan, their methods were just flashy tricks. In the face of his absolute strength, everything would be crushed. At 8 o'clock, Qin Chuan arrived at Yuhu Tianxia as agreed. Usually, this place was always filled with homeowners of unfinished buildings holding banners to protect their rights. However, during this time, because the entire city inside and outside was not peaceful, there were hardly any people near the unfinished buildings. Additionally, since the unfinished buildings were in a relatively remote area, there were even fewer people at night. A round red moon hung in the sky, and the surroundings were silent, with only the occasional breeze. Silent. Dead silence. Looking at all this, Qin Chuan smiled. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau really chose a great place. This was their home turf. However, he wasn't scared at all. Looking at the high-hanging sign of Yuhu Tianxia, Qin Chuan stepped forward without hesitation. As he stepped in, the surrounding environment suddenly changed drastically. The surrounding unfinished building of Yuhu Tianxia transformed into a pitch-black ancient battlefield. In front of him, countless cavalry soldiers charged toward him. Chapter 34, Clash. Looking at the countless charging cavalry, Qin Chuan felt not the slightest panic. Interesting. He realized he had entered their formation. Within the mysterious investigation bureau, there were many extraordinary people, including some well-versed in peculiar tactics and divination. This formation was presumably set up by them using those methods. Qin Chuan chuckled, with a thought. A coating of protection covered his entire body. He didn't know the tricks of this formation, but the acidic coating has unmatched defensive power, and it can even block bullets. A mere cavalry charge is nothing. As he activated the coating, he casually threw out several bone spikes towards the approaching cavalry. He wanted to see what these cavalry were truly like. At the moment the bone spikes struck the cavalry, they instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished without a trace. No consciousness, it seems they are just lifeless. The bone spikes contained nerve spores, and the absence of implantation indicated that the enemy cavalry had no thoughts at all. All illusions? While Qin Chuan was puzzled, the cavalry had already charged right before him. Looking at the blood-red eyes of the cavalry and their horses, Qin Chuan showed no fear as he stood tall and met them head-on. Clang! The blade struck the coating, and he felt a powerful impact come back at him. However, his body had become extremely tough after devouring so many divine beasts, and the massive force had no effect on him. Instead, the cavalry and their battle blades were splashed with the acidic substance from the coating and were instantly corroded completely. Come on! Let me see what you can do. Qin Chuan laughed heartily and fearlessly charged back toward the cavalry. Though there are millions, I shall go alone. In a remote corner of Yu Lake, Elder Wang and the little immortal were using special means to observe the situation in the formation. As he watched, the little immortal's expression changed drastically, and he kept activating the formation. What a powerful person! It's really hard to imagine he is just a high school student. Does a high school student have this kind of ability? The little immortal's face was filled with astonishment. No wonder Elder Zhao died at his hands. Seeing it today, there is no injustice in that. Beside the little immortal, Elder Wang also looked especially serious. This formation, called Illusionary Slaughter Thousand Tribulations, was excavated by the Mystery Investigation Bureau from an ancient relic, and its power was immense, mainly for killing. After the Mystery Investigation Bureau studied it, they further strengthened the formation using the techniques of the 8 trigrams, increasing its killing power. The strength of this formation was so great that even a dozen elders from the Mystery Investigation Bureau could not break free from it. This time, in order to deal with Qin Chuan, they spared no expense to set up this formation, showing their caution. However, watching everything in the formation, both of them felt speechless. Those heavy cavalry that had made the elders of their Mystery Investigation Bureau flee were now being killed by Qin Chuan with a single punch. This scene was truly hard for them to endure. Ha ha ha! So satisfying. Inside the formation, Qin Chuan was hitting hard, with each punch landing solidly, no flashy skills, just pure close combat. He threw punch after punch, and each blow turned the heavy cavalry into dust. Ever since Qin Chuan became the Devourer, he hadn't fought up close, he had always used mental control to take them away. Now, seeing the power of his punch, he felt a bit surprised himself. Has my physical strength reached this level? Or are these cavalry simply too weak? Qin Chuan had already decided that once he got out, he would find a place to test his physical strength. Bang! 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 Within the formation, the sound of fists striking armor continued. Qin Chuan charged forward single-handedly, actually carving out a path through the heavy cavalry ranks. Of course, because the formation was filled with endless heavy cavalry, their numbers did not noticeably decrease. Countless heavy cavalry continued rushing toward Qin Chuan. Such a rare opportunity. Consider today as a workout. Mystery Investigation Bureau, thank you. Qin Chuan felt endless energy within him that needed an outlet, and he kept charging toward the heavy cavalry. Outside the formation, Elder Wang and the little immortal looked at each other. His face looked exceptionally grim. Just treat it as exercise? What kind of words are these, treating the formation like nothing? Elder Wang snorted heavily, clearly very dissatisfied. The little deity smiled bitterly and shook his head. At the moment, he's actually not exaggerating. These heavy cavalry not only failed to instill fear in him, but instead made him more and more excited. I don't know if you feel the same way, but when he sees these heavy cavalry, it's like he's looking at a naked beautiful woman. The two exchanged glances, both seemingly at a loss for words. We've underestimated this person's abilities, we just don't know if this formation can exhaust him to death. Elder Wang said. The little deity shook his head.
I think it's hopeless. It's like a ferocious beast is hidden inside him, with boundless energy, not scared at all. Now I can basically conclude that not only did he kill Elder Zhao, but he was also responsible for the Wang family's massacre and the extermination of Jingu City's lord. Besides him, no one else has such means. Listening to the little deity, Elder Wang slowly nodded. Qin Chuan's abilities are indeed astonishing. Without a sound, he wipes out families. No one else could do that. So how long can this formation hold him? Elder Wang's heart vaguely surfaced a hint of fear. So terrifying. If this person's strength comes out, wouldn't I end up bruised and battered? Elder Wang, you really don't have to worry about this. The formation's energy is limited, but once it is set up, unless someone breaks it, he will remain trapped in the formation. The little deity said. Let's hope we can trap him until the energy is exhausted. Then, he looked at Elder Wang. Elder Wang, give me your energy crystal. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's expression changed. What do you want that for? His hand unconsciously covered his pocket. Called an energy crystal, it was actually an extremely rare mineral. Elder Wang only had a small piece. As if seeing through Elder Wang's thoughts, the little deity smiled bitterly and looked worriedly at the formation. What else could it be for? To replenish energy for the formation. If we wait for him to break out, we both will die. They not only prepared the formation but also other means to deal with Qin Chuan. But now it seems, besides the formation being able to trap Qin Chuan, the other means seem useless. His strength, speed, endurance, and so on are beyond their imagination. He is practically a monster. Thinking of this, Elder Wang gritted his teeth fiercely and pulled out a pitch-black stone from his bag and handed it to the little deity. Here you go. Chapter 35 Breaking the Formation. Although the energy crystal is very precious, at this moment he didn't care about that. He just wanted to quickly strangle Qin Chuan in the formation. If Qin Chuan were to break out of the formation, then with their strength against him, they would only have the path of death. This is a pitch-black stone, with a matte surface, and the surrounding light seems to be absorbed by it. It feels warm to the touch, and feeling it closely, one could sense the energy fluctuations contained within the stone. Settle! The little deity shouted softly, casually tossing the energy crystal, which landed precisely in one of the gaps in the formation. In an instant, the formation's brilliance surged, energy was released from the crystal, filling the entire formation. With this energy crystal's replenishment, it should be fine. The little deity said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He really didn't expect a high school student to be so tricky. As the crystal replenished energy, Qin Chuan in the formation felt something unusual. Originally, he was rampaging inside the formation, having already turned hundreds of cavalry into powder. Their numbers had diminished significantly. But at this moment, after a burst of white light, the cavalry that had already disappeared by more than half suddenly doubled. A layer of deep black gas emerged from the ground, rising into the air and transforming into countless cavalry. Before long, the entire formation was once again filled with heavy cavalry. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. It seems that the methods of the mysterious investigation bureau are indeed impressive. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the armor worn by these cavalry appeared to be even sturdier, and the eyes of the cavalry and their steeds changed from dark red to blood red. Anyone with clear eyes could tell that the strength of these cavalry had doubled compared to before. Since we have to fight, then let's fight to the end. Facing the countless cavalry in the fog, Qin Chuan felt not an ounce of fear, but instead a surge of boldness. Kill! With a loud shout, he threw a punch at the cavalry. Under his heavy fist, the cavalry instantly turned to dust. Before the cavalry could charge, Qin Chuan rushed forward, continuing the slaughter. Although the heavy cavalry had been strengthened with energy supplements, they were still instantly killed by Qin Chuan's fist. One punch after another, all the cavalry that were struck by the glow of his fist disintegrated in an instant. The massacre continued. Outside, watching everything happen within the formation, Elder Wang and the little immortal's expressions changed dramatically. How could this happen? The formation had clearly been recharged with energy. How can it still not withstand him? Elder Wang was utterly astonished. This person is even more terrifying than we thought. His power has reached an extremely frightening level to shatter the phantoms in the formation with a single punch. The little immortal's expression also turned very gloomy. Qin Chuan's strength exceeded his wildest imagination, and he started to regret coming here. At this rate, the formation would eventually be broken. Little immortal, is there any other way? Should we notify Nieshi and Wang Wu from Jin City to come over? Elder Wang suggested. Hearing this, the little immortal smiled bitterly and shook his head. Elder Wang, we underestimated this high school student named Qin Chuan. At first, thinking he was just a high school student, we both came, but now reflecting on it, it was utterly foolish. His terrifying strength probably requires half of the mysterious investigation bureau to deal with him. Elder Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it really that extreme? The little immortal nodded. Look! In the formation, Qin Chuan was still charging forward, one punch for each heavy cavalry. And the attacks from the heavy cavalry against him were completely blocked by the silver-white coating on him. At this moment, Qin Chuan was like an unyielding killing machine, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the heavy cavalry within the formation. Is he not tired? Elder Wang was baffled. How could a high school student have such stamina? Elder, this person cannot be measured by common sense. I even suspect he is not a blue star person at all. The little immortal said, continuing to urge the formation. However, all his efforts were entirely in vain against Qin Chuan's fierce power. No matter how strengthened the heavy cavalry were, they were shattered by Qin Chuan's fist. Watching the energy crystals gradually lose their luster, a shadow of gloom cast over the little immortal's heart. Request reinforcements from headquarters. This person is too terrifying. By the way, let the people who came to Jin City this time also come over, to deal with him together. He said. Hearing what the little immortal said, Elder Wang smiled bitterly. Is there enough time? The little immortal shook his head. It's probably too late for headquarters to send people, but those from Jin City should make it in time. The formation can still hold for a while. But, we should at least inform headquarters. A hint of hesitation flashed in Elder Wang's eyes. If they reported to headquarters, it would mean losing face for their mission. However, thinking of the majestic figure charging through the formation, he gritted his teeth. He turned around, picked up the communicator, and sent messages to headquarters and his teammates in Jin City. In Jin City, upon seeing the message, Fu Chongfeng's face changed dramatically. Although it was late, he still found Nie Shi and Wang Wu. Elder Wang from Suhai City has found the killer and trapped him in the magic array. Hearing this, Wang Wu was overjoyed. Really? Then quickly tear the killer's body to pieces. But Nie Shi only looked at Fu Chongfeng without speaking, his brows tightly furrowed. Fu Chongfeng squeezed out an ugly smile. It's not that easy. The killer's strength has surpassed our imagination. Elder Wang urged us to hurry and support them. If we don't go soon, the magic array will be broken. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu's expression froze. What's going on? Isn't your Mystery Investigation Bureau's magic array famous for being powerful? Fu Chongfeng snorted. Master Wang, didn't you hear clearly? The killer's strength has surpassed our imagination. Nie Shi said nothing, only tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Let's go. He was different from Wang Wu, he knew they were in a very urgent situation. Otherwise, with Elder Wang's personality, why would he lower his head and ask for help? Seeing Nie Shi stand up, the others said nothing more, packing their things to prepare to leave. However, at this time, the railway had stopped operations, and they could only drive themselves. As they drove outside the city, a beastly roar erupted, and countless roars sounded from the mist. A dangerous atmosphere filled the air. Upon hearing the beast's roar, Nie Shi thought it was bad and gripped the sword tightly. Within the mist, terrifying things were lurking. Bang! The speeding car's windshield shattered, followed by the driver's scream. Something got in. Everyone was shocked. Inside the magic array, Qin Chuan suddenly smashed the last heavy cavalry with a punch, his body already drenched in sweat. Refreshing. So refreshing. Qin Chuan laughed heartily, feeling an indescribable comfort. After such intense fighting, he was truly happy. It had been a long time since he had sweated so much. Bang! He suddenly slammed his fist hard against the ground, the force of the impact making the ground shake 3 times. The magic array was broken. Chapter 36, Massacre. Not good. The magic array is broken. The little fairy whispered, looking very anxious. How did it break? Even if he killed all the heavy cavalry in the array, that shouldn't be the case. The magic array should still exist. Elder Wang was utterly terrified, fear reaching its peak. He could never have imagined that the magic array would be broken just like that. The little fairy let out a bitter smile. Elder Wang, have you ever heard of one force breaking through 10 meetings? No matter how strong the magic array is, it ultimately creates a virtual environment, but this person's power is simply too strong. With one blow, he rudely broke the magic array. It's terrifying. I never thought someone could break this magic array purely with strength, truly a tough opponent. Hearing the little fairy's words, Elder Wang's fear deepened. He was a member of the Mystery Investigation Bureau and had some understanding of magic arrays. To break a magic array, one typically uses magical means. At the very least, the person breaking the array needs to have some understanding of the 8 trigrams and mysterious gates. But now this person had just used brute force to rudely break the formation. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Elder Wang was horrified, his fingers trembling. What do we do now? In extreme fear, he was now stumbling over his words. What else can we do? Run. The little fairy said with a bitter smile, preparing to flee. He had seen Qin Chuan's performance in the magic array clearly.
Such a person was simply not someone they could handle. They could enter the Mystery Investigation Bureau, naturally having decent skills. But after watching Qin Chuan and the magic array, the little fairy determined that their other methods were utterly insignificant against Qin Chuan. Now that their greatest reliance, the magic array, was broken, if they didn't run now, when would they? Before Elder Wang could react, the little fairy quickly took off. Seeing this, Elder Wang thought to himself how fast this kid was to grab his things and run. He was slightly older, and stood up ready to follow the little deity's steps. Little did he know, as soon as he stood up, he saw the little deity stepping backward, his steps somewhat unsteady. Run quick! Elder Wang cursed softly and prepared to step forward. At this moment, the little deity turned his head. What appeared before Elder Wang was a face full of fear, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. At that moment, the little deity was already covered in cold sweat on his forehead. Elder Wang's gaze passed over the little deity's shoulder, looking ahead, his breath almost stopping. Qin Chuan. It was Qin Chuan. He didn't know when Qin Chuan had appeared in front of them. It's over. A thought flashed in Elder Wang's mind. Based on Qin Chuan's performance in the magic array just now, both Elder Wang and the little deity felt they had no chance of escape. They had no doubt that under Qin Chuan's one punch, they too would turn into dust like the Black Cavalry in the magic array. Their physical strength was no match for the Black Cavalry in the magic array. Unknowingly, Elder Wang's forehead was already covered in sweat. This high school student's aura was so strong that it made them breathless. Terrifying. The person before them was truly terrifying. You two really have great skills. Qin Chuan spoke. He looked at the two before him, one was an older man in simple clothes, and the other was slightly younger, holding a jet black stone. It seemed they were from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, Qin Chuan thought to himself. However, he wasn't in a hurry to kill them, finding out the whereabouts of the little fat boy was the most important thing right now. Your skills are extraordinary, truly astonishing. We were just hoping to have a friendly spar with you. Elder Wang's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled. Is it really that simple, a friendly spar? His tone suddenly turned cold. If it's a friendly spar, then why did you break into my house and abduct my person? He asked sternly. Elder Wang and the little deity exchanged glances, both shrinking their necks simultaneously. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. That child is quite good, I booked him a hotel, and he is sleeping very soundly in there. The little deity waved his hands repeatedly, insisting he meant no harm to the little fat boy. Humph. Qin Chuan snorted heavily. He didn't doubt that the little deity was lying. The other party was powerful, since they could find his home, they must know his strength and certainly would not dare to harm the little fat boy. Are you from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau? Qin Chuan glanced at the two, his eyes filled with disdain. Elder Wang and the little deity exchanged a helpless glance and nodded. At this point, they could no longer hide the truth. Did you come this time to get revenge for your elder Zhao? Qin Chuan snorted. Let me tell you the truth, I killed your elder Zhao. Not only that, but I also took care of his platypus. And as for his body, I threw it into the forest to feed the wolves. Elder Wang and the little deity were left speechless, they had already known the outcome. Qin Chuan continued speaking to himself. By the way, since we ran into each other here, I also want to tell you something. The beastly city lord of Jing City was also wiped out by me. Of course, the Wang family in Jinghai City was also exterminated by me. Listening to Qin Chuan's emotionless words, both of them shivered involuntarily. It turned out that everything was done by this high school student named Qin Chuan. Only he had such power. I know you came here for revenge for your elder Zhao, since I killed him. But I am not someone who kills without cause, he sought to seize my treasures first. You should be grateful that you didn't do anything to that child. Qin Chuan looked at the two and continued. Do you know why I am telling you so much? Qin Chuan's lips curled up, revealing a hint of a cruel smile. Because, you are about to die. Dead people won't reveal secrets. In the despairing eyes of the two, the red glow in Qin Chuan's pupils flickered, and nerve spores entered their minds, turning them into puppets. After plundering the information from their brains, Qin Chuan snapped his fingers. Boom! The nerve spores suddenly exploded in their minds, destroying their vitality. Until they fell to the ground, Qin Chuan turned his head and left. He didn't feel cruel, in this apocalyptic world, survival was the priority. If he weren't strong enough, he would have been killed in the formation just now. Their means were, after all, lethal moves intended to take his life, so he didn't need to show mercy. Since the moment he killed Elder Zhao, he and the Mysterious Investigation Bureau had already formed an irreconcilable enmity. After all, this is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. Qin Chuan thought of nothing else and walked in one direction. The little fairy didn't lie to him, the little fat one really was drugged and placed in a hotel by them. He needed to bring the little fat one back.
Chapter 37, A gentleman discusses actions, but also the heart. Arriving at the hotel, Qin Chuan felt relieved when he saw the little fat one sleeping soundly. He carefully checked, and indeed, the mysterious investigation bureau had not harmed the little fat one, only feeding him sleeping pills. He took the little fat one and went home. After a fierce fight tonight, he didn't feel even a bit of fatigue, instead, he felt invigorated. After this battle, his skills became smoother and more intuitive, which was an unexpected gain. It seems that fighting often is essential to staying young. Qin Chuan thought to himself. Wasn't it said before that frequent fighting helps maintain youth? Let's see how that goes. Outside Jingu City, Wang Wu cursed loudly. At this moment, dozens of fierce wolves stood in front of him, eyes glowing green, staring intently at him. Unlike ordinary wolves, these fierce wolves were huge, standing almost 6 feet tall on all fours. Moreover, their claws were enormous, each as big as an adult's head, glistening coldly in the moonlight. Wang Wu, hold your tongue, don't get distracted. Beside him, Nieshi thrust his sword through the throat of an attacking wolf, speaking in a deep voice. In between them were several trembling members of the mysterious investigation bureau. The fierce wolves had clearly defined roles, tightly surrounding them so they could not move. The few of them looked grave, watching the wolves that encircled them. Not long after they left the city, the speeding car was attacked by wolves that broke through the windshield and bit the driver to death. After the driver died, the car lost control. Just as it was about to plunge into the valley, everyone had no choice but to jump out and escape. Due to jumping out of the car, everyone was injured, and Fu Changfeng even fractured a leg and couldn't move. At that moment, as everyone was still shaken, dozens of fierce wolves rushed over, surrounding them completely. The fierce wolves had clear tactics, some were blocking them, while others were attacking. It was clear that these fierce wolves were treating them as prey. Originally, with Nieshi and Wang Wu's skills, dealing with this pack of wolves would have been no problem at all. However, after engaging, the two discovered that this pack of fierce wolves was frighteningly strong. Their biting force was extremely powerful, and they were agile. Their fur was also tough, blocking many of their attacks. Heavens, why are these wolves so strong? Wang Wu used his strong qi, punching a charging wolf directly, sending it flying. However, the wolf only flipped several times before getting back up and continuing to circle around them. Clearly, he had not inflicted any real damage. Nieshi's face was serious as he looked at the pack of wolves before him. It must be the influence of the mist that has made this pack of wolves so powerful. It seems that the mist can greatly enhance the bodies of animals. Nieshi's heart sank, he already had a judgment in mind. No wonder these fierce wolves were so strong. Right now, everyone was injured. He and Wang Wu were slightly better off and still had some fighting strength against the pack of wolves. However, the ferocious wolves were clearly not in a hurry. Under this relentless assault, they would surely be worn down to death. Moreover, what was worse was that each of them had inhaled the mist. Under the influence of the mist, his head had gradually become heavy. What should they do if this continued? It's all your mysterious investigation bureau's fault, urging us to go support. Now look what's happened, we're dying, and you're enjoying it, aren't you? Wang Wu knocked away another ferocious wolf and turned to scold several people from the mysterious investigation bureau. Hearing this, Fu Changfeng's expression was frozen. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Unlike Elder Wang and the Little Immortal, they were just here to do research. Elder Wang and the Little Immortal at least had powerful means, these few had nothing. Thus, facing Wang Wu's insult, Fu Changfeng also knew he was in the wrong and simply shut his mouth. Wang Wu, say less. Right now, it's most important to research how to get out. We are a collective and should help each other. Nieshi said softly. Wang Wu, what's the matter? You get to be the good guy while I take all the bad roles? What kind of collective are we? Who is part of the same collective as these trash? I am the chief master of the Qigong Hall of the Great Xia Empire, and I have nothing to do with the mysterious investigation bureau. If it weren't for these trash holding us back, with the strength of just the two of us, what could these ferocious wolves do to us? Wang Wu was obviously furious, pointing at the few people on the ground and cursing. He showed no mercy, completely ignoring that just hours before, they had talked together about rescuing each other. If this continues, we'll die here sooner or later. I'm not sticking around for this. Wang Wu glanced back, activating his hard qi technique, his skin suddenly turning purple. He struck out with both hands, fiercely chopping at two incoming ferocious wolves, instantly claiming their lives. This also momentarily created a gap in the encirclement, and he seized the opportunity to charge out. After breaking free, he turned back and let out a heavy grunt, then walked away without looking back. The ferocious wolves only took a brief glance at Wang Wu breaking through the circle but did not pursue, instead continuing to surround the few people inside. Under the influence of the mist, this pack of wolves already had a hint of intelligence, realizing that Wang Wu was a tough opponent that they could not provoke. Now, only Nieshi and a few people from the mysterious investigation bureau remained inside the circle. Although Nieshi was also tough,
the people from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau were utterly defenseless.
Without Wang Wu, the wolves began to gradually close in on the circle.
Seeing this scene, Fu Changfeng let out a miserable laugh. They were going to die here today. However, looking at Nieshi, who was still fighting bravely, Fu Changfeng's heart was filled with emotion. If it weren't for Nieshi, they would have been dead long ago. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Nie Sword Saint, your great kindness and virtue, I Fu Changfeng will remember in my heart. Nie Sword Saint, so majestic and kind-hearted, there's no need to accompany us to our deaths here. We are all defenseless people, and now we're also injured. Even if you kill all these ferocious wolves, we won't be able to leave. You should go. These beasts have some human understanding. If you leave, they definitely won't dare to stop you. Your great kindness and virtue, I Fu Changfeng can only repay in the next life. Fu Changfeng shouted loudly. He had already prepared to die here. Because they had all inhaled the mist. Whether we can survive is another matter, but the fierce wolf before us is an insurmountable obstacle. There's no need to let Nieshi accompany us to death. Fu Changfeng's words lingered for a long time, but Nieshi seemed to hear nothing, continuing to slash at the attacking wolves with his sword, one strike after another. As the sword light danced, the sharp claws of several wolves fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Nieshi sighed. Elder Fu, don't say any more. If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. A gentleman talks about actions, not feelings, but in my opinion, a gentleman must talk about both actions and feelings. We are a collective, I will not abandon you. If we leave together. Chapter 38, The Eve of the Apocalypse. Hearing Nieshi's words, Fu Changfeng's tears streamed down. He rarely interacted with Nieshi, his only impression was that the other spoke little. He had more contact with Wang Wu and thought him a rather nice person. Now, in the face of danger, he finally realized how wrong he had been. Mr. Nia. Fu Changfeng wanted to say something more, but he suddenly heard Nieshi shout softly. Don't say anything. Your words will affect me. With that, he continued to swing his sword fiercely at the wolves. After hearing Nieshi say this, Fu Changfeng felt he could not say anything more. He sat weakly, gripping his gun, eyes full of sorrow. It wasn't that they hadn't brought guns, on the contrary, they had brought more than one. However, once the bullets ran out, these guns had done nothing more than cause minor wounds to the wolves. Fu Changfeng couldn't understand how there could be such powerful wolves in the world, fearless of bullets. He closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. The mist filled his lungs, and hallucinations began to appear in his mind. He didn't care, he was close to dying anyway. What did it matter if he inhaled a bit more mist? At this moment, his leg was broken, and the extreme pain made him grimace. He injected himself with a tranquilizer, and the pain gradually eased. Through the veil of consciousness, he slowly slipped into darkness. The apocalypse is about to begin. Qin Chuan had not slept, he stared blankly at the blood moon outside the window. Ever since devouring, his energy seemed limitless, combined with just having gone through a fierce battle, he couldn't sleep at all. Now, there was just 1 day left until the apocalypse arrived. This was a night destined not to be peaceful. Outside the city, the roars of beasts rose and fell, clear even within the city. The mist had spread into the city, and vaguely one could see crowds in the streets. People living around the city gathered in the city center to avoid inhaling the mist. Those who had homes in the city center were fine, but those without could only sleep in the streets, a true tragedy of the human world. However, Qin Chuan knew this was only the beginning, worse things still lay ahead. Become stronger. Become stronger. This was the only thought in his mind. In an apocalypse where human lives were as fragile as grass, only by becoming stronger could one survive. Not just in Suai City, tonight, everyone across Blue Star was sleepless. Despite the news still declaring that the situation was great, everyone understood that a terrifying catastrophe was about to arrive. Thanks to the tranquilizer, Fu Changfeng actually managed to rest for a while. When he gradually awakened, the scene before him left him frozen in shock. Sword Saint Nia! He exclaimed in surprise. Nieshi was covered in blood, kneeling on the ground, and if it weren't for the support of his long sword, he might have fallen over too. There was a long and terrifying wound on his back, deep enough to faintly see his bones, clearly a claw mark from a wolf. Through Nieshi's shoulder, Fu Changfeng saw a massive wolf. This giant wolf stood about 3 meters tall, more than double the size of the previous wolves. It continuously low-growled, its claws scraping against the ground, producing a chilling crunching sound. Of course, it also bore numerous injuries of varying sizes. Around them, countless wolf corpses lay on the ground. Nieshi relied solely on his long sword to slay the entire pack of wolves. This giant wolf was clearly the leader of the pack. But this leader was clearly not something the heavily wounded Nieshi could handle at this moment. Sword Saint Nia. It is our fault that we have burdened you. The members of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau could no longer hold back, tears streaming down their faces. Don't say such things, cough cough.
A gentleman speaks of actions, not of hearts.
Nieshi's words came through, clearly indicating that he was gravely injured. He strained to support himself and stood up with effort.
Don't worry, this wolf is injured too, it won't dare to approach for a while. Nieshi said weakly.
Elder Fu, everyone, today I have failed to protect you, I fear we will all die here. These words caused even more tears to flow from the others. With Nieshi's strength, he could have abandoned them and left alone. Sword Saint Nya, don't say such things, to die with you is our honor.
Cough cough.
Nieshi coughed lightly twice, silently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve.
Elder Fu, I need to ask you a question now. Sword Saint Nya, you ask. You ask. I will answer truthfully.
Fu Changfeng cried as he spoke.
What is the reason behind this fog? Haven't you been researching it? Give me a straightforward answer.
Fu Changfeng was taken aback but quickly began to respond. We have researched it, this fog does not originate from Blue Star at all.
Or rather, this fog comes from outer space, or from another world. After inhaling the fog, the ones who inhale it won't die immediately, they will go insane and develop thoughts that ordinary people find hard to comprehend, and ultimately die in madness.
As for the specific reason, we haven't yet reached a conclusion. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau and the Academy of Sciences have no clues about this.
At the brink of life and death, Fu Changfeng revealed everything without holding back. Hearing these words, Nieshi gave a bitter smile and nodded.
So it's like this, I have already developed some thoughts that ordinary people find hard to understand.
What?
Fu Changfeng was shocked. Do you see this wolf in front of us?
Nieshi looked at the wolf ahead. What do you mean? Fu Changfeng was confused. I now have a very strong idea in my head, and that is, to eat it.
Nieshi's words were astonishing, leaving the members of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau dumbfounded.
Eat it? This was a giant wolf more than 3 meters tall, how could they eat it?
Most importantly, Nieshi was on the brink of exhaustion.
Fu Changfeng let out a bitter laugh. Sword Saint Nya, if it were any other time, I would gladly help you skin and cook this wolf, but now.
He did not continue, and the meaning of his words was clear, they were close to death.
The giant wolf leader circled around them, trying to find a weakness.
Nieshi followed the giant wolf's steps, using his gaze to intimidate it. In the previous clash, Nieshi's long sword had indeed caused the giant wolf significant injury, so the wolf leader dared not act rashly. As Nieshi stumbled, the ferocity in the wolf leader's eyes grew stronger, and it charged forward at great speed, snatching away a member of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau.
Little Zheng! Fu Changfeng cried out in sorrow.
Before the food in its mouth could even make a sound, the giant wolf chewed and swallowed little Zheng, bones and all. Watching the thick blood drip from the giant wolf's mouth, and thinking of a teammate who had just been together with them suddenly turned into food, Fu Changfeng and the remaining person wept uncontrollably. Nieshi, on the other hand, stared fiercely at the evil wolf, his long sword trembling uncontrollably in his hand. Indeed, he was at the point of exhaustion. In the standoff, the giant wolf once again executed the same move, swiftly moving forward and snatching another member of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Now, only Nieshi and Fu Changfeng were left alive. Looking at the precarious Nieshi, Fu Changfeng bowed deeply to him, knowing that he could no longer hold on.
Mr. Nya, thank you. Be careful.
Fu Changfeng only felt a bloody wind coming from behind him, and saw Nieshi swiftly thrusting his sword forward. In an instant, the dazzling sword light amazed his eyes. The sword light was like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, blinding Fu Changfeng's vision. The reputation of the first sword saint of the Great Xia was well deserved, his swordsmanship was indeed exquisite. The stunning sword light sliced through the sky like lightning, before vanishing back into its sheath. Fu Changfeng had no time to react. At the moment the sword light faded, the giant wolf leader looked in disbelief at its throat. It had already been pierced. Clearly, just moments ago was the best time to attack, but how could? The giant wolf collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, but in that brief clash, its throat had already been cut by Nieshi, and its life force was slowly fading away.
Mr. Nya, we won.
Fu Changfeng was both crying and laughing as he looked at Nieshi. Not wanting to look was one thing, but upon looking, Fu Changfeng was stunned. Nieshi's face was pale, his eyes now a deep red, staring intensely at the giant wolf, propping himself up with his sword. That last strike had exhausted all of his remaining strength.
Elder Fu, you should go, I can't control myself anymore.
After saying this, Nieshi's eyes turned blood red, and he pounced on the still-living giant wolf, gnawing it down bite by bite. Seeing Nieshi eat the giant wolf raw, fur and skin included, Fu Changfeng was truly terrified. This scene was horrifying, like something out of a zombie movie. He had seen wolves eat humans, but never a human eat a wolf, let alone raw.
What should I do now? In that moment, Fu Changfeng was at a loss.
After thinking for a moment, Fu Changfeng decided to wait and see Nieshi's next move. In such a dangerous situation, Nieshi hadn't abandoned him, his life had been saved by Nieshi.
Now that Nieshi had become like this, he would never abandon him to run away. This is truly unlucky. A bunch of idiots. As Wang Wu rushed quickly towards Jin City, he cursed continuously. After leaving, he encountered several groups of wild beasts along the way. However, because his own strength was decent, he drove them away and didn't have to deal with them anymore. I need to hurry back, I've inhaled too much fog. Rushing fast, Wang Wu had inhaled quite a bit of fog and now felt dizzy. Damn Nieshi, damn the mysterious investigation bureau. Damn it! Wang Wu had 1,000 curses in his heart as he could only slow his pace. Inhaling too much fog can lead to mental confusion or even death, he had heard that before. But there was no choice, now he had inhaled a lot of fog in the wilderness, and he just wanted to quick return to Jin City and get a thorough checkup at the hospital. Turning a corner, a roar of beasts suddenly echoed ahead. In the fog, 2 blood-red eyes appeared abruptly. Wang Wu was startled and thought it was bad news. He quickly retreated, protecting his body, activating his hard qigong, his muscles tensed, carefully watching ahead. Roar! At the sound of the beast's roar, the leaves fell, and the surroundings fell into dead silence. An invisible sense of oppression approached, and in that moment, even the wind stopped. Wang Wu didn't even dare to breathe, tightly focusing ahead. A moving shadow gently emerged from the fog, silently standing a few meters away. That strong, slender body contained explosive power in every inch, the muscles of its shoulders shifting beneath the smooth, shiny fur, like currents surging deep within the earth. The most chilling part was those elongated eyes, resembling 2 cold amber stones, staring intently at Wang Wu. The breath of death had locked onto Wang Wu. Upon seeing the golden patterns and black spots, Wang Wu's heart sank. He had encountered a leopard. Moreover, this leopard was a full 3 meters high. Such a large leopard, Wang Wu not only had never seen it, he had never even imagined it. Could it be that I will meet my end here today? He was shocked, staring fixedly at the leopard in front of him, as a standoff began between man and beast. The leopard circled Wang Wu several times before suddenly opening its bloody mouth and pouncing toward him. "Nya Sword Saint, are you alright?" Fu Changfeng asked with a trembling voice. The scene before him was truly terrifying. Nieshi was swallowing the blood and flesh of the giant wolf leader, bite by bite. He really couldn't understand why, in such a short time, the giant wolf had been eaten down to almost nothing. Did he have such a big appetite? Not only that, but Nieshi also continued to let out low growls as he devoured. Although Fu Changfeng was a member of the mysterious investigation bureau, his main role was in research. He had only ever been in ancient tombs and had never witnessed such a horrific scene. Nieshi turned around, his blood-red eyes causing Fu Changfeng to tremble all over. That strong and wild aura was overwhelming. If it weren't for Fu Changfeng's broken legs, he would have wanted to run away right then. "Nya Sword Saint, are you still conscious?" Fu Changfeng's face looked worse than crying. If Nieshi were out of his mind, once he finished eating the giant wolf, the next one would be him. Nieshi fixed his gaze on Fu Changfeng, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Elder Fu, don't be so nervous, I am still conscious." Hearing this, Fu Changfeng was both shocked and delighted, scrambling over. "Nya Sword Saint, you scared me to death just now, are you okay?" Nieshi nodded. "There's no need to worry, I'm feeling very well now. I think I know the secret of this fog." He spoke astonishingly, leaving Fu Changfeng dumbfounded. As a researcher, he was always eager to uncover the mystery of this fog. "What is the secret of the fog?" Fu Changfeng asked. Nieshi continued to bite the giant wolf meat fiercely before speaking. This fog, once inhaled, indeed causes people to become disoriented, producing all sorts of illusions, and in the later stages, may lead to madness and death. Of course, after eating the wolf, I no longer feel that disorientation in my mind. Fu Changfeng glanced at Nieshi, pondering. "So, the key to breaking the fog is to eat a wolf like you?" Nieshi shook his head. "I guess it's not just wolves, any animal would do. Just now, I was on the brink of death, and a voice in my head kept urging me to eat this wolf. After eating it, my injuries improved a lot, and I felt stronger inside. I don't even know what happened today, I could eat so much." "Hey, you also inhaled the fog, how come you're fine?" Nieshi wondered. "You fought for so long, with your rapid breathing, you must have inhaled more mist than I did, that's how it should be," Fu Changfeng said. Nieshi nodded. "Even so, the fog will eventually take effect, you also need to eat an animal." Fu Changfeng couldn't help but smile and cry at the same time. "Must I eat? I believe in Buddhism and do not kill." Nieshi nodded. "Absolutely. If killing is not an option, then eating it raw is fine. Elder Fu, what do you want to eat? I'll go catch it for you." By the side of the road in the forest, Wang Wu was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. His clothes were torn to shreds, with a dreadful wound on his chest that nearly tore him apart. He had executed a bear choke, tightly gripping the leopard's throat. "Damn it, this fierce leopard is the first I've ever seen."
Although the leopard was close to death, its situation was not good either. He muttered to himself, breathing heavily, as consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, a strong voice urged him to eat the leopard. Looking down at the leopard, he found it was somewhat handsome. Before dying, he figured he might as well take a bite of it. He bit fiercely towards the leopard's throat. This was destined to be a restless night. Coincidentally, the first batch of mutants had already emerged. Of course, Qin Chuan had no idea about all of this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. His strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary mutant.
Qin Chuan, I can't sleep.
Wang Yushu came into the living room, her eyes a bit melancholic.
What's wrong?
I don't know, I just feel like something is going to happen, my mind is restless. Then, she covered her stomach.
And I keep feeling like there is something inside my belly.
Hearing this, Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. This girl's intuition was indeed sharp. However, she couldn't be allowed to know such things. You might be too tired recently, and the outside world is also not peaceful, you're probably thinking too much.
How could there be something in your belly? Just take a good rest.
Qin Chuan said nonchalantly, without a change in expression. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu scratched her head.
Maybe you're right.
But it really is strange these days, the sounds of beasts roaring outside tonight are quite terrifying.
Qin Chuan smiled.
Don't worry, just stay in this house, there is nothing that can break in.
By the way, how are your parents? When talking about her parents, Wang Yushu's brows furrowed.
They're experiencing the same situation as us, but they are currently safe.
The two chatted about this and that.
This night before the apocalypse felt especially long.
The Empire, Jingxian City.
This is the heart of the entire empire, and at this moment it is submerged in panic.
Governor, the mist has spread into the city, and everyone is running to the city center.
Governor, the mysterious investigation agency's task force has run into trouble and is requesting our support. Jingyan City has been attacked by a pack of beasts, the soldiers inside are fighting bravely, but hot weapons are basically useless against these beasts. Many soldiers have already died or been injured, and they are requesting reinforcements.
Governor.
At this time, although it was already late at night, the conference hall was bustling with people. The governor listened to reports from his subordinates, feeling increasingly troubled.
Now, the entire Daxia Empire was thrown into chaos.
He had a bad feeling that the Daxia Empire might not withstand this test.
Notify everyone, all transport from Jingxian City to other regions is cut off.
Tell them to hold on for now, and once transport is restored, Jingxian City will send reinforcements immediately. The apocalypse was about to arrive, and countless cities within the Daxia Empire began to be attacked by beasts.
City Lord, it's bad, a large number of beasts have started attacking Suai City.
Also, the bodies of Elder Wang from the mysterious investigation agency and a little immortal have been discovered, at Yuhu Park. The mist has begun to spread into the city, and the citizens are gathering at the city center because there have been hundreds of casualties from trampling. Within the Suhai City Lord's residence, a flood of information was continuously being reported.
Listening to the news, City Lord Su felt overwhelmed.
In that case, let's ignore the matters of the mysterious investigation agency for now and put them aside.
Everyone, follow me to fend off the beasts. City Lord Su decisively led his people toward the city gate.
The next day, when Qin Chuan woke up, the outside was already bustling with noise, and the usually quiet villa area was now packed with people.
Why do they get to live in villas? We have to sleep on the street. They have so many rooms in their villas, why can't they just give us one? Someone raised their arms in protest, instantly gaining the support of a crowd. Kill them. We want to live in villas too. Some stirred up chaos, fearing nothing.
Qin Chuan looked out the window. At least several hundred people had gathered in the villa area. Some were ragged, while others were dressed in suits, representing all walks of life. Clearly everyone had fled to the city center. The hundreds of people split into dozens of teams and started moving toward the villa area.
Qin Chuan, what should we do? How can they do this? This is private property.
I've already called the police, but they won't arrive for a while.
Seeing this scene, Wang Yushu turned pale with fear.
She had just turned 18 and was freshly graduated. She had never seen such a scene before and was scared to death. Seeing a group of people rushing towards the villa, Qin Chuan patted Wang Yushu's hand.
Don't worry, just leave everything to me. This was the most upscale neighborhood in the city, and it was already in chaos. What about other places?
In this situation, the police simply didn't have time to come. He stood up and walked towards the front door.
Qin Chuan, be careful. Wang Yushu shouted.
For some reason, with Qin Chuan around, her heart felt inexplicably settled. Before he reached the door, they heard loud banging sounds.
Open the door. Why be so polite? I'm coming in. People inside, get out. Your grandpa is here. Hurry up and open the door.
Listening to the banging from outside, Qin Chuan snorted coldly. In the face of the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature is fully exposed. All morals and laws can no longer restrict people. Qin Chuan could understand, but to bully him personally was absolutely intolerable. The banging continued, accompanied by angry curses. At this rate, these people would surely break in. With a cold expression, Qin Chuan quickly walked up and flung open the door. Seeing the villa door open, the leading middle-aged man showed a pleased expression. "Brothers, charge in. Each of us takes a room." After saying that, he rushed to enter. Qin Chuan frowned and grabbed the middle-aged man's collar, giving him 2 hard slaps. Qin Chuan's strength was immense. With those 2 slaps, several bloody teeth flew out. "I dare you to try." Qin Chuan coldly shouted, his killing intent evident as he stared at the crowd outside. Seeing this, the crowd stepped back in fear. "You're hitting people. How dare you hit someone? Call the police and have them arrest him." The middle-aged man, unable to resist as Qin Chuan held his collar, shouted to the crowd. "Call the police? Humph. Go ahead and call." Qin Chuan looked at the middle-aged man, a cruel smile flickering in his eyes, then slapped him again. More bloody teeth flew out. "Calling the police? Why didn't you think about calling the police when you were banging on the door? Now you want to call?" As Qin Chuan mocked, he slapped the middle-aged man again. "Kill him for me. Help me kill him." The middle-aged man, both ashamed and furious, shouted at the crowd. But seeing Qin Chuan like this, no one dared to step forward again. "Comrade, you should at least be reasonable. How can you just hit people?" At this moment, a bespectacled man stood up. "I already explained things to you. You hit me without asking why we were banging on the door." Qin Chuan squinted at the bespectacled man. He didn't want to lay hands on ordinary people since he was, after all, an evolved being. Hitting them seemed too bullying. But that was on the premise that they didn't provoke him. If they did provoke him, there would only be one outcome. Death. "We were banging on the door out of necessity. I hope you can understand. It's so chaotic outside. Look at how big this villa is with so many rooms. What's wrong with us taking 2 rooms to stay? Isn't that right, everyone?" The bespectacled man insisted, calling out to the crowd behind him, which led to a chorus of cheers. Hearing such shameless words, Qin Chuan felt both angry and amused. "Take your rooms? Who do you think you are? Is this villa something that fell from the sky?" The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. "Comrade, your words are wrong. As the saying goes, unity is strength. With the way things are outside, it's your duty." Ha ha ha. Hearing such twisted reasoning, Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, let me tell you what unity is strength means. Right now, with so many people on Blue Star and everyone struggling, in the spirit of unity, you can just go die." As soon as the words fell, before the man with glasses could react, Qin Chuan quickly moved, grabbing the man's neck. With a snap, the man's neck was directly broken, falling to the ground. Then, he forcefully slammed the middle-aged man in his other hand down onto the floor, blood spurting from the man's mouth, clearly not able to live much longer. Seeing this scene, screams arose from the crowd, and they instantly scattered to escape. Only then did they realize how terrifying a being they had provoked. "Come back!" Qin Chuan shouted loudly, his killing intent fully revealed. Under his intimidation, the fleeing crowd obediently ran back. They had seen Qin Chuan's quick movements. It was an extreme speed that was simply impossible to react to. They had no doubt that if they did not return, Qin Chuan would directly kill them. "What are you running for?" Qin Chuan coldly shouted, his gaze scanning over each person's face. Everyone showed fear, trembling all over, extremely scared. Even though there were more than 10 of them, facing Qin Chuan, they felt no sense of resistance at all. The pressure from the person in front of them was simply overwhelming. In front of him, the more than 10 people were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "I won't make things difficult for you, but you need to pay for the damage to the door." Qin Chuan pointed to the somewhat deformed large door that had been smashed. Hearing this, the heavy weight in everyone's heart finally eased, and they all hurriedly scanned the code before fleeing the place. Humph. Qin Chuan glanced at the body lying on the ground before closing the door and entering the house. "Qin Chuan, did you kill someone?" As Qin Chuan entered, he saw Wang Yushu's concerned face. She had just been hiding behind the door, witnessing everything. "You should leave quickly. Once they call the police will come to arrest you. Here is a card, there are hundreds of thousands in it, enough for you to use for a while. Get in my car and leave Suhai City quickly. You really didn't have to do this, it's all my fault." Wang Yushu handed over a card and car keys, her speech stuttering, her expression filled with self-blame. Seeing the school beauty's look, Qin Chuan smiled and ruffled her hair. "It's not your fault. I'm not going anywhere, the police won't come to arrest me, just rest assured." Wang Yushu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she said nothing and nodded heavily. She had 100% trust in Qin Chuan. Moreover, Qin Chuan's confident demeanor made Wang Yushu even more infatuated. He truly was the man she liked. Thinking of this, she lowered her head, her face slightly blushing. "Rest assured, no one will dare to come here," Qin Chuan said. Sure enough, in the time that followed, although many came, when they saw the two bodies thrown at the entrance, they all retreated in fright. Throwing the bodies outside was also Qin Chuan's deliberate act. He understood human nature well and knew that no one would dare to enter with the bodies lying there. Even if they shouted fiercely outside, when faced with the threat of death, no one dared. They were merely a group of little people taking advantage of the chaos to plunder. What courage did they have to face life and death? "Qin Chuan, is something really going to happen? I'm so scared. How did things get this chaotic? Where are the people from the city lord's mansion? Where are the police?" Wang Yushu was emotional and worried, almost crying. Seeing Wang Yushu's worried expression, Qin Chuan sighed. For him, who had experienced all this in a previous life, these scenes had become familiar sights. In the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature is magnified countless times. Isn't there a saying? Only the sun and the human heart cannot be gazed upon directly. However, for innocent Wang Yushu, it was indeed a bit hard to accept. Recently, there might be some unrest, just stay safe and don't think too much. Whatever happens, leave it to me. Qin Chuan's words gradually reassured Wang Yushu. Unlike the tranquility inside the villa, outside, it had already turned into a chaotic mess. People discovered that the fog was spreading at an unprecedented speed. Not only was the fog spreading, but more terrifying were the monsters within it. Countless beasts emerged from the fog, launching attacks on human settlements. Among these beasts were familiar wild animals and strange species never seen before. Moreover, these beasts had sizes, speeds, and strengths that were vastly different from ordinary animals, and the damage from firearms to them was very limited. In such a situation, those who retreated into the city were still able to ensure temporary safety. But those still scattered in the wilderness were all inevitably devoured by the beasts. There was no choice, reality was this brutal. Even well-trained soldiers found it hard to win against mutated beasts, let alone ordinary civilians. Outside the city, chaos reigned, and no support could be obtained. Nearly every city was caught in fierce battles. The crisis did not only come from outside the city, but also from within it. Inside the city, everyone gathered in the city center, trying to stay as far away from the fog as possible. In such turbulent times, the evil side of humanity was magnified infinitely. The situation of theft was no longer surprising. Arson, killing, and looting began to occur, and even some people formed teams for organized looting. These robbery teams even raised flags, claiming to uphold justice. As for the Lord's mansion, they were too exhausted dealing with the beasts outside to spare any energy for managing the city inside, only allowing everything to happen. Within the city, chaos reached an unparalleled level. People feared the beasts outside even more than the looting gangs inside the city. With no way to vent their frustrations, the people could only direct their anger at the Lord's mansion, accusing them of inaction and allowing the safety of lives to be violated. All signs indicated that it was in total disarray. Under the fog, the ugliness of human nature was bound to show itself. However, this was still far from the worst moment. The evil of humanity was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 42, The Apocalyptic Spectacle. In the high ranks of the Great Xia Empire, the governor sat in his office, his eyes bloodshot, unable to hide his fatigue. "Governor, please take a rest," the secretary beside him advised. The governor simply shook his head, looking at the reports coming in from various places, feeling utterly drained. "What's the situation outside the city now?" "It's not optimistic. Jingxian City is now surrounded by beasts, and our soldiers are resisting. The damage from firearms is minimal if we use nuclear." Hearing the secretary's words, the governor shook his head. "Use nuclear? The beasts are right outside the city, too close." "I've thought of that, but it's unrealistic. What's the situation in other places?" The secretary pulled out the document from his hand, showing a worried expression. "All is not too optimistic. The fog is spreading nationwide, everyone is fleeing to areas that haven't been affected yet. There have been many incidents of vandalism, looting, and arson, and there's no time to manage since we must defend against the beasts outside." Hearing this, the governor felt anxious. Now, due to the breakdown of transportation, with such situations in various places, he had no doubt that each city would break away from the control of the Great Xia Empire if this continued. Am I the last governor of the Great Xia Empire? A terrifying thought arose in his mind. Of course, it was not just the Great Xia Empire that was in chaos, the entire world had turned into a messy soup. In such extreme environments, during this apocalypse, some strange sights began to appear. Since the Lord's mansion has abandoned us, then we must unite. Helping each other is a hidden virtue of humanity. Under such a slogan, an organization called the Mutual Aid Association began to appear between various cities. Their mission was to help each other. As long as you join the church, you can enjoy the protection of the church. In an instant, many people flocked to join the Mutual Aid Society, and the power of the church began to grow rapidly. On the streets of various places, countless parading groups began to appear. In some extreme cities, they had even begun to besiege the Lord's mansion. They demanded the Lord step down and transfer the power to govern the city to the people, completely ignoring the fact that the Lord was still leading the resistance against beast attacks on the city. Amid the undercurrents, some hidden families began to emerge one after another. Due to the absence of stable forces within the city, they began to actively help maintain order. Not only that, but they also used the banner of disaster relief to distribute water and food to the people. In this period of power vacuum, everyone could see their true intentions. As long as we get through this crisis, Miley family will surely become the master of Crystal Flame City. It would be even better if we couldn't get through it, our Lee family will still be the masters of Crystal Flame City. Crystal Flame City, the hidden family, the Lee family, emerges. Not only them, but every city basically saw hidden families emerge. Jingu City. Wang Wu sat in his office, issuing orders in a stern voice. We must stop the beast attacks. If they enter, we are all finished. Let the soldiers on the front line rest assured, I will maintain order in the rear. It will not affect the front line. That night, Wang Wu accidentally devoured a leopard, gaining unmatched power. Filled with excitement after gaining power, he immediately rushed back to Jingu City. Because Jingu City lacked a lord and he had gained terrifying strength after devouring the leopard, Wang Wu quickly seized the position of lord of Jingu City. In front of his terrifying power, no one dared to say anything. After all, the strength between beast transformers and ordinary people was like heaven and earth. Who would have thought that just after seizing the lord position of Jingu City, he would encounter such a thing, which truly drove him to fury. He hadn't even enjoyed his fortune yet. However, he was quick-witted and still found some opportunities for pleasure during his busy schedule. He was a lecherous man, so he had people search for and bring beautiful women from Jingu City to him while he maintained order. In this chaotic situation, the disappearance of a few people was nothing serious. After sending all his subordinates away, Wang Wu rubbed his head and opened a compartment. Inside were a dozen beautiful women tied up, all looking at him with terrified eyes. He grinned and wickedly approached a tearful yet still graceful young woman. Beauty, I'm here. I'm quite large, just bear with it. Outside Jingu City, Nieshi was harvesting the lives of mutated beasts with his sword. He was already terrifyingly strong, known as the Sword Saint of the Great Xia Kingdom. That night, after devouring the Wolf King, he gained the powers of the beast race, and his strength became even more fearsome. Under the dazzling sword light, numerous beasts fell. Sword Saint Nia, let's go. With so many monsters, even if you are Superman, you can't stop them. Let's return to the city first and plan our next steps. This wave of beasts is no longer something we can control. Fu Changfeng advised. Looking at the beasts charging fearlessly from afar, Nieshi sighed slightly. He knew Fu Changfeng spoke the truth. Let's go back for now. Sword Saint Nia, stay close to me, I'll go first. With that, Fu Changfeng moved, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Nieshi smiled bitterly and quickly followed. That night, Fu Changfeng ultimately chose to devour a rabbit, thus obtaining the agile genetic traits of the rabbit. Not for any other reason, just to run fast. Su-Hai City. In a corner, a group of yellow-haired boys surrounded a young girl in the flower season, attempting to commit a crime. The girl was scared, her face pale. Loud screams. Many people heard the girl scream, but following the principle of it's better to not get involved, they all chose to look away. Just as the girl was about to be stripped of her last piece of clothing, a voice stopped them. Stop! You bunch of beasts! When they heard someone dare to stop them, the yellow-haired one showed displeasure and turned around. What came into the yellow-haired one's view was a tall girl with a curvy figure. She was extraordinarily delicate, with bright, big eyes, and a beauty mark under her left eye that added to her charm. At this moment, she wore a red dress, her face full of frost, glaring at the group of yellow-haired ones. The yellow-haired ones were stunned. Boss, this one is even better. Let's grab her too, together. Since we inhaled the mist and are going to die anyway, what's wrong with having a bit of fun before we go? Hearing the yellow-haired one's lewd words, the girl in red became furious. She pulled out a gun and shot the yellow-haired one who had just spoken in the head. Blood spattered, and the yellow-haired ones fled in panic. The girl in red walked forward and helped the crying girl up. Don't worry, it's okay now. My name is Su Qing, I am the daughter of the city lord. Come with me to the lord's mansion. Because two bodies were thrown at the door, it felt especially quiet in this chaotic world. As for at home, he had instructed little Fatty not to open the door carelessly. As long as the door remained shut, nothing would happen. Qin Chuan glanced at his watch. At this moment, the unusually calm him after being reborn actually felt a bit excited. It was already 11 o'clock, and the arrival of the apocalypse was very near. At noon 12 o'clock, the apocalypse would arrive on time. As the hands slowly pointed to 12, a voice rang out across the world. Chapter 43, The Apocalypse Arrives. A sharp electronic sound of unknown origin suddenly suppressed all other sounds. At this point, the mist completely covered the globe. Attention! Attention! Due to dimensional energy tidal waves, the annihilation event has been initiated. After the annihilation event is initiated, only by swallowing animals and gaining their abilities can one survive. The stronger the animal devoured, the stronger the ability gained. Then, a bell rang, and the sound vanished. After a brief silence, a huge uproar erupted among the crowd. Annihilation event? The apocalypse. This is the apocalypse. An elderly scientist cried out in despair. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't they say? Eating animals can ensure survival. I need to hurry home, I remember I still have a fish. So the mist that lasted so long was actually a sign of the apocalypse. This world is about to change. Damn it. I originally had a pet dog, but the dog capturing squad killed it. Ah. I'm so dizzy right now, I really want to eat an animal. After the voice of the apocalypse rang out, countless people went completely mad. Everyone realized that the old order was about to be broken. And a new order was about to be established. An era where the strong are revered is about to arrive. Top officials of the Great Xia Empire. The governor slowly inhaled the mist. Scattered documents were all over the table, his gaze somewhat hollow. He knew it was over, the Great Xia Empire was about to collapse. Not just him, at this moment, all the high-ranking officials of empires on Blue Star thought the same way. Once they devoured animals and gained abilities, those below would completely unleash their ambitions. Would they still support the empire? Obviously not. Across the entire world, the people went completely insane. People began to search everywhere for animals to devour, those with pets devoured their own pets, and those without searched for animals to consume, even pulling out rats from the sewers. After the voice of the apocalypse sounded, everyone inhaled the mist. Under the influence of the mist, everyone's eyes turned red, and their desire to devour animals grew stronger. Ha! I just took a bite of a pet dog, and now my body is filled with power. A young man ran out with wild laughter, blood at the corner of his mouth, with a circle of dog fur stuck to the blood. He moved quickly, charging into the crowd and randomly knocking someone down, biting down, and that person's neck was instantly severed. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the crowd screamed and scattered in all directions. The young man laughed wildly. I have power now. I will become the king of the apocalypse. The successive appearances of mutants, along with the powerful abilities they displayed, made everyone yearn to obtain an animal to gain its power. Because of the emergence of mutants, the already chaotic city became even more disordered. After the apocalypse broadcast, the subsequent consequences were tectonic movements, with the ground shaking violently, countless mountains and lakes beginning to change. There were steep mountains rising from thin air, massive cracks suddenly forming in the earth, and inexplicably appearing abysses. New terrains emerged, and countless secret realms and treasures appeared out of nowhere. Jin Gu City. Upon hearing the apocalypse broadcast, Wang Wu laughed heartily. Because by chance he had consumed a leopard, he already knew in advance that devouring wild beasts would grant him power. I am the first person to know this secret, destined to become the king of this world. Wang Wu's laughter was filled with absolute confidence. He knew that many people could only consume small pets, which was nothing compared to the leopard he devoured. What he consumed was a leopard that lived in the wild after mutation. Just returned to Jingdu City, Nieshi and Fu Changfeng exchanged a glance after hearing the broadcast, revealing a helpless wry smile. They never expected such a result would happen. The mist that has persisted for days is actually a sign of the apocalypse. Who would have thought? Fu Changfeng murmured, his eyes showing wild joy. He was a researcher, caring about nothing else, only focused on the truth behind it all. Meanwhile, Nieshi appeared worried. Everything is in chaos. At this rate, who knows how many people will die? With the global broadcast, countless conspirators and ambitious individuals began planning to achieve something in the midst of chaos. Outside the city were countless beasts attacking, while inside various types of people mingled, making it practically a lawless land. Due to the beast attacks, transportation between the cities was cut off, causing each city to start becoming independent. 2 hours after the apocalypse broadcast, the Liaoning city of the Great Xia Empire announced its independence. This news made the governor's nose almost crooked in anger, but he had no way to deal with Liaoning city's betrayal. Jingxian City was still struggling to cope. What power did he have to sanction Liaoning City? Not long after Liaoning City declared independence, Jinggu City also announced its independence. Jingyan City, Jingfei City, Bye Bye City. In an instant, all cities within the Great Xia Empire declared independence. The Great Xia Empire crumbled. As each city began to become independent, the prototype of the safe zone was born.
Qin Chuan, my mind is all confused, is this real?
Wang Yushu lightly covered her small mouth, her head feeling dizzy. The events happening were nearly overwhelming her mind.
Yes, all of this is real.
Qin Chuan nodded, his eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction.
This day has finally come. So do I need to eat some animal?
But that's so disgusting. Wang Yushu said with a pained little face.
Qin Chuan laughed heartily. You don't need to eat anything, just enjoy your snacks, you won't be in any danger.
Qin Chuan had already checked her, and the school bell currently had several eggs inside her body. The mist posed no threat to her at all. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu felt relieved, looking at the table full of snacks, and started to eat again. She believed in Qin Chuan very much. Whatever Qin Chuan said, she would believe it. Since Qin Chuan said it's okay, then it must be okay. Qin Chuan was enjoying the profile of the campus beauty on the sofa, feeling greatly satisfied inside.
He didn't want to go out right now.
Having experienced the previous life, he knew how chaotic it would be when the apocalypse arrived. All laws and morals had collapsed, only the instinct to survive remained, turning people into beasts.
He didn't want to do anything, nor did he have any thoughts of being a savior. Selfishness is deeply ingrained in human bones.
In the apocalypse, just being able to ensure one's survival is already a great achievement.
He was now waiting for an opportunity.
According to his memories from the previous life, at 11 o'clock at night, a golden-winged roc would appear in the outskirts of Qingfei City.
The golden-winged roc's rank was divine.
In the previous life, the one who devoured this divine beast ultimately became the overlord of the 13 safe zones. The golden-winged roc possessed terrifying dominance over all airborne creatures. By devouring it, one could gain such dominance and rule the entire sky. I missed too many opportunities in the previous life. In this life, I will take them all back. Qin Chuan made up his mind, the golden-winged roc was a target he must devour. However, before that, he had more things to do.
He needed to settle the campus beauty and the chubby guy first.
He worried that if he left, they might be harmed in the apocalypse. He had just hypnotized and seen the changes inside the campus beauty. The mist had no effect on the campus beauty, it only accelerated the growth of the insect eggs inside her body. At this rate, the campus beauty would soon be able to hatch a bunch of alien creatures for him. After all, there were not few insect eggs inside her body, including iron threadworms, male bees, and facehugger worms. However, this hatching speed was indeed a bit slow. Perhaps I can look for other hatching methods. Qin Chuan thought to himself. He wasn't worried about the campus beauty's safety, he had just used the true sight gem to look at her attributes, which left him a bit stunned.
Name, Wang Yushu. Gender, female. Has awakened the gene lock, the genetic trait is alien incubator.
Alien incubator is a special genetic trait. Due to the large number of aliens in her body, she does not need to devour any beasts.
Strength, 200. Intelligence, 300. Stamina, 300. Agility, 100. So high in intelligence, no wonder she's as smart as me. The campus beauty's attributes were a bit exaggerated, he didn't know if it was boosted by the aliens. Such attributes, at the early stages of the apocalypse, would make her a strong figure globally. As for the chubby guy, Qin Chuan decided to find him a decent monster. After all, his background was truly pitiful. In the midst of chaos, he drove home. Uncle, you're back? Seeing Qin Chuan return, the chubby guy immediately showed a delighted expression. This time had really stifled him. Did you have any issues? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Qin Chuan squatted down to check the chubby guy's body. Uncle, I inhaled that mist. I feel like eating meat now. Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled and patted the chubby guy's head. You're not craving meat, you need to eat a creature. He used his mental power to control the chubby guy, then began to examine his body. Fortunately, after absorbing the mist, there would be a buffer period, so the chubby guy didn't have too many problems. You wait for me, don't eat reckless things during this time, I'll come back tomorrow. After hastily advising a few words, Qin Chuan left. Qingfei City was still some distance from Suai City, so it was about time to go now. On the city wall, the soldiers looked desperate. City Lord, we can barely hold on. Where did so many terrifying monsters come from? Modern weapons hardly work on them. What should we do? Are we going to die here today? The shadow of death began to spread in everyone's hearts. Seeing the soldiers on the verge of breaking down, Lord Su also felt extreme despair. However, he was the city lord and could not show any signs of despair. Once he collapsed, the entire Suai city would also fall. As a commander from the battlefield, he forced himself to appear calm. He fired a shot into the sky. Soldiers, do not lose hope. Although Suhai City is large, we have no retreat left. Behind us is the whole of Suhai. This is our homeland, where our parents and elders live. For them, we can never take a step back. Every inch of land is soaked with blood. If we perish, then they will perish too. The city lord spoke with a high-spirited tone to rally the troops. Hearing the lord's words, everyone felt a shock in their hearts and continued to resist the beasts frantically. Watching all this, the city lord let out a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath, the gun barrel in his hand already hot. Since the beasts attacked the city, he had been leading the resistance. Seeing the beasts continuously falling to the ground, he felt a bit relieved. However, looking at the almost endless hordes of monsters in the distance, his heart sank again. At this rate, it wouldn't hold for long. He gave a bitter smile, his eyes filled with deep despair. It had been too brutal. Since the beasts attacked, almost half of the troops stationed in Suhai City had fallen in this beast tide. At this rate, Suhai City would inevitably be conquered by the crazed beasts. Just then, he heard a soldier's scream. What's going on? Why is the city gate open? Who the hell opened it? Doesn't this mean our death? There is someone. Someone has gone out. Come back. It's dangerous outside. Listening to the soldiers' shouts, the city lord hurriedly ran to the edge of the city wall to look down. In his line of sight, he indeed saw a figure. Someone went out. Come back. It's dangerous outside. The city lord shouted. The person did not turn around, raised their hand and waved, signaling not to worry. Qin Chuan looked at the beast tide in front of him, a cold light appearing in his eyes. He intended to leave the city, but the pack of beasts was blocking his way. Moreover, the beast's frenzied attacks on Suhai also made him somewhat displeased. He walked forward gently, and something strange happened. Look! The beasts are retreating. A soldier with sharp eyes shouted. Everyone rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. With every step Qin Chuan took, all the beasts actually began to retreat. Those were the devastating beasts. They weren't afraid of any firearms. But now, countless beasts were facing one person, and they were step by step retreating. The city lord's throat moved, wanting to say something but unable to speak. What he saw before him was too shocking, he momentarily didn't know what to say. Such a terrifying person exists. Who is he? A name quickly flashed through the city lord's mind. Wang family? The massacre case of Jin City? Elder Wang and the little immortal? Thinking of this, the city lord was already certain of who this person was. Only this person had such strength. He had thought of Qin Chuan's powerful strength before, but he never expected it to be terrifying to this extent, facing the entire beast horde alone. Even more terrifying was that the beast horde was afraid of him to this degree. He felt a bit fortunate that he hadn't sent someone with the mysterious investigation bureau. Since this person had struck, then this crisis was very likely to be resolved. Thinking of this, he held onto the city wall and shouted toward Qin Chuan. Be careful. Outside the city, Qin Chuan activated his genetic ability, heart-eroding bone spikes. Countless bone spikes containing nerve spores flew toward the beast horde. Chapter 45, The Savior. This was his first time displaying his strength in front of people, especially in front of so many. He didn't hide his thoughts at all. His strength was powerful enough. Even if people saw it, it didn't matter. Moreover, this wasn't even his trump card. His greatest trump card was Infinite Devouring. In a situation where everyone could only devour one beast, he had already devoured 5 divine beasts. What if he continued to devour? Countless bone spikes flew towards the beasts, instantly knocking down a large group. The beasts fell to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Countless beasts, seeing this scene, could no longer endure the fear in their hearts and turned to flee. With one leading the way, countless beasts turned and ran wildly towards the forest. Qin Chuan did not hesitate at all, more bone spikes shot out, and the fleeing beasts fell down in another large group. Seeing this, countless beasts quickened their escape. The aura that Qin Chuan emitted filled them with deep fear, forcing them to escape faster. The beast tide, retreat. At this, cheers erupted from the city. We won. Oh my god. I have been awake for over 20 hours and can finally rest well. Savior. This is our savior. The soldiers cried tears of joy, hugging their comrades who fought alongside them, celebrating this hard-won victory. The city lord also had tears in his eyes, looking excitedly at Qin Chuan's back. So strong. Really too strong. Time is short for you all. As everyone celebrated, a voice rang in their ears. At these words, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, slowly calming them down as they turned to look at the speaker. It was Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan glanced at the people on the city wall and said in a calm tone.
His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. I have important matters to attend to, I cannot stay here forever. Without my deterrence, the beasts will still come, it is their instinct for survival that no one can stop. Hearing this, the soldiers looked at each other, their faces displaying confusion.
The beast tide will still come?
Then what should they do? They were already at their limit. If the beast race continued to attack, what could they use to resist?
Fight them. The men of Suhai City are not afraid.
Yes, since it's like this, let's fight them to the death.
People are in the city.
After a brief silence, passionate emotions spread.
Reckless.
Qin Chuan's rebuke exploded in the soldiers' ears, making their ears hurt. I admire your courage, but you must understand the current situation.
What do you want to do?
Perish together with the beast tide?
Can you defeat them?
Qin Chuan shouted. His words instantly calmed the soldiers down.
Indeed. They couldn't win.
The next second, Qin Chuan's voice echoed in their ears again. These beasts are not dead, consume them, gain their abilities, survive. After saying this, he did not hesitate and marched away. Qin Chuan moved swiftly, disappearing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye.
Not dead?
It was only after Qin Chuan had walked for a while that the city lord reacted first. He suddenly felt a jolt. He had seen the combat power of these beasts, they were extremely formidable. If they could devour them, it would indeed be a powerful enhancement for the soldiers defending the city. Only then could they withstand the next wave of beast tide.
Everyone, go down and devour the beasts.
Without hesitation, the city lord loudly issued the order. After the apocalypse came, all paths vanished. Qin Chuan weaved and dashed through the jungle, running at full speed. What he saw was a picturesque scene, with countless beasts hidden in the mountains and waters. At this moment, the terrain has undergone a huge change, completely different from before. Although he didn't drive, Qin Chuan's speed was not much slower than if he were behind the wheel. After devouring the white tiger, he not only gained its skills but also its characteristics. The white tiger is originally a mountain lord, the king of the jungle, with top-notch strength and stamina, running through the jungle without any problem. Having absorbed the 5 great divine monsters and mixed their breaths, the aura on Qin Chuan's body is now extremely terrifying. While he sprinted through the jungle, no beast dared to come close to him. This also made his speed faster and faster. At this speed, I'll reach Qingfei City before dark. Qin Chuan thought to himself. After the devouring, his physical quality skyrocketed, and running for a long time did not make him feel any fatigue. Time passed even faster than Qin Chuan expected. By 3 in the afternoon, he had already arrived at Qingfei City. Outside Qingfei City, countless beasts were gathered, trying to break through the city's defenses. Qin Chuan was not the least bit surprised by this scene. After the apocalypse came, the beasts gained intelligence and became extremely powerful. Human flesh and blood became highly attractive to these beasts. Seeing the soldiers of Qingfei City struggling, Qin Chuan acted decisively, unleashing countless bone spikes that instantly took down a group.
Eat them. Gain power. Survive.
Qin Chuan's voice echoed in the air. After temporarily resolving the crisis in Qingfei City, Qin Chuan did not waste time but directly entered the city. As a fellow human being, he could not bear to see the city being breached. Once it was breached, very few of the hundreds of thousands would survive. This was the most he could do.
He did not want to be a savior.
In this apocalypse, everyone has their own fate. Even if he could save the people of Qingfei City today, can he save every city like this? Thinking of this, Qin Chuan sighed. He strongly agreed with one saying, a fish that has come ashore is no longer a fish.
Similarly, humans after the apocalypse are no longer the same humans.
If one still clings to the idea of a savior coming to rescue them, then in this apocalypse, they would end up as mere flesh and blood. Entering Qingfei City, Qin Chuan looked at everything inside, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. In his previous life, he often came to Qingfei City to carry out missions, so he was quite familiar with everything here. The architectural style of Qingfei City was very special. All buildings were greenish-blue, with large treehouse-shaped roofs atop them. The city's greenery was well done, making the whole city look stunningly beautiful. It was known for its simple and honest folk. However, everything has changed now. In the city, chaos reigned, with crowds and cries echoing everywhere. The situation here was also not optimistic. He sighed, wanting to find a place to rest a bit. At that moment, a slightly surprised voice sounded behind him.
Qin Chuan?
Hearing this voice, Qin Chuan turned around sharply. What came into view was a slightly thin face, with sharp lines like knives and swords. However, at this moment, his face was beaming with a smile. He was tall but frighteningly skinny, looking like a stick. Dressed in black clothes that seemed a bit ill-fitting. At this moment, he looked at Qin Chuan with great surprise. Looking at this unfamiliar yet familiar face, Qin Chuan momentarily couldn't determine who this person was.
Are you Qin Chuan? I didn't mistake you, right?
The man in black stepped forward, wanting to grab Qin Chuan, but Qin Chuan dodged away.
Who are you?
Qin Chuan was unsure of who this person was, yet felt a strange familiarity.
I'm Yan Fei. Don't you remember me? The man in black smiled. Hearing the name, Qin Chuan quickly searched in his mind and finally dug out the memory of this person.
He grabbed the person in front of him, his face filled with excitement.
Yan Fei, it's you.
The two were elementary school classmates and used to play together the best.
But later, Yan Fei's father became wealthy and moved the whole family from Suhai City to Qingfei City. Who would have thought that he would run into his childhood playmate here? Qin Chuan was very happy.
In his previous life, even though he often went to Qingfei City on missions, he had never heard any news about Yan Fei.
Presumably, he died after the apocalypse arrived.
Now, in this life, to see an old friend again filled Qin Chuan's heart with joy.
It's been a long time, I can hardly remember what you look like. Qin Chuan laughed. Look at you.
After such a long time, I also just felt a sense of familiarity looking at your back.
I tried calling out, and unexpectedly it really was you. Yan Fei laughed heartily. Come on, let's not stay here, let's go home and chat. Yan Fei beckoned.
Listening to Yan Fei, Qin Chuan thought it was still early, so a trip would be nice. They left right away, but Qin Chuan found it strange that before leaving, Yan Fei covered his face with a black mask.
What are you doing?
Qin Chuan asked, feeling puzzled.
I'll explain when we get back. It's not safe to talk here.
Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan looked around at the crazed crowd and nodded. After the apocalypse arrived, the crowd had grown mad. In such an environment, discussing things was indeed inconvenient.
Let's go. Following Yan Fei, they arrived near a villa.
Yan Fei glanced around a few times before removing the mask.
Go! With a shout, he quickly slipped into the villa.
Yan Fei's actions left Qin Chuan somewhat baffled, but he followed him into the villa. However, the scene inside the villa took him by surprise. According to his expectations, the villa should at least be nicely decorated, if not magnificent. But what met his eyes was a scene of devastation. Everything in the villa was scattered all over the floor, and at a glance, all the valuable items had been looted. Even in the corner of the villa, there was a charred mark, indicating someone had started a fire here.
What happened here? Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan felt even more confused and immediately looked at Yan Fei.
Yan Fei forced a bitter smile, propped up an overturned sofa, and beckoned Qin Chuan to sit down. It's both sad and ridiculous, all this happened yesterday. Last night, a group of people broke into my house, claiming to be from their Mutual Assistance Association, and took everything from my home.
Yan Fei gritted his teeth.
I can understand their intentions, but mutual assistance is not supposed to be like this, it's sheer robbery. My father worked hard for 20 years to build this family business, and now it's all gone. Now, I step out the door cautiously, afraid that they'll see me and give me another beating. Seeing his old friend in such a miserable state, Qin Chuan was speechless and could only silently pat Yan Fei's shoulder.
Mutual Assistance Association?
He quickly considered in his mind. In his previous life, this was a very mysterious organization. In a situation where each city was isolated, the Mutual Assistance Association surprisingly developed in every city.
This was truly an incredible feat.
There were many followers of this church, but no one had ever seen the organization behind it. In his last life, until the moment Qin Chuan died, no one had seen the people behind the Mutual Assistance Association, and everyone only knew it was a massive organization that brought bad ends to those who provoked them.
Have you thought about seeking revenge? Qin Chuan looked at Yan Fei. Yan Fei looked weakly at his tightly clenched fists.
Of course I've thought about revenge, but I don't have enough power.
Among them, some have already devoured pet dogs and cats, much stronger than ordinary people. I am simply no match for them. To tell you the truth, I was beaten by them last night. There are no living animals left in the city to devour. I hate it. If I could devour just one animal, I would go get revenge right now.
Hearing his friend's words, Qin Chuan snorted coldly. The people from the Mutual Aid Association are really too overbearing.
Do you trust me?
I trust you. Of course, I trust you. Yan Fei said excitedly.
Then, come with me out of the city, and I'll find you an animal to devour. Qin Chuan said.
Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei opened his mouth but then shook his head.
No way, it's too dangerous outside. It's all wild beasts surrounding the city, we'll get eaten if we go out. Seeing Yan Fei's expression, Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. You don't trust me? Yan Fei quickly waved his hands. Qin Chuan, that's not what I mean.
I know you must have devoured some kind of wild beast to come from Suhai City to Qingfei City, but the wild beasts outside are really too terrifying.
I'm afraid of dragging you down. Hearing Yan Fei's words, Qin Chuan laughed. If that's how you think, then you don't have to worry.
I did devour a wild beast, just a very powerful monster.
I'm going to take you out to find a wild beast now.
Yan Fei stared closely at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with emotion.
Okay. He answered heavily. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan took Yan Fei out of the city.
After leaving the city, Yan Fei looked at Qin Chuan in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. This former friend was becoming harder and harder for him to understand. Wherever he went, the fierce beasts that originally attacked the city appeared to be as obedient as house cats, giving way to them without a fight. Even more wild beasts ran away in panic. What kind of power is this?
It's simply unbelievable.
Qin Chuan, I think we can just pick any beast to devour. These wild beasts are much stronger than those pet cats and dogs. Seeing Yan Fei casually point to a wild beast, Qin Chuan smiled.
No way, this one is too weak, it's not worthy of you. Chapter 47, Divine Beast.
Qin Chuan immediately recognized that the wild beast Yan Fei pointed to was an exceptional one. In the early days of the apocalypse, being able to devour an exceptional monster was indeed much better than devouring ordinary pet cats and dogs. However, since the other was his friend, Qin Chuan wouldn't let him devour an exceptional wild beast.
The power of the beast is linked to the abilities gained after devouring.
In his past life, Qin Chuan had suffered due to this, so he wouldn't let his friend make the same mistake. Divine-grade beasts are extremely hard to find, he needed to find his friend a saint-grade or even immortal-grade beast. As a friend, Qin Chuan certainly wouldn't treat him poorly.
This one. This one. This one is good. Qin Chuan looked around and saw Yan Fei excitedly pointing to a running rhinoceros.
Seeing Yan Fei so excited, Qin Chuan chuckled.
This one won't do either. Just an excellent beast, naturally it didn't catch his eye. Huh? This one won't do either?
Yan Fei looked at Qin Chuan in shock. Although he had never devoured a wild beast, he could feel the strong vitality from that rhinoceros. Qin Chuan shook his head. Don't look anymore, none of these surrounding beasts will do.
Let's go find some in the wild.
Hearing this, Yan Fei was very surprised. He looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes full of astonishment.
The wild? You came all the way from the wild? What else? Qin Chuan's casual words completely stunned Yan Fei. He gasped in disbelief, finally realizing just how terrifying this former friend of his was.
While all cities were resisting the invasion of wild beasts,
his friend could actually traverse the wilderness, rushing from Suai City all the way to Qingfei City.
Combined with the scene of the beast at the city wall seeing Qin Chuan fleeing, Yan Fei had already determined that the creature Qin Chuan devoured was an extremely powerful beast. However, Yan Fei did not ask much, simply following Qin Chuan deeper into the jungle. As a friend, he didn't care at all about what beast Qin Chuan had devoured. Even if Qin Chuan was still an ordinary person, he was still his friend. Along the way, Qin Chuan deliberately concealed his aura. Beasts kept charging towards them, only to be crushed into a bloody mess by Qin Chuan's fist. In front of his friend, he didn't need to hide his power at all. No, it should be said he didn't need to hide in front of anyone. These scenes left Yan Fei following behind feeling terrified. Qin Chuan, your strength is terrifying.
Yan Fei couldn't help but praise.
Qin Chuan smiled widely.
If you devour a monster, you'll be like me, just wait and see. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei excitedly nodded.
But then he thought it over and felt something was off. Even if he really devoured a beast, could he become this strong? Yan Fei had a huge question mark in his heart. Because the apocalypse had just begun and there were fewer devourers, he hadn't seen too many devourers. He had only seen a few devourers who had consumed pet cats and dogs. Their strength was enough to shock Yan Fei, capable of taking on dozens alone. Yet, compared to those devourers, Qin Chuan seemed like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. Yan Fei shook his head, deciding not to think too much about all the messy things. Qin Chuan was in front, twisting and turning as he muttered.
Strange, I remember it was right around here.
According to his memories from his previous life, he recalled there was a fairy-grade withered wood butterfly nearby.
A monster of fairy grade, once devoured, would be enough to rule in the apocalypse.
After all, god-grade monsters were hard to come by. Yan Fei followed behind Qin Chuan, not daring to make a sound, for fear of interrupting his thoughts. Until Qin Chuan circled the same spot 3 times, Yan Fei couldn't help but speak up.
Qin Chuan, are you looking for something? Do you want me to help you find it? Yan Fei asked with concern. A withered wood butterfly, I'm looking for a butterfly. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei casually pointed. Isn't that it? Qin Chuan looked in the direction of Yan Fei's finger, and a butterfly suddenly appeared on the tree. Its wings blended into the trunk, and if you didn't look closely, you really couldn't see it. For some reason, the wings of the withered wood butterfly trembled slightly. Next to it was a small pupa.
I just saw this withered wood butterfly crawl out of its pupa. If you didn't look closely, you really wouldn't notice,"
Yan Fei said.
Qin Chuan laughed heartily, giving Yan Fei's shoulder a strong pat.
"The beast I found for you is this one. It seems you really have a connection with it, you should eat it."
Looking at the inconspicuous withered wood butterfly in front of him, Yan Fei glanced back at Qin Chuan. Seeing Yan Fei's confusion, Qin Chuan smiled.
"Don't look down on it, this monster is stronger than all the monsters attacking the city combined." Upon hearing Qin Chuan say this, Yan Fei immediately stopped hesitating and walked towards the withered wood butterfly. The withered wood butterfly's wings trembled slightly, clearly terrified to the core.
Qin Chuan's aura was just too terrifying, making it tremble uncontrollably. However, it had already begun to gain intelligence and, facing life and death, it still flapped its wings, trying to escape. Seeing the withered wood butterfly attempting to flee, Qin Chuan focused his thoughts, and the neural spores instantly implanted into the withered wood butterfly's body, rendering it unable to move. Walking in front of the withered wood butterfly, Yan Fei cautiously took a glance at it, then picked up the withered wood butterfly and stuffed it into his mouth. After that, Yan Fei chewed the butterfly a few times before swallowing it whole. At the moment the butterfly entered his body, Qin Chuan saw changes happening to Yan Fei. His body kept changing colors, sometimes blue and sometimes the color of dead wood. Then, Yan Fei fell to the ground in agony, howling in pain, clawing at his back, drawing blood. His expression was one of extreme suffering. Seeing Yan Fei like this, Qin Chuan felt relieved and sat beside him to guard him, preventing other creatures from approaching. During the process of absorption, some rejection reactions in the body are normal. To activate the beast genes within humans, a price must be paid. Moreover, the deadwood butterfly is not an ordinary beast, but a high-level immortal beast, and the backlash is naturally very strong. Qin Chuan couldn't help Yan Fei too much, he could only watch beside him, as everything had to be endured by Yan Fei himself. In the jungle, Qin Chuan calmly meditated, ignoring the howls around him. He didn't know how long it had been, but the howling gradually stopped, and only then did Qin Chuan open his eyes.
"Qin Chuan, I did it! I did it!"
What came into view was Yan Fei's smiling face. There was a layer of skin on the ground, and one could imagine how painful the gene awakening had been. "Yan Fei, congratulations!" Qin Chuan smiled from the heart. He was genuinely happy for his old friend, he would now be a powerful person.
"Qin Chuan, I now feel like I have an endless amount of strength. Oh, look, I can fly." As he spoke, two wings slowly extended from Yan Fei's back. "So amazing. You'll soon surpass me."
Seeing his old friend so happy, Qin Chuan felt joy in his heart. Just as the two were chatting, a loud eagle cry shattered the sky. Under the eagle's cry, the jungle fell silent, and all the beasts knelt in submission. Seeing this extraordinary sight, Qin Chuan felt great joy in his heart.
The golden-winged roc has appeared.
The awe of a divine beast is terrifyingly strong. Chapter 48, The Terrifying Power of the Golden-Winged Roc.
Every divine beast is an exceptional existence, hard to come by.
They are unmatched in power, capable of making all beasts submit. This is also why some people in their previous lives, by chance, swallowed divine beasts, could instantly become kings of safe zones.
Their strength is something ordinary beasts cannot compare to.
In the previous life, when divine beasts appeared, the world would change, and chaos would ensue. The number of people who died at the hands of divine beasts and the cities destroyed by them is countless.
"Qin Chuan, what kind of beast is this?"
Such a powerful pressure. After the eagle's cry, Yan Fei felt somewhat apprehensive. As the absorber, his spiritual perception was enhanced in all aspects. Just from that eagle cry, he could feel the terrifying pressure.
"It's a powerful beast, let's go." Qin Chuan urged Yan Fei to head back.
"Since the golden-winged roc has emerged,
then it belongs to me." Qin Chuan felt a surge of ambition within, secretly quickening his pace.
With the battle power of the golden-winged roc, he wasn't worried about anyone beating him to it. Currently, the battle power of divine beasts is unparalleled. Among humans, those who can absorb beasts are only capable of absorbing some fine beasts without special opportunity.
This is far from a match for the golden-winged roc, a divine beast. Of course, excluding himself.
"Qin Chuan, since such a powerful beast has appeared, why don't we?" Yan Fei was about to advise against it, but suddenly remembered Qin Chuan's incredible abilities and closed his mouth. Along the way, countless seemingly powerful beasts were smashed into flesh and blood by his old friend's punch. Since his old friend has this level of strength, there is naturally no need to worry for him.
Qingfei City.
The loud eagle cry reached here as well, causing all who heard it to change color in fright. The beasts attacking the city, after hearing the eagle cry, knelt in the direction of the sound, showing their submission.
Seeing the scene,
the soldiers guarding the city all felt a chill run down their spines.
What a terrifying force!
What kind of monster is this, that can make all beasts submit? Just the sound of an eagle's cry has such an effect. If the true form arrives,
Their king is coming. Listening to the soldiers' discussions, the city lord's brows were tightly knitted together. From that eagle's cry just now, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Although he had never seen it, he deduced that it was an exceedingly powerful monster. The appearance of such a monster near Qingfei City was undoubtedly a catastrophe. The city lord was filled with worry, anxiously looking towards the direction of the eagle's cry. Although many soldiers had devoured beasts and could withstand their assault, if this monster came, they would likely face complete destruction. Thinking of this, the city lord couldn't help but sigh. Is Qingfei City really facing its end? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, recalling that mysterious person he had seen before. Just when they were about to collapse, that mysterious person had come from afar, shooting countless hidden weapons, causing numerous beasts to fall. Survive. The mysterious person left behind these words and entered the city. Did that mysterious person have the strength to confront this fierce monster? A thought flickered through the city lord's mind. Then he bitterly shook his head. The mysterious person had already entered the city, and with the chaos within, where could he be found? Seeing the soldiers looking somewhat dejected, the city lord cleared his throat and began the pre-battle rally. Regardless of whether this monster was coming for Qingfei City or not, he still had to prepare and boost the soldiers' confidence. In the face of a strong enemy, if there is no confidence, then it is truly a loss. Caw! Just as the city lord was passionately making his pre-battle speech, another loud eagle cry rang out. This sound evidently brought a pressure from the soul. Hearing the cry of the eagle, all the beasts outside the city stopped their attacks, devoutly staring at the sky, constantly bowing towards the direction of the eagle's call. Caw! Caw! The cries of eagles continued to come, growing louder, clearly flying towards Qingfei City. Seeing this scene, many soldiers turned pale with fear. The intense pressure from their bloodline made it hard for them to breathe. Among them were those who had just devoured beasts. If it weren't for their strong self-control, many would have already knelt down. Listening to the cries of the eagles, the city lord's face turned white. The pressure emanating from that sound had made him spout blood. He hadn't even seen the monster yet, just the sonic waves pressure had hurt him. Many of the soldiers guarding the city showed despair, their eyes empty. The city lord scanned the surroundings and saw the soldiers' expressions, unable to help but smile bitterly. His earlier pre-battle rally seemed to be in vain. The gap between them and the unseen beast was far too huge. Confidence means nothing in the face of absolute power. Looking at the soldiers gazing at the sky, the city lord also decided to look up. In the night sky, a blood moon was gradually being covered by a pair of colossal wings. Amidst the loud cries, a monster slowly appeared in everyone's sight. When he saw this monster, the city lord's vision darkened, nearly fainting. It was a gigantic rapacious bird, its entire body covered in golden feathers, as if made of pure gold. Its body was remarkably grand, muscles bulging, the explosive strength seemed ready to burst forth. What drew attention even more was its huge, well-defined head, forehead lofty, carrying a king's dignity and might. As the bird's head turned, its eyes shot forth beams of light like lightning. Powerful. So powerful. Just this extraordinary appearance attracted countless eyes. Although after consuming the mist, many people have a primal instinct to devour beasts. But facing this gigantic divine bird, they couldn't muster even the slightest thought of wanting to devour it. Not only that, but when the golden-winged roc appeared, many battle-hardened soldiers even knelt down under its overwhelming pressure. Watching as both humans and beasts worshipped this divine bird, the city lord felt like his heart was ashen. How could we have provoked such a powerful monster? He cried out in his heart, but he was powerless to do anything. The strength of this monster far exceeded their imagination and was simply beyond what they could handle at their current level. At this moment, the city lord only hoped that this monster would not attack Qingfei City. Though this thought was childishly laughable, it was the final hope in the city lord's heart. Once it attacked, no one in Qingfei City would escape unscathed. The golden-winged roc flew around in the sky and gently flapped its gigantic wings toward the city. Instantly, a huge tornado swept through the city, causing all tall buildings to crash to the ground. With this strike, there were no buildings left in Qingfei City taller than 2 stories. The power of the golden-winged roc was terrifyingly extreme. Chapter 49, Show of Strength. In Qingfei City, under this strike, it was all ruins. Immediately, the cries of children, the wails of the elderly, and the screams of people sounded all around. Various voices mixed together, making one feel as if they were in hell. Hearing the continuous wails from the city lord felt cold in his heart but could not generate even the slightest thought of resistance. The monster before him was just too powerful. The city lord closed his eyes, and a tear slowly flowed down. These were his people, and his heart ached. Facing the suffering of his people, he could not do anything at all. In the sky, the golden-winged roc circled around, its eagle eyes cold and merciless, and its claw-like golden pillars reached for Qingfei City. Its claws were almost half the size of the city. If this strike landed, Qingfei City would surely suffer another heavy blow. At this critical moment, a sharp shout rang out. "Beast! Do you dare?" The voice was like thunder, cutting through the night sky. Within the shout, there was a pressure even stronger than that of the golden-winged roc. In the sky, the golden-winged roc retracted its massive wings that could block out the sky, its entire body started to tremble violently, nearly falling from the sky. In its defiant eyes, a hint of fear began to show. Hearing this voice, the previously hopeless city lord and soldiers looked towards the source of the sound. Two young men were rushing toward Qingfei City. The leading young man wore dark clothing, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome and striking, a top-notch beauty among the crowd. The city lord immediately recognized him as the mysterious person who had helped Qingfei City during the day. The person following him shocked the city lord even more. He was less handsome than the leading young man, dressed in black, and extremely thin. However, he had 2 pairs of wings on his back. There is hope. Qingfei City has hope. The city lord murmured, a strong hope rising within him. This mysterious man's strength should not match the monster in the sky, but this man in black may be able to fight the golden-winged roc. The city lord thought to himself. Because Yan Fei's wings were too dazzling, the city lord instinctively felt that Yan Fei was stronger than Qin Chuan. The savior has come. The city lord secretly exhaled in relief, his face filled with hope as he looked at Yan Fei, hoping he could save Qingfei City. Of course, the 2 young men, under the watchful eyes of everyone in Qingfei City, had no idea about this. "Yan Fei, stay away. You are no match for this golden-winged roc, let me handle it," Qin Chuan instructed. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei nodded. "Qin Chuan, be careful." Qin Chuan smiled. "No problem, trust me." In the astonished gaze of the city lord, the man dressed in black with wings on his back stepped aside, while the man in his eyes soared into the sky. What is going on? Did I guess wrong? Is the mysterious person even stronger than this man in black? The city lord rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looking at Qin Chuan who was soaring into the sky, his fingers trembling slightly. This mysterious person is so powerful. Daring to confront the terrifying sky giant beast. In the sky, Qin Chuan gazed at the golden-winged roc with satisfaction. Its towering massive wings and legs like golden pillars exuded an overwhelming aura that left Qin Chuan entranced. This pressure is indeed worthy of a divine beast, truly not weak at all. This kind of pressure is even stronger than all the divine beasts Qin Chuan had previously devoured. Of course, Qin Chuan also understood that the divine beasts he had devoured before were born before the apocalypse, while the golden-winged roc was born after the apocalypse, so the laws of heaven and earth are even more perfect, resulting in such a strong sense of oppression. I am leaving. As both sides sized each other up, a wave of mental fluctuation came, and Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. He looked at the golden-winged roc, and it looked back at him, its eyes filled with a hint of submission. I didn't expect this golden-winged roc to evolve to such a level. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. It is known that after a certain day, ordinary beasts have their own thoughts but cannot speak. Only by evolving to a certain level can they speak human language. Such beasts are enough to demonstrate their great power and limitless potential. Of course, this golden-winged roc is still not to the point of being able to speak human language, but it is already capable of communicating thoughts, so speaking human language is not far off. You say you leave just like that? Qin Chuan snorted, staring fiercely at the golden-winged roc. He certainly wouldn't let this prey escape. As soon as Qin Chuan said this, he felt a surge of anger rise from the golden-winged roc, but it quickly concealed it. The golden-winged roc, from the moment it was born, carried the innate pride of a divine beast. You think you can leave today? It's impossible. Qin Chuan huffed. You've damaged so many buildings, so many lives have been lost in the city, and you say you can leave? Qin Chuan pointed from the sky at the devastation within Qingfei City. The golden-winged roc turned its head to take a look, its eyes were filled with doubt and uncertainty. Is this it? For a divine beast, isn't this just a normal occurrence? It rarely fell silent for a moment, then delivered a shocking reply that left Qin Chuan speechless. I will compensate. Qin Chuan was caught off guard by the golden-winged roc's unexpected response, momentarily stunned, then replied fiercely. You will compensate? What will you use to compensate? Your life? Qin Chuan could feel the strong wave of anger in the golden-winged roc when he said this. He understood that this kind of taunting was a severe humiliation to a divine beast king. Just wait. The golden-winged roc unwillingly transmitted that message, then spread its massive wings, flapping them and flying several hundred meters away. After that, it flapped its wings quickly and took off in a rush. Seeing the golden-winged roc escape, Qin Chuan snorted, and immediately followed the flying trajectory of the golden-winged roc. He had devoured a giant wasp and had the ability to fly, although he had never used it before. Of course, he knew that he could not compare to the speed of the golden-winged roc. However, Qin Chuan was not worried. Having devoured the white tiger, he was extremely robust.
Even if it takes time, I can exhaust the golden winged rock to death. He just secretly used his mental control skill and found that mental control had almost no effect on the golden winged rock. It seems that the golden winged rock is a divine beast born after the change of the world's rules, and mental control is a bit behind. Let's see where this guy can fly to. Qin Chuan's playful spirit rose, and he quickly chased after it. Seeing this scene in the sky, the city lord and the crowd were stunned. In their eyes, that powerful beast, which was almost invincible, actually fled after the mysterious person rose into the air and confronted it. The city lord's heart had 1,000 exclamations. What kind of strength is this? Chapter 50, How can a person be so strong? Such a confrontation was like a destructive blow. We are all humans, but the gap is just too big. It seems that I really need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Seeing Qin Chuan's deterrent power, the city lord secretly thought to himself. As the golden winged rock fled, the beasts outside the city began to stir again, and the city lord clenched his fists and raised them high. Prepare to face the enemy. A great battle was about to begin. Although the golden winged rock and Qin Chuan only briefly lingered above Qingfei City, the shock it brought to the city was profound. That night, it was not just the city lord and soldiers who witnessed the scene, countless citizens of Qingfei City saw it too. The golden winged rock was terrifying, but the powerful aura radiating from Qin Chuan was enough to make people intoxicated. In an era where beasts roamed and humanity was diminished, there was truly someone who could stand against the strength of beasts. This gave the people of Qingfei City immense confidence. Furthermore, the scene of Qin Chuan confronting the golden winged rock was captured by some keen individuals and spread throughout Qingfei City. All the men of Qingfei City motivated themselves with this photo, while some young girls planted a seed in their hearts, declaring that they would marry such a strong person in the future. On the ground, Yan Fei watched as Qin Chuan and the golden winged rock disappeared from sight in an instant, filled with shock. He turned back to glance at his own wings and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Comparing his little wings to the massive wings of the golden winged rock, although he could fly, what was the difference from a little bean? Moreover, the golden winged rock, which could shade the sky with its wings, was scared away during its confrontation with his old friend Qin Chuan. Thinking back to how Qin Chuan defeated countless beasts with a single punch, effortlessly dominating. How powerful has my old friend truly become? Yan Fei marveled inwardly, gaining a deeper understanding of Qin Chuan's strength. I must work hard too. Yan Fei thought to himself. Seeing that Qin Chuan and the golden winged rock had already flown far away, Yan Fei also flew toward the city. He still had some important matters to attend to. In the sky, Qin Chuan was still chasing the golden winged rock. When the golden winged rock spread its wings, it flew out several kilometers. It was clearly terrified of Qin Chuan chasing behind, constantly flapping its wings in an attempt to escape. Truly the golden winged rock, the overlord of the sky, its flying ability is truly exceptional. Qin Chuan pursued from behind, marveling at it. No wonder this is the beast I want to devour. Truly powerful. Only such a beast can become my food. The male bee that Qin Chuan had previously devoured did not possess flight abilities as impressive as the golden winged rock, so its speed was considerably slower. However, with Qin Chuan's almost limitless stamina, he continued to fly leisurely behind the golden winged rock. Caw! Seeing this, the golden winged rock let out a loud cry and suddenly increased its speed, disappearing from Qin Chuan's sight. Good guy, no sense of martial ethics, huh? Qin Chuan snorted and felt the location of the golden winged rock through the connection of the nerve spores, flying towards that direction. Yes, he has already planted the neural spores on the golden winged rock, and they have established a connection, but the golden winged rock is unaware. After flying at high speed for a while, the golden winged rock turned its head and saw that Qin Chuan had already vanished from sight. The golden winged rock breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of pride faintly appearing in its expression. How can a mere human, in terms of flying ability, compare to it, the supreme ruler of the sky? It decided to return and continue training to enhance its strength. Though it couldn't articulate why, the aura from Qin Chuan filled it with immense fear. The pride of a divine beast, a king among kings, made it feel invincible after emerging into the world, but the aura from Qin Chuan showed it what true pressure was. It was a powerful presence that combined the auras of several divine beasts, which was genuinely terrifying to the point of suffocation. Flying at such high speed for so long, even for such a powerful beast, the golden winged rock began to feel unable to hold on, so it decided to slow down. At this speed, that human would never catch up anyway. The golden winged rock slowed down and continued flying. It admired the mountains and lakes below, feeling quite content. But upon seeing the cities inhabited by humans, it couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Having been born after the apocalypse, it harbored a hatred for humans that was etched into its genes, wishing to destroy all of them. Yet, it had no time for that now, only thinking about leaving quickly. Suddenly, during an unintentional glance, it saw something that made its heart race. That human had caught up. Though not fast, he was steadily closing in. Watching Qin Chuan chase after it, the golden winged rock was filled with dread. It had unleashed all its strength, yet the other party was still able to match its pace. What to do? A sense of ominous shadow wrapped around its heart. Human, what do you want? The golden-winged rock was filled with both anger and fear. As a dignified ruler of the sky, why was it being chased like a stray dog? Didn't it care about its face? Hearing the transmission from the golden-winged rock, Qin Chuan smiled and immediately responded. It's simple, I want you dead. Qin Chuan's words were cold and ruthless, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged rock was furious. Is it just because I killed a few ants? I respect you as a formidable opponent, how can you be so unreasonable? Qin Chuan coldly smiled. There's no reason, I just want you dead. See if you can catch up. The golden-winged rock let out a long cry and suddenly accelerated, flying towards the distance. Qin Chuan watched as the golden-winged rock employed its old trick, quickly vanishing from his sight, but his heart showed no fluctuation. The neural spores locked onto its position, and he immediately flew toward the location of the golden-winged rock. He knew this was the golden-winged rock's skill, while it could accelerate for a short time, it couldn't maintain that speed indefinitely. At this rate, he would eventually catch up with the golden-winged rock. He was curious to see what other tricks the golden-winged rock had. Thus, Qin Chuan steadily followed behind the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock was incredibly fast, and it had already flown far away from Qingfei City, but Qin Chuan didn't mind at all. So that day, many people in various cities witnessed a strange sight, a human chasing a golden-winged rock flying in the sky. Jingyan City. The city lord and a group of soldiers guarding the city stared blankly at the sky, where a bird and a person swiftly flew past, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Did you all see that? One soldier poked his fellow soldier beside him. Of course I saw. I'm not blind. Another soldier replied irritably. That bird of prey has a strong pressure, but looking at its appearance, it seems to be fleeing? The soldier said uncertainly. That's right, it's running away. Didn't you see it flying while looking back? Hearing this, the soldier was stunned. How can a person be so powerful? While they were struggling to deal with the beasts attacking outside the city, someone was chasing the wild beasts away. Moreover, this bird looked much stronger than the beasts attacking their city. Just defend the city well, don't think too much about unnecessary things. Another soldier patted his shoulder, signaling that the beasts were about to attack again. In Baibi City, countless citizens also witnessed the magnificent scene of Qin Chuan chasing the golden-winged dapeng. What kind of beast could it have devoured to be able to chase such a large bird? It must have devoured something like a pet bat, that's why it can fly. There are quite a few people raising bats now. Nonsense. Didn't you see how powerful that bird is? How could devouring a pet bat make it so strong? Then maybe it devoured a pet bird? The citizens in the city were discussing endlessly. The scene of Qin Chuan chasing the golden-winged dapeng stirred their hearts. In Blue Eagle City. The city lord, Du Guing, looked at the scene racing across the sky and was also amazed. Blue Eagle City is for the people, and the eagle is their totem. He could see that the gigantic bird flying in the sky was worthy of being called the king of eagles, radiating a strong sense of oppression. But such a king was actually being hunted by a human. Can the devourers really be this powerful? Du Guing's eyes burned with fiery ambition. As the first city to declare independence, Du Guing had some ambitions. His ambitions were great, and he was good at seizing opportunities, so after the apocalypse arrived, he did not immediately devour the beasts, but waited to devour a strong one. I will also find a powerful beast to devour. I want to become the king in this apocalypse. Du Guing thought to himself. In Jingxian City. Watching the bird racing through the sky and the human chasing it, the governor was also shaken. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Only after both sides disappeared from sight did the governor awaken from his dream. A thought surfaced in his mind. If I could recruit this person under my command, then the revival of the Daxia Empire would have hope. Following this line of thought, another idea emerged in his mind. Perhaps I could establish an organization specifically to recruit powerful devourers, relying on them to unify the Daxia Empire. In Yundu City. Due to the city's small size and lack of sufficient firepower support, the city had already been breached. Beasts invaded the city, devouring the people of Yundu City alive, cries and wails filled the air, creating a hellish scene. Heaven! Where did these monsters come from? Can humans still survive? An old soldier with white hair cried out to the sky. Suddenly, in his line of sight, a young man chased after a giant bird flashed by. Despite the mighty presence of the golden-winged dapeng, it appeared exceptionally flustered under the pursuit of the young man. Seeing this scene, the old soldier laughed heartily, tears mixed with blood. I didn't expect there to be such strong humans. Humanity will not become extinct. With people like this, humanity will surely regain its glory.
Chapter 51 Devour. The Golden Winged Dopang. In Fenglan City. An old man and a young man looked at the swiftly passing golden winged dopang and Qin Chuan in the sky, their eyes filled with surprise. I didn't expect that at this time, there would be such strong humans among us. The young man's eyes were filled with envy, but more than that, there was a deep fighting spirit. The world is so big. There are always some people with special opportunities. Genre, you don't need to think too much. When the phoenix of the ancestral land is born, if you devour the phoenix, you will definitely be stronger than this person. Having success in the early stages is nothing remarkable. The world has already changed, only those who laugh at the end will be the true victors. The old man glanced at the spectacle in the sky and said faintly. Unknowingly, the golden-winged rock had circled around Qin Chuan within the territory of the Great Summer Empire. It thought that flying for such a long time would shake off Qin Chuan, but when it looked back, that guy was stuck behind like a sticky plaster, which made it even more terrified. After such a long pursuit, it was clear that the golden-winged rock had become genuinely angry. As a rare great beast, it had never been in such a dire situation before. Screech! It let out a long cry, no longer fleeing, but quickly turned around, fiercely clawing at Qin Chuan. Despite knowing that the person before him was powerful, the dignity of a rare great beast made the golden-winged rock launch an attack on Qin Chuan. The person in front was full of energy, it had circled so big a loop with him, yet the other had no reaction at all. If this dragged on, it would be the first to collapse. Seeing the golden-winged rock charging over, a cold smile appeared on Qin Chuan's lips. Finally can't hold back anymore? The golden-winged rock was unable to outrun him, nor could it defeat him. Facing the claws coming at him, Qin Chuan's mind moved, and the protective silver film immediately activated, enveloping him in a layer of silver-white coating. The golden-winged rock's powerful strike, capable of splitting mountains and rocks, was completely blocked by Qin Chuan's protective film. The golden-winged rock looked at this scene in disbelief. Its attack not only failed to break through but also sent pain racing through its claws. Such strong defense. Just now, it used all its strength for that blow. If it had landed, it would have shattered on the spot. However, that strike was completely blocked by the silver-white film. Seeing this scene, the golden-winged rock did not hesitate. It spewed forth a massive fireball toward Qin Chuan. Not only that, it flapped its wings, fanning the flames, causing the fireball to double in size and rush quickly toward Qin Chuan. It was full of hope to see Qin Chuan turn to ashes under this fierce attack. But, when the flames dissipated, the golden-winged rock's heart was filled with fear. The person in front was not harmed at all. What a terrifying person. I can't win, I must escape. The golden-winged rock was shocked and quickly turned in the sky, fleeing into the distance. However, its flight path was somewhat wobbly, like a rain-soaked chicken running on the ground. Let's see where you can run to? Qin Chuan continued to chase after the golden-winged rock's trajectory. He knew that the golden-winged rock was already at its last gasp. After such a large circle, even the golden-winged rock was running low on energy. In contrast, Qin Chuan was still full of vitality. Qin Chuan had devoured 5 rare great beasts. His stamina was greater than even that of the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock stumbled and rushed toward its nest. After such a long chase, unknowingly, they had arrived near Qingfei City again. Its nest was right here. With the guidance of the spiritual spore's position, Qin Chuan followed the golden-winged rock to its nest. It was a giant mountain peak, and on the summit was a large bird's nest. However, the golden-winged rock was nowhere to be seen. Qin Chuan slowly descended, feeling a bit strange. Where did it go? Qin Chuan wondered, examining the nest. This was a nest entirely built from trees, and it was quite neat inside. There were some golden-winged rock feathers scattered in the nest, but nothing else. So strange, it was clearly right here. Qin Chuan walked around the nest a few times. Finally, the golden-winged rock is right here. The connection of the spiritual spores is still there, indicating that the golden-winged rock is indeed here. It's just that I can't see any trace of it for some reason. Qin Chuan frowned, thinking about where the golden-winged rock could be hiding. Got it. A barrier. After circling around a few times, Qin Chuan immediately understood everything. There must be a barrier here, and the golden-winged rock must be hiding inside it. Otherwise, why would it choose to return to its nest after exhausting its strength? It's truly a clever rabbit with 3 burrows. Qin Chuan smiled. Even if the golden-winged rock hides in the barrier, he would drag it out and devour it. Although I'm an outsider when it comes to barriers, I have this. He took out the true vision mirror from his bag. This was a treasure he found at the bottom of the lake outside Jin City, capable of piercing through illusions and seeing the essence. He took out the mirror and shone it around, and sure enough, in a corner, he discovered some clues. In a corner of the bird's nest, under the reflection of the mirror, there was a hint of distortion. In the golden-winged rock's barrier, a strong impact can allow entry. This is it. Qin Chuan put away the treasure mirror and walked towards the corner.
When he reached the spot where the mirror had shown, Qin Chuan slowly moved forward, then suddenly threw a punch. Sure enough, under the impact, Qin Chuan felt his body tremble and entered another space. This was a small world, with mountains and waters, looking like paradise. And the golden-winged rock was sitting in the center of the barrier, looking at Qin Chuan with fear on its face. Why you, how did you get in? The golden-winged rock sent out a strong wave of mental energy, clearly very shocked. This was its hiding place, it didn't expect to be discovered so soon. If you can hide in here, why can't I come in? Qin Chuan smiled slightly as he looked at the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock's gaze was unpredictable, as the strength of the person in front of it surpassed its imagination. Human, spare me, I'm willing to become your mount. The golden-winged rock began to plead for mercy. It couldn't run away, nor could it fight back, it was already scared, as this person had become terrifyingly strong. Spare you? Humph. Qin Chuan sneered, clearly not willing to let the golden-winged rock go. This was his blood food, how could he give up on his meal that was almost in his mouth? After chasing for so long, Qin Chuan didn't bother talking to the golden-winged rock, the heart-devouring bone spikes launched, sending countless bone spikes flying towards the golden-winged rock. At first, the bone spikes were blocked by the golden-winged rock's feathers, making sounds of metal clashing. The golden-winged rock's expression was extremely fearful because it had no idea how many bone spikes there were. Sure enough, under the countless bone spikes, the golden-winged rock's golden feathers could no longer hold on, and blood began to seep out. Under countless attacks, plus already being exhausted, the golden-winged rock finally couldn't withstand it any longer and crashed to the ground. If I die here today, no one will spare you. This was the golden-winged rock's last sentence before losing consciousness. No one will spare me? This world is naturally one where the weak are prey for the strong, why don't you mention that you didn't spare the citizens of Qingfei City either? Qin Chuan shook his head, stepping forward, ready to devour. The golden-winged rock was not dead, when it fired the bone spikes, it intentionally avoided the vital areas. If it died, swallowing it would have no effect. Looking at the gigantic creature before him, his mouth transformed into a beak, filled with sharp fangs, fiercely biting towards the golden-winged rock. As the golden-winged rock entered his body, Qin Chuan immediately felt a wave of golden light striking him, containing boundless killing power. This was the first divine beast he devoured after the apocalypse arrived, and the backlash was particularly strong. Qin Chuan felt incredibly ambitious, not caring at all about the erosion of the golden light, continuing to devour the golden-winged rock. Having backlash was normal. There is no backlash, which means it doesn't work. Where is there such an easy way to become stronger? If there is, then teach me, experienced driver. This is the creed that Qin Chuan has always upheld. The golden-winged rock is too huge, even though Qin Chuan transformed into a giant mouth, it took several bites to finish swallowing it. When the golden-winged rock completely entered his body, Qin Chuan felt a tearing pain in his back, as if something was about to grow out. Feeling this tearing force, Qin Chuan was not the slightest bit panicked, but rather overjoyed. He was about to inherit the flying ability of the golden-winged rock. Before, he had devoured the male bee, and although he inherited the flying ability of the male bee, the flying abilities of the male bee and the golden-winged rock were completely on different levels. The male bee was not known for flying, while the golden-winged rock was a true ruler of the sky. With a series of tearing sounds, Qin Chuan's backbones changed, and a pair of gigantic wings sprouted from his back. This pair of wings perfectly inherited the wings of the golden-winged rock, surrounded by a faint golden glow. With a gentle flutter, a gust of wind swept through. Qin Chuan happily flapped his wings. Just for these massive wings, the swallowing was worthwhile. Flying monsters are already rare, and most are of lower grade, this divine golden-winged rock brought him tremendous gains. At this moment, a massive golden light was surging left and right within Qin Chuan's body, attempting to destroy him. Without thinking, Qin Chuan knew that this golden light was the residual consciousness of the golden-winged rock. For the residual consciousness, Qin Chuan would naturally not be polite, he urged his mental power and directly refined this golden light. After devouring so many divine monsters, his mental power was unmatched, a small residual consciousness was no challenge for him. Until the golden light completely vanished, Qin Chuan felt a powerful force merging into his limbs and bones, making him feel extremely comfortable. At the same time, the system's voice also rang in his ears. Ding! Host has devoured creature, golden-winged rock, congratulations to the host for gaining genetic trait, Wind Thunder Instant Prison Claw. Genetic trait Wind Thunder Instant Prison Claw has been activated. Host, Qin Chuan. Genetic trait, Wind Thunder Instant Prison Claw quickly delivers 3 tearing attacks to enemies, each attack has a chance to add a paralysis effect, unable to act, damage increases against enemies with low health, and adds wind and thunder power. Because after the swallowing system upgrade, he could extract key information from genetic traits for fusion. Paralysis, wind thunder power, tearing, increased damage to low health enemies. A panel appeared in front of Qin Chuan, indicating that he could make a choice. Qin Chuan glanced at it and realized he could only choose 2 options. He decisively chose paralysis and wind thunder power.
Ding.
Genetic traits Wind Thunder Instant Prison Claw and Heart Corrosion Bone Spike fused, obtaining genetic trait Wind Thunder Bone Spike. Genetic trait, Wind Thunder Bone Spike, generates a section of highly compressed bony energy claw blade at the tip of the fingers, which can launch bone spikes at enemies. The bone spikes contain a large amount of neural spores, adding Wind Thunder power, and will definitely cause paralysis to enemies. Once the bone spikes enter the enemy's body, they can control the enemy or trigger an explosion that causes massive damage.
Chapter 52, Qin Chuan brings changes to the world.
Looking at the newly acquired fusion skill, Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. This skill can cause paralysis to enemies, which is what he valued most. After devouring 5 divine monsters, his abilities had become very strong, especially in terms of strength and other aspects. He was overwhelmingly powerful. However, his only shortcoming was the lack of control-type skills. Aside from mental spores, he didn't have any control-type skills at his disposal. Therefore, in order to have more mental-type skills, he chose the paralysis effect. With this, calculating, he realized he had 2 mental control skills now, making him more composed in battle.
Because the host fused with a monster, all attributes plus 100.
The system's voice echoed again, and Qin Chuan snapped back to reality, looking at the barrier around him that was gradually shattering. On the wall of the barrier, shards of space were being stripped away, resembling melting candle wax from a distance. Before long, the area around the barrier became blurred and indistinct.
Bang!
With a crisp sound, the barrier dissolved. Looking around at the empty nest, Qin Chuan pondered deeply.
This should be the innate barrier of the golden winged Dapeng. It vanished after its death.
Qin Chuan thought to himself, feeling a hint of regret. The barrier had many uses, especially such a unique innate barrier, which was quite rare. If it could be preserved, it would be very useful.
Unfortunately, the innate barrier self-destructed after the golden winged Dapeng died.
With the barrier destroyed, Qin Chuan looked at the golden winged Dapeng's nest, finding nothing inside, and immediately decided not to waste time there. Just as he was about to spread his wings and fly, he suddenly saw a sparkling light in the nest.
Without any hesitation, Qin Chuan walked straight towards the light.
He bent down and picked up the shiny object. It was a small, bright orange stone, fully transparent, shining with a strange glow.
What a strange stone!
Unable to discern any properties, Qin Chuan immediately took out the true sight treasure mirror to examine it.
Void stone, golden winged Dapeng can be used to construct barriers, an important material for barrier construction.
Seeing the stone, Qin Chuan was astonished.
It was actually a void stone.
This item was quite rare, containing very clever spatial principles. It was the core of the barrier.
Moreover, the void stone also contained a trace of the original owner's aura, which was very peculiar.
Even before Qin Chuan crossed over, the price of barrier stones was always high. Most of the time, they were even available at a high price but in short supply.
No doubt, this item was too rare.
Now, he unexpectedly obtained a void stone, and it came from a divine monster.
This trip has truly been profitable.
Qin Chuan tossed the void stone into his pocket and left contentedly. After devouring the golden winged Dapeng, he had inherited its flying ability, as swift as chasing the wind and the moon. With a thought, a pair of long wings emerged, he flapped them gently and instantly soared hundreds of meters away. Seeing this, Qin Chuan laughed heartily. This feeling was simply marvelous. Now, he had even more important things to do. He retraced his steps without deliberately hiding his figure. Whether he hid or not, he was the best in the world. As the best, what's wrong with being a little proud? Qin Chuan flew across the sky, attracting countless gazes as usual. Of course, he had no idea how much shock his appearance brought to the various cities. Blue Eagle City. Watching the figure slowly gliding through the sky, Du Guiying's pupils constricted. Those wings clearly belonged to the golden winged Dapeng that had streaked across the sky not long ago.
He really managed to devour it? Truly an extraordinary powerhouse.
Even Du Guiying, proud as he was, had to admit Qin Chuan's strength in the sky. To have such a powerful monster devoured, Du Guiying could hardly imagine how strong this person truly was.
Crystal Flame City.
Qin Chuan slowly glided through the sky, exuding a powerful pressure that made countless attacking monsters submit.
What a powerful person!
He must have devoured a flying-type monster. That's the person who chased that bird across the sky earlier. Goodness, he's really impressive.
He did it.
If only I could be as strong as him. Watching the countless monsters outside the city submit, the people inside Crystal Flame City were dumbfounded. Especially the city lord, listening to the envious discussions of the soldiers around him.
Countless emotions surged within my heart.
On a certain day, at a time when humanity was waning, the emergence of such a figure among humans truly greatly inspired human confidence. Send the word out, gather the writers in the city, and have them write an article about the person flying in the sky.
I've already thought of a name: reforging humanity's glory. It is our duty. The city lord seized this hot event and arranged it directly. In Baibi City,
a warrior exuding the aura of a strong person stared blankly at Qin Chuan flying overhead, his eyes filled with fervor.
What kind of monster did he swallow? How could he be so powerful? The warrior sighed.
As a pure warrior, Ding Mu felt countless emotions stir within him upon witnessing this scene.
Boss, he has swallowed a giant bird.
One of his subordinates said, only to see Ding Mu shake his head.
A giant bird? Hee, you didn't see how he chased after that giant bird before. What a powerful person. I hope one day I can have the chance to spar with him.
Ding Wu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit.
In Jingxian City,
the governor stared blankly at Qin Chuan flying over the city, his eyes full of eagerness for talent.
What a powerful aura, even stronger than when he passed over the city before. The governor marveled. We need to investigate who this person is.
If we can contact him, our great Xia Empire's revival will have hope. If we can contact him, tell him that if he helps our great Xia Empire revive, I will give him half of the territory.
The governor issued the order. In Fenglan City,
Zhang looked at Qin Chuan flying in the sky, his eyes revealing a strong interest. Without any inheritance, relying solely on his own ability to reach this level is truly terrifying. I wonder how I compare to him after swallowing the phoenix from my ancestral ground.
In a mutual aid meeting,
a person cloaked in black looked at Qin Chuan flying in the sky and then let out a cold snort.
Just a golden-winged dapeng, nothing extraordinary.
At most, it is just a divine-grade monster.
Qin Chuan's short return trip stirred up a strong sensation among the surviving humans.
In the surviving cities, many people began to see Qin Chuan as their savior, hoping he would come to rescue them. Many even created totems depicting Qin Chuan flying in the sky, worshipping him in deep reverence. Additionally, some people saw even more messages from Qin Chuan. They originally thought that after the apocalypse descended, humanity would definitely go extinct. This was heaven's punishment on humanity. However, the appearance of Qin Chuan made them understand that this was not punishment, but a test of survival. Since someone could become this powerful by swallowing monsters, then others could too. Many began to ponder how to swallow powerful monsters.
Outside Tianzong City,
cold young master, the brothers can't hold on any longer, let's retreat. A bloodied man ran over and said to a cold-faced young man with a sinister aura.
Retreat? Don't you see that beast is about to collapse?
Cold young master raised an eyebrow, pointing at a lion surrounded by a crowd. The lion was about 2 stories high, exceptionally majestic, its mane bristling, roaring and charging left and right. Each impact caused quite a few casualties. Under the lion's feet lay the lifeless bodies of people. However, the crowd, numbering several hundred, kept causing damage to the lion from behind as it charged forward.
My cold family has had hundreds of pet cats and dogs eaten by them, was it for nothing?
Cold young master scoffed. In fact, these hundreds of people were all devourers, but they had only swallowed cats, dogs, and other beasts. Looking at this situation, cold young master actually intended to exhaust the lion to death with these hundreds of devourers. To devour for himself. Don't worry, the stronger the monster I devour, the more powerful I will become.
When I become strong, I will not forget you all.
Cold Xiao smiled coldly, his smile not reaching his eyes. After sending the visitor away, he looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with a desire to grow stronger. Before, he had just witnessed the scene of Qin Chuan chasing after the golden-winged dapeng. In that moment, he realized that the devourers could actually be this powerful, unlike those who devoured cats and dogs, gaining only a little strength and speed without any other abilities. Afterwards, he simply let people devour all the hundreds of pet cats and dogs at home, and went to the wild to find this Lion King.
No matter who you are, I will never lose to you.
Cold Xiao looked at Qin Chuan in the sky and tightened his fist. The scene of Qin Chuan hunting the golden-winged dapeng ignited countless people's desire to grow stronger. In every city, strange scenes began to appear. Many people who were originally hiding in the city, living in peace, started to demand to join the city defense army, proclaiming they wanted to contribute to the city's defense. In reality, they sought to find powerful monsters within the beast tide and devour them. As more and more people joined, the city's ability to defend against the beast tide grew stronger, and in some cities, scenes of the city fighting back against the beast tide began to emerge. In some cities, there were even teams formed to hunt the beasts outside the city together. In many cities, devourer research societies gradually appeared. The purpose of the research societies was mainly to study changes in the physical abilities of devourers, obtaining specific data through scientific observation and experimentation. And through this data, devourers were rated. This would become the rating standard for the strength of devourers. And this series of changes was all brought about by Qin Chuan. Chapter 53, Strong leads to stronger. No matter what, Qin Chuan's pursuit of the golden-winged dapeng indeed caused a huge impact on humanity. Especially with various reports emerging, not only the Great Xia Empire, but other empires also learned that in the apocalypse, people could grow strong to this extent, which truly boosted human confidence. In the sky, Qin Chuan enjoyed this rare comfort. Countless mountains and lakes stretched before his eyes, making him feel extremely exhilarated. At this moment, he felt like the king of this world. When flying over a forest, Qin Chuan let out a soft gasp, slowly slowing down to prepare to land. This was a blue forest, with trees displaying a blue hue, looking particularly eerie in the mist. He was looking for this blue forest. As for why the forest had turned blue, it was naturally related to a monster here. What he was searching for was this monster. A blue worm. In the apocalypse, worms are a kind of extremely weak beast, and almost no one would think to devour them. However, this blue worm was anything but ordinary. This was a celestial-grade monster. In a previous life, someone had a fortuitous encounter and devoured this worm, ultimately gaining the ability of rebirth from severed limbs, and furthermore could continuously strengthen himself from crystallization in the earth veins, truly becoming incredibly powerful. It could be said that the abilities of this blue worm were among the top even among celestial-grade monsters, only slightly weaker than divine-grade monsters. But currently, no one knew about this. Qin Chuan would not let this opportunity slip by, he wanted to be the first to seize it. He wanted to gift this worm to little Fatty. After all, he also wanted to nurture little Fatty well. Of course, a mere celestial-grade monster was beneath his notice, he sought to devour only divine-grade monsters. So this worm was the best choice to give to little Fatty. Qin Chuan retracted his enormous wings and slowly landed in the center of the forest. At the moment Qin Chuan landed, the once noisy forest became incredibly quiet. The pressure from his body made the beasts in the jungle tremble in fear. Qin Chuan ignored the beasts that worshipped him and walked toward a corner of the forest. In the forest, all the trees and leaves were blue, and the ground was covered with blue leaves, looking exceptionally strange. This is the power of an immortal-grade beast. When he reached the corner, Qin Chuan smiled at a small mound of dirt. The blue worm is right here. Did you come out yourself, or should I dig you out? Qin Chuan said to the dirt mound. The mound trembled slightly, but there was no other response. Seeing this, Qin Chuan snorted. Since the blue worm didn't want to come out, he wouldn't be polite anymore. A white bone spike appeared in his hand, and he hurled it violently at the dirt mound. Boom! With a loud bang, the mound was instantly blown to ashes. Qin Chuan carefully looked at the exploded dirt mound, and sure enough, a blue worm was blown out. It was clear that the blue worm was in a panic. It was shot high into the sky and was bleeding from the explosion. However, as soon as it landed, it began to dig into the ground quickly, trying to escape. Before the blue worm could run away, Qin Chuan stepped forward and grabbed the blue worm tightly. Qin Chuan could feel the blue worm struggling constantly at his fingertips, trying to escape. Qin Chuan ignored it and placed the blue worm into a glass bottle before flying away from the place. Not long after Qin Chuan left, the forest gradually began to return to its normal color without the influence of the blue worm. Qin Chuan continued to fly forward. He felt a bit uneasy about his old friend, Yan Fei. Although Yan Fei had devoured an immortal-grade beast and his power exploded. However, after devouring it, he would definitely seek revenge against the Mutual Aid Association. The Mutual Aid Association, this mysterious organization, even Qin Chuan himself, who had traveled here, couldn't figure out its details. Qin Chuan didn't want to cause too much noise. If he spread his wings, he would definitely be the most eye-catching one in the crowd, so he simply folded his wings near Qingfei City and entered Qingfei City. Following his memories, Qin Chuan arrived at Yan Fei's villa. As soon as he arrived at the door, Qin Chuan was a bit stunned. Several corpses lay haphazardly at the entrance, their deaths quite brutal. Once inside, Qin Chuan saw Yan Fei drinking tea. He leisurely savored the tea, looking very comfortable. Unlike the last time he visited, at this moment, his home was very tidy and had even added quite a bit of furniture. Qin Chuan, you're back. Seeing his friend return, Yan Fei quickly got up, walked over, and looked Qin Chuan up and down. I'm so glad you're okay. He could sense that his friend seemed to have made quite a bit of progress, with a more mysterious and powerful aura about him. What could happen to me, haha? Qin Chuan could see that Yan Fei was genuinely worried about him and laughed immediately. What about you? Why are you drinking tea? It's rare to see someone so relaxed in this chaotic world. Qin Chuan teased, pointing to Yan Fei's tea tray. Haha, I just finished dealing with that group from the Mutual Aid Association and thought I'd take a good rest. Since the apocalypse, it's been a long time since I've felt this relaxed. Yan Fei laughed heartily. Thanks to you, after you gave me that butterfly, when you chased after that golden-winged rock, I went home, and just then the Mutual Aid Association guys came looking for trouble. I just killed a few and threw them at the door, the rest ran away. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan frowned. Why didn't you kill them all? Yan Fei was startled. I thought it wasn't necessary. Then he scratched his head.
Plus, I felt a bit reluctant.
Qin Chuan smiled and shook his head.
You're still kind-hearted. If I had killed them all directly. This is the end of the world, it's either you die or I die. Next time we face such a situation, it's better to eradicate them completely. Yan Fei nodded heavily. I've remembered. Qin Chuan responded with an mm. I'm here to tell you that I'm going back to Suhai City. I came to say goodbye.
Yan Fei looked surprised.
Ah? You're going back?
We rarely meet, stay a little longer so I can treat you well. Qin Chuan shook his head. No, I have important matters to attend to back home. Yan Fei let out a long oh, a strange smile appearing on his face.
Is it a secret lover hidden in a golden house?
With your powerful strength, I wonder which woman can catch your eye.
That's a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. Don't think too much, I'm really going back to handle important business. Yan Fei laughed as well. Alright. Then I'll go back with you. What about your home? Qin Chuan asked. Yan Fei shook his head. My parents aren't here anymore.
I felt stifled in this big villa, reminded of them.
It hurts so much. Now that the apocalypse has come, it's even lonelier here, and there's no point.
So I'd rather go with you to Suhai, at least I'll have someone to rely on in this end of days. Upon hearing Yan Fei's words, Qin Chuan patted his shoulder.
Okay. No time to waste, let's leave right now. Do you have anything to pack? Yan Fei smiled and shook his head, filled with sadness. What is there to pack?
In this chaotic world, money has turned into worthless currency.
My father's lifetime of hard work has all become smoke.
In the apocalypse, the one with the biggest fist has the power.
Let's go.
Yan Fei looked back reluctantly, then resolutely followed Qin Chuan.
There were many people in the city.
To avoid causing a stir, the two summoned their wings only after reaching the outskirts of the city and flew towards Suhai City. Not long after they left, outside Yan Fei's villa, a group of people arrived, kneeling on the ground, lighting incense, and began to pray sincerely. Then, a distortion in space occurred, and a person in a gray robe suddenly appeared.
The figure was wrapped in gray robes, obscuring their appearance.
Sir, it's here, that guy killed several people from our mutual aid society. One devout follower knelt on the ground and said, pointing at the Yin family villa.
The gray-robed person did not hesitate and directly led the group into the Yin family villa. Where are they? Hearing the question, the follower's back was soaked in cold sweat. Maybe they went out for a moment. Humph.
The gray-robed person snorted heavily, scanning the villa, sniffing the air, then calculating with fingers before sneering.
They've already left.
Forget it, I'll not hold you responsible for this matter.
You are no match for that person. Scram.
Upon hearing this, the group of followers expressed endless gratitude and crawled away hastily. One is a celestial being, one is a divine being, no wonder they dare to challenge our mutual aid society.
But this is still far from enough.
The mutual aid society is not something you ants can understand.
Inside the Yin family villa, the gray-robed person sneered, then vanished into thin air. Qin Chuan, look. In the sky, the two flew side by side, and Yan Fei pointed to an area below. There, a group of people was encircling a beast, fighting fiercely. Though many kept falling, more quickly took their place. Why are they so bold? They dared to attack a beast.
Listening to Yan Fei's complaints, Qin Chuan shook his head.
It's not quite that way, they are actually doing it right.
After the apocalypse, one must devour beasts to grow stronger. There will always be a brave soul willing to take the first bite. They deserve respect.
Qin Chuan pointed to the scene below.
Among them are some weak devourers and ordinary people.
This assault will undoubtedly cause considerable casualties.
But, once someone devours that beast and becomes stronger, future hunters won't have to struggle in such a way to attack beasts.
The rule of survival in the apocalypse is...
That's it, lead the strong first, then the rest will follow.
Chapter 54, Establishing the Guild.
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei bitterly smiled and shook his head.
Qin Chuan, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I have a question. Lead the strong first? What if the strong don't lead the others? Qin Chuan smiled.
If they don't lead, then let it be, those people will just have to accept their fate. After all, the survival rule in the apocalypse is cold and cruel. Of course, most people will still lead, those who don't will never make it to the end, because no matter how strong a person is, it's always weaker than the power of a team.
The power of a team is the strongest.
Qin Chuan's words made Yan Fei fall into deep thought. Qin Chuan, what you said reminds me of something.
Do you remember, when we played games before, there was an organization called a guild, where like-minded people gathered together to clear dungeons and fight monsters?
Qin Chuan laughed heartily, patting Yan Fei on the shoulder.
Exactly. Your description is spot on, it's a guild. At this rate, soon there will be teams and guilds emerging. This is actually a good thing. Once these organizations start to appear in large numbers, humanity will become much stronger, much faster. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered, recalling some events from his previous life. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity slaughtered each other to devour the monsters, leading to many casualties. However, it was not until the emergence of teams and guilds that the remaining humans realized that unity, the rule of victory for thousands of years, was the first element for humanity to face the beast race. Thus, humanity began to devour powerful monsters, and some strong devourers started to appear among humans. However, by that time, due to self-inflicted wounds, humanity had already suffered significant losses. So, it's said that the only lesson humanity has learned from history is that it has never learned any lessons at all. However, in this life, due to the stimulus of the golden-winged Dapeng incident, many people awakened early. Overall, Qin Chuan accelerated this process. Yan Fei, I have an idea, let's form a guild. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei's eyes lit up. Inspired by you just now, I had the same thought. You are the smartest person I've ever met, and now you are among the most powerful in this chaotic world. If you want to establish a guild, I wholeheartedly support it. Alright then, you will be the first member of my guild, a founding elder. The two looked at each other and burst into loud laughter. You will need to take care of the guild's affairs, I might not have much time to manage it. Qin Chuan said. He was aware of his situation. With the Infinite Devouring System, he needed to constantly devour powerful monsters to grow stronger and could not stay in one place for long. If he were to travel around, managing the guild would only lead to chaos. And Yan Fei, having devoured an immortal-grade monster, was a formidable power in this chaotic world. Moreover, he could no longer devour monsters and had more time to manage the guild. Qin Chuan, don't worry, you establish the guild, I absolutely support you, and I will help you manage it well. Yan Fei laughed heartily, full of confidence. Good, that's my intention as well. Qin Chuan smiled. Yan Fei had rich management experience. After his parents passed away, he took over the family business alone, so management was no problem for him. Of course, Yan Fei was just helping Qin Chuan manage, with the final decisions remaining with Qin Chuan. Alright, I will start establishing the guild when I return. What shall we name our guild? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. Let's call it the First Guild. Upon hearing the name, Yan Fei's eyes brightened. The First Guild, that sounds good, let's name it the First Guild. The First Guild, on one hand, was the first guild established after the apocalypse, and on the other hand, it reflected Qin Chuan's ambition. First, he wants to be the first amidst the apocalypse. Both of them could fly, so they could ignore mountains and terrain. With Qin Chuan having devoured several divine beasts, his aura was particularly terrifying, so no beasts dared to approach them. Before long, they could already see Suai City in the distance. To avoid causing a commotion, Qin Chuan and Yan Fei simply landed in a forest not far from the city, then headed toward Suai City. Along the way, they saw that the beast tide surrounding Suai City had started to lose strength, and humanity's counterattack was growing stronger. As more people joined the defense, the beast's attacks no longer posed a deadly threat to the city. In fact, they could even see some groups of 3 or 5 people forming teams to begin hunting beasts in the wild. That's the way it should be, it's truly thriving. Qin Chuan sighed, then led Yan Fei toward the city. At this moment, great changes had already occurred within the city. Inside the city, there were large oil paintings plastered everywhere. In the azure sky, a man dressed in a tight outfit was chasing a rock bird. The rock was in panic, with a face full of fear, turning to look at the man behind him. Meanwhile, the man had a determined look in his eyes, filled with an unstoppable will. Above the painting was the title of the artwork. Reforge the Glory of Humanity. The huge oil paintings could be seen in every corner of the city. After walking 100 meters, Qin Chuan and Yan Fei had already spotted 4 or 5 identical paintings. Qin Chuan, you've become a celebrity now. Yan Fei laughed heartily, looking at the painting, then at Qin Chuan. But this person in the painting doesn't really look like you. Of course, it doesn't capture even 1/10 of my handsomeness. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The man in the painting was naturally not Qin Chuan's likeness but rather the artist's imagination. At that time, he and the golden-winged rock were chasing each other thousands of meters in the sky. The people below could only see a silhouette, not clearly see their features. Qin Chuan, where are you living now? Yan Fei asked. Well, I'm not living at home right now, but come with me to where I'm staying. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei showed a knowing smile. As expected, you're hiding a beauty in Suai City. Qin Chuan laughed heartily, not minding, and led Yan Fei toward his home. There's a child at my place, I saved him. On the way, Qin Chuan talked about the little fatty, and Yan Fei sighed. It's alright, leave this child to me, he's truly too pitiful. While chatting, they soon arrived at Qin Chuan's place.
As soon as they opened the door, they saw a child sitting obediently on the sofa watching TV.
Uncle, you're back.
Seeing Qin Chuan return, the little fatty instantly showed a happy smile. The period of solitude had lightened his originally gloomy mood quite a bit. However, there was still a strong wariness in his gaze when he looked at Yin Fei. That experience had made him cautious of all strangers.
Qin Chuan smiled.
Little fatty, don't worry, this is my friend, Yin Fei.
You can call him Uncle Yin.
Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the little fatty obediently nodded.
Uncle Yin.
Yin Fei looked at the little fatty with some pity, reached out to pat the little fatty's head, and heaved a long sigh. It's hard to imagine that such a small child had experienced such a tragedy.
Little fatty, I brought you something.
After sitting down, Qin Chuan didn't beat around the bush and directly took out a glass jar containing blue worms.
Seeing the blue worms, Yin Fei's pupils shrank.
This was a type of monster he had never seen before, but he could clearly sense a domineering aura from the blue worms. That was the natural aura carried by a king among beasts. He looked at Qin Chuan, feeling amazed. He never expected that his old friend's strength.
It has truly reached a terrifying point. Little fatty, eat this worm raw. Qin Chuan said.
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, little fatty did not hesitate. He trusted Qin Chuan more than anyone in the world. He grabbed the jar, pinched the blue worm, and shoved it into his mouth, swallowing it in a few bites. As the blue worm entered his body, little fatty immediately writhed in pain, his whole body flickering with a strange blue light.
So painful.
Little fatty held his head, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, rolling on the ground in agony. Watching little fatty's condition, Qin Chuan felt a pang of heartache. But in this situation, there was nothing he could do. Becoming stronger always requires a price. He had already done the most he could by bringing this rare monster for little fatty to consume.
Sigh.
Yin Fei looked at little fatty rolling on the ground, his eyes filled with compassion.
Little fatty, hold on a bit longer, it will be over soon.
Qin Chuan transmitted information to little fatty's mind through the nerve spores. Hearing Qin Chuan's voice, little fatty steadied his mind, mobilizing his consciousness to continuously resist the illusions in his mind. About half an hour later, little fatty gradually calmed down, and the blue light stopped flickering. He sat up, holding his head, and began to consume the blue worm. Seeing this, Qin Chuan and Yin Fei exchanged glances, both showing expressions of joy. It worked! No one was happier than Qin Chuan, who sincerely hoped to see little fatty grow stronger.
After finishing the consumption, little fatty opened his eyes, a flash of blue light shimmering in them.
He had just wanted to speak when he fainted directly. Yin Fei hurriedly stepped forward to support little fatty.
Is he okay?
Qin Chuan shook his head.
He's fine, he has successfully consumed it. He probably just fainted because his body couldn't handle the mutation all at once. A good sleep will be enough.
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yin Fei finally felt relieved, and they exchanged a smile. You take care of little fatty, I have something to go out for.
Qin Chuan said. Yin Fei chuckled, understanding in his heart. His old friend must be going to find his girlfriend.
Sure, you go ahead, I'll take care of little fatty. Once outside, Qin Chuan hurried towards Wang Yushu's house. It had been a long time since he last saw Wang Yushu, and he wondered how she was doing. Of course, he was more concerned about the larvae inside her. Chapter 55, The Schoolflower Hatching the Iron Wire Worm. After all, the larvae had been in the schoolflower's body for quite some time, and it was about time they were born. As for what would happen after they were born, Qin Chuan didn't have any answer in his heart. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan quickened his pace. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a few people with worried faces cleaning up in Wang Yushu's yard. This scene left Qin Chuan dumbfounded. In this apocalypse, Wang Yushu had actually hired a housekeeper? Just as he was about to push the door in, he heard one of the cleaners glance at him wearily and advise. You also came to grab a house, right? Listen to me, don't go in there, the people inside are not someone you can mess with.
Grab a house?
Qin Chuan pointed at himself, chuckling in disbelief, but he quickly entered the house. Sigh. Kind words are useless for stubborn ghosts. The person pointed at Qin Chuan's back and said to the others. The others nodded in agreement, clearly worried. As they looked toward the house, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Qin Chuan pushed open the door and saw Wang Yushu lying on the sofa, swinging her little feet while watching TV. The sight of her snow-white feet made tears uncontrollably stream down Qin Chuan's face.
Dare you come in?
Before Qin Chuan could speak, he heard Wang Yushu's delicate scolding. Upon hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan doubtedly pinched his ear.
Did he hear it wrong? Was this still the gentle Wang Yushu? What exactly had happened while he was away?
The next second, Wang Yushu, getting up, saw Qin Chuan. Her mouth could fit an egg, and her expression was filled with extreme joy. Then, without even putting on her shoes, she ran over with a tinkling sound, directly jumping into Qin Chuan's arms.
Qin Chuan. You're back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. Something isn't right, they're not even together yet, and it's already like this. What would happen if they were together?
Hearing Wang Yushu's faint sobs, Qin Chuan hurriedly asked.
What happened? Did something happen while I was gone? Also, what about those people outside cleaning? Wang Yushu looked up at Qin Chuan and giggled. Those? They are the ones who wanted to rob my house. Hearing this, Qin Chuan was even more confused. Rob your house? Didn't they see the bodies we threw at the door? Wang Yushu nodded. They saw it, but they were bold, thinking that with so many people, they could still barge in. Hearing this, Qin Chuan snorted. These people really have guts, they aren't even afraid of death. Exactly. Wang Yushu agreed, then a proud smile appeared on her face, with a hint of confusion in her expression. When they barged in, I was extremely angry, I pushed their leader, and unexpectedly, he fell down and didn't make a sound. Then, when the rest of them got scared and wanted to leave, I pushed down another person, and it seemed like he didn't make a sound either. Listening to Wang Yushu's words and watching her long, fluttering eyelashes tremble, Qin Chuan finally understood what was going on. Wow, although Wang Yushu is not a devourer, with so many eggs inside her, her strength is significantly stronger than an ordinary devourer. These people are really asking for trouble, somehow provoking Wang Yushu. So you just let them clean up after that? Qin Chuan asked. Aha! Wang Yushu nodded vigorously. I was extremely scared at that moment, not sure if I killed someone. I was very afraid, but they looked even more scared than I was. So, I had them carry away the two fallen people and let them stay to clean up the yard for me. Qin Chuan, why has my strength suddenly become so great? Wang Yushu looked at her hands, feeling a bit guilty. Even though she was innocent, she knew those two must have died. They were just asking for it, you don't need to feel guilty. Qin Chuan comforted her. When the apocalypse comes, a person's body inevitably undergoes certain changes. Having increased strength is normal, look at how much you eat every day. Qin Chuan gestured with his lips, looking at the snacks piled up on the table like a small mountain. Wang Yushu turned back to look and immediately flushed. But I just want to eat. Go ahead, eat. No one is laughing at you, eat to your heart's content. Qin Chuan laughed heartily and sat down on the sofa. Oh? What's this? Just as he sat down, Qin Chuan's eyes scanned the villa and noticed the changes. Inside the villa, there was a huge oil painting. In the painting, a young man stood resolutely, his eyes determined, while in front of him was a huge rock. Looking at the name of the painting. Reforging the Glory of Humanity. Qin Chuan was stunned, never expecting to see this painting here. Oh, you mean this painting? I saw someone selling it, thought it looked good and bought it. It's been spreading like crazy recently, you might not have heard of it, let me tell you. Wang Yushu grabbed a handful of melon seeds. I heard, this golden-winged rock is the leader of the beasts outside, incredibly powerful. But this young man chased after the rock for an entire day and night, many people in the cities saw it, absolutely no lie. In fact, so many beasts have invaded, many people in the cities couldn't hold on, everyone felt hopeless. However, this young man appeared out of nowhere, hunting the golden-winged rock, giving everyone great confidence, showing that there are still such powerful beings among humans. Look, our famous painter in Suhai City painted this, and now the whole city is hanging everywhere. Look at this painting, it's so amazing. Some people said at first this painting was going to be called The Last Hope of Humanity, but in the end, it was named Reforging the Glory of Humanity. Which one do you think is better? After not seeing Qin Chuan for a long time, Wang Yushu had a lot to say, and before she knew it, a whole pack of sunflower seeds was already eaten. I think both are good, both are good. Qin Chuan chuckled. Eating melon seeds and feeling like you're the hope of the entire human world is really, quite satisfying. Although it's a bit outrageous, the feeling of suddenly becoming the hope of all humanity is a thrill. This person is impressive, but it would be great if he was as handsome as you. Wang Yushu wore a melon-eating expression, looking at Qin Chuan, then at the huge oil painting on the wall. Seeing Wang Yushu swoon a bit, Qin Chuan coughed, timely stopping this topic. Having not seen each other for so long, if this continued, who knows what might happen. How have you been feeling lately? Is there anything unusual? Qin Chuan asked. Wang Yushu shook her head. No, everything is quite good. She scratched her little head and suddenly clapped her hands. Oh right. Just a few days ago, I kept having a dream. What dream? Qin Chuan realized that this dream might have something to do with the eggs inside Wang Yushu. Speaking of dreams, Wang Yushu's expression turned somewhat fearful. It was a very terrifying dream.
I dreamed I was tied up, surrounded by huge eggs.
So big.
Wang Yushu gestured with her hands, her expression extremely exaggerated.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Qin Chuan patted Wang Yushu, signaling her not to be scared.
This dream really does relate to the alien worms.
Also, recently my stomach feels very bloated, like something is trying to crawl out.
I don't know if it's because I've eaten too much. Wang Yushu said.
Her words made Qin Chuan realize that the aliens inside Wang Yushu should be about to emerge. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan's eyes shimmered with a red light, and he immediately took control of Wang Yushu's mind. Through the neural spores, Qin Chuan began to observe Wang Yushu's physical condition. At this moment, within Wang Yushu's body, the eggs had already grown large.
These eggs were constantly absorbing nutrients and growing inside Wang Yushu. One is missing? It's that nematode larva. Qin Chuan counted the eggs and immediately sensed something was wrong. Thinking this, Qin Chuan scrutinized Wang Yushu's body even more closely. Ultimately, in a corner, he discovered a nematode.
This nematode had already hatched into a larva. After some time of growth, it had transformed into an adult. Seeing the successfully hatched nematode made Qin Chuan incredibly excited. This egg was the earliest existing inside Wang Yushu. After such a long time, it had finally hatched.
Moreover, this nematode had also laid some eggs within Wang Yushu's body. Seeming to sense a powerful presence watching, the nematode began to tremble. It wriggled endlessly, seemingly pleading.
Through faint mental waves, Qin Chuan confirmed that the nematode was indeed begging him to spare it.
Come out.
Qin Chuan commanded the nematode through the mental spores.
Squeak squeak.
Hearing Qin Chuan's command, the nematode showed no hesitation, immediately crawling out from Wang Yushu's body.
After coming out, the nematode stood still before Qin Chuan, not daring to move.
This powerful presence had previously commanded it not to move, and now standing before it, the aura felt even more overwhelming. Even though it was a supreme monster, at this moment in front of Qin Chuan, without his command, it didn't dare move an inch. It had no doubt that this person could make it die 1,000 times in an instant.
How to deal with it?
Qin Chuan looked at the nematode before him, feeling troubled. The wireworm had already been devoured before, and swallowing it again was pointless.
If it doesn't swallow it, this monster can't return to Wang Yushu's body.
Now it has already become an adult, and continuing to keep it will eventually lead to it being swallowed by Wang Yushu.
However, Wang Yushu's special constitution is enough to prove that she does not need to devour the wireworm.
Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Qin Chuan's mind.
Since that's the case, why not keep it by my side? Chapter 56, If you're my brother, come cut me.
Once this thought crossed his mind, Qin Chuan couldn't help but applaud his genius idea. Nowadays, everyone is still looking for wild monsters to devour, and countless people are rushing into the wild, trying to hunt a monster to devour and increase their abilities. To them, monsters are like mortal enemies who killed their fathers. Originally, Qin Chuan thought the same way, but the appearance of the wireworm changed his mind. At this stage, he would not gain any new skills from swallowing the wireworm, so it was better to keep it by his side.
In terms of strength, the wireworm is a divine-grade monster, adept at mental control, with incredible combat power. Against skilled opponents, a single wireworm may not be much.
But Qin Chuan looked at the small belly of Wang Yushu, his eyes hot.
As the mother nest, Wang Yushu's body is still hatching countless eggs. Monsters are social creatures, and Wang Yushu could continuously hatch numerous monsters in the future. One wireworm is nothing, but what about 100? 1,000? 10,000?
Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Qin Chuan's lips.
Thousands of monsters, once they form a monster army, would possess terrifying combat power.
Just imagining that endless monster army darkening the skies made him excited.
You stick by my side. Don't move without my command.
Qin Chuan issued a command to the wireworm through the mental spores. The wireworm quickly sent back feedback, expressing submission. Seeing this, Qin Chuan took out a glass jar, filled it with some nutrient solution, and let the wireworm crawl inside. After doing all this, Qin Chuan looked again at the inside of Wang Yushu's body, confirming that the remaining eggs were still hatching, then he felt relieved.
Wang Yushu is his monster mother nest, and he does not want any accidents to happen. Wang Yushu's current constitution is that of a monster hatching body, which does not require consuming anything. As long as the monsters in her body do not encounter any accidents, it will be fine.
Qin Chuan withdrew the nerve spores from Wang Yushu's body, and she slowly woke up.
Qin Chuan, why did I fall asleep?
Wang Yushu rubbed her eyes, completely unaware of what had just happened.
Maybe you were just too tired lately, it's nothing. Qin Chuan wore a harmless smile.
Since you came back, I stopped having that dream.
It's so good to have you. Wang Yushu said.
Qin Chuan grinned, he knew the moment he saw the wireworm what that dream of Wang Yushu was about. With so many monsters in her body and the hatching of wireworms, the wireworm was skilled at creating illusions, affecting Wang Yushu, the host, with its strong mental fluctuations. Don't worry, you won't have such terrifying dreams in the future.
Qin Chuan reassured her.
Now, the wireworm had been removed from Wang Yushu's body, and the remaining eggs did not have the capability to affect the host yet. Qin Chuan, you feel a bit unfamiliar to me. Wang Yushu stared at Qin Chuan for a while and suddenly blurted out. Hearing this, Qin Chuan was a bit stunned.
Unfamiliar? How could it be unfamiliar?
He looked at himself, confirming that there was nothing wrong. I don't know, it just feels more unfamiliar than before you left. Wang Yushu shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. I can't say for sure, maybe it's the aura.
Qin Chuan laughed. What's wrong? Am I more handsome now?
Wang Yushu nodded heavily. You could say that, but it's still not right. Seeing that Wang Yushu wanted to say more, Qin Chuan quickly stopped her from continuing to speak.
Alright, I've always been this handsome. Wang Yushu displayed a smile. Yes. I like it.
Qin Chuan naturally knew that Wang Yushu wanted to say his aura had changed. This was actually because he had devoured the golden-winged Great Peng, gaining an aura of the Great Peng.
However, as a devourer, this was unavoidable.
Especially since he was a devourer with an infinite devouring system.
Qin Chuan, you have devoured a monster, right? Wang Yushu hesitated and asked.
Hearing Wang Yushu ask, Qin Chuan did not hide it and nodded. Wang Yushu was not stupid, and since they lived together, Qin Chuan was always going out.
Wang Yushu didn't know what Qin Chuan was doing, but she could guess a bit.
Moreover, the arrival of the apocalypse had indeed changed her mindset quite a bit.
Yes, I have devoured a monster. Wang Yushu let out a long "oh." Oh. Wang Yushu let out a long "oh."
I saw it on TV, they said that the stronger the monster devoured, the stronger one's own power becomes. Her bright eyes looked at Qin Chuan, without any distraction in her gaze.
Actually, I have devoured.
Before Qin Chuan could finish, Wang Yushu shook her head and covered his mouth. I don't care what monster you have devoured, and I don't want to know, it's not important. I just want to tell you that no matter what monster you have devoured, strong or not, you need to be safe when you go out.
No matter what, I will always support you from behind.
Listening to the gentle words of the beautiful woman, Qin Chuan suddenly became speechless. After a long silence, Qin Chuan finally spoke. Don't worry, you don't need to be concerned about me. Seeing Wang Yushu lean her head over, Qin Chuan rubbed it, feeling an indescribable warmth in his heart. In this cruel apocalypse, someone still cared for him, he would always remember this warmth. After a long time without rest, Qin Chuan had a good night of sleep.
I wonder how things are going with the guild. He walked towards his house, wanting to discuss establishing the guild with Yan Fei. Qin Chuan, you're here. It looks like you had a good rest last night.
When he opened the door, Qin Chuan immediately saw Yan Fei, who was tinkering with something alongside a chubby guy, turning to Qin Chuan with a playful expression.
Get lost. Qin Chuan jokingly scolded as he walked over. What are you guys doing?
Seeing what was on the table, Qin Chuan asked.
Look, this is a testing machine that can test whether someone is a devourer.
And this machine tests the potential of a devourer.
Since it's the first guild, we can't just recruit anyone.
At the very least, they should be people who have devoured some wild beasts. As for those who have only devoured pet cats and dogs, we won't recruit them, their strength is too weak. Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. Old Yan, I only knew you were good at business, but I never knew you were into research.
Yan Fei laughed heartily. Look at you.
I don't do this kind of stuff, these machines were bought from outside.
Qin Chuan let out a long "oh." No wonder.
He remembered that in his last life, not long after the apocalypse arrived, machines to test the potential of devourers had been developed. The Great Xia Empire was indeed impressive in scientific research, and the biggest research center of the Great Xia Empire was in Suhai City. With these machines, we can recruit some devourers and form our guild. Of course, having ability is not enough, I also need to test their character, we won't take those with poor character. Yan Fei said with enthusiasm.
Test character? How do you plan to test that? Let you try the depth? Qin Chuan asked with a smile. Chuanzi, I'm not from Chengdu.
The two burst into laughter. Now that they had these machines, recruiting people would be much easier. However, Qin Chuan still put forward his opinions. I believe that the main thing is to evaluate character, those with good character, even if they are not devourers, are not to be feared. After all, at this time, there aren't any powerful devourers. Even if there are, they are thinking about forming their own guilds. In the apocalypse, the light of humanity is the most precious. Qin Chuan said calmly. Having experienced the last life, Qin Chuan had gained many of his own insights. He had witnessed too many tragic situations in the apocalypse and had seen countless examples of human ugliness, so he understood deeply how valuable good character is for a guild. Only by having a group of like-minded people with good character can a guild develop significantly.
Alright. Let's set up a stall. Yan Fei's one sentence nearly dropped Qin Chuan's jaw. Set up a stall? He asked incredulously. Yeah. What else do you want to do? Yan Fei said righteously.
Right now, our guild has no reputation and no manpower.
If we want to develop, we must first recruit some people. Even though you are strong, if your strength is made public, do you believe everyone in the world would want to join our first guild? That's not what you want to see, right?
So, we must hide our talents, stay low-key, and first go set up a stall to recruit some laborers.
Once we recruit people, we can have them set up, and we won't have to go ourselves. What do you think? My idea is pretty good, right? My father did this to become big and strong.
Qin Chuan was silent for half a day, then gave a thumbs up.
Yan Fei, you are seriously a genius.
I have to say, Yan Fei's ability to act was top-notch. He had settled on the plan the day before and had come to a busy area in the city center to set up a stall.
Yan Fei, isn't this title too big?
A few people sat side by side, and Qin Chuan looked at their sign with a dark face. It was a massive sign, with a bright red background and several large yellow characters on it.
First guild is hiring.
And below, there were some slightly smaller words.
Do you want to join the world's #1 guild? Want to enjoy a life like a cheat?
Beautiful women and beasts, passion and opportunity, mysterious big shots leading the way, all in the first guild.
Urgent recruitment. Divine artifacts in the left hand, divine beasts in the right.
A throne beneath your feet and brothers behind you.
Chopping melons and cutting vegetables? Here, basic skills are a must. Sexy devourers, wild beasts online, stay tuned for the first guild.
I am Yan Fei from the first guild, if you are a brother, come chop me.
A gigantic billboard was crammed full of different colored blocks.
Moreover, in the center of the image, Yan Fei somehow managed to get a picture of a beautiful woman, with two huge rabbits that seemed ready to jump out, particularly eye-catching among the crowd. From a distance, it looked just like a certain coconut juice packaging.
Xiaopang, what do you think?
Qin Chuan glanced at the smug Yan Fei and then looked at Xiaopang beside him.
Uncle, I think it's a bit embarrassing.
Xiaopang lowered his head shyly.
You're just a kid, what do you know? You have a lot to learn.
Hearing Xiaopang's words, Yan Fei patted Xiaopang's head.
Yan Fei, it's not that I'm saying, it's really eye-watering.
Qin Chuan covered his face and said. If he had known it would be such a billboard, he would rather not come.
Chuanzi, where is it eye-watering?
Yan Fei looked up at the billboard and raised his hand in a peace sign.
See, isn't it handsome?
Qin Chuan was speechless.
It seems to be missing something?
Yan Fei looked around.
What are you looking for? Qin Chuan asked.
A beautiful woman, we need a beautiful woman to stand here, it would be so eye-catching.
Yan Fei said boldly. Chuanzi, why not bring your lovely beauty here to help us recruit some people? You wish. So stingy.
Yan Fei sat down, watching the gazes constantly turning towards their stall, feeling incredibly proud in his heart.
Chuanzi, don't look at me, this billboard is designed to be tacky. Is it really that unbearable? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes. So you really know? Of course I know.
In terms of strength, I'm not as good as you, but when it comes to attracting people, I'm an expert.
Yan Fei said with a hearty laugh. The common is the profound. Think about it, we have no fame and no people, how can we attract anyone's attention?
This is the advertisement I made last night for an hour using Excel, focusing on being simple and grand. And paired with that beautiful picture in the middle, it aims to captivate the soul.
Look at this advertisement, don't you feel an urge to join our guild at first sight? To be honest, no. Then do you have the urge to take a look? Even just to join the fun?
Qin Chuan lowered his head and thought for a moment, it seemed he did indeed have that urge.
See, you admitted it. This is what I want to achieve.
Since you want to take a look, you'll definitely come to our booth. Once you're here, I'll talk to you about the good things about our guild, and you won't mind, right?
This perfectly achieves the promotional effect. Not only that.
Yan Fei smiled mysteriously and pulled out a stack of brochures from behind him. Look, the promotional materials I rushed to make all night.
It nearly killed me. Qin Chuan took it and looked, the style of the brochure was the same as the advertisement. Exciting. Beautiful women. Tons of benefits.
Looking at the several bold fonts with a beautiful woman dressed in revealing clothes above, it truly stirred the imagination.
Are you sure this will work? Qin Chuan felt a bit doubtful. Don't worry, just watch me.
Yan Fei patted his chest, indicating that everything was on him.
With this kind of promotion, we will have 1,000 people at our booth today. Among 1,000 people, I don't believe there won't be anyone meeting our criteria. Qin Chuan thought about it and felt it made sense. You've got a plan, old Yen. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yen Fei couldn't have been happier. Little Fat, remember to hand out flyers, he said while shoving the brochure into Little Fat's hands. Sure enough, as more people gathered, their booth became the focus. First guild? I haven't heard of it. What a coincidence, I haven't heard of it either, but now I have. I don't know who established this guild, why call it the first? I wonder if they have that kind of strength. I must say, their advertisement is indeed eye-catching. Look how well it's done, the text, TSK, really big and white. The crowd's murmurs came and went. Soon, quite a few people surrounded the booth, starting to ask how to join the guild. Yen Fei sat up straight, wearing a pair of glasses, looking very cultured. Don't rush, one at a time. Please register, leave your information, and wait for the interview notice. What? There's an interview too? A young man exclaimed. Yen Fei glanced at him. What else? We are not some fly-by-night guild, we are an official guild, of course, we need to standardize a little. Hearing Yen Fei say this, the young man was taken aback for a moment, thought about it, and felt it made sense. He left his information on paper. Meanwhile, Little Fat was busy handing out flyers, sweating profusely. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan couldn't help but be astonished. This is impressive. Yen Fei is truly a genius in business. No wonder he dropped out after middle school and went back to help his dad with business. He actually learned something from his old man. The two worked hard, drenched in sweat. Qin Chuan wanted to step forward to help but was stopped by Yen Fei. According to him, Qin Chuan was the president of the guild. Doing these little things would ruin his status. Since Yen Fei said so, Qin Chuan happily relaxed, drinking water behind the two. The advertisement's effect was very noticeable. In one morning, Yen Fei didn't know how many people wanting to join the first guild he had served. As the sun rose, people gradually decreased. Only then did Yen Fei catch his breath. I'm exhausted. He wiped the sweat off his brow and picked up a fan to cool himself down. How is it, Chuanzi? I didn't deceive you, right? He gave Qin Chuan a knowing look, feeling quite pleased with himself. While the two were chatting, a deep voice approached. Excuse me, how can I join the guild? Qin Chuan raised his head. He saw a tall middle-aged man speaking to him, with a bright smile on his face. The man was tall, with rugged features, looking quite amiable. However, Qin Chuan slightly squinted his eyes. This man had a powerful aura, he could sense it. This is a master. At least someone who has devoured monsters of holy grade or above. At this stage, someone like this could definitely dominate a city. Joining the guild? Sure. Just register first. Before Qin Chuan could speak, Yen Fei stood up and placed a notebook in front of the man. Alright, go back and wait for the notification. Yen Fei patted the notebook. Still have to wait for a notification? The man was a bit surprised. Yes, our guild has a strict screening process, and there will be an interview later. Yen Fei replied. This. The man pointed at the advertisement board, then laughed heartily. Fine. Then I'll go back and wait for the notification. After saying that, he didn't look at Yen Fei, nodded to Qin Chuan, and turned to leave. This guy really has insight, knowing you're the president of the guild. After the man left, Yen Fei fanned himself and smiled at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan shook his head. It's not insight, it's just that this guy must have sensed my aura. It should be related to the monsters he has devoured. Strangely, someone of such high rank still wants to join the guild? As he reached the corner, the man turned back to glance at the eye-catching advertisement board and the three people sitting beneath it. How can there be such a powerful aura? There are always stronger people. I hope I didn't make the wrong choice. He stared at Qin Chuan for a while, then turned to leave. He originally wanted to establish his own guild, but after sensing Qin Chuan's powerful aura, he changed his mind. Although he had devoured a powerful monster by chance, he instinctively felt the terrifying aura of Qin Chuan. In times of chaos, choosing to follow a strong person like this would definitely not be a mistake. After a busy morning, Yen Fei glanced through the applications and found a total of 286. Of course, some were just here to watch the fun, but even after removing those, the number of valid applications was still considerable. Old Yen, well done. Even Qin Chuan couldn't help but praise Yen Fei a bit. Are we continuing in the afternoon? Qin Chuan asked. Yen Fei nodded and began to share his business wisdom. Of course, don't be fooled by the number of applications, there aren't many usable ones. As long as the quantity goes up, there's bound to be a few high-quality ones. Qin Chuan curled his lips. Is this your experience as a Sea King? Yen Fei laughed heartily. Aren't they the same? This is called applying experience. Uncle Yen, what's a sea king? Little Fatty tilted his head, innocently asking. Yen Fei grinned mischievously and pinched Little Fatty's cheek. It's the king of the sea. Do you want to be a sea king when you grow up? I want to be a sea king.
As soon as Little Fatty said this, it made Qin Chuan and Yen Fei burst into laughter.
Hey, who told you to set up a stall here? Everything here belongs to the Mutual Aid Society.
As several people were chatting, they saw a group of people rushing over, led by a fierce-looking man who screamed. Hearing this, the faces of the several people suddenly turned cold.
What rules say we can't set up a stall here?
Qin Chuan coldly asked.
We say you can't set up, then you can't.
The leading man charged over with an intimidating presence, his eyes filled with ferocity.
What do you think you are? Qin Chuan demanded.
Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the leading man sneered.
What do I think I am?
Kid, just based on what you said today, I'm going to break your 2 legs.
I am a member of the Mutual Aid Society.
The man's head was held high, like a proud rooster. He originally thought that revealing his identity would be enough to startle Qin Chuan, causing the other party to panic. But unexpectedly, upon hearing his identity, Qin Chuan showed no reaction at all and simply asked lightly.
Oh? And then what?
The leading man became furious and ashamed.
Did you hear me clearly? I am from the Mutual Assistance Society. So what? Qin Chuan retorted.
In his eyes, the Mutual Assistance Society meant nothing at all.
So what? I'll let you experience the power of the Mutual Assistance Society.
Brothers, charge! With a wave of his hand, the people behind him rushed toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan glanced at this group with disdain and immediately lost interest. No wonder they were so arrogant, it turned out they were all devourers. However, they were just some devourers who had consumed low-level beasts.
You are looking for death.
A skinny figure blocked in front of Qin Chuan, suddenly transforming into a blue color, with a pair of wings spreading from his back.
It was Yen Fei.
He flapped his wings fiercely, and all the people charging forward were sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. Many of them broke bones and tore muscles on the spot, wailing in agony.
Dare to attack my boss? Seeking death.
He looked coldly at the group of Mutual Assistance Society members in front of him. He had no favorable impression of the Mutual Assistance Society at all. Before he became a devourer, the people from the Mutual Assistance Society had broken into his home and caused destruction. Now, they were coming to find trouble with him. What was more important was that they dared to attack Qin Chuan. In Yen Fei's eyes, Qin Chuan was his great benefactor. Without Qin Chuan, he would not have become a devourer. It could be said that Qin Chuan had completely changed his life.
Kid, do you know who we are? We are from the Mutual Assistance Society. Can you afford to offend us?
Even though the leading man lay on the ground wailing, he still did not forget to threaten. It was clear that the Mutual Assistance Society gave him enough confidence. He also didn't believe that the person in front of him dared to kill them.
Mutual Assistance Society?
Qin Chuan stood up, a playful smile on his lips.
What Mutual Assistance Society?
I see it as a bunch of turtles having a meeting. He walked forward, and under the terrified gaze of that man, he brutally stomped down, instantly shattering his skull.
Mutual Assistance Society?
In his eyes, they were just a group of petty people taking advantage of chaos to bully men and women. Seeing the leading man being stomped to death, the others were instantly frozen, a chill spreading from their hearts. After all, they were members of the Mutual Assistance Society. Currently, in every city, the Mutual Assistance Society had the greatest power, and the followers were numerous. The person just killed was the representative of the Mutual Assistance Society in Suhai. Usually, even the city lord showed him respect. But now, he had been ruthlessly killed with one stomp. The other party clearly knew he was a member of the Mutual Assistance Society.
Could it be that he truly was not afraid of the Mutual Assistance Society?
Thinking of this, many people began to feel a chill in their hearts. With the representative dead, could they still survive? One must know, in chaotic times, human life is the least valuable.
In the face of life and death, many people had already started to flee. I'm going to kill them.
Yen Fei was just about to chase after them when he was stopped by Qin Chuan. There's no need, they are just a bunch of small minions. Such people are endless, you can't kill them all. Besides, they are just ants, they will be cannon fodder in this world in the future.
It's better to let them go, so they can inform the others in the Mutual Assistance Society.
I'm curious, who is behind the Mutual Assistance Society?
Qin Chuan said.
If he went to investigate himself, it would be very difficult to find out who was behind the Mutual Assistance Society. But if he let this group of ants go back to deliver a message, then stronger people from the Mutual Assistance Society would definitely come. At that time, he could follow the trail and find out who was behind the Mutual Assistance Society.
Alright, since the boss said so, I'll let them go this time. Yan Fei glanced fiercely at the people fleeing, clearly still a bit angry. Alright, stop looking, everyone has left. Today, let's sort through the personnel lists we received and then conduct a good evaluation. Pay special attention to that man from before, his strength is very impressive. Being interrupted by the mutual aid members has spoiled everyone's mood, and since there are few people left, we might as well pack up. Fine, I won't go back with you. If you have anything to say, just call me. Qin Chuan said. Boss, are you going to eat something delicious? Yan Fei said with a mischievous smile. Go away. Qin Chuan laughed and, after chatting for a bit, left. Uncle Qin, what delicious food are you eating? After Qin Chuan left, Little Fat raised his head and asked Yan Fei. He went to have a seafood feast. Yan Fei casually replied. What? I want to eat too. I've been eating instant noodles for so long. Little Fat showed a strong sense of envy in his eyes. Uncle Yan, can you take me to eat seafood? Yan Fei rubbed Little Fat's head. You little rascal, can someone your age eat seafood? I'll take you to eat something else today. What? Little Fat's face was full of anticipation. You can have fish-flavored shredded pork instant noodles, it's also seafood. Little Fat looked at Yan Fei with a face full of resentment and fell silent for a long time. Uncle Yan, you are a bad person. Ha 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 ha. Yan Fei laughed loudly, regardless of whether Little Fat was willing or not, and pulled him away. In a closed hall, a group of people was sincerely burning incense and praying for something. They were performing a mysterious ritual here. With everyone's prayers, soon there was a ripple in the space, and a shadow appeared before them. He was cloaked in a black robe, even his face hidden within the robe, holding a cane, with black mist swirling around him. What happened? The black-clothed man's voice echoed in the hall. Then he glanced at everyone, and his voice suddenly sharpened. What's going on? Who hurt you like this? Everyone praying in the hall bore wounds, some were bandaged, and some had broken legs. Father, today Lily took us outside, and we encountered a few people. They beat us regardless of the situation. One person said with a sad face. Lily? Where is Lily? The black-clothed man looked around but did not find Lily. Father, Lily was killed by them. What? The black-clothed man's voice sharpened again. Did they not know about our mutual aid association? Dared to kill Lily? They knew. We told them, but they said. They said what? They said whatever mutual aid association, it's just a bunch of turtles having a meeting. How outrageous. Hearing this, the black-clothed man became furious, slamming the cane hard on the ground, creating a large hole in the floor, as dust fell from the ceiling. Where are those people? Father, we also don't know. If we hadn't run fast, we probably wouldn't have been able to see you. The father glared fiercely at the one who spoke and snorted heavily. What a bunch of useless trash. Hearing the father say this, everyone present felt ashamed. Father, those people are indeed very powerful. However, although we don't know where they all belong to a guild called the First Guild. They are recruiting today, and I think they will be recruiting in the same place tomorrow as well. The father responded with an Alright, I'll go over tomorrow. After saying that, the father lightly tapped the ground with his long staff, creating ripples in the space, and he disappeared. Qin Chuan, are you going out today? Seeing Qin Chuan about to leave, Wang Yushu said with wide, sparkling eyes. I am going out, but not for long. You wait for me to eat. Qin Chuan said while packing up his things. Wang Yushu's eyes lit up with excitement. Can you take me with you? I've been cooped up at home for so long, I'm almost going crazy. I have been listening to you and haven't gone out at all. Looking at Wang Yushu's eager eyes, Qin Chuan smiled. Okay, then let's go out together. Great. I haven't gone out with you in a long time. Wang Yushu jumped up happily. Alright. Let's go, we need to make a stop at my place first. Qin Chuan led Wang Yushu out the door. According to Yan Fei, this kind of bold recruiting needs to last for several days to be effective, otherwise, it's easy to make people think it's just a show. So, today they still had to continue recruiting. Chuanzi, you're here, oh? This is... When Yan Fei opened the door, he glanced over. The moment he saw Wang Yushu, his eyes widened. A beautiful face, skin as white as snow, tall and with an excellent aura, making it hard to look away. Ahem. Qin Chuan coughed a couple of times, and only then did Yan Fei realize he was losing his composure. Come in, have a seat. Yan Fei brought over some chairs for them. Don't be polite, just treat it like your own home. What do you mean by that? This is my home. Qin Chuan looked at the flustered Yan Fei and thought that this guy really couldn't speak in front of a beautiful girl. This is my high school classmate and a good friend, Wang Yushu. Qin Chuan introduced her. Wang Yushu? What a lovely name. She truly lives up to it.
Before Yan Fei could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan coldly interrupted him.
This is my elementary school classmate, Yan Fei.
And this is Xiao Pang. He pulled Xiao Pang over.
Hearing Qin Chuan's introduction, Wang Yushu showed a gentle smile and nodded to Yan Fei and Xiao Pang. Hello, Yan Fei, hello, Xiao Pang, I am Qin Chuan's good friend.
Yan Fei watched as Wang Yushu's hand naturally linked with Qin Chuan's arm, and his mouth twitched.
Is this just a good friend? Hello, sister-in-law.
Yan Fei greeted her, his face full of an awkward yet polite smile. Now he understood why Qin Chuan abandoned him and Xiao Pang. It turned out this guy was hiding a beautiful woman.
Xiao Pang, say hello.
Seeing Xiao Pang staring at the pretty lady speechless, Yan Fei gently kicked him with his foot.
Hello, Aunt Wang.
Xiao Pang scratched his head, feeling shy and lowering his head, then sneaked a few glances at Wang Yushu. In his heart, he thought that the aunt brought by Uncle Qin was so beautiful and very well matched with Uncle Qin.
Wang Yushu noticed Xiao Pang's actions and giggled. What a well-behaved child. Wang Yushu reached out to pat Xiao Pang's head, making him even more shy. After chatting for a while, Yan Fei checked the time. Alright, it's getting late, let's go recruit. Recruit? What are we doing? Wang Yushu looked surprised. We are going to recruit people.
Your good friend Qin Chuan has just started a guild, and we need to find some members.
Yan Fei said boldly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. By the way, sister-in-law, have you joined the guild? Do you want to join us? The benefits are great. Hearing Yan Fei ramble on, Wang Yushu smiled gently.
Sure, since it's Qin Chuan's guild, count me in.
Although Wang Yushu seldom went out, it didn't mean she didn't know what a guild was.
She loved watching TV, and many guilds had been advertising recently, so she was well aware. As for Qin Chuan starting a guild, she was not surprised. She didn't care about the competition, nor the guild itself. She only wanted to stay by Qin Chuan's side, and that was enough. Yan Fei, I must say, don't let Wang Yushu help you advertise. Looking at Yan Fei's shining eyes, Qin Chuan recalled that giant advertisement with a beautiful woman and immediately warned. This kid is full of tricks, who knows what he might get Wang Yushu to help with. How could I be that kind of person? Really? Xiao Pang? He turned to look at Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang nodded. Uncle Yan, you previously said, if we could find a beautiful girl. Shut up. Don't meddle in adult matters. Seeing the little fatso about to expose his secret, Yan Fei quickly covered his mouth. Ah. Kids just talk nonsense. He awkwardly smiled at Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu. Wang Yushu giggled, already guessing what the little fatso wanted to say. She found Qin Chuan's two friends pretty amusing. All right. As the vice president, I officially announce, our guild has a new member today. Let's go. Set up shop. Yan Fei waved his hand, calling a few people to head outside. The few walked in front, while Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu followed behind. What is that, Qin Chuan? Following Wang Yushu's hand, Qin Chuan saw Yan Fei carrying a huge sign, but it was tightly wrapped in a cloth. Oh, that's an advertisement board. Qin Chuan paused for a moment. It's just designed by him. He pointed at the front, where Yan Fei was. Oh, your friend takes the guild quite seriously, even personally designed such a big advertisement board. Wang Yushu's impression of Yan Fei rose significantly. Maybe. I actually wish he cared a little less. Qin Chuan felt a bit guilty, unsure how Wang Yushu would react to the true nature of this advertisement board. Care a little less? Wang Yushu seemed puzzled, looking at Qin Chuan and then back at Yan Fei, not understanding what Qin Chuan meant. You'll know soon. Qin Chuan turned his head away, wanting to avoid further discussion on the topic. Oh, okay then. Having not been out in a while, Wang Yushu appeared particularly excited, constantly looking left and right on the street, like a child seeing the world for the first time. Naturally, their peculiar group walking down the street attracted quite a few glances. Especially Wang Yushu, such a beautiful girl walking on the street, even more eyes were drawn to her. In chaotic times, people's hearts were cruel, and beauty had become a kind of resource. On the road, some people eyed Wang Yushu's beauty, but after Qin Chuan kicked one of them over 10 meters away, no one dared to approach them again. Alright. This is the place. Upon arriving at yesterday's spot, Yan Fei heavily put down the advertisement board. We'll set up shop here. After that, he looked at Qin Chuan. Chuanzi, you're the president, to ensure today's recruitment goes smoothly, you should unveil this sign. Saying this, he gestured for Qin Chuan to go ahead. Qin Chuan curled his lips. You do it, I order you as president. He knew all too well what was behind that advertisement board, he definitely didn't want to unveil it. Seeing this, Yan Fei smiled awkwardly, directly pulling the little fatso over.
Little fatso, you do it. Uncle Yan, I. The little fatso waved his hands repeatedly, wanting to refuse. You're still young, you will be the president in the future president, please. Without waiting for a response, Yan Fei directly picked up the little fatso and placed him in front of the advertisement board, motioning for him to unveil it. The little fatso grimaced and pulled away the cloth covering the advertisement board. Immediately, the advertisement board appeared in front of everyone. Sister-in-law, this is our advertisement board. Yan Fei grinned, pointing at the sign. What do you think? Wang Yushu stared blankly at the abrupt advertisement board, her mind in chaos. What on earth is this? And in the center of the advertisement board, was that woman not wearing any top?
After being stunned for a moment, Wang Yushu covered her mouth with her hand.
Quite unique. Quite unique. She commented lightly.
However, everyone could clearly feel her struggling to hold back laughter. Qin Chuan supported his forehead, and the little fatso looked helpless.
Well, unique is good, we'll recruit people here. Sister-in-law, you and the president can sit behind, and I can work with the little fatso. Yan Fei gestured invitingly. Unique? That really makes me want to laugh.
As they were talking, a sharp voice came from nearby. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned cold, and they turned to look at the newcomer.
Although their advertisement board was indeed a bit unconventional. But no one else could say such things.
It was a person dressed in a black robe, completely wrapped in it, holding a staff in his hand, slowly walking toward the group.
The First Guild? He coldly snorted. The Mutual Aid Society? Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the newcomer.
In his memory, the core members of the Mutual Aid Society always wore this kind of attire.
Yes, I am a priest of the Mutual Aid Society. The priest answered indifferently.
You injured our people yesterday and killed one of our leaders.
I'm here to seek an explanation.
Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's expression remained indifferent.
So what if you killed them? What are you going to do about it? Heh, you have quite the audacity. The priest let out a harsh laugh, slamming his staff heavily on the ground.
Killing members of the Mutual Aid Society means paying with your life.
That's the rule. Oh, a rule? Qin Chuan smiled. But I don't recognize your rule.
If you don't recognize the Mutual Aid Society's rules, you'll still die. The priest snorted heavily. Don't think just because you happen to devour a stronger monster that you can fight the Mutual Aid Society.
Kid, you don't have the power. The strength of the Mutual Aid Society is far beyond what you can imagine.
Qin Chuan smiled indifferently.
Oh? I'd like to see for myself. Then you will die.
With an angry roar, the priest suddenly thrust his staff toward Qin Chuan, and the staff turned into a venomous long snake, viciously biting toward Qin Chuan. At the same time, his body quickly closed in, his fist turning into a massive beast's claw, ruthlessly grabbing at Qin Chuan. Vaguely, Qin Chuan also saw several black hidden weapons flying out of the priest's sleeve. There was no doubt that the priest had some strength. The priest moved at incredible speed, so fast that an afterimage appeared behind him.
Qin Chuan, be careful.
Wang Yushu shouted loudly.
Chuanzi. Uncle Qin.
Yan Fei and Little Fatty clearly did not expect the priest to act so suddenly, and for a moment, they were unable to react. In the midst of their panic, a silvery white coating appeared on Qin Chuan's body, neutralizing the priest's attack. The venomous snake hissed as it collided with the coating, its acidic blood eating away at the snake, quickly dissolving it. Several hidden weapons also ricocheted the moment they touched the coating. The giant beast's claw came into contact with the coating, and the priest felt an immense rebound force that neutralized his attack and violently sent him flying back.
Ah! How could this happen?
A sharp pain shot through the priest's claws, causing him to roll around in agony. He looked at his claws and found a yellow-green liquid attached to them, sizzling as it corroded the claws.
What is this thing?
The priest shouted, completely losing the mysterious aura he had earlier.
Something that will kill you. Qin Chuan coldly walked toward the priest, his eyes cold as ice. Since the priest had provoked him, Qin Chuan would never show mercy. In the apocalypse, those who survive are not ones with mercy in their hearts. Don't come any closer.
Seeing Qin Chuan slowly approach, the priest screamed. The pain was so deep, he was already sweating cold beads one after another from his forehead. In a split second, he made a quick decision, pulling out a dagger, gritting his teeth, and fiercely cutting off his own claw.
Let's talk terms. If you're willing to join our Mutual Aid Society, I can recommend you as the leader of Suai City.
The priest lay on the ground, continuously retreating, his face full of terror.
Not interested.
Qin Chuan shook his head, still advancing step by step.
Or, I can recommend you as a priest. No, your strength has already reached the level of a bishop. I'll recommend you as a bishop. Seeing that Qin Chuan remained unmoved, the priest continued, if the bishop position isn't enough for you, I can introduce you to the Pope. Becoming a vice leader is also no problem. Looking at Qin Chuan still not reacting, despair appeared on the priest's face. Forget it, I'm afraid I'm going to fall here today. In the midst of speaking, he suddenly flung out a red stone, and the space began to ripple. Ha ha ha, actually I was just fooling you, someone like you will never end well. Once I return, countless members of the Mutual Aid Society will hunt you down, just wait. The space rippled, and the priest's figure began to fade. His laughter was extremely arrogant, clearly believing he was safe. Oh? Is that so? Qin Chuan looked at the priest and smiled, his smile full of mockery. A flicker of fear rose in the priest's heart, but he thought that the other party probably couldn't control space, so he felt relieved. Just wait. The priest said fiercely. No need to wait, let's settle today's matters today. Qin Chuan smiled, and a red glow suddenly surged in his eyes. Do you think this is all I can do? I haven't even used my strength yet, how could you fall? Nerve spores implanted in the priest's mind, and the priest's thoughts were immediately controlled by Qin Chuan. The ripples in the space kept fluctuating, but the priest showed no reaction, standing there dumbly, only speaking mechanically. Please command me, master. Looking at the priest's appearance, Qin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. As the controller, he could clearly feel that the priest's mind was in intense struggle. However, under his powerful mental oppression, the priest's consciousness was being obliterated. At the same time, he found a lot of information about the Mutual Aid Society in the priest's mind. As an insider, the priest naturally understood the Mutual Aid Society much more deeply than others. The Mutual Aid Society is a tightly organized group, with positions ranging from pope, archbishop, bishop, priest, to deacon. This is the division of inner members. Li and their group are outer members, the lowest rank in the Mutual Aid Society, not counted in it. Through the priest, Qin Chuan learned that the Mutual Aid Society regularly sends simple pets such as cats and dogs to various cities for new members to consume. To ensure the combat effectiveness of the Mutual Aid Society, its members can summon higher-ranking individuals through a certain ceremony. Feeling the dense information in his mind, Qin Chuan was quite surprised. He had imagined the Mutual Aid Society to be large, but he never expected it to be this huge. This is a terrifying giant beast hidden in the deep sea, and now only the tip of the iceberg has emerged. The Mutual Aid Society is like a centipede, and it can be said that almost every city in Blue Star has their influence. Summon a higher-ranking individual? Interesting. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth. He wasn't intending to make enemies with the Mutual Aid Society, but since their people provoked him, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. If the Mutual Aid Society seeks to end him, then Qin Chuan will not rest until they are finished. Die. With a low shout from Qin Chuan, the priest collapsed to the ground. He stepped forward, pulled open the black robe on the priest, revealing a middle-aged man in front of him, half of whose face was tattooed with a special mark, the unique symbol of the Mutual Aid Society. Isn't it hot wearing a black robe on such a hot day? Qin Chuan teased, then took a small stone and an incense stick from the priest. These were the signaling objects within the Mutual Aid Society. Qin Chuan, are you okay? Qin Chuan turned around to see Wang Yushu looking at him with deep concern on her face. I'm fine, but he's in trouble. Qin Chuan smiled, pointing to the priest lying on the ground. Wang Yushu only gave the downed priest a casual glance, not paying much attention, and ran up to Qin Chuan, looking left and right. I am worried that something might happen to Qin Chuan. I didn't expect the boss to be this powerful. Behind him, Yan Fei looked at the priest lying on the ground, shocked beyond belief. He knew that Qin Chuan was strong, but he didn't know he was this strong. Back when Qin Chuan took him to devour, he had already witnessed Qin Chuan's power. No matter how fierce the beast, it couldn't withstand a punch from Qin Chuan. However, today's battle between Qin Chuan and the priest completely opened Yan Fei's eyes. You see, no matter what, this was a living person, and he looked quite strong. The last sentence, please give your orders, master, really shocked Yan Fei. In his heart, he faintly guessed this was a form of mental control. This is too strong. Uncle Qin has always been the strongest. Hearing Yan Fei's words, the little chubby boy retorted. The strongest in this world is Uncle Qin, no one is stronger than him. The little chubby boy looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with admiration. In his heart, he had already regarded Qin Chuan as an uncle. Just then, he felt a light slap on his head. What are you thinking? Your Uncle Qin is about to be taken away by someone. Yan Fei looked at Wang Yushu, who was surrounding Qin Chuan and asking questions, with envy in his eyes. Uncle Yan, are you feeling envious, jealous, and hateful? The little chubby boy asked Yan Fei. Ahem. What are you talking about? Your Uncle Yan is a king of the sea. Do you know what a sea king is? Yan Fei coughed twice, timely changing the subject. Qin Chuan, is he dead?
Hearing Wang Yushu's question, Qin Chuan paused for a moment and nodded. That's right, he is dead. He previously didn't want Wang Yushu to be exposed to these matters because he thought she had just graduated high school, her mind still immature, and he was afraid it would have some bad influence on her. However, now, the apocalypse had lasted for a while, and Wang Yushu had also inadvertently killed someone. It was time for her to face some truths. After all, the apocalypse is this cruel. Qin Chuan's words left Wang Yushu stunned. She glanced at the priest's body, took a few deep breaths, and then calmed down.
Let's get rid of him. Qin Chuan nodded. Old Yen, it's up to you.
Qin Chuan turned and said. Goodness, I, the vice president, have turned into a laborer. Yen Fei joked but still obediently went to dispose of the body. In the apocalypse, there were many corpses in the city, so Yen Fei simply tossed the body into a trash heap. This interruption completely ruined the mood of the group. After setting up a stall all morning, they returned home.
Qin Chuan, during this time outside, will you kill people?
Wang Yushu looked at Qin Chuan, her eyes a bit hesitant.
Qin Chuan nodded.
Yes, but they are all people who deserve to die.
Wang Yushu hummed in response. It's fine, I'm not a fool. Moreover, since this fog began, the world has changed drastically. It's completely beyond my understanding.
I still say, when you go out, be careful.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Listening to Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan felt a wave of emotion in his heart. This school flower was completely infatuated with him. It's hard to forget the grace of such a beauty.
No need, just eat well every day and be happy. Qin Chuan said, his mind on the eggs inside Wang Yushu.
Indeed, as long as Wang Yushu ate well and was happy, accelerating the hatching of the eggs, that would be the greatest help to him. The more eggs that hatched, the stronger he would inevitably become.
Okay then.
Wang Yushu smiled at Qin Chuan, her eyes sparkling. That night, Qin Chuan went out. He had to do something big. He clearly remembered the memories he gained from the priest's mind during the day, and he had obtained the communication item from the Mutual Aid Society. He squeezed the stone in his hand, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The Mutual Aid Society's way of doing things is to let those who follow me prosper and those who oppose me perish. Since the other party clung to him like a venomous snake, he naturally would not hold back. He planned to use a message object to lure a bishop over, and then show the Mutual Aid Society a thing or two. Others fear the Mutual Aid Society, but Qin Chuan is not afraid. According to the priest's memory, Qin Chuan arrived at a hall in the city. The hall was empty, showing no signs of life. However, it was luxuriously decorated, with a statue in the center, two hands tightly holding each other, symbolizing mutual aid.
Qin Chuan snorted.
He walked up to the statue and began to carefully explore. Finally, he discovered an inconspicuous small hole between the clasped hands. If it weren't for his careful observation, no one would have noticed this hole.
Quite mysterious. Qin Chuan chuckled and placed a small stone inside.
This was the way for the Mutual Aid Society to send messages, by placing a stone inside, then lighting incense, and quietly waiting. Watching the thin smoke swirling in the hall, Qin Chuan had 100 questions in his heart.
Logically, such a large organization should have shown signs before the apocalypse. But it wasn't until a certain day that the Mutual Aid Society surfaced. Why was that?
Moreover, according to his memories from his past life, the Mutual Aid Society developed very well afterwards, having its own offices in every safe zone, and there were quite a few devourers among them, including many high-level ones. Unless the Mutual Aid Society had existed for a long time. Thinking of such a giant, Qin Chuan couldn't help but raise his vigilance. The information in the priest's mind was limited. There was no information about the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society. As for how many secrets the Mutual Aid Society still hid, Qin Chuan could only explore in other ways. Soon, the smoke filled the church. Oddly, the smoke did not disperse with the wind, but piled directly on the ceiling. Until the incense burned out, all the smoke suddenly rushed towards the small stone in the statue, until it was completely absorbed. The stone that absorbed the smoke suddenly turned pitch black. Then, a ripple of darkness spread outward, and the space began to ripple.
Father, what do you wish to call me?
A cold voice echoed, and a crack opened in space, from which a figure emerged. He wore a black robe and held a crystal ball in his hand.
Bishop?
Qin Chuan looked at the figure with confusion in his eyes.
Are you not the priest?
Sensing something was off, the black-clad figure suddenly retreated, shielding the crystal ball in front of himself. These actions were completed almost in the blink of an eye, showing that the power of the black-clad person was indeed extraordinary.
Who are you?
The bishop's voice carried a faint electric sound, making it uncomfortable to hear.
Who am I?
Qin Chuan smiled, pointing at himself.
I am here to destroy your Mutual Aid Society.
Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the black-clad figure suddenly burst into laughter, as if hearing some incredible joke.
Destroy the Mutual Aid Society? What a boast!
The black-clad person's laughter was particularly piercing. He looked at Qin Chuan, emitting a cold aura.
The Mutual Aid Society is a church sent by heaven to save the world. How could it be just you? Enough. Don't talk to me with your tricks, it might work on children.
Qin Chuan waved his hand, mercilessly mocking.
What heaven sent?
There is no heaven, I see you as nothing but a cult. Qin Chuan could feel that the black-clad figure's anger surged when he mentioned cult.
Cult? Kid, you will pay for what you just said.
Don't think that just because you devoured a divine-grade monster, you're something special.
In other places, you might be strong, but in front of the Mutual Aid Society, you are nothing.
Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. The opponent was indeed not simple, it was clear that he had devoured a divine monster.
You also know about the divine monsters?
Humph. The monster ratings in the apocalypse are all set by us, and then we use a person named Bixioshing to spread the news.
If it weren't for the Mutual Aid Society, you wouldn't even know what a divine monster is.
Having devoured a divine monster, no wonder the priest died at your hands.
But it doesn't matter, you will soon meet him.
He laughed loudly, and his laughter was particularly unpleasant, clearly not taking Qin Chuan seriously.
Seeing the bishop's arrogant face, Qin Chuan smiled.
You are being a bit too proud too early.
Oh?
The bishop responded with a tone full of mockery.
Proud too early?
Let me tell you the truth, I have also devoured a divine monster.
Plus, the divine monster I consumed is definitely stronger than yours.
Hearing the bishop say this, Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the other party not only knew about divine monsters but had even devoured one himself.
If a bishop can devour a divine monster, then what about an archbishop? What about the pope?
A sense of crisis surged up in Qin Chuan's heart.
If the monster ratings are messages released by the Mutual Aid Society, then could there be even higher-level monsters above the divine monsters?
After all, in his previous life, he had never come into contact with such information. However, even though a crisis had already appeared in his heart, Qin Chuan felt no pressure at all. After all, as long as he had the Infinite Devouring System, he could endlessly become stronger. Even if there were monsters stronger than divine monsters, they would just become his food. His ability was to continuously grow stronger through devouring. If there were powerful monsters, he was even more looking forward to it.
Let me see what kind of monster you have devoured. The bishop looked at Qin Chuan, suddenly his expression changed drastically. No, how can there be two kinds of monsters?
No, it's 3, 4, 5, 6.
How can you have the aura of 6 kinds of monsters? And all of them are divine monsters.
The bishop shouted in disbelief. He couldn't imagine how a person could have so many different monster auras.
And these auras were clearly only present after devouring monsters. What else?
Qin Chuan shrugged. He had to admit that the bishop of the Mutual Aid Society indeed had some strength, otherwise, how could he have noticed he had devoured 6 divine monsters?
How is this possible? How is this possible?
A person can only devour one type of monster.
The bishop almost shouted this out. Oh? Is that so? But there's always an exception, isn't there? Qin Chuan smiled, revealing his white teeth. I am that exception.
At the moment Qin Chuan said this, the bishop had already started to turn and flee. His speed was extremely fast, almost disappearing in an instant before Qin Chuan. If Qin Chuan had only devoured a single divine monster, the bishop could possibly deal with him. But someone who had devoured 6 divine monsters was definitely not something he could handle at his level. Watching the bishop vanish in an instant, Qin Chuan snorted. Where else could he escape to? He had already locked onto his aura moments ago. With a shift of his body, Qin Chuan also instantly disappeared from the hall. How can there be such a bug character? Able to devour 6 divine monsters. The bishop fled frantically, cursing in his heart. Such strength, within the Mutual Aid Society, only the Pope could contend with it. He, as a bishop, was simply no match. At that moment, a sudden sharp pain shot through his mind, almost making him fall.
Damn! It's the opponent's skill.
The bishop was shocked, but he wasn't scared. He immediately used the skills gained from his own devouring to resist the pain in his mind.
No effect?
Behind him, Qin Chuan activated his nerve spores. But he found that the other party had no reaction, realizing in his heart. The neural spores have minimal effect on those who have also devoured divine beasts, they cannot crush them like they do with other devourers. However, he was not worried. Neural spores were just one of his skills, not all of them. His other skills were enough to catch up with and kill the bishop. With the speed of the white tiger, Qin Chuan was getting closer and closer to the bishop.
Damn it, how can the opponent run so fast?
The bishop looked at Qin Chuan approaching and groaned in his heart. He had devoured a divine lion king and believed no one could outrun him in speed. In fact, it was true, among the many masters in the Mutual Aid Society, only the Pope could outrun him. But now, Qin Chuan's speed was clearly a bit faster than the bishop's. If I had known, I wouldn't have come, I must be cursed. The bishop thought darkly and urged the power of the lion within him to accelerate. But no matter how he sped up, Qin Chuan behind him still closely followed, even mocking him.
Can you go any faster? I'm not even sweating.
Hearing the taunts from behind, the bishop almost spat blood.
What was this logic? He himself was starting to struggle after a long run. Yet, Qin Chuan could keep up and spoke as if he was completely relaxed, showing no signs of fatigue at all.
Forget it. Continuing to chase his death, I might as well take a gamble.
Maybe there's a chance of survival.
Perhaps those auras, maybe I was wrong about them. The bishop steeled his heart, turned around, and his arm transformed into a giant lion's claw, fiercely reaching out towards Qin Chuan.
Can't hold back anymore?
Qin Chuan grunted, and with a thought, a giant tiger's claw manifested and struck hard toward the bishop, changing colors as his hidden armor activated. Seeing this, the bishop was shocked.
Is this kid seeking death? Isn't this a life-for-a-life exchange?
If he dies, I still have to live. A moment of hesitation made the bishop slow down, and Qin Chuan's claw had already pierced through his body.
Ah!
A piercing wail came from the bishop's mouth as he was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into a wall by the roadside.
You?
As the bishop landed and was about to speak, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Qin Chuan's attack had already caused him severe internal injuries. If Qin Chuan hadn't intentionally held back, he would have already turned into a pile of mush. The bishop was filled with shock, he never expected Qin Chuan to be so strong.
Is this the power of someone who has devoured 6 divine beasts? Indeed strong enough?
The bishop smiled bitterly.
Congratulations, you got it right.
Qin Chuan smiled and clapped his hands.
But, isn't the rule of the apocalypse that a person can only devour one beast? How did you do it?
The bishop realized he had met his match today, but he still wanted to know this question. Rules are meant to be broken, the apocalypse has its rules, and I have my own rules. Qin Chuan smiled, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal his system to the bishop.
He couldn't tell anyone, it was his secret. You have your rules, ha ha ha, good.
The bishop understood that Qin Chuan didn't want to tell him, so he simply lay on the ground, gasping for breath, no longer looking at Qin Chuan. Under the immense power, even though he was a devourer, he simply could not withstand such a blow. His features were twisted together tightly, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, all due to the pain. He even suspected that his internal organs had burst, otherwise, why would it hurt so much? Logically speaking, someone like him who had devoured divine beasts. In this world, few can match him. However, he was unfortunate enough to encounter the monster known as Qin Chuan.
Is there anything else you want to say? Qin Chuan asked with a smile.
The bishop snorted coldly. Your strength is so strong, I was just curious why you talked so much when we first met. So, it turns out you were trying to extract information from me.
Qin Chuan laughed heartily. So what? Am I supposed to kill you with one palm the moment we meet? I've let you live a little longer, shouldn't you be grateful?
Hearing this, the bishop was so angry he nearly spat blood.
This remark was truly very rude. You might as well kill me.
But let me remind you, after I die, the Mutual Aid Society won't let you off. I admit, your strength is great, but our Mutual Aid Society is not made up of weaklings.
If you kill me, you will regret it.
Listening to the bishop still threatening him at this point, Qin Chuan snorted. What he disliked most in life was being threatened by others.
Fine, then I'll kill you and see if your Mutual Aid Society will avenge you.
Qin Chuan smiled, his killing intent rising. However, before killing the bishop, he had something more important to do. Red light flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes, and countless neural spores surged into the bishop's mind, beginning to plunder his memories.
You can't.
The bishop trembled all over, desperately resisting the invasion of the neural spores. But now, he was left with only a breath, unable to summon any spiritual power to resist, only helplessly allowing the neural spores to plunder his memories. He was already a mid-level member of the Mutual Aid Society and knew a lot. Usually, these matters were strictly guarded, and outsiders could not know at all, for they were all secrets of the Mutual Aid Society. Once leaked, the leaker would have only one road to death.
However, gradually, the bishop let his guard down and stopped resisting. He was about to die anyway, why bother with so much?
After plundering all the bishop's memories, Qin Chuan glanced at the bishop lying on the ground.
So it turns out you know so much.
The bishop closed his eyes, his heart like dead ashes.
Just kill me. Rest assured, I never intended to let you live. Qin Chuan smiled and prepared to act.
But just at that moment, he felt something on his body move oddly. Feeling carefully, Qin Chuan was quite surprised.
It was the hairworm.
He took out the jar containing the hairworm was wriggling inside and emitting strong mental signals.
Do you want to keep him for you? Qin Chuan understood the hairworm's intention and was a bit surprised.
At this moment, the hairworm in the jar seemed to understand Qin Chuan's thoughts and nodded towards him. Since the hairworm had mental fluctuations, Qin Chuan naturally wanted to give it a try. After all, he intended to kill the bishop anyway, it didn't matter who did it. The bishop looked on in shock, his eyes filled with heat and fear. This is a divine beast. The bishop had an extraordinary understanding, he could sense that what was in Qin Chuan's jar was a divine beast. But he didn't understand why Qin Chuan could tame a divine beast. In the bishop's eyes, Qin Chuan became even more mysterious. Qin Chuan looked at the bishop and then at the hairworm. Although he didn't understand what the hairworm meant, Qin Chuan didn't think the hairworm had any ideas. This hairworm had been implanted with neural spores since its embryonic stage, ensuring absolute loyalty to him. After a brief consideration, Qin Chuan opened the jar soaking the hairworm. This person is given to you, go. As soon as Qin Chuan said this, the hairworm's body tensed, shooting towards the bishop like an arrow. Beast! You dare! The bishop was filled with anger and disbelief, he finally understood what Qin Chuan intended to do. I am also a divine devourer. How can you humiliate me like this by sending a beast to take my life? The bishop roared. And listening to the bishop's words, Qin Chuan merely gave a faint smile, not speaking. In the apocalypse, human life is no more than grass. Does it matter whether you are killed by a human or a monster? It's just that the people of the Mutual Aid Society think of themselves as superior, so they consider dying by a monster's hand a great humiliation. In an instant, the wire worm and the bishop were already locked in combat. The wire worm glowed red all over, continuously making squeaking sounds, trying to burrow into the bishop's body. You dare! I will tear you apart. Although the bishop was severely injured, facing the wire worm's attack, he still exerted all his remaining strength. A golden glow surrounded the bishop, attempting to resist the wire worm's assault. The Lion King's skill. Seeing the golden glow, Qin Chuan's eyes instantly brightened. In the earlier clash, the bishop hadn't even had time to use his skill before Qin Chuan slapped him away. Now, seeing the bishop use his skill, Qin Chuan felt a surge of greed. This skill was obtained after devouring a divine-grade monster, so it was naturally not weak. Unfortunately, the Lion King had already been devoured by the bishop, and Qin Chuan had no chance to use it. Once the golden circle appeared, the wire worm's movements immediately became slower. Under the enhancement of the circle, the bishop's speed had actually increased dramatically. Strange, the effect of this circle seems to be increasing his speed? Qin Chuan furrowed his brows, watching the fierce battle between the bishop and the wire worm, ready to intervene if things went wrong. Although the wire worm was divine grade, the bishop was from the Mutual Aid Society, and might still have hidden means. Qin Chuan was somewhat worried that the wire worm wouldn't be able to defeat the bishop. He was always cautious in his actions. However, it turned out that Qin Chuan was overthinking it. The battle between the man and the worm was fierce, and although the wire worm moved slower due to the influence of the circle, it did not affect its attack at all. It seemed to have a particular obsession with the bishop, eagerly trying to burrow into his body, with each attack being especially forceful. With a flash of red light, the wire worm squeaked loudly, clearly starting to grow impatient. The wire worm's long body suddenly stretched, fiercely wrapping around the bishop. With this sudden constriction, the bishop's face turned pale, and the golden circle around him dimmed significantly. Beast! If I weren't in a bad state today, I would definitely kill you. The bishop cursed. The wire worm didn't care about the bishop's curses, it couldn't understand the language anyway. No, please. The bishop looked in terror as one end of the wire worm approached him, almost vomiting. This thing was truly terrifying and disgusting. If the wire worm killed him directly, that would be fine, but if it didn't kill him and instead chose to parasitize. Thinking of this, the bishop couldn't help but shudder. Spare me, and I will tell you everything about the Mutual Aid Society. Seeing the wire worm preparing to enter his body, the bishop shouted to Qin Chuan. He truly didn't want to be parasitized by this terrifying and disgusting creature. The Mutual Aid Society's secrets? I'm not interested. Qin Chuan shook his head. He had already obtained all the information the bishop knew about the Mutual Aid Society through the neural spores from the bishop's mind. While speaking, one end of the wire worm had already begun to burrow into the bishop's nostrils. Ah! Feeling the slippery, slimy creature wriggling inside his nose, the bishop screamed in horror. Spare me! Spare me! I will do anything for you. I'll be your servant. The bishop repeatedly begged for mercy. Looking at the bishop, Qin Chuan merely gave a cold smile. Let me ask you, if it were me lying on the ground today, would you spare me? Yes. Yes, yes. Please stop it. Half of the wire worm's body had already burrowed into the bishop's body. The bishop was frightened and speechless. All right, are you comforting a child? Qin Chuan smiled, completely disregarding the bishop's words. The other party was originally coming for him, and if he hadn't devoured a few divine beasts, facing this guy would have been perilous. In the apocalypse, it was a matter of survival, where people could do anything to stay alive. As for what the bishop said about being a servant, Qin Chuan simply treated it as nonsense.
He wanted to be Qin Chuan's servant? Qin Chuan wouldn't be happy about that. Qin Chuan remained unmoved, watching as the iron wire worm gradually burrowed into the bishop's body through his nostrils. The bishop's face gradually turned blue and purple, his eyes widening in anger. He cursed relentlessly at first, but as the iron wire worm continued to enter his body, his complexion turned increasingly blue and purple, and his abdomen began to swell up. Soon he could not make any sound at all. Clearly, the iron wire worm was gradually devouring the bishop's body and had parasitized within him. Through the neural spores, Qin Chuan could feel the emotions of the iron wire worm. It was an extremely excited emotion, seemingly filled with joy from gaining a host. I didn't expect the iron wire worm to successfully parasitize the bishop. I wonder what will happen next. Qin Chuan thought silently.
In his previous life, he had never come into contact with iron wire worms, so he was unaware of their abilities. Seeing that the bishop no longer understood anything, Qin Chuan took out the true sight mirror to take a look. Since obtaining the true sight mirror, he had enjoyed using it to observe the things around him.
The true sight mirror could reveal many hidden messages. Name, parasite. Devouring beast, golden lion king.
Nature, the parasite is now dead, infected by the iron wire worm, which is absorbing his devouring power. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief.
The iron wire worm was absorbing the bishop's devouring power? The iron wire worm had this ability too?
His heart surged with waves of emotion. Who would have thought that the iron wire worm also had such a capability? However, he wondered what the iron wire worm would become after absorbing the bishop's devouring power. But he already had a judgment in his heart. Having seen the alien movies, he naturally understood that these aliens grew through parasitism. If, after absorbing the devouring power, the iron wire worm gained the abilities of the golden lion king, then if he devoured the iron wire worm,
in this way, wouldn't he obtain the powers of the golden lion king?
Thinking of this, Qin Chuan felt great joy. It was so right that he kept the iron wire worm with him. If that's the case, then as long as the school beauty continuously hatches the eggs, whenever I defeat someone, I can absorb their devouring power through these aliens and won't have to search for monsters all the time. Qin Chuan already had a preliminary plan in his heart. In a chaotic world of conflict, the path to supremacy was forged with blood. Continuous devourment, paired with the alien's absorption ability, would surely make him a king in this world.
It all depends on what you can evolve into.
Qin Chuan looked at the ground. The iron wire worm had completely entered the bishop's body, continuously absorbing his devouring power. He could see the bishop's abdomen swelling, with something writhing inside. It seems that the iron wire worm needs quite a bit of time to absorb the primordial power. Looking at this, Qin Chuan had a guess in his heart. However, he could not stay here forever, and taking the bishop's corpse with him would not be appropriate. In the end, Qin Chuan found an abandoned warehouse, threw the bishop's corpse inside, and let the iron wire worm absorb the bishop's primordial power. He had already implanted the neural spores inside the iron wire worm, ensuring its absolute submission to him. Once the iron wire worm finished absorbing, it would naturally come to find him.
He also wasn't worried that the wire worm would cause any problems. A divine beast of exceptional quality, its combat power was off the charts.
The people in Suhai City currently did not have the ability to deal with the wireworm. After finishing all of this, Qin Chuan clapped his hands and walked home. Wang Yushu was still waiting for him to have a late-night snack. Inside a temple, a group of people in black clothing sat there, chanting something. The church was large, decorated in a medieval style, but overall it was dark in tone. An old man sat on the throne in the church, wearing a black crown, his expression solemn, and he was also murmuring. Notably, there was a huge relief sculpture on the wall behind him. It was a person with a severed arm. This was a person of extreme beauty, looking somewhat like the Venus de Milo at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it was not. She had a smile on her lips, and her teeth were all sharp. Although she was smiling, the feeling it gave was extremely eerie. It could be seen that in the center of the church stood another huge statue in the same likeness. A circle of candles surrounded the statue. Suddenly, one of the candles flickered for a moment and then suddenly went out. The extinguishing of the candle quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, all looking towards the old man on the throne.
One bishop is gone. Chapter 63, The Mysterious Mutual Aid Society.
The old man said softly, as if discussing an unimportant matter. Everyone looked at the extinguished candle, their expressions mixed with confusion and a bit of shock. A bishop was considered a middle-level member of the Mutual Aid Society, with extraordinary combat power. It could be said that in this world, besides the high-ranking members of the Mutual Aid Society, no one could steadily kill him.
What a pity, the ceremony is currently in progress.
After speaking, the old man closed his eyes and began to chant softly. Seeing this, the others said nothing and directly closed their eyes to start praying softly. At this moment, prayer was the most important thing. When Qin Chuan returned home, Wang Yushu was still awake. She was in her pajamas watching TV, swinging her snowy white feet back and forth. Qin Chuan was so mesmerized by the sight that he felt his heart drift away.
Qin Chuan, you're back.
Hearing the door, Wang Yushu poked her little head out from behind the sofa, her face lighting up with a smile. Then, without even putting on her shoes, she dashed over barefoot, grabbing Qin Chuan's hand and examining him from head to toe.
Are you hungry?
Looking at Wang Yushu's expression, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile. This was exactly what's best about Wang Yushu. She had immense trust in him but never asked any unnecessary questions.
I'm not hungry, you eat. You should eat more. Qin Chuan chuckled.
Wang Yushu nodded vigorously, her eyes full of smiles.
So, are we going to set up our stall again tomorrow?
Of course, why wouldn't we?
Qin Chuan replied.
Indeed, today's unexpected incident interrupted their enthusiasm, but they had to continue setting up the stall. There was no way they would give up just because of a small setback. Moreover, he had already killed a member of the Mutual Aid Society, a priest and a bishop. They should be too afraid to come looking for trouble now.
If the Mutual Aid Society sent someone again, Qin Chuan wouldn't mind wiping them all out.
After chatting with Wang Yushu for a while, Qin Chuan returned to his room to sort out the information he obtained from the bishop's mind today. As a bishop, the information he possessed was naturally much more than that of a priest. Since Qin Chuan had obtained the memories of both the priest and the bishop, he basically understood the situation of the Mutual Aid Society. The levels of the Mutual Aid Society from top to bottom were Pope, Vice-Pope, Archbishop, Cardinal, Bishop, and Priest. Of course, these were all core members of the Mutual Aid Society.
In addition, there were points of the Mutual Aid Society in every city.
The person in charge of this point is called the responsible person, who is in charge of the development of believers in the city. Based on the information in the priest's mind, Qin Chuan came to a surprising conclusion. Now the Mutual Aid Society has nearly 1 million believers.
What a terrifying number it is. Qin Chuan could hardly imagine what the Mutual Aid Society wanted to do.
However, from the information in the bishop's mind, Qin Chuan also received another message. The Mutual Aid Society did not want to do anything. They had no ambition to dominate the world, they simply prayed before a statue in the temple every day. Developing more believers only required them to learn the prayer words and pray for 30 minutes each day. In addition, Qin Chuan did not receive any information about the Mutual Aid Society. He didn't even know where their temple was. It was absent from their memories.
What a mysterious organization. Qin Chuan sighed.
Even though he had lived 2 lives, he still couldn't figure out the Mutual Aid Society. This organization was indeed extremely mysterious.
Moreover, there was another jaw-dropping matter in the bishop's memory. That was, the divine-grade monster devoured by the bishop actually came from the Mutual Aid Society.
This was almost unbelievable for Qin Chuan. Let's not forget how harsh the birth conditions of a divine-grade monster are, and they each have their territories, so divine-grade monsters are very rare worldwide. Although Qin Chuan had lived again, he did not know how divine-grade monsters came into being or where their powers came from. He knew nothing at all. However, the Mutual Aid Society actually distributed divine-grade monsters to everyone above the bishop level.
What a massive undertaking! It was simply unimaginable.
Qin Chuan also realized that he still knew too little about the Mutual Aid Society. The mystery of the Mutual Aid Society far exceeded his imagination. At the same time, the sense of crisis in his heart deepened. Although he had the system, he still needed to work twice as hard.
Sorting through the information, he unknowingly arrived at the next day.
Looking at the lightening horizon, Qin Chuan got up and stretched lazily. Since becoming a devourer, he had rarely slept. He felt energetic all the time and completely did not need to restore energy through sleep. After having breakfast with Wang Yushu, Qin Chuan took her to find Yan Fei and Xiao Pang.
Yo! Boss, sister-in-law, you're here.
Yan Fei opened the door while holding a bowl of instant noodles, making strange sounds with his mouth.
Have you eaten? Want a bowl of instant noodles?
They are so delicious. Qin Chuan smiled and shook his head.
We've already eaten. What did you eat? We had fried dough sticks and soybean milk. Where can you buy those? Why haven't I seen them? We made them ourselves. Damn. Yan Fei was speechless. I said you don't know to buy us some noodles, we eat instant noodles every day. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. Instant noodles are delicious.
After Yan Fei and Xiao Pang finished eating, the group took the gigantic advertisement board and headed out together. Before leaving, Yan Fei carefully covered the advertisement board with a red cloth, then lifted it out. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan laughed.
What? Afraid of embarrassment? This is not your style. Nonsense. Embarrassed about what? I'm just worried someone will covet my advertisement board. After all, it's too eye-catching. Yan Fei retorted stubbornly. Their banter made Wang Yushu giggle. Arriving at the stall location, Yan Fei set down the advertisement board and asked Xiaopeng to reveal it. I'm exhausted. After today's recruiting, I'm done, it's too tiring. Yan Fei said breathlessly. You're a devourer? This advertisement board is nothing for you, right? Qin Chuan looked sideways at Yan Fei. Is the list ready? Yan Fei nodded. I will organize the interviews tomorrow.
While the group was chatting, many people had already been attracted by the advertisement board, coming to the stall to ask various questions. When the people attracted by the advertisement board arrived at the booth, they were even more shocked to see the group. Behind the stall, there truly stood a pure and beautiful woman.
Beauty and the Beast? Truly a beauty. Isn't she just stunning? Could it be that she's not hired? Hearing the crowd's discussions, Yan Fei's face darkened, wondering what kind of person they thought he was. Look carefully. Our president is here to recruit personally, this is our president's wife.
Yan Fei said with righteous seriousness. Yan Fei's words made Wang Yushu blush. She glanced at Qin Chuan, then shyly lowered her head.
Qin Chuan rubbed his nose, realizing that Yan Fei considered himself another kind of signboard. Your president and his wife are both very good-looking. Someone exclaimed. Yan Fei huffed. Of course. Our president is not only good-looking but also very strong. Keep bragging.
Hearing this, Yan Fei immediately wanted to explode. Just then he saw the crowd suddenly scatter.
The Mutual Aid Association people are coming.
Through the parting crowd, a few people saw a group from the Mutual Aid Association passing by. However, when they saw Qin Chuan, the leading person's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand back.
Run, run. We can't provoke them.
Before everyone could react, the Mutual Aid Association people quickly ran off, looking back to see if Qin Chuan would chase them. Clearly, they already knew about the priest's murder. Watching this scene, the few of them could hardly contain their laughter. Meanwhile, the scattered crowd turned back and was shocked to find that the Mutual Aid Association people didn't even approach the booth. Instead, they ran away like a pack of lost dogs.
What's going on? Wang Defa? Why aren't the Mutual Aid Association people coming over? They collect protection fees every day. Especially that Li Li from the Mutual Aid Association, known for his wicked character, bullying both men and women. How come he's not here today? Everyone was dumbfounded watching all this. Usually, the Mutual Aid Association walked arrogantly in the city, yet now they ran away at the sight of the first guild?
On the other hand, the people from the first guild appeared unconcerned. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, it seemed like each person from the first guild was glowing. The first guild. Even the Mutual Aid Association people wanted to avoid their brilliance. What reason could there be not to join such a guild? Realizing this, everyone began to gather around the booth. I want to join the guild. Me too. I want to join. Seeing all this, Yan Fei's mouth hung open in disbelief.
Come on, everyone, register. Wait for the interview notice.
With what happened with the Mutual Aid Association, everyone seemed especially enthusiastic, eager to join the first guild immediately.
Chapter 64, Embracing the New Era.
In an instant, a massive crowd tightly surrounded the booth, making it impossible to move.
Still need interviews? Yes, we are a serious guild. Yan Fei said boldly and confidently.
The earlier incident with the Mutual Aid Association had given him great confidence. Hands on hips, he appeared very proud. Seeing Yan Fei this way, the people who gathered became even more excited. This is the kind of leader a guild should have, one that the Mutual Aid Association fears, such pride. Little fatty, get them to line up, no chaos.
Anyone who cuts in line, throw them out.
Seeing Yan Fei's demeanor, Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu exchanged glances and both shook their heads while smiling. This Yan Fei was simply a living treasure. You all be busy, in the afternoon, I'll treat you to delicious food. Qin Chuan called out, then took Wang Yushu and left. Anyway, he couldn't help much here, better to leave and do something else. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, it was really Yan Fei who wouldn't let him. As for Wang Yushu, Yan Fei would definitely not let him help at all. Better to leave early than to stay and look like two greeters. Take care, remember to come back and call us this afternoon. Yan Fei waved at the two, not paying much attention. His thoughts were the same as Qin Chuan's. Qin Chuan smiled and waved goodbye to Yan Fei and little fatty.
Wang Yushu walked around the city with Qin Chuan.
After experiencing the panic at the beginning of the apocalypse, people's emotions gradually began to stabilize. However, the scars caused by the apocalypse could not be avoided, and the streets were filled with crying crowds. At the beginning of the apocalypse, because of various internal conflicts among humans, there were significant casualties. Among them, of course, were organizations like mutual aid societies fanning the flames. It could be said that the dead did not die at the hands of beasts, but at the hands of their own kind. On the contrary, the original Lord's mansion had still controlled armed forces at the onset of the apocalypse, so it quickly became a stronghold to resist the invasion of beasts. Recently, soldiers from Suhai City were still standing on the walls, resisting. Moreover, the security environment within the city was not safe, with thieves often eyeing them. You should know that before the apocalypse, Suhai had been rated as a civilized city for several consecutive years. In just a short time, everything had turned upside down. Qin Chuan, this change is too great.
I feel a little uncomfortable.
Wang Yushu looked at a woman crying tragically in the street, holding her dead child, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Next to this woman, people passed by one after another, but they all seemed not to notice, and some even scolded the woman for blocking the way. At this moment, the emotional side of the woman was vividly displayed. Qin Chuan looked at Wang Yushu, then at the woman, and sighed deeply. The woman before them still had her charm, but her clothes showed signs of being torn, with one shoulder exposed. Qin Chuan could already imagine a scene where evildoers had violated the woman and then carelessly killed her child. Unlike Wang Yushu, seeing such a scene, Qin Chuan could remain calm. This was not because he was cold-hearted, but because he had seen too many such things in his previous life. In every safe zone, there was not a single ordinary person who was not like a weed. We still have to develop the first guild as soon as possible. This was also the reason Qin Chuan wanted to establish the first guild. The primary purpose of establishing a guild was of course to vie for power and dominance, but there was also another equally important goal. He just wanted to allow the people in the safe zone to live without so much humility. Especially for someone like him who had witnessed how tragic life could be in the safe zones of the future. Let's go. Qin Chuan tugged at Wang Yushu. At this stage, there was not much they could do anyway.
Wang Yushu nodded.
As she turned around, she suddenly remembered something.
Wait for me.
She took all the cash from her bag, ran back quickly, and put all the money in front of the woman.
Take this money and live well.
It was only until the woman accepted the money that Wang Yushu returned, her eyes still slightly red. Seeing Wang Yushu like this, Qin Chuan gently stroked her head.
Everything will be all right.
As long as the first guild develops, these situations will become much less frequent. The city was filled with misery, and knowing Wang Yushu's personality, Qin Chuan couldn't bear to let her continue to witness this, so he suggested going out of the city to take a look. As they reached the city gate, they found the gate wide open, with countless people rushing outside. Moreover, every person had a smile on their face, looking incredibly happy. As for the beasts tied outside the city, the encirclement formed by the beasts had long ceased to exist, and countless people formed teams to launch attacks on the beasts. Because of the large number of people, along with the fearless spirit of humanity, some powerful devourers began to emerge among the humans. With these devourers leading the charge and more people joining in, the beasts were retreating step by step. It seemed that the situation was looking very good. However, Qin Chuan let out a sigh. As humanity gradually grew stronger, the real war finally began. At that time, rivers of blood would flow among humans. Moreover, the world after the apocalypse is not so simple. After the apocalypse, the entire Blue Planet's area had grown 2 to 3 times larger, if not more. Additionally, with humans surrounded by beasts, their exploration of the outside world had almost come to a halt. So even though Qin Chuan lived again, in his previous life he had only explored some areas of the Blue Planet, not fully completed the exploration. This world remains very mysterious to humanity. Who are you? Just as Qin Chuan was about to go out, he heard a slightly surprised voice behind him. Qin Chuan turned around and saw a familiar face. The City Lord. Previously, when he left the city, he had relieved Suhai City's siege, and at that time, he had not covered his face, thinking it unnecessary. That's why he was easily recognized by the City Lord today. City Lord. Qin Chuan nodded at the City Lord, showing a smile. The City Lord was so excited that his lips trembled, staring at Qin Chuan closely. Benefactor. He wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Qin Chuan waving his hand. Don't say that, I am also from Suhai City, it is my duty to contribute to Suhai City. Qin Chuan smiled, stopping the City Lord's words with a single phrase. If only everyone in Suhai City thought like that. The City Lord's eyes sparkled with tears. Do what you should do, embrace the new era. Qin Chuan looked at the City Lord's expression and kindly offered some advice. Then, he patted the City Lord's shoulder and left with Wang Yushu. Chapter 65, The Initial Revelation of the Secret Realm. He certainly knew what the City Lord wanted to say. On one hand, the City Lord was emotional, on the other hand, he was also seeking help from Qin Chuan. He is the City Lord, and naturally he wants to remain the City Lord. Having witnessed Qin Chuan's strength, he expressed himself like this. But Qin Chuan's refusal was also quite clear. Sir, I'm sorry, the times have changed.
Qin Chuan, have you met the City Lord before?
Wang Yushu asked with some curiosity. In her eyes, Qin Chuan had always been an ordinary high school student. Though handsome, he would have never had the chance to meet someone like the city lord of Suai City.
Yeah, I met him a few times before. Qin Chuan replied casually, not elaborating on this topic.
After all, there was no need, as he said, it was already a new era, and there was no need to cling to past events.
Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Wang Yushu didn't ask any more questions about this.
This was also what Qin Chuan appreciated most about Wang Yushu. She wouldn't ask many questions but would silently support him from behind.
Let's go, let's take a look outside.
Qin Chuan pointed to the outside.
Okay. Wang Yushu nodded with excitement.
Having not gone out for a long time, ever since Qin Chuan returned, not only had he taken her out of the house but also out of the city.
She was very happy.
At this moment, outside the city, there were quite a few people. Groups of people were fighting with beasts, all trying to obtain a monster to devour.
Qin Chuan, are they looking for monsters to devour?
Wang Yushu's voice made Qin Chuan feel a surge of emotions, recalling past events.
Yes, everyone wants to become stronger. Qin Chuan nodded and replied.
The two of them strolled through the forest, which was still shrouded in mist, but the terrain and other aspects were completely different from before. Wang Yushu stretched out her little head, constantly looking around, her eyes filled with curiosity. She hadn't been outside for so long and felt very curious about everything unknown. As they gradually ventured deeper, they saw fewer and fewer people. Now, although there were quite a number of devourers, the monsters in the center of the forest were much stronger compared to those outside the forest.
So currently, hardly anyone was willing to come here in search of monsters. Battling is simply not an option. Qin Chuan, do you feel anything? Wang Yushu looked up and asked. Hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan was taken aback.
He quickly focused and began to sense carefully a very weak spatial fluctuation.
In that direction.
Qin Chuan pointed ahead, his eyes filled with seriousness. This was a spatial fluctuation beyond understanding. According to Qin Chuan's understanding, among humans, besides the Mutual Aid Society, basically no one possesses the ability of spatial fluctuation. And in nature, the only reason for a sudden spatial fluctuation to appear is one.
That is, a secret realm is about to be born.
This information came from Qin Chuan's memories of his past life, as well as the results from scientists of the previous generation. However, scientists couldn't figure out how secret realms were born. They only discovered this rule: when a spatial fluctuation suddenly appears, it means a secret realm is about to be born.
Secret realm, oh secret realm.
Qin Chuan's heart was filled with countless emotions. There are countless opportunities in the secret realm, but the danger level far exceeds that of the post-apocalyptic world. The monsters inside are completely new species that he has never seen before. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan felt extremely happy. If the secret realm opens, then the first to benefit will be him, Qin Chuan. After all, his current strength could be said to have no rivals.
Let's go.
Qin Chuan slowly retreated, pulling Wang Yushu to back away slowly. At present, the energy fluctuation ahead was very weak, but Qin Chuan was still afraid of any sudden situation causing a spatial storm. Once a spatial storm appeared and they got caught up in it, they wouldn't even know how they died.
After retreating a few hundred meters, Qin Chuan finally pulled Wang Yushu back.
This place is too dangerous, we can't come here again,
Qin Chuan said.
For him, who was living a second life, the secret realm was an extremely dangerous thing. However, he could also feel from the energy fluctuation just now that this secret realm had probably just been born not long ago. Once the secret realm appears, strong spatial fluctuations will emerge around the location, and these fluctuations can wrap everything nearby into the time-space tunnel and crush it all.
Then let's hurry back. Wang Yushu listened to Qin Chuan and immediately said. No need, it's fine to go back now.
We still have to follow Yan Fei to do some odd jobs, let's explore other places,
Qin Chuan said, leading Wang Yushu to a mountain by the north of the city.
At this moment, the mist combined with the sun and high mountains created a unique atmosphere.
Qin Chuan, help me take a picture. Okay, ha ha ha.
The two laughed and played at the foot of the mountain, and only returned to the city lazily as dinner time approached. From a distance, the two saw Yan Fei and Little Fat sitting on the ground. The two were panting from the heat. Upon seeing Qin Chuan return, Yan Fei didn't even have the strength to lift his head. He rolled his eyes.
Boss, you finally came back. Little Fat and I are starving. I see you are not starving, but exhausted. Qin Chuan stepped forward and helped the two up. Here.
This is the water and snacks that Wang Yushu bought for you, eat something to fill your stomach first. Seeing Qin Chuan take a large bag of snacks from Wang Yushu's hands, the two's eyes immediately lit up.
Sister-in-law is so nice. Auntie is so nice.
Yan Fei snatched the bag over and grabbed a pack of his favorite snacks, starting to eat heartily. Little Fat also refused to be outdone, opening several packs of snacks at once, pouring them into his mouth as if they cost nothing.
It seemed that the two were indeed starving. Qin Chuan looked at the two, revealing a knowing smile.
Suddenly, halfway through eating, Yan Fei realized something.
He glanced at Qin Chuan, then at Little Fat, quickly finished the snacks in his hand, and pushed the snack bag towards Little Fat's arms.
"Little Fatty, eat a bit more, you're small and still growing."
"Thank you, Uncle Yan, you're so nice."
Little Fatty couldn't be happier, a rare smile appeared on his face.
"Aren't you hungry?" Yan Fei. Qin Chuan was surprised and pointed at the bag. "It was originally for you to eat, just have a little to fill your stomach." Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei smiled and glanced at Little Fatty. "I'm not hungry. Didn't you say you're treating us to a big meal tonight?"
Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. This guy thought he was reluctant to treat them this time, so he brought some snacks in advance to make them eat less at the big meal.
"Don't worry, you eat. The big meal is still my treat." Yan Fei shook his head. "No, I just want to eat a big meal." Chapter 66 The School Beauty Welcomes Guests. "Alright then, but you should eat a little less." "But why did you tell Little Fatty to eat more?"
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei awkwardly smiled.
"Isn't he still growing? Eating more is not a bad thing."
"You sly one, I see you're afraid Little Fatty will eat your share." As Qin Chuan spoke, he grabbed the bag filled with snacks.
"Alright, Little Fatty, stop eating. Let's go eat something delicious."
Little Fatty stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his cheeks stuffed with snacks, and shining eyes eagerly nodded heavily. Although facing a chaotic world, there were still a few restaurants in the city open for business. The group walked into a restaurant. Considering the two had worked hard today, Qin Chuan ordered a big table full of dishes.
"Eat, eat. Don't be polite."
Seeing the two so starved, Qin Chuan gestured for them to start.
"Big brother is so nice. Sister-in-law is so nice."
Yan Fei's face lit up with joy, eagerly picking up a piece of meat to eat.
"So touching.
I have assets worth millions, and I haven't eaten meat in a long time."
He looked deeply entranced. In contrast, Little Fatty just stuffed his face after thanking Uncle and Aunt.
Looking at the two, Qin Chuan shook his head and started eating as well.
"Yan Fei, what's the plan for tomorrow?"
Qin Chuan picked up a piece of meat and put it in Wang Yushu's bowl.
"I think we should continue hiring people."
Yan Fei mumbled, his mouth full of food.
"Continue hiring? I think we don't need to."
Qin Chuan shook his head.
"We won't hire anyone, let's start the interviews directly."
As soon as Qin Chuan said this, Yan Fei shook his head like a rattle. No, we haven't hired enough people yet. For a big guild like ours, this number is too small."
Qin Chuan and Yan Fei had different thoughts.
Even if we hire a lot of people now, they would only be a group of unruly mobs.
Rather than focusing on quantity, we should focus on quality, Qin Chuan said. Moreover, there aren't many powerful devourers right now. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei fell into deep thought.
In the end, he felt Qin Chuan made a lot of sense and nodded in agreement.
"Boss, you're right.
I was too anxious, thinking about quickly hiring more people to expand."
Qin Chuan smiled. "Then prepare for tomorrow, we'll have the interviews the day after." "Alright. Let's do it."
After dinner, Qin Chuan ignored Yan Fei's disdainful look and went his separate way with Yan Fei and Little Fatty.
After sending Wang Yushu back, he left alone. He wanted to see how much the iron wire worm had developed. After all, a day had passed.
Arriving at the warehouse where the hidden bishop was located, Qin Chuan looked around to confirm no one was following, and then entered the warehouse.
After flipping over the bishop's corpse, Qin Chuan was shocked.
At this moment, the bishop's stomach had swollen entirely, looking just like a woman who was 10 months pregnant.
Moreover, something was constantly wriggling inside his belly.
But looking at the bishop's face, he was already dead beyond recognition.
In just one night, it has grown like this? It's a bit interesting.
Qin Chuan looked at the bishop's belly, deep in thought.
He knew that the cordyceps was wriggling inside, absorbing nutrients. Moreover, it seemed that the cordyceps was absorbing quite smoothly.
He sent a message to the cordyceps through the nerve spores, asking if it had finished absorbing, and received the result that it still needed time.
When the cordyceps tore its way out, it would be the moment of completion. After getting the cordyceps' reply, Qin Chuan hid the bishop's corpse again and then left. Looking at this situation, it was estimated that the energy-sated cordyceps would soon emerge.
The next morning, Qin Chuan found Yan Fei and Little Fatty.
"How is it? The interview is fine for tomorrow, right?"
Yan Fei yawned widely, his eyes still dark-circled. "Don't worry, last night I sorted all the materials, I'm just waiting for the interview tomorrow."
Qin Chuan was curious. "Then why not interview today?"
Yan Fei rolled his eyes at him.
"Boss, you are really more ruthless than a capitalist. You've hired people for so many days, can't you take a day off?" Qin Chuan laughed heartily. Aren't I just concerned about the progress of the interview? Yan Fei shook his head.
No way, with such a ruthless boss, we're going to have a tough time ahead.
By the way, why isn't sister-in-law here? She hasn't woken up. Was she too tired last night? How would I know? You live together, and you don't know?
Listening to the two friends bickering, little Fatty's round face showed a hint of helplessness. Clearly, both were good friends, and usually got along well, so why did they like to bicker? He poured a cup of tea for each of them, then sat down obediently on the side.
Look, little Fatty is the best. Qin Chuan gulped down the tea and praised little Fatty a bit. Alright, there's something serious I want to tell you.
Qin Chuan waved his hand. Seeing the look on Qin Chuan's face, Yan Fei and little Fatty exchanged glances and approached. Although they usually joked around, when Qin Chuan became serious, both knew something was about to happen.
What is it?
Recently, don't go outside the city. Qin Chuan said, his expression somewhat grave.
Why? Did the Mutual Aid Association come seeking revenge?
Hearing this, Yan Fei immediately thought of the Mutual Aid Association. No, I wouldn't keep you from going out over the Mutual Aid Association, and if they want revenge, they'd only come after me.
It's about the secret realm.
Qin Chuan explained everything that had happened yesterday in detail, shocking both of them into silence.
Secret realm? So, there will be big changes in Suhai City. Yan Fei's eyes widened. Qin Chuan nodded.
The secret realm is very dangerous, it's filled with unknown perilous creatures, more ferocious than the beasts outside. However, there are also infinite opportunities in the secret realm, it hides many treasures.
At that time, we can team up to go in together. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei's eyes sparkled.
He knew Qin Chuan's strength, with Qin Chuan leading them into the secret realm, there was nothing to fear.
Great. Boss, we'll follow you then, we'll definitely strike where you point.
Yan Fei patted his chest but was met with a disdainful look from Qin Chuan.
Why don't you say you'll stand in front of me? They all laughed heartily. Yan Fei took out a list.
These are the finalized personnel, we'll go by this list tomorrow, and I'll notify everyone in a few days. Qin Chuan took a casual glance and set it aside.
Do I need to help you, or will you and little Fatty do it yourselves?
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei yelled in frustration.
You and little Fatty do it yourselves? We are not oxen or horses.
Not only do you have to come, but sister-in-law has to come too.
What's she coming for? She can't do anything. Welcoming guests. What? Chapter 67 Golden Cordyceps. The birth. Sensing the sudden drop in atmosphere, Yan Fei cleared his throat. It's not that kind of welcoming, it's this kind of welcoming.
Just let sister-in-law stand at the door, she doesn't have to say anything, just standing there is enough.
Attract some attention.
Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan frowned.
Isn't this just making her your living advertisement? No way, no way. You can hire someone if you want. He immediately rejected the proposal. Having a school beauty greet guests, what if something goes wrong?
Besides, the school beauty is still carrying his egg.
He didn't want any accidents to happen. Alright, boss really is hiding his sweetheart.
Yan Fei teased, but he also felt this decision was not right, so he didn't insist.
Sister-in-law isn't coming, but you have to come. Yan Fei said. I'll come. I will definitely come. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. By the way, have you heard? The beast tide has started to retreat. Yan Fei pointed at the television. I watch the news every day at 7. Started to retreat?
Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised by this news. Yes, overall, we in Suhai are still very strong, able to withstand the beast nest retreating. About 70% of cities around the world were destroyed in this beast tide.
Yan Fei's expression was somewhat heavy.
Qin Chuan nodded, this result is almost exactly the same as in his last life. 6 billion people globally, during this beast tide, almost only 1 billion survived.
Is it Suhai's beast tide that is retreating, or is the global beast tide retreating? Qin Chuan asked.
He remembered that in his last life, there was no so-called beast tide retreating.
Yan Fei was taken aback and pointed at the television.
The news says it's only the beast tide in Suhai that is retreating, nothing else was mentioned. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan responded with an aha.
So it should be related to the appearance of the secret realm. Uncle Qin, is the secret realm really that scary? Little Fatty asked. Qin Chuan laughed.
Not scary, when the time comes, I will lead you in, then you will know. Actually, even Qin Chuan had never entered the secret realm. You could say, in his last life, very few could enter the secret realm. Only those who devoured high-level monsters could enter, others simply didn't have the qualification to enter the secret realm.
Will the people we recruit be able to go to the secret realm with us? Yan Fei asked. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and finally nodded.
I will explore the path first, and after confirming it's safe, I'll let everyone else in. As the guild leader, he naturally wanted to seek some benefits for the guild members.
There are many opportunities in the secret realm, making it a perfect chance. This exercise could also enhance the feelings among guild members. Alright, it's settled, get ready for the interview. Okay, I'll notify them right away. Isn't it tomorrow? I suddenly feel energized, I'm not tired anymore. By the way, make sure to share some good stuff from the secret realm with me since I've worked so hard. You guy, I knew you would ask for conditions. As the two were bickering, little Fatty shook his head and grabbed the list that had been set aside, quickly notifying everyone. In the afternoon, the three stood at the entrance of a warehouse, waiting for people to come for interviews. Boss, how many people do you think we should recruit this time?
Yan Fei nudged Qin Chuan's shoulder and asked quietly.
Just recruit a few, let's start with some key members, not too many.
Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei nodded.
Got it, then let's do it. Soon, someone arrived.
The three squinted and saw a tall middle-aged man approaching, dressed in a neat outfit, sporting a cheerful smile on his face.
Hello everyone. You've worked hard.
The middle-aged man smiled. He scanned the group, and when he saw Qin Chuan, his gaze lingered for a few seconds.
Hello, I didn't expect it to be you.
Yan Fei shook hands with the middle-aged man. He remembered the middle-aged man, after all, the strong aura around him could not be hidden.
By the way, let me introduce myself, my name is Xu Meng.
The middle-aged man smiled.
Have you already devoured a monster? Qin Chuan asked.
Xu Meng immediately looked at Qin Chuan and nodded.
Yes, I have already devoured a monster, I accidentally devoured a strange axolotl before.
His ability is quite good. However, in front of Qin Chuan, he had no arrogance at all, his tone merely stated. As a fellow strong person, Xu Meng could sense the terrifying aura from Qin Chuan, so he dared not act recklessly before him. Before Qin Chuan, his gaze was as clear as a university student.
Well, Yan Fei, take him for a test.
Qin Chuan called out and immediately had someone lead Xu Meng for testing. After a while, a group of people arrived.
We are here for an interview.
The person in the lead politely said. As more and more people arrived, the interview officially began. After a day, several people felt they were about to collapse from exhaustion. Even though Qin Chuan was full of energy, he also felt a bit overwhelmed at this moment.
Why are you registering so many people? Isn't it to hire more people? Let's go, we must eat out.
After a hearty meal, Qin Chuan slowly strolled alone in the city.
Calculating the time, tonight, the threadworm should be able to completely absorb the energy from the bishop's body.
After it got dark, he planned to go to the warehouse where the threadworm was hidden.
After wandering around, Qin Chuan headed towards the warehouse.
After flipping over the bishop's corpse, Qin Chuan noticed that the bishop's belly had grown a size again, as if it had a large stone inside. Clearly, after absorbing the energy from the bishop's body, the threadworm had grown again.
It should be considered a successful devourer, right?
Qin Chuan waited in place, anticipating the threadworm to emerge. Through the neural spores, he could sense that the threadworm would definitely be born tonight. He was also a bit curious, after absorbing the devouring power, whether the threadworm would really gain new abilities. Not knowing how long had passed, Qin Chuan heard a rustling sound. The sound was low and came from the bishop's belly.
It's about to emerge. Qin Chuan was delighted and immediately looked at the bishop's belly.
The rustling sound continued, as the threadworm gnawed at the bishop's belly. As Qin Chuan anxiously waited, a giant golden object broke out from the bishop's belly.
Chapter 68, Golden Threadworm. Devour.
Looking at the golden giant object in front of him, Qin Chuan felt a bit dazed. He never expected the threadworm to evolve like this. The previous threadworm was slender, but after absorbing for so long inside the bishop's body, it had thickened a whole circle, now as thick as a thumb. Not only that, but the originally red-black threadworm had now turned completely golden. If no one said so, no one would ever connect this golden creature with the threadworm. Such a strange creature. Qin Chuan looked at the now yellow threadworm, curiosity rising in his heart. He took out the true sight mirror to check.
Golden Threadworm. Level, Divine.
Note, due to absorbing the Golden Lion King's abilities, it mutated and displayed golden color. Seeing the true sight mirror's introduction, Qin Chuan's heart stirred with countless waves.
The threadworm actually succeeded.
This truly surprised him. Qin Chuan's lips curled up slightly, and a crazy idea began to form in his mind.
If this threadworm that absorbed the Golden Lion King's abilities could be devoured, would he also gain the abilities of the Golden Lion King?
Thinking of this, Qin Chuan immediately stopped hesitating, using neural spores to control the threadworm to come over, then morphing his mouth into a fierce, fang-filled maw, he grabbed the threadworm and began to devour it. Boom! With one bite, a golden illusion appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes. In the illusion, countless golden lions charged towards Qin Chuan, jaws wide open, wanting to devour him. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan's heart was also stunned. It really is possible, he murmured, utterly shocked inside. As he continued to devour. Strange phenomena are happening, and everyone feels it. However, the last time Qin Chuan devoured the bristleworm, it was a red illusion. Now, a golden illusion, along with the golden lion. It must be the power of the golden lion king. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan did not hesitate and grabbed the golden bristleworm in front of him, devouring it greedily. Everything before him pointed to one thing: as long as he swallowed this bristleworm, he could gain the power of the golden lion king. As for the bristleworm, Qin Chuan did not feel regret. Just a divine bristleworm, as long as he wanted, Wang Yushu could hatch many more. Soon, under Qin Chuan's voracious eating, the bristleworm gradually disappeared. And in Qin Chuan's ears, a system notification sound came. Ding! Host devoured creature, golden bristleworm, congratulations host on acquiring the genetic trait, golden domain. Genetic trait golden domain has been activated. Host, Qin Chuan. Genetic trait, golden domain, greatly boosts all attributes for a short time, and covers the whole body with golden lion fur armor, greatly enhancing defense. Moreover, in front of Qin Chuan appeared a panel showing some skill attributes. Enhance all attributes, golden, defense ability. Since there were few attributes, Qin Chuan could choose them all. When he chose all, the skill golden domain fused with Qin Chuan's skills, giving him a more powerful skill. During the skill activation, all his attributes would remain in an enhanced state. And with the fusion of defensive capabilities, Qin Chuan could feel that his already hard coating had increased in hardness once again. With a thought, a layer of coating instantly covered Qin Chuan's body. Previously silver, the coating was now golden, truly resembling golden armor, looking quite majestic. Moreover, not only had the coating turned golden, but even the surrounding area was bathed in a faint golden glow, looking incredibly beautiful. This upgraded skill is really not bad. Qin Chuan patted the golden coating, feeling very satisfied. Besides gaining a whole new skill, Qin Chuan also discovered his new changes. A golden aura merged with his current aura, adding a hint of gold to it. At this moment, having fused the auras of 7 divine beasts, he became even stronger. Not only that, with the fusion of a new beast, Qin Chuan's all attributes had increased by another 100. Not bad at all. Feeling the sudden surge of power, Qin Chuan laughed heartily. This could be considered an unexpected joy. Since the hybrids all have parasitic functions, as long as he brings along a group of hybrids, he can devour any ability he wants at any time. And Wang Yushu can continuously produce larvae for him. Perfect. Qin Chuan walked back, an uncontrollable smile on his lips. On the city wall, the lord stared blankly at the beast tide that had already dispersed, then glanced at the few soldiers left beside him, shaking his head with a bitter smile. They've all left, huh? He sighed. As more and more people left the city, strong individuals from Suhai City began to emerge. The emergence of strong individuals made the soldiers envious. They had resisted for so long, naturally wanting to become stronger themselves. As the first soldier laid down his weapon and entered the forest, more and more soldiers began to drop their weapons and choose their own paths. Fortunately, without the soldiers' resistance, no monster could approach the city. Because countless spontaneously formed people had beaten the monsters into a frenzy. Lord, we probably don't need to resist anymore. A trusted aide looked at the few scattered individuals nearby. Outside the city, the lively crowd dropped their weapons and forced a bitter smile. Among the crowd, many were soldiers who had once defended the city together. I want to join your guild. Tonight, let's go out looking for wolf dens. Recruiting strong teammates. The Win team is recruiting powerful devourers. Voices rose into the air outside the city, the scene lively as if it had turned into a bustling market. Many guilds and teams had formed and begun recruiting members. This. The city lord pointed outside, tears glimmering in his eyes. Faced with this scene, he was momentarily at a loss for words. We defended Suhai City, but in the end, we are to be eliminated. The city lord spoke with deep emotion. Hearing this, his trusted aide sighed heavily. He understood what the lord wanted to say. When the beast tide came, they had organized people to resist at the first moment, and they had resisted until now. Countless soldiers had died in this process. But now, at this moment that should be one of celebration, these heroes were forgotten. My lord, times have changed. The trusted aide spoke with emotion, a tear rolling down his cheek. I just feel sorry for the fallen brothers. I don't know how it ended up like this. The city lord said. No one expected this, my lord. We have done what we were supposed to do, the remaining things are beyond our control. While we still have strength, let's plan for other options.
The world is so big, I don't even know where to go now. The city lord sighed.
The aide thought for a moment, a glimmer of determination crossing his eyes.
We should either join a guild or establish our own. But if that's the case, then...
A hint of hesitation flashed in the city lord's eyes.
My lord, there can be no buts, we must adapt to the times. The aide said.
I know you are hesitating, but now the Great Xia Empire has already collapsed, even the governor has gone missing.
Do you really want to follow the Great Xia Empire down? Hearing the aide's words, the city lord nodded. You make a good point. What if we establish a guild?
If we can establish our own guild, that would be the best outcome. After all, among our previous soldiers, there are many strong ones.
At that time, perhaps some old comrades will come to join us. The aide's analysis strengthened the city lord's resolve.
My lord, however, before we establish a guild, there is one more thing.
The aide reminded. We declare that we will no longer manage Suhai City, letting capable people take charge. The city lord pondered, a thoughtful smile appearing on his face. Do you mean to let them run wild? The aide nodded. Exactly, that's what I mean. The city lord laughed heartily. No wonder you are called the smartest advisor of Suhai City. The next day, when the city lord announced on television that he would no longer manage Suhai City, it surprisingly did not cause much of a stir. Because after the apocalypse, the city lord's mansion could only organize soldiers to resist the invasion of beasts, there was nothing else they could do. Moreover, many had left the city and devoured powerful monsters, their strength skyrocketing, and they no longer obeyed management. It could be said that the city lord's rule had become a mere formality. The city lord has stepped down. Wang Yushu watched the news on television, lost in thought. Qin Chuan glanced at Wang Yushu and smiled. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to see him go? Wang Yushu shook her head. No, that's not it. It's just that he has always been the city lord of Suhai since I was little, it's a bit hard to get used to. I can't help but wonder how Suhai will change in the future? Wang Yushu said with some worry. Don't worry, the future will surely get better. Qin Chuan rubbed Wang Yushu's head. He really understood Wang Yushu's feelings. Such things were common in the last life. In the last life, as the city lords gradually stepped down, many people felt lost like Wang Yushu. After all, after so many years, they were used to this kind of life, and it was indeed a bit disheartening for the city lords to step down all at once. Of course, subsequent events proved that this was the trend of the times. In the apocalypse, only strength is the most important. Our city lord in Suhai is indeed smart. Qin Chuan sighed in his heart. In the last life, with almost 80% of the cities in the world destroyed, Suhai City still persevered to the end. You should know that in the last life, Suhai had no external support, yet the city lord managed to hold on. What a remarkable person. This is Qin Chuan's evaluation of the city lord. Through the window, Qin Chuan could see groups of people streaming towards the city gate, chattering and bustling. Among these people, some went outside the city to hunt beasts, while others went to join guilds. The world has completely changed its appearance. However, Qin Chuan's thoughts were not on this. His mind was solely focused on how to devour the new monsters. Unfortunately, his memories from his last life were limited, he only had a few memories within the Great Xia Empire, and not much about countries outside of it. Otherwise, he would definitely travel around the world to devour all the divine beasts. But with the exoskeleton, nothing was a problem. Right now, the most important thing for him was to wait for the birth of the secret realm outside the city. Outside of Woyang City. A young man dressed in white stared intently at a giant elephant in front of him. And around them was a crowd of at least 1,000 people. At this time, the giant elephant was covered in wounds and was walking unsteadily. It was clear that under the siege of the crowd, the giant elephant could no longer hold on. Let's go together. The young man in white commanded. In the Peacock Dynasty, a group of hunters suddenly spotted a giant lizard. This giant lizard was swinging its tail and had not noticed them at all. Looking at the lizard's sexy body, the hunters could no longer hold back and charged forward together. Fuck. Aren't we supposed to devour it? First, fuck. This kind of situation happened in every city around the globe. After such a long period of resistance, the surviving cities could be considered elites. After all, those who were not elites had already been wiped out by the beast tide. The beastly nature hidden in people's genes began to resurface, and countless people went out hunting every day. Boss, how many of those people from yesterday do you think can be of use? Yan Fei said while throwing out a few poker cards. I think quite a few can be useful, but our guild can't accommodate so many people for now. Qin Chuan also threw out a poker card. What the boss said is right. There's no place, and there's no funds, so it's really not suitable. However, I can solve the issue of space, there are so many empty places now. Yan Fei said. There's a villa area near the city that is currently uninhabited, it's too close to the beasts, so we might as well move in. As for the money. Yan Fei sighed helplessly. If only I could bring over the assets from Qingfei City, back then, I also had assets worth hundreds of millions. Alright, who doesn't have a glorious past? I was also the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Suhai. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes. In any case, there's no need to rush the guild matters, let's take it slow. Or, you could let us work part-time first, didn't you say you wanted to recruit people? Let them go recruit. Yan Fei gave a thumbs up. Boss, your thoughts resonate with mine.
Listening to their conversation, Xiaopang looked at Qin Chuan and then at Yan Fei, internally cursing Yan Fei fiercely.
How could his honest and brave Uncle Qin turn into a capitalist? It's all that guy Yan Fei's fault. Chapter 70, This guild is trustworthy. It seemed like Xiaopang felt Yan Fei's gaze, and he turned his head to glance back. Why is this kid looking at me like that?
Hearing Yan Fei's complaint, Xiaopang shot him a fierce look, then turned and walked out.
Maybe he thinks you're shameless. Qin Chuan took a sip of tea. Go to hell. He must be talking about you, shameless. Yan Fei glared at Xiaopang's departing figure. Boss, I've been looking at recent news and wandering around the city these days, the situation is not optimistic. Yan Fei said seriously. Are you saying that the Lord's office no longer manages Suhai? Qin Chuan asked. Yan Fei nodded.
This matter indeed has a huge impact.
Although Suhai City was not very peaceful, various forces could still exercise restraint. But now. Yan Fei sighed. Who knows what this guy is thinking? Qin Chuan nodded.
City Lord Su has always been a clever person, and this time is no different. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei was momentarily stunned.
I don't understand what you mean. Qin Chuan smiled.
Think about it, at this time, the beast tide has receded, his mission is completed.
Why should he stay in the Lord's position?
The world has changed, now strength speaks.
If one is weak, it's better to step down early and keep some dignity.
After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei gave a thumbs up. Boss, I thought you had nothing to do with the guild, but you understand even better than me.
Qin Chuan laughed heartily.
Suddenly, Yan Fei shuddered.
You understand so well, but you don't do anything? Am I to be the beast of burden? No, you are the vice president of our first guild, how could that be?
Qin Chuan patted Yan Fei, signaling him to continue.
Besides this matter?
Yan Fei said him with a serious expression. Aside from this, there's another important matter.
Recently, many guilds have appeared in the city.
Listening to Yan Fei, Qin Chuan did not feel surprised, just silently looked at the card in his hand.
How's their strength? Their strength certainly isn't a match for us. Yan Fei shook his head.
Perhaps too many people have left the city recently, so a few of them have devoured some stronger monsters and are preparing to come back to establish guilds and dominate. Their strength can't compare to us, but still, there are quite a few strong ones. Hearing Yan Fei say this, Qin Chuan's mind began to sketch a picture. These matters had already become commonplace in the last life. The emergence of countless guilds, the appearance of countless strong individuals.
This was the embryonic form of a safe zone. I see. Qin Chuan said lightly. Then what should we do?
Yan Fei was evidently a bit anxious and immediately asked. Qin Chuan naturally understood Yan Fei's thoughts, he wanted to get involved in the guild rivalry.
Let's continue to recruit people for now.
Qin Chuan shook his head.
Try to avoid getting involved in their conflicts. Of course, if someone provokes the first guild, that's a different story.
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei looked confused.
Boss, why?
Qin Chuan shook his head.
I won't say it now, you'll understand later. Hearing this, Yan Fei could only give up.
By the way, boss, as you requested, we've recruited a total of 20 people this time. Yan Fei took out a list, and Qin Chuan casually took it and threw it aside.
Alright, that will do. Has that Zhu Meng been recorded? Yan Fei nodded. Good, then it's settled, you can handle the rest. You spend the whole day out today, starting tomorrow, let Zhu Meng lead the team to recruit people outside the city, we won't go.
Qin Chuan stretched.
What about you? Yan Fei asked. What nonsense! I'm the president.
Where have you seen the president doing work? Qin Chuan said confidently. Yan Fei was silent for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Not bringing you along to drop out and do business back then was truly a mistake. Yan Fei held the card in his hand.
He threw away the seeds and went out.
Qin Chuan dropped the cards in his hand, leaned on the sofa, and turned on the TV. Since the apocalypse started, he hadn't watched TV for a long time. Recently, a researcher, calling himself by Xiao Shang, revealed his latest research results to us. Monsters are classified from low to high as common, premium, rare, holy, celestial, and divine. This news was concluded by the research team after countless experiments, absolutely true and reliable. Listening to the news broadcast, Qin Chuan revealed a faint cold smile. If it weren't for the information he got from the bishop, Qin Chuan wouldn't have known that this by Xiao Shang was from the Mutual Aid Association.
What exactly does the Mutual Aid Association want to do?
Qin Chuan was at a loss. Currently, as the beast tide receded, strong people were born one after another every day. This news would undoubtedly ignite a wave of beast hunting among the masses. He shook his head, realizing that this news was not very important and would instead arouse greed in people's hearts. Once this news is released, countless people will head towards the beast habitats that were previously ignored. People call these individuals scouts, and Qin Chuan had also been in this role in his past life. Their hearts are detestable.
Qin Chuan sighed and changed the channel.
Recently, after extraordinary resistance by people, the beast tides have begun to recede across various places.
Hardship breeds success.
Listening to the passionate voice of the news anchor, Qin Chuan shook his head. The receding of the beast tide was just the first step. Countless tests awaited humanity afterward. Humanity was still too optimistic. At this moment, outside the city, Yan Fei led Zhu Meng and a group of people to the city wall. After days of exploration, he found that all the guilds had come here to recruit people, so he decided to bring everyone here.
All right. This is the spot. Yan Fei put down the huge advertisement board and clapped his hands. You all will recruit people from here. Yan Fei said.
Ha?
Do we have to recruit people too?
A group of people looked dumbfounded, and Zhu Meng was also a bit confused.
Of course.
Our guild has this task.
Yan Fei said.
Well, each of you has the task of developing 10 subordinates. Of course, it's not mandatory.
But, isn't this model really a pyramid scheme?
A girl with black glasses and a few freckles on her face asked. Hearing this, Yan Fei coughed a few times, then heavily huffed.
How could it be a pyramid scheme? We are a legitimate guild. Didn't I explain this to you during the interview? Alright, one person registers at a time. I'll be going first. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded looks, Yan Fei turned and left. Chapter 71 Conflict. Brother Zhu, did we join a fake guild? Why does it feel so unreliable?
Yes.
Brother Zhu, what's your opinion?
For a moment, Zhu Meng became the center of attention. Because he was the oldest and was friendly, even though they had only met a few times, everyone had already become familiar with him.
Moreover, everyone could feel that Zhu Meng was indeed a strong person.
Zhu Meng pondered for a moment, recalling Qin Chuan's terrifying aura he had sensed before, and his doubts were completely dispelled. With such a powerful person as the guild leader, this guild must be reliable.
Alright, everyone, let's get to work. This guild is very trustworthy.
Hearing Zhu Meng's words, everyone gathered by Yan Fei began to actively recruit people. Since Zhu Meng said the guild was reliable, they all had to do their best to complete the task of recruiting 10 people each. The eye-catching posters, plus the fact that they managed to recruit a few beautiful women, quickly attracted many people in front of the first guild's booth. However, their vigorous recruitment soon drew dissatisfaction from those around them. After the beast tide receded, a street formed outside the city. Because it was close to the forest. The original city defense post is also here, and gradually formed this street. This street has many guilds and teams, and has become a gathering place for guilds.
I say, you guys are too much.
A strong man pushed through the crowd and walked straight in.
This big brother, what's the matter?
The tall Zhu Meng asked politely with a smile.
It's nothing.
There should be a first come, first served rule. We came first, and all your people ran over here.
The strong man pointed at their booth, extremely dissatisfied. I say, aren't you being too aggressive?
There is no rule for first come, first served in recruiting. The girl with freckles, who also had a bad temper, immediately stood up and said.
Oh? If you don't understand the rules, I'll teach you today.
After the strong man said this, he raised his hand high, wanting to slap down. His suddenly bulging muscles proved that he was indeed a devourer. Just as his slap was about to come down, Zhu Meng tightly grabbed his wrist.
You?
The strong man became furious, wanting to pull back his hand, but it was held tightly and could not move at all. His face changed drastically as he immediately realized that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person.
Brother, we do not welcome those who hit women here, you know?
Zhu Meng still had a smile on his face.
Now I know.
The strong man nodded repeatedly.
Then, apologize.
Zhu Meng still smiled, his face not showing any anger at all. Looking at Zhu Meng, the strong man's face paled slightly. He tried to withdraw his hand, but it remained completely still.
He looked around at the crowd for help, among whom there were many who came to watch the fun. However, the onlookers deliberately avoided his gaze, not wanting to look at him. After all, they were just there to watch the fun. Alright, Yun Shui Go remembers you. Feeling the immense power in his wrist, which was nearly crushing it, the strong man began to sweat lightly on his forehead. He turned to the girl and said one word, sorry. Bang! The crowd outside dispersed, and a strong man was thrown out heavily. The force was so great that a pit appeared on the ground. A little interruption, continue. Xu Meng clasped his hands to the crowd, still with a friendly smile. However, now, no one dared to underestimate him. Just now, his swift action had thrown someone over 10 meters without effort, and everyone remembered it clearly. At this moment, those who wanted to cause trouble before completely lost their tempers. Now, no one was causing a scene, and recruiting went very smoothly. With exciting posters and Xu Meng's display of strength, more people gathered around their booth. The people from the first guild were very happy, while the others were gritting their teeth in frustration but had no way to respond. Humph. You wait. At this moment, the previously ignored strong man glared at the booth, crowded with people, filled with rage. He quickly glared at the people around him who pointed at him and ran off into the distance. There were not a few people from their guild here, and the strength of their Yinshui GE's president was indeed strong. That day, feeling bored in the city, Qin Chuan brought Wang Yushu outside the city. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the guild street that Yan Fei mentioned looked like. Upon arriving at the guild street, Qin Chuan was shocked by the scene before him. This was not a long street, and the ground was even full of dirt. However, there were already many booths set up here. Here, various guilds were recruiting, and some people entering the mountains were selling things they had picked up from the mountains. In short, a short street was completely filled with people. Qin Chuan, is there such a lively place here? There isn't anywhere this lively in the city now. Upon arriving, seeing such a bustling scene, Wang Yushu felt like a little sparrow that had never seen the world, curiously looking around at everything. Yeah, after visiting so many places, it seems this is still the liveliest. Qin Chuan said. He had a vague feeling that with the establishment of the guild street, the center of the city would gradually shift here. Next, the guild would be the root of a city. Boss, take a look. These stones just dug up from the mountains can prolong life, and their effect is very good. As Qin Chuan wanted to continue walking, he found that Wang Yushu had already stopped in front of a stall. This was a small stall filled with shiny stones. They are so beautiful. Looking at these shiny stones, Wang Yushu's eyes were glued to them. Seeing Wang Yushu's expression, Qin Chuan smiled. Buy them all. Now, Wang Yushu was even more delighted, bouncing around, even wanting to kiss Qin Chuan right in the street. Don't be silly, look over there. Qin Chuan pointed at a huge beautiful signboard. That was the sign of their first guild. However, at this moment, in front of the first guild stall, it was crowded with people. Come on, do you want to go take a look? Yes. Qin Chuan, you say where to go, and I'll go. Wang Yushu was extremely happy, linking her arm with Qin Chuan as they headed toward the stall. In front of the stall, it was packed with people, at least 100 of them. Qin Chuan was also a little puzzled. Why are there so many people? Is the first guild this popular now? As he pushed through the crowd in confusion, he came upon a tense scene. Chapter 72, Dare to Stir Up Trouble on My Turf? Looking for Death. In front of the first guild stall stood 10 or so individuals. At this moment, they had angry expressions, staring at the surrounding people, but they dared not act recklessly. Surrounding them were nearly 100 people, all wearing the same white uniform, provocatively encircling the few members of the first guild. Today, you need to give me an explanation. The leader, a tall man, said coldly, glaring at the members of the first guild. What explanation do you want? Among the group, Xu Meng stood tall with a polite smile on his face. Even facing the 100 or so adversaries, he showed no signs of panic, instead, he wore a full smile. Seeing Xu Meng's calm demeanor, Qin Chuan felt a mix of admiration. Xu Meng is still so composed, if it were me, I would probably have already started fighting. Humph. You beat up our Yunshui pavilion people, do you think you can just brush it off? The young man squinted, his eyes filled with a dangerous glare as he scrutinized Xu Meng. He was Zhou Yunshui, the leader of Yunshui Pavilion, who had voluntarily joined the city defense for an opportunity. By chance, he and a group of soldiers had surrounded and killed a giant python attacking the city and had successfully devoured it, becoming very powerful as a result. After that, he exited the city defense team and established Yunshui Pavilion. Brush it off? May I ask, Pavilion Master, if your people were the first to provoke us, pointing fingers at the first guild, should we just hide like turtles? Xu Meng responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Zhou Yunshui fixed his glare on Xu Meng, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Yunshui Pavilion is one of the top guilds in Suhai City, do we provoke you?
He pointed at the enormous advertisement board behind Zhu Meng, his face showing mockery. If it weren't for the attention-grabbing way you attract people, would we have any conflict with you? Everyone looked where Zhou Yunxue pointed and couldn't help but let out a sneer. Qin Chuan and Wan Yushu looked at the advertisement board behind Zhu Meng, still featuring that explosive beautiful image. Explosive advertising slogans. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan didn't feel anything special. As long as they could attract people, isn't that good? Sir, you are mistaken, how we recruit people is our freedom. Where there is no law against it, there is freedom. Besides, is there even a law now? Zhu Meng still smiled politely, but his words had hidden sharpness. Believe it or not, with one command, I can have you all minced meat on the spot. Zhou Yunxue also lost patience, a hint of murderous intent sparking in his eyes. He glanced over the people from the first guild, revealing a hint of disdain in his gaze. He could see that, aside from Zhu Meng, none of the people here were devourers. Because devourers, after devouring, would have a unique aura about them. He didn't sense any aura from this group of people at all. Humph, what a trash guild, not a single devourer. Zhou Yunxue's words dripped with contempt. As soon as he said this, the faces of the first guild's members changed drastically. Some even exploded with anger, ready to rush forward and fight. Zhu Meng waved his hand, instantly protecting everyone behind him. His smile disappeared from his face. Sir, I respect you as the leader of a guild, which is why I speak kindly to you. But you can insult me, Zhu Meng, but you cannot insult the first guild. Zhu Meng said firmly. Hearing this, Zhou Yunxue's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. Zhu Meng was experienced in dealing with people, and he could sense a powerful aura unique to devourers coming from Zhu Meng. Brother, you're not the leader of the first guild, are you? Why not join our guild? I'll give you a vice president position. Called the first guild, yet all it recruits are a bunch of useless things. While inviting Zhu Meng, Zhou Yunxue did not forget to belittle the first guild. So, what do you say? Are you coming? Zhou Yunxue asked. Hearing Zhou Yunxue's words, Zhu Meng's expression turned cold, his aura beginning to radiate outward. Sir, I advise you not to insult the first guild anymore. Zhu Meng's words made Zhou Yunxue realize that Zhu Meng was determined to stick with the first guild, prompting a cold smile from him. Fine. You don't want to drink the toast, you'll take the punishment. I admit you're strong. But I have over 100 brothers here, and you are bringing over a dozen useless burdens. Are you sure you want to be enemies with my Cloud Water Pavilion? Zhu Meng looked back and saw all his freshly recruited guild brothers behind him, suddenly feeling a bit frozen. He was indeed powerful, but during the battle, he couldn't protect the people behind him at all. If something happened to the new recruits, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. What do you think? Ha ha. I give you two choices, either never set up shop here again, or apologize to my people. After saying this, he pulled over a burly man with a bruised face, the same man Zhu Meng had thrown out earlier. At this moment, the burly man looked down on Zhu Meng, clearly in high spirits. Looking at the people behind him, then at nearly 100 devourers in the Cloud Water Pavilion, Zhu Meng suddenly found himself in a dilemma. If he fought hard, then the people from Cloud Water Pavilion would definitely not be his match, but he wouldn't be able to protect those behind him. Brother Zhu, don't mind us. Fight them. A girl with freckles on her face declared resolutely. Exactly, Brother Zhu, with your strength, what are these useless things? A fair-skinned youth said. Brother Zhu, don't worry about us, he can insult us, but absolutely cannot insult the first guild. Right. Kill them. Brother Zhu, I'm sorry, it's our fault dragging you down. Listening to everyone's passionate declarations, Zhu Meng's heart fell into even deeper conflict. This scene falling into the eyes of the onlooker Qin Chuan made his heart even more touched. It seemed that none of the people he had recruited this time were cowards. These people were hand-picked from the crowd, and although none were devourers, But he is blessed with outstanding character. At first, Qin Chuan just wanted to recruit a group of people who had never devoured before, and later catch some powerful monsters for them to devour. Have you made up your mind? If you haven't thought it through, I might make a move. Zhou Yunxue sneered coldly, waving his hand, and over 100 people immediately surrounded them. Apologize. Apologize. Over 100 people shouted in unison, their momentum quite impressive. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan snorted coldly. It seemed he had to step in. Daring to act wildly in his territory, don't blame Qin Chuan for being merciless. Who said they wanted to apologize? Acting recklessly in my territory? Seeking death. A voice pierced through the noise of the crowd, clearly audible to every ear. Chapter 73, One Move to Kill. The voice carried a faint pressure, and the shout of the hundreds suddenly stopped. Zhou Yunxue felt a blur before his eyes, as a tall man and a graceful woman appeared before him. Boss. Seeing the newcomers, Zhu Meng couldn't help but shout, his previous tension instantly releasing. Boss. Boss lady. Everyone couldn't help but call out, joy spreading across their faces. They were used to calling Qin Chuan boss. As for Wang Yushu, many had seen her and knew her relationship with Qin Chuan. Since the boss was here, everything would naturally go smoothly. They had only seen Qin Chuan once while recruiting, and were not clear about his strength. However, even from several meters away, they could still feel the faint pressure emanating from Qin Chuan. Zhou Yunxue narrowed his eyes, assessing the pair in front of him. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was exceptionally delicate, with eyes like autumn waters that were truly beautiful. You are the president of the first guild? Despite sensing the powerful pressure from Qin Chuan, Zhou Yunxue didn't care at all. He pushed a burly man, signaling him to call more people over. There were many people from Yunshuj nearby, giving him confidence. Qin Chuan stared intently at Zhou Yunxue, his voice icy. When did it become your turn to speak? Under Qin Chuan's piercing gaze, Zhou Yunxue felt a tightness in his throat, nearly unable to speak. The aura from the other party was simply too overwhelming. He could already determine that the other party's strength was far above his own. However, there were over 100 members of Yunshuj present, and he didn't want to lose face in front of them. If you really are the president of the first guild, then you should manage your people well. Seeing Zhou Yunshue's fierce expression, Qin Chuan laughed heartily. My first guild acts as it pleases, why should I explain to others? My subordinates can do whatever they want. As soon as these words came out, the people behind the first guild felt a surge of comfort. Dominance. So dominant. Friend, you are being unreasonable. Zhou Yunxue frowned as he spoke. Unreasonable? Do you think you qualify for me to reason with you? When you made things difficult for my subordinates just now, why didn't you say anything about reasoning? Qin Chuan mocked. He had seen too many despicable people like Zhou Yunxue. When you reasoned with them, they would talk about strength, but when you were far stronger than them, they would want to reason. Exactly, just now it was clearly you who were unreasonable. Your people started the trouble and wanted us to apologize. A girl with freckles stepped forward and reproached loudly. Ha, now he knows about reasoning. The members of the first guild chimed in with sarcasm, leaving Zhou Yunxue momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't expect that Qin Chuan would be so direct, giving him no face, and his expression immediately turned cold. Friend, I admit your strength is indeed formidable. However, are you really thinking that there is no one in Yunshuj? He spoke fiercely. Yunshuj Pavilion? Sorry, I haven't heard of it. He truly hadn't heard of it. In his previous life, he had never even heard of Yunshuj Pavilion. Qin Chuan smiled, turning to signal the people from the first guild to sit down. Now, I announce that apart from me, all of you standing are nothing but trash. You? Qin Chuan showed no mercy, making Zhou Yunxue furious. Do you think I'm afraid of you? At this moment, Zhou Yunxue couldn't hold back anymore. He opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of purple mist toward Qin Chuan. This was a skill he gained after devouring a giant serpent. The purple mist contained deadly poison. During this time, countless people had unexpectedly died under this move. Be careful. Boss, be careful. Seeing the purple mist coming his way, Qin Chuan looked completely unconcerned. His body glowed with a golden shield, then he unleashed a simple yet powerful punch. This will be interesting. Watching Qin Chuan disregard the purple poisonous mist, Zhou Yunxue smiled. The purple mist was extremely poisonous, and once touched, it meant death. Confidently, he raised both hands to block Qin Chuan's punch. Ah! Accompanied by a sound of bones fracturing, Zhou Yunxue was sent flying. When his proud purple mist met Qin Chuan's golden shield, in an instant, it was blocked outside. Ah! Zhou Yunxue flew dozens of meters away, crashing to the ground and crying out in heart-wrenching pain. It hurt. It hurt too much. He looked at his arms, expression horrified. The part where Qin Chuan's punch hit had now sunk down, looking completely weak. Clearly, this was not just a fracture. Under this blow, the bones had turned into powder. At this moment, not just the people from Yunshuj Pavilion, even the people from the First Guild and Wang Yushu were stunned. They had thought Qin Chuan was strong, but they had never imagined he was this strong. With one blow, he had disabled a guild leader. Kill him. Kill him for me. Seeing the members of Yunshuj Pavilion rushing over, Zhou Yunxue looked twisted, screaming in desperation. Under this blow, Zhou Yunxue had completely become a useless person. In anger and fear, he ordered his men to kill Qin Chuan. Watching their leader become like this, the people from Yunshuj Pavilion hesitated. Useless. What are you afraid of? We have hundreds of people. Today, we must kill them. Zhou Yunxue shouted. His words had an effect, and the members of Yunshuj Pavilion charged toward Qin Chuan. Some cunning individuals even aimed at the first guild members behind Qin Chuan.
Seeing the battle suddenly break out, onlookers scattered, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Humph. Just a bunch of worthless chickens. Qin Chuan glanced at the members of Yunshui Pavilion rushing over, his eyes turning cold. Boss, I'll protect the boss lady and the brothers. Zhu Meng shouted. No need. Qin Chuan said lightly, his body moving as countless bone spikes flew toward Yunshui Pavilion's people. With the spikes piercing into their bodies, Qin Chuan snapped his fingers. Explode. With a series of explosion sounds, pieces of flesh and blood filled the ground. In an instant, only the members of the first guild remained on the scene. Of course, Zhou Yunshui was still there. Zhu Meng stared, looking around. The hundreds of members of Yunshui Pavilion that had rushed over just moments ago had now turned into pieces of flesh and blood. He finally understood why Qin Chuan said no need. He had thought his boss was powerful, but facing hundreds of people, the fight should last a while. However, in the blink of an eye, over 100 people had turned into literal fragments. So strong. Truly, too strong. Boom. 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 Qin Chuan stepped through the blood-soaked ground, slowly walking towards Zhou Yunshui. Zhou Yunshui's face was drained of color, filled only with fear. You, what kind of trick is this? How are you so strong? At this moment, Zhou Yunshui truly felt fear. Ever since he had devoured the giant serpent, he had never felt this way before. He believed that his strength was already top-notch in Suhai City. However, he never expected that with such strong combat power, someone could actually defeat him with one move. He wanted to escape, but his legs didn't obey his commands at all. That last blow not only shattered the bones in his arm but also caused him extremely serious internal injuries. Just as he tried to get up, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell down again. Watching Qin Chuan getting closer and closer, Zhou Yunshui's heart was filled with extreme fear. He somewhat regretted why he had provoked someone from the first guild. No. No. You can't kill me. Zhou Yunshui screamed in terror. But what replied him was only Qin Chuan's big foot. Puff. With a gentle sound, Zhou Yunshui's head was crushed under Qin Chuan's foot. Under such overwhelming force, even the skull turned to dust. The crowd watching couldn't help but gasp. Many had already started to run away, fearing Qin Chuan would begin a massacre. This scene was just too bloody and brutal. Looking at this, the members of the first guild felt a sense of relief. That arrogant Zhou Yunshui was crushed to death by his own boss with a single kick. It was truly satisfying. Qin Chuan scanned Zhou Yunshui and found that he didn't have any special treasures. He had only devoured a top-quality monster. No wonder he was so arrogant. Qin Chuan. Wang Yushu stared blankly at Qin Chuan, her throat moving slightly. Her gaze towards Qin Chuan was still filled with love as before, but deep down, there was still some fear. After all, she was just a girl who had not seen much of the world. It was her first time witnessing such a bloody scene. It's okay now. Qin Chuan stepped forward and rubbed Wang Yushu's head. Wang Yushu glanced at Qin Chuan, hesitated for a moment, and then took hold of Qin Chuan's hand. That's good. Zhu Meng looked at Qin Chuan walking towards him and nervously stood up. The bloodthirst from Qin Chuan had already drifted over with the wind. Boss, I'm sorry. Zhu Meng lowered his head, filled with remorse. Sorry? What are you apologizing for? Qin Chuan was surprised. I lost face for the guild. Zhu Meng said. Hearing this, Qin Chuan laughed. What are you talking about? I saw everything that just happened. If you had acted recklessly, your brothers behind you would definitely suffer casualties. What you did just now was right, you were thinking about the bigger picture. With that, he reached out and patted Zhu Meng's shoulder hard. Zhu Meng's eyes instantly turned red. Boss, I will definitely work hard to improve my strength, and I will never let this happen again. Qin Chuan nodded and then looked at everyone. Is everyone okay? Seeing everyone shake their heads, Qin Chuan smiled. It's also the fault of Vice President Yan for not considering things thoroughly. You just joined the guild and had to come out to set up a stall. How about this, I will give you a break, you don't have to come out these 2 days. After some time, I will take you all to look for a big opportunity. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, everyone immediately cheered in excitement. Yay! The president is so great. The president is so handsome today. I love the president. Compared to Vice President Yan, the president is such a great person. Shoo! How are you talking? The crowd suddenly became chaotic, everyone was overjoyed. Alright, everyone go back, it might not be very peaceful outside during this time, so try to go out less. Qin Chuan laughed and waved his hand at the crowd, then turned and left. Looking at Qin Chuan's receding figure, Zhu Meng scratched his head. What a strange thing, didn't Vice President Yan say it was the president who asked me to take people out to set up a stall? Qin Chuan, did you kill someone yesterday? Looking at Yan Fei's approaching face, Qin Chuan pushed him away. What's so special about killing someone? Haven't I killed enough? And don't get so close. You're not a girl. Sometimes I even doubt your orientation.
Qin Chuan said with a face full of disgust.
Yan Fei chuckled.
It's nothing impressive to kill a person, but I heard you were incredibly cool last night. Too bad they didn't manage to record a video. You don't know, the new girls we hired were so excited last night that they couldn't sleep.
Can't sleep? If you can't sleep, just call me. Qin Chuan straightened up. Get lost. Yan Fei secretly looked down on him. Do you know who you killed last night?
Qin Chuan shook his head, completely indifferent.
What's the matter? Should I care if I kill some random nobody? Yan Fei nodded.
Although this guy isn't strong, he has a cousin who is the president of the Suhai City Guild Alliance.
Suhai City Guild Alliance? I've never heard of this. Qin Chuan looked a bit confused. Yan Fei shook his head.
I've been in touch with them recently. They wanted to recruit us into their alliance, but now that's not happening. Hearing Yan Fei's words, Qin Chuan laughed heartily.
Guild Alliance? Whatever, if they lack strength, they're just a bunch of rubbish.
Listening to Qin Chuan, Yan Fei nodded in agreement. I've also been preparing to set up a guild, which is why I learned that almost all the guilds in Suhai City have joined this alliance. They've said that anyone who doesn't join their alliance won't be able to survive in Suhai City, and now you've killed the alliance leader's brother.
I heard that their alliance leader is very powerful.
Yan Fei said, his brow furrowing. Clearly, Yan Fei felt that someone who could become a guild alliance leader must be extremely strong.
Did they say anything? Qin Chuan was unconcerned.
So far, there hasn't been any news. I've told our people to stay in for the next few days to avoid retaliation.
Yan Fei said. Yan Fei himself was not afraid of retaliation because he was very strong. But the first guild had almost no combat ability except for Zhu Meng. I get it, if it really comes to it, I'll go and wipe them out. Qin Chuan said. Let's hold off on that for now.
Yan Fei paused, still wanting to stop Qin Chuan. They probably can't last a single round against you, let's not create more trouble. Yan Fei said with a mix of laughter and tears.
Fine, then I'll listen to you, we'll see what they do next.
Qin Chuan was not worried about what the Guild Alliance would do. To him, this group was just a bunch of garbage. Before the secret realm opened, he saw no reason to clash with them at all. Of course, if they were to provoke him, he definitely would show no mercy. He just hoped they could show a little wisdom.
Chapter 75, Challenge Letter.
In Suhai City, in a grand hall, at a large round table. A cold-looking middle-aged man in tang suit sat in the main seat, playing with 2 walnuts in his hand. Beside him sat a seductive woman, pressing her 2 large white rabbits tightly against him. The other positions at the round table were filled with people. Among them were young people and elderly ones. However, from the aura they emitted, it was clear that they were all devourers, and not just any devourers.
Is everyone here?
The man glanced at the doorman.
Leader Zhou, everyone is here. Alright then, let's start the meeting.
As the man spoke, he reached one hand towards the alluring woman's neckline. The people present pretended not to see, as if they were already accustomed to such scenes. A month ago, I, Zhou Yunqing, participated in defending Suhai City and bled for it. Of course, by chance, I successfully devoured a beast. Thanks to all your support, after the beast tide retreated, I established the Xingyun Pavilion and formed the Suhai City Guild Alliance, becoming its president. Since the establishment of the Suhai City Guild Alliance, everything in Suhai City is developing on the right track. But a trace of anger suddenly appeared on his face, and he slammed his fist heavily on the table. Now, someone actually dares to challenge our Suhai City Guild Alliance.
Zhou Yunqing's voice suddenly turned icy. I think everyone knows what happened last night on Guild Street.
That rogue guild that claims to be the first guild killed our Guild Alliance members. Previously, they even contacted us. Listening to Zhou Yuxing's words, everyone in the room exchanged glances, their faces revealing expressions of fear. Although they were not present last night, they had heard their subordinates talk about it. The terrifying president of the first guild acted, and over 100 members of the Yunchue Pavilion were wiped out. It was truly horrifying. Zhou Yunchue, he is my brother. But he is also a member of the Suhai City Guild Alliance. As the master of the Yunchue Pavilion, he was brutally killed. This is a slap in the face for our Suhai City Guild Alliance. What a huge disgrace. If we don't have an explanation, then our Suhai City Guild Alliance will become a joke in the future. If we are going to act like turtles, then our Guild Alliance might as well disband. Zhou Yunqing's face was covered in frost, as though he was about to explode at any moment. Everyone was too scared to even breathe. Although they were all devourers, Zhou Yunqing was the strongest among them. Moreover, none of those present were fools, they knew Zhou Yunqing's temperament. Don't be fooled by his businesslike appearance, he actually wants to avenge his brother.
Lord Zhou, you say, what should we do? We will follow your lead. One person said, drawing everyone's attention. This person was Zhou Yunqing's loyal follower. Zhou Yunqing nodded in satisfaction. What I mean is, the dignity of the Suhai City Guild Alliance absolutely cannot be challenged. Otherwise, how will we mix in Suhai City in the future? Will we be forever suppressed? Hearing Zhou Yunqing's words, everyone looked at each other, suddenly falling into an eerie silence. They had indeed heard about what happened last night. A single person from the first guild killed over 100 people from the Yunque pavilion, and even Zhou Yunque met his end. Although these guild leaders usually acted tough, they knew they didn't have that strength, and they didn't want to take risks. After finally devouring monsters to rise above others, who would be willing to take risks? Seeing the calm in the room, Zhou Yunqing snorted heavily. If anyone has a different opinion, you can speak. I will not make it difficult for anyone. Rest assured, I, Zhou Yunqing, am also the leader of the Suhai Guild Alliance, and I will definitely not go back on my word. Upon hearing this, many began to retreat in their hearts. Well, Lord Zhou, it's not that I don't want to, but I need to go out for a bit. My cousin in Baibi City has some trouble and needs my help. After hesitating for a moment, a bald man stood up and said. Zhou Yunqing stared intently at the bald man until he felt a chill in his heart. All right, President Wu, I understand. After saying this, he scanned the room. Is there anyone else? Seeing that President Wu was fine, several more people stood up. Lord, I need to go back to my hometown for a bit. Lord, my wife is about to give birth, and I need to take care of her. Lord, I recently got a treasure map and need to go treasure hunting. Watching one person after another stand up, Zhou Yunqing's expression gradually turned colder. All right, very well, I agree with all of you. Is there anyone else? Seeing no one else standing up, Zhou Yunqing nodded. Then, the others will go with me to kill the murderer. I want everyone in Suhai City to know that our Suhai Guild Alliance is not to be trifled with. Then, with a move, he vanished from his seat. Ah! A scream echoed, as the bald man had just been struck dead by Zhou Yunqing with a single palm. Before anyone could react, several screams echoed through the air, as those who had just stood up were struck down by Zhou Yunqing with a single blow. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Yunqing's power was terrifying to this extent. By the time everyone came to their senses, Zhou Yunqing was already seated at the head table, wiping the blood from his hands with a white handkerchief. Those I killed are all worthless. A bunch of cowardly turtles. He said through gritted teeth. Our Suhai City Guild Alliance does not need these timid, life-fearing people. These people are trash, it's better to send them on their way sooner. Zhou Yunqing's cold words echoed in the hall, sending chills down the spines of those still seated. Many were relieved they hadn't stood up earlier. Then, Zhou Yunqing forced out an ugly smile. Everyone here is the future of Suhai. Don't worry, I won't let anyone suffer. I know the murderer is very strong, but with so many of us, why should we fear just one? When the time comes, I will be the first to charge. Listening to Zhou Yunqing's words, a shadow fell over the hearts of those in their seats. Can Zhou Yunqing's words be trusted? However, seeing Zhou Yunqing's displayed power, the guild leaders still held a glimmer of hope. Though the murderer was strong, Zhou Yunqing was not weak either. What if Zhou Yunqing really crushed him? Suhai City Guild Alliance. Invincible. Leader Zhou, invincible. As Zhou Yunqing's wild laughter filled the air, sounds of cheers and shouts rose in the venue. At the same time, a letter of challenge was sent to the first guild. Chapter 76, Feeding the Cake. Are you saying that you want to go to war with us? Previously, Yan Fei had communicated with the Suhai City Guild Alliance, so this letter of challenge naturally found its way to him. At this moment, he looked at the messenger in surprise. Yes. It's no use saying anything now. Leader Zhou has stated that the Suhai City Guild Alliance will not accept you. Moreover, Leader Zhou will never let the murderer go. The messenger spoke firmly. Yan Fei was utterly astonished, nodding repeatedly with a dazed expression, unsure of what to think. Okay. 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 I understand. However, his demeanor seemed to the messenger like a display of fear. In a moment, the messenger couldn't help but feel smug. What first guild? In front of the Suhai City Guild Alliance, it's nothing at all. Alright, President Yan, I've delivered your message, do take care of yourselves. With that, he flicked a smile at the corner of his mouth and left proudly. After shutting the door, Yan Fei still found it hard to believe. They came to deliver a letter of challenge? Yan Fei rubbed his eyes, checking again to see if he had misread. How dare they? Have they always been this brave? Yan Fei wanted to laugh, he had just pleaded for these people before Qin Chuan. Now, how convenient it was for his opponents to deliver themselves to death. Who could he complain to? Uncle Yan, what are you holding? At this moment, the little fat boy walked out from the inner room, still munching on a sausage. Look! Take a look and judge for yourself. Yan Fei handed the challenge letter to the little fat boy with a speechless expression. After reading it, the little fat boy put down the sausage without a word and headed out. Hey! Where are you going? Yan Fei was bewildered. I'm going to kill them all. Little fat boy's words startled Yan Fei. No, that won't do. What if something goes wrong? How can I explain to Qin Chuan? Qin Chuan asked me to take good care of you.
They can insult anyone, but they must not insult Uncle Qin.
The little fat boy was evidently very angry.
Alright, I'll handle this. I'll give the challenge letter to Qin Chuan and let him take care of it. Killing those useless people would just dirty Uncle Qin's hands. Let me do it.
The little fat boy was quite stubborn. Alright, how long has it been since your Uncle Qin killed anyone?
I see he's about to burst. It's perfect timing for a bunch of blind fools to come along. Just let him have his fun.
Yan Fei patted the little fat boy on the head. Qin Chuan, someone has sent you something. Qin Chuan just walked in when Yan Fei shouted excitedly. Sent something? What is it? A beautiful girl. Qin Chuan casually replied. You wish. Yan Fei threw out a challenge letter. Take a look, it's this. Qin Chuan picked up the challenge letter and glanced at it casually. What? A challenge letter? Qin Chuan laughed in surprise. These people really don't know their place. This is the first time I've received a challenge letter. Boss, how about I go for you?
Yan Fei said with a smile on his face.
You go for me? What for?
Qin Chuan grabbed the challenge letter and stuffed it into his chest.
Isn't it addressed to me? What do you want to go for?
Yan Fei rubbed his hands together, smiling awkwardly.
Well, since I became a devourer, I haven't killed anyone yet. Could you give me a chance? Hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately turned serious. No way, how can you kill people casually? Killing is wrong. Qin Chuan's righteous words made Yan Fei go crazy. Boss, what are you talking about? You killed so many people that it's like you're flying.
That night alone, you slaughtered over 100 devourers from Yinshui Pavilion.
You had fun, but did you ever consider the feelings of your brothers? Qin Chuan sighed and patted Yan Fei's shoulder. Because I am the boss, I must shoulder the responsibility of the guild. Killing people is wrong and will bring shame, so let me handle it. From now on, you handle the face and I handle the dirty work. You manage the guild well, and anything shady, just leave it to me, okay? To say the least, you are the real president of our first guild. I'm just a hired hand.
Yan Fei rolled his eyes. I've been painting cakes for others my whole life, and it's the first time I've been fed cake myself.
It's a pity you're not becoming a capitalist.
Inside the magnificent hall, Zhou Yunqing stood up.
What did you say? They are afraid? Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly.
Yes, Alliance Leader, I found that Vice President from the first guild who usually contacts us and delivered the challenge letter.
Guess what? He was so scared he couldn't speak. Ha ha ha.
The messenger added fuel to the fire.
Humph.
I told you these guys were all paper tigers, and nobody believed me.
Now they believe it. The Alliance Leader is right, the Alliance Leader has insight.
These guys are just a bunch of useless people. They probably used some secret weapon to ambush the young Alliance Leader, giving off a feeling that they were strong.
But look, after seeing the challenge letter, they were so scared they couldn't speak. The messenger said. Zhou Yunqing laughed loudly, his expression cold. That's good enough. These guys are just as I thought. In that case, notify all the guilds in Suhai City to come and watch the fight. I want them to see how I will stomp their leader down and humiliate him. Yes, I will go do it right now. The messenger left.
After the messenger left, the hall was left with Zhou Yunqing alone.
Zhou Yunqing looked up, murmuring to himself. Brother, I can finally avenge you. Rest in peace.
At this moment, there was no sign of arrogance on his face, only an unexplainable calmness. He quickly crossed the hall, opened a secret door, and walked in. Inside was a statue with a severed arm, with an offering table in front holding an incense burner. This statue was identical to the one displayed at the Mutual Aid Association headquarters. He thought for a moment, inserted an incense stick into the burner, and muttered something softly.
However, until the incense burned out, there was no reaction at all.
Zhou Yunqing showed a strange expression.
Strange, why is there no response?
After pausing for a moment, he pushed the door open and went out.
Forget it, if I weren't afraid of that guy playing tricks, I could do it myself. He thought to himself. Is the road to Jinj City open recently? He called a subordinate. Reporting to the Alliance Leader, it will take a little while. The monsters on the road are hard to deal with. Humph. A bunch of useless people.
Zhou Yunqing snorted coldly. He still wanted to go to Jin City to seek help, but now it seemed impossible. Unlike his usual cold and mindless appearance, Zhou Yunqing was actually a very scheming person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the leader of this guild alliance. To ensure everything goes smoothly, he would make all the preparations and only act when he was completely confident.
Chapter 77, Challenge. Purple Gold Mansion.
At present, his two major assistants, one from the Mutual Aid Association and one from the Power of Jin City, were both unresponsive, making him feel anxious.
What are those guys from the Mutual Aid Association doing?
He was extremely annoyed, but couldn't think of another way to contact them. According to the messenger, that person from the first guild was so scared that he couldn't even speak. There shouldn't be any problems. Zhou Yunqing thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take out his treasure. He walked into a dark room, pulled out an exquisite box, and retrieved a piece of silver armor from it. He put the armor on, and it immediately fused with his body. He thought for a moment, then took out a silver needle from another box.
Although the dark room was very dim, the silver needle emitted waves of cold light. Alright, with these, it should be fine.
He felt a bit of pain. These were his greatest trump cards.
However, to deal with Qin Chuan, he was willing to pay any price. Boss, I heard that the guys from the Mutual Aid Association are here to deliver a war letter.
Xu Meng rushed in. Lately Xu Meng and Yan Fei had been very close, so he often came to visit him.
Qin Chuan rolled his eyes. How do you know that too? Xu Meng grinned and unconsciously glanced at Yan Fei.
Qin Chuan was speechless.
Yan Fei, hasn't the war letter from the Guild Alliance been delivered for just a few hours? How did it reach Xu Meng? Yan Fei chuckled. Oh please, I just wanted to let people see your heroic demeanor, boss.
Saying that, he took out his phone and opened a chat interface.
Here. Look.
Qin Chuan took the phone and almost spat blood.
Important notice.
The Guild Alliance has sent a war letter.
Guild Alliance versus President, who will win? The answer will be revealed tomorrow night at the Purple Gold Mansion.
It was a group chat, and everyone in it was a member of the First Guild. As soon as Yan Fei sent this message, everyone in the First Guild was pumped with excitement.
If the boss doesn't kill them, I'll take his last name. These beasts are coming to seek death again. What a bunch of forgetful dogs. Boss, I'm with you, kill them.
Qin Chuan was speechless. He threw the phone back to Yan Fei and suddenly felt something was off.
Why am I not in this group chat you created? What, trying to usurp my position?
Hearing Qin Chuan's question, Yan Fei was taken aback, realizing something was wrong, and quickly smiled apologetically. It's all my fault, I forgot to add you when I created the group.
I'll add you right now. Qin Chuan huffed and didn't care. Boss, tomorrow night, can I go with you?
There are so many of them, I'm afraid they will use some dirty tricks, I'll help you out. Seeing Qin Chuan not speak, Xu Meng immediately said.
Go with me?
Qin Chuan was about to refuse, but suddenly thought of something and nodded.
Alright, then you come with me.
In Qin Chuan's eyes, the Guild Alliance people were nothing, but he wanted Xu Meng to go along so he could see the reality of life and death battles. Though Xu Meng was strong, he was far behind in terms of fighting for his life.
What about me?
Yan Fei leaned closer.
You go too, let Xiaopeng come along as well. Qin Chuan thought for a moment. Why not invite everyone to go? Let everyone go out and relax. Okay.
At night, Qin Chuan took all the members of the First Guild and marched grandly towards the Purple Gold Mansion. I don't know why, but following the boss gives a kind of inexplicable sense of safety. The girl with freckles looked at Qin Chuan's back, her eyes sparkling.
The boss is amazing. I'm cheering for the boss. Are we considered a fan club? At most, we're just bystanders.
A group of people laughed and chatted as they headed toward the Purple Gold building, completely unaware that this was a deadly battle, as if it were a spring outing.
Alliance leader, they're here.
One of his men put down the binoculars and said to Zhou Yunqing.
One person came?
Zhou Yunqing took a casual sip of tea and asked. No, they brought more than 20 people, but it seems they are all from their first guild.
Hearing this, Zhou Yunqing sneered. Just that bunch of trash? I remember there's not a single devourer among them, right?
According to our intel, there are 1 or 2 devourers, and their strength is decent.
Zhou Yunqing snorted. No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than us?
He turned his head, and behind him stood dozens of devourers. These were the leaders of various guilds from Suhai City, all summoned by him. Among these people, the weakest had also devoured elite monsters.
Everyone, are you ready? We are ready. Hearing the deafening voices, Zhou Yunqing laughed heartily.
At this moment, his confidence soared, certain that he would annihilate Qin Chuan here tonight. Just right, take them along to die, saving me the trouble of finding them.
While a few people were talking, Qin Chuan and his group had already entered the purple gold building. The place is chosen quite well. Qin Chuan looked around for a moment, confirming it was indeed here. Inside the purple gold building, it was packed with people, at least a few hundred. When they saw Qin Chuan and his group arrive, the hundreds of eyes all turned to them in unison, creating an immense sense of pressure. "You are the president of the first guild, Qin Chuan?" Zhou Yunqing slowly walked out, his face cold, staring at Qin Chuan with hatred in his eyes. Qin Chuan smiled. "Yes, you must be Zhou Yunqing?" Zhou Yunqing responded with a grunt, appearing calm on the surface, but secretly shocked inside. The aura emanating from the person before him was indeed extremely powerful, even stronger than his own. Moreover, the two people beside him, and the child nearby, all exuded a powerful aura. A newly emerging guild actually had such combat power. Zhou Yunqing's hand unconsciously touched his body. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Besides, they had over 100 devourers on their side, and even if the opponent was strong, they were not to be trifled with. "You?" Zhou Yunqing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Chuan. "Quit the nonsense, all of you come at me," Qin Chuan said nonchalantly. At this, the crowd gasped in shock. How outrageous are those words? All at once? Zhou Yunqing was furious, staring intently at Qin Chuan. "This is what you said on your own. Attack!" As Zhou Yunqing uttered these words, hundreds of people rushed forward from inside the purple gold building. Zhou Yunqing, however, hesitated for a moment, not rushing in at first, instead lurking behind the crowd. He had always been a scheming person. He wanted to observe what trump cards Qin Chuan had. Additionally, he planned to use his secret weapon amid the chaos to catch Qin Chuan off guard. Chapter 78, Massacre. Watching the people swarm from all directions, although the first guild was protected by Qin Chuan, the faces of the group still changed slightly. After all, except for Yan Fei, Zhu Meng, and Xiao Pang, none of them were devourers. More importantly, they had never experienced life and death battles, and the pressure of the scene was overwhelming. Hundreds of people charged toward them. This scene was indeed somewhat terrifying. At this moment, it felt like a tiny boat facing the raging winds and huge waves of the ocean. At any moment it could be shattered to pieces. Seeing this, Yan Fei, Zhu Meng, and Xiao Pang stood up, shilling the others behind them. Because only they had the ability to fight against these people. Various kinds of true energy, all kinds of skills flew towards the crowd, and taking the brunt of it was Qin Chuan. If anyone else were here, this would be a certain death trap. Facing the several hundred devourers forming a team capable of slaughtering everything, Qin Chuan smiled calmly. With a thought, a golden shield appeared, protecting his body. Then, his hands transformed into tiger claws, and with a flick, countless bone spikes shot from his fingertips, heading towards the crowd. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yunqing's heart tightened, and he pulled someone next to him to block in front. He knew this was Qin Chuan's ultimate move. During his preparations, he had done a detailed review of Qin Chuan's previous fight against the Cloudwater Pavilion. Just get through this wave, Zhou Yunqing quietly thought. In his understanding, acquired skills could not be used endlessly, there had to be some cooldown time. He called all these people to use them to stall Qin Chuan, and then take the opportunity to unleash his devastating move while Qin Chuan released his skills. Golden protective armor? Looking at the golden shield on Qin Chuan, Zhou Yunqing secretly pondered, searching for an opportunity to strike. Facing the swarm of allies, Qin Chuan waved and sent out countless bone spikes. The bone spikes pierced into the bodies of the attackers at incredible speed, making a dull sound as they entered, before exploding with a boom, instantly showering the area in a spray of blood. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the several hundred people had been wiped out. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yunqing couldn't help but feel his heart race. So strong. I've never seen anyone this powerful. He was still observing for the perfect moment to strike. However, he also noticed that under Qin Chuan's merciless slaughter, many had begun to have second thoughts. Seeing this, Zhou Yunqing grew furious. He grabbed someone trying to escape and killed that person with a single palm strike. Everyone, he is already at his last gasp. Now's the time, kill him, Zhou Yunqing shouted loudly. Seeing Zhou Yunqing kill someone so casually, everyone gritted their teeth and finally charged towards Qin Chuan. Retreat was death, moving forward still offered a chance at life. Seeing this, Qin Chuan snorted coldly, his fists transforming into tiger claws. Protect everyone, he shouted to those behind him, then charged at the attackers. With one claw swipe, 5 or 6 people were hit, spitting blood and flying backwards, knocking down a dozen others behind them. The fallen ones were coughing up blood, clearly on the verge of death. The power of one claw was truly terrifying. Watching this scene, even Zhou Yunqing, despite being well prepared, couldn't help but break into a sweat. So strong. So strong. Is he even human? What kind of beast did he devour? How can he be this powerful? Zhou Yunqing felt confused, yet a hint of desire flickered in his eyes. As long as I take him down, everything will be clear.
Zhou Yunqing's eyes sparkled with madness. He secretly reached into his pocket, and when he touched that icy cold needle, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Everything was just as he thought. Qin Chuan could not use his skills endlessly.
Otherwise, just that bone spike alone would be enough to annihilate everyone present.
Now, Qin Chuan had begun to fight up close. Though many were flying out due to his powerful strikes, it also gave Yin Feiji a chance. In the chaos of his fierce attacks, flaws were inevitable. Zhou Yunqing watched from behind the crowd, and when he saw Qin Chuan suddenly swipe out with a claw, and the golden shield dim slightly, he suddenly threw out the icy cold needle at incredible speed towards Qin Chuan. This cold needle was obtained from a treasure hunt in a cold pond, and after several tests, it proved to be extremely sturdy. Moreover, the cold needle contained the chilling power from the cold pond.
To enhance the power, Zhou Yunqing also coated the needle with deadly poison.
Qin Chuan fiercely swung out a claw, sending 5 or 6 people flying away, but suddenly sensed something rushing towards his back. Ever since he devoured the iron wire worm, his spiritual perception had become extraordinary. He could sense that it was an extremely cold aura, although it hadn't pierced his body yet, he could still feel it from a distance. At this moment, his claw had just swung out, and there was no way to retract the force.
Humph. What a cruel person.
Killing intent surged in Qin Chuan's heart. He had already guessed that the other party had taken the chance when he exerted his strength, unable to dodge, hence the sneak attack. However, he felt no panic whatsoever in his heart.
With the protective armor, what else could he worry about?
Boss, be careful. Yan Fei and Zhu Meng had evidently noticed the cold needle's appearance and shouted out in alarm. But, the cold needle was too fast, they couldn't block it in time and could only warn loudly. Qin Chuan snorted, his mind moving silently, and the protective armor shone with golden light.
This was the armor he had fused from the mighty bee and the golden lion king, he didn't believe anything could pierce it.
The golden light dazzled Zhou Yunqing's eyes, leaving him mouth agape in disbelief. He truly didn't expect that the armor on Qin Chuan could shine again at this moment.
Damn! What is that layer on him? How can he keep using it?
Zhou Yunqing shouted in his heart, a layer of gloom descending over him.
Perhaps this assassination would fail. Sure enough, under Zhou Yunqing's watch, the cold needle struck Qin Chuan's body with a clang.
However, when the cold needle hit the armor, it made a sound and then fell silent, directly melting away in the golden light.
Hiss!
The cold needle melted in the acidic blood sprayed from Qin Chuan's armor, and then a burst of purple mist erupted, vanishing completely. Seeing that burst of purple mist, Qin Chuan's heart filled with rage. This cold needle was indeed coated with poison. If it weren't for his golden armor, he would have probably been ambushed by Zhou Yunqing. In his fury, both claws flew, and dozens of people were directly sent flying out. At this moment, only a mere 10 or so people could still stand. Seeing Qin Chuan like a god of slaughter, the remaining 10 people dared not move at all.
Zhou Yunqing swallowed hard, it was too brutal. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people had been slaughtered by the person before him. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 79, in the blink of an eye, turned to ashes.
The dozen or so people immediately huddled together, facing Qin Chuan, with utmost fear on their faces. Every step Qin Chuan took towards them made them take a step back. No one dared to advance anymore, they were terrified from the killings. At this moment, the purple gold tower was already littered with corpses. Apart from those standing, there wasn't a living person in sight.
Zhou Yunqing, come here.
Qin Chuan shouted at Zhou Yunqing.
Zhou Yunqing shrank his head and took a few steps back.
At this point, he realized that Qin Chuan's strength had reached a terrifying level.
Attack! He's already at the end of his strength, kill him! Zhou Yunqing roared at the people around him. But no one listened to him, anyone could see that Qin Chuan was far from being at the end of his strength. Zhou Yunqing, oh Zhou Yunqing, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Qin Chuan mocked.
However, facing Qin Chuan's ridicule, Zhou Yunqing showed no reaction, still hiding tightly behind the others.
Qin Chuan, don't get too pleased with yourself, I tell you, you won't enjoy it for long. Zhou Yunqing shouted.
Hearing Zhou Yunqing's words, Qin Chuan almost laughed out loud.
I won't enjoy it for long? Just because of you?
Qin Chuan disdainfully glanced at the remaining 10 or so people, his killing intent fully revealed. Because of me.
Don't think I am afraid of you. Zhou Yunqing continued to shout. Haha, I never expected, our leader Zhou is also a stubborn one. Laughter came from the first guild. Facing the ridicule, Zhou Yunqing showed no reaction at all. If it weren't for your president protecting you, could you still stand here talking to me? Zhou Yunqing replied. So what? Who told us we have a powerful president? You have to admit, you are not as good as him. A girl with freckles stepped forward and said. Yes, I admit I am not as good as you now, but as I follow the president, I will definitely surpass you in the future. Hearing this, Zhou Yunqing sneered. He didn't take someone who wasn't a devourer seriously at all. Before you die, do you have anything else to say? I'll give you a chance. Qin Chuan looked at Zhou Yunqing. Zhou Yunqing laughed heartily.
Qin Chuan, I admit you are strong, but you are too proud too early. After saying this, he quickly retreated, pressing a mechanism. In an instant, the purple gold building shook gently, and a violent wind rushed down upon Qin Chuan and the others.
Die! Ha 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 ha! Zhou Yunqing's eyes sparkled with a mad gleam.
Qin Chuan looked up, immediately shocked. A giant stone fell from the sky, rushing down with tremendous force toward the members of the first guild, including Qin Chuan. The giant stone had not yet fallen, but the wind it carried was enough to make everyone unable to lift their heads. This stone weighed at least tens of tons. Moreover, with the force of gravity, the impact of this stone would surely exceed tens of tons.
Crazy! Qin Chuan cursed quietly.
This stone, with Qin Chuan's strength, could be dodged with no problem. But he was still carrying the members of the first guild with him. Among the first guild, only a few were devourers. If they dodged, the rest would definitely be crushed into a meat pie.
He absolutely couldn't dodge.
Yanfei, Zhumeng, come here.
Qin Chuan shouted.
The two quickly approached, and the three exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intention. They were going to hold up the giant stone. The three gathered their strength, with Qin Chuan even using the power of the golden-winged rock and the white tiger, his aura climbing to its peak.
Ha!
He shouted loudly, and the three managed to hold up the massive stone. The ground shook, creating a large pit beneath their feet. Conversely, the three of them had absolutely no issues at all. How is this possible? Zhou Yunqing stared in disbelief, murmuring to himself. This was a giant stone weighing tens of tons, it was his final killer move. Such a giant stone could crush hundreds of devourers. Yet, this tens of tons giant stone was now being caught barehanded by Qin Chuan and the other two. At this moment, even with Zhou Yunqing's arrogance, he realized that Qin Chuan was someone he could not mess with at all. And the members of the first guild, looking at the giant stone above, carefully swallowed their saliva. Once this massive stone fell, it was something they could never withstand.
Boss is awesome. 1,000 words turned into one sentence. What a guy, running away.
Qin Chuan saw Zhou Yunqing moving quickly, already leading the escape.
His speed was extremely fast, fleeing the purple gold building.
And behind him, the remaining dozen or so devourers ran for their lives, not caring about anything.
Still running.
Qin Chuan shouted, using his arm with force, lifting the giant stone and hurling it toward Zhou Yunqing and the others fiercely. Feeling the wind behind them, the few people fled even faster, not even daring to look back. One guild leader who ran a bit slower was struck by the giant stone, instantly turning into a mass of blood. This throw was terrifyingly powerful. Feeling the stench of blood behind him, Zhou Yunqing desperately urged the beast power within him to escape.
How could I attract such a monster?
Even the elders of the Mutual Aid Association wouldn't stand a chance. Zhou Yunqing felt an immense regret in his heart. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have stepped into this muddy water. He knew Qin Chuan was strong, but he had no idea how strong he really was. The wind howled fiercely, and one after another, the guild leaders were struck down by boulders, turning into blood mist. Zhou Yunqing was terrified, but no matter how much he wanted to run, he couldn't get away. He wasn't chasing speed-type beasts, the boulders Qin Chuan threw were far too fast for him to outrun. He wanted to hide, but there was no place to hide, the tons of giant boulders were too large. Ah! Feeling the wind growing stronger behind him, Zhou Yunqing couldn't help but turn back, screaming in fear. The boulder struck Zhou Yunqing's body, sending him flying like a torn sack, and he no longer breathed.
Thus, the Guild Alliance of Suhai City was completely exterminated.
Qin Chuan clapped his hands, his face full of smiles.
He looked back and asked, "Is everyone okay?"
We're fine.
Boss, we're all right. It's great to have your protection. Boss, you're amazing. I want to be your devoted fan."
As the Guild Alliance was entirely wiped out, the members of the first guild began to stir with excitement after their initial shock. They chattered about the battle that just happened. In their eyes, Qin Chuan was like a god descending to earth.
"Boss, are you all right?"
Yanfei and Zhumeng stepped forward, examining Qin Chuan from head to toe.
Qin Chuan laughed heartily. What could possibly be wrong? I didn't even scratch my skin. Boss is truly strong.
Zhumeng gasped, his heart filled with awe. He felt extremely grateful for his decision to join the first guild. Although he was strong, after first sensing the aura of Qin Chuan, he resolutely chose to follow him. At that time, he thought Qin Chuan was strong, but he didn't know how powerful he truly was. Now, after this battle, he had really witnessed Qin Chuan's strength. This level of strength was simply the best in the world.
It's good that the boss is fine. He murmured to himself. Look at what you're saying, the boss can't have any problems.
Compared to Zhu Meng, Yan Fei seemed more carefree. He was the most loyal supporter of Qin Chuan and knew his strength better than anyone else. When Qin Chuan took him to swallow monsters, he could take down a monster with a single punch. His power was incredible. Even coming here tonight, Yan Fei had no worries at all.
Boss! Boss! Uncle Qin! Others arrived a bit slower, finally catching up at this moment. Are you all okay?
Before the others could voice their concerns, Qin Chuan smiled and spoke.
Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. Boss, we are all fine. Boss is so strong, my admiration for you is like endless rivers.
Alright, now we need to quickly grow stronger, don't be a burden to the boss next time. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Listening to everyone's chatter, Qin Chuan smiled and shook his head. This isn't urgent, you are all part of my first guild, and I will naturally find a powerful beast for you to devour. As soon as Qin Chuan's words came out, cheers erupted among the crowd.
Fantastic! What a divine guild! What a divine leader! The best thing I've done in my life is join the first guild.
Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, Qin Chuan smiled as well.
However, the most important thing right now is for you to learn something from this battle.
This is a true life and death fight, I brought you here to see the world, and I hope you can learn something. Qin Chuan said with a smile, and many people began to recall the details of Qin Chuan's fight, their eyes thoughtful.
Alright. To celebrate tonight's grand victory by the boss, I'll treat everyone to dinner.
Seeing the crowd standing still, Zhu Meng immediately declared. The crowd erupted in cheers.
Today is indeed a day worth celebrating for them.
They joined the first guild for various reasons, some out of curiosity, some out of desperation, and some were simply attracted. However, before this, they had no idea how strong the first guild truly was. It can be said that today they finally witnessed the power of the first guild. Faced with the attack from the Suhai City Guild Alliance, their leader single-handedly defeated all the enemies. Although this was nothing for Qin Chuan, it was indeed an exciting event for the first guild.
Let's go! We need to celebrate well tonight. We won't stop drinking until we're drunk.
As everyone chatted and walked forward, Qin Chuan, surrounded by the crowd, suddenly moved his gaze towards the direction of the giant rock. Yan Fei, come with me. Qin Chuan pulled Yan Fei, who immediately understood.
Okay. Everyone go ahead, I'll go pick up my sister-in-law with the boss.
After walking a distance, Yan Fei moved his eyes.
What's wrong, boss?
Qin Chuan's eyes shifted. I don't know if you noticed earlier, but when that giant rock was thrown, everyone else turned into a cloud of blood mist, but Zhou Yunqing did not.
Yan Fei rubbed his chin. Boss, I really didn't think of that until you mentioned it. This guy has something strange about him. Qin Chuan nodded. Yeah, so let's go take a look. Alright. Let's go.
Both of them had flying abilities and immediately sprouted wings to fly towards the giant rock.
Soon, they discovered Zhou Yunqing's body around the giant rock.
At this moment, Zhou Yunqing had no breath, and there was a large pool of blood on his chest.
Yan Fei, look at this, isn't it strange?
Following Qin Chuan's pointing hand, Yan Fei also scratched his head, looking incredulous. It's really strange, his lower body is completely shattered, but his upper body is still intact. During the earlier throw of the giant rock, the tremendous force had shattered Zhou Yunqing's lower body, yet the upper body remained.
This guy has a treasure on him. Yan Fei immediately concluded. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. I thought so too, that's why I brought you here to check. Yan Fei immediately gave a thumbs up. As expected of you.
Qin Chuan bent down and began to search around Zhou Yunqing's body.
There really is something. Qin Chuan's face broke into a smile. What is it? Yan Fei's eyes turned red, slightly impatient.
It seems to be a piece of armor, but it seems to be inside his body.
Qin Chuan frowned, not knowing how to take it out.
After thinking for a while, he focused his mind, and golden yellow plating appeared on him. Under his influence, acidic blood constantly dripped from the plating. He currently didn't know how to extract the armor from Zhou Yunqing's body, so he simply used the acidic blood to corrode Zhou Yunqing's corpse, allowing the armor to drop off naturally once the body was fully corroded. He wasn't worried about the armor being damaged. If it got damaged, it wouldn't deserve to be called a treasure anyway. As the acidic blood dripped, Zhou Yunqing's body was instantly corroded, sizzling and emitting bursts of yellow-green smoke. Before long, Zhou Yunqing's body was quickly corroded away, revealing a small, delicate silver thread armor on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yan Fei was amazed.
You really are something. Boss, he really had good stuff on him.
Qin Chuan picked up the silver thread armor, examining it from top to bottom. This was a small, delicate silver thread armor, incredibly light to the touch and appearing unremarkable. However, it hadn't been corroded at all by the acidic blood, proving that it truly was a treasure.
Indeed a good item.
Qin Chuan nodded, tossing the silver thread armor to Yan Fei.
You wear it. Ha? For me?
Boss, are you serious? Yan Fei received the silver thread armor, looking utterly incredulous. Why are you making such a fuss over a piece of silver thread armor?
Qin Chuan chuckled. I'm giving it to you.
Although the silver thread armor was precious. But it was of no use to Qin Chuan. He already had a coating, and the defensive ability of the coating was definitely not something the silver silk armor could compare to. Yan Fei had no defensive item on him, so the silver silk armor was most suitable for him. Yan Fei flipped the silver silk armor over and over, unable to let it go.
This is really a good thing. Then try it on. Qin Chuan urged. Yan Fei was speechless.
Boss, this was just ripped off a corpse. I need to wash it first, it's too disgusting.
Chapter 81, The Male Bee Hatches Successfully. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. You're still feeling disgusted? Fine, wash it and then wear it. Let's go. Thank you, boss.
After confirming there were no other treasures, the two turned to head back.
Let's go, boss.
We'll pick up sister-in-law, and then go grab a bite to eat.
Yan Fei said with a cordial face. Qin Chuan nodded slightly.
After spending such a long time with Wang Yushu, although he and Wang Yushu had nothing going on, he did not show any resistance to the title sister-in-law. The two immediately spread their wings and rushed towards Wang Yushu's house.
Sister-in-law is still a rich woman. Boss, you seem to have hit the jackpot right away.
Seeing the villa in the distance, Yan Fei laughed.
Qin Chuan shot Yan Fei a fierce glare and quickened his pace. Upon arriving home, Yan Fei curiously looked around while Qin Chuan headed straight for the sofa.
Having lived together for so long, Qin Chuan also knew Wang Yushu's habits. She loved to lie here watching TV and eating snacks.
However, seeing Wang Yushu's appearance, Qin Chuan was somewhat shocked. What's wrong with you?
Wang Yushu was curled up at this moment, her face devoid of color, with her hands clutching her stomach. Upon seeing Qin Chuan return, Wang Yushu immediately wanted to get up, but Qin Chuan stopped her.
What happened? Wang Yushu sounded weak. Nothing, just my stomach feels uncomfortable.
Hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan suddenly realized something.
The larvae in Wang Yushu's belly. What's wrong with sister-in-law? Yan Fei walked over, surprised by Wang Yushu's condition as well.
Qin Chuan turned his head.
Yan Fei, you go ahead.
Wang Yushu is not feeling well, I will take care of her.
Got it, boss. I will take my leave.
Yan Fei would not stay here as a third wheel and quickly left.
What happened? Qin Chuan asked.
Wang Yushu managed a weak smile. After you left today, I started feeling uncomfortable in my stomach.
It might be.
When she got to this point, a hint of redness appeared on Wang Yushu's face.
Qin Chuan immediately understood, there are always a few days like this every month, right? However, just to be safe, the red light in Qin Chuan's eyes flickered, and he immediately used the neural spores to control Wang Yushu's thoughts.
Then he began to check on Wang Yushu's condition with the neural spores.
It has hatched successfully.
Through the neural spores, Qin Chuan saw that a tiny male bee had indeed hatched inside Wang Yushu's body. Because it had just hatched, it was constantly wriggling inside Wang Yushu's body, which was causing her discomfort. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan sneered, and a neural spore was implanted into the male bee's body, giving it an order.
Come out.
Feeling the presence of a superior, the male bee's body trembled uncontrollably, hurriedly showing submission, and then quickly crawled out of Wang Yushu's body. Watching the male bee crawl out, Qin Chuan grabbed it and closely observed it in his hand. Since it had just hatched, the male bee's body was not very large, only slightly bigger than a small cat. At this moment, it lay in Qin Chuan's palm, shivering, not daring to move at all.
Alright, just stay by my side.
Qin Chuan communicated with the male bee through the neural spores. Through the neural spores, Qin Chuan could sense weak mental fluctuations coming from the male bee.
That indicated absolute submission.
Feeling this fluctuation, Qin Chuan took out a jar full of nutrient solution and placed the male bee inside.
In the nutrient solution, one can grow quickly.
Then, Qin Chuan carefully checked Wang Yushu's body again, confirming that there were no other abnormalities before retracting the nerve spores.
Qin Chuan. I seem to have fallen asleep, I'm sorry.
Wang Yushu touched her head and woke up. You were too tired, you should have a good rest. Qin Chuan comforted her.
Ha! My stomach, it seems like that uncomfortable feeling is gone.
Wang Yushu touched her stomach, looking surprised.
Maybe your relatives left early.
Qin Chuan said without blushing or missing a beat.
Nonsense.
Wang Yushu immediately replied, and then her face turned red.
Wang Yushu's shy appearance made Qin Chuan laugh heartily. Alright, I was going to ask you to eat something. Do you want to rest a bit? Hearing about food, Wang Yushu immediately flipped over and got up. No. I want to eat. She pouted. Okay. Then let's go. Wang Yushu quickly changed her shoes and followed Qin Chuan out the door. Why suddenly going to eat? Who's going? Wang Yushu curiously asked as she followed Qin Chuan. It's just an ordinary gathering of our guild, nothing special. Qin Chuan casually replied. Tonight's events were too bloody, he didn't want to tell Wang Yushu. Oh, as long as there's food. Wang Yushu cheerfully followed Qin Chuan. The boss is here. Yes, the boss is here. Sister-in-law is here too. Quick, give up your seats. Give up your seats. When they pushed open the door, the people of the first guild saw Qin Chuan and happily offered him and Wang Yushu the main seats. Boss, just now the vice president said you needed to take care of sister-in-law and might not come tonight, we were all quite sad. Xu Meng said. There were indeed some things that delayed me tonight, since everyone is here, how could I not come? Qin Chuan smiled. Calculating, this was his first dinner with everyone from the first guild. Come. Tonight the boss grants us face, our first guild has also achieved victory, it's a day worth celebrating. Let's all raise our glasses and drink to this. May our guild get better and better. Yan Fei stood up, holding his wine glass. Seeing this, everyone else also stood up with their glasses. Better and better. Wang Yushu drank her beverage and then kept glancing at Qin Chuan with her sparkling eyes. The first guild won? Better and better? What exactly happened tonight? Soon, she would know the truth. The banquet was bustling, everyone toasted and joyfully repeated the stories of the night. Since the end of the world began, everyone's mood had been miserable, there were rarely moments of happiness like this. In the mix, people kept coming to toast Qin Chuan, their words filled with respect for him. Piecing together all the information, Wang Yushu understood everything. Tonight, Qin Chuan led everyone from the first guild to wipe out nearly all members of the Suhai City Guild Alliance. Moreover, it was all done by Qin Chuan alone. Wang Yushu looked at Qin Chuan, her little mouth agape in surprise. She knew Qin Chuan was powerful and had seen him kill before, but she didn't feel that surprise before. However, those people said he took out hundreds of people in minutes and threw dozens of tons of stones with his bare hands, is that all true? Wang Yushu's brain felt like it had crashed. Is this still the Qin Chuan she knew? As her thoughts wandered, her head got tapped. What are you thinking about? Eat some vegetables. Chapter 82, The Future of Suhai belongs to Qin Chuan. Wang Yushu dumbly rubbed her head and bared her teeth at Qin Chuan. Why so fierce? Before she could finish, a meatball was already stuffed into her mouth. Wang Yushu frowned slightly, but when she saw it was Qin Chuan who picked it, her eyes turned into crescent moons as she started to eat heartily. So good. Seeing Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu together, Yan Fei showed a look of envy on his face. He had spent the first half of his life just chasing money, and before he could enjoy life, the end of the world had already arrived. What good is it? Women are like floods and wild beasts. Xu Meng took a sip of strong liquor beside him. Do you have a story? Yan Fei suddenly turned his head back, his face full of gossip. From ancient times, infatuation only leaves empty regrets. Xu Meng drank another gulp of liquor and began to tell his story. Help! The boss and the boss's wife are just too much to handle. The boss's wife is so beautiful. The boss's wife is indeed beautiful, but isn't the boss handsome? I never said the boss isn't handsome. The boss and the boss's wife are a perfect match. Among the crowd, a group of girls watched Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu, gossiping about their pairing. After several rounds of drinks, everyone was already a bit tipsy, but they kept talking about Qin Chuan's heroic deeds tonight. To be honest, before following the boss, I never saw so much blood. Killing people is just like slaughtering pigs. A bespectacled person, looking like a student, said. If it weren't for the boss, I wouldn't even know where I'd have died in some corner of this city. In this world, besides the boss, no one treats us who haven't devoured anyone like humans. A middle-aged man gulped down a mouthful of liquor, his eyes red. Yes, if it weren't for the boss, where could we go? The world looks down on the non-devourers. So, we must thank the boss. Everyone spoke at once, their words full of respect for Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, the person concerned, Qin Chuan, was chatting with Yan Fei about something. Boss, after tonight's events, it will probably spread tomorrow. Do you have any thoughts? Don't underestimate Yan Fei's usual weirdness, at key moments, he sees clearer than anyone. After the guild alliance in Suhai City was wiped out, a power vacuum would inevitably appear for some time. And this power vacuum needs someone to fill it. Boss, if we don't fill this power vacuum in time, the people of Suhai City will suffer another disaster. Yan Fei said. Qin Chuan nodded after listening to this. Yan Fei knew, and he naturally knew better.
Previously, Suhai City had already formed a power center centered around the Guild Alliance. Now that this power center was shattered by Qin Chuan, naturally, someone new needed to take over this power. Otherwise, Suhai would fall into another chaos. Let us take over this power vacuum, Qin Chuan said, taking a sip of liquor. Yan Fei nodded. Now, in Suhai City, we are the only ones with this strength. However, if that's the case, we will have to recruit a lot of people. Yan Fei glanced at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan understood what Yan Fei meant. The rules he had set before were meant to strictly filter new members, which is why they had selected nearly 20 people from so many applicants. If they recruited en masse, those who came in would inevitably mix with many others, which would be detrimental to the first guild's development. Yan Fei sighed. This is really a tough problem. Qin Chuan smiled. Tough problem? Then just don't do it. Ha? Yan Fei opened his mouth wide, not understanding Qin Chuan's meaning. Qin Chuan tapped his fingers on the table. Yes. What I mean is, don't do anything. Now, no one should dare to look down on the first guild. But we don't need to include everyone in the first guild. Listening to Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei's mind was racing. Having crawled through the business world for so many years, he wasn't foolish, he quickly understood Qin Chuan's meaning. Boss, what you mean is, we don't restrict the development of other guilds below, but we manage these guilds, and in this way, we also manage the entire Suhai City? Qin Chuan laughed heartily and patted Yan Fei's shoulder. Smart, that's exactly what I mean. Actually, this is no different from the Guild Alliance, it's just that we are stronger and need to establish a more reasonable mechanism. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled, as if he could already see a huge safe zone taking shape in front of him. We will take over the Guild Alliance and dominate the remaining guilds in Suhai City, with each guild managing a region of Suhai City. Then, we will set some rules, and they will manage their respective regions according to these rules. If they perform well, then they will have the chance to enter the first guild. Of course, you will come up with the specific rules, and I will make the final decision. Qin Chuan said. Yan Fei's eyes shone brightly, repeatedly praising. Wonderful. Wonderful. This method is really good. I will start preparing tomorrow. The next day, the tragic scene of the purple gold building was discovered. Hundreds of people, not a single one survived. All turned to minced meat and pools of blood. That strong smell of blood could be smelled from several blocks away. Defeated. The Suhai City Guild Alliance has actually been defeated. I live nearby. Last night I heard a deafening blast. It seems the battle was fierce. So many people from the Guild Alliance died. What about the first guild? How are they? I just returned from Guild Street. They are still there setting up stalls, laughing and chatting. I feel like they are fine. Hiss. There aren't many from the first guild. How can they be so strong? Bro, are you still questioning the strength of the first guild? I just came back from signing up. Shouldn't you hurry? I'm going now. I'm going now. In an instant, everyone in Suhai City learned about the result of last night's battle, rushing crazily toward Guild Street, wanting to join the first guild. The first guild, quietly becoming the top guild in Suhai City. But at this moment, various forces in Suhai City were extremely frightened. Previously, all the top combat forces of Suhai City's guilds were dispatched to last night's battle and were all killed. Now, what remained in Suhai City were merely some obscure small guilds. These guilds were all trembling, afraid that the first guild would crush them like ants. If the first guild wanted to do so, they wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. What a powerful force, what kind of monster did he swallow? How can it be so strong? In the former city lord's mansion, Lord Su couldn't help but sigh. He had already foreseen that the future of Suhai belonged to Qin Chuan. Chapter 83, The Secret Realm Opens. This world ultimately belongs to the young, we are old. The Lord sighed. Previously, he was still thinking of establishing his own guild to regain control of Suhai. But now, it seemed like a dream. Damn it! Why are there so many people? Line up properly, don't push. On Guild Street, at this moment, only the first guild was still recruiting. However, the entire Guild Street was packed tightly, no room for water to flow. These people all came to sign up. The current first guild had completely become a hotcake, with countless people wanting to join the first guild and receive its protection. Of course, facing so many people, the first guild's selection criteria remained unchanged. Will there only be one guild in Suhai City in the future? Countless people had this question in their hearts. Qin Chuan, are you going to destroy the entire Suhai City? A guild leader shouted angrily. Even some timid guild leaders had started to dissolve their guilds. Because the pressure from the first guild was simply too strong, the battle at the Purple Gold Building wiped out 90% of the powerful devourers in Suhai City. It is not an exaggeration to say that Suhai City now had only the old, weak, sick, and disabled left. For several days, all the guilds in Suhai City shrank back like turtles, not daring to come out. However, after several days, the situation changed. All existing guilds began to appear on Guild Street. Not only that, they also began to actively recruit people. All of this raised people's suspicions. Many began to guess that these guilds must have negotiated terms with the first guild. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the past few days, under Qin Chuan's guidance, Yan Fei started to gather these small guilds. During this process, Yan Fei explained the first guild's requirements. That is, they were to continue developing their guilds, but must do so according to the first guild's rules. Now, these small guilds finally understood. They were still in the form of the previous guild alliance, but they had moved from being unqualified to now becoming a member of the alliance. Therefore, there were scenes of these guilds setting up stalls outside. Of course, even though the remaining guilds set up their stalls, the area in front of the first guild was still overcrowded with people. No one wanted to miss joining the first guild, because it was simply too powerful. The spatial fluctuations are getting stronger. Qin Chuan stood with little Fatty in the center of the forest, looking ahead and softly whispering. Uncle, what spatial fluctuations? Little Fatty was confused. Qin Chuan smiled. You'll know when the time comes. During this time, Qin Chuan had been waiting for the appearance of the secret realm, so he often came out to observe the situation of the secret realm. Because at this stage, no divine-grade monsters had emerged, Qin Chuan was particularly concerned about this upcoming secret realm. In his previous life, he remembered this secret realm being extremely mysterious. Until he crossed over, no one had ever come out alive from the secret realm, which was famously known as a land of death. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, this was the first secret realm to appear after the apocalypse. Within the secret realm, countless opportunities were definitely hidden. Now that he had been reborn and become so strong, he naturally wanted to explore this land of death thoroughly. Boss! Let's go! Time to head back. While Qin Chuan was observing the secret realm, Yan Fei's voice came from a distance. Let's go. Qin Chuan accompanied little Fatty to find Yan Fei, who was currently leading a large group of people. This group of people showed expressions of fear and respect upon seeing Qin Chuan. This was the respect towards a strong person. How was today's harvest? Qin Chuan asked. Not bad. Today more than 30 people became devourers, and they all devoured top-quality monsters. Yan Fei replied proudly. Not bad. If this continues, our strength will increase more and more. This was a deliberate arrangement by Qin Chuan, allowing Yan Fei and Xu Meng from the first guild to take people to hunt in the forest, helping them grow quickly. In the battle at the Golden Tower, the fighting strength in Suhai City had been mostly wiped out by Qin Chuan. To prevent another situation where monsters attacked the city, Qin Chuan made this arrangement. Of course, he only took people from the newly established guild alliance. As for the people of the first guild, Qin Chuan did not allow them to devour at all. He had better plans for them. The people of the first guild were destined to become strong, and in Qin Chuan's heart, they needed to at least devour divine-grade monsters to be considered qualified. Boss, how's the situation over there? While walking on the road, Yan Fei quietly asked, glancing toward the direction of the secret realm. The secret realm is about to emerge. It shouldn't take too long. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei was overjoyed. That's great. He had a strange light in his eyes. Once the secret realm appeared, he would become even stronger. In a chaotic era, there wasn't someone who didn't want to become stronger. A few days later, everyone in Suhai City felt the ground shake violently. An earthquake? Is it an earthquake? My head is spinning. Is the world going to end? How terrifying. While everyone was terrified, Qin Chuan felt very excited inside. The secret realm had finally emerged. The entire earth seemed to be shaking, possessing an apocalyptic power. The shaking lasted for more than half an hour before it slowly came to a stop. Then, outside the city, a blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky as if it were solid. Afterward, the ground trembled violently again. Everyone! Defend the city! Qin Chuan shouted loudly from the city wall. In the distance, countless beasts surged toward Suhai City, their eyes flashing with red light, rushing recklessly as if something terrifying were behind them. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately prepared for battle. Fortunately, during this time, Yan Fei and Xu Meng had taken everyone out to hunt, so there were more devourers in the city than before. Defend the city! With a loud sound of the horn, the battle began. Watching the fierce battle, Qin Chuan stared intensely at the red pillar of light in the sky, not blinking at all. He didn't plan to help with the current beast attack, knowing that these devourers could handle it. His target was the secret realm beneath the light column. Yan Fei, Xu Meng, let's go. Qin Chuan glanced at the light column and immediately called the two to set off. Both of them had devoured powerful beasts and could barely manage in the secret realm. As for little Fatty, he was left in the city for defense.
With a flap of their wings, they headed straight for the red pillar of light. Chapter 84, Entering the Secret Realm. Boss, is that the secret realm? I didn't expect such things to exist in the apocalypse. Xu Mang looked at the soaring blood-red pillar, his face full of shock. During this time, he hadn't gone out much. On the other hand, Yan Fei also looked shocked. Although he had devoured a fairy-level beast with Qin Chuan's help, he did not have much exposure to this world. After devouring the fairy-level beast, he followed Qin Chuan back to Suhai City and then busied himself with the guild's affairs, leaving him with little understanding of this world. Qin Chuan was different, having lived 2 lives, he had seen a lot. This world is not just about the apocalypse, there are many things still existing. In any case, let's explore slowly. This world is vast. Qin Chuan accelerated toward the secret realm, and seeing this, the excited Yan Fei and Xu Mang also sped up. They flew quickly, and before long, they reached the vicinity of the blood-red pillar. Qin Chuan began to descend slowly. Seeing the entrance of the secret realm before them, the group felt a wave of excitement. In the center of the original forest, a stone door appeared out of thin air. The stone door was tall and majestic, made entirely of gray-white stone, with beautiful Baroque-style carvings on the surface, exquisite and luxurious. At this moment, the door was slightly ajar, with mist swirling around, making it impossible to see what was inside. This was the secret realm, full of countless opportunities and treasures. Moreover, faintly, beautiful singing could be heard coming from within, intoxicating the listeners. Listening to the song, Xu Mang showed a look of enchantment and began to walk toward the door in a daze. Qin Chuan reacted quickly, pulling him back with a firm grip. Danger! Qin Chuan warned. Hearing this, Xu Mang suddenly woke up. He realized that he had almost been hypnotized by the song and felt a wave of fear in his heart. This song has hypnotic effects, you all need to be careful. Qin Chuan cautioned. In the last life, many people had fallen into the trap of this song. Boss, let's go in. Looking at the slightly open door, Yan Fei was eager to try. Qin Chuan shook his head. Not now, it's still very dangerous here. Yan Fei, there is a shiny stone in that direction, go bring it back. Qin Chuan pointed to the east of the forest. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei did not hesitate and immediately walked in that direction. Although he found it strange, he said nothing. He listened to Qin Chuan's words without question. Boss, this. Xu Mang wanted to ask something, but was stopped by Qin Chuan waving his hand. Don't say anything, don't ask anything, just follow me. This was related to Qin Chuan's rebirth, so he was unwilling to say more. Seeing that Qin Chuan didn't want to talk, Xu Mang also closed his mouth, he understood. After a while, Yan Fei came over holding a crystal about the size of a basin. There really is one, this stone seems to have a strange wave. Yan Fei said. Throw this crystal into that gap. Qin Chuan pointed at the slightly ajar door. In his previous life, many people died at the entrance of this secret realm trying to open this door, but in the end, no one could get in. Finally, by accident, someone threw this crystal towards the door, and perfectly into the gap. Surprisingly, the gate opened miraculously. This event has always been a hot topic among people. Although Qin Chuan didn't know the principle, this crystal was indeed the key to opening this door. As the crystal entered, the mist in the gap gradually dispersed, and then a burst of colorful light flashed, the door slowly opened. Go! Qin Chuan was the first to enter through the big door. Yan Fei and Xu Mang exchanged glances and followed Qin Chuan inside. Crossing through the door, the group felt a strong spatial wave, and soon found themselves in the secret realm. Once they entered the secret realm, what appeared before them was a plain filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The plain was lush and green, with the sight of grass growing and orioles flying, and at times, the scent of flowers wafted in from the distance. Seeing this scene, Yan Fei and Xu Mang were both stunned. In their memory, the secret realm should be fraught with danger, but this sight truly surprised them. Is this the secret realm? Yan Fei rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken. Be careful, this secret realm is very dangerous. Qin Chuan reminded. The group walked carefully forward. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had never been to the secret realm, so he had no related memories. However, he wasn't worried, after all, their strength was formidable, and there shouldn't be any major problems. The group walked cautiously for a while but still did not see any living creatures, their eyes remained on the boundless plain. Do you smell something? Xu Meng frowned and asked. Isn't it the smell of flowers? Yan Fei replied. Xu Meng shook his head. No, it's a foul smell, to be precise, it should be the smell of rotting corpses. Immediately, the faces of the few changed. Rotting corpses? How could there be a smell of rotting corpses in this place? I devoured a vulture, which is naturally sensitive to the smell of corpses, so I can smell it. Xu Meng explained. Xu Meng, can you locate the source of the smell? Qin Chuan asked.
This plane is vast, if we keep going, we don't know when it will end.
Since something feels off, let's take a look. Xu Meng nodded.
Alright, I can find the source of the corpse smell, don't worry. After speaking, Xu Meng took the lead and sniffed the air, moving in one direction. Seeing this, Qin Chuan and Yan Fei followed Xu Meng's footsteps.
Get ready for battle, Qin Chuan said to Yan Fei.
Yan Fei nodded, carefully watching the surroundings. Coming to such a place, his mood was not relaxed. The group walked further until Xu Meng stopped.
This is the spot.
Hearing Xu Meng say this, Qin Chuan sniffed vigorously, and indeed smelled a strong scent of rotting corpses. Looking down, he noticed that the smell was coming from underground.
He lightly stomped his foot, signaling Yan Fei and Xu Meng to take action. Boom!
The three shot down simultaneously, creating a large pit in the ground. What they found in the pit left them all stunned. In the pit, there were countless bodies.
These bodies numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands.
The corpses here.
Not only humans, but also beast tribes, and some half-beasts.
Even, Qin Chuan also saw some beautiful humans with pointed ears, no need to say, they are elves. A gust of wind blew by, bringing a strong smell of decay.
This place is truly eerie. Yan Fei shivered.
The ground was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds singing, while underneath were countless corpses. This stark contrast truly made one feel uncomfortable. Qin Chuan slightly frowned, already guessing the situation in his heart. This is very dangerous, we should leave quickly. These corpses are used to nourish the flowers above.
Chapter 85 Mermaid Queen.
As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, a strong sense of danger flashed in his mind.
Up!
He shouted loudly, lifting Yan Fei and Xu Meng and soaring into the sky. At the moment they took off, a gigantic vine burst out of the ground from where they had just stood, topped with a massive sharp thorn.
Seeing this scene, Yan Fei and Xu Meng were both frightened.
If it weren't for Qin Chuan, they would have already died here. Having missed their target, the giant vine quickly recoiled back into the ground. The large pit they had just created was being closed up as if it had never existed. Seeing this, Yan Fei and Xu Meng looked at Qin Chuan in unison. Unknowingly, Qin Chuan had become the ruler in their hearts. Whenever there was something, they would turn to Qin Chuan, and he would always have a way to solve it. Qin Chuan thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go, it's not suitable to linger here, there may be other opportunities elsewhere. The three spread their wings and flew towards the distance.
Qin Chuan glanced back, secretly remembering the location, deciding to come back and explore later.
He could feel that beneath that vine, there were countless more vines. If he were alone, he would naturally be fearless. But the problem was that he still had Yan Fei and Xu Meng with him. If either got harmed, it would be an extremely serious loss for the first guild, which Qin Chuan certainly did not want to see. More importantly, the vines were underground now, making it impossible to deal with them. He had to give up. After flying a distance, the group saw a huge lake.
Finally, besides the grasslands, we see something else. Yan Fei expressed with emotion. Qin Chuan also smiled. This was a vast lake, quiet as a mirror, quietly embedded in the grassland.
After flying for so long, let's go down and wash our faces,
Yan Fei suggested. All right. Let's go.
Saying this, the three landed by the lake and washed their faces.
The water here is really delicious. Yan Fei scooped water into his hands and drank heartily. However, Qin Chuan's expression was very serious. It was simply too quiet here, quiet as if there was no life at all. The problem was, this was in a secret realm. It's better to be cautious.
As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, he heard Yan Fei shout in surprise.
Boss, look.
Yan Fei pointed shakily towards the riverbank, his face full of excitement.
Following Yan Fei's finger, Qin Chuan looked over and immediately saw a scene that made his blood race.
In front of him was a stunning sight, a group of gorgeous women playing and frolicking on the shore. They had beautiful upper bodies and fishtails below.
Mermaids.
But the problem was, their upper bodies were completely exposed, with no clothing to cover them.
Those exquisite faces, those well-proportioned shapes, were laid bare in the air.
So beautiful. Qin Chuan exclaimed, stealing a few more glances.
Why not look more?
As for Yan Fei and Xu Meng, both were dumbfounded, tears of excitement streaming from the corners of their mouths.
Soon, their gaze was noticed by the mermaids. However, after the initial panic, the mermaids all began to sing in unison.
The song was soft, the melody enchanting, the lyrics entangled with deep emotions, extremely explicit. Listening to the song, Qin Chuan found Yan Fei and Xu Meng unconsciously walking toward the mermaid group. The expressions on their faces were intoxicated, clearly already hypnotized. Moreover, looking at their expressions, it seemed they were already lost in a dream of happiness. Qin Chuan shook his head, these two guys really had unstable hearts. He vaguely saw the sharp fangs in the mermaids' mouths and the cruel smiles that were unintentionally revealed. If Yan Fei and Zhu Meng went over, there would only be one result: to become food in the bellies of the mermaids. He naturally would not allow this to happen. Roar! He let out a massive tiger roar, and then golden light covered his entire body, with countless bone spikes shooting out from the golden light towards the mermaid group. The mermaid group clearly did not expect such a situation to occur. Some quick-reacting mermaids immediately jumped into the water, while more mermaids were caught off guard, hit by the bone spikes, exploding into a shower of blood. Blood splattered. In an instant, the mermaid group wailed in despair. Without the temptation of the song, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng instantly woke up. Boss! Boss! Once they reacted, the two knew they had just been tempted, and embarrassment showed on their faces. All right. Wipe your pants, and after you're done, come with me. Qin Chuan didn't waste words and immediately charged toward the mermaid group. The two looked down and instantly felt a bit embarrassed. The illusion created by the song had actually caused them to wet their pants. After wiping their pants, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng both rushed toward the mermaids. At this moment, most of the mermaids had been killed by Qin Chuan, a few others escaped back into the water, and some mermaids remained alive. Blood filled the ground. Boss, leave these few to me and Zhu Meng. Yan Fei charged ahead, ready to attack, but was stopped by Qin Chuan. Wait! Qin Chuan's face was stern as he looked at the few mermaids cowering together in extreme fear, his eyes flashing with red light. What's the boss doing? Yan Fei was about to speak when Zhu Meng stopped him. Don't disturb the boss, he has his reasons for doing this. Amidst the flickering red light, Qin Chuan's neural spores entered the minds of the mermaids, starting to search for memories. The reason he spared these few and did not kill them was that he wanted to gain information about this secret realm from the mermaids' minds. After all, as the natives here, the mermaids should know something about this secret realm. After a moment, Qin Chuan withdrew the neural spores, and his mind added a memory. This was a plane called the Flower Language Plane, and the lake was named Stardust Lake. Many different creatures lived in the lake, but among them, the mermaid tribe was supreme. The lives of the mermaids were simple. Every day they played in the water, and when they got tired, they sang by the lake to attract passing creatures and then ate them. This was almost an instinct. However, from their memories, Qin Chuan also learned a shocking piece of news. The Mermaid Queen. Right below Stardust Lake. The Mermaid Queen? This is interesting, let me meet her. Qin Chuan smiled. Having traveled for so long to encounter a creature, he felt somewhat reluctant to leave, and since it was a queen, treasures were certainly not scarce. The mermaids that had just escaped must have gone to find the Mermaid Queen. Sure enough, it wasn't long before waves stirred in the lake. Who dares to kill my people? Although it was a woman's voice, it was filled with authority. Hearing the voice, Qin Chuan smiled instead of being startled. He had been waiting for this moment. Under the gaze of a few people, a mermaid slowly emerged from the lake. Unlike other mermaids, she had a distinct presence. This mermaid stood nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a silver dress, with a golden crown on her head, holding a sky blue staff in her hand. Her skin was like snow, her figure was stunning, and her expression was extraordinarily cold, completely embodying an elegant queen style. The chest design was open, creating deep valleys that made several people almost unable to look away. Who are you? Qin Chuan asked knowingly. I am the queen of the merfolk of Starlight Lake. The queen's beautiful voice echoed in the ears of the people. Why did you slaughter my people? Do you seek death? The mermaid queen's voice was laced with barely concealed anger. She was indeed very angry. The merfolk of Starlight Lake were already few in number, and today they had lost some, making them even scarcer. Let me explain, it was the mermaids who sang here to entice us, wanting to harm us. Yan Fei said. The mermaid queen snorted coldly. Entice? Harm? If you despicable and shameless humans could hold on to your true hearts, would you ever be tempted? Hearing this, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng were momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. They were indeed tempted. At this moment, Qin Chuan sneered. Hold on to your true heart? May I ask, how many people in this world truly hold on to their true hearts? Also, you use such despicable means to entice people, yet ask them to hold on to their true hearts. Isn't that fishing law enforcement? Your Majesty, is the mermaid's true intention to tempt men? Qin Chuan's every word was a mockery that sent the mermaid queen into a fit of rage. You feel the ocean's wrath. The mermaid queen's voice was icy, her expression as if covered in wind and snow. She waved the blue staff in her hand, and then the sea behind her surged up, instantly transforming into mermaids that rushed toward the group. The overwhelming wave of water-shaped mermaids seemed to come alive, fiercely pouncing toward Qin Chuan and the others. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan snorted coldly and paid no mind. He immediately activated the golden yellow shield and protected Yan Fei and Zhu Meng behind him. Bang! 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 As the water-shaped mermaids crashed into Qin Chuan, they were instantly rebuffed by a powerful force, disintegrating into splashes of water in midair.
Qin Chuan single-handedly blocked the Mermaid Queen's attack.
Seeing this scene, the Mermaid Queen snorted.
"I didn't expect you to have some skill."
After speaking, the Mermaid Queen suddenly swung her staff, and a massive wave came crashing toward the three. Upon seeing this, Zhu Meng and Yan Fei suddenly turned pale.
They couldn't swim at all.
In their helpless state, it was Qin Chuan again. He reacted swiftly, grabbed the two, and shot straight up to avoid the waves. Seeing this scene, the Mermaid Queen was not surprised. She could tell that Qin Chuan was no ordinary person. Then, the Mermaid Queen waved her staff again, and countless ice spikes flew toward Qin Chuan and the others. Watching the endless techniques from the opponent, Qin Chuan also became truly furious. He let out a light shout, and countless bone spikes flew out from the shield towards the Mermaid Queen.
"Ha!"
The Mermaid Queen exclaimed in surprise. However, with a wave of her staff, another wave of water surged up, forming a thick frost shield in front of her, blocking all the bone spikes. Before the Mermaid Queen could make her next move, Qin Chuan had already activated the spiritual control skill he obtained from the devouring sea worm.
"Ah!"
The Mermaid Queen clasped her head and let out a wail. She felt as if countless needles were stabbing inside her head. At the same time, a series of voices echoed in her mind.
"Submit! Submit!"
The Mermaid Queen clutched her head, her expression filled with extreme pain. "Oh, spirits of water, please cleanse everything." She waved her staff quickly and quickly chanted a spell. Sure enough, as the spell was recited, her mind became much clearer.
"Is it indeed ineffective?"
Qin Chuan looked at the Mermaid Queen's state.
He became even more convinced of his judgment.
Earlier, he had thought that the skill of mental control only worked against enemies much lower than his level. From the current result, it seemed that the Mermaid Queen was about the same level as him, so she also had means to restrain mental control skills. Thinking of this, he moved quickly and disappeared from his spot.
Boom!
He flashed to the vicinity of the Queen and then delivered a heavy punch.
The Queen reacted quickly. A bubble immediately covered her body. Bang!
The bubble burst, and the Mermaid Queen was sent flying out, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
So strong.
The Mermaid Queen was horrified. She never expected the opponent to be this powerful. Realizing this, she immediately hesitated no longer and dove into the lake.
"Where do you think you're going?" Yan Fei and Zhu Meng instantly flashed forward, ready to block the Mermaid Queen's escape route. However, the Mermaid Queen waved her staff, and two huge ice pillars shot towards Yan Fei and Zhu Meng.
As the two dodged, the Mermaid Queen had already disappeared into the water.
So frustrating.
Let this guy escape. It's all our fault for slowing us down. The two were filled with regret. Qin Chuan didn't mind. He laughed and waved his hand. It's fine, if she runs away, so be it.
Yan Fei's eyes lit up. "Boss, do you have a plan?" "I knew it."
Qin Chuan shook his head.
"What plan do I have?"
"You think too highly of me." Qin Chuan himself was well aware that he truly had no plan. Up to now, he hadn't devoured a single oceanic divine beast, so he couldn't exert his strength underwater. Although he was invincible on land and in the air, he truly had no way in underwater combat.
Then what should we do?
"Boss, are we really just going to let this guy escape?" Listening to Zhu Meng, Qin Chuan shook his head. "Of course not, the secret realm is vast. Let's first explore other areas, then we can come back to deal with this guy. Besides, the secret realm won't disappear, there will be plenty of ways to deal with her later." He had already planned in his heart to devour oceanic creatures later to deal with the Mermaid Queen. Just as the group was about to leave, a voice came from behind them.
"Wait."
It was none other than the Mermaid Queen.
"Are you dissatisfied?"
Qin Chuan glanced sideways at her. The Mermaid Queen shook her head vigorously.
"Of course not, I have a deal I'd like to make with you. I don't know if you're interested?"
Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Chuan.
"Make a deal with me? Are you kidding?"
Qin Chuan was a bit confused about the Mermaid Queen's meaning. The Mermaid Queen nodded seriously.
"No mistake, I really want to make a deal with you."
"Oh?
Tell me about it?"
Qin Chuan suddenly became interested. After all, although the Mermaid Queen was a creature of the secret realm, she had awareness and, in terms of strength and wisdom, was better than many in the human world. "So, I have an enemy here, and I want you to help me kill it."
The Mermaid Queen's blue eyes sparkled. "You want me to kill it?"
Qin Chuan found it hard to believe. Do monsters have such cunning schemes too?
"Yes, don't worry. I will give you satisfactory rewards. You are very strong."
Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's eyes brightened.
As long as the reward was enough, everything else was negotiable. "All right, tell me about it."
The Mermaid Queen nodded, her eyes igniting with light. This plane is called the Flower Language Plane, and our lake is called Stardust Lake.
In Stardust Lake, the mermaid is revered.
While on the Flower Language Plane, the eight-legged Pegasus is revered.
I hope you will help me kill it.
Hearing this, Qin Chuan was somewhat confused.
Now tell me, how did the eight-legged Pegasus offend you?
The Mermaid Queen nodded.
Actually, we used to keep our distance, two races living peacefully. However, I don't know when it started, the eight-legged Pegasus liked to bring its group here to drink water. Those horses are unhygienic, every time they make the lakeside a mess, and they like to kidnap our people, making it so our people don't dare to appear by the shore. Qin Chuan sharply caught a piece of information. Stop, stop, stop. Is the reason you don't act because you can't defeat that Pegasus?
In his eyes, the Mermaid Queen had considerable strength, so if she couldn't defeat the monster, Qin Chuan had to think carefully.
That's not it.
The Mermaid Queen placed her hands on her hips, clearly a bit angry. It's just that the Pegasus runs too fast, as soon as there is a stir, it takes off, and I can't catch it. Looking at the angry face of the Mermaid Queen, Qin Chuan secretly found it a bit amusing.
Alright, I'll help you deal with this Pegasus, what will you give me as a reward?
The Mermaid Queen tilted her head in thought for a while.
I will give you a satisfactory reward. How about this, I'll give you a fruit that can enhance your strength, I can't even bear to eat it myself.
When Qin Chuan heard the Mermaid Queen's words, he became instantly excited.
What kind of fruit? Look. It's this one.
The Mermaid Queen took out a fruit from her bosom. It was a white fruit, about the size of an ordinary plum, shimmering with a white light, incredibly dazzling. Seeing this fruit, Qin Chuan was greatly shocked. It was actually the divine snow fruit. In his previous life, he had seen this fruit, but only once. It was at an auction, where it was the grand finale treasure, eventually selling for a sky-high price of 1 billion original stones. The Mermaid Queen was not lying, this fruit could indeed directly enhance strength, and the boost was no small matter. In his previous life, a king of a safe zone simply ate this divine snow fruit and instantly became the ruler of that safe zone. The problem was, the monster he had previously devoured was merely a superb product. Now that was terrifying, above superb products, there were sacred, immortal, and divine products. In the later generations, when kings of safe zones were typically immortal and divine, the one who ate the divine snow fruit could become a king with just a superb product status, demonstrating the incredible boost this fruit provided. This fruit looks pretty good, but one fruit isn't enough. Besides, I also don't know if what you said is true.
Qin Chuan said.
It's true, this fruit can definitely enhance strength, and it can enhance it significantly.
I would never lie.
The Mermaid Queen became anxious. Qin Chuan stroked his chin. How about this, this thing isn't quite enough, we only just had a fight, I don't really trust you, give me something else.
Humph.
The Mermaid Queen put her hands on her hips, clearly very angry. However, thinking of that detestable eight-legged Pegasus, she still compromised. From the battle just now, she had noticed that this human man definitely had the strength to kill that eight-legged Pegasus.
Then, she thought for a moment and took out a conch.
This conch is a treasure of the Sea Clan, as long as it is blown at the seaside, it can summon responses from sea creatures. Upon hearing the conch's effect, Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched. It truly was a treasure. He had not yet devoured any sea creatures, and finding them in the vast ocean would be very difficult. If he had this conch, it would speed up his quest to search for sea monsters. This conch is good, but... Qin Chuan hesitated, wanting to see if he could negotiate for something more.
Human, there are no buts.
2 treasures are my greatest sincerity. The Mermaid Queen's face turned cold, and she immediately wanted to put away these 2 treasures. Seeing this, Qin Chuan quickly smiled and waved his hand.
Don't.
Just consider it for the friendship between humans and the Sea Clan, I will reluctantly accept this condition. Now tell me the location of that eight-legged Pegasus. The Mermaid Queen huffed. I don't know exactly where the eight-legged Pegasus is.
Ha!
Although I don't know where it is. But I know its activity range. It usually roams in the grassland ahead, there are many animals there, and you will see them if you go forward. In the past, it used to come here every day to drink water and cause trouble, but lately, its schedule has been irregular. I can't provide you with too much information, you'll have to look for it yourself. The Mermaid Queen shrugged, clearly feeling helpless.
Alright, I will go find it. Hearing there were many animals ahead, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up.
It's true that thinking of something makes it happen, he was worried about not finding animals for the first guild to devour. After bidding farewell to the Mermaid Queen, Qin Chuan continued forward with Yan Fei and Zhu Meng.
Boss, do you think the Mermaid Queen is lying to us? Zhu Meng asked.
Yan Fei shook his head. I don't think so, she seems quite sincere. Qin Chuan smirked, thinking that good looks can sometimes deceive one's judgment.
You think she's sincere just because she's pretty?
However, she likely isn't lying to us. Lying wouldn't benefit her at all, and she even presented such precious treasures, which proves her sincerity. It seems that this 8-legged stallion has indeed impacted the mermaid race's life, which is why she wants to eliminate it at all costs. As they spoke, the group continued flying forward. After flying at full speed for about half an hour, they suddenly entered a vast expanse.
In the once fragrant meadow, many animals appeared now. Chapter 88, Battle with the 8-legged Stallion.
What are these beasts? Looking at the beasts before them, not just Yanfei and Zhu Meng, but even Qin Chuan was surprised. These beasts were completely different from those outside, they were pure white, all being species not found outside. Upon closer inspection, there were griffins, white stallions, white wolves, white owls, white deer, white bears. Looking carefully, there was even a centaur. All the beasts were living on the grassland. No wonder this is a secret realm, these creatures are truly bizarre.
Qin Chuan sighed. Boss, what do we do now? Zhu Meng looked a bit dumbfounded.
What else can we do?
We go down to find that 8-legged stallion. Qin Chuan immediately took the two down.
At the same time, the beasts on the grassland noticed the sound of the three people. Seeing the three, the beasts all showed extremely angry expressions and charged towards them.
Ha! Hostility?
Qin Chuan quickly sensed the emotions of these beasts. However, he didn't hesitate for a second and shouted loudly.
Everyone hide behind me.
Although Yanfei and Zhu Meng were strong, Qin Chuan was unsure of the strength of the beasts in front of him, so he didn't want them to take risks. Once the two were behind him, Qin Chuan concentrated, and suddenly, golden light flashed from his body. At the same time, countless bone spikes shot towards the beast herd.
Puff! Puff!
As the bone spikes pierced their bodies, countless beasts fell to the ground. However, the beasts also unleashed numerous skills towards Qin Chuan. The skills hit the barrier and were all blocked. From the fluctuation of their skills, Qin Chuan immediately understood the strength of this group of beasts.
The highest was saint level, and the lowest was absolute level. Ha! What a great place! Qin Chuan laughed heartily. In the outside world, saint-level monsters are already quite rare, and divine-level creatures are almost mythical.
But in this secret realm, there were plenty of saint-level beings. These saint-level beasts, if all devoured by the first guild's members, would mean that while their numbers might be small, all of them would be above saint level, drastically enhancing the first guild's strength. Moreover, there were plenty of beasts on the grassland, saint-level monsters were in abundance. Qin Chuan decided that once they got out, he would take some saint-level beasts to let the first guild members devour. On the grassland, as Qin Chuan unleashed his skills, countless beasts collapsed, not a single one could approach him within 10 meters.
The boss is really strong,
Zhu Meng said, and Yanfei nodded naturally. Now, they no longer felt surprised by Qin Chuan's strength. Since they met Qin Chuan, it seemed that nothing had ever troubled him. Soon, a layer of beast corpses lay on the grassland. Qin Chuan felt heartache while killing. If these sacred-grade beasts were taken outside, how many people could improve their strength? But now he had no choice but to kill. After dozens of corpses fell, the beast horde rarely stopped their charge. In their eyes, fear was evident. Qin Chuan could sense that among the beast's emotions, there was a mix of disgust and fear. Just when he planned to strike again, a piercing scream came from afar. Upon hearing this scream, the beasts immediately scattered.
What is that?
Qin Chuan furrowed his brows and looked into the distance, already guessing partly in his heart.
The overlord of the grassland. The 8-legged Pegasus. Sure enough, moments later, a pure white steed dashed over like a shooting star from afar.
Its speed was so fast that an ordinary person couldn't see it clearly, and even with Qin Chuan's eyesight, he could barely see it.
Be careful!
Qin Chuan shouted loudly, ready for battle, sending countless bone spikes flying towards the Pegasus.
Not only that, he activated his mental control.
Although he knew it might not work, it was good to slow down the Pegasus's speed. Indeed, after Qin Chuan used mental control, the Pegasus's speed temporarily slowed. Taking advantage of this moment, Yanfei and Zhu Meng quickly flew into the sky. What incredible speed! Qin Chuan was secretly astonished. Just when it paused slightly, the Pegasus charged towards Qin Chuan at extreme speed again. At that moment, Qin Chuan finally saw the Pegasus's appearance. The Pegasus was entirely pure white, without a hint of mixed color. It had 8 legs, yet it did not seem deformed, but instead gave off an incredibly harmonious beauty. As it maneuvered left and right, it avoided all of Qin Chuan's bone spikes. No wonder it's the 8-legged Pegasus, this speed is truly impressive.
Qin Chuan admired it.
Although the Pegasus avoided all his attacks, Qin Chuan's fondness for the 8-legged Pegasus only grew. Such power truly deserved to be called the 8-legged Pegasus. While thoughts raced through Qin Chuan's mind, the 8-legged Pegasus already charged in front of him, raising its front hooves and fiercely stomping down towards Qin Chuan.
Beast! Do you dare?
Qin Chuan was furious, instantly manifesting tiger claws in his hands, striking down hard at the Pegasus's hooves. Seeing this scene, a glint of surprise appeared in the Pegasus's eyes. The hooves and claw clashed fiercely, sending the Pegasus flying. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan stood still, calmly brushing off the dust from his hands.
Competing with me in strength? What a joke!
Qin Chuan had devoured so many divine-grade beasts, with strength being the most common type, he wasn't afraid of a clash of power at all. In fact, it could be said that in terms of strength, no one and no beast could match him. The eight-legged Pegasus stumbled but managed to steady itself, avoiding falling. It breathed rapidly, white mist pouring out from its nostrils, while its hooves scratched the ground.
Clearly, it was very unwilling. Come here.
Qin Chuan extended a hand, beckoning the Pegasus with a finger. Today, he intended to subdue it. The Pegasus let out a loud whinny, shaking the surroundings, and then charged towards Qin Chuan with even greater speed. This time its speed reached its peak, Qin Chuan could only barely see a white shadow.
Eagle eye.
With a thought, Qin Chuan's eyes transformed into eagle eyes. He had previously devoured the golden-winged roc, so he could transform into eagle eyes. Under the eagle eyes, the speed of the eight-legged Pegasus seemed laughable. In Qin Chuan's eyes, the eight-legged Pegasus seemed to be in slow motion, frame by frame running towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan let out a cold snort and quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the impact of the eight-legged Pegasus. After missing the hit, the eight-legged Pegasus showed a look of surprise in its eyes. Clearly, it did not expect that the human in front of it could effortlessly evade its charge. It was obviously not willing to give up and turn to charge at Qin Chuan again. This time, it was even faster. However, after repeating this 3 times, the eight-legged Pegasus's charges all missed. Qin Chuan, no longer in the mood to play with it, summoned tiger claws during the last charge and struck fiercely at the eight-legged Pegasus.
Chapter 89, All Sides Rush In.
Qin Chuan used all his strength for this hit, and his speed was incredibly fast.
Faced with this attack, the eight-legged Pegasus showed intense fear.
It wanted to dodge, but its strength was already spent, and it could not turn, it could only endure Qin Chuan's heavy blow.
Bang!
With this strike, the eight-legged Pegasus was once again sent flying. In the air, the eight-legged Pegasus let out a painful neigh, and a large amount of blood seeped from its mouth. Clearly, this hit had injured it severely. After landing, its body skidded on the ground, leaving a long, deep trench.
Qin Chuan's attack was terrifyingly powerful.
The eight-legged Pegasus struggled to stand up, no longer resembling its former agile self. Its body was covered in mud, completely dirty. Worse still, it had patches of blood all over it. Apart from the blood at the corner of its mouth, the places where Qin Chuan had struck were already a shade of red. It rose to its feet, threw its head back to neigh, and its 8 legs rubbed against the ground as it charged toward Qin Chuan.
Coming again?
Qin Chuan was surprised. The fighting spirit of this 8-legged Pegasus was surprisingly strong. Just as Qin Chuan was preparing to take a stance and deal a fatal blow to the 8-legged Pegasus, it suddenly turned and accelerated away from the area.
Damn! This horse is really crafty.
Watching the white spot about to disappear from his sight, Qin Chuan cursed. No wonder this 8-legged Pegasus could escape repeatedly from the Mermaid Queen, it turned out to be so cunning. Let's chase! Qin Chuan immediately soared into the air, spreading his wings and quickly pursuing the 8-legged Pegasus.
Keep up, keep up!
Seeing this, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng cursed the 8-legged Pegasus for its lack of martial ethics, then hurried after Qin Chuan towards where the Pegasus had run.
Su Hai City.
Looking at the crimson light beam about to vanish on the horizon, many people could no longer sit still.
Something unusual has appeared outside the city. It might be a great opportunity, we need to go take a look. Let's go, let's go. It must be treasure. Such a commotion must be due to a remarkable beast coming into being. If we could devour it, hee hee hee.
We have already formed more than a dozen teams for exploration outside the city.
Come, devourers. Is there a team that isn't for the devourers? Form me one.
On a street in the guild, many people could no longer sit still and began to form teams to head to the secret realm. Looking at the chaotic scene, the members of the first guild showed no reactions. When Qin Chuan left, he had already told them not to act rashly and to wait for him and the others to return.
These people are really asking for trouble. Where the boss goes, can it be a safe place?
A freckled girl complained as she cracked sunflower seeds.
Bai Ying, don't say that. Understand, not everyone is the boss.
A man beside her replied.
Fancy, you are right, but I wonder how the boss and the others are doing. A hint of concern appeared on Bai Ying's face.
Don't worry, you know the boss's strength, and Xu Meng and Deputy Guild Leader Yan's strength is also good.
They will definitely be fine in the secret realm.
Uncle Qin said, let's wait here for him, no need to worry.
Little Fatty said. We will wait here for the big guy's good news.
However, even knowing the danger, countless people still rushed towards the secret realm. After the battle at the Purple Gold Building, there were very few powerful devourers left in Suhai City, but it still couldn't stop people's enthusiasm.
After all, everyone has a heart that wants to grow stronger. Jingu City. Are you ready? We are about to set off. Wang Wu, dressed in battle armor, frowned and looked at his secretary in professional attire beside him. President Wang, I have already informed everyone, we can set off in the afternoon.
The beautiful secretary in her formal attire, looking pitiful, said.
Aha, that's good. We can.
Wang Wu pulled the beautiful secretary into his arms and mischievously started to explore her. At the beginning of the apocalypse, by a twist of fate, Wang Wu became strong after devouring a shadow leopard. After the apocalypse descended, he became the city lord, though he was later overthrown. However, relying on his own strength, he established his own power in Jingu City, becoming a strong figure there. Despite the emergence of various powerful figures later on, as an old strongman, he still hadn't been eliminated.
During this time, the abnormality in Suhai City also reached Jingu City. That rising pillar of blood was immediately noticed by Jingu City, which was closest to Suhai City.
For this, every strong person in Jingu City was eager to act.
After all, who doesn't want to become stronger in the apocalypse?
Becoming stronger means being able to do whatever one wants, countless resources and beauties can be taken. Especially for someone lecherous like Wang Wu, he couldn't wait to become stronger and gather all the beauties in the world. Of course, it wasn't just Wang Wu's guild preparing to go to the secret realm. The abnormalities in Suhai City attracted all the strong figures from Jingu City.
Elder Fu, what is this blood-colored light column? Have you researched it?
In a quiet room, Nieshi, looking calm, asked.
It was indeed Nieshi and Elder Fu sent by the Empire of Great Xia.
After the apocalypse, the two became devourers and settled in Jingu City, forming their own guild. In front of Elder Fu was a precise machine, and he was calculating data on it. Don't rush, it's so far away, the samples we've collected are still being analyzed, but it won't take long. Elder Fu quickly calculated and then exclaimed.
What happened? Elder Fu?
Nieshi inquired curiously.
This is spatial curvature, spatial fluctuations. Elder Fu exclaimed in surprise.
According to the sample data, I have calculated that beneath that blood-colored light column, strong spatial fluctuations have appeared.
Hearing this, Nieshi was also visibly surprised. Elder Fu? Impossible, how can there be spatial fluctuations?
Elder Fu shook his head. As for why it appeared, I don't know, I calculated it based on the sample data. You can completely trust my judgment if the sample data is correct. I speculate that under the blood-colored light column, there is an alternate space. These words left Nieshi stunned. If it were his old self, he would think it was nonsense. After merging into this post-apocalyptic world, he had already accepted many unbelievable things.
Moreover, Elder Fu was originally a scientific elder from the former Secret Investigation Bureau, and his calculations were definitely accurate.
So, an alternate space has appeared, we should go take a look. Nieshi said decisively.
Elder Fu nodded.
We should go take a look. This alternate space may hide many mysterious things, and perhaps it can help you enhance your strength.
Chapter 90, Devour. Eight-legged Pegasus.
For a moment, the appearance of the secret realm caused various forces to rush towards it like wolves scenting blood. However, in the secret realm, Qin Chuan had no idea about any of this, even if he did, he wouldn't care. All his attention was completely on the eight-legged Pegasus.
Boss, this eight-legged Pegasus is running so fast. Yan Fei gasped for breath.
They had been flying over the grassland for more than 2 hours continuously. Qin Chuan was fine, but Yan Fei and Zhu Meng were both exhausted.
Keep up, hurry.
It can't run for much longer.
Qin Chuan shouted.
He had to admit that the eight-legged Pegasus was indeed incredibly fast, able to run like this even after being severely injured. But he could also see that the eight-legged Pegasus was already at the end of its strength. If they continued the chase, the eight-legged Pegasus would eventually collapse.
Sure enough, after about 10 minutes, the speed of the eight-legged Pegasus slowed down.
Seeing this, Qin Chuan was overjoyed.
It can't run anymore.
Compared to the exhausted eight-legged Pegasus, Qin Chuan showed no sign of fatigue. The golden-winged Dapeng he had devoured was a true ruler of the sky, not lacking in speed compared to the eight-legged Pegasus. He saw the eight-legged Pegasus start to limp as its speed decreased. At the sight of this, Qin Chuan also began to slow down. He had already made up his mind to devour this eight-legged Pegasus. The eight-legged Pegasus turned and entered a patch of forest, and Qin Chuan lowered his altitude, ready to strike at any moment. He saw the eight-legged Pegasus reach a small tree, bite down on a fruit, and once again sprint away at lightning speed.
What is this?
Qin Chuan was very surprised.
He secretly glanced at that small tree and concluded that it was no ordinary thing.
He noted down the location of that small tree in his mind and suddenly quickened his pace to keep up with the eight-legged Pegasus. He had to say that the fruit truly made the eight-legged Pegasus look as if it had received an adrenaline boost, running wildly for about half an hour. However, the eight-legged Pegasus was seriously injured, and its speed quickly decreased. Beast! Where do you think you're going? Qin Chuan guessed that the eight-legged Pegasus had run out of strength and immediately shouted, transforming his hand into a giant claw, fiercely reaching for the eight-legged Pegasus. The eight-legged Pegasus was already at the end of its strength. Seeing the claw coming toward it, it was terrified and dodged instinctively. But while running, it couldn't dodge in time and was struck by Qin Chuan's claw, tearing away a chunk of flesh. In sharp pain, the eight-legged Pegasus let out a cry, full of suffering, and heavily fell to the ground, completely out of strength to resist. Still trying to escape? Qin Chuan folded his wings and landed on the ground. Human, why do you pursue me to the death? At this moment, a strong mental wave appeared in Qin Chuan's mind. It can transmit thoughts through its brain? This horse is indeed not weak. Pursue to the death? Qin Chuan snorted. Considering the other party was also a wise creature, Qin Chuan decided to let the eight-legged Pegasus understand before it died. First, tell me who is pursuing to the death. When we just arrived on the grassland, countless beasts attacked us. These beasts are under your command, right? To be precise, it was you who attacked first. Qin Chuan said. Hearing this, the eight-legged Pegasus showed an expression of hatred. Humans deserve to die. It was extremely emotional. Oh? Qin Chuan chuckled coldly. Then, under the terrified emotion of the eight-legged Pegasus, Qin Chuan's mouth transformed into a giant maw full of fangs, fiercely swallowing the eight-legged Pegasus. As soon as he swallowed it, illusions appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes. A magnificent horse ran towards him, rearing its hooves and crashing down toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan scoffed. He wasn't afraid of this heavenly horse in reality. Would he really be scared in an illusion? He stood tall and threw a powerful punch forward. The punch was devastating. At that moment, the eight-legged heavenly horse in the illusion was torn into pieces, transforming into dots of white light, and thus vanished without a trace. Thus, the eight-legged heavenly horse completely lost its consciousness and was devoured by Qin Chuan. Just as the eight-legged heavenly horse was engulfed, a burst of white light flashed around Qin Chuan. At that moment, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng hurriedly arrived, just in time to witness the scene. This is devouring. Zhu Meng's eyes were filled with surprise, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. His mind had crashed. Logically speaking, with such powerful strength, hadn't the boss devoured anything before? How could this be possible? But he was currently in the act of devouring. As a devourer, Zhu Meng was obviously very familiar with the white light around Qin Chuan. That was the glow that flashed after devouring. Yan Fei merely glanced at Qin Chuan but did not say anything. Zhu Meng, remember one thing, today's events must never be spoken of. Yan Fei's tone was serious, and there was a faint killing intent in his words. If Zhu Meng hesitated even a little, Yan Fei would not hesitate to kill him on the spot. To him, Qin Chuan was not only a childhood friend, a benefactor, but also the boss now. He didn't care how Qin Chuan devoured. In his mind, Qin Chuan becoming stronger was a good thing. You can rest assured, I absolutely won't let this out. Zhu Meng hurriedly assured. Although he also found the matter very strange, he had already decided to keep it buried deep inside. This was a secret. Qin Chuan did not notice the changes outside. He was quietly feeling the beastly power of the eight-legged heavenly horse slowly merging into his blood. A divine-grade beast, its bloodline is still very pure. After Qin Chuan had devoured all the beastly power of the eight-legged heavenly horse, a voice rang in his ear. Ding! Host has devoured the creature, eight-legged heavenly horse. Congratulations, host has obtained the genetic trait, 8 steps chasing toad. Genetic trait 8 steps chasing toad has been activated. Host, Qin Chuan. Genetic trait, 8 steps chasing toad, after activating the skill, greatly enhances one's speed for a period, with the enhanced speed being 10 times the original speed. Note, this skill is a speed-type skill, and it is recommended that the host do not merge it with existing skills. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile appeared on Qin Chuan's lips. Devouring complete. He had gained another skill. Not only that, after devouring the eight-legged heavenly horse, the system notified him that all his attributes had increased by 100 points. Feeling the powerful strength and speed within him, Qin Chuan was extremely satisfied. His strength had once again risen to a higher level. Now, in terms of speed, he was enough to be the number one in the world. It lives up to its status as a divine-grade beast, it's just strong. Qin Chuan thought to himself. Chapter 91, Taiji Diagram. You all have arrived? Qin Chuan turned around and saw Yan Fei and Zhu Meng. Boss, we just got here. Yan Fei chuckled and stepped forward. After chatting for a while, the three of them, in perfect harmony, turned around and walked back. The three showed great harmony by not mentioning the eight-legged heavenly horse, as if the earlier chase had been just an illusion. For Qin Chuan, he trusted both of them, but didn't know how to express it. After all, matters concerning the system, he preferred to keep to himself. As for Yan Fei and Xu Meng, they were not concerned about where the eight-legged heavenly horse had gone. As long as the boss grew stronger, it was a good thing. After a long journey, all three of them were moving rather slowly.
Yan Fei, Xu Meng, do you remember that little tree in the forest just now? Qin Chuan asked.
Boss, I remember. That heavenly horse ate the fruit from that tree, just like it had taken a blue pill. It was incredibly fast.
Yan Fei said.
This.
Xu Meng was somewhat speechless. Wasn't taking a blue pill supposed to mean lasting longer? How could it be related to speed? I think that tree is very magical. Let's go take a look.
Qin Chuan called out, and immediately flew forward. When chasing the Pegasus earlier, he had already marked the spot near that small tree, so it didn't take much effort to quickly find it.
This seems like just an ordinary tree. Yan Fei circled the small tree, ultimately confirming his judgment. No, it's not right. Since the eight-legged Pegasus had an effect from eating its fruit, then this tree is definitely not ordinary. Qin Chuan took a glance. The tree was entirely snow-white, even the leaves were white, but on its surface, there was a faint energy fluctuation. After a moment, Qin Chuan took out an ancient mirror from his backpack and shone it towards the snow-white tree. Moments later, the information about the tree appeared in the True Vision mirror. Snow-white tree generally grows at the top of snow-covered mountains, extremely rare. The fruit has the effect of enhancing potential. Seeing the information about the small tree, Qin Chuan's eyes widened suddenly. A treasure. An absolute treasure.
There have been many treasures appearing since the apocalypse, but items that can enhance a person's potential are still extremely rare. Even in his previous life, such a tree had never appeared. Just one fruit that could enhance potential had caused major factions to fight to the death, turning rivers red with blood. If this tree were taken out, it would definitely drive the entire world insane.
Boss, what is this?
Yan Fei looked at Qin Chuan putting the mirror away, asking with some confusion. A treasure.
Qin Chuan said lightly, making Yan Fei and Xu Meng completely crazy.
To be called a treasure by the boss, it goes without saying that it is definitely a peerless gem.
Boss, why don't we dig up this tree and take it back? Yan Fei immediately suggested.
This.
Qin Chuan hesitated a bit. He still remembered the information from the True Vision mirror.
Why would a tree that grows at the top of snow-covered mountains appear here?
If taken back, could it survive?
Wait, let's observe first. Seeing that Yan Fei and Xu Meng could no longer wait, Qin Chuan immediately stopped them. He reached out and picked the remaining fruits from the small tree. Just the right amount, 3 in total. The white fruits lay in Qin Chuan's hand, making him gulp with greed. These are fruits that can enhance potential.
Next.
He squeezed 2 fruits and threw 1 each to Yan Fei and Xu Meng.
Boss, what is this?
Boss. The two caught the fruits, feeling a bit complicated in their hearts. Even if they didn't know what these fruits were, being called treasures by Qin Chuan meant they were definitely not simple. However, Qin Chuan did not keep them all to himself. Instead, he shared 1 with each of them. In fact, if Qin Chuan had kept them all, they wouldn't have said anything.
Boss, this fruit.
Xu Meng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Chuan. Don't waste time, this fruit is a good thing, eat it now.
1 for each.
Hearing Qin Chuan say this, the two no longer said anything, feeling moved, and quickly ate the 2 fruits. As the snow-white fruit entered his body, Qin Chuan immediately felt a cool sensation spreading inside him, then began to merge into his limbs and bones. At the same time, he could feel a mysterious energy starting to take effect within him. That was the snow-white fruit enhancing his potential. Suddenly, a wave of heat rushed out from within Qin Chuan, heading towards the snow-moon fruit in the opposite direction.
What is this?
Qin Chuan was a bit surprised. However, he quickly realized it was due to the lightning wood crystal he had previously devoured. This was the effect of the lightning wood crystal. Feeling the 2 different energies, Qin Chuan didn't know what to say anymore. When he swallowed the lightning wood crystal before, it never mentioned that it would conflict with the snow-white fruit. I hope there won't be any problems. Both items are treasures. At this point, Qin Chuan could do nothing but urge his mental strength to promote the fusion of the 2 things. A surge of heat, a breath of ice, the 2 things continuously crashed violently against each other, then merged again. During this process, Qin Chuan felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt extremely comfortable.
I wonder what they will become after they merge.
Qin Chuan's heart began to fill with anticipation. While Qin Chuan's body was undergoing violent changes, Yan Fei and Xu Meng had completely absorbed the snow fruit.
Vice President Yan, this thing.
Xu Meng felt the changes inside him, his eyes filled with surprise. After eating this fruit, I don't know why, but I feel stronger than ever.
Yan Fei's eyes were also filled with astonishment. Boss?
Xu Meng pointed at Qin Chuan, who was still meditating with his eyes closed. Yan Fei was a bit confused. Logically, since they had both absorbed it, Qin Chuan should have finished earlier than they did. The boss is stronger than us, his absorption might be slower. You go over there and keep watch, don't let anything come near.
Kill anything that dares to approach.
After Xu Meng left, Yan Fei cautiously stood by Qin Chuan's side, protecting him.
At this moment, the fusion of the two auras inside Qin Chuan had reached a turbulent level. Originally, Qin Chuan's aura was already strong, but after the fusion, the aura became even more powerful. If his original aura was like a stream, then the current aura was like a flood.
The two auras continuously merged and then spread throughout Qin Chuan's limbs and bones. At the dantian within Qin Chuan, the two fused auras simultaneously impacted the dantian, ultimately forming a pool of water there. Then, the two fused auras operated here, continuously flowing into his limbs and bones.
What is this?
Even Qin Chuan was stunned by this scene. The two already fused auras spread out at his dantian, slowly forming a constantly rotating Tai Chi diagram.
This amazing sight left Qin Chuan utterly surprised.
The fusion of these two things was definitely not a bad thing. Moreover, ultimately merging into the shape of the Tai Chi diagram was the highest state of fusion.
Yin generates yang, yang generates yin, and life goes on endlessly.
Within a few breaths, Qin Chuan had already completed the fusion of the two. He opened his eyes, and a pair of Tai Chi diagrams suddenly appeared in his vision, gradually fading away after a few breaths. A mysterious aura began to emanate from him. Unlike the previous overpowering Beast Clan power, this aura had a feeling of returning to simplicity and being perfectly natural. Seeing Qin Chuan open his eyes, Yan Fei quickly bent down.
Boss, are you okay?
Qin Chuan slowly shook his head, looked at Yan Fei, and smiled. It seems that the effect of this fruit is pretty good, your aura is much stronger than before.
Yan Fei laughed heartily. Isn't it thanks to the boss's blessing? Suddenly, he couldn't laugh anymore in the middle of his laughter. After eating the fruit, if he had become so strong, then what about the boss? Indeed, no matter how he compared, he could never catch up.
Boss, your aura.
Yan Fei said hesitantly. What's wrong?
Qin Chuan was curious. Your aura has a hint of mysterious flavor now, making it hard for others to gauge your true power. Hearing this, Qin Chuan chuckled.
It's better to be low-key in life.
Yan Fei forced a smile.
Low-key? Ever since the apocalypse began, when has the boss ever done anything low-key? Wasn't it all about subduing monsters and slaughtering hundreds of people? Could that be called low-key? As Yan Fei silently grumbled, Xu Meng returned. Boss, you've gotten stronger?
Xu Meng said with a smile. As fellow devourers, he could sense the powerful aura emanating from Qin Chuan.
Unlike the previous violent aura, now. In the current atmosphere, there is a faint hint of mystery. It's normal to get stronger, haven't you also become stronger?
Yan Fei said with a smile.
So, boss, are we leaving now?
Qin Chuan shook his head. No, this tree is strange, we should take a look first. Qin Chuan gazed at the white tree in front of him, pondering. The fruit on this tree is so powerful, if we can bring this tree back, it would greatly enhance the first guild.
I'll pull it up. Yan Fei said as he was about to take action. Wait.
Qin Chuan reached out to stop Yan Fei and began to circle the tree in thought. Moving it back right now definitely won't work. This tree grows on the peak of a snow mountain, but why is it here?
Ha!
Suddenly, a strong wave appeared in Qin Chuan's mind.
The Lingxi treasure vein.
The skill that hadn't reacted in a long time suddenly started to show signs of activity.
Qin Chuan felt overjoyed. A treasure recognized by the Lingxi treasure vein is definitely not an ordinary treasure. He looked down at the soil, activating the Lingxi treasure vein skill, and faintly saw a light white mark deep in the soil. That was the location of the treasure. Seeing this, Qin Chuan figured out that the reason the Shuasu tree could grow across environments was surely because something underground allowed it to do so. Boss.
Seeing Qin Chuan's expression, Xu Meng cautiously spoke. There is treasure underground, dig. Qin Chuan commanded without hesitation. Upon hearing there was treasure, Yan Fei and Xu Meng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with delight.
Another treasure. It's good to follow the boss, there's treasure everywhere.
Yan Fei sighed, beckoning Xu Meng to join in and help. Both of them were devourers and, having just eaten the Shuasu fruit, their powers had significantly increased. Soon, a large pit appeared on the ground.
Boss, there really is something here. Yan Fei exclaimed excitedly as he dug. Hearing Yan Fei's shout, Qin Chuan could no longer keep calm. Wait for me, I'm coming down.
After jumping down, Qin Chuan looked into the pit, and indeed, there was something. The soil was mixed with some white liquid.
What is this? Zhu Meng was very puzzled. This should be the reason this tree can grow here. Qin Chuan thought to himself. He pinched it with his hand, and the white liquid flowed out like milk. White liquid? Qin Chuan was momentarily confused. He hadn't come across this substance in his previous life either. Then, he took out the True Vision treasure mirror. Earth Wonderstone milk, produced from underground stones, forming only with a rare probability, extremely precious, containing strong spirituality. Seeing this, Qin Chuan finally understood why the Shuasu tree could grow here. It turns out that because of the presence of the Earth Wonderstone milk in the soil, the Shuasu tree broke free from regional limitations and thus could grow here. This is a good thing. Qin Chuan thought to himself. A metallic ring stood on the ground, with the Earth Wonderstone milk continuously surging around it. Using the Lingxi treasure vein, he saw that the treasure's position was right behind the metallic ring. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan grasped the metallic ring and pulled it upward with force. As Qin Chuan lifted it, the world behind the metallic ring slowly unfolded. Behind the metallic ring was a staircase leading down. The staircase was entirely white, seemingly carved from something akin to marble. However, the surface of these stairs was extremely smooth, and there was a unique charm that seemed out of place with everything around it but still felt integrated with the environment. At the stairway's entrance, a large stone continuously oozed Earth Wonderstone milk. Heavens! There is such a place down here! Yan Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, if it weren't for the boss, who would have discovered this place? Zhu Meng also sighed. They had already dug a pit of 5 meters deep, who could have imagined such a magical place hidden underground? Boss, what should we do? Yan Fei gazed intently at the end of the staircase, unable to tear his eyes away, even though it was a realm of darkness. Zhu Meng appeared similarly mesmerized. What else can we do? Of course, we move forward. Qin Chuan smiled. The secret realm was already a wondrous place, and now within it existed such a small world, no one could predict what lay behind it. Just the stone at this entrance was incredible, not to mention what was inside. Qin Chuan was an adventurous person, this kind of thrill was not something he could miss, and he didn't want to. The recently obtained snowfruit had already pushed his strength to a new level. Beneath the stairs, other treasures that could enhance his power might be hidden as well. Let's go take a look. The three exchanged glances, all nodded, and together descended the staircase. Chapter 93, Conflict at the Secret Realm Entrance. As Qin Chuan and the others walked down the staircase, many people had already arrived at the secret realm entrance. They either rushed from other cities or from some secret families, all just to enter the secret realm and seek their fortunes. Many had gathered at the entrance, their eyes glowing with greed as they stared at the secret realm. However, no one dared to act rashly. In fact, many had even started to fight. Although everyone came from different cities, they shared the same goal. That is, the secret realm. During this time, Bai Shaoxing emerged, releasing a book that educated people about the post-apocalyptic world, including types of monsters, secret realms, treasures, and strength enhancement. Everyone began to understand this world more deeply. So here, everyone was on guard, preventing others from entering the secret realm. From the looks of it, there was a strong determination that no one could enter the secret realm until a winner was decided. A middle-aged man in blue, exuding dominance, stood at the entrance with the full intent to guard it. He was the solitary eagle from Blue Eagle City, who devoured a holy beast, and even before the apocalypse, he practiced martial arts. After the apocalypse, he successfully took over Blue Eagle City, consolidated several surrounding cities, and established a safe zone. This friend, do you really intend to block us like this? At that moment, someone in the crowd could no longer hold back and spoke up. Exactly, the secret realm is naturally formed between heaven and earth. What right do you have to occupy it? Hearing this, the solitary eagle's eyes chilled as he looked towards the source of the voice, suddenly punching down. His fist let out a faint sound explosion, accompanied by a hint of beastly roar, demonstrating tremendous power. The crowd panicked and immediately scattered. However, some people still turned into corpses beneath the light of that punch. Humph. A bunch of ants. Want to ask what right I have? First, ask if you can withstand my fist. The solitary eagle said coldly. Seeing him display such terrifying strength, many people fell silent, suddenly filled with fear. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, strength is everything. Friend, we don't need to fight here, how about we discuss how to divide things? Otherwise, wasting time here isn't a solution. At a standoff, a person stepped forward and cupped his hands towards the solitary eagle. This man was Wang Wu. Humph. How to divide? This secret realm is for Blue Eagle City alone. The solitary eagle spoke arrogantly, clearly looking down on everyone present. His words made Wang Wu somewhat angry. However, he smiled at the solitary eagle and dismissed it directly. He understood he was not the solitary eagle's match at all. Ha ha ha. Alright, brothers, guard the exit. Anyone who comes will be killed. We are entering the secret realm. Du Guing laughed wildly.
At that moment, an untimely voice came through.
Isn't this the Du Guing from Blue Eagle City? Is your appetite really that big? Can you handle the secret realm?
A young man in red descended from the sky, his voice full of mockery. Clearly, he had just arrived.
Ding family?
Du Guing looked at the badge on the young man's chest, furrowing his brow, which was quite rare for him.
Look at you, recognizing good stuff.
The young man in red sneered coldly.
The Ding family had taken over the former Bai Bai City, becoming the overlords of Bai Bai City. Moreover, the Ding family was originally a martial arts family, with many strong members, especially after the apocalypse, many more powerful warriors had emerged.
At this moment, another voice came through.
So lively. I want to join the fun too. With a burst of wild laughter, a handsome young man emanating a fiery aura appeared before everyone.
The moment he showed up, the surroundings seemed to heat up. Even the ground he stepped on left a trail of charred footprints.
My name is Qin Chuan.
His eyes faintly sparkled with flames, and shadowy beasts flickered behind him.
Everyone, why are you waiting here? If not now, when?
Qin Chuan smiled as he casually glanced at Du Guing. Du Guing's heart trembled, he faintly saw the shadow of a phoenix in Qin Chuan's eyes.
Ah, the secret realm.
A man with a sinister expression approached, looking greedily at the entrance of the secret realm, murmuring incessantly. I see this secret realm as if it's in my pocket.
The man said arrogantly.
At this moment, a light chuckle sounded.
Lang Yunfeng, what you mean to say is that it's in your pocket, right?
A woman dressed in white stepped through the crowd. She wore pure white, with a small bell tied around her waist, looking extremely elegant with a tall figure and an unblemished aura.
Her appearance instantly amazed everyone.
Lang Yunfeng was just about to get angry, but upon seeing the woman, he immediately approached her like a dog enamored with its owner.
Waner.
Lang Yunfeng, I think you should read more books instead of messing around all day.
Jiang Junwan said calmly. Exactly. Waner, you are right. Lang Yunfeng displayed a dog-like expression.
Jiang Junwan frowned but said nothing. More and more powerful individuals arrived, the crowd at the exit of the secret realm thickened, becoming livelier. Seeing the strong warriors continuously emerging, even Du Guing, despite his arrogance, realized that dominating the secret realm was impossible. Though he was powerful, there were so many people, and among them were those as strong as, or even stronger than, him. He could only clear his throat.
Everyone, why don't we enter the secret realm according to our strength?
The strong go first, and those who are weaker can wait or not enter at all. As Du Guing was saying his intended rules, a hoarse voice came from behind him.
Humph. This is something naturally formed by heaven and earth. Why should anyone be restricted from entering? Everyone, if you want to enter, just go in. There are no unnecessary rules. Ha ha ha.
Hearing this, Du Guiying's expression changed drastically as he suddenly turned around. Everyone looked back, only to see a dark shadow swiftly entering the secret realm, vanishing in an instant. Upon seeing this, everyone's face turned extremely grim. While they were busy battling, someone had already entered the secret realm.
Ah, everyone, this is truly amusing. I think what our earlier friend said makes perfect sense.
Entering the secret realm is as one wishes, some people are really narrow-minded.
The speaker was Ding Wu.
After speaking, he swiftly entered the secret realm. Everyone, I hope you find treasures within the secret realm.
We'll meet inside.
Qin Chuan scanned the crowd and then strode toward the secret realm.
Du Guing clenched his fists tightly,
but did not dare to stop. He could see that the strength of these two was above him.
Then, please come in.
Jiang Junwan flicked her sleeve and strode forward. Seeing someone enter, the crowd surged forward, all rushing into the secret realm.
Du Guing looked reluctantly at this scene and finally slipped into the secret realm as well. Chapter 94, The Underground Tomb.
In the secret realm, a shadow flashed by.
The more people who come in, the better. With enough blood, the master will have more blood food.
It was the person who had rushed into the secret realm first at the entrance.
Someone is coming.
The shadow thought to itself, then quickly moved and disappeared at an incredible speed.
How long is this staircase? I feel like I'm going to get dizzy.
Yan Fei continuously looked at the end of the staircase, trying to see where it ended, but every time he reached the end, there was another turn, and then it continued downward.
Take your time.
The longer this goes on, the more it shows that there are good things inside,
Qin Chuan said.
In fact, he himself was a bit restless. They had been walking here for a full hour, but still had not seen an end. Moreover, he noticed that they couldn't even fly here, as if some kind of ban had been placed. The few of them had no choice but to keep walking down. However, fortunately, Yan Fei, with his big mouth, kept talking along the way, making the originally boring journey feel a bit less dull.
What could be inside?
You guys guess.
I'll bet $1.
Yan Fei said mysteriously.
I guess there are peerless beauties inside. 300 of them, each of us gets 100. Xu Meng said.
Yan Fei scoffed.
You guy, your head is full of women. Can you handle that?
What do you say, boss? Yan Fei ignored Xu Meng and turned to Qin Chuan. I bet your gun is out of bullets.
Be serious.
Alright, then I bet there are 365 Xiao Biluo, all for you, one for each of the 365 days.
Yan Fei was speechless.
You two guys, your heads are full of women.
I'm not playing with you.
After saying that, he quickened his pace, turned around the staircase, and witnessed a shocking scene.
Boss, Xu Meng. Come quick, this is.
Hearing this, Qin Chuan jolted, exchanged glances with Xu Meng, and the two quickened their pace. When they rounded the staircase, a vast scene opened up before them. However, this sight truly stunned Qin Chuan and Xu Meng. Before them was a huge square.
This is an underground tomb.
Xu Meng looked at everything in disbelief, hardly able to believe his eyes.
How could there be a tomb here? This is so strange. Yan Fei muttered.
Although Qin Chuan did not speak, Yan Fei and Xu Meng had indeed voiced his inner thoughts. In the previous life, someone had explored this secret realm, but he had never heard of anyone discovering a huge underground tomb here. Looking around, there was a massive underground hall before them, with huge tallow candles on the walls illuminating everything in the square. And on the square, countless white jade coffins were arranged, lined up in a certain order, giving a sense of irregular beauty.
Surrounding the square were innumerable accompanying white jade figures.
Aside from that, there was nothing else. The entire underground tomb was filled with an eerie silence, as if a giant mouth was ready to swallow them whole.
Boss, I feel a bit creeped out. Yan Fei shrank his neck.
It really is quiet, there's nothing here, it feels so eerie. Xu Meng said alongside, looking around nervously.
Qin Chuan nodded, understanding their thoughts.
After all, after walking for so long, to discover that the end was an underground tomb, anyone would feel a chill in their heart.
What should we do? Boss.
Yan Fei looked at Qin Chuan with a pleading gaze.
For so long,
they have all gotten used to turning to Qin Chuan for everything, including matters of the First Guild.
Qin Chuan is like their backbone. What to do? Just chill. Do you want to climb the stairs back? I can't climb anymore.
Qin Chuan glanced at Yan Fei, surprised that this guy, usually bold, was actually scared here.
Follow me.
After Qin Chuan said this, he walked straight ahead. He wasn't afraid of any of this, even if this were a tomb, he was already a devourer, why should he be afraid?
The three walked in the square, surrounded by pure white coffins, and Yan Fei and Xu Meng felt oddly relaxed as they looked at Qin Chuan's back.
Qin Chuan walked in front, frowning at everything, truly puzzled by what he saw. He even reached out, trying to push open a coffin, wanting to see what was inside, but he couldn't push it open. Even with his incredible strength, he couldn't budge it at all.
With no other choice, Qin Chuan had to give up.
There must be something significant buried inside. Qin Chuan thought to himself. However, since he couldn't open it, he didn't force it, there were countless magical things in this secret realm, and there was no need to force a coffin. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. In the quiet hall, the sound of the three's footsteps echoed on the white jade floor, making it especially silent.
The three remained silent, quietly moving forward.
I say, Vice President Yan, you should say something, it feels awkward. Xu Meng chuckled awkwardly.
You know it's awkward, do you think I'm comfortable?
Yan Fei looked tense, constantly glancing around.
Look, we are surrounded by coffins, with all these coffins around us, how can you still talk? Be quiet.
Qin Chuan suddenly said.
What's wrong, boss?
Yan Fei and Xu Meng were startled.
It's nothing, keep moving forward.
Qin Chuan stood still for a moment, then continued on. Seeing Qin Chuan like this, the two became even more nervous and didn't dare to make a sound, cautiously following behind him. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. Clearly, there are only 3 people, why are there 4 sounds of footsteps? As Qin Chuan walked, he suddenly turned around and flung a bone spike backwards, then swiftly charged back.
Clang.
A clear sound rang out.
What is this?
Seeing Qin Chuan charge forward, Yan Fei and Xu Meng quickly perked up and followed him. Qin Chuan rushed forward, and was momentarily stunned when he saw the enemy before him.
A white jade figurine. It was actually a white jade figurine.
However, he showed no hesitation and immediately launched a powerful strike, his palm transforming into a tiger claw, fiercely slapping towards the white jade figurine.
The white jade figurine was extremely fast, dodging Qin Chuan's strike with agility, quickly flashing back, red light flickering in its eyes. Unidentified enemy intruding, initiating attack. The white jade figurine emitted an emotionless voice, then waved the sword in its hand, stabbing towards Qin Chuan with great speed. A golden light flashed on Qin Chuan's body, instantly neutralizing all the attacks from the white jade figurine, even corroding the long sword in its hand. Then, he struck hard against the body of the white jade figurine, sending it crashing against the coffin, creating a huge noise. However, the white jade figurine quickly stood up again, red light flickering in its eyes. At the same time, strange sounds echoed in the hall. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. Hearing this sound, Qin Chuan looked around, and his brows furrowed. Yan Fei and Zhu Meng's faces turned pale. All the white jade figurines had come to life, mechanically walking towards them. Their eyes flickered with eerie red light, speaking in unison. An unknown enemy has broken in and launched an attack. Damn it! Why are there so many? Qin Chuan prepared for battle. Yan Fei, Zhu Meng, I will hold them off. You two search the hall for any other exits. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng nodded. Yes. Boss, we will go right away. With that, the two didn't hesitate and immediately turned to search the hall. Seeing them run far, Qin Chuan turned to look at the white jade figurine. Kill! He roared and charged at the white jade figurine. The white jade figurine's eyes flashed with red light, its mechanical voice repeating the words. An unknown enemy has broken in and launched an attack. Suddenly, all the white jade figurines charged at Qin Chuan, and he was instantly overwhelmed by the crowd. Boss won't be in trouble, right? Zhu Meng glanced back, his eyes filled with concern. You are quite caring, don't worry, what you should be concerned about is whether we are okay. Let's go. The two quickly raced through the hall, searching for an exit. If there was no exit, they would have to return the same way, making this trip pointless. In the hall, the sounds of battle were extremely intense. Qin Chuan had turned his hands into tiger claws, continuously swatting away the white jade figurines in front of him. Every white jade figurine he hit was shattered, flying far away. His body radiated golden light, and a golden film covered him. All the attacks from the white jade figurines simply vanished upon hitting him. At this rate, Qin Chuan would eventually wear out this group of white jade figurines. However, as he fought, Qin Chuan noticed something was wrong. These white jade figurines were not decreasing, instead, they seemed to be multiplying. Qin Chuan was astonished. After shattering one white jade figurine, he kept a close eye on it. He watched as the shattered pieces merged into the ground after some time. After a while, a new white jade figurine identical to the original appeared from the ground. This place is strange. These guys seem to be immortal. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan realized continuing like this was not a solution. These white jade figurines had no consciousness, only a mechanical thought controlling them, driven by basic battle instincts. If it were just that, it would be fine, but now these white jade figurines were continuously resurrecting, making things difficult. He was not familiar with this place and had no good way to escape. Returning the same way was not his style. Since he had come here, he had to scrape something before leaving. Come on. Qin Chuan snorted coldly, his attacks becoming more fierce. Now, he could only wait for news from Yan Fei and Zhu Meng. After smashing dozens of white jade figurines, Yan Fei's voice came. Boss. Here. There's a door, and behind it, there's a passage. Hearing this, Qin Chuan was overjoyed, immediately swinging all his strength to kill and swat away the white jade figurine in front of him and ran towards Yan Fei. He focused his energy, using the skill he obtained from the devouring eight-legged Pegasus, 8 steps to catch the cicada, and his speed suddenly increased tenfold. In a moment, he arrived before Yan Fei. Boss, it's right here. There's a passage behind it, but I don't know where it leads. Yan Fei pointed at a wooden door in front of him. Qin Chuan took a look and immediately decided to go through this door. Let's go. You lead the way. Okay, let's go. After saying that, the three directly pushed open the wooden door and walked in. The pursuing white jade figurines reached the wooden door but stopped outside. Target entered the forbidden land, no longer pursuing. The lead white jade figurine's eyes flickered, and a voice came from its mouth. Then, all the white jade figurines ceased pursuit and returned to their original positions. The hall instantly fell silent, as if nothing had ever happened. It seems those things didn't catch up? Yan Fei said, glancing back while running, with lingering fear in his voice. Yeah, they seem not to have come after us. But it was terrifying. Zhu Meng looked back, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Strange, where are we? These jade figurines actually didn't follow us. Qin Chuan thought while observing his surroundings. It was a narrow passage, illuminated by luminous pearls fixed to the walls. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Are those relief sculptures? Let's take a look. Qin Chuan called to the two and moved closer to examine the reliefs. The reliefs were long, but the content was simple. It told the story of a time long ago when humans lived alongside various tribes, until one day, an evil god came down, wanting to refine the whole world, but among humans emerged a hero who fused with the power of animals and ultimately defeated the evil god, sealing him away. Boss! Look at this evil god. Yan Fei pointed at the last relief, which depicted the scene of the evil god being sealed. Doesn't it look like a sculpture? Yan Fei's eyes were filled with surprise. Qin Chuan nodded. The Venus de Milo. The evil god in the relief had his hands cut off by the human hero and was sealed away. In the picture, the evil god lacked hands, looking up at the sky. That pose was just like a Venus de Milo. Thinking of this, Yan Fei's eyes showed some surprise. Boss, do you think this legend is real? Qin Chuan stayed silent for a long while, then shook his head. I don't know. He truly didn't know. In the past, he would have firmly criticized any such question from Yan Fei, as he was a staunch materialist. But now, he was not who he used to be. Not to mention the fact that he had been reborn, the resemblance of the evil god in the relief to the Venus de Milo, and the human hero fusing animal abilities. All of this seemed to be more than just simple coincidence. Qin Chuan shook his head, deciding not to think too much about it. Right now, improving his strength was crucial. As long as his power was strong enough, even if the evil god came, he would have confidence to crush him. Let's go, stop looking. Qin Chuan called to Yan Fei and Zhu Meng, and they continued forward. The passage was very long, and just when everyone felt they were about to fall asleep, a scene opened up before their eyes. Chapter 96, Evil God's Finger. Before them was another huge room, simply decorated, with various animal reliefs painted on the surrounding walls. In the center was something resembling a gigantic altar. Where are we? One moment it's a tomb, and the next, it's an altar? Yan Fei complained. Looking at the altar, Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. In his previous life, he hadn't even seen or heard of anything like this. Qin Chuan had a feeling that the secret of this time was slowly unfolding like a painting before him. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan took a deep breath and walked towards the altar. Boss, wait. Zhu Meng pulled Qin Chuan back. At the sight of Qin Chuan's gaze, Zhu Meng shook his head. This place is really strange, shouldn't we hold back? To Zhu Meng, Qin Chuan was not only the president but also a brother. He didn't want to see his brother step into an unknown place. Zhu Meng, don't worry. As the saying goes, you can't catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. Since we are here, we should take a look. Qin Chuan smiled, signaling Zhu Meng not to worry. But... Zhu Meng hesitated for a moment. Since coming to this place, he felt an eerie sensation in his heart. He believed that with his strength, he was a strong expert outside, but here... like a fresh recruit. The mermaid queen, the eight-legged Pegasus, the white jade figure, even the higher-ranked beasts on the prairie, were all beyond his reach. And the sense of danger this altar brought him was stronger than anything he had encountered before. You want to say this place is strange, right? Qin Chuan smiled and patted Zhu Meng's hand. Don't worry, I know my limits. To put it simply, I can protect myself. If anything feels off, I will retreat with you immediately. You trust me. Qin Chuan's sincere gaze calmed Zhu Meng's heart, and he nodded. Okay, boss, just be careful. Qin Chuan responded with an and turned to walk towards the altar, wanting to see what it was all about. As Qin Chuan got closer, he could feel an evil aura emanating from the altar, trying to prevent him from moving forward. Interesting. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth. He didn't lose his composure due to this evil aura, but instead took bold steps forward. He had absolute confidence to face this evil. As he drew nearer, Qin Chuan felt the evil aura from the altar growing stronger, and his curiosity increased. What exactly was this place? Stepping closer, Qin Chuan could finally see the altar clearly. It was a black altar, large in size, decorated with various symbols that flickered with yellow light, although this yellow light had already dimmed and the energy within it seemed weak. The focal point of the light was a finger right in the center of the altar. Besides that, there were no other items on the altar. Seeing the finger shocked Qin Chuan to the core. He had thought of countless possibilities in his mind, but never expected that the center of the altar would be a finger. The finger was delicate and slender, but there was a faint layer of black mist surrounding it. Qin Chuan couldn't help but recall the scenes he had seen on the way, and his heart jolted. Those reliefs, could they be real? Then, this finger? Could it be the finger of an evil god? Boss? What's inside? Yan Fei saw Qin Chuan's expression change and immediately asked. Qin Chuan shook his head, signaling them to be quiet. This finger was definitely not simple. Besides, although Yan Fei and Zhu Meng had consumed high-ranking beasts, they had only done that. For safety's sake, Qin Chuan wanted to keep them out of this mess.
Sure enough, as Qin Chuan got closer, the finger began to stir. Qin Chuan could feel a strong mental wave rippling from the finger.
Oh, weary traveler. Sit down and rest, I will grant you powerful strength.
A charming female voice resonated from the finger, although it was intermittent and somewhat unclear. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Chuan's heart filled with alertness.
Who are you? As soon as his thought moved, a light laugh echoed in his ear. Who am I? I am the master of this place.
The female voice was incredibly alluring, leaving Qin Chuan's heart in turmoil. Qin Chuan scanned the altar and noticed that when the voice spoke, the surrounding symbols would light up with yellow light, as if suppressing the finger. However, he keenly saw that many of the symbols had already shattered.
What's wrong? Are you hesitating? Do you not want to? The female voice rang out again.
Qin Chuan felt that this voice was irresistibly enchanting, just the sound alone could stir a man's blood. Even he felt a little surge of blood at that moment.
Don't hesitate.
The female voice continued, and just as Qin Chuan was about to speak, he suddenly felt his body tremble, and the Tai Chi diagram in his lower dantian activated on its own. As the Tai Chi diagram spun, Qin Chuan felt a wave of clarity wash over his mind, clearing all distractions.
The woman's voice also faded. Tai Chi diagram. It's actually the Tai Chi diagram.
The woman's voice was somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting that such a thing as the Tai Chi diagram would be hidden within Qin Chuan's body. Feeling the strong waves from the evil god's finger, Qin Chuan sensed a slight tremor within the Tai Chi diagram, then a substantial pressure surged towards the evil god's finger.
Qin Chuan was very confused, the Tai Chi diagram was activated by himself.
Upon feeling the pressure, the evil god's finger immediately chuckled softly. Although it is the Tai Chi diagram, the power is still too weak now. Saying this, the evil god's finger erupted with a terrifying sense of oppression, but at that moment, the seal symbol's golden light surged brilliantly, and this oppression was dispersed into nothingness.
I hate it. If it weren't for this altar trapping me. The evil god's finger expressed reluctance, but its aura weakened a bit.
Meanwhile, the Tai Chi diagram on Qin Chuan's body was still in motion, continuously rotating, exuding an ancient charm.
In the end, the Tai Chi diagram actually emerged from Qin Chuan's body, slowly flying towards the evil god's finger. You dare! The evil god's finger shouted, and a substantial black light shot towards the Tai Chi diagram. With just one strike, the Tai Chi diagram flew back into Qin Chuan's body.
Qin Chuan was shocked to feel the Tai Chi diagram within him shrink significantly from the impact. However, it still slowly rotated in Qin Chuan's body.
Today, none of you can escape. Become my servants.
The woman's voice spoke slowly, but it was filled with a chilling atmosphere, losing the initial temptation.
Hearing this, Qin Chuan snorted heavily. It's just a finger, does it think it can make him a servant? How absurd.
He immediately mobilized all his strength, preparing to launch an attack on the finger.
What kind of power is this? Feeling Qin Chuan's power, the evil god's finger was astonished.
Just as Qin Chuan was about to strike, a sudden change occurred. Sensing the source of this change, Qin Chuan was even more shocked.
It was the long silent face-hugging bug. This face-hugging bug was hatched from Wang Yushu's body and had been with Qin Chuan ever since.
If it weren't for this sudden change, Qin Chuan would have almost forgotten about the existence of this bug.
Why do you have a dark power on you? You're truly evil. Qin Chuan?
He almost wanted to give it a big smack.
Evil? How could he, Qin Chuan, relate to evil? Evil?
Suddenly, Qin Chuan realized something and took out the glass jar containing the iron wire bug.
Are you talking about this?
At the moment he saw the face-hugging bug, the residual consciousness of the evil god's finger trembled in fear.
You can go now, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off.
The evil god's finger pretended to be calm, but the whole finger was slightly trembling.
Qin Chuan naturally noticed its abnormality and immediately scoffed. Let me off? Who is letting whom off?
He dared to say this because he had just received a strong signal from the face-hugging bug in his mind. The face-hugging bug was pleading with Qin Chuan to leave this evil god's finger to it.
Moreover, this mental wave was extremely strong.
Since the face-hugging bug appeared, Qin Chuan had never felt such a powerful mental wave from it. Qin Chuan was also very curious.
This thing has considerable strength, can you handle it? Qin Chuan sent a mental message.
Just a moment later, the face-hugging bug returned a confident message.
I can.
Qin Chuan was greatly shocked. Although he knew the face-hugging bug was strong, whether it could compete with this evil god was still a question in his mind.
Even if this was just one of the evil god's fingers.
However, from the murals in the passage, Qin Chuan could feel the evil god's strength even through the murals.
Can it really handle it?
Qin Chuan looked at the face-hugging bug in his hand. In the end, I still chose to believe in the face-hugging worm.
Go! He signaled the face-hugging worm.
The face-hugging worm spun several times in Qin Chuan's hand, squeaking excitedly. Then, it affectionately nudged Qin Chuan's palm with its head and, with a whoosh, leaped toward the finger of the sealed evil god. Ah! Human, you dare to use such a void creature against me, you will die a terrible death. Seeing the face-hugging worm pounce, the evil god's finger let out a loud bang, its mental waves piercingly sharp. Clearly, the evil god's finger was terrified of the face-hugging worm. I will die a terrible death. Will you fare any better? You have already been severed and sealed here. Qin Chuan mocked while carefully observing the face-hugging worm. He wanted to see what kind of ability the face-hugging worm had to make the evil god so fearful. The face-hugging worm shot forward like an arrow and quickly reached the center of the altar where the finger was, wrapping its 8 limbs tightly around it. Then, a yellow-green liquid began to ooze from beneath the face-hugging worm. Qin Chuan knew that was acidic blood, highly corrosive, probably secreted by the face-hugging worm to digest the evil god's finger. During this whole process, the evil god's finger did not resist at all and was easily devoured by the face-hugging worm. So powerful! Qin Chuan gasped in amazement. The face-hugging worm's strength far exceeded his imagination. Moreover, he could feel that the face-hugging worm seemed naturally restraining towards the evil god. However, from the evil god's few words, he also got some information. The evil god called the face-hugging worm a void creature and showed fear toward it. The origin of the face-hugging worm was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Suddenly, the appearing creature drew Yan Fei and Zhu Meng over. However, when they saw Qin Chuan safe and sound, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Boss. Zhu Meng frowned as he looked at the tightly curled-up face-hugging worm on the altar. Just as he was about to ask what it was, Yan Fei stopped him with a glance. What? Qin Chuan turned his head. You are so handsome. Zhu Meng's mind raced, and he finally blurted out something that left Qin Chuan speechless. Was I not handsome before? The few of them searched around the altar and found nothing of value. However, the murals on the wall caught their attention. The wall depicted images of beasts surrounding a tall man. The man held a bow and arrow, pointing to the sky with an undaunted gaze. And in the sky floated a woman. The woman's appearance was strikingly similar to the evil god in the passage. Among this group of beasts were many animals familiar to the three. Lions, tigers, elephants. Of course, there were also plenty of beasts they had never seen before. 2 giant monsters flanked the tall man. One monster was the size of a cow, with wings on its back, entirely snow-white, and its fur was spiked like a hedgehog as it furiously gazed at the sky. Another strange beast had a human face and tiger body with tiger claws but had 9 tails sprouting from its back, proudly standing on the ground. In addition, there were many more strange beasts, leaving the 3 in a daze. These animals were carved so vividly that through the murals one could sense their strong primal killing aura, making it hard to imagine just how powerful their true forms were. However, Qin Chuan specifically noted that among these murals, there was no sign of the face-hugging worm. I remember. This is Qiangqi. This is Luwu. Yan Fei pointed excitedly at the 2 monsters they had just seen. Hearing this, Qin Chuan was suddenly startled. Aren't these monsters from mythology? Yes. When my dad was alive, he bought me a picture version of Shanhai Jing, and the Qiangqi and Luwu, and it looked just like this. Yan Fei glanced at the mural again. Qiangqi? Luwu? Why do these legendary monsters appear here? And according to this mural, the story inside might have really happened. Because Qin Chuan has already seen the evil god. If the evil god exists, then it proves this story is true. So, Qiangqi and Luwu also truly exist. Following this reasoning, all the monsters in the classic of mountains and seas. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan was shocked in his heart. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of a part of the world's truth. He shook his head, deciding to seriously think about these questions at a suitable time. He turned around to see how the face-hugging bug was doing, but found it was gone. In the center of the altar, there appeared an egg resembling an ostrich egg. And within the altar, that evil aura completely dissipated into nothingness. Devouring succeeded. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan understood that the face-hugging bug had successfully devoured the evil god's finger. He immediately walked forward to collect the egg. Let's go, we need to get out. Chapter 98, Stone Forest. Boss, how do we get out? Go back the same way? Yan Fei looked at the path they came from, feeling uneasy. He still remembered there was a group of white jade figurines there. If they went back, they would have to face that group of white jade figurines again. That's not to mention, the underground tomb was full of all kinds of oddities. Are you scared? Qin Chuan smiled widely. Nonsense. I'm Yan Fei, am I the kind of person who gets scared? Your face clearly writes the word fear. No, it doesn't. Yan Fei widened his eyes, trying hard to argue. On what basis do you accuse someone of being innocent? What innocence?
I just saw you constantly looking towards the tomb. Are you afraid of getting beaten by those white jade figurines?
Yan Fei's face turned red, veins popping out on his forehead, he argued. Worrying doesn't count as being scared.
Can the matter of the devourer be called fear?
Then came the difficult to understand talk, like within a single gesture, it turns to ashes, and charging forward without hesitation, making Qin Chuan and Zhu Meng laugh heartily, filling the altar with a joyful atmosphere. However, even so, the group still began to search around the altar for any other way to leave. After an exhaustive search by the three, they actually found a small exit. Because it was extremely hidden, they hadn't discovered it before. This was a small secret door that could only be pushed open with force. If the three hadn't checked carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it was there.
Alright, we can get out from here without climbing those damned stairs again.
Qin Chuan clapped his hands and pushed open the secret door.
Let's go.
However, as they entered through the secret door, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared.
What's happening? I feel like my body is being torn apart.
Yan Fei said in fear.
It's a spatial fluctuation, don't panic.
Qin Chuan remained very calm, he was quite familiar with such spatial fluctuations. When the mutual aid group's members appeared before, he had already felt this kind of spatial fluctuation.
If I'm not mistaken, this is a teleportation array. We're about to be teleported out. Boss. Where are we going to be teleported to?
Qin Chuan shook his head.
If you ask me, who should I ask?
Where we go, only heaven knows.
Don't, boss.
In a rush of spatial waves, countless lights collided and intertwined, creating a strangely beautiful picture in front of the group. In this image, Qin Chuan seemed to see the burly man from the mural along with those extremely powerful monsters. As the world spun around, the three appeared in a pile of giant stones.
Where is this?
As soon as he landed, Yan Fei scrambled up, while Zhu Meng curiously looked around.
Don't worry, you're fine, there's no danger here.
Qin Chuan said calmly. As soon as he landed, his powerful spiritual energy covered the entire area. Confirmed that there were no living creatures nearby. No danger is good, it felt just like a roller coaster earlier, now my head is spinning.
Yan Fei said. Zhu Meng surveyed the area with a puzzled expression. Boss, why are there so many stones here? It looks like a sacrificial site. Qin Chuan looked at the surrounding scene, feeling a bit shocked.
This was a vast open space, surrounded by irregularly standing massive stones. These stones were at least a dozen meters high, incredibly huge. The giant stones enclosed the area where Qin Chuan and the others were, creating an open space. And beneath Qin Chuan and the others, there was a gigantic Tai Chi diagram. This place. Looking at all this, the three were deeply shaken.
I remember now, it's a bit like Stonehenge. Yan Fei said.
Qin Chuan's words stirred memories in Qin Chuan, and indeed, it resembled it.
It also looks a bit like the statues on Easter Island. Zhu Meng added. Qin Chuan nodded slightly.
Alright, let's go, let's see what this place is. The three of them walked among the giant stones, deeply impressed by this stone forest.
Who on earth erected so many huge stones here, and what was their purpose?
Questions floated in Qin Chuan's mind. While he was lost in thought, a voice brought him back.
Boss! Look over there quickly!
Yan Fei shouted excitedly.
There are words on the stone ahead. Qin Chuan jolted awake. Let's go!
Take a look. Since there were words, they could understand the origins of this place. Qin Chuan and the others approached and saw another enormous stone. In the year 001 of the ancient era, the evil god was suppressed here.
The characters were in seal script, ancient yet elegant.
There were only a few short words, but they were shocking in an instant.
The legend of the evil god is true.
Yan Fei and Zhu Meng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. And Qin Chuan, because of previous events, did not feel too much shock. On the contrary, he was fixated on the few words.
Ancient era?
This meant that there was a history even before the earliest calendar appeared. The three wandered through the giant stone forest for a while, ultimately finding nothing left behind, and prepared to leave.
Let's go.
The three of them suddenly leaped up from the ground and then headed in one direction to leave. After flying for a while, Qin Chuan suddenly saw a dark shadow appear in the distance, rushing directly toward them.
Friend, don't move forward, there's nothing ahead. Qin Chuan kindly reminded.
The dark shadow did not stop, only 3 purple beams of light shot from it, aiming to kill the three. Fortunately, all three were quite strong and easily dodged the 3 beams of light.
However, this also thoroughly angered them.
They spread their wings and chased after the shadow, forcing it to a halt.
Stop! Zhu Meng shouted angrily. Mind your own business.
The person coldly replied. Hearing this, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng immediately showed displeasure on their faces and prepared to teach this person a lesson, but were blocked by Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan looked at the dark shadow, dressed in a black robe, holding a crystal ball. This appearance felt somewhat familiar. Looking again at this person's left shoulder, Qin Chuan saw a familiar symbol. It was a woman with a broken arm, the symbol of the Mutual Aid Society. Are you from the Mutual Aid Society? Qin Chuan asked with a smile. You also have some insight, someone who knows their place should hurry and leave. The person in black said. He looked quite anxious, clearly having something important to do, unwilling to waste time here. What a coincidence, I just can't stand people from the Mutual Aid Society, you're not leaving today. Qin Chuan smiled. Hearing this, the black-clothed person's gaze gradually turned cold. Fine, don't blame me for being rude. 3 thicker and longer purple beams attacked the 3 of them. Chapter 99, Battle with the Archbishop. You all scatter. Qin Chuan shouted, dodging as several bone spikes flew towards the man in black. The man in black missed his strike, and immediately the crystal ball shone brilliantly, speeding toward Qin Chuan. This crystal ball is strange. Qin Chuan was surprised. Under the light of the crystal ball, his movements slowed down. And the man in black was extremely fast, reaching Qin Chuan in an instant and striking fiercely at his chest. Qin Chuan's eyes turned cold. This was undoubtedly a lethal blow, leaving him no escape. In a flicker of thought, a layer of golden film covered his body. In the next second, the man's palm crashed heavily against Qin Chuan's chest. Even with the astonishing protective film, Qin Chuan felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. The man in black's strike was surprisingly strong. This was the most powerful opponent he had encountered since embarking on his journey. Qin Chuan stepped back and steadied himself. Meanwhile, the man in black, pushed back by the recoil, flipped in the air several times before barely regaining his balance. Who are you? The man in black appeared calm, but inside he was terrified. He had been a top martial artist before absorbing, and after absorbing, his strength had skyrocketed, becoming the Archbishop of the Mutual Aid Society, with a transcendent status, having killed countless people. However, this young man, after taking a heavy blow from him, was not harmed at all. This truly astonished him. In this world, besides the Pope and Cardinals, are there other strong ones like this? I also want to ask you, who are you? Qin Chuan looked at the man in black and slowly spoke. I am the Archbishop of the Mutual Aid Society. The Archbishop spoke proudly of his identity, lifting his chest with an air of arrogance in his eyes. Listen, I have important matters to attend to. I don't care what conflict you had with the Mutual Aid Society before, just step aside. I can erase your grievances with the Mutual Aid Society. I don't want to waste time here with you. As the Archbishop spoke, he constantly glanced towards the distance. Clearly, he was very anxious to handle this matter, but was entangled by a few people. You don't want to waste time with me? Qin Chuan smiled. You don't want to waste time with me? I won't spare your Mutual Aid Society. Qin Chuan had no good impression of an organization like the Mutual Aid Society. In his previous encounters with members of the Mutual Aid Society, he had already seen a glimpse of their dark side. The lower ranks of the Mutual Aid Society were arrogant and disregarded human life. And the higher-ups ignored this. Moreover, at this moment, seeing the Mutual Aid Society's emblem on the Archbishop, Qin Chuan suddenly remembered, wasn't this emblem that of the evil god? The Mutual Aid Society had deep-rooted connections with the evil god. By the way, you're going to retrieve something important, right? Let me tell you, the item you want to get has already been destroyed by us. Qin Chuan didn't know the Archbishop's purpose, so he decided to trick him outright. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the Archbishop's face immediately darkened. Just because of you? One at the initial level of saint, one at the initial level of immortal, one divine. The Archbishop looked at several people and slowly stated their ranks. What puzzled him was that he could only see Qin Chuan's level but couldn't discern his exact realm. Just because of you? Do you think you are worthy? Seeing the Archbishop's reaction, Qin Chuan confirmed that the item the Archbishop wanted to retrieve might be the finger of the evil god. Unfortunately, that finger is quite fragile. Qin Chuan chuckled nonchalantly, continuing to deceive the Archbishop while keeping an eye on him. Sure enough, upon hearing about the finger, the Archbishop exploded in anger. What did you say? At this point, Qin Chuan was certain, the Archbishop's goal was indeed the finger of the evil god. The Mutual Aid Society and the evil god were, indeed, related. The finger? What about it? Aren't you looking for the wrong thing? If not, I'll take my leave first. Having said that, Qin Chuan pretended to want to leave. Stop. The Archbishop's eyes were red, and he suddenly appeared in front of Qin Chuan, his voice icy and chilling to the bone. No matter whether this matter is true or not, you have offended the divine, and you must die. After saying this, he struck at Qin Chuan with a powerful palm. Before the palm hit, the wind from it already stung Qin Chuan's face. Qin Chuan was already prepared for this, and he also struck back with a palm. Bang! The clash of their palms produced a thunderous explosion, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The two figures tangled together, moving so quickly that one could only see blurs of their shadows. Outside the arena, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng were watching the battle. Vice President Yan, is the boss going to be okay? This person looks very strong, Zhu Meng said with some worry. Yan Fei hesitated a bit. It should be fine. The boss has always been very strong, he shouldn't get into trouble. Should we go help? Zhu Meng was still very worried. Yan Fei shook his head. Let's not go over. You know the boss's strength, if he can't defeat his opponent, our help would only be putting our heads in the line. It's better not to make things worse for him. Although the two were worried, they understood that their strength was vastly inferior to the two in the arena, so they chose to continue watching the fight. In the arena, the battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. By this time, both were bloodied and blinded by rage, attacking each other's vital points without mercy. Under such fierce fighting, the physical exhaustion for both was immense. I don't know why you care so much about this evil god, is it really that important? Compared to the panting archbishop, Qin Chuan appeared much more relaxed, still having the energy to speak. You little insect. How would you understand the importance of our god for this world? How dare you slander our divine being as an evil god, you must die today. The archbishop roared in anger. I say you are truly insane. Qin Chuan shook his head, he simply couldn't understand these religious fanatics as a normal person. He continued to engage in battle with the archbishop. After all, the archbishop was a high-level force of the Mutual Aid Society, with various skills and strong combat power. But Qin Chuan was not afraid at all, he had devoured so many divine beasts and his strength was not inferior in the slightest. As they fought, the archbishop became increasingly alarmed. In the battle, his protective armor had already been shattered by Qin Chuan, yet Qin Chuan remained unscathed. The golden membrane constantly appearing on Qin Chuan blocked most of the archbishop's attacks, causing the archbishop to feel extremely frustrated. Die! The archbishop roared, crushing the crystal ball in his hand, and his aura began to rise. Before long, the archbishop's body transformed into 3 meters tall, with bloodshot eyes that throbbed manically. Divine quality. High tier. The archbishop twisted his neck, his tone icy cold. Qin Chuan showed no fear and charged directly at him. Take my strike. Chapter 100, The Secrets of the Mutual Aid Society. Bang! The two crashed into each other fiercely. With this impact, the surrounding sand and rocks flew, and the ground cracked deeply. Kill! The archbishop smiled cruelly and continued to attack Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan could feel that the archbishop's aura was nearly twice as strong as before. However, he did not panic, instead, it ignited boundless battle intent, and he shouted in excitement. Since his rebirth, this was the first opponent he could face seriously. Kill! With a furious roar, golden light flashed from his body, resembling a solemn deity, as he rushed towards the archbishop. The two continued to entangle, regularly producing the sounds of fists crashing into flesh. Even from a distance, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng could hear the sounds of the battle, which made them change color in fear. What a terrifying battle! Zhu Meng looked at the fight, his heart still racing with lingering fear. The fighting in the arena was simply too intense, with his strength, even being swept up in the aftermath of the battle would probably leave him severely injured. The leader is very strong, but the archbishop of the Mutual Aid Society is also quite powerful, able to fight the leader for so long. Yan Fei looked serious, watching the battle in the arena. I have never seen such masters in the Mutual Aid Society, what does this sect really want? Zhu Meng gasped when he spoke of the Mutual Aid Society. Just now, I heard the leader talking with the person from the Mutual Aid Society. It seems that the Mutual Aid Society has a close relationship with the evil god we saw at the altar. Wait. They don't want to resurrect the evil god, do they? At this point, both of them exchanged glances, their hearts already 80 to 90% certain. The true purpose of the Mutual Aid Society is actually related to the evil god. No wonder the sect rose so quickly after the apocalypse, they must have been planning for a long time. Leader, go for it. Defeat this spawn of the Mutual Aid Society. Outside the arena, the two could do nothing but silently pray for Qin Chuan. In the arena, the battle between the two was reaching its peak. Qin Chuan was getting fiercer as he fought, he could feel a powerful energy continuously flowing within him, constantly fueling his limbs under the effect of the Tai Chi diagram. On the other hand, the archbishop's eyes had completely turned blood red, with a fierce and vicious expression on his face, shouting out the word kill continuously. Seeing him like this, Qin Chuan suspected that this guy might not even be clear in his mind. Bang! Avoiding a heavy blow from the archbishop, Qin Chuan turned around and struck the archbishop's chest with an extremely tricky angle. With this hit, Qin Chuan used all his strength, the archbishop instantly spat out fresh blood and was blasted away. Seeing this, Qin Chuan pursued and landed several heavy blows on the archbishop's body. Ah! The archbishop spat out several more mouthfuls of blood, falling to the ground like a broken sack. Qin Chuan snorted, leaping up and stepping on the archbishop's chest, heavily stomping down. Bang! As the two fell to the ground, Qin Chuan stomped the archbishop down hard, creating a deep pit in the ground. The leader won. Let's go see. Yan Fei's eyes were sharp. Seeing the two fall, he immediately showed a look of joy and called Zhu Meng to move forward. Puff! In the deep pit, the archbishop spat out a mouthful of old blood, his red eyes gradually fading, and his height slowly began to shrink, returning to a normal human appearance. Hee hee, I never expected that even a high-tier divine product can't beat you. What exactly are you? The archbishop laughed bitterly, mocking himself. Qin Chuan smiled. I'm a mid-tier divine product. What? How is that possible? The archbishop exclaimed, filled with disbelief. We are both divine products, why are you so strong? I don't believe it, you are lying to me. Do you know how great the difference is between tiers? Qin Chuan understood the tiers well. Whatever tier of monster he devoured, that was the tier he became. Qin Chuan had devoured a divine product, so his realm was a divine product. However, within this large realm, there were also 9 smaller stages. The first to third tiers are called the initial stage, the fourth to sixth tiers are called the mid-tier, and the seventh to ninth tiers are called the high tier. Who says mid-tier can't fight high tier? Qin Chuan scoffed, looking at the archbishop, who was gradually losing vitality. His neural spores instantly invaded the archbishop's mind, beginning to rummage through his memories about the relationship between the Mutual Aid Society and the evil god. The archbishop was already considered a mid to high-level figure in the Mutual Aid Society, so he knew more than the priests and archbishops Qin Chuan had killed earlier. Qin Chuan closed his eyes and began to digest the information in the archbishop's mind. The secrets of the Mutual Aid Society were basically hidden within the archbishop's mind. It took him a full half an hour to digest all the information in the archbishop's mind. Leader? Are you okay? Seeing Qin Chuan open his eyes, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng looked worried. Qin Chuan shook his head. I'm fine, I just learned some information. The Mutual Aid Society is resurrecting the evil god. Hearing this, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng exchanged glances, confirming their previous guess was correct. Indeed, the Mutual Aid Society has an inseparable relationship with the evil god. Let's go. Qin Chuan kicked the archbishop aside and brushed off the dust from his clothes. The three of them spread their wings and flew towards the distance. All the way, Qin Chuan kept recalling the archbishop's memories. In the archbishop's memories, there were many secrets about the Mutual Aid Society. The Mutual Aid Society already existed before the apocalypse, but it operated in a very secretive way. Moreover, the existence of the Mutual Aid Society was solely to resurrect the evil god. That was their only purpose. The key to resurrecting the evil god lies in collecting all the sealed bodies scattered around. Of course, the resurrection of the evil god also requires countless offerings. The offerings are the blood of humans. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but have a bold guess. Perhaps this apocalypse was also related to the evil god. There are still many secrets within the Mutual Aid Society, such as how they raise a group of divine beasts to enhance the strength of mid to high-ranking members. As for where these beasts came from, the archbishop's memories didn't reveal that, but it is likely related to the evil god. Mutual Aid Society, oh Mutual Aid Society. Qin Chuan sighed, feeling a huge conspiracy unfolding. And he couldn't change anything right now, he can only continuously grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he completely shatter this conspiracy. At the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Church, a group of people was praying. The decorations were still simple, with a giant statue of the evil god in the center and candles surrounding it. These candles were life soul lamps. As long as they did not extinguish, they represented that their owners were still alive. Suddenly, one life soul lamp flickered a few times and then completely went out. Seeing this, many people in the hall changed their expressions dramatically. Holy Father, the lamp of Archbishop Moss has gone out. Next to the Holy Father, a red-robed man said. The Holy Father opened his eyes and looked at the extinguished life soul lamp, showing a rare emotional fluctuation on his face. Archbishop Moss was sent to the secret realm to find the body of the god, wasn't he? Yes, he left a few days ago and must have already arrived in the secret realm. The Holy Father walked to the life soul lamp of the Archbishop and placed his hand over it. Archbishop Moss, may the god bless you and grant you rest. Beside him, the red-robed bishop looked at Archbishop Moss's life soul lamp with a face full of anger. Holy Father, Archbishop Moss must have been harmed by treacherous people in the secret realm. We must avenge him. The speaker was Bishop Ryan, who had the best relationship with Archbishop Moss. They were close friends. Revenge must be taken, but more importantly, we need to bring back the body of the god. The Holy Father said lightly. Then he added heavily, the body of the god is more important than anything. The red-robed bishop lowered his head. Yes.
Good, then Bishop Ryan, you go for a trip. However, you must be a little cautious. The Holy Father showed a hint of doubt on his face. Logically speaking, Archbishop Moss, empowered by the god, should be able to forcibly improve a major realm, high-ranking divine level. Who could kill him? Hearing this, the red-robed bishop was immediately indignant. It must be some vile person, taking advantage of Archbishop Moss's moment of negligence to launch a surprise attack. The Holy Father hummed in agreement. Bishop Ryan, be careful. This is a relic of the god. At a critical moment, it can grant you 1% of the god's power. For safety, take it with you. The Holy Father took off a ring from his hand and handed it to the red-robed bishop. Yes. I will certainly not disappoint the Holy Father. The cardinal wiped his hands and carefully took the ring before gently putting it on his thumb. Go. Seeing the cardinal leave quickly, the Pope thought for a moment and gave an order. Notify the deacons of the mutual aid associations in each city, and let them investigate. Gather the lists of powerful individuals from each city. The death of Archbishop Mo cannot be counted as nothing. It's been a long time since we killed anyone. Do you think our mutual aid association is a soft persimmon? How dare they lay hands on our members? In the secret realm, Qin Chuan and the two others were still flying. Boss, this secret realm is frighteningly large. We've been flying for an hour and haven't seen a single person. Yan Fei complained. Qin Chuan did not respond and just closed his eyes, flying on his own. He was feeling the changes in the Taiji diagram inside him. After clashing with the evil god, the Taiji diagram within Qin Chuan had shrunk significantly, which pained him greatly. But at this moment, Qin Chuan was astonished to find that after the fierce battle with the archbishop, the Taiji diagram inside him had grown bigger than before. The Taiji diagram was moving vigorously within Qin Chuan, and he immediately felt much clearer, with his tired body feeling considerably lighter. Seeing this, Qin Chuan understood the function of the Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram was like a small world within him, capable of absorbing energy from battles to grow stronger, thereby nourishing Qin Chuan's body. The so-called balance of yin and yang in Taiji must be this principle. Qin Chuan opened his eyes and let out a long breath, feeling clear-headed. Boss, were you asleep? How did you do that? Yan Fei was curious. Yan Fei, if you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Qin Chuan mockingly replied. Sometimes, he truly admired Yan Fei's non-stop chatter, like a machine gun that never paused. Alright, I'll be quiet. Yan Fei made a gesture as if swearing. However, just a few minutes later, Yan Fei spoke again. Boss, look. There are people below. Hearing this, Qin Chuan looked down, and sure enough, a group of people seemed to be in a dispute. Let's go take a look. Since entering the secret realm, Qin Chuan hadn't seen anyone, so he was eager to fly down quickly. Hurry. Keep up. From a distance, Qin Chuan could see a crowd surrounding a woman in white. Zhang Junwan, I advise you to be sensible and hand over the blood-chi grass in your hand. The leader, a middle-aged man in blue, said. What a joke. These two blood-chi grasses were found by me first. Why should I hand them to you? Zhang Junwan's voice was cold, with anger evident in her tone. Besides, there are plenty of treasures in this secret realm. Why are you fixated on me? Zhang Junwan said. Haha, I have my eyes on these two blood-chi grasses. The creatures I consume are all about blood-chi flow. A little girl like you, what use is this blood-chi grass to you? After I find other treasures, I will give them to you. Du Guing said loudly. How dare you say that? Weren't you the one who promised to take the treasures found by others for yourself, saying the same thing? Not long after, his corpse was found. Zhang Junwan looked disdainful. In this secret realm, there are many monsters and plenty of deaths. Why should it all be blamed on me? Du Guing said. Zhang Junwan snorted. I know your reputation, Du Guing. You're as ruthless as they come. So what? Are you brave enough to do it but not admit it? Hearing this, Du Guing's face turned cold. If you don't hand it over, you know the consequences. I simply won't give it. Du Guing's expression changed, and then he waved his hand, signaling his underlings to charge at Zhang Junwan. Just you guys? Zhang Junwan sneered, her fingertips sending out countless threads, immediately binding several people. Then she flashed forward and began to engage in battle with the group. Du Guing did not take action, he quietly watched everything unfold. After Zhang Junwan showed a flaw, his entire aura surged, and then his hand transformed into an eagle's claw, swiftly striking down towards Zhang Junwan's back. She only became aware when the claw was about to grab Zhang Junwan. She turned her head and saw the claw flashing with a cold light, and Zhang Junwan's face turned pale. This strike would undoubtedly mean a brutal disembowelment. She instinctively closed her eyes. The feeling of being disemboweled did not come. Zhang Junwan felt someone wrap their arms around her waist, and then she felt a light, floating sensation. Is this the feeling of death?
Zhang Junwan, with her eyes tightly shut, opened them and saw a handsome face before her.
It was a very handsome man. She looked down and realized she was already airborne. Sorry, it's an emergency, I didn't mean to take advantage of you.
Feeling the warm and soft jade in his arms, Qin Chuan spoke.
Thank you.
Her face had turned deep red from embarrassment. After observing for a long time, he realized that Du Ying's claw was about to take Zhang Junwan's life, which prompted him to intervene and save her.
When they landed, Zhang Junwan quickly broke free from Qin Chuan's embrace. I thought it was someone important. Turns out, it's just another toady.
Du Ying was initially stunned by Qin Chuan's appearance, then burst into loud laughter.
Chapter 102, A Crushing Battle. Toady? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan was somewhat bewildered, wondering when he had become a toady. You old scoundrel, stop talking nonsense here. Qin Chuan huffed. That's right, Du Ying, don't speak nonsense. What's with this toady talk? Zhang Junwan also scolded angrily. Du Ying?
Qin Chuan looked at the man in blue before him, and an image gradually formed in his mind.
He recognized Du Ying.
In his previous life, Du Ying was the king of the 24th safe zone. This man was truly villainous, ambitious, desiring to rule over all safe zones. The people of the 24th safe zone suffered greatly under his rule, but because of his overwhelming strength, he remained the king until Qin Chuan's arrival. He didn't expect to encounter him here, and as for Zhang Junwan, Qin Chuan didn't know her. Ha, so you're not a toady, but rather a lecherous duo.
Du Ying laughed loudly. Du Ying, clean up your mouth. Zhang Junwan scolded. Du Ying, you are still so vulgar.
Qin Chuan said with a cold smile. At that moment, Yan Fei and Xu Meng rushed over and stood beside Qin Chuan, glaring discontentedly at Du Ying.
As long as Qin Chuan gave the order, they could shred Du Ying to pieces. Oh? You've brought friends. Du Ying looked at the four with disdain.
You must give me those 2 vitality herbs today, or none of you will leave.
Du Ying said coldly.
Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan laughed. Those who dared to speak to him like that were already dead.
Du Ying, you have quite the nerve, go ahead and give it a try. Don't think I don't know about the dirty things you've done, how did you get this lordship? Your brother's spirit in heaven is watching you.
Upon hearing this, Du Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qin Chuan.
Don't spout baseless accusations.
His mind raced, ultimately convinced that he indeed did not recognize the person before him.
Who are you to discuss the matters of our Blue Eagle City?
Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan chuckled.
You don't need me to discuss it, do you really think no one knows about the things you've done?
In his previous life, Qin Chuan was a scout, collecting key information for the people of the safe zone, so he knew Du Ying's dark secrets very well. As the Lord of Blue Eagle City, Du Ying had cruelly killed his own brother, who was supposed to become the Lord, to usurp the position. Upon hearing this, Du Ying stared hard at Qin Chuan, remaining silent for a long time, with his voice turning icy.
Who exactly are you?
Qin Chuan smiled lightly.
What? You want to kill me to keep your mouth shut? Du Ying snorted disdainfully. None of you are leaving here today.
Although he didn't know who Qin Chuan truly was, Du Ying had already made up his mind. He couldn't let Qin Chuan and the others leave here. Since Qin Chuan knew his secret, he must die. Du Ying was known for his ruthless nature, and at this moment he had silently sentenced the 4 before him to death.
Du Ying, are you sure you have that ability?
Du Ying snorted heavily, and his aura erupted, a powerful presence instantly engulfing everyone. Not only that, he waved his hand, and several strong fighters stepped forward from behind him, each emanating an aura at least of high quality. It was clear that Du Ying had brought a substantial number of skilled fighters this time.
So many people? It seems we really have to die today.
Qin Chuan watched as Du Ying's men gradually formed a circle around them and couldn't help but let out a chuckle.
Benefactor, you should leave quickly.
I'm sorry, it's my fault that I got you involved. Zhang Junwan stood in front of Qin Chuan, her profile turned to him as she spoke, filled with regret in her voice.
If it weren't for you saving me, I wouldn't have gotten into this mess.
You can still leave now, I'll hold them off. Hearing this, Du Ying laughed coldly.
Still time? You all will die here today. Du Ying, if you kill me today, there will definitely be someone who won't let you off. Zhang Junwan rebuked him vehemently. Du Ying snorted again. Do you think you alone can stop us? Or do you think your Zhang family will come to take revenge on me? Let me tell you the truth, even if you die in this secret realm, no one will know it was me, Du Ying, who did it.
After saying this, a cruel smile appeared at the corners of his mouth.
Because all of you must die today.
Then, he cast a cold glance at Qin Chuan and the others. As for these worthless heroes trying to save a beauty, it would be even better if they died, no one would care about their lives.
Since he did not know Qin Chuan and the others, he thought they were merely treasure seekers in the secret realm, so killing them was just killing. After saying all this, Duguying clearly had no intention of wasting more words, and simply waved his hand to his subordinates. Kill them all. Make sure the job is done cleanly. Seeing the scene, Zhang Junwan panicked. Hurry and leave. I'll hold them off. Zhang Junwan's brows furrowed tightly as she prepared to charge ahead but was stopped by a large hand. Leave it to me, I'll handle them. With that, Qin Chuan pulled Zhang Junwan behind him and moved forward himself. Without any flashy moves, Qin Chuan slammed down with a palm. Ah! 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 With just a few slaps, all those who attacked were sent flying back, crashing hard onto the ground, unable to get up again. Seeing this, Duguying was both shocked and furious. Good boy, you really have some skills. With that, both his hands transformed into eagle claws and fiercely reached toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan snorted coldly, his hands also transforming into eagle claws as he reached for Duguying. Duguying's eyes narrowed. In a single leap, he jumped behind Qin Chuan, aiming for his back. His speed was incredibly fast, but in Qin Chuan's eyes, it was as slow as molasses. Before Duguying could land, Qin Chuan had already struck firmly against his chest with a palm. Duguying was sent flying backward more than 10 meters, spitting blood and unable to move, his eyes filled with shock. All of this completely took everyone by surprise. They hadn't even seen the battle, and it was already over. Zhang Junwan was also stunned, staring blankly at Qin Chuan, her face filled with bewilderment. She never expected Qin Chuan to be so powerful. It should be known that Duguying was famous for his strength outside, yet he was defeated in a single move, making it hard to believe. The only ones present who remained calm were Yan Fei and Xu Meng. Both of them knew Qin Chuan's strength, so they didn't even think about attacking. Who exactly are you? Duguying wanted to get up, but he couldn't move. That last blow had shattered his insides. Now he regretted it immensely. If only he hadn't attacked Qin Chuan earlier. If it weren't for those 2 blood-boosting herbs, would it have come to this? Qin Chuan looked at Duguying with a face full of disdain. I am the one who will take your life. Qin Chuan's character was like this. He couldn't stand people like Duguying who casually bullied others. He stepped forward and stomped hard on Duguying's chest, crushing him with a single blow. Duguying instantly breathed his last. What garbage! Qin Chuan kicked Duguying's corpse away, then turned to look at Zhang Junwan. Chapter 103, Qin Chuan's little fangirl. The woman before him was tall and graceful, dressed in flowing white robes, her hair casually tied up, and her face was exquisitely beautiful, resembling Lu Tianxian to a significant extent, the kind that you couldn't take your eyes off at first glance. Thank you, benefactor. Zhang Junwan said, somewhat flustered, her fingers tightly gripping her clothes, full of gratitude. Qin Chuan merely smiled. No need to be so polite. I just couldn't stand watching injustice and acted. In any case, thank you so much. Zhang Junwan's beautiful eyelashes fluttered, her face filled with sincerity. If it weren't for you, I would have died here today. I don't have anything valuable on me, but don't worry, once we get out of this secret realm, I will properly repay you. Qin Chuan waved his hand. It's fine, I didn't save you for your reward. It's just that Duguying was truly excessive, and I know his ways. He loves to bully others. You don't need to feel guilty. That's right. Our boss is especially righteous and often helps others. Yan Fei chimed in, winking at Xu Meng. Xu Meng immediately caught on. Exactly. Our boss's righteousness is comparable to those ancient heroes. This awkward praise left Qin Chuan speechless, while Yan Fei stifled a laugh on the side. All right, you two should say less. Qin Chuan interrupted the 2 fools. Why are you exploring the secret realm alone? Is there no one with you? Qin Chuan asked. Actually, there were, but the secret realm is simply too vast. After entering, everyone scattered to search for treasures. Zhang Junwan said, lowering her head. Suddenly, she thought of something, took out the 2 blood-boosting herbs from her bag, and handed them to Qin Chuan. These are the blood-boosting herbs I found. Duguying relentlessly pursued me just for these. To thank you for saving my life, please accept them. Zhang Junwan said earnestly. Blood-boosting herbs are indeed treasures. They can boost the life force of the consumer and greatly enhance one's strength. Even in Qin Chuan's previous life, blood-boosting herbs were rare treasures. However, despite the efficacy of the blood-boosting herbs, Qin Chuan had no intention of taking them. He didn't need them. He could enhance his strength simply by continuously devouring, so these herbs were optional for him. You keep them, eat them to boost your strength. Qin Chuan pushed the herbs back, smiling. How can that be? Benefactor, I must thank you properly. Zhang Junwan said seriously. All right. Consider it a favor you owe me, okay? We'll talk about it later. Qin Chuan shook his head. We're getting ready to leave. What about you?
With matters here settled, Qin Chuan called Yan Fei and Zhu Meng to prepare to depart.
I don't know where to go for now.
I need to find my companions first. It's too dangerous being alone since there are many ulterior motives in the heart of the secret realm.
Zhang Junwan said with lingering fear.
What had just happened was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for Qin Chuan's appearance, she would have already died.
Qin Chuan looked at Zhang Junwan.
She had seen through his inner thoughts.
How about this? You come with us, we are about to leave here as well. Once we find your companions, we can part ways, okay?
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Zhang Junwan replied with a soft although her expression seemed a bit unhappy.
Then let's go.
After saying that, Qin Chuan walked ahead, and Zhang Junwan took small steps to follow him.
Yan Fei and Zhu Meng walked at the back. Where did you come from?
As they walked without anything to do, Qin Chuan casually started a conversation with Zhang Junwan.
I came from Crystal Flame City.
There were 13 of us. Seeing a towering crimson light pillar near Suhai City, we knew the secret realm had appeared, so we came for an adventure.
Zhang Junwan said. Oh, Crystal Flame City, that's quite far.
Qin Chuan said casually. Well, after all, the secret realm has appeared. Almost all the named powerhouses have come to the vicinity of Suhai City this time.
And you?
Benefactor, where did you come from?
Zhang Junwan tilted her head, looking very cute. Me?
I came from Suhai City.
Qin Chuan replied.
Oh, Suhai City, after the secret realm ends, I must visit Suhai City personally to thank my benefactor. Zhang Junwan's eyes sparkled with joy as she smiled.
Sure. I'll treat you well when that time comes. Qin Chuan laughed. Great. Let's make a pinky promise. Zhang Junwan extended her pinky finger. Seeing Zhang Junwan like this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Great. Let's make a pinky promise. Pinky promise, 100 years, no changing. Zhang Junwan was extremely happy, her face turning red. Benefactor, what kind of monster did you devour to become so strong? Qin Chuan smiled.
I devoured an eagle, and it's a high-grade one.
Plus, I have some other opportunities later.
Naturally, he could not tell Zhang Junwan the truth about his situation.
Zhang Junwan laughed. So that's how it is. No wonder my benefactor is so strong. Thank you for telling me this. My name is Zhang Junwan, the youngest daughter of the Zhang family from Crystal Flame City. Hearing the Zhang family from Crystal Flame City, Qin Chuan suddenly remembered. This family is indeed considered a prestigious family in Crystal Flame City.
In Qin Chuan's previous life, the Zhang family was also a well-known family in Crystal Flame City. However, in his previous life, he had never heard of the name Zhang Junwan. Actually, after the apocalypse began, I never thought of becoming a devourer. I originally disliked these fights, but one event changed my mind. Zhang Junwan continued to speak to herself.
Oh? What event?
Not long after the apocalypse began, I saw a strange scene. That day, I was drinking tea in my yard when I suddenly looked up and saw a giant bird. The bird was so big that it practically blocked out the sun. Even though it was in the sky, I could still feel its pressure. However, it was strange, such a powerful bird was being chased by a human. It seemed that the bird was fleeing in terror, not daring to look back. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement.
At that moment, I thought, what a powerful person.
A real man should be like this. After saying that, her cheeks turned a little red. The appearance of that hero was like a beam of light shining into my life, giving me hope for a life after the apocalypse.
He was just like my hero. He was my idol. From that moment on, I decided that I must become a person like him.
Zhang Junwan's face flushed, and her eyes seemed to gleam with stars, overflowing with admiration.
Unfortunately, I have never seen that hero again. What a pity. However, I have his merchandise.
Hearing this, Qin Chuan already knew who the hero Zhang Junwan was talking about.
He smiled awkwardly. That hero probably doesn't have merchandise, right?
At this moment, Yan Fei at the back was about to burst.
No one knew better than him. Who is the big hero in Zhang Junwan's eyes? There is. There is.
When it came to her idol, Zhang Junwan immediately cheered up, her expression truly like that of a young girl.
But, I made it myself. Look. Zhang Junwan playfully smiled and took out a small drawing from her bag. Hero, take a look. She slowly unfolded the drawing. Rebuilding the glory of humanity.
Qin Chuan immediately recognized it. It was a piece created by an artist commissioned by some media to report on his deeds.
This is. Oh, it's my drawing, how is it? Pretty, right? I'm an artist online, and I'm somewhat known. Zhang Junwan's beautiful eyes smiled like a crescent moon. Hero, look, there's more. Saying that, Jiang Junwan took out some small clay sculptures from her bag. This is a clay sculpture I made based on the big hero, not bad, right? I also have a big doll at home, made according to the big hero's body proportions. I hug it to sleep every night. I think, if one day the big hero could appear right in front of me, that would be such a happy thing. I've always awaited that day. The girl's eyes shone brightly, then her face suddenly turned red. I'm really sorry, hero, I got a bit carried away talking about this. Mentioning the big hero makes me lose my composure. Jiang Junwan hurriedly put away the little sculptures, a bit flustered. It's okay, I understand your feelings. If your big hero knows he has a fan like you, he would surely be very happy. Really? Once the big hero was mentioned, Jiang Junwan seemed to lose her wits, her eyes filled with admiration. Definitely. Qin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Finding out he had such a small fan was quite unexpected. That's great. If I one day get to meet the big hero, I must dress beautifully to show him my best side. Jiang Junwan said joyfully. Looking at the girl's innocent and naive appearance, Qin Chuan scratched his nose, not knowing what to say. In this situation, should he confess? Miss Jiang, do you know? The big hero you speak of. Yan Fei, who had been eavesdropping from behind, couldn't help but jump in, only to be fiercely glared at by Qin Chuan. Yan Fei immediately smiled awkwardly. What happened to the big hero? Hearing Yan Fei mention the big hero, Jiang Junwan instantly turned around, overflowing with concern. Yan Fei cleared his throat, having to find an excuse. Actually, I also quite like the big hero you mentioned. It's because of him that I walked the path of being a devourer. Really? That's great. We can share news about the big hero together. Jiang Junwan cheered, utterly like a star chaser. Then, Jiang Junwan started discussing her beloved big hero with Yan Fei. In Yan Fei's resentful gaze, Qin Chuan coughed and called Zhu Meng to move forward. Jiang Junwan talked for a full hour or two about how she admired her big hero until Yan Fei excused himself, saying his stomach hurt, which finally freed him. Looking at Qin Chuan and Jiang Junwan walking ahead, Yan Fei felt like his back teeth might shatter. Why does all the good fortune always go to the boss? Heaven, open your eyes. I know this place, I came from here before. Arriving at an intersection, Jiang Junwan recognized the surroundings and pointed to a road. Not long after walking, a group of people suddenly appeared in front. This road is mine, this tree I planted, if you want to pass. A man with a sinister face sensed someone was coming, did what he thought was a cool hair flip, and called nearby people to prepare to rob. But, upon seeing who he was dealing with, he was utterly dumbfounded. Warner, why are you here? At the moment he saw Jiang Junwan, his face changed rapidly, and a smile appeared on it. This quick change made Qin Chuan click his tongue in surprise. I entered the secret realm with you, but I accidentally lost track of you later. I really am at fault. He said carefully. Leng Yunfeng, it's not that you lost track of me, it's that I deliberately shook you off. I'm begging you, please stop sticking to me, okay? At this moment, Jiang Junwan's face was cold, and her eyes were full of disgust. Warner, let me explain. I don't know why you have such strong animosity towards me, but I really like you. Leng Yunfeng spoke anxiously. Jiang Junwan's eyes remained indifferent. Leng Yunfeng, how many times have I told you? Not liking you means not liking you. What do you want me to do? This can't be forced. Hearing this, Leng Yunfeng's eyes seemed to lose their sparkle. Then, his gaze shifted and landed on Qin Chuan, who was standing side by side with Jiang Junwan. Warner, I understand now. This is the person you like, right? Did you bring him here today to show off? Qin Chuan? Leng Yunfeng, don't talk nonsense. This is my benefactor. Jiang Junwan said coldly. Jiang Junwan, what are you still trying to hide? I know this is the person you like. Since I can't have you, then I will destroy the one you like. Leng Yunfeng's gaze turned icy and looked at Qin Chuan with deep hatred. Qin Chuan felt helpless, wondering what kind of dramatic plot he had been caught up in. Leng Yunfeng, this is my benefactor. Don't cause trouble. Jiang Junwan panicked, positioning herself in front of Qin Chuan. Seeing this scene, Leng Yunfeng's eyes looked ready to explode, his hatred deepening. Still saying he isn't the person you like? After knowing you for so long, when have you treated me this way? Leng Yunfeng pretended to be mad, laughing loudly at the sky. Today, I will compete with him and see what abilities he has. After saying that, he pointed at Qin Chuan, saying viciously. Pretty boy. If you have guts, don't hide behind a woman. Come out for a duel between men. Seeing Leng Yunfeng nearly going mad, Qin Chuan sighed inwardly. This guy is really a fool. No wonder Jiang Junwan doesn't like him. Kid. Do you dare? Leng Yunfeng shouted loudly. Benefactor, you don't need to pay attention to him. He has gone crazy. Zhang Junwan looked at Qin Chuan with an apologetic face.
This scene only made Ling Yunfeng crazier in his eyes.
Surround them. Don't let them escape. With a wave of his hand, his lackeys rushed in and surrounded the four tightly. Lan Yunfeng. You. Zhang Junwan shouted angrily. Humph. Unless he has a duel with me, otherwise, none of you will leave today.
Lan Yunfeng's eyes turned red, his words filled with unspeakable hatred.
Boss, what should we do? Should I go kill him? Yan Fei asked.
Qin Chuan touched his nose.
No need, since he wants to compete with me, I'll give him a chance. All right. Boss. You must remember to beat him to death. Chapter 105, The Foolish Devotee Will Meet a Bad End.
Ignoring Yan Fei, Qin Chuan stepped forward, looked at Lan Yunfeng, and shook his head.
No wonder no one sees you, there is a reason. Look at you now, you're just like a clown. What woman would like you?
Several of Qin Chuan's words pierced deeply into Lan Yunfeng's heart.
I don't need you to teach me. What qualification do you have? Lan Yunfeng roared angrily.
Then, before Qin Chuan could react, he swung a powerful punch towards Qin Chuan's face. Within the punch, there was a faint hint of a lion's roar. Seeing this, Qin Chuan was a bit surprised.
Have you also swallowed a lion?
However, facing such a small role, he had no interest in fighting. He threw out his own punch, just a simple punch.
Ah!
Lan Yunfeng's face turned pale as he flew back, crashing heavily to the ground. Sweat the size of soybeans instantly appeared on his forehead, tightly gripping the hand he had just used. Under a simple strike from Qin Chuan, his entire hand was already broken. This was still the case when Qin Chuan held back, otherwise, just this one hit could have shattered him completely.
You!
Ling Yunfeng was filled with mixed emotions of fear and anger, pointing at Qin Chuan and unable to speak. At this moment, he realized just how terrifying Qin Chuan's strength was.
What do you mean you? Never seen a handsome guy before.
Qin Chuan replied confidently. Then, he looked around.
Anyone else want to come?
I'm in a hurry, so you all can come at once. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and could not help but take a few steps back. Ling Yunfeng was their young master and had devoured a top-grade monster, his strength was decent. Even so, he couldn't withstand even one move from Qin Chuan.
So wouldn't they be just walking to their deaths if they went up?
Seeing Ling Yunfeng's subordinates looking down and not daring to speak, Qin Chuan smiled.
All right, let's go.
Watching Zhang Junwan walk away side by side with Qin Chuan, Ling Yunfeng felt a heart-wrenching pain.
Waner! Don't go. If you leave, how can I live?
Hearing the heart-wrenching cry, Qin Chuan chuckled helplessly.
This guy is really a devoted fool. Humph. A toad on the foot. Zhang Junwan said irritably. What do you mean? Qin Chuan didn't quite get it.
It's not fear, it's disgust. Zhang Junwan said with a look of disdain.
The few people burst into laughter. By the way, do you really dislike this guy that much? Though he is indeed quite annoying? Qin Chuan asked curiously.
Mentioning Ling Yunfeng, Zhang Junwan nodded. Yeah, he has been pursuing me for a long time, but I really don't like him. I don't know why, I just dislike him, he makes me angry just looking at him. Also, I heard that he is not of good character, too far from the person in my heart. The great hero in my heart can't possibly be compared to someone like him. Zhang Junwan spoke gently, and her eyes were filled with admiration when speaking about the great hero in her heart. Pink bubbles seemed about to overflow.
Seeing Zhang Junwan's expression, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did you see that?
You both should never become devoted fools.
Devoted fools have no good ending.
The three laughed heartily, but Zhang Junwan was still lost in the fantasy of her great hero, not hearing their words at all. The group continued walking forward, and soon, they saw a crowd gathered ahead. Zhang Junwan looked left and right, her face brightening.
Benefactor, my companions are just ahead.
She smiled at Qin Chuan.
All right then, go find your companions. Qin Chuan nodded and said to Zhang Junwan.
Benefactor, please wait for me here, I will be back soon. Before Qin Chuan could respond, she hopped away.
Boss, do you think this girl wants to join us? Yan Fei asked curiously. Exactly, maybe this girl has her eyes on the boss and wants to be with him? Xu Meng also joked, rare for him to do so.
I'll tell the boss lady what you said when I get back, let's see if she doesn't break your legs.
No. Xu Meng quickly begged for mercy.
Before long, Zhang Junwan returned with a group of people. Leading them was an old man, with white hair but a youthful face, looking quite spirited. Qin Chuan could tell at a glance that the old man's realm was of the saint level. Behind him was a group of people, both men and women. Ah, thank you, benefactors, for saving our young lady. I thank you on behalf of my family's master. My name is Jiang Zhe, the steward of the Jiang family. The old man saw Qin Chuan and approached with a beaming smile, bowing to him. You don't have to be so polite, it was just a simple act. Besides, we should help each other when we're out in the world. Qin Chuan said with a smile. The old man nodded, carefully sizing up Qin Chuan, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He couldn't see Qin Chuan's realm. Since the appearance of the gossip diagram, Qin Chuan's aura had become mysterious and unfathomable, making it hard for ordinary people to discern his realm. However, when the old man glanced at Yan Fei and Xu Meng, the flesh on his face trembled. A holy product. An immortal product. Benefactor, I heard Wanner say you are settled in Suhai City. After this trip, I will definitely come and express my gratitude properly. The old man said. Qin Chuan smiled broadly. Sure, welcome to Suhai. Benefactor, what are your plans next? Jiang Zhe asked. Qin Chuan shook his head. This secret realm is too big. We have no plans right now, just intend to wander around and see. It would be even better if we come across some opportunity. He spoke the truth, there was no information about this secret realm in his previous life, which only meant he could only explore by himself. In that case, just in time, there happens to be an opportunity here. How about I give it to a few benefactors? Qin Chuan perked up. What opportunity? The old man pointed behind him and stroked his beard, saying. Here are all members of the Jiang family. We found a blood pool. According to the description, this blood pool can test the purity of a person's beast blood and has a certain chance to increase the purity of the beast blood. As a devourer, you know that the higher the purity of the beast blood, the stronger the ability a devourer can exert. However, this blood pool can only accommodate 10 people at most. Since the 3 benefactors saved the young lady, I will take the liberty to give 3 spots to the 3 benefactors. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan had not yet spoken, but some young people behind the old man began to whisper. They originally had the qualifications to enter the blood pool, but if the spots were given to Qin Chuan and the others, they would no longer qualify to enter the blood pool. The old man clearly heard the whispers behind him and immediately turned to shout angrily. Shut up! How dare you make such noise in front of esteemed guests? What manners is that? I apologize, my young family members do not know better. The old man looked at Qin Chuan, his face full of apologies. Qin Chuan smiled and waved his hand to indicate he didn't mind. Qin Chuan naturally wanted to enter the blood pool, but seeing the strange gazes from some young people, he knew that he would have to first earn their respect before proceeding. Chapter 106, Awakening Bloodline Purity. Of course, he would not stand up and confront these young members of the Jiang family. Although they were not too far apart in age, his strength was simply not comparable to these young ones. He turned his head and made a gesture to Yan Fei. Yan Fei had been in the business world for many years and was very familiar with such tricks. So he immediately stood up. Housekeeper Jiang, this is our first meeting with the Jiang family. It is indeed an honor, so I have a proposal. How about we have a friendly match? Not for any other reason, but we are all devourers, let's share some experiences. Yan Fei said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He knew that if he wanted these people to fully submit, the best way was to fight them. Yan Fei looked around, the highest among these people was only at the initial stage of the holy product, no wonder the boss had no interest in taking action. Now it's time for me to show off. Yan Fei felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The esteemed guest saved my family's young lady, this. Jiang Zhe glanced at Yan Fei, then at Qin Chuan, his words tinged with helplessness. He knew what his younger generation thought, but he couldn't change their minds. As for him, he naturally wanted to thank Qin Chuan and others, otherwise he wouldn't have mentioned giving the spots to them. It's fine, let's treat it as a friendly match. You don't get to know someone without fighting. Qin Chuan glanced at the young people behind Jiang Zhe, many of whom were not convinced. Jiang Zhe also sensed the resentment from the young people behind him and eventually nodded. Okay, I will arrange it. Zhang Junwan watched all of this unfold but did not stop it. Benefactor, these people deserve to be taught a lesson, please do not hold back. She stepped forward and saluted Qin Chuan. Some young people in the family, ever since they had the protection of the family in the apocalypse, it became increasingly lawless, always putting on an air of being the best in the world. For Qin Chuan and the others' strength, no one knew better than Zhang Junwan, who had experienced it firsthand. Taking this opportunity, it was exactly right to let the people in the family learn a lesson. Well said, well said. Qin Chuan cheerfully pulled Yan Fei over. Be gentle later, don't kill the person. Soon, the Jiang family selected a candidate, a tall young man with a proud look. As a high-level practitioner, Qin Chuan recognized the young man's realm at a glance. Saint grade, initial stage.
Compared to others, this young man indeed had the capital to be arrogant. After all, the Saint grade stage was not low. Unfortunately, he encountered Yin Fei, who was at the immortal grade. Within just a brief encounter, amidst flying sand and stones, Qin Chuan didn't even get a good look at the young man's face before he was sent flying like a broken sack. "Boss, got it." Yin Fei clapped his hands and proudly walked to Qin Chuan's side. He had always watched Qin Chuan show off, and now it was finally his turn, making him extremely happy. "Not bad, quite strong, why don't you be my boss from now on?" Yin Fei quickly begged for mercy. "Don't mess with me." Looking at his young man being sent flying, Zhang Zhe had a slight helpless look on his face. Although this was damaging to the Zhang family's face, it was good for these juniors to learn a lesson. He cleared his throat. "Is there anyone else who wants to participate in this friendly match?" Hearing this, everyone in the Zhang family fell silent. The young man who just went up was already very strong among them, but he couldn't even last one move against Yin Fei. The gap between them and that young man was enormous, and they were even more afraid to compare themselves to Yin Fei. Moreover, it seemed Yin Fei wasn't the strongest, the young man in the middle among the three was the most powerful. The young people of the Zhang family weren't fools, they were completely convinced now. They could see that, just based on strength, Qin Chuan and the others took away their blood pool, and they didn't dare say anything. "Several benefactors, since no one else is willing, then please follow me." This was a valley, and Zhang Zhe happily led a few people into the valley. "Benefactors, please take a look." Qin Chuan took a look and indeed saw a huge blood pool in the center of the valley. Surrounding the blood pool was a stone tablet with information about the blood pool written on it. According to the inscription, this was built by a powerful person to enhance the strength of their descendants. However, after his children's bloodline was enhanced, there were still 10 spots left in the blood pool, so it was reserved for future generations. As stated on the inscription, it could not only test the purity of the bloodline but also had a certain chance to enhance the strength of the bloodline. Qin Chuan looked into the blood pool, the pool was bright red, and although it had endured a long time, it was still evident that there was vitality within it. "Benefactors, please enter the pool." Zhang Junwan had finished reading the inscription and immediately invited Qin Chuan into the pool. Qin Chuan nodded and, without hesitation, entered the pool, closing his eyes to begin feeling the changes brought by the blood pool. Seeing this, Yin Fei and Zhu Mang also entered the pool. "Elder Jiang, is there any danger in this blood pool?" Seeing that they had entered the pool, Zhang Junwan asked with some concern. Zhang Zhe stroked his beard and chuckled. "Don't worry, there won't be any danger. I just selected a few Zhang family juniors to enter the pool." Not only was there no danger, but the enhancement to their bloodline was also immense. They felt their strength had risen a level after coming out. That's good. I'm just afraid of causing harm to the benefactors." Zhang Junwan nodded heavily, glancing from time to time at Qin Chuan in the pool. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zhe smiled. He knew his own young lady's temperament very clearly. In the usually cold and distant young lady, when has she ever cared for someone like this? Zhang Zhe looked at Qin Chuan in the pool, nodding silently in his heart. This young man not only handled people with great propriety, but also possessed immense strength, and his appearance matched their young lady perfectly. Perhaps, this is why their young lady cares so much. However, regarding the young man, Zhang Zhe chose to see through without mentioning it. He only needed to report back to the family head. In the center of the blood pool, Qin Chuan was, of course, unaware of the changes outside. At this moment, he had fully immersed himself in the blood pool. He could feel a gentle power entering his body from the blood pool, beginning to wander within him. At first, he was a bit worried, but gradually, he began to relax. Because he discovered that the Tai Chi diagram inside his body did not reject this power, instead, it was guiding it to flow throughout his body. The Tai Chi diagram would never harm him, so Qin Chuan invested himself wholeheartedly. About half an hour later, a number slowly appeared above Qin Chuan's head. 99%. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zhe's face changed dramatically, his muscles trembling intensely. How is this possible? Chapter 107, Bloodline Purity 100%. Zhang Yunwan heard Zhang Zhe's words, and her heart suddenly leaped to her throat. What happened? Elder Jiang, is something wrong? Her face paled, ready to jump into the pool to save him. Zhang Zhe saw this worried look and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, miss, it's nothing. I'm just curious about the purity of our benefactor's bloodline. Zhang Zhe looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with disbelief. 99%. Zhang Yunwan turned her head to glance at the number above Qin Chuan's head, confusion evident in her gaze. Elder Jiang, is this number on our benefactor's head the bloodline purity? Is this number high or low? Hearing this, Zhang Zhe let out a bitter smile. My young lady, you seem to be too focused on our benefactor. This number is high, and extremely high. Zhang Zhe looked at Qin Chuan with envy in his eyes. Do you know what the bloodline purity was for the younger generations we just sent into the pool? Zhang Yunwan shook her head. I don't know. Zhang Zhe sighed. Not one of them exceeded 60%.
Strictly speaking, one person reached 51%, while none of the others surpassed 50.
Hearing this, Zhang Yunwan was extremely happy and, regardless of anything else, began to laugh. Our benefactor is so strong.
In her eyes looking at Qin Chuan, there was a sense of admiration. Seeing his young lady like this, Zhang Zhe helplessly sighed. It seemed that his young lady was truly smitten. Miss, the one whose bloodline strength reached 51% is Jiang Han, who also devoured the sacred beast like you.
Oh, it's Jiang Han.
Zhang Yunwan casually responded, but her gaze remained on Qin Chuan.
Reaching only 51% bloodline purity just by devouring sacred beasts, how is this 99% bloodline purity even achieved? Zhang Zhe was perplexed.
However, although he couldn't understand it, he had already roughly judged Qin Chuan's realm in his heart.
Divine grade. Only at the divine grade could there be such a significant gap from the sacred grade.
Yet, Zhang Zhe was still puzzled about what could create such a vast difference.
Is it just because the levels of beast devouring differ?
At this moment, the numbers above Yan Fei and Zhu Meng's heads also popped up.
Both had bloodline purities in the 60s. This further solidified Zhang Zhe's judgment. This bloodline purity test was definitely not simply due to realm differences. Zhu Meng was also sacred grade, why was his purity only in the 60s? But Jiang Han only has 51%, right?
All of this made Zhang Zhe want to jump into the blood pool to explore it for himself. However, he ultimately held back and continued to observe the changes in the three people. In the pool, Qin Chuan felt extremely comfortable all over. He continuously attracted the energy from the blood pool into his body, and then, guided by the Tai Chi diagram, gradually integrated this energy into himself. Under the guidance of this energy, Qin Chuan could feel some impurities in his body that he had never noticed before being expelled. In the past, he would have never paid attention to these impurities. However, soaking in the blood pool made him truly aware of these impurities.
This blood pool is indeed amazing.
Qin Chuan exclaimed. After the impurities were expelled from his body, Qin Chuan felt that his blood had become pure, and it seemed like even greater power could burst forth from within it.
He seemed to have fallen into an illusion.
In the illusion, he could see iron threadworms, face-hugging worms, hanging forehead azure-eyed white tigers, golden lions, and golden-winged dapeng birds. However, these phantoms in the illusion all rushed towards Qin Chuan, merging with him. For a moment, Qin Chuan could feel the ferocity of the iron threadworm, the might of the white tiger, the dominance of the golden-winged dapeng. Countless kinds of auras merged into his body, causing his own aura to change continuously.
99.9. 100%.
On the shore, Zhang Zhe watched all of this, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was actually witnessing in person a person whose bloodline purity had reached its peak.
What does this mean? This is pure beast blood. Only pure beast blood can achieve 100% bloodline purity. Could it be that what flowed through Qin Chuan's body at this moment was entirely pure beast blood?
At this moment, Zhang Zhe's eyes were filled with envy.
Such bloodline purity is simply a chosen one.
This is a world of devourers, such bloodline purity will undoubtedly make him a formidable force in this world.
Splash.
After reaching 100% bloodline purity, Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, which shot out a substantial red light.
He stood up and left the blood pool. Benefactor, how do you feel? Zhang Junwan rushed over, asking with concern. Qin Chuan laughed heartily.
I feel great, my power is stronger than before, and... He clenched his fist, creating a series of explosive sounds.
I feel like a whole new person.
Qin Chuan said with a smile. Zhang Junwan's eyes kept darting towards Qin Chuan, noticing that his entire aura had changed. He appeared more wild, yet there was also a hint of dominance within him. Zhang Junwan lowered her head, her little face blushing. She liked him even more now.
Benefactor, congratulations.
Zhang Zhe walked over with a smile, looking at Qin Chuan with admiration. I didn't expect your bloodline strength to ultimately reach 100%, a king in a doomsday world must surely have a place.
Hearing Zhang Zhe's words, Qin Chuan didn't seem to care much. Isn't 100% normal?
He had devoured so many extraordinary monsters, so a high bloodline purity was to be expected. As for being a king, he was already a man destined to become a ruler in the doomsday.
Thank you, Elder Jiang, for your concern, you flatter me. Qin Chuan smiled.
After some friendly exchange, they turned to look at Yan Fei and Zhu Meng in the pool. The numbers above their heads were still climbing. Eventually, both of their bloodline purities stopped at 75%. Though this purity couldn't compare to Qin Chuan's, it was already outstanding among others. After all, not everyone is as extraordinarily gifted as Qin Chuan.
Wonder, you should go in too. Zhang Zhe saw that everyone else had come out.
Let Jiang Junwan also go into the blood pool to enhance her bloodline strength.
Jiang Junwan nodded and directly entered the blood pool. 60%.
Seeing the purity of her bloodline, Jiang Zhe smiled and nodded. As expected of the pride of the Jiang family, this bloodline strength can already match the likes of Yin Fei. As they chatted, a comment from Jiang Zhe nearly left Qin Chuan speechless.
I wonder if the benefactor is available for marriage. Chapter 108, Return to the City. I am not yet married. Qin Chuan said.
Speaking of which, if not for the apocalypse, according to the normal script, he would still be holding a college admission notice, preparing to go to university. Where would there be talk of marriage? According to the previous laws of the Great Xia Empire, he hadn't even reached the marrying age yet. It seems Jiang Zhe saw through Qin Chuan's thoughts, and he chuckled. Young friend, as the saying goes, when there are flowers, one should pick them, don't wait until there are no flowers left. After saying this, he intentionally glanced at Jiang Junwan in the pool. My daughter has mastered music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood. Her beauty is stunning, and her personality is lively and spirited. Faced with Jiang Zhe's direct approach, Qin Chuan cleared his throat. Jiang Lao, I think it's a bit too early to discuss these things, I am only 18.
Jiang Zhe chuckled. Sure enough, my daughter is also 18, the same age as you, as the saying goes.
Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Qin Chuan felt overwhelmed and hurriedly interrupted. Jiang Lao, in this apocalypse, as the saying goes, while the beasts remain, how can one think of home? Hearing this, Jiang Zhe was all smiles. That's right, what the young friend said makes a lot of sense. However, it can still be considered, the beasts after all cannot be killed entirely, it's good to have more contact. Faced with Jiang Zhe's insistence, Qin Chuan could only choose to play dumb. Noticing this, Jiang Zhe did not press further. However, he was evidently invested in this matter, occasionally looking at Qin Chuan and then at Jiang Junwan in the blood pool. Behind them, Yin Fei was nearly anxious to death. What's with this old man? Why isn't he introducing me? I am still single. The boss doesn't need anyone. Xu Meng rolled his eyes. What you're saying is exactly what I was going to say, I'm also still single. Next time, let's go out alone, we shouldn't be with the boss, it's too unfair for us to tag along, all the good things go to the boss. While a few people were chatting, Jiang Junwan had completed her transformation in the blood pool. After the baptism of the blood pool, her bloodline purity had reached 72%. Although this result was far from Qin Chuan's, it was already an excellent outcome. After all, there was only one genius like Qin Chuan. Benefactor, I have completed my transformation. Jiang Junwan hopped out of the blood pool and came to Qin Chuan's side. Congratulations. That's really great. Qin Chuan looked down at Jiang Junwan and congratulated her. Thank you. Jiang Junwan's face turned red, and she couldn't be happier. Next, in the presence of several witnesses, some outstanding juniors of the Jiang family entered the blood pool for bloodline purity enhancement. However, it was unfortunate that after several entered, the highest purity achieved did not exceed 50%. Seeing this, Jiang Zhe could only sigh in regret. Although these people gained enhanced abilities from the blood pool, their bloodline purity was still very low. It must be understood that he had brought out only the elite among the young people of the family this time. After the 10th person emerged from the blood pool, it began to churn. A large number of bubbles rose from the blood pool as if it were boiling. Before long, the blood pool had transformed into a pool of clear water, and the previous mystical feeling was gone. Indeed, as the steel said, this place really can only accommodate 10 people. Jiang Zhe looked at what had become a pool of clear water, his voice filled with regret. If there were more opportunities, he could let more young people enter the blood pool and thereby enhance the overall strength of the Jiang family. Benefactor, now that the blood pool is no longer useful, we are also preparing to leave. Where do you plan to go next? Jiang Zhe said. Qin Chuan hummed in response, then looked at Yin Fei and Xu Meng. We don't have a specific destination, but I think we will continue searching for treasures within the secret realm. Hearing this, Jiang Zhe chuckled. So, would you like to join us? It would be a good opportunity for you to guide the younger generation of the Jiang family. Although he mentioned younger generation, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yunwan. This made Jiang Yunwan even more embarrassed, her face turning as red as an apple as she lowered her head shyly. Qin Chuan coughed. Elder Jiang, Miss Jiang, we have other matters to attend to, so we won't be joining you. However, you can keep my contact information. If you encounter any issues in the secret realm, feel free to reach out to me. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Jiang Zhe felt a bit helpless, while Jiang Yunwan looked disappointed. Alright then, let's part ways here. If there's a chance, we will meet again in the secret realm. Jiang Zhe did not push further. Benefactor, goodbye. Jiang Yunwan looked back 3 times as she said farewell to Qin Chuan. It was only after the group walked far away that Qin Chuan spoke up. Alright, let's go too.
Boss, where are we headed now? Yeah. It seems that young lady has a strong interest in you, how about we catch up? Yan Fei gossiped. You can go if you want. Qin Chuan laughed and scolded. We have more important things to do. He glanced at the place where the Jiang family members had vanished, then resolutely turned and left. In fact, he understood the Jiang family's intentions, but right now, he indeed had more important matters to attend to. Of course, he had his own considerations regarding this matter. There were numerous opportunities in the secret realm. If he joined the Jiang family, no faction in the secret realm would be able to obstruct them. However, that would mean sharing any encountered opportunities. In that case, he would end up with significantly less. Moreover, being an outsider, he would face many inconveniences regarding sharing. Rather than that, he might as well go on his own. Going alone would mean that if he encountered any opportunities, he wouldn't have to share with anyone. Furthermore, given his strength, he didn't need to rely on anyone at all. You two, right now there is something important. You need to return to Suai City and bring everyone from the first guild. Make sure no one gets hurt. Qin Chuan turned and instructed Yan Fei and Zhu Meng. Hearing this, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng immediately understood Qin Chuan's intent. Yes. Boss. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you in the secret realm. Qin Chuan waved his hand. Without hesitation, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng turned and quickly left. Watching their departing figures, Qin Chuan sighed with relief. What he needed to do was to gather all the members of the first guild into the secret realm to devour monsters. Outside, it was still hard to find holy and immortal grade monsters. But here, holy and immortal grade monsters were common, even abundant. When he was recruiting, he specifically selected people who had never devoured before. Now, if he could get these people to devour the monsters in the secret realm, the strength of the first guild would experience explosive growth. Chapter 109, Obsessed with Martial Arts. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel excited. Knowing that it would take some time for the first guild members to arrive in the secret realm, he decided to explore the secret realm himself to see if he could find any opportunities. Now, he had no interest in regular treasures, only rare treasures would catch his eye. Therefore, the journey felt particularly dull. After all, rare treasures were not easy to find. Just then, Qin Chuan heard sounds of fighting coming from ahead. The sound of fighting was loud, accompanied by the cries of birds and roars of beasts. Qin Chuan immediately became interested. He had been so bored on the way that he wanted to see the excitement. Moreover, from the sound, the strength of these two people was not weak. Qin Chuan walked ahead without going far before he saw two people engaged in a fierce battle. One was dressed in black, with a stern face. The other wore red, with hair spiked in an exaggerated manner. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, aiming every move at each other's vital points without holding back at all. Qin Chuan did not know either of them, but he was a bit surprised when he saw them. Because their realms were frighteningly higher than others. Both were divine rank. In this world, there were only a few divine rank devourers. Saint and immortal ranks were enough to dominate a region, not to mention divine rank, which was absolutely supreme. As the two faced off, a huge phoenix illusion appeared behind the man in red, and he unleashed a blast of fierce fire. Seeing this, the man in black clearly appeared flustered. However, the fireball brushed past the hair of the man in black, falling to the ground and instantly scorching a large hole. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan immediately understood who the man in red was. Qi Zhan. He was Qi Zhan. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had naturally heard of his illustrious fame. This person's character was just like his name, he naturally exuded a fighting spirit. He was a good guy, but he just loved to battle too much. He enjoyed constantly seeking strong opponents to fight. According to him, this was to hone himself and enhance his strength through combat. Qin Chuan remembered that in his previous life, Qi Zhan had continuously challenged 66 masters without a single defeat. Moreover, what was most astonishing was that the beast tribe he devoured was actually the legendary phoenix. Every time he fought, a massive phoenix illusion followed behind him, exuding tremendous intimidation. To be honest, Qin Chuan felt a bit envious. After all, that was a phoenix. The legendary divine beast. However, until Qin Chuan crossed over, he had no idea where Qi Zhan found such legendary divine beasts. So, after crossing over, he could only give up. As for the man in black, Qin Chuan had no impression of him. Stop, Ding brother, you are not my opponent. Qi Zhan laughed heartily. Hearing this, the man in black could only helplessly cease fighting and cupped his hands to Qi Zhan. Skill is no match for a person. Shameful, shameful. Not at all. Actually, I also took some shortcuts. Qi Zhan chuckled. Defeat is defeat. The man in black said. Outside the arena, Qin Chuan observed the two, showing a peculiar expression. From the looks of it, they were neither enemies nor fighting for any treasures, they were simply sparring. However, thinking about Qi Zhan from his past life, Qin Chuan felt relieved. This indeed matched Qi Zhan's character. The two simultaneously withdrew their hands, sitting down to discuss the details of their earlier battle. Watching the two intensely debating, Qin Chuan smiled and shook his head. What a pair of martial enthusiasts. Just as he was about to leave, Qi Zhan's gaze turned over. Who is that friend over there? His voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of authority. The man in black immediately shifted his gaze as well. Divine rank individuals truly have keen senses, Qin Chuan thought. Since the other party had spoken, he naturally had no intention of avoiding it. Initially, he thought there was nothing to say to these martial enthusiasts, but since they spoke, he wouldn't shy away. Gentlemen, I passed by here and did not mean to disturb. Qin Chuan walked over. Upon hearing this, both men nodded. However, they both seemed to realize something and exchanged surprised glances with each other. With their strengths, they actually could not discern Qin Chuan's realm. It was incredibly strange that both divine rank individuals couldn't figure out what realm Qin Chuan was in. Qi Zhan and Ding Wu promptly stood up, smiling at Qin Chuan. This friend, if you are not in a hurry to travel, how about coming over to sit and chat? Facing Qi Zhan's invitation, Qin Chuan smiled faintly and did not refuse, immediately walking forward. He did not have a bad impression of Qi Zhan. In his last life, this guy was completely obsessed with martial arts and never did anything morally wrong, devoting himself entirely to fighting. Please sit. Qi Zhan and Ding Wu made a gesture of invitation. The three sat on the ground, looking at each other. Qi Zhan still had that strong battle aura about him. The black-clothed man also radiated battle intent, curiously sizing up Qin Chuan. This friend, my name is Qi Zhan, from Fenglan City. This is Ding Wu, from Baibi City. We were just fighting here to discuss fighting techniques. Qi Zhan introduced himself. He was a pure martial artist, without too many tricks up his sleeve. Ding Wu? Qin Chuan suddenly remembered that in his previous life, there was indeed a large family in Baibi City, the Ding family. However, this family was very low-key and did not participate in the struggle for power. Brother Ding Wu comes from the Ding family of Baibi City? Qin Chuan looked at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man nodded. Exactly. Qin Chuan smiled. My name is Qin Chuan, from Suhai City. Hearing this, the two exchanged a glance and shook their heads simultaneously. Never heard of it. Their answers were somewhat stiff, but Qin Chuan did not get angry. He understood that pure martial artists often spoke rather bluntly. But now that you have heard of it, we are friends from here on out. Brother Qin Chuan, I speak directly, I have something to ask you. Qin Chuan nodded. Please go ahead. Qi Zhan showed an odd expression. To be honest, I am at the divine grade level and am close to reaching the mid-level. However, I cannot see your realm at all. Ding Wu beside him also nodded. I am at the initial stage of the divine grade, but I can't tell what realm Brother Qin is in either. The two did not hide their thoughts at all. To tell you both honestly, I am also at the divine grade level. As for the rank, I can't really say. Qin Chuan replied. As for what you mentioned about not being able to see my realm, I have had some special opportunities before, so I can hide my realm. What Qin Chuan said was not wrong. He was indeed at the divine grade level, but he could not really define his rank. After all, he had devoured too many divine grade beasts, used various methods, and could not easily describe his rank. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhan and Ding Wu exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, there are some methods that can hide one's realm. We apologize for the offense. Qi Zhan's eyes flashed with a fighting spirit. Brother Qin, since we have met here, it must be fate. Are you interested in having a match with me? Chapter 110, Battle of Dual Beasts. Ding Wu's eyes were also filled with battle intent, his gaze intense. Brother Qin, count me in. I also want to fight you. As fellow combat enthusiasts, Ding Wu rarely encountered a worthy opponent and was eager to clash. Seeing the two, Qin Chuan also smiled. He felt a surge of heroism and shouted a hearty good, immediately agreeing. Seeing that both were spirited individuals, Qin Chuan was naturally not a timid person. Although he knew that the two in front of him could not possibly be his match, since they had proposed it, he would not refuse. Moreover, neither of them had any ulterior motives, they were purely here to hone their martial skills, with no other thoughts. Seeing Qin Chuan agree, Qi Zhan and Ding Wu exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. All right. Brother Qin, since you are so straightforward today, we shall not stand on ceremony. Then, the two began to discuss who would go up first. Clearly, both wanted to go first, but neither was willing to back down, even wanting to come to blows. Seeing this, Qin Chuan could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. Two divine grade masters, now fighting like children over who gets to go first, was indeed somewhat amusing. However, faced with this situation, Qin Chuan did not urge them. He knew that for two stubborn people like them, without a clear winner, they would never back down. Then, he sat on the ground and quietly listened to the two arguing. They argued for about half an hour before finally determining a winner. In the end, they came up with a ridiculous way to settle it: rock, paper, scissors. For two martial arts enthusiasts, this was the best way to resolve it. In the end, Qin, thanks to his superb boxing skills, gained the upper hand and earned the qualification to compete against Qin Chuan first. Brother, in the end, I still slightly surpassed you. Qin couldn't be prouder, his eyes sparkling with joy. On the other hand, Dingwu was gritting his teeth in anger. Well then, I won't hold back. Qin laughed heartily. Then, he walked in front of Qin Chuan and smiled at him. Brother Qin, let's have our match now. Okay. Ha, let's have a match. Then, they stepped back and began their competition. Both being masters of the divine level, this battle left no room for holding back. He unleashed all his power, and behind him appeared the phantasm of a phoenix, instantly making the air around them intensely hot, like a fiery blaze. As a divine beast, the phoenix was the god of fire, filling the air with its fiery aura, flames seeming to materialize and erupt. The might of the phoenix was terrifying. Seeing this, Qin Chuan smiled. With a thought, a huge bird phantasm appeared behind him. Caw! The enormous bird phantasm behind Qin Chuan let out a long cry, shaking the surroundings. Though facing a divine beast like the phoenix, he showed no fear. Instead, there was a palpable sense of rivalry. Golden-winged rock. The phoenix was powerful, but the golden-winged rock was no weakling either. It was also a legendary beast. In their initial clash, the two fought to a standstill. Although Qin Chuan had devoured many beasts, he obviously could not expose his true strength, so he chose one beast. After coming out of the blood pool, he discovered that he could summon the phantasms of the beasts he had devoured to fight. This was the first time he used this skill. Seeing the huge phantasm behind Qin Chuan, Qin and Dingwu widened their eyes, fixated on the phantasm behind him. The rock. As top-tier devourers, they were well informed, so they were very familiar with these beasts. It's also a legendary beast. Brother Qin is truly a hero among men. Qin praised. Mutual admiration. Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Brother Qin, get ready. Qin said solemnly, and then quickly charged at Qin Chuan. Qin moved with incredible speed and soon appeared right in front of Qin Chuan, his hand turning into a claw, fiercely reaching for him. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly, his hand also transforming into a claw, reaching out to grab Qin. Clang! The two claws collided, emitting a sound like metal striking metal. They began to fight, with the phantasms behind them also engaged in battle. Qin displayed countless techniques, using physical skills and abilities, trying various ways to defeat Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, of course, did not hold back and attacked in many different ways. The two moved with lightning speed, crossing dozens of exchanges in the blink of an eye. This intense scene left Dingwu, who was watching from the side, exhilarated. He watched the two fight without blinking, afraid to miss any detail. To him, the two were evenly matched. He secretly admired Qin Chuan in his heart. Brother Qin, when he said he didn't know what level he was at, he was probably being modest. Judging by his appearance, his strength is at least mid-level divine. In Dingwu's mind, he already categorized Qin Chuan's strength. He was at the initial level of divine, and if it came down to it, he was no match for Qin Chuan. However, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, I felt genuinely happy. Today, being able to witness the battle between two top masters, even if I were to die, it would be worth it. In just a few short minutes on the battlefield, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. Pleasant. Pleasant. Qin laughed heartily. Seeing that neither side was gaining an advantage, Qin struck out with one move, then quickly retreated, his hands continuously forming complicated seals. The phoenix shadow behind him let out a long cry toward the sky, and the air instantly became extremely hot. In the phoenix's mouth was a huge fireball of light, which kept growing larger. Seeing this, Qin Chuan quickly retreated as well, his hands beginning to form seals. After enhancing the purity of his bloodline, he delved deeply into beast blood, gaining much insight from it. This was a sign that the shadow was about to unleash its skill. Fortunately, after his bloodline purity reached 100%, he became very familiar with these techniques. He formed seals with his hands, and the golden-winged peng behind him also let out a cry, its wings beginning to flap rapidly. Soon, two massive tornadoes took shape behind the golden-winged peng. Go! The two ended their seals at the same time, and the giant seals flew towards their respective shadows. Under the urging of the seals, the two bird shadows unleashed their skills at the same time. One side produced a huge fireball, while the other created two massive tornadoes. Dingwu watched nervously, an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Who will win in the end? The moment the fireball and the tornadoes made contact, the flames erupted. The wind fueled the fire. The fireball and tornadoes suddenly vanished, replaced by blazing flames that filled the sky. In an instant, the entire sky looked as if it were scorched by fire, with temperatures soaring to thousands of degrees.
The few of them were top swallowers, and such temperatures were naturally nothing to them. Just as Qin Chuan awaited Zhizhan's next attack, Zhizhan, however, smiled and made a gesture to stop.
Brother Qin, I have lost.
Upon hearing this, Dingwu was puzzled.
Zhizhan, you have not lost yet, why do you say you have?
Only Qin Chuan smiled and remained silent. Zhizhan chuckled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The phoenix shadow behind him gradually faded, quickly dissipating. I have no strength left, and have you noticed, Brother Qin is following my lead. When I attack up close, Brother Qin also attacks up close. When I release beast souls, Brother Qin also releases beast souls. Moreover, I am out of strength now, while Brother Qin is still full of energy, with no signs of discomfort. Whatever I can do, Brother Qin can do just as well. What I can't do, he can do even better, and if this continues, my defeat is inevitable. So, I'd rather leave myself a way out. Zhizhan said with a helpless smile. Upon hearing this, Dingwu was somewhat surprised. In the duel just now, he was very clear about Zhizhan's strength. Zhizhan's strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, he was that kind of pure martial enthusiast, who would never admit defeat until the last moment. However, he was now voluntarily admitting defeat, and there could only be one reason for that. He truly had no moves left. Thinking of this, Dingwu felt not a tinge of retreat but rather an escalating fighting spirit.
Brother Qin, please fight with me.
Saying this, he made a gesture of invitation. Although his strength was still not as high as Zhizhan's, he felt no fear at all. This was the pride of a warrior.
Brother Ding, please.
Qin Chuan also made a gesture of invitation. Dingwu laughed heartily, not refusing, and quickly increased the distance between himself and Qin Chuan. Then, he suddenly launched an attack toward Qin Chuan. He was only at the initial stage of top-tier strength, with somewhat weaker techniques. Thus, he did not possess techniques like beast souls. However, within his fist's wind was vaguely a hint of a beast's roar. Hearing that wild, fierce beast's roar, Qin Chuan immediately understood what kind of monster Dingwu had swallowed.
A mammoth. Dingwu had actually swallowed a mammoth.
However, thinking about the legendary divine beasts appearing, it was nothing strange for an extinct mammoth to show up as well. Dingwu devours the mammoth, and in battle, he naturally excels in strength.
With a powerful punch, he even created a sonic boom.
Zhizhan laughed and sat on the ground, ready to watch how the two would fight. After all, even he, who has devoured the divine beast phoenix, had to avoid the edge of Dingwu's tremendous strength.
In the next second, what Qin Chuan did left him in disbelief.
Facing Dingwu's full punch infused with mammoth power, Qin Chuan did not evade but instead clenched his fists tightly and threw a heavy punch back at Dingwu's fist.
No!
Seeing the scene, Zhizhan couldn't help but exclaim. Dingwu specialized in body techniques, and he and Qin Chuan were not the same. How could Qin Chuan possibly withstand Dingwu in a direct clash?
However, what happened next surprised Zhizhan. Bang!
The two fists collided violently, producing a huge sound. Qin Chuan remained perfectly still, but Dingwu was forced to retreat a dozen steps before he steadied himself.
Good. Dingwu, surprised, burst into laughter. This was the opponent he wanted. Brother Qin is indeed strong. Come again.
With that, Dingwu lunged at Qin Chuan again.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of their fists colliding continuously rang out. From this look, in terms of body techniques, Qin Chuan and Dingwu were about equal. In just a short while, Qin Chuan's attack didn't decrease, and Dingwu had no more defenses left. The scene instantly turned into a one-sided beating. This sight left Zhizhan stunned. Only then did he realize. In the previous battle, Qin Chuan had held back. In the arena, Dingwu laughed heartily, taking several punches from Qin Chuan. However, he was not injured. Instead, he grew more and more excited.
Besides strength, the mammoth's exceptional defense was also a characteristic.
After countering two punches, Dingwu quickly retreated, growing a thick layer of elephant skin, and his arms became a full circle thicker.
Brother Qin, be careful.
After saying that, he charged towards Qin Chuan, and Qin Chuan could feel the entire ground shaking. This was Dingwu's true strength. Qin Chuan smiled, his hands transforming into eagle claws as he aimed for the elephant skin. However, with one strike, only a shallow white mark was left on the skin. The two continued their fierce battle together.
The fight lasted half an hour, and the elephant skin on Dingwu gradually faded. He was drenched in sweat, laughing heartily as he quickly retreated. Brother Qin, I admit defeat. I admit defeat.
It was clear that he was slightly out of breath. Seeing Dingwu yield, Qin Chuan also smiled and withdrew his attacks.
Impressive. Impressive. Dingwu clasped his fists towards Qin Chuan and then collapsed next to Zhizhan. Fighting with Brother Qin has truly exhausted me. However, to battle with such a master is really exhilarating. What a thrill!
Dingwu said with a grin. Qin Chuan also walked over and sat beside them.
Looking at his calm demeanor, the two admired him even more. Speaking of which, they had taken advantage of the situation. They were fighting in relay, while Qin Chuan was facing them both and losing no ground. In fact, they were already worn out after the battle, while Qin Chuan seemed unfazed. Today, meeting a hero like Brother Qin is truly delightful. Shi Zhan said with a smile. Brother Qin, would you like to join us in Fenglan City? Let's achieve something together. I am willing to be your subordinate. Qin Chuan shook his head. To be honest, I have my own power in Suhai. Seeing this, Shi Zhan did not insist. Then let us meet at the peak. After chatting for a while, Ding Wu glanced at Qin Chuan, wanting to say something but hesitating. This scene was noticed by Shi Zhan, who immediately scolded. Brother Ding, as martial artists, we should speak our minds, why hide and hesitate? Ding Wu smiled. This is my fault. However, I was wondering, what level should Brother Qin's rank be? Upon hearing this, Shi Zhan also pondered deeply. In my opinion, Brother Qin's realm should be at least a high-level divine rank. Even higher. Shi Zhan said firmly. Hearing this, Ding Wu was first surprised, then nodded. It should be so. Shi Zhan fixed his gaze on Qin Chuan for a while. Brother Qin, to be honest, when I see you, I seem to see an old friend. Old friend? Yes. Old friend. Shi Zhan nodded affirmatively. The beast you devoured is the golden-winged Great Pang. Back then, before I became a devourer, I personally witnessed a devourer chasing a golden-winged Great Pang. The Great Pang soared up to 90,000 miles, but that devourer showed no weakness, shocking the golden-winged Great Pang into fleeing in panic. To be honest, that was my first time witnessing the great power of a devourer. To this day, the silhouette of that devourer still occasionally appears in my mind. Shi Zhan looked at Qin Chuan. His silhouette is somewhat like yours. Chapter 112 For Fairness. Ding Wu continued the conversation. What Brother Qi saw back then, I also saw. When I witnessed that scene, a phrase flashed in my mind, a true man should be like this. At that time, to be honest, I was not a devourer either. I was also inspired by him and vowed to find a powerful beast to devour, which is how by chance I encountered the mammoth. Brother Qin, your build does bear some resemblance to his. You're also devouring the golden-winged Great Pang. Could it be that you know each other? Hearing this, Qin Chuan was speechless. He didn't expect so many people to witness his chase of the golden-winged Great Pang back then. Moreover, in these people's words, there was complete admiration for him. One Jiang Yunwan would be enough, but now even Shi Zhan and Ding Wu are his little fans. However, he naturally did not want to reveal his identity. You two are joking. Although I devoured the golden-winged Great Pang, it was also by pure coincidence. I'm not the hero you speak of. Shi Zhan and Ding Wu exchanged glances, both nodding. Brother Qin is right. I estimate that hero had at least a realm beyond the divine grade. Although Brother Qin's strength is great, he is still a divine grade, and cannot compare to that hero. Shi Zhan said, his gaze filled with longing. It was clear that even though he was already a master in the divine grade realm, he still had lingering thoughts about that event. Qin Chuan found it amusing, not expecting to hold such an important place in their hearts. Naturally, he could not admit that person was him. After chatting for a while, Ding Wu spoke up. Brother Qin, we are leaving, do you want to come with us? Exactly, I also want to find my next opponent for a duel, I hope to meet a partner as generous as Brother Qin. Shi Zhan laughed heartily. I won't travel with you too, I have some matters to attend to. Qin Chuan shook his head, turning down their invitation. Calculating the time, the people from the first guild would be arriving soon, and he naturally wouldn't travel together with the two. Moreover, his main task in the secret realm was to seek treasures, while these two martial enthusiasts were clearly here to find opponents for duels. Alright, Brother Qin, then we'll see each other again when we have the chance. Time is long, until we meet again. By the way, if you leave Suhai to train outside in the future, if you come to Bai Bai City, you can look for me. If you go to Fenglan City, you can find Brother Qi, and we will drink together. Ding Wu said with a smile. You too, definitely, if I have the chance to reach Suhai City, I will look for you. By the way, my guild is called the First Guild, when the time comes, just mention my name. Qin Chuan said. First Guild? Good name, Brother Qin is powerful and deserves this first name. Then, we shall part here. After that, the few of them said their goodbyes. After the two left, Qin Chuan's communicator also rang at this moment. Boss, Zhu Meng and I have already brought everyone outside the city. We're about to enter the secret realm. It was a message from Yan Fei. Upon seeing this, Qin Chuan immediately headed toward the entrance, preparing to meet them. However, as he passed a corner, Qin Chuan suddenly heard a faint cry of a woman. Qin Chuan's senses were sharp, and he immediately realized something was wrong,
so he took a few steps forward and discovered a clue. A burly man stood next to a woman who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. The woman's clothes were almost completely torn off, as she begged the man repeatedly. "Please. Let me go." The woman pleaded. I haven't had any fun since entering the secret realm. Little lady, just give in to me." The burly man leered as he backed the woman into a corner, preparing to force himself on her. The woman kept crying out, and in her last glance, she saw Qin Chuan instantly grasping onto him like a lifeline. "Help! Help!" The burly man also noticed the unusual situation and turned to see Qin Chuan. He quickly put on his shirt, revealing a cautious expression. "Who are you?" It was Wang Wu. At this moment, his eyes were full of caution. Qin Chuan looked at the burly man before him and sighed in his heart, recalling what had just happened. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, such things could be said to be common. Although he was a devourer, he couldn't manage everything like this. After all, this was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. But since he had encountered it, he naturally had to intervene. "Let her go," Qin Chuan said coldly, without wasting any words. Hearing this, Wang Wu unwillingly glanced back, his eyes filled with greed. He looked back at Qin Chuan but realized there was an aura about him that made it impossible to gauge his realm. In the end, lust overcame reason. "This friend, she's my girlfriend. We had a fight, and now I'm just taking her away." Saying this, he immediately tried to pull the woman away. Seeing this, the woman screamed in fear. "I'm not his girlfriend. Help me." The woman's face twisted in terror. "I'll say it again. Let her go." Qin Chuan's tone grew colder. It was obvious to anyone that their relationship was not that of a couple, yet the other party continued to make excuses, meaning they were opposing him. "I'm telling you, friend, we are both devourers. Can we understand each other? What do devourers want after gaining strength? Treasures? Women? What's wrong with wanting a woman?" Seeing this, Wang Wu simply dropped the act and faced Qin Chuan directly. He was filled with resentment. In the past, he was the first devourer of Jin City, and he enjoyed a good life, having harmed many women. However, as more and more became devourers, he was pushed down from his position as the city lord. This huge sense of loss twisted his heart even further. Coincidentally, in this secret realm, he encountered this woman, who was quite attractive, and he wanted to force her, yet someone stood in his way, which made him furious. "Understand you? Then you should understand me. Let her leave." "What do you want? This isn't." Wang Wu wanted to argue but felt countless things exploding in his mind, then he slowly lost control of his body and began to topple down. Crack! Crack! A series of sounds came, and Qin Chuan slowly approached. The helpless Wang Wu felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was gnawing at his brain. Why? Even on the brink of death, Wang Wu still felt unwilling. "For fairness." This was the last sentence Wang Wu heard before he died. Humph! Qin Chuan forcefully stepped on Wang Wu's head. A foot crushed his head into pieces. He had just seen Wang Wu's memories using neural spores. This guy was not only the one sent by the Great Summer Empire to investigate the massacre in Jin City, but by chance, he also became the devourer during this process. Moreover, this guy had been abusing his power in Jin City, with countless women suffering at his hands. Not only abuse, but also countless killings. Thus, Qin Chuan didn't give him a chance to speak at all. He was afraid of dirtying his mouth speaking to a scum like this. "Thank you. Thank you." The girl, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, felt a huge weight lift from her heart when she saw Wang Wu fall down, immediately collapsing to the ground and preparing to bow deeply to Qin Chuan. "No need for that." Qin Chuan helped the girl up, seeing she was all alone, and immediately asked, "Where are your companions? Did you come alone?" The girl nodded. "I came alone. I heard there are countless opportunities in the secret realm, so I plan to try my luck. I didn't expect to encounter such a demon right after entering." Listening to the girl's lament, Qin Chuan glanced at her realm. Initial stage of a supreme quality. Moreover, sensing the girl's aura fluctuations, Qin Chuan could tell she hadn't become a devourer for long. To be honest, it's not easy for a girl to reach this level. "Alright, stop crying, you should leave. Don't stay in the secret realm, it's very dangerous here," Qin Chuan advised. Even though there are countless opportunities in the secret realm, not everyone can seize them. "You should leave. Next time, you may not meet a kind person like me again." After saying this, Qin Chuan threw a piece of clothing to the girl, then accompanied her for a short distance, confirming her safety before leaving. As Qin Chuan said, he pursued fairness, but there were many unfair things in this world. What he could do now was only to confront injustice. After sending off the girl, Qin Chuan hurried towards the exit. "Boss! At this moment, the people from the first guild arrived here. Seeing Qin Chuan, they were immediately excited.
Boss, are you alright? We were worried about you in the city. A man shouted loudly.
Don't worry, Fancy, the boss is safer in the secret realm than you are in the city.
Even if you were to die, the boss wouldn't. Exactly, don't you trust the boss? It's like you don't want to live. The crowd immediately became lively. Everyone, relax, I'm fine. Qin Chuan smiled and waved to everyone.
After being in the secret realm for so long, he indeed missed them a bit.
Boss, will we cause you trouble?
A girl with freckles shouted loudly. Her name was Bai Ying, and she had a very lively personality.
Qin Chuan laughed heartily. What are you talking about?
Where's the trouble?
Bai Ying smiled. See? I told you the boss is a good man inside and out. Boss, we also brought you gifts this time.
Oh? Ding ding ding. As the crowd parted, a person appeared before Qin Chuan. She looked at Qin Chuan with affectionate eyes, extremely gentle.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment.
Qin Chuan looked at the person in front of him, speechless in shock.
Wang Yushu. He really didn't expect Wang Yushu to come. He quickly glanced at Yan Fei and Zhu Meng. Who told you to bring her? It's very dangerous here. Yan Fei and Zhu Meng exchanged awkward glances. Boss, it's the boss lady. Wang Yushu interrupted.
Let me speak, don't blame them, I came on my own. Wang Yushu said, stepping forward to Qin Chuan, her eyes seemingly filled with unshed tears.
How long have you been gone? Not a word from you, did you know I was worried?
When I heard I would come, I took the initiative to come alone.
Isn't it more dangerous without you?
Where you are, there's no danger.
Wang Yushu's gentle words left Qin Chuan momentarily speechless. Silly girl, I missed you. Wang Yushu jumped into Qin Chuan's arms, embracing him tightly.
Whispered. Feeling the school bell's affection in her words, Qin Chuan touched Wang Yushu's hair.
I'm just worried about you. I don't care. Wang Yushu huffed lightly, twisting her body.
Seeing this, the entire team of 20 from the first guild all turned around in unison.
I told you the boss lady would come, the boss wouldn't have any objections, right?
Bai Ying said softly.
Did you see how the boss lady acted spoiled just now? I feel that's what a woman truly is, the boss is really being controlled tightly. How about my idea? Bring the boss lady to find the boss.
Hearing this, Yan Fei was filled with anger.
Are you trying to get me killed? Didn't you see the boss's expression just now? Bai Ying waved her hand. Oh, it's fine.
The boss is just concerned about the boss lady's safety. You've been with the boss for so long, how can you not understand the boss lady's feelings?
Besides, if you leave the boss lady alone in the city, if anything happens to her, you should just die to atone for it. Yan Fei was unimpressed. Nonsense. If I had that kind of awareness, I would be the boss lady. Ha!
When Wang Yushu saw Qin Chuan again, she was reluctant to part, tightly clinging to Qin Chuan, burying her head against his chest, not wanting to let go. Qin Chuan felt helpless.
Alright, it's been half an hour, Wang Yushu, you've exceeded your time. I don't care.
Wang Yushu grumbled a few times, reluctantly leaving Qin Chuan's side, but her hand still tightly grasped Qin Chuan's, unwilling to separate.
Alright, let me say a few words.
Qin Chuan coughed a few times, and only then did the first guild members turn back. However, everyone was looking at Qin Chuan, some checking to see if he had strawberries, others looking to see if his pants were wet.
Let's get to business.
Qin Chuan exclaimed, which finally quieted the crowd's gossiping hearts. I believe Vice President Yan and Zhu Meng have already explained the reason for your visit here. But I want to emphasize again, it's very dangerous here. So, you must stay close to us at all times.
The monsters here are very powerful, starting with Holy Grade. However, you can choose one according to your preferences, the first guild will arrange to have you devour it.
Qin Chuan's last statement was heavy, and the crowd erupted in excitement.
The boss is too generous. I am the boss's dog. Which guild gets to devour Holy Grade monsters upon joining?
That's right, it's us, the first guild. Amid the crowd, screams and shouts mixed together. Clearly, everyone was extremely excited. After devouring a Holy Grade monster, that would mean high-end combat strength in this world.
Now, assigning one to each person? This is simply madness. Chapter 114 Boss is Lucky. Seeing everyone so happy, Qin Chuan felt happy too.
After waiting so long, he finally got the chance to quickly raise the overall strength of the guild. Yan Fei, Zhu Meng, Xiaopeng, protect everyone well, were ready to set off. Qin Chuan waved his hand, signaling the three to protect everyone, and everyone set off toward the flower language plain. What a beautiful secret realm, the scenery here is really nice. Bai Ying gazed at the magnificent secret realm, sighing in admiration. Although the secret realm is beautiful, it's very dangerous inside. Yan Fei turned to remind. When they first entered the secret realm, he and Xu Meng thought the same. If it weren't for Qin Chuan, they would have died in this secret realm. Despite the calmness on the way, the group grew increasingly uneasy. Every few steps, they saw some corpses. Judging by their clothing, these corpses were the devourers who entered the secret realm not long ago. Without exception, these devourers suffered miserable deaths. Some had pale green faces, others were pierced through by vines. If looked closely, they could even find them moving extremely slowly. The direction of their movement was toward the ground. Constantly, vines dragged their bodies. Seeing this scene, those who originally held dreams about this quiet and beautiful plain suddenly changed their expressions. Some pretty girls, who had just picked flowers to put in their hair, now quickly tore them out in fear and threw them away. What's so terrifying? The originally lively crowd suddenly fell silent, frightened. Don't panic, the boss is here. Seeing everyone in a frenzy, Yan Fei spoke up to reassure them. Upon hearing the word boss, the previously fearful atmosphere gradually calmed down. Qin Chuan was like a calming pill, steadying everyone's spirits. Indeed, since the boss was here, what did they have to fear? However, strangely, they hadn't encountered any dangers on the way. This made everyone instantly more confident. As long as Qin Chuan was there, no demons or monsters would dare approach them. Phew! We finally made it out. Reaching near Stardust Lake, Qin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the first person to step into the secret realm, he knew very well how dangerous the earlier path was. He had been ready to rescue everyone at any moment during that treacherous stretch. The main threat was the vines on the ground, which were hard to defend against. One careless step could send everyone plunging into the abyss. After all, among the first guild members, besides the initial few elders, not a single one was a devourer. Luckily, nothing unexpected had happened. Good job. Wang Yushu grabbed Qin Chuan's hand, gently massaging his temples, looking just like a devoted wife. It's okay now, there's nothing ahead. Qin Chuan smiled at Wang Yushu and held her hand tightly. A big smile appeared on Wang Yushu's face, and she couldn't wait to throw herself into Qin Chuan's arms. There are people here. Qin Chuan pointed at the members of the first guild behind them, and only then did Wang Yushu huff in dissatisfaction, shaking Qin Chuan's hand incessantly. Seeing this scene, the members of the first guild seemed to have eaten countless mouthfuls of dog food, left speechless. Who was it that said bringing the boss's wife was unnecessary? I think it's us 20-something who are the ones unnecessary, right? Bai Ying looked at Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu, her eyes almost overflowing with envy. You are unnecessary, we are not. Just look at the boss's wife, that's what a woman should be like, you. Before the speaker could finish, they cried out in agony. Fan Si! What did you say? Bai Ying exploded in fury, grabbing Fan Si's ear and fiercely questioning him. I was wrong. I was wrong. Tears nearly streaming down Fan Si's face, he cried out for mercy. Humph. Bai Ying huffed heavily, then kicked Fan Si hard in the belly, making the male audience members clutch a certain part of their bodies in sympathy while curiously watching Fan Si. Didn't hit him, right? Seeing everyone's concerned expressions, Fan Si forced a smile and shook his head. That fierce sister. Fan Si mumbled quietly, only to receive Bai Ying's deadly glare, scaring him into silence. Watching this dramatic scene, Yan Fei and Xu Meng exchanged glances, both looking somewhat terrified. Really scary. Old Zhu, do you still want to find a girlfriend? Xu Meng shook his head vigorously, whispering, if it's like this, I'd rather die than find one. Yan Fei nodded in agreement. I used to think all women were as gentle as the boss's wife, now it seems I was too shallow. There are many more she-wolves in the world. The boss is lucky. Shu. Speak quietly. Don't let others hear. After resting by the lake for a while longer, everyone set off again. Originally, Qin Chuan planned to ask the Mermaid Queen for a reward, as he had killed 8 groups of Pegasus for her. However, since the Mermaid Queen did not appear, Qin Chuan wasn't too anxious, so he led everyone onward. Another hour passed, and they finally arrived at the heart of Flower Language Plain. Here lived a lot of holy and immortal monsters. This was the first time Qin Chuan saw the place where the 8-legged heavenly horse resided. As Qin Chuan had anticipated, this place was already crowded with people, with not a single inch of space to spare. The rare holy and immortal beasts that were extremely scarce outside were here like cabbages, costing nothing. No one could resist such temptation. Looking around, he saw hundreds of people attacking a holy-level lion, many of whom were extraordinary, even among the powerful holy-level beings. The lion charged left and right, but ultimately fell to the ground, unwilling to give in. Young master! This holy lion still has a last breath left, please devour it. A tall warrior said respectfully to a young man dressed luxuriously. On the other side, a group of women was attacking a white deer. These people's strength was not weak, but clearly the white deer was quite strong. Some corpses lay on the ground. However, under the crowd's attack, the white deer soon fell down. "Miss, the white deer has fallen, please devour." A delicate maid ran to a masked woman and said. On the flower language plane, there were not just these two forces, countless groups were launching attacks on the beast horde. After all, these were holy or immortal beasts. Once devoured, you could instantly rise to great heights.
"Brother? What should we do? There are so many people here."
Yan Fei walked over, his brows tightly furrowed, clearly surprised by the crowd here.
He had no better idea either.
Qin Chuan looked at the crowd. Basically every spot was occupied, and it was impossible for his group to squeeze in. After a moment of thought, a brilliant idea appeared in his mind.
"How about this? We can all fly, right? Let's fly over with people."
"There are too many people here, but we've seen this plane is vast. If we fly out a bit, I don't believe there will still be people around." Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng stared blankly for a moment.
Isn't that flying straight into a pile of beasts? But after thinking again, with their leader here, what are they afraid of from the beasts? Who is stronger, Qin Chuan or the beasts? There's no doubt, Qin Chuan. He could single-handedly kill all the beasts.
Without further ado, Qin Chuan immediately had Yan Fei and Zhu Meng start carrying people. He himself took the lead, holding Wang Yushu and flying up into the sky.
Damn it! Again showing off. When will I be able to show him off?
Yan Fei looked at the two in the air, like a pair of immortal lovers, feeling bitterly envious. Zhu Meng looked at the sky and then at Yan Fei, showing a sympathetic expression. He patted Yan Fei's shoulder. "You may not get to show off, but next time when recruiting, you can specifically filter by looks and find a beautiful one to be your secretary.
By the way, remember to recruit two and save one for me."
After Zhu Meng finished speaking, he walked straight towards the crowd to start carrying people.
"Look! There are people in the sky."
Someone with sharp eyesight immediately spotted Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu flying in the sky, closely followed by Yan Fei and Zhu Meng.
"Where are they going?"
"Of course, they're leaving here."
"Isn't that obvious? Damn, I'm so envious. Being able to fly is great. If only I hadn't devoured my family's Tibetan Mastiff back then." "Stop envying. If you hadn't devoured that Tibetan Mastiff, could you be alive now?" Sigh.
"Unfortunately, this life has no connection with flying."
"Look. The one in front, he seems to be holding a woman. I noticed long ago, not only is he holding a woman, but that woman is also a stunning beauty. Envy much? Comparing people truly makes one angry."
On the ground, countless people witnessed Qin Chuan and the three flying in the air carrying people.
"Qin Chuan, I'm scared, can you hold me tighter?" Wang Yushu clung tightly to Qin Chuan, hanging on him like a koala.
Looking at Wang Yushu's calm demeanor, Qin Chuan was speechless. This ant had not the slightest bit of fear. However, he did not expose her. Instead, he followed Wang Yushu's words and held her tighter.
Hold a little lower."
Wang Yushu smiled with the corners of her mouth lifted.
Qin Chuan held lower. A bit lower, not here at the waist. Lower still.
Until Qin Chuan's hands covered a soft spot, like jelly. Wang Yushu pouted.
"Qin Chuan, you're bad, you're taking advantage of me."
Qin Chuan immediately felt more wrong than Doi.
"I didn't." "Humph. Still denying it." "Look, your hands are on my butt." Wang Yushu pouted. "Did I want to touch it myself? You're the one who lured me. And you still say it isn't, yet you're holding me tightly? I'm afraid you'll fall." "Then don't touch." "Oh no, why are you pinching it?"
Seeing Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu flirting ahead and looking at his claws grabbing two first guild members close to 200 pounds, Yan Fei felt an anger rising. He simply slowed down, out of sight, out of mind.
"Vice President Yan, why are you slowing down? Are you out of strength?"
Zhu Meng caught up, with two first guild members in his claws.
I have a bit of asthma, you go ahead, catch up with the president, I'll be right there."
Yan Fei said without changing color or beating heart.
"All right. You take it slow. Vice President Yan."
After saying that, Zhu Meng sped off ahead. But in just a few minutes, Zhu Meng slowed down with a dark face.
"What's wrong?" "Zhu Meng, what is it?" Yan Fei asked seriously.
"Nothing, I remembered I have diabetes, and the air ahead is too sweet. I'll slow down too, don't want to die suddenly."
Zhu Meng shot Yan Fei a glare. "That's right, so let's slow down, bro."
After flying for about half an hour, looking down, there were no more human figures, all were wild beasts.
"All right, this is it."
Qin Chuan shouted loudly towards the back, then flew straight down. Qin Chuan landed first, then unleashed a burst of bone spikes around, causing a group of beasts to fall at once, clearing an empty space amidst the dense beast crowd. This empty space would be their base, and the first guild members could devour the beasts here.
After waiting quite a while, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng slowly descended. You two, slacking off? Be careful, I will dock your wages. Qin Chuan threatened fiercely. We both have diabetes and took a break back there. Yan Fei replied nonchalantly. If you don't believe me, ask Zhu Meng. Qin Chuan was confused and looked at Zhu Meng. Really? Zhu Meng nodded seriously. Really? We both felt a bit suffocated. Alright, let them down, there are still more than 10 people, you go transport together. Upon hearing this, Yan Fei opened his mouth and looked at Qin Chuan. It turns out the boss wasn't going with them to transport. What are you looking at? Do you think I can walk away? Qin Chuan glared at Yan Fei. Yan Fei looked over, indeed, Qin Chuan's hand was tightly held by Wang Yushu, unwilling to let go even a little. Looking at Qin Chuan's neck, faintly visible were a few strawberry marks. Though they were rubbed off, the traces of lip marks were still recognizable. What a situation this is. Thinking that he and Zhu Meng were left here to be fed dog food, Yan Fei immediately pulled Zhu Meng. Let's go to work. After several hours of transporting, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng finally got everyone inside successfully. Wow! So many wild beasts. Bai Ying looked at the beast crowd surrounding them, covering her mouth and screaming. This is too unbelievable. The boss is the boss. To find such a place. Love our boss to death. Qin Chuan coughed, then spoke to everyone. Everyone feel free to pick and choose, there are many divine and celestial beasts here, whichever one you like, I'll catch it for you. Today, my task is to help everyone become devourers. Remember, below the holy rank is not acceptable. Our first guild doesn't want such weak devourers. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in screams. Boss! I want that white wolf. It's so cool. Boss, I want that griffin. It can fly. Next time I can help you carry people, and Vice President Yen and Brother Zhu won't have to work so hard. Boss, I want that white deer. I want that white bear. After recording all the animals everyone wanted, Qin Chuan walked toward the beast herd. Look quickly. Why is there a red mark on the boss's neck? Nonsense, of course, it's from accidentally splattering blood while killing beasts. The boss is really strong. P.S. I am sick, taking a day off. Chapter 116, Overall Improvement. I think that beast is the strongest, it even splattered blood on the boss's neck. Thinking about it this way, what you said seems to make a lot of sense. Of course. How could I say something without reason? You too. Stop talking, the boss lady is glaring at you both. She will have someone throw you into the beast herd later. The crowd was hotly discussing, while Wang Yushu stood with her hands on her hips, looking around left and right, resembling a boss lady. Not long after Qin Chuan flew into the herd, a thunderous roar erupted from the beasts, the countless roars merged together, making people's scalps numb. Seeing this, Yan Fei quickly made arrangements. Zhu Meng, you guard the south. Little Fatty, you guard the east. As for Yan Fei, he stood alone guarding the west and north. Behind the three of them were more than 20 members of the first guild who had not become devourers. Guard well. Even if we die. We cannot let a single monster harm our first guild people. Yan Fei shouted loudly, his words filled with determination. Guard well. Zhu Meng also shouted loudly. The eyes of the three became exceptionally firm, gazing intently ahead. Because they knew, this devouring was a challenge for everyone in the first guild, but it was also a challenge for the three of them. As Qin Chuan rushed into the beast herd, they naturally did not need to worry about him. After all, with Qin Chuan's strength, wiping out the beast herd was not a rare thing. However, this was a test for them. As Qin Chuan captured the beast tribe, more beasts would inevitably surge towards them. And they had to share this pressure. If they fell, the 20 or so helpless people behind them would surely be crushed into powder by the beast tribe's charge. So, they absolutely could not fall. Soon, as Qin Chuan began to capture monsters among the herd, the originally lively beast herd became restless. Roar! Ba! Moo! The countless beast sounds blended together, sending chills down the spine. The beast tribe is coming. Yan Fei's eyes tightened, signaling Zhu Meng and Little Fatty to hold their ground. Frightened, a wild bull charged towards the crowd fiercely, its eyes blood-red, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, looking extremely terrifying. Seeing this wild bull, Yan Fei snorted. Beast! Die! After saying that, he slapped down hard at the wild bull. With that slap, the wild bull flew out heavily. The crowd behind immediately gasped in awe, filled with admiration. Hearing the exclamations, Yan Fei felt immensely pleased. He confidently turned back and struck a pose. However, the expected screams did not come, instead, there was silence. Yan Fei curiously opened his eyes, only to see the crowd's gaze concentrated on Zhu Meng.
At this moment, Zhu Meng was holding a wild deer in each hand, throwing it out forcefully. This scene made the first guild members scream even more, especially with Zhu Meng's tall figure. It was truly irresistible. Seeing this, Yan Fei felt displeased, but he could only silently turn back. Look, acting tough in front of the vice president, just wait and see how you will be dealt with later. Among the beast horde, there are quite a few holy and immortal beasts, but they are all mixed together in the herd. Although Qin Chuan is extremely fast, he still can't catch the beasts that are fleeing in all directions. In an instant, 3 holy beasts have already been caught by Qin Chuan. He is divine, so against holy beasts, he naturally has an overwhelming advantage. The main point is that he is not an ordinary divine being. After catching the beasts, Qin Chuan first slapped them hard to knock them out, then threw them one by one to Yan Fei, who was responsible for organizing these beasts. Soon, more than 20 beasts were neatly piled up in front of everyone. This scene left everyone a bit stunned. You have to know, these beasts are at least holy and immortal, dominating outside, yet here they are stacked like wholesale cabbages. What's most shocking is that Qin Chuan clearly has no intention of stopping. Until Yan Fei felt something was wrong, that's when Qin Chuan finally stopped. Is it enough? Qin Chuan parted the beast herd and ran in. It's more than enough. Yan Fei counted and then made an OK sign. This is incredible, there are still 10 more. Boss, let's take these back and sell them. Yan Fei suggested. We are a proper guild, not merchants. Qin Chuan jokingly scolded. 10 holy beasts. Just thinking about how much commotion this would cause if taken out, Qin Chuan couldn't even imagine. 1 holy beast is enough to shock a city. Let alone, this is a full 10 beasts. In the apocalypse, everyone has their own fate, and Qin Chuan naturally does not intend to interfere, so he doesn't plan to take these things with him. Then boss, should we release these beasts? It seems such a waste. Yan Fei looked at the beasts, his eyes filled with reluctance. Although he is already a devourer, facing these high-grade beasts, he still feels attached. We won't release them. Let's eat them. I see everyone hasn't eaten yet, why not grill some holy beasts to eat? Hearing this, Yan Fei's mouth twitched. So extravagant? Are you eating or not? If not, I'll release them now. Eat, eat, eat. Yan Fei laughed so hard his eyes were almost closed. I'll arrange it. Wang Yushu walked over and pulled Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you've worked hard. Qin Chuan smiled and playfully flicked Wang Yushu's nose. Not hard at all, you're the one who has been waiting hard. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu's eyes turned into crescent moons, holding onto Qin Chuan and refusing to let go. Getting all lovey-dovey, aren't you ashamed? Qin Chuan laughed. Not ashamed, not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. Wang Yushu giggled, completely ignoring Qin Chuan's words. Seeing this, Qin Chuan could only shake his head helplessly. It's been a long time since they met, Wang Yushu seems particularly attached to him. If it weren't for the insect egg inside Wang Yushu, Qin Chuan would almost suspect she had been taken over. Alright, all the beasts you wanted are here, go ahead and choose to devour. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and the members of the first guild immediately cheered, each saying thank you to the boss and starting to step forward to devour. Soon, more than 20 beasts were devoured according to the selection made earlier. In just a short time, everyone who started to devour fell to the ground in pain, constantly screaming. Qin Chuan, what's happening to them? This scene was quite frightening. Wang Yushu worriedly grabbed Qin Chuan's arm. Don't worry, it's just some reaction to devouring, it's nothing. If they can endure, they can become true devourers. Yan Fei looked worriedly at the people on the ground, unable to hide his frown. They must not get into trouble. Chapter 117, Barbecue Feast. This is his carefully selected core team. If they were to just go like this, he would feel very bad. After becoming a devourer, he had heard of such cases before. During the process of the devourer's consumption, some devourers could not withstand the backlash from the beasts, so they directly perished in this process. The stronger the consumed monster, the stronger the backlash they endured. If they could bear it, they would gain the beast's power. On the contrary, if they could not, they would die from the backlash. Fortunately, some people had started to rise one by one, and seeing the scene, Yan Fei breathed a sigh of relief. As a core member of the first guild, this group was still quite impressive. When the last person stood up, a huge cheer erupted from the crowd. None of the first guild members suffered any casualties. Based on the animals everyone initially chose, everyone successfully advanced to the corresponding tier. 7 of them reached the initial stage of celestial grade, and 15 reached the initial stage of holy grade. Because everyone had just finished devouring, their strength was still only at the initial stage. However, as they continued to improve in battle or consumed heavenly materials and treasures, their strength would rise. Nevertheless, even with their current strength, it was enough to look down upon all others. After all, no matter what their specific strength was, their realm was apparent.
The gap between realms was enormous. Boss. Are you not going to let the boss lady devour?
Bai Ying glanced at Wang Yushu, who was gazing affectionately at Qin Chuan, and shouted loudly. Hearing this, Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu were both taken aback, exchanging a glance and laughing. It's not that I'm not devouring, it's that I'm slow to devour, carefully devouring, and devouring with a dialectical perspective.
Qin Chuan's words made Bai Ying frown. Stop spouting nonsense. Are you or are you not letting the boss lady devour?
She pointed to the dozen or so monsters left on the ground.
Are you silly? With the boss here, does the boss lady still need to devour?
A man stepped forward and pulled Bai Ying back, apologizing repeatedly to Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu.
Besides, even if the boss lady wanted to devour, would she consider these? Wouldn't she look for a divine monster? I say you're really as dumb as can be. Bai Ying kept struggling, cursing as she went. Fancy, let go of me. What does my being dumb have to do with you? Fancy, don't cover my mouth. I and *% you and #at. Watching the two lively characters, Wang Yushu couldn't help but chuckle.
Qin Chuan also shook his head helplessly, curious about what kind of relationship these two had.
I have an announcement to make. Yan Fei cleared his throat, and the scene instantly fell silent. As you can see, these remaining monsters. These were caught by the boss in excess, and according to the boss's orders, you all should roast and eat them. After all, these monsters are not easy to handle, so just eat. Eat freely.
No one is allowed to leave until it's finished.
This is your test. Yan Fei's expression was very exaggerated. However, what he said left people a bit incredulous when they heard it. What's going on? These are holy grade and celestial grade monsters. Just eat them like that? Why not set them free? Since the boss caught them, go ahead and try to set one free? Listening to the crowd's chatter, Yan Fei smiled. Enough with the nonsense.
This is your first big meal after becoming a devourer, the boss is treating.
Aren't you happy to have some good food? Get the pot. Heat the oil.
In the end, although everyone was a bit reluctant, they had no better option, so they could only bleed and pluck the beasts one by one, picking up some firewood nearby and setting up fires to begin roasting.
It smells so good. This holy grade monster is delicious. Yeah, it would be even better with some salt. I brought some.
Bai Ying immediately raised her hand and took out a few bags of salt from her backpack, throwing them to everyone.
Wait a minute. Why do you carry salt around? Fancy asked curiously. What's it to you? Bai Ying shot Fancy a fierce glare. Fancy shook his head indifferently. Incomprehensible.
Although everyone previously felt that eating sacred and immortal beasts was a bit wasteful, once they actually tasted it, it was truly delicious.
Qin Chuan, I want that leg.
Wang Yushu sat in front of the fire, the flames flickering, her eyes fixated on the deer leg on the grill, her small mouth constantly making huffing sounds. Qin Chuan stood up, broke off the deer leg, sprinkled some salt on it thoughtfully, and then handed it to Wang Yushu.
Wang Yushu carefully took the deer leg and started eagerly taking bites out of it. Slow down, don't choke.
Qin Chuan handed Wang Yushu some water, which was what the first guild had just fetched.
He glanced around, everyone was eating happily. Yan Fei was holding a deer head and munching on it vigorously. Little Fatty was also devouring a horse leg aggressively.
As for Zhu Meng, he was eating the meat elegantly, somehow finding a plate and fork, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, slowly eating with style, enhanced by his decent appearance. Bai Ying and Fancy were fighting over a piece of meat.
More people, however, were bowing their heads and eating like crazy.
Qin Chuan smiled as he sat down, reaching for a front leg of the deer and starting to eat bite by bite.
Not bad. Qin Chuan praised.
Though just simply grilled, the meat had no fishy smell, instead, it was filled with rich meaty aroma. No need for any other seasoning, just a little salt made this barbecue incredibly delicious.
Qin Chuan, give me another deer leg. Wang Yushu poked Qin Chuan's back and said softly. Are you done eating already?
Qin Chuan chuckled, knowing Wang Yushu's habits after spending time together. She ate quickly and a lot due to the insect eggs inside her. Qin Chuan handed another deer leg to Wang Yushu.
Qin Chuan, this deer is so delicious. Wang Yushu was extremely happy. If it's delicious, then eat more. Wang Yushu nodded heavily.
Also, this deer leg seems to have something else inside, eating it makes me feel so energized.
Hearing Wang Yushu's words, Qin Chuan nodded. You noticed it too.
This was precisely why he had the first guild members eat these monsters. These were sacred and immortal beasts, with such high ranking, naturally, they contained pure energy. Absorbing this energy would greatly enhance the abilities of the first guild members who had just become devourers.
Boss, what are your plans after we finish here? Yan Fei asked while gnawing on the deer head. Chapter 118, First Kiss. After we finish here. Qin Chuan took a bite of meat and quickly began to think.
In a short amount of time, he had an idea.
How about this? After eating, everyone should scatter, form groups of 2 to 3 people and explore the secret realm.
2 to 3 sacred and immortal beings together should not be a big problem.
Qin Chuan said. Huh? We're breaking up already?
Yan Fei seemed a bit disappointed. He thought there would be more excitement.
If we don't break up, do you want me to arrange you some exciting programs?
Qin Chuan huffed unhappily.
If there are exciting programs, I'm in. Go away. Let Zhu Meng arrange something for you. Qin Chuan immediately sent Yan Fei away. This guy only had unhealthy thoughts in his mind. Qin Chuan, can you walk with me here later? I haven't been out in so long.
Wang Yushu looked at Qin Chuan gently, her eyes sparkling.
Of course, you can walk as long as you want, I'll be with you.
Qin Chuan smiled at Wang Yushu.
You are so nice.
Watching Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu being lovey-dovey again and listening to the noisy surroundings, Yan Fei felt a mix of annoyance.
I'm saying, can't you two be a bit gentler like the boss and the lady boss? What are you arguing about all day?
Beside him, Fan Si and Bai Ying were the ones arguing.
Bai Ying's eyes widened. Vice President Yan, what relationship do the boss and the lady boss have? What relationship do Fan Si and I have? How can they be the same? Exactly. Who would even like her? Fan Si was also dissatisfied.
Yan Fei watched these two lively treasures. Although one was unhappy and the other was retorting, there was already a faint understanding between them, and there would surely be a result soon. Thinking of this, Yan Fei became more and more angry and decided to find Zhu Meng. However, when he arrived in front of Zhu Meng, he found that Zhu Meng was already surrounded by a group of little girls, who were asking questions left and right. He turned his head and saw that even the little chubby one had a few little girls gathered around him chatting. It seemed that in this crowd, he was the only one who was alone.
This is really infuriating. Yan Fei was going crazy.
As they ate, some people occasionally stood up to sing, and even some stood up to dance. The atmosphere was especially lively. Because they were in the center of a beast group, there was no need to worry about being disturbed. Everyone sang and danced, and the scene was full of joy. The cheerful atmosphere lasted for a long time before gradually dissipating. Qin Chuan gathered everyone together and shared his plan. Everyone, you are now powerful beings of the saint level or immortal level, and you are going to experience some training. Then, he arranged people into groups, allowing everyone to explore the secret realm together. According to the danger level in the secret realm, as long as they didn't encounter a dark god or something, this kind of team could handle any situation. After dividing the teams, Qin Chuan took the lead with Wang Yushu and left first. Qin Chuan, I haven't been out for a long time, now I can finally take a stroll. Wang Yushu smiled like a blooming flower, continuously picking flowers from the ground, and a flower basket was gradually taking shape in her hands. If you like it, then let's stroll around here more, I will accompany you. Qin Chuan's tone was very gentle. Everything he had now, if not for Wang Yushu's willingness to give him the divine-grade monster back then, he would not have been able to possess them. Plus, their feelings for each other had increased during their time together, so he had always been very gentle towards Wang Yushu. If you have anything to do, just tell me, I won't waste your time. Wang Yushu smiled and raised up the flower basket in her hands. Look. Is it beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. I didn't expect you to know how to do this, I thought you were a delicate young lady who wouldn't touch the dust. Wang Yushu giggled. Not at all, I grew up in the countryside back home when I was young, so of course, I can do this. The two walked along the flower language plane, stopping and going, with Wang Yushu also asking Qin Chuan to take her flying in the sky for a long time. Later, they found a small creek, and sitting by the creek, Wang Yushu fell asleep on Qin Chuan's shoulder. Looking at Wang Yushu, who had fallen into deep sleep, Qin Chuan felt a surge of emotions. In a short period, he hadn't expected that so many things would happen. First was the apocalypse, then Wang Yushu gave him the iron wireworm, and then he devoured so many monsters, ultimately becoming such a powerful existence. All of this felt like a dream. Qin Chuan, I like you. Wang Yushu kept murmuring in her sleep. Qin Chuan looked down, amused, he smiled and wiped away the drool at the corner of Wang Yushu's mouth. After all, he was a devourer at the divine grade level, full of energy and not tired at all. He quietly watched Wang Yushu until she woke up. When Wang Yushu awoke, she immediately saw Qin Chuan staring at her, and her face couldn't help but flush. Why are you staring at me while I sleep? Qin Chuan laughed heartily. What's wrong? If I can't stare, then I won't do it anymore. Don't. Qin Chuan felt a softness on his lips, and a fragrance wafted to his nose. Looking at the beauty so close, Qin Chuan couldn't help it. Qin Chuan, where are we going? Wang Yushu asked. Qin Chuan thought for a moment.
Let's go to the lake, I'll take you to see beautiful women. Ah. I also like to see beautiful women. Wang Yushu instantly became lively. The two immediately headed towards Stardust Lake. Unlike Wang Yushu, who was looking around excitedly, Qin Chuan just wanted to quickly complete the task given to him by the Mermaid Queen. After all, the rewards from the Mermaid Queen were quite heavy. A sacred snow fruit and a conch that could summon sea creatures. With these two items, Qin Chuan's strength would greatly increase. After flying for a while, Qin Chuan slowly descended. Alright, this is the place. Qin Chuan pointed to the Stardust Lake ahead. What a beautiful lake. Can I take a bath in it? Wang Yushu said excitedly. That might not be possible, there's something inside. Qin Chuan pointed down, indicating that there was something in the water, which scared Wang Yushu so much she shook her head. Then I won't go. Qin Chuan laughed heartily and led Wang Yushu to the lakeside. Now, the lakeside was empty, with no mermaids around. However, Qin Chuan had ways to find the Mermaid Queen. He walked to the lake and no longer concealed his aura with the Taiji diagram. In an instant, an overwhelming aura swept over, causing all creatures around to shiver with fear. It was the pressure from a divine-level powerhouse. Not something ordinary creatures could withstand. Soon, waves rose on the water's surface. A beautiful mermaid, 2 meters tall and wearing a crown, broke through the surface. When the Mermaid Queen saw Qin Chuan, there was a flicker of emotion on her face. Did you kill it? Qin Chuan nodded. Of course. After saying that, he retracted his aura, and the aura of the 8-legged Pegasus gradually appeared. After devouring the 8-legged Pegasus, he could accurately summon its aura. The Mermaid Queen sensed it and ultimately confirmed it was indeed the aura of the 8-legged Pegasus. Great. I didn't expect it to really die at your hands, I didn't misjudge you. The Mermaid Queen said to Qin Chuan. This is your reward. After saying that, she reached into her body and took out the sacred snow fruit and the conch, tossing them to Qin Chuan. However, the Mermaid Queen didn't hurry to leave, instead, she stared at Wang Yushu. What are you looking at? It costs money. Qin Chuan pulled Wang Yushu behind him, looking fierce. The Mermaid Queen was speechless. Is this your girlfriend? She's quite beautiful. Even more so than many of us mermaids. She glanced at Wang Yushu a few more times, her eyes filled with admiration. Since we've met, that's fate. I'll give this little sister a gift. The Mermaid Queen said as she took off a necklace from her neck and gently tossed it over. Wang Yushu curiously caught it and looked closely. This was a very beautiful necklace, made entirely of white unknown gemstones and inlaid with a blue gem. Holding it in her hand, it felt translucent and even more beautiful under the sunlight. Thank you. Wang Yushu said sweetly with a smile. The Mermaid Queen smiled and nodded at Wang Yushu, then nodded to Qin Chuan in salute before disappearing into the water. Qin Chuan, just now that. Wang Yushu pointed to Stardust Lake. Qin Chuan nodded. That's right, that was the Mermaid Queen. Wang Yushu exclaimed. I thought mermaids were just a legend, I didn't expect to see one in person one day, and she even gave me a necklace. She held the necklace in her hands, unable to put it down. Qin Chuan took the necklace, carefully checked it, and found no problem before gently putting it around Wang Yushu's neck. Wang Yushu was already very beautiful, and with the necklace on, she became even more radiant. So pretty. Qin Chuan praised. Hearing Qin Chuan's admiration, Wang Yushu giggled, her happiness evident. Qin Chuan, what did she give you? Wang Yushu asked curiously. Qin Chuan opened his hands, showing her the fruit and the conch. Then, he told Wang Yushu everything that had happened before. After listening, Wang Yushu covered her mouth, slightly in disbelief. Qin Chuan, aren't they monsters? How can they have human thoughts? Qin Chuan shook his head. You are wrong. Ever since the apocalypse, this world has become an era where monsters and humans coexist. This was Qin Chuan's deepest understanding from his previous life. For a devourer, recognizing the coexistence of monsters and humans was essential. Some outstanding monsters have strength and intelligence that is not inferior to humans, even far surpassing them. Let's go. Qin Chuan led Wang Yushu to continue wandering in the secret realm. However, along the way, they encountered many people. Many looked at them with ill intentions, and some even wanted to touch Wang Yushu because of her beauty. However, those who dared to approach were smashed to a pulp by Qin Chuan's slap. Wang Yushu was his bottom line, and he would not allow anyone to touch her. They even bumped into several members of the First Association. Upon seeing Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu, the members of the First Association smiled knowingly. No wonder the boss sent us away, it turns out he wants to accompany the boss lady. They also encountered Fan Si and Bai Ying, two enemies who teamed up, cursing all the way. As for Zhu Meng, he teamed up with two little sisters from the First Association, looking very proud. After walking for a long time, Wang Yushu pouted. Qin Chuan, I can't walk anymore. Then let's stop and rest for a while. No, I want you to carry me. Seeing Wang Yushu about to cry, Qin Chuan decided to carry her. Carried by Qin Chuan, Wang Yushu felt a wave of peace and started laughing happily on his back. Qin Chuan looked left and right and finally found a cave with no one around. He carried Wang Yushu straight inside. Upon seeing this, Wang Yushu's face turned red instantly. Qin Chuan, what are you going to do? She stuttered slightly in her words. What else? Naturally, to do what we need to do. Qin Chuan chuckled, staring Wang Yushu quite a bit. Then, do we really have to do it here? Wang Yushu asked stutteringly. This place is safer, we won't be discovered. Qin Chuan replied. Then I'll listen to you. Wang Yushu hugged Qin Chuan, seemingly making a resolute decision. Once inside the cave, all the way to the back, Qin Chuan finally put Wang Yushu down. Qin Chuan, I'm a bit shy, it's my first time. Wang Yushu covered her face, stuttering. What shy? You wait here, I need to eat the fruit the mermaid queen gave me. Qin Chuan said, somewhat puzzled. Then, he thought over what he said and understood. Yushu, you don't mean. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you want to, I can eat after we're done. Hearing this, Wang Yushu's face turned even redder. She snorted heavily and stomped her foot. Hurry up and eat your stuff. So annoying. Qin Chuan laughed heartily and immediately sat cross-legged, preparing to take the divine snowfruit. He chose this place because he knew the power of the divine snowfruit was extraordinary. After all, those top figures and great powers in the later generations are not fools. A divine snowfruit could fetch a sky-high price of 10 billion raw stones, allowing a supreme being to become the overlord of the safe zone, and this was all visible to the eye. He sensed early on that he had reached the peak of the divine stage but did not know how to break through. Because even in his previous life, no one could break through the divine stage. However, various opportunities during this time had continually boosted Qin Chuan's strength. He could clearly feel that there was an even higher realm above the divine stage. Now, eating this divine snowfruit might allow him to break through, hence he chose such a secret place. He took out the divine snowfruit and sniffed it, a wave of refreshing fragrance greeted him. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed the divine snowfruit in one bite. As the fruit entered his body, Qin Chuan felt a burst of sweetness, which then transformed into juice and merged into him. Inside the small fruit, there was a vast amount of pure energy, rolling like waves, constantly crashing against Qin Chuan's body. Qin Chuan circulated the Taiji diagram, continuously integrating this energy into his body. After an unknown amount of time, with his eyes closed and feeling elevated, Qin Chuan suddenly heard a crack, as if a lock inside his body had been opened. He opened his eyes in surprise. It worked! Chapter 120, The First Tao Item Realm. He could feel that the shackles imprisoning him within had been unlocked. In the past, no matter how he improved his realm, he could only rise within the divine grade and couldn't go beyond it. However, the potency of this divine snowfruit came on so fiercely that it truly took Qin Chuan by surprise. It truly was a treasure of heaven and earth. Qin Chuan closed his eyes, feeling the new realm and that marvelous sensation. Every move he made seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, a mysterious aura enveloped him, making him feel incredibly comfortable. That was not a feeling of power, but a strange, ethereal feeling. This ethereal feeling is called the Tao. Tao Realm. The name of the new realm automatically floated in Qin Chuan's mind, surprising him greatly. Tao Realm. Does this mean I can touch the Tao's realm? However, in a thought, Qin Chuan rejected this idea. He felt it was unlikely. The Tao is such a vast topic, how could it be touched within a single realm? Touching a hint might be closer. More likely, my thoughts and actions now align more with the Tao of heaven and earth. Qin Chuan's mind raced, and he soon grasped the true meaning of the Tao realm. With this thought, it became terrifying. If according to the definition of the Tao, then the Tao realm is merely the entrance. If this is just the entrance, then how many realms are there beyond the Tao realm? Furthermore, there are clearly quite a few high-level beings in this apocalyptic world. For instance, the evil god Qin Chuan saw in the underground tomb, as well as the superhero that sealed the evil god. What realms are they at? Thinking of this, Qin Chuan shook his head. There are still many secrets in this world. If the Tao realm exists, then there must be corresponding monsters. Divine grade is not the highest realm in this world. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan felt as if he had uncovered a corner of the world's secrets. However, now is not the time to ponder these things. He had the resources to become stronger, he only needed to think about continuously devouring. As long as there are monsters, he would be the most powerful. A pair of Taiji yin-yang fish diagrams rapidly appeared in Qin Chuan's pupils, then spun and vanished from his sight. At this moment, Qin Chuan's perception of his body was countless times stronger than his previous divine grade realm.
He could feel that the two streams of pure energy gradually merged into the Taiji diagram in his dantian. Boom! The infusion of the two streams of Tao energy made the Taiji diagram inside Qin Chuan suddenly expand several times, almost filling his lungs. As he breathed, the essence of the Tao surrounded him. He opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and every bone in his body cracked like thunder. The elevation of his realm made his physique several times stronger. Now, if he encountered past opponents, he wouldn't even need to use skills. By relying solely on the strength of his body, he could turn them to dust. He opened his eyes and saw everything around him clearly. He was still in the cave. Wang Yushu was still beside him. However, Wang Yushu had already fallen asleep, not minding the dust on the ground, tightly pressed against Qin Chuan as she slept. Her eyes were closed, her mouth slightly open, and a puddle of drool lay on the floor. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that he had just broken through not long ago, as Wang Yushu still hadn't woken up. He took off a coat from himself and gently draped it over Wang Yushu. Then, while Wang Yushu was asleep, he moved his fingers slightly, and a divine-level spore appeared inside Wang Yushu's body, starting to check her condition. However, upon a closer look, he was somewhat surprised. Inside Wang Yushu's body, 4 or 5 iron threadworms and face-hugging insects had already hatched. But these monsters seemed to have just been hatched, and they stayed there, too scared to move. Seeing this, Qin Chuan carefully took out these monsters and placed them into the jar he carried with him. Ever since learning about the concept of void creatures from the evil god, Qin Chuan had paid extra attention to these monsters. He had a feeling that these alien monsters were bound to be very useful. As for why there were 4 or 5 monsters hatching together, Qin Chuan had a rough guess in his heart. It might be related to the monster barbecue Wang Yushu had eaten. Those monsters were of the sacred and immortal grade, and the energy contained within them was extremely pure. It was likely because of the absorption of this energy that Wang Yushu was able to hatch these monsters so quickly. Qin Chuan checked Wang Yushu's body and found that there was no damage caused by the hatching, which made him feel relieved. If she had been harmed because of the hatching of the monsters, Qin Chuan would have felt guilty for a lifetime. After doing all of this, Qin Chuan closed his eyes and began to meditate. Since entering the Tao realm, he discovered that he could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth through meditation. Although the absorption efficiency was slow, it was still possible, and he wanted to try out the things of this realm. After a round of meditation, Qin Chuan opened his eyes and felt much calmer inside. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Wang Yushu staring at him with wide eyes, playing with a stick on the ground out of boredom. "You're awake." Seeing Qin Chuan awake, Wang Yushu was extremely happy. "What are you doing?" Qin Chuan asked with a smile, looking at the ground. Wang Yushu was sketching a drawing on the ground for him. "Does it look like me?" Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Wang Yushu's face turned red, and she used her foot to mess up the drawing on the ground. "How are you? Are you okay?" Wang Yushu asked with concern. "I'm fine, and I'm even stronger." Qin Chuan made a strong gesture and smiled at Wang Yushu. "That's good. I was really worried. I've been here watching over you for a long time. You didn't wake up, and I was almost worried to death." Wang Yushu smiled brightly. "Silly, don't worry about me." Qin Chuan smiled and rubbed Wang Yushu's head. "Let's go. It's boring to stay here. I'll take you somewhere else." Upon hearing this, Wang Yushu was very excited, jumping up and grabbing Qin Chuan's hand. "Let's go." The two walked out of the cave, chatting and laughing in the secret realm. To say nothing else, the scenery in this secret realm was truly beautiful, and Wang Yushu even felt a desire to stay here. However, for now, the secret realm had not been fully explored, and there were still many secrets. Overall, it was very dangerous, so Qin Chuan did not intend to let Wang Yushu stay here for long. While they were wandering around, a sudden and out-of-place voice interrupted their excitement. "Truly a beautiful mood. Why not take me along?" The voice was sharp and piercing. Qin Chuan frowned and slowly turned his gaze toward the direction of the speaker. It was a person dressed in a black and red robe, their head obscured by a hood. "Can't see the face." Looking at this familiar outfit, Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned. Such a familiar outfit. He looked at the left chest of the newcomer, and sure enough, there was a symbol of a broken-armed Venus. This is the classic symbol of the Mutual Aid Society. A person from the Mutual Aid Society? Humph. Qin Chuan scoffed coldly, and a killing intent surged in his gaze. Not to mention that the Mutual Aid Society has been plotting for so long. Just think about the revival of the evil god. What would the evil god's attitude towards humanity be if it were to resurrect? Moreover, he had been in conflict with the Mutual Aid Society for a long time. In short, he had no good feelings towards the Mutual Aid Society. "Yes. I am a person from the Mutual Aid Society. Let me introduce myself. I am the Red Cardinal of the Mutual Aid Society, Rain." The man in front of him introduced simply. Then, he glanced at Qin Chuan. Your grace has such elegance, having killed our cardinal and taken our sacred object, yet can stroll here so leisurely with your little girlfriend. I truly admire it.
Oh? What should I do? Qin Chuan asked curiously.
Find a place, and wait to die. Rain's voice suddenly turned cold.
Do you have the right to say this? Qin Chuan smiled, dismissing Rain's words with a scoff. Are you people from the Mutual Aid Society really this arrogant?
Rain looked at Qin Chuan, but he couldn't discern Qin Chuan's power at all, making him inwardly puzzled.
What kind of strength does this person possess?
With his own strength, he couldn't figure out what realm Qin Chuan was in, which was very strange. However, recalling everything he had surveyed in the secret realm, Rain suddenly became furious again. At the sealing place, he had seen that finger had already been taken away, and there were no longer any energy fluctuations. In an open area, he had found the remains of Cardinal Moss through secret methods. Cardinal Moss was completely dismembered, he couldn't piece together a whole person at all. Thinking of this, Cardinal Rain became extremely furious. Stealing sacred objects, killing people from the Mutual Aid Society. The key point was that this person was also his friend.
You saying that is exactly what I want to say. Are you really this arrogant? Rain coldly huffed.
I will tear you into pieces. He spoke fiercely, and his aura suddenly swelled to an extreme point. Watching his body expand at an incredible speed, it finally grew into a giant over 4 to 5 meters tall. The pure energy pressure emanating from him made Qin Chuan frown.
Divine grade, high tier.
Rain's strength was so strong, it had exceeded Qin Chuan's expectations. I didn't expect there to be such a master in the Mutual Aid Society. Qin Chuan did not hold back his praise.
The Mutual Aid Society is full of talents, how could you understand?
Rain laughed wildly, his words full of confidence. He did have this confidence. As a high-tier divine grade, he was almost among the top combat powers in the Mutual Aid Society.
Originally, I could have had a good fight with you.
Qin Chuan shook his head, his words filled with regret.
Oh? How about now? Rain asked. Now, you can only be crushed by me.
Qin Chuan said regretfully. Upon hearing this, Rain was stunned at first, then burst into laughter.
Stop pretending, how could I be crushed by you? What a joke! Rain said angrily.
As a high-tier divine grade, he indeed did not believe he would be crushed by the other party. Even if the other party was also a high-tier divine grade, it was merely an evenly matched situation, how could it be a crush?
Why don't you believe me? Am I really going to lie to you?
Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly.
Stop wasting breath, I just want to ask you, you killed Cardinal Moss, didn't you?
Do you know he was my longtime dear friend?
Rain coldly shouted.
Qin Chuan shrugged indifferently. I can't remember clearly, to be honest, I have killed quite a few of your Mutual Aid Society's people.
Good. Good. Good.
Rain's anger turned to laughter, blood vessels almost popping in his eyes.
Where is our sacred object? Rain was furious. That finger? It was eaten by my pet. Hearing this, Rain felt dizzy and almost fell. God knows how important that holy artifact is. Now, he said it was eaten by his pet? You must die today.
Rain pointed at Qin Chuan and shouted angrily.
Qin Chuan nodded. Coincidentally, that's what I wanted to tell you today. You won't live to go back today.
After saying this, he turned to Wang Yushu.
Yushu, go wait for me over there for a moment, I will be right back. Okay. Wang Yushu looked at Qin Chuan and nodded heavily. Be careful. Don't worry, it's fine.
After settling Wang Yushu, Qin Chuan turned back to look at Archbishop Rain. His eyes showed the patterns of Tai Chi, swirling wildly, and an ancient aura surrounded him. Feeling this aura, Rain couldn't describe what it was at that moment.
He just felt that this aura was very similar to the legendary realm. Could it be that he has reached that legendary realm?
This thought just appeared in Rain's mind, but he quickly denied it. That realm does exist, but it is extremely hard to achieve and is currently only theoretical. However, as Qin Chuan's aura rose, his heart became increasingly uneasy.
That was a strong feeling of crisis.
Seeing this, he didn't hesitate, directly rushing towards Qin Chuan. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Qin Chuan, striking down hard on his head. His speed was incredibly fast, almost invisible, and hit with great force.
If this strike hit, Qin Chuan would immediately die.
However, he was fast, but he didn't expect Qin Chuan to be even faster. After entering the Dao realm, Qin Chuan's perception of everything around him became nearly invincible. He didn't even activate his shield, just slightly tilted his body to dodge this lethal blow. Then, with one hand, he lightly swept back, and without using much force, Rain flew backward. He retreated for over 10 meters before stabilizing his form. He looked at Qin Chuan in astonishment, his mind alert and focused. The person in front of him seemed much stronger than he had imagined.
If the opponent had used some strength just now, his injuries would definitely not be light. Moreover, he couldn't understand the opponent's means.
It was as if there were no skills used, just a gentle sweep.
Hum. Rain snorted heavily, letting out a huge roar. For a moment, the entire forest seemed to tremble.
At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and a black object flew rapidly toward Qin Chuan.
Chapter 122, The Evil God Possesses.
Seeing this, Qin Chuan only smiled slightly. This was his first time using the power of the Dao realm, so although he had countless ways to instantly kill the Archbishop in red, he didn't want to yet.
A high-level opponent like this is rare, especially in the post-apocalyptic world. He wanted to understand the truth of the Dao realm through the fight.
Facing the fierce attack of a divine-quality opponent, Qin Chuan felt no fear. He lightly shifted and saw the object flying out from Rain's sleeve.
It was a black seal.
Although this black seal moved extremely fast, in the eyes of Dao realm Qin Chuan, it was shockingly slow.
He reached out a finger and gently flicked the black seal. In an instant, the black seal shattered into pieces. Puff! As the black seal broke, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Rain's mouth.
His eyes were filled with disbelief. This was his life source magic weapon, given to him personally by the Pope. He usually cherished it very much, even infusing some of his own power into it for refinement. But, with just a light hit from Qin Chuan. In the end, this powerful artifact was crushed to pieces.
What kind of realm is this? Suddenly, Ryan thought of something terrifying. Could it be that this guy has really reached that legendary realm? If he has reached that realm, is there still anyone in this world who can challenge him?
Ryan suddenly realized that ever since the battle started, Qin Chuan seemed to have never taken the initiative to strike, always defending passively. This person before him seemed to effortlessly evade his attacks at extremely clever angles. But he had never made a single move. It seemed the other side was just using him as practice.
Thinking of this, Ryan was furious.
As a top-tier high-level figure, being looked down upon like this was unbearable for him. With that thought, he instantly became enraged, concentrating all his skills into a single, powerful blow. A beam of white light shot toward Qin Chuan, aiming to pierce him through. Feeling the terrifying force contained in the light, Qin Chuan also put away his smile.
You couldn't hold back for long? Such impatience. Qin Chuan shook his head, the light in his hands flickering constantly.
Finally, he formed a circle with his palms in the air, turning it into a Tai Chi symbol. The Tai Chi symbol spun continuously, ultimately becoming a still painting in the air.
Seemingly immobile, it was actually operating at high speed. Bang!
The white light crashed into the Tai Chi symbol. Under the gaze of both, that beam of white light melted away quickly like snow in the sun. And the Tai Chi symbol absorbed the energy of that white light, growing even stronger. Seeing this, Ryan turned pale. This was the strongest blow he had concentrated all his skills into, and yet it was blocked. This meant that all his methods were ineffective against Qin Chuan. Ryan's face was ashen, his heart filled with horror. He was almost certain now that Qin Chuan's level had already reached that legendary realm. His hands trembled uncontrollably, unable to understand why someone could reach that realm.
Logically, it should have been impossible.
No wonder all his attacks had been easily blocked by Qin Chuan today. It turned out the opponent was simply not on the same level as him. Ryan wanted to slap himself, he had been too impulsive. If he had known the other party was at that level, he would never have waded into this muddy water. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and activated his skills to flee into the distance. Running away was not something to be ashamed of, dying was.
This had always been Ryan's motto. Trying to run? Qin Chuan looked in the direction Ryan was fleeing and followed suit. The gap between their realms was not something that speed could make up for. Moreover, Qin Chuan was faster than Ryan. So slow. Watching Ryan flee, Qin Chuan shook his head.
He activated his movement technique and was in front of Ryan in just 2 or 3 steps.
Where are you going? Qin Chuan asked mockingly, which frightened Ryan greatly. Ryan's face turned white.
He changed directions several times, but all were blocked by Qin Chuan.
Don't make me push you. Ryan gritted his teeth and said. Push you? Qin Chuan laughed.
I'm pushing you, hurry up and show me all your skills.
I can't wait.
Qin Chuan said nonchalantly. Seeing Qin Chuan's indifferent look, Ryan knew he was not getting away today. He gritted his teeth, rummaging in his bag for a ring.
This is you forcing my hand.
His eyes revealed determination. This was given to him by the Pope when he left. He didn't want to take it out unless it was a critical moment, because he knew the consequences of this item. As a high-level member of the Mutual Aid Association, he understood the risks of backlash easily. The more he understood the Mutual Aid Association, the more he revered its divine being. This ring was a relic of the god of the Mutual Aid Association.
Once activated, one can gain 1% of the power of a deity. Although it is only 1%, the deity is extremely powerful, and 1% of that power is already enough. However, to obtain this 1% of power, one must invite the deity to possess them. Once possessed, it is no longer something he can control. Rain looked at the menacing Qin Chuan ahead and still made up his mind to wear the ring. Wearing it might still offer a glimmer of hope, not wearing it now means death. Boom! The moment the ring was worn, a thunderous roar echoed in Rain's head. He could feel a female voice whispering in his mind, constantly laughing. Gradually, Rain's consciousness began to blur, and he sunk into oblivion. However, from Qin Chuan's perspective, Rain looked entirely different. Rain twisted his body continuously, making strange chuckling noises, his eyes turning white. Seeing this bizarre scene, Qin Chuan felt no waves in his heart. After all, being part of a cult that worships evil gods, he wouldn't be surprised by any strange behavior. However, he keenly sensed that Rain seemed to have become someone else entirely. The original Rain's consciousness had completely vanished. Now within Rain was another personality. This personality was so evil that it made Qin Chuan frown. Who dares to attack my believer? A terrifying female voice issued from Rain's mouth. Feeling this aura, Qin Chuan snorted. As an old friend, he was quite familiar with that voice. Evil god. This meant the evil god had possessed him, and he silently mourned for Rain for 3 seconds. The consequence of inviting the evil god is that the original consciousness is completely devoured. Is this really worth it? It's you? Upon seeing Qin Chuan, the evil god exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 123, The Terror of the Forbidden Beings. It's me. Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the evil god to actually recognize him. Could it be that although the evil god's body is scattered, the consciousness is still shared? Damn it! The evil god screamed, her face twisting continuously, suddenly lunging at Qin Chuan. Looking at the hatred-filled eyes and the evil aura surrounding her, a strong sense of discomfort surged in Qin Chuan's heart. This wave of evil aura was simply too intense. However, facing the evil god, he did not back down. He knew he possessed something that could induce fear in the evil god. He swiftly dodged the evil god's attack and struck her back with a powerful palm strike. The palm print pressed against the evil god's back, instantly revealing a yin-yang symbol that caused her body to momentarily stagnate. Dao realm? You reached the Dao realm? The evil god was somewhat surprised. However, just the Dao realm is not worth much? Listening to the evil god's words, Qin Chuan almost wanted to slap her twice. What do you mean by not worth much? In the following battle, Qin Chuan used all his skills, evenly matched against the evil god. The more they fought, the more shocked the evil god became. She never expected Qin Chuan to be so powerful. Brat! What kind of move is this? The evil god shouted. Qin Chuan smiled. A technique to kill you. Against the evil god, he certainly had his own methods. He knew the evil god feared creatures like the facehugger he had. Those were collectively known as forbidden beings by the evil god. He just happened to have a few in his hands, and releasing them would surely make the evil god flee in terror. However, he didn't want to yet. He just wanted to hone his combat awareness during this exercise, then take the evil god's life. After about an hour of battle, Qin Chuan felt incredibly comfortable all over, all his energies were mobilized, and he felt exceptionally spirited. However, the evil god was not at all comfortable. She was the thought form of the evil god. Although she only possessed 1% of the evil god's power, it was already terrifying enough. Yet she discovered. In this process, she was always being suppressed and beaten by Qin Chuan. The combat power burst out by Qin Chuan was not at all like that of the Dao realm. Moreover, within Qin Chuan, it seemed there were several different bloodlines. Kid, I'll come play with you another day. The evil god sensed something was wrong and immediately wanted to leave. Don't be in a hurry. There are still good things waiting for you. Qin Chuan blocked the evil god's way, opened the jar, and the iron wireworm and face-hugging bug rushed towards the evil god. Ah! When he saw the two kinds of insects, the evil god was so scared he screamed. He never expected that the other party actually had these things in hand. Forbidden creatures. How do you still have these forbidden creatures on you? The evil god screamed as he turned around to escape at high speed. However, before Qin Chuan could give an order, several face-hugging bugs and iron wireworms had already chased up. Their speed was astonishingly fast, fiercely attaching themselves to the evil god's back. With the face-hugging bugs and iron wireworms stuck to his back, the evil god trembled all over and could no longer move, simply allowing the bugs to start eroding him. Watching this scene, Qin Chuan clicked his tongue in amazement. He knew the evil god's strength. Though this was only 1% of the evil god's power, it was still not something to be underestimated. In fact, this state of the evil god far exceeded that of the high-ranking divine class, Ren. Yet, such an extremely powerful evil god was being severely suppressed by these few divine class monsters. He felt even more curious about the origins of these alien creatures. Could it be that they really came from outer space? He glanced at Ren's corpse, which was silent and still, and turned to look for Wang Yushu, allowing the face-hugging bugs and iron wireworms to devour Qin Chuan's body. He quickly locked onto Wang Yushu's position. Under a big tree, Wang Yushu was sitting there, a worried look on her face as she gazed at the sky, looking left and right. Qin Chuan suddenly appeared behind her, patting her shoulder, startling her. "Qin Chuan, you're back? You scared me to death." Wang Yushu, looking very worried, took Qin Chuan's arm and examined him from left to right with concern. "How is it? Are you hurt?" Qin Chuan laughed heartily. "Look at what you're saying, do you not trust me?" Wang Yushu smiled as she linked arms with Qin Chuan. "Although I know you're fine, I still can't help but worry." "Silly." While the two of them were being affectionate, a black light suddenly broke through the blockade from Ren's corpse, then flew far away. The black light moved at incredible speed, almost instantly tearing through space, appearing in the magnificent hall of the Mutual Aid Society. Inside the hall, the black light appeared at the feet of the Pope. The black light transformed into the shadow of Ren. He knelt on one knee before the Pope, looking solemn. "Pope, I have failed." Hearing this, and seeing the shadow, the elderly Pope stood up in disbelief. How can this be? Ren." Those around him immediately supported him. Ren was his loyal follower and also one of the top powers of the Mutual Aid Society. Ren's death would undoubtedly deal a huge blow to the Mutual Aid Society. "Pope, that person's realm has already reached the legendary realm," Ren said. "Very strong. But even if he reaches that realm, it shouldn't be the end. You still have the relic of the god." "The god? Could it be that even the god can't defeat him?" The Pope trembled, wanting to help Ren to his feet, but discovered he was merely a remnant soul, beyond reach, feeling great pain. Ren shook his head. "I don't know, after the god's relic activated, I lost consciousness, and the lock soul bead trapped my last sliver of soul. That's how I managed to come see you. But I think the god probably didn't defeat him either. I saw my corpse already surrounded by a group of monsters." At this point, the Pope was already in tears. "Ren, it is I who harmed you. I never expected that person to be so strong. I knew I wouldn't let you go if I had known." Ron laughed freely. "Pope, why blame yourself? Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural. Moreover, as long as the divine descends, God will resurrect me later." He laughed, and his entire phantom gradually became dim, eventually disappearing without a trace. In the center of the great hall, a candle slowly extinguished. Seeing this scene, the Pope also shed tears. "Oh God, another loyal believer has left you." He lowered his head and began to pray, and everyone present followed suit, bowing their heads in prayer. This turmoil did not affect Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu's mood. They continued to stroll through the secret realm. Soon, they encountered two strange people on the prairie. One person held a long sword, dressed like an ancient knight. The other person held a strange machine, constantly probing the ground. Chapter 124, The Research Maniac. After breaking through to the Tao realm, Qin Chuan's spiritual sense had become very sharp. He didn't even try, and the voices of the two had already reached his ears. "According to my machine's readings, there's a rich mineral deposit underground. Master Nya, let's dig directly here, there are plenty of minerals below. Perhaps you can use these minerals to forge yourself a good long sword." The man holding the strange machine spoke. He was Fu Changfeng. Nya, she fell silent for a moment. "All right. Let's dig here." After saying this, he took a shovel from behind and began to dig. Watching the two of them, Qin Chuan truly admired their decisive attitude. Their realms were very low, one was at mid-grade supreme, and the other was even lower, at low-grade excellent. But how did they possess such ability? And what exactly was that strange machine? However, although their strength was low, they were still devourers, so digging a pit was not a problem for them. In the blink of an eye, a deep pit had already appeared in the ground. "Elder Fu, wait a moment, I think we are about to reach the rock layer." "Good. Take your time." Listening to their conversation, Qin Chuan became even more curious. What exactly would they dig up? "Qin Chuan, what are you looking at?" Wang Yushu waved her hand in front of Qin Chuan, asking softly. "There are two strange people ahead, I'm watching them." Qin Chuan replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Yushu lowered her voice. "But why can't I see them?" Qin Chuan smiled and shook his head. "Pretty people can't see them, only handsome people can." Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Yushu became even more curious. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see what was ahead at all. After all, the gap in their realms was there. Qin Chuan was in the Tao realm, naturally far ahead in perception. "Indeed, there is something." Miashi's voice came from below the ground, and then he appeared on the surface, discussing with Fu Changfeng.
Elder Fu, I've already reached the rock layer. Indeed, there are many minerals inside, filled with spiritual energy. Fu Changfeng adjusted his glasses. That's great, let's take some back for research. I'm confident I can test their components. It's a pity, I can't blacksmith, or I could forge a long sword suited for you. Nieshi smiled. No worries, Elder Fu, no need to be so kind, as long as it helps your research, that's enough. It's a pity we are just the two of us, we can't bring back too much. No problem, we can research it slowly, the secret realm won't close for a day or two. At this moment, a long laugh interrupted their conversation. Ha, you two don't need to be so polite. Why not come to my Tusa gang for a visit and study these ores together? I can help you transport these ores back. The voice was strong and powerful, showing the strength of the newcomer. Upon hearing this, Nieshi and Fu Changfeng suddenly changed their expressions. They looked around. Yet no one was found in sight. In the distance, Qin Chuan discovered the source of the sound. It was a bald man dressed in a tang suit, holding 2 walnuts in his hands, quickly approaching Nieshi and Elder Fu. 3 or 4 men followed behind him. Saint level. Qin Chuan instantly recognized the man's realm. In fact, this realm is considered quite good in the secret realm. After all, elites at the divine level are still rare, while the immortal level represents peak combat power. Friends, are you mining here? The bald man in the tang suit appeared in front of them, smiling. However, the smile on that fierce-looking face only made it look more menacing. Seeing the sudden appearance of the tang-suited man, Nieshi and Fu Changfeng exchanged a glance, their hearts trembling with shock. Saint level. This was simply beyond what they could handle. Nieshi reached out, pulling Fu Changfeng behind him, while he stepped forward to shield Fu Changfeng. This friend, we are just wandering around here. If we have offended you, we sincerely apologize and will leave immediately. Having said that, Nieshi did not hesitate any longer, grabbing Fu Changfeng and trying to flee from the place. The bald man gave a look, and several men behind him blocked Nieshi's escape. This friend, what do you mean by this? Nieshi frowned, secretly thinking it was bad, but still appearing calm on the surface. I just said I want to invite you both to the Tusa gang as guests to study these ores together. Let me introduce myself, I am Su Tusu, the leader of the Tusu gang. In this chaotic world, where life is as cheap as grass, I see that traveling alone can be quite dangerous. It would be better to join our Tusa gang for some protection. As Su Tusu spoke, his men slowly surrounded Nieshi and Fu Changfeng. Looking at this situation, if they refused, then the Tusa gang would surely resort to force today. No need, we are used to acting alone, joining a gang doesn't suit us. Nieshi firmly rejected Su Tusu, gripping the long sword tightly in his hand. He knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. Upon hearing this, Su Tusu's expression darkened immediately. Toasting to us but refusing to drink. Take action, and tie them back. He shouted, and his men started moving, while he lunged towards Nieshi. Nieshi drew his long sword and immediately engaged in fierce battle with several men. Qin Chuan, watching from a distance, was somewhat astonished. He found that a mid-level peerless could actually fight against a beginner saint and several beginner peerless at the same time. Amidst the dazzling sword light, there was an invisible pressure. It's his swordsmanship. Qin Chuan carefully observed Nieshi's sword technique and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Though he had not practiced swordsmanship, he could see that Nieshi was a master swordsman. His swordsmanship truly transcends the ordinary, but unfortunately, the beasts he swallowed had a lower rank. If the rank had been higher, then his current strength would surely be even greater. Qin Chuan thought. He also knew well that not everyone had the good fortune like him to devour divine beasts. If someone like Nieshi had a chance, he could become very powerful. The battle was nearing its peak, with Fu Changfeng standing aside, watching as Nieshi fought against several men. Qin Chuan looked at Nieshi with admiration in his eyes. However, he felt pity that Nieshi would not be able to hold out much longer. Though his sword technique was exquisite, the gap in realms was still very real. To save? Or not to save? Faced with this dilemma, Qin Chuan finally gritted his teeth, deciding to step in and rescue Nieshi. If he didn't intervene, Nieshi would surely fall beneath their hands. Chapter 125, New Member Joins. He found both of them quite interesting. One was a superb swordsman, while the machines in the other's hands were also quite remarkable. Suddenly, a surge of affection for talent welled up in him. In the arena, Nieshi wielded his sword, continuously defending against the combined attacks of several opponents. However, due to the difference in their levels, he was beginning to struggle. Put down your weapons, and I will spare your life. Su Tu-Su said loudly. Nieshi's strength was so formidable that it genuinely surprised him. Killing such a person would truly be a waste. Nonsense. A warrior cannot easily put down their weapons. Nieshi, who usually spoke little, was surprisingly furious upon hearing this. Then you shall die.
Upon hearing Nieshi's words, Su Su's gaze chilled, and he immediately attacked with all his might towards Nieshi.
Feeling the killing intent from Su, even though he was exhausted, Nieshi still smiled freely and pointed his sword at Su. A warrior would rather stand and live than kneel and die. However, just as he was prepared for death, there was a loud thud, and the people in front of him suddenly lost their balance, flying out like broken sacks. With several heavy thuds, Nieshi watched in disbelief as those who wanted to kill him were directly smashed into meat paste. Nieshi moved his lips, wanting to say something but finding himself speechless. He couldn't find the right words to describe the scene before him. It was too shocking. A saint-level and several supreme-level devourers had just been treated like trash and killed. Moreover, it looked effortless. Who are you? Nieshi looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why this person saved his life. He further couldn't grasp why this young man possessed such immense strength. However, at his level, he couldn't see Qin Chuan's true power at all.
You don't need to concern yourself with who I am, are you okay?
Qin Chuan curiously surveyed Nieshi and his companion, Fu Changfeng, filled with curiosity. This combination was truly eye-catching.
I'm fine, no matter who you are, I must thank you.
If it weren't for you, I would have died just now. Nieshi cleared his throat, a hint of blood dripping from his lips.
You're injured?
Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, casually pulling out a healing herb from his bag and handing it to Nieshi. This healing herb should be beneficial for your injuries. This was the herb that Zhang Junwan had insisted on giving him before he left. Looking at the healing herb Qin Chuan offered, Nieshi hesitated a bit. Nieshi looked at the herb emitting a faint red glow and surrounded by spiritual energy, his eyes flashing with surprise.
This item was clearly extraordinary and valuable.
He was not acquainted with the person, and the favor he had just received was already immense. His prideful nature made it hard for him to accept such a generous gift. This is too precious. I can hardly repay the favor of your saving my life. How can I accept this gift? Nieshi shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse from his injuries. Yet Qin Chuan smiled nonchalantly and directly shoved the healing herb into his hand.
It's just a herb, what's more important than life?
Take it to heal your wounds, you look badly injured. His tone was casual yet carried an undeniable sincerity. Feeling the goodwill from the other party, Nieshi stopped being stubborn and accepted the healing herb. He could see that this healing herb was an excellent remedy for injuries.
Such great kindness will not go unappreciated, Nieshi had noted.
He took the healing herb, chewed a few times, and then swallowed it. Once the healing herb entered his body, Nieshi's complexion suddenly flushed. He could feel a warm and intense energy spreading from his abdomen, rapidly flowing throughout his limbs and bones.
This is amazing.
Nieshi couldn't help but exclaim, immediately sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and guiding the medicinal power to accelerate his healing. At this moment, Fu Changfeng also came back to his senses from the previous shock. He quickly walked up to Qin Chuan and deeply bowed.
Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we would likely be doomed today.
His tone was filled with gratitude and fear. Just now, if it weren't for Qin Chuan's intervention, he and Nieshi would surely have faced grave danger. The young man in front of him could instantly take down several strong enemies, including a saint, and his strength was simply unfathomable. Qin Chuan smiled and waved his hand, but his gaze curiously fell on the strange device that Fu Changfeng had just used.
No need to be polite, I just couldn't stand by and watch, he said.
But this machine of yours is quite interesting, I have never seen one like it. Fu Changfeng felt a bit shy as he scratched his head upon seeing Qin Chuan's interest.
Just some little gadgets I put together myself, nothing really impressive.
Although he was modest, a hint of pride unconsciously flashed in his eyes when he mentioned his invention.
Is this machine for treasure hunting? Qin Chuan asked curiously. Fu Changfeng nodded.
Yes, this machine is used for surveying underground rocks that contain spiritual energy.
I have many of these machines. Did you make all of them yourself?
Yes,
they are all my own inventions.
Listening to Fu Changfeng's introduction, even Qin Chuan was startled. A mere elite devourer could actually create these machines. This was truly unbelievable.
Was this not genius?
At this moment, Qin Chuan felt an even stronger urge to recruit these two.
With them, the strength of the first guild would surely increase significantly.
A moment later, Nieshi took a deep breath, stood up, and his complexion had returned to normal, indicating that his injuries were no longer serious. Nieshi thanks you, brother, for saving my life and providing medicine.
May I ask your esteemed name?
I am called Qin Chuan.
Qin Chuan smiled and looked at the two of them. How did you two get involved with the Su gang? Was it because of this machine?
Nieshi and Fu Changfeng exchanged glances, both feeling helpless.
This is a long story.
I made this machine, thinking to find some opportunities in the secret realm. Unexpectedly, we were targeted by members of the Su gang.
We didn't know anyone from that gang before.
Fu Changfeng shook his head and sighed. We're aware that it's best not to show these things in front of people, so we specifically chose a secluded corner, but unfortunately, we were still targeted. Qin Chuan nodded, looking at the two, his desire for talent growing stronger in his heart. He felt a stirring in his heart and then spoke up. What are your plans for the future? Upon hearing this, both Nieshi and Fu Changfeng showed a hint of seriousness and confusion on their faces. They had come from Jin City, without finding treasure, would they now have to return empty-handed? They felt a little unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. However, what could they do once they returned to Jin City? Thinking of this, they fell into confusion again. We can only take one step at a time, the world is vast, and there must be a place for us, Nishi said with a wry smile.
Qin Chuan smiled. Since that's the case, why don't you travel with me? I happen to have some matters to attend to, and we can look out for each other. By the way, I have my own power in Suhai City. If you follow me, I can guarantee your safety there.
Nieshi and Fu Changfeng were both taken aback. They had just witnessed Qin Chuan's strength, and following him would undoubtedly ensure their safety. Moreover, Qin Chuan's earlier act of saving them also made them feel good about him. Nieshi looked at Fu Changfeng, who pushed up his glasses and nodded slightly, and the two reached an agreement.
Brother Qin, we are willing to accompany you.
Qin Chuan laughed heartily, feeling particularly cheerful.
Great.
From now on, we are companions, no need for such formalities. Let's leave this place first. After saying this, Qin Chuan led the two of them away from there.
Qin Chuan, who are these two?
When Qin Chuan returned, Wang Yushu asked curiously with her big eyes wide open.
Oh, these two are new members of our guild.
This one is called Nieshi, and this one is called Fu Changfeng.
Qin Chuan introduced. This is my classmate, Wang Yushu.
Qin Chuan turned his head to introduce Fu Changfeng and Nieshi. He paused in his tone, and both of them noticed, exchanging a glance and smiling without speaking. They could see that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. In terms of strength, Nieshi and Fu Changfeng were not Qin Chuan's opponents, but in other aspects, they were indeed more experienced than Qin Chuan.
Hello.
Welcome to the first guild, welcome.
Wang Yushu said gracefully. Hello. I am very happy to join this group of the first guild.
Fu Changfeng took over the conversation, nodding and smiling at Wang Yushu, and Nieshi also nodded to greet her.
Qin Chuan, where are we going now? Wang Yushu asked.
Qin Chuan looked at Nieshi and Fu Changfeng, his eyes shining.
Now that we have new members, why don't we return first and settle them in? All right. I thought the same. Wang Yushu chuckled.
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, both Nieshi and Fu Changfeng felt a warmth in their hearts.
In this apocalypse, Qin Chuan's kind gesture was indeed heartwarming. Okay, then let's go back.
Without hesitation, Qin Chuan immediately led the two towards Suhai City. Speaking of which, we nearly went to Suhai City back then. As they mentioned Suhai, Nieshi and Fu Changfeng couldn't help but express their feelings.
Oh? Tell me more about it.
Qin Chuan immediately became interested. To be honest, we were sent by the mysterious investigation bureau. Back then, there were several massacre cases in Suhai and Qingdu City, and we were ordered to investigate.
Nieshi narrated.
As he listened, Qin Chuan felt a chill. The massacre was indeed his doing. It turned out these two were connected to him from the very beginning, he just hadn't noticed. If we hadn't come back then, perhaps we wouldn't have this chance to become devourers. After all, we should thank the person who exterminated the Wang family and the Lord of Qingdu City. Fu Changfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly.
Anyway, we were just living under someone else's roof, so we had to follow orders, but indeed, the Wang family and the Lord of Qingdu City were not good people.
Wang Yushu occasionally glanced at Qin Chuan, her lips curving in a smile. She was intelligent, of course, she guessed that the two were talking about Qin Chuan. However, she sensed that Qin Chuan didn't want to acknowledge it, so she chose to remain silent. Qin Chuan listened to Nieshi and Fu Changfeng's recount and wore a strangely complex expression. He coughed lightly to hide the turmoil in his heart, agreeing vaguely.
Cough. Yes, those two families indeed have a bad reputation. Perhaps it's karma.
He cleverly shifted the topic and looked at Fu Changfeng.
By the way, Elder Fu, I noticed the machine you were using seems not to be a pure technological creation, it contains some energy fluctuations as well? Am I right?
As soon as the discussion turned to his invention, Fu Changfeng perked up.
Brother Qin has a keen eye.
That is not pure technology, as you know, I was once part of the mysterious investigation bureau. Over these years, the bureau has discovered some things. I specialized in research there, so I naturally encountered some things that ordinary people could not access. Combining those mysterious elements with some modern technology, I created many machines that can still be used after the apocalypse and even be of great use.
Combining ancient mysticism with modern technology? Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu both showed interest.
In this era where devourers ran rampant, Fu Changfeng, with his background from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, appeared both ancient and mysterious.
Yes.
Fu Changfeng nodded, carefully taking out a fist-sized metal sphere from a metal waste pouch, its structure extremely complex, engraved with intricate runes and featuring a slightly glowing blue crystal in the center.
This is an energy device that I made in the laboratory.
As he spoke, he gently activated the sphere in his hand. The runes on it lit up one by one, and the sphere silently floated, emitting a soft glow, forming a tiny energy field.
Wow! So amazing!
Wang Yushu could not help but exclaim, her big eyes filled with curiosity.
After the apocalypse, Elder Fu established a laboratory in Jin City, specifically to create his experimental equipment.
Once this is done, we will move the laboratory over.
Nye Shi said.
Qin Chuan looked at the floating energy sphere, his eyes sparkling with wonder.
Fu Changfeng's ability is very unique, although his rank is not high, his power is incredibly strong.
It is a pure combination of knowledge and creativity, extremely rare and precious in the entire apocalypse. This ability has immense potential. If developed and supported well, it can definitely be a great asset to the guild.
Incredible! Qin Chuan praised sincerely.
Elder Fu, when we return to Suai City, I will arrange the best laboratory for you as soon as possible.
Of course, I will personally go with you to move your laboratory from Jin City.
Fu Changfeng, hearing how much Qin Chuan valued and supported his research, immediately became excited, and his face turned a little red.
Really, really? That's great. Thank you, Brother Qin. I will definitely not let you down. I have many ideas that haven't been realized yet. If I have enough resources and a safe environment, I can create more useful inventions.
His words were filled with the passion and dreams unique to researchers. Nieshi looked at his excited companion and showed a gentle smile on his determined face. He felt more and more that choosing to follow Qin Chuan might be the best decision they ever made. Then it's settled, I will give you enough support to focus on your research. Qin Chuan said with a smile. He had great expectations for Fu Changfeng. If Fu Changfeng could invent a machine to detect underground energy, then he surely had the ability to invent other machines as well. In the future, if conditions allowed, it would certainly be possible for him to invent some equipment or refine medicines.
If that happens, then Fu Changfeng's contributions to the entire guild would be tremendously great. Don't worry, I will handle it.
Fu Changfeng nodded vigorously and carefully put his energy sphere back into his bag.
As they talked and laughed, the outline of Suai City soon came into view.
With the addition of new members, Qin Chuan was even more filled with hope for the future of the first guild.
Chapter 127, The Vibrating Secret Realm. Uncle, you are so amazing.
Wang Yushu watched Fu Changfeng put away the energy sphere, her eyes filled with reluctance. As a girl, she was most interested in these strange little gadgets. If Miss Wang likes it, when my laboratory is established, you can come to my lab, and I will personally make one for you. Fu Changfeng patted his backpack and laughed heartily.
Okay. It's a promise. Wang Yushu's eyes curved into crescent moons. In a cheerful atmosphere, the group had already entered Suhai City.
Nieshi and Fu Changfeng visited Suhai City for the first time, both curiously observing the city. Inside the city, everything was orderly, the citizens lived and worked happily, each face bearing a smile of happiness, a scene of harmony. Occasionally, devourers would sweep by on the streets, but they did not attack the civilians. In fact, many were out on patrol. Just looking at it, the happiness index of the people living here seemed even higher than before the apocalypse. This scene truly baffled Nieshi and Fu Changfeng.
Brother Qin, why is Suhai City so? Nieshi asked.
Qin Chuan glanced at Nieshi and understood what he wanted to say, he chuckled.
Brother Nya wants to ask why there is no chaos in Suhai City?
Nieshi nodded, recalling the scenes of Jin City.
Sighing deeply.
In stark contrast to here, Jin City is in chaos. Jin City has several large gangs, and the gang leaders are all powerful, so the position of the city lord has never been settled. Though the safe zone in Jinj has been established, the major gangs often fight among themselves, and each clash not only claims the lives of their subordinates but also affects countless civilians. Moreover, Jinj City has formed a strict hierarchy, allowing the devourers to dispose of civilians at will without any responsibility. The streets are littered with the bodies of civilians, and even slightly pretty women must blacken their faces to dare go outside. Such a tragic scene is far too much, and Nieshi cannot change anything. Just as he was lost in thought, someone patted his shoulder.
Brother Nye.
Nieshi came back to his senses and smiled at Qin Chuan.
Sorry, I was distracted. No worries, I can tell that Brother Nye is a compassionate person.
In fact, our beliefs are the same.
I think that when we become strong, we still need to keep a bit of kindness.
So, after the first guild took over Suai City, they strictly controlled the devourers, demanding that they cannot take lives at will.
Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled as he talked about how he governed Suai City.
In his past life, he had seen far too many tragedies, so he always held compassion for the civilians. Qin Chuan's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable power.
Power is meant to protect, not to bully. In my territory, my rules must be followed. If devourers rely on their might to bully others, what is the difference from the beast tribes outside? The devourers were once just ordinary people too.
He pointed to the patrolling team on the street.
Look, their current job is to maintain order, clear out the occasionally invading low-level beasts, and protect everyone's safety.
And the civilians, they are responsible for production, construction, and providing various services, each fulfilling their duty to keep this city running. We provide protection and order, and they repay us with labor and taxes. This is a balance. Nieshi and Fu Chanfeng listened quietly, their eyes shining brighter.
Qin Chuan's ideals sounded to them like a fresh breeze in a post-apocalyptic world, almost like a utopia.
Yet everything they saw around them truly proved that this ideal was being realized.
Brother Qin's righteousness. Nieshi praised sincerely, his admiration for Qin Chuan deepening once more.
He originally followed Qin Chuan because of a life-saving favor in his strength, but at this moment, he truly began to identify with this person and what he pursued.
Fu Chanfeng also nodded excitedly. This is how people should live. Brother Qin, I will definitely create more things to protect everyone here.
Of course, definitely welcome.
Qin Chuan laughed heartily.
Just as Qin Chuan and the others were settling new members, Suhai City was thriving, while far away in Jingxian City, the news of the complete annihilation of Su Tusu's army sparked great turmoil.
Jingxian City, headquarters of the Tusu gang.
Vice gang leader Su Bing sat in a large chair made of polished beast bones, his face dark enough to nearly drip water.
Below, several gang members were silent as mice, not daring to breathe. Is the news confirmed? My cousin and the people he brought are all dead?
Su Bing's voice was hoarse and cold, filled with intense killing intent.
A trembling little leader in charge of intelligence replied cautiously. Reporting to the gang leader, it has been confirmed.
We found strong energy residues and signs of a fight near that area, and there are the corpses of the gang leaders, they are all dead.
Humph.
Su Bing slammed the armrest, and the hard beast bone armrest instantly filled with cracks. One saint-grade person, accompanied by several supreme-grade ones, should have been able to sweep everything in the secret realm. How could they be completely annihilated?
Who did this?
The little leader trembled in fear and hurriedly said. According to the energy residue analysis, the battle ended very quickly, like a crushing defeat. There remains a trace of an extremely strange and powerful energy fluctuation at the scene. My subordinate speculates, it might be a strong person who ambushed.
Ambush? Su Bing's eyes narrowed, shining coldly. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly for me.
See which blind fools dare to touch my Tusu gang.
Yes. Master.
The subordinate immediately accepted the command.
Also, Su Bing added,
keep this news down for now, especially do not let those scum from the Blood Wolfgate and Brotherhood see this as a joke.
Understood.
In the secret realm, the death of Su Tusu and the others quickly spread. After all, Su Tusu and the others had considerable strength, and just being killed in the secret realm caused their downfall, enough to alert and arouse suspicion among major gangs. For a time, the secret realm was filled with hidden currents, each force secretly investigating this sudden incident, speculating whether someone had obtained an opportunity in the secret realm and risen strong. And at the center of this storm, Nieshi and Fu Chanfeng were at this moment staying peacefully in Suhai City, about to start their new lives. They still did not know that their escape had already dropped a heavy bomb in the secret realm, triggering a chain reaction.
In the secret realm, everyone became even crazier.
Everyone was exploring the secret realm more frantically, trying to find the secret to becoming stronger. The sudden death of Su Tusu and the others made them believe that there truly was something in the secret realm that could make people immensely powerful.
Chapter 128, Heading to Jinj City. Ha!
The sunlight poured onto his face, and Qin Chuan lazily woke up. He stretched and slowly opened his eyes in satisfaction. Since his crossing, he had not slept in so long. Just now, having returned to Suhai City, he had fallen into a deep sleep.
Qin Chuan, breakfast is ready.
There was a knock at the door, it was Wang Yushu's voice. Qin Chuan slowly got up and opened the door, seeing Wang Yushu smiling at him.
Did you sleep well? Qin Chuan nodded. I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. I was thinking of letting you sleep a little longer, and I called you a bit late. Come eat something. The two went downstairs together, eating and chatting. Qin Chuan, are you going back to the secret realm?
Wang Yushu asked, her eyes shining. Clearly, she wanted to play in the secret realm again, she had been too bored at home and couldn't stay still. Qin Chuan shook his head.
No, I'm not going back for now. I might go to Jinj City. Going to Jinj City? Wang Yushu seemed curious, suddenly thinking of something. Are you going to help Elder Fu move his laboratory back? Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. That's right, very smart.
Wang Yushu also smiled, revealing two small dimples, looking particularly adorable.
Can I come with you? I want to go see too.
Seeing Wang Yushu so eager to go out, Qin Chuan immediately agreed.
Sure. Then you come with me. Yay!
After breakfast, Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu found Nieshi and Fu Changfeng. Due to the countless deaths during the apocalypse, many houses in the city were vacant, so the two casually found an empty courtyard. This had become quite normal in the apocalypse. In the courtyard, Nieshi was practicing swordsmanship, and Fu Changfeng was holding a notebook, a pen in hand, frowning as he calculated something.
Brother Qin, you're here.
Seeing Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu arrive, the two put down what they were doing and approached to greet them.
How was your rest last night? Are you adjusting well in Suai City? Qin Chuan asked with a smile.
It's fine, just a bit too quiet, I'm not used to it.
Fu Changfeng said.
In Jin City, even while sleeping, one heard the sounds of fighting outside. Suddenly coming to Suai City, without the sounds of fighting at night, he found it quite unfamiliar. After hearing the reasons, everyone laughed heartily.
You'll get used to it.
Elder Fu, you should focus on your research here.
By the way, how about your lab in Jin City? If you have time today, shall we take a trip to Jin City together? Qin Chuan was always thinking about what was inside Fu Changfeng's lab.
Fu Changfeng is a rare scientific genius, and what he researches can definitely be of great use.
Sure. Let's go today.
But several gangs in Jin City are always eyeing the things in my lab.
Fu Changfeng frowned. With me here, what are you afraid of? Let's go. If they dare to cause trouble, I'll make them regret it. Qin Chuan declared with confidence.
Hearing this, Fu Changfeng felt relieved. He knows very well Qin Chuan's strength.
Then let's go.
Qin Chuan's bold words erased Fu Changfeng's last bit of worry, and he nodded vigorously.
Great. With Brother Qin's words, I'm at ease.
There are some heavy items in my lab, and I've set several locks and formations that only I can unlock.
We need help to move and dismantle them. No problem, we'll bring more hands.
Qin Chuan immediately contacted people and asked the Guild Alliance to send some workers over. Nieshi wiped his sword and said solemnly, I'll go too.
Jin City is complicated. Many people there know me and Elder Fu.
If a conflict arises, more people means more support. Qin Chuan looked at Nieshi with appreciation. This swordsman is not only strong but also clever and reliable at critical moments.
All right, then we'll act together.
Not long after, a large transport vehicle, reinforced with steel plates and looking quite imposing, drove to the small courtyard. 10 capable members of the Devourer's team jumped down from the vehicle, saluting Qin Chuan in unison.
Chief. Qin Chuan nodded, quite satisfied with their efficiency. This mission is to assist in relocating important scientific equipment.
The destination is Jin City, and we may encounter obstacles from other forces, so stay alert and follow my commands.
Yes, Chief.
The team responded in unison, their eyes filled with awe and trust for Qin Chuan.
They didn't delay and quickly boarded the vehicle.
Fu Changfeng sat in the passenger seat directing the way, and the transport vehicle emitted a deep rumble as it drove out of the orderly Suai City towards Jin City. The closer they got to Jin City, the more desolate and ruined the scenery became. Abandoned vehicles, collapsed buildings, and scattered bones, along with the constantly appearing beast packs, all told the brutal story of the apocalypse. Occasionally, small groups of refugees or scattered devourers could be seen. When they noticed the obviously faction-owned heavy transport vehicle, they all hurriedly avoided it, daring not to approach. As for the beast packs, since Qin Chuan didn't bother to conceal his presence, no wild animals dared to approach the vehicle. Nieshi looked out at the familiar desolate landscape, his eyes complex. Fu Changfeng looked a bit nervous, rubbing his hands together, praying that nothing would go wrong with his lab. Wang Yushu kept looking around, occasionally revealing a pained expression on her face. Finally, the iconic massive wall of Jin City, made up of haphazard piles of old cars and building materials, appeared on the horizon. The entrance remained chaotic, with members of different gangs lazily guarding the gate, extorting protection fees from anyone entering or exiting. The arrival of the transport vehicle immediately stirred up commotion. Such an organized vehicle with clear signs of power was rare around the outskirts of Jin City.
Stop. Where did you come from? Do you understand the rules?
A burly man with a torn leather jacket and a scarred face, flanked by a few lackeys, blocked the road and shouted arrogantly. Qin Chuan remained expressionless, not wanting to bother with this trash, and simply said, "Charge through." The driver slammed the accelerator down. The transport truck roared, and instead of slowing down, it accelerated towards the roadblock.
Damn it! Looking for death.
Scarface's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly threw himself to the side to dodge.
His little brother behind him was so scared that he wet himself, rolling and crawling away. Boom! The transport truck crashed through the simple barricade without any hindrance and rushed into the city of Golden Spear, leaving behind a group of cursing and panic-stricken gatekeepers. Damn it! Which blind force is this? Quickly! Report to the gang! Scarface, covered in dirt, scrambled up from the ground and shouted in rage. Chapter 129, One-Sided Battle. Inside the vehicle, Fu Changfeng glanced back nervously. Brother Qin, won't this be too flashy? Qin Chuan smiled. We are here to take our own things, why waste time with those small fries? Don't worry, quick battle, quick decision. Before they can react, we will get our stuff and leave. Following Fu Changfeng's guidance, the transport truck maneuvered through the complicated and muddy alleys of Golden Spear City. The further they went in, the more broken and chaotic the surroundings became. Occasionally, small-scale fights and robberies were visible, with screams and curses rising and falling. Seeing the rampaging truck, many people cast suspicious glances, but feeling the intimidating aura from the vehicle, no one dared to provoke it for the time being. Finally, the vehicle stopped in a relatively remote neighborhood. In front stood a half-collapsed abandoned warehouse, its exterior looking unremarkable. This is the place. Fu Changfeng pointed at a rust-covered iron door of the warehouse. My laboratory is just below. Everyone got out of the vehicle, and the team members quickly stood guard around. Fu Changfeng approached the iron door, pressed a few times on an inconspicuous metal panel, and softly chanted several complex syllables of runes. Click. Creak. After a series of dull sounds of mechanical movements, the iron door slowly opened inward, revealing a brightly lit stairwell leading down, contrasting sharply with the broken scene outside. Hurry up and come in. Fu Changfeng was the first to enter. Qin Chuan quickly followed with Wang Yushu, Nieshi, and the team members, as the iron door slowly closed behind them, temporarily blocking out the noise and danger of Golden Spear City. Behind the door was a world that amazed everyone except for Fu Changfeng. Various precise instruments, rune arrays glowing with energy, countless parts, and semi-finished devices. The air was filled with a faint smell of ozone and metal. This was the crystallization of Fu Changfeng's wisdom, his laboratory. Even Qin Chuan, who had seen much, was stunned at this moment. These strange and remarkable things truly opened his eyes. Wang Yushu and the others next to him were completely dumbfounded. Everything in front of them felt like being in a fantasy world, giving off a strong steampunk vibe. Brother Qin, let me introduce this. This detects the Beast Clan's aura in the air, and this measures energy fluctuations. In his laboratory, Fu Changfeng opened his mouth and continuously introduced his inventions to Qin Chuan. Listening to Fu Changfeng's introduction, Qin Chuan's eyes shone with amazement, repeatedly expressing his wonder. These machines were truly extraordinary, only by seeing them could one understand their magic. Elder Fu, stop talking, let's move things first, and we can discuss later. Seeing Fu Changfeng going on and on, Nieshi immediately spoke up. Fu Changfeng smiled apologetically. Sorry, once I come into the laboratory, I can't help but talk. Alright, then let's hurry and move. We'll talk when we get back. Qin Chuan signaled his subordinates to start moving the items. However, halfway through moving, a heavy cold snort suddenly came from outside. That cold snort was like muffled thunder, penetrating the soundproof layers of the laboratory, clearly reaching everyone's ears, carrying unabashed hostility and immense pressure. Not good. Someone is coming. Fu Changfeng's face changed, and he immediately stopped his actions. The atmosphere in the laboratory instantly became tense, and the team members quickly put down their equipment, swiftly picking up their weapons, vigilantly looking towards the entrance. Nieshi had already pressed his hand on the sword handle, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Wang Yushu instinctively moved closer to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, but there was no panic on his face. He simply said, "It seems there are still some blind folks seeking trouble." No problem, let's go out and take a look. He took the lead toward the entrance stairs, and everyone followed closely behind. As they reopened the heavy iron door, light poured in from outside. On the empty ground of the warehouse ruins, there were already 20 or 30 people gathered at some point, each exuding a fierce aura, armed with various weapons, and wearing sinister grins. At the forefront was a man who was extraordinarily tall and burly, nearly 2.5 meters high, with knotted muscles and skin showing an abnormal dark blue color, as if covered by a layer of rock. He crossed his arms and glared fiercely at Qin Chuan and his group as they emerged from the basement. I thought who was so bold as to stir things up on my giant snake gang's turf. It turns out it's you two stray dogs who have returned. The giant's voice boomed like thunder, filled with mockery. What's the matter? Did you find a few helpers and think you could come back to oppose my giant snake gang? His gaze swept over Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu, finally landing on Nieshi and Fu Changfeng, clearly recognizing them. Fu Changfeng whispered, "Qin brother, be careful. This guy is the deputy leader of the giant snake gang, Shirkue, a mid-grade devourer.
It is said he devoured a mid-grade crocodile, possessing extremely strong defense and terrifying power.
We have been troubled by him many times before. She nodded seriously. His defense is very hard to break.
Seeing the other side whispering, Kuei became even more arrogant.
What? Planning how to kneel and beg for mercy?
Hand over those strange things and sever an arm, I might consider sparing your dog lives. His gaze swept over Wang Yushu, and a flicker of abnormality passed through his eyes. Pretty nice looking, I'll leave her for my brothers to enjoy. The gang members behind him instantly erupted in lewd laughter.
Qin Chuan's eyes instantly turned cold.
He had intended to take the items and leave, wanting to avoid trouble, but the other side clearly did not want to let it go, especially since he had touched his bottom line.
You giant snake gang will surely die today.
Qin Chuan stepped forward, his tone calm yet carrying a chilling sense that made one's heart race. Kuei felt an inexplicable chill from Qin Chuan's calm gaze but soon became furious.
Kid, your tone is quite arrogant. Don't think just because you brought a few people.
Before he could finish, he suddenly choked on his words. Because Qin Chuan moved. Without any warning, Qin Chuan's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost, and the next second he appeared directly before Kuei. The speed exceeded everyone's ability to perceive. Kuei's pupils constricted, and his abundant battle experience made him instinctively roar in anger. His body burst forth with a dark blue glow, activating his rocky skin ability to the utmost. At the same time, he punched fiercely at Qin Chuan in front of him. This punch was forceful and powerful, creating a howling wind. However, facing this punch that could split mountains in crackstones, Qin Chuan merely reached out his hand casually.
Bang!
With a light sound, Kuei's enormous punch, covered with rock-like skin, was easily grabbed by Qin Chuan with one hand and could not advance another inch.
The violent power vanished like a cow sinking in the sea. What?
Kuei's sinister smile instantly transformed into horror and disbelief. He felt like he hadn't hit a hand but an extremely hard rock instead.
Mid-grade defense?
Qin Chuan's lips curled into a chilling arc.
Not much.
Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Kuei's fist and slightly tightened his grip.
Chapter 130, Chopping Melons and Vegetables. Crack.
The sound of bones shattering was painfully clear throughout the entire venue.
Ah!
Kuei let out a piercing scream like a slaughtered pig. His fist, along with his wrist, was brutally crushed by Qin Chuan. That so-called defense, his rock-like skin, crumbled before Qin Chuan's power, like paper. Then, with his other hand, Qin Chuan casually waved, as if simply brushing off dust.
Bang!
A dull thud echoed as Kuei's massive body was violently sent flying backward, crashing through several crumbling walls before finally becoming silent amidst the cloud of dust.
In an instant, the entire scene fell into dead silence.
The members of the giant snake gang, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, had their smiles frozen in shock. Their eyes nearly bulged out, filled with endless fear and confusion. In their minds, the seemingly invincible deputy leader was effortlessly sent flying like a mere fly. How could this be possible? From the very start, the battle presented a one-sided crushing force. Qin Chuan slowly withdrew his hand, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining members of the giant snake gang, who were terrified out of their wits. The remaining members of the giant snake gang trembled all over, their weapons clattering to the ground, and then they screamed and dispersed in a chaotic flight. Nieshi and Fu Changfeng and the first guild members watched Qin Chuan's back, their eyes filled with shock and awe. They were also devourers, but seldom had they witnessed such one-sided combat. Qin Chuan's strength was genuinely terrifying to a degree they could hardly imagine. Qin Chuan turned around, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and said to Fu Changfeng, "All right, the trouble is resolved. Let's continue moving the items, and hurry up." As everyone resumed their work, Qin Chuan glanced back at the direction where the giant snake gang members had fled. According to his nature, none of those people would survive. However, the reason he let them go was entirely to lure the snake out of its hole. Since the giant snake gang dared to touch his reverse scale, they must be destroyed. Moreover, he not only wanted to retrieve Fu Changfeng's equipment but also take this opportunity to establish his authority. The chaos in Gold Spear City largely stemmed from the jungle rules of the strong preying on the weak, with no order to be found. To stand firm here or potentially amalgamate resources in the future, one must display overwhelming power and an unassailable presence. The giant snake gang just happened to walk right into the line of fire. Especially that Kuei, who dared to insult Wang Yushu, had already crossed Qin Chuan's bottom line. "Brother Qin, the items are mostly loaded, but some core precision instruments need me to personally disassemble and secure." Fu Changfeng's voice interrupted Qin Chuan's thoughts. "All right, you take care of that, and we will keep watch for you." Qin Chuan nodded. Fu Changfeng immediately took two skilled teammates back to the basement to finish the final work. Nieshi walked up to Qin Chuan's side and whispered, "Brother Qin, if you let those people go, the main force of the giant snake gang will probably arrive soon."
Their leader, Xiaoying, is stronger than Shirkuei, almost at the peak of the saint level, and he holds grudges. The giant snake gang is the largest gang in Gold Spear City, and Xiao Ying's strength is unparalleled, reportedly already merging with other gangs.
Qin Chuan smiled faintly, his smile carrying absolute confidence.
No worries, I am waiting for them. It's better to resolve everything at once to avoid future troubles. Brother Nya, if we engage later, just protect Yushu and Elder Fu along with your teammates.
Niashi looked at Qin Chuan's calm yet powerful gaze, his heart settled, and he nodded firmly.
Understood. About half an hour later.
All the equipment and materials were properly transported and secured in the truck. Fu Changfeng let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Alright, we have brought the most important things.
At that moment, a slight but dense vibration suddenly came from the ground, and the distant sounds of shouting and roaring engines filled the air.
They're coming.
Niashi's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on the sword hilt. At the end of the street, a dark crowd surged forward like a tide, numbering well over 100, with a few leading figures exuding an especially fierce aura. At the forefront was a thin, middle-aged man with cold, snake-like eyes, dressed in dark green leather armor.
He was the leader of the giant snake gang, Xiaoying.
Beside him were a few gang members who had just escaped and were secretly whispering while pointing in the direction of Qin Chuan and the others. Xiao Ying's gaze swept across the scene, and upon seeing the collapsed walls and the lifeless Shirkuei on the ground, his face instantly darkened terrifyingly. His cold eyes ultimately locked onto Qin Chuan.
It's you who killed my deputy leader and dared to snatch what my giant snake gang covets.
Xiao Ying's voice was hoarse, carrying a snake-like coldness and slickness.
State your name. I, Xiaoying, do not kill nameless people.
Qin Chuan chuckled lightly, his expression still calm. President of the First Guild, Qin Chuan.
First Guild? Qin Chuan?
Xiaoying furrowed his brows, clearly having never heard of this power and name.
He sneered. I don't care where you crawled out from, anyone who dares to touch my giant snake gang in Jinj City should be prepared to be wiped out. Charge. Chop them all into meat paste except for that woman. Kill.
Hundreds of giant snake gang members let out a deafening battle cry, charging toward Qin Chuan, and the others like a flood surged through a broken dam.
Various supernatural lights began to illuminate.
Confronted with such a terrifying offensive, everyone felt a bit nervous but still formed a defensive formation, unwilling to back down. Niashi drew his long sword, the blade emitting a flickering light.
Everyone, step back.
With a light shout, Qin Chuan quickly charged toward the giant snake gang members. He didn't wait for them to rush over, instead, he took the initiative to meet them head-on. He moved as fast as if he could teleport, directly diving into the densest part of the crowd.
Boom! There were no fancy techniques, just a simple and direct punch. Overwhelming power erupted like a tsunami.
The first dozen or so giant snake gang members, without even having time to scream, were crushed by an invisible force and instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist. Their attacks, upon contact with the Tai Chi diagram surrounding Qin Chuan, also faded and dissipated. Qin Chuan moved like a tiger among sheep, each wave of his hand and each step carrying terrifying power. Wherever he passed, the sounds of bones cracking and screams echoed endlessly, and people fell down like straw.
No one was even close to being his match.
The so-called siege became a joke in front of his absolute speed and power.
Xiao Ying's sneer completely froze, replaced by immense shock. How is this possible? What realm are you in?
He questioned himself, believing his own realm was already nearing the celestial level, but it was impossible to be as easy as Qin Chuan, cutting down opponents like chopping vegetables. The strength of the opponent surpassed all his understanding.
Chapter 131, The Fierce Dragon Crossing the River.
Seeing his men fall like cut wheat, Xiaoying was filled with both shock and rage, roaring, "Everyone, attack together and kill him." Alongside him, two other peak masters also gritted their teeth. The three of them unleashed their strongest attacks from three directions toward Qin Chuan.
Xiao Ying's metallic spheres transformed into two shadowy poison pythons, lunging for Qin Chuan's vital points.
One of the other two unleashed a massive rocky fist, while the other slashed with a fierce wind blade. Facing the simultaneous assault of three strong opponents, Qin Chuan was unfazed. He slightly turned his body, cleverly dodging the two metallic sphere strikes.
Both hands stretched out simultaneously.
One hand directly grabbed that huge rocky fist and squeezed hard.
Crack!
The entire arm of that hall master twisted and shattered in an instant, screaming as he flew backward. The other hand, with fingers pointing like a sword, accurately struck the wind blade. Whoosh! The wind blade, capable of cutting through steel, shattered like fragile glass. Qin Chuan's finger wind continued its momentum, directly piercing the hall master's forehead. In an instant, he killed two top-notch experts. At the same time, Qin Chuan's gaze locked onto the final mastermind, Xiaoying. Xiaoying was now trembling in fear, with not a trace of fighting spirit left. He turned to escape.
Now you want to leave?
Too late. Qin Chuan's cold voice was like the declaration of death.
He threw a punch from afar, and the Taiji Bagua faintly appeared.
A punch containing an extremely refined force shot through the air, going at lightning speed. Chao Ying felt the deadly threat behind him, frantically urging all his energy to defend, but the punch force ignored his defense and passed right through him.
Puff!
Chao Ying's body abruptly stiffened as he leaned forward, unable to believe his eyes at the large, transparent hole the size of a bowl that appeared in his chest. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Finally, with a bang, he fell to the ground, breathless and dead. In just a few minutes, the mighty forces of the giant snake gang, including their leader Chao Ying, were completely annihilated. On the streets, only debris and corpses remained. That fully loaded transport vehicle, with Qin Chuan standing there untainted, if it weren't for everyone witnessing what had just happened, they couldn't possibly connect it to Qin Chuan at all. There was no need for Nie Shi and others to intervene, the battle had already ended. A total crush. An absolute annihilation. Qin Chuan slowly withdrew his fist, his gaze sweeping across the bloody battlefield, his expression showing no signs of fluctuation. He turned around and calmly said to the stunned crowd, "The trouble has been completely solved, let's go home." Qin Chuan and his group drove the fully loaded transport vehicle, leaving Jingu City without any hindrance. When they arrived, they had to consider various things, but when leaving, no one dared to block them. At the city gate, those gang members looked at the ominous vehicle and the smell of blood inside, all turning pale and retreating. Until the smoke from the transport vehicle completely disappeared at the end of the road, the news of the giant snake gang's destruction began to spread rapidly in Jingu City. The news, like a giant stone thrown into a still pond, exploded in every corner of Jingu City at an astonishing speed, sending up towering waves.
Have you heard? The giant snake gang is gone. Which giant snake gang? The one led by Chao Ying? Of course. Who else could it be?
Gang leader Chao Ying and deputy leader Shi Kuei, 2 hallmasters, all dead. Over 100 elite members, slaughtered like vegetables.
My God! Who did it?
Who in Jingu City has such powerful strength? I heard it was someone from a group called the First Guild.
The leader is a young man named Qin Chuan.
The First Guild?
Qin Chuan? I've never heard of him.
Where did such a savage come from?
I don't know.
I heard it was just one person, almost all done by him.
In just minutes. The giant snake gang is gone. One person? Wiped out a gang? What kind of strength is that? Even a god-level expert can't do that?
Similar conversations spread like wildfire in taverns, casinos, slums, and the strongholds of various gangs. At first, it was hard to believe, but as more and more details emerged, especially from some lucky survivors of the giant snake gang, the entire Jingu City fell into a huge shock and panic. The giant snake gang could definitely be considered the most powerful gang in Jingu City, with gang leader Chao Ying reaching the pinnacle of saint-level strength, plus the deputy leader and several hallmasters. They could walk with great power throughout Jingu City. Even before this, he had already pulled together several powerful forces in Jinj City to form the Jinj City Guild Alliance. But such a powerful force was completely wiped out in a very short time by an unknown force and a single person. This overwhelming destruction brought a fear that far exceeded the tragic victories that would come from 2 forces clashing. In the center area of Jinj City, at the headquarters of the Giant Axe sect, the leader, Lei Mang, stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles like iron. He listened to his trusted subordinate's report, his rough face filled with seriousness and suspicion.
One move to kill Shi Kuei? A punch from afar to smash Chao Ying? In a few minutes, wipe out the main force of the giant snake gang? Are you sure the news is not wrong?
Lei Mang's voice sounded like muffled thunder, carrying a hint of unnoticeable shock. The subordinate bowed respectfully.
Absolutely true, sect leader.
I went to the scene, it was horrific. Many corpses were killed in one blow, even shattered into pieces. I also checked Chao Ying's corpse. There was a transparent hole in his chest, and the edges were smooth, as if it had been instantaneously pierced by some extremely condensed energy, rendering defenses completely ineffective. Lei Mang inhaled sharply, his fan-like large hand rubbing the giant axe blade beside him. The First Guild.
Qin Chuan, investigate. Immediately find out what this Qin Chuan is all about.
Yes. Sect leader. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Night Owl Society, the president, Han Yin, a somewhat effeminate middle-aged man, was carefully polishing a poisoned dagger. He listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes flickering unpredictably.
Interesting. That mad dog Chao Ying actually died just like that?
Han Yin's voice was sharp, tinged with a bit of glee, but more so with caution.
This Qin Chuan is a dragon crossing the river. Did he come to Jinj City just to help those 2 hunted boys move some stuff? According to the current information, yes.
They cleared out a basement and left immediately, showing no intention of staying in Jinj City or invading the territory of the giant snake gang.
Hanin set down the dagger and narrowed his eyes. Not for territory, then that's even more terrifying. It means they have greater ambitions or simply look down on the meager benefits of Jin City. Pass the word down, everyone needs to be more restrained recently, especially not to provoke those smaller forces originally connected to Nieshi and Fu Changfeng. Until we figure out the background of the First Guild and Qin Chuan, no one is allowed to mess with them. The remaining officials from the city lord's office gathered together, their faces a mix of fear and secret excitement. The giant snake gang is gone. Oh my god. What about that Qin Chuan, could he? Don't think wildly. How could such a strong person possibly care about our mess? But, what if he really can? Speak cautiously. Let's see how the other major gangs react. But the sky of Jin City. I'm afraid it really is about to change. Chapter 132, Establishing the Laboratory. The entire Jin City was stirred by the downfall of the giant snake gang and the name Qin Chuan of the First Guild, with dark currents flowing and fears rising. All major forces became unusually vigilant, retracting their claws and sending spies to probe information toward Suhai City. Qin Chuan's seemingly casual trip to Jin City, with its thunderous and overwhelming presence, successfully dropped a heavy bomb in this chaotic capital, establishing a fearsome reputation. And at this moment, the instigator of this massive upheaval was leisurely sitting in the vehicle headed back to Suhai City, watching the scenery outside gradually become orderly. He was contemplating how to utilize Fu Changfeng's inventions to further enhance the strength of the First Guild. The transport vehicle smoothly entered Suhai City. Compared to when they left, the atmosphere inside the vehicle was much more relaxed, but it carried a heavier sense of gain. Fu Changfeng would occasionally glance back at the securely fastened equipment in the carriage, his eyes burning with excitement, as if looking at long-lost children finally returning home. Wang Yushu was still excitedly reminiscing about the scene with Qin Chuan, her gaze towards him filled with admiration that almost overflowed. This was not her first time seeing Qin Chuan kill after the apocalypse. However, as she gradually adapted to the rules of the apocalypse, she felt no fear and instead grew even more in awe of Qin Chuan. After all, she knew that in the apocalypse, Qin Chuan killed to survive. Especially today, she was even happier. She could tell that Qin Chuan wiped out the giant snake gang for her sake. Nieshi, though quiet, had already relaxed his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes showing a glimmer of hope and stability for the future. Qin Chuan looked at the orderly streets and the peaceful expressions on people's faces outside, contrasting sharply with the chaos and bloodshed in Golden War City. His conviction grew stronger. Strength, combined only with order and responsibility, can bring true peace. Elder Fu, do you have any specific requirements for the laboratory? Please feel free to state them, I will fully support you. Qin Chuan asked. Fu Changfeng suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and pulled out a prepared list. Brother Qin, President. The laboratory needs to be large enough and solid, preferably with an underground level, for some potentially risky energy experiments. We need stable energy supply, preferably with independent power lines that can connect to the energy conversion array I designed. Good ventilation, shock resistance, and excellent confidentiality measures are also required. He rattled off a slew of professional requirements, including temperature and humidity control, special material treatment rooms, and space for installing large equipment, among others. Qin Chuan patiently listened and nodded, immediately having someone jot down this information. Although the First Guild's members had gone to the secret realm, Qin Chuan remained the leader of the Suhai City Guild Alliance, and all guilds in Suhai City obeyed him. Immediately find an independent building near headquarters that meets Elder Fu's requirements. If there isn't one readily available, choose a site to build it. Follow the standards set by Elder Fu just now, using the highest specifications. Allocate resources as a priority, and if there aren't enough personnel, divert from the engineering team, ensuring it's completed as quickly as possible. The person beside him immediately bowed and replied. Yes. President. I will take care of it at once. He looked at Fu Changfeng with respect. Anyone who could earn the president's serious attention was undoubtedly a treasure for the guild. Additionally, Qin Chuan continued to instruct. Establish a technology research department, fully responsible to Elder Fu. The department will have a separate budget, and Elder Fu will have the highest authority. Whatever materials, equipment, or personnel are needed, as long as they are in the warehouse or can be bought, prioritize meeting those needs. If they are not in the warehouse, list them, and I will arrange for collection or trade. This command sent a shockwave through everyone present. It was almost equivalent to giving Fu Changfeng resource mobilization power second only to the president's, illustrating its degree of importance. Fu Changfeng was so excited that he didn't know what to say, only able to repeatedly assure. President, rest assured. I, Fu Changfeng, will do my utmost and never betray your trust. Nieshi watched from the side, also happy for his old friend's success. He knew that Fu Changfeng's talent finally had a real stage to shine. In the following days, the efficiency of the First Guild in Suhai City was truly remarkable.
A villa that originally belonged to a wealthy businessman, with solid structure and a large underground storage, was swiftly cleared out, followed by a non-stop large-scale renovation project. Reinforcing walls, laying special lines, installing ventilation systems, and ensuring safety, according to the blueprints provided by Fu Changfeng, a modern laboratory combined with ancient alchemy quickly took shape. Qin Chuan personally inspected it several times and was very satisfied with the progress. He even pulled out some rare energy crystals and metal materials from his collection, entrusted to Fu Changfeng to build the core alchemy formation and energy source. Wang Yushu also ran back and forth, curiously watching all kinds of equipment being installed, occasionally handing a cup of water to the busy and sweating Fu Changfeng, chattering with questions. Fu Changfeng was in a very good mood and happily explained some simple and interesting principles to her. Niashi took the initiative to assume the security work outside the laboratory, personally selecting a group of loyal and reliable team members to form the security team of the Technology Research Department. He knew very well the importance of these research results for the future of the guild. With the guild's resources being fully tilted and supported, in just over a week, a brand new laboratory that was fully functional, advanced in equipment, and tightly defensible was officially completed. Standing in the spacious, bright laboratory filled with various precision instruments and glowing runes, Fu Changfeng touched the equipment that had been lost and regained, and his eyes couldn't help but get a little wet. He turned around and deeply bowed to Qin Chuan, Wang Yushu, Niashi, and others who had come to visit.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you, everyone.
I, Fu Changfeng, finally have a place to focus on research again. His voice was a bit choked. Qin Chuan smiled and helped him up. Elder Fu, this is what you deserve.
From now on, this place will be your home. If you need anything, just say it.
I am very much looking forward to what your technology can bring us.
I will definitely not disappoint you.
Fu Changfeng nodded vigorously, his eyes extremely determined. Give me a little time, I can improve the existing energy weapons, design stronger defense matrices, and even, perhaps decipher more secrets about monsters and devouring abilities. Hearing this, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. What he wanted was exactly this sentence from Fu Changfeng. He had a premonition that Fu Changfeng's research would undoubtedly uncover the secrets of this world. And Fu Changfeng's research would greatly enhance the strength of the First Guild.
Chapter 133, Super Alloy Armor. Time quietly passed in busyness. Fu Changfeng was completely immersed in his new laboratory, almost to the point of neglecting food and sleep.
With the ample resources and unreserved support provided by Qin Chuan, the wild ideas that had previously been impossible due to limited conditions were finally possible to put into practice. During this time, members of the First Guild also gradually returned from the secret realm, bringing back many precious materials and treasures. It was not because of lack of strength, but because they were simply too invincible. The First Guild was almost unstoppable in the secret realm, with no one able to block them.
Throughout the entire secret realm, tales of the First Guild's mighty fame were widely spread.
However, the secret realm was an independent space, and it was not small, so members of the First Guild returned gradually to resupply. During this period, Qin Chuan also kept some personnel of the First Guild to assist him in managing the guild.
Now, with Fu Changfeng's addition, the First Guild also needed more management personnel.
The door to the core area of the laboratory was tightly closed, and strange energy buzzing and metallic pounding sounds were heard inside, with occasional colorful lights shining through the door cracks. The guarding team outside stretched their necks curiously, but strict discipline prevented them from peeking. This scene lasted for more than half a month, and only then did the heavy alloy door slowly open. Fu Changfeng stepped out with a weary face, with some metallic powder and energy liquid marks on him, but his eyes sparkled with extreme excitement and pride. He held in his hands a folded set of armor that shimmered with a dull metallic luster.
I did it, I finally succeeded.
Fu Changfeng's voice was hoarse with excitement. He immediately sent someone to invite Qin Chuan and Niashi. Soon, Qin Chuan and the others arrived at the testing ground outside the laboratory. Hearing that Fu Changfeng had developed something new, Qin Chuan even brought along the returning members of the First Guild. He knew that during this time, leaving the returning members behind, everyone might not say it out loud, but inside, there would inevitably be some discontent. Who doesn't want to go into the secret realm to hunt for treasure? He specially brought people here just to let everyone see what kind of talent he had recruited. Everyone curiously looked at the set of armor in Fu Changfeng's hands, which looked unremarkable, even a bit heavy.
Elder Fu, have you been locked away working on this for the past few days? Qin Chuan asked with a smile.
He could sense the subtle energy fluctuations coming from the armor, knowing it was certainly no ordinary item.
President, take a look. Fu Changfeng took a deep breath and unfolded the armor.
The entire set of armor had smooth lines filled with a sense of power, the surface displaying a peculiar dark metallic sheen, and upon closer inspection, faint runes seemed to shimmer within the metal. This is an ultra-alloy alchemical armor I created by combining various rare alloys through alchemy at the molecular level, embedding a small energy conversion matrix and defensive runes into the core. Fu Changfeng's tone was filled with pride. It not only has extremely high physical defense, but it can also actively activate an energy shield, greatly enhancing defensive strength. Oh? Nieshi's eyes lit up at these words. As a practical fighter, he was very sensitive to the quality of equipment. Elder Fu, you say the defense is extremely high, how high is it? Fu Changfeng adjusted his glasses, confidently stating. Specific data needs to be tested, but I am confident that even the highest grade attacks would find it hard to break through its base defense. If the energy shield is activated, it might even withstand a full-force strike from a beginner-level saint. As soon as this was said, everyone present, except Qin Chuan, gasped in shock. Indestructible? Able to withstand a saint's strike? This was simply a revolutionary level of defense. In the current apocalyptic environment, excellent armor is extremely scarce, one might even say non-existent. Because, it is nearly impossible to find an excellent craftsman capable of forging a set of armor. This is a world ruled by devourers, and defending against a devourer's full-force strike is no easy feat. Equipment that can significantly protect against devourers, especially high-level ones, is rare indeed. Fu Changfeng's words undoubtedly dropped a heavy bomb. Elder Fu, is what you say true? Qin Chuan asked. If this armor is as Fu Changfeng says, the boost to the guild's overall combat power would be immense. Please, President and everyone, try it out for yourselves. Fu Changfeng was full of confidence. Qin Chuan signaled, and a strength-type beginner-level member stepped forward, wielding a steel war axe, and struck it down with all his might onto the stationary chest piece. Clang! A huge noise erupted, and sparks flew everywhere. The war axe was violently rebounded, and the blade even chipped slightly. Yet, on the dark chest piece, only a faint white mark was left, which, after a moment, seemed to slowly disappear due to some metal memory effect. Hiss! The crowd gasped again. Next, another intermediate-level member used their abilities to condense a blazing fireball and slammed it against the armor. After the explosion, the armor surface was only slightly heated, the energy runes flickered a few times, then quickly dissipated the heat, leaving the core completely unharmed. Finally, at Qin Chuan's indication, Nieshi took action. He concentrated a fierce sword aura equivalent to a beginner-level saint and thrust it toward the chest piece. Just as the sword tip was about to touch the armor, the runes on its surface suddenly lit up, and a thin yet tough semi-transparent energy shield instantaneously formed. Clang! The sword aura and the shield collided violently, producing a sharp, grating sound. The shield fluctuated violently, the color quickly fading, but in the end, it still stubbornly held up, not shattering, and Nieshi's sword energy was completely exhausted. Although the energy shield's glow became incredibly dim, clearly unable to be reactivated in a short time, the armor itself remained intact. It really blocked an attack at the saint level. The whole place was silent, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that seemingly plain armor, their eyes filled with shock and fervor. Genius! Elder Fu, you are truly a genius, a high-ranking official couldn't help but shout excitedly. With this armor, our team's survival and combat ability can be greatly improved. This is simply a miracle. Voices of admiration rose one after another. Fu Changfeng looked at the crowd's reaction, and a smile of relief and pride appeared on his tired face. His hard work did not go to waste. Qin Chuan stepped forward, personally stroking the cool surface of the armor, feeling the powerful force of technology and alchemy within it. He looked at Fu Changfeng, his eyes filled with appreciation and importance. Elder Fu, you have made a great contribution. The significance of this armor is extraordinary. He immediately ordered. Mobilize resources immediately, prioritize the needs of the Technology Research and Development Department. Elder Fu, I need you to optimize the manufacturing process as soon as possible, aiming for mass production, even if it's just to equip elite teams in small numbers for now. Hearing this, Fu Changfeng became extremely excited. Yes. President. I will definitely improve it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, The Secret Realm Under the Sea. Afterward, Qin Chuan stored away the super alloy armor. Although the super alloy armor was of no use to him, as he was already at the Dao level. However, this did not mean that the armor was useless. If this armor were to be revealed, it would surely cause a storm of bloodshed. Though they are all devourers, some have strong attacks, while others have strong defenses, each having their own inclination. This armor, capable of blocking a saint-level strike, would undoubtedly cause a scramble. It's truly a good item. Qin Chuan sighed as he touched the armor. He felt immensely that the decision to take Fu Changfeng and Nieshi in at that time was correct. Both brought him too many surprises. Fu Changfeng's super alloy armor achieved unprecedented success, but he was not satisfied with that. In the laboratory, he frowned at a peculiarly shaped machine. President, Brother Nya, you arrived just in time. Seeing Qin Chuan and Nieshi come to inspect, Fu Changfeng immediately pointed at the strange machine in front of him. This is a new machine I developed, but I've hit a bottleneck. What bottleneck? Qin Chuan asked, his gaze fixed on the new machine. The machine in front of him had an odd shape, resembling a hexagonal matrix. Energy, conduction and toughness. Fu Changfeng pushed up his glasses, his expression serious. The energy matrix is prone to overload and collapse. I need a higher quality energy source and material that has excellent energy affinity and physical toughness. This machine is designed to alter energy fields. If developed successfully, we could create things like energy walls out of thin air, which would be very practical. He pulled out an ancient text. According to my calculations in ancient texts, a mineral called abyssal blue crystal perfectly meets the requirements. This crystal only forms in deep-sea high-pressure environments, containing pure yet vast water element energy, making it an excellent energy stabilizer and conductor. Its crystal structure itself is also extraordinarily tough. Abyssal blue crystal. Qin Chuan pondered. So we have to go find it in the sea. Yes. Fu Changfeng nodded. And it's most likely in the deep sea area, which might be. Before he could finish, Wang Yushu hopped in next to them, her eyes lighting up upon hearing the words, "Go to the sea." Going to the seaside? That's great. Qin Chuan, take me with you. I've never seen the ocean since the apocalypse. Her face was filled with anticipation. Obviously, after staying in Suai City for a long time, he was eager to go out and explore again. Seeing the flash of blue on Wang Yushu's neck, Qin Chuan suddenly realized something. Yushu, come here. He took off the necklace from Wang Yushu's neck. Is it this one? This necklace was given to Wang Yushu by the Mermaid Queen, with a blue gem embedded in it. Upon seeing this gem, Fu Changfeng became tense all over. He confirmed it again and finally nodded. It's this kind of gem. Hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded. Now that they had a reference, everything would be easy. All right. No time to waste, let's prepare and head straight to the shores of the East Sea. Brother Nya, the guild's defense will be temporarily entrusted to you. Yushu, stay close to me. Yay! Wang Yushu cheered. Nya she cupped his fists and solemnly said. President, rest assured, I will not fail my mission. Without further delay, Qin Chuan spread his wings and soared into the air with Wang Yushu. Of course, before leaving, he also sent a message to Yan Fei and Zhu Meng, asking them to return from the secret realm as soon as possible. They were the true veterans of the guild, after all. Nya she was still unfamiliar with the guild. The Great Xia Empire is surrounded by the sea, but there was a legend that mermaids often appeared in the waters to the east, so Qin Chuan flew eastward with Wang Yushu. The closer they got to the coast, the stronger the salty, fishy smell in the air became, and strange plants that adapted to the saline alkali soil began to appear along the road. Occasionally, they could see the huge remains of marine creatures, gnawed down to their bones, reminding everyone of the dangers here. Finally, the vast, endless sea appeared before their eyes. Unlike the calm blue sea from his memories, the ocean after the apocalypse was a deep, almost ink-black blue, with waves surging and crashing, creating a deafening roar. The air was filled with powerful energy fluctuations, clearly indicating that the creatures in the ocean had mutated to become even more terrifying. Occasionally, mutated crabs with huge sizes and vicious shells or strange fish capable of shooting high-pressure water jets from their mouths launched attacks from the sea or behind the rocks. In the face of these attacks, Qin Chuan simply waved his hand, sending out an energy blast that shattered all the creatures. In the deep sea. Qin Chuan stared at the surging ink-blue sea, his brows slightly furrowed. Underwater operations were extremely risky. At this moment, Wang Yushu suddenly pointed towards a distant bay with strange, jagged rocks and shouted. Qin Chuan, look over there. The energy color seems a bit different. Qin Chuan followed her direction and, with his sharp eyesight, he indeed saw that the water in that area seemed deeper and carried a faint, unusual bluish glow. Let's go check it out. Qin Chuan took the lead and headed towards that direction. Just as they neared the bay, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! The already surging sea suddenly began to boil violently. A giant whirlpool, over 100 meters in diameter, formed out of nowhere, with terrifying suction pulling in all the surrounding water and debris. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Qin Chuan shouted, grabbing Wang Yushu and rapidly pulling back. The team members also scrambled to flee the coastline. Immediately after, the center of the whirlpool bulged upward as if some enormous creature was about to emerge. Splash! A gigantic water column shot into the sky, as if connecting heaven and sea. Accompanying the water column was a vast, ancient, and boundless aura of terror. The sea seemed to be parted by an invisible giant hand, and at the center of the whirlpool, the scene gradually became clearer. That wasn't a creature. It was an island? No, more precisely, it was a group of palaces in strange landforms, shrouded in misty water vapor and a dreamlike blue light, faintly visible. They seemed to be constructed from pure crystal and coral, exquisitely beautiful, yet emitting an extremely dangerous aura. This strange sight abruptly stood tall on the surging sea, completely out of place with the surrounding environment, as if it had forcefully squeezed over from another world.
Heavens! What? What is that? Wan Yushu's small mouth slightly opened, staring dumbfoundedly.
Qin Chuan's gaze was tightly fixed on the suddenly appearing entrance hidden behind the massive curtain of water and blue light, his eyes sharp. He could clearly feel that the energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of that secret realm were far more pure and powerful than the surrounding sea area by 100 times.
The Secret Realm in the Sea. Chapter 135, Monsters in the Water.
The massive curtain of water covered the entrance like a sky, and the hazy blue halo behind it radiated an enticing yet dangerous aura.
The waves roared around the secret realm, yet strangely couldn't encroach upon it in the slightest.
Looking at all this, Qin Chuan felt a bit surprised. The might of heaven and earth could actually create such a wonderful secret realm, truly allowing people to indulge in it. However, Qin Chuan also knew that this seemingly marvelous secret realm was actually an extremely dangerous place.
Even before Qin Chuan's crossing, the secret realm was definitely not a place where ordinary people could enter freely.
Indeed, there were countless opportunities within the secret realm, but there were even more dangers.
Risks and rewards are proportional, that's a normal rule.
At this moment, around them, with the stirring of the seawater, waves of fishy smell came forth. Yet, at this moment, they were completely alone in this area. This place was extremely dangerous, with no signs of human presence at all. Wan Yushu felt both nervous and excited, her small hands unconsciously gripping the corner of Qin Chuan's clothes.
Are we really going to go in? Are you scared?
Qin Chuan lowered his head to look at her, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth.
Not at all. Wan Yushu immediately lifted her head, pretending to be calm.
With you here, I'm not afraid.
Stay close to me.
Qin Chuan said no more, grabbing Wan Yushu and swiftly flying up into the sky, then stepping into the roaring curtain of water. The moment they passed through the curtain of water, it felt as if they had crossed a layer of cold and sticky membrane, and the deafening waves from outside suddenly weakened.
In its place was a peculiar, deep-sea echo-like tranquility.
The sight before them made both of them slightly stunned. They seemed to be in a gigantic underwater cave constructed of light blue crystal, but there was no seawater pressing down from above. Only flowing water patterns that radiated a gentle blue light. This scene was truly hard to believe. The air was humid and fresh, holding an incredible amount of water energy. Taking a breath brought a refreshing feeling. The ground was smooth, featuring naturally patterned blue rocks, and many glowing corals and strange fungi surrounded them, illuminating the entire space like a dream.
So beautiful. Wan Yushu couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes curiously scanning around. However, beneath this beauty lay deadly danger.
Hiss. From behind the crystal cluster, several pale-skinned fish suddenly lunged out, covered in sores, their eyes having degenerated to only a white membrane. Their mouths were filled with sharp teeth, radiating a strong aura of radioactive contamination, flying towards the two like arrows.
Ah! Wan Yushu screamed.
Qin Chuan's expression turned cold, and without moving a hand, his protective shield flickered slightly, a membrane appearing on his body.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The several mutated fish slammed into an invisible wall, instantly exploding into disgusting, glowing green mist, the foul odor spreading all at once.
They are creatures mutated by high-concentration radioactive pollution.
Qin Chuan said calmly. Although the energy here is pure, certain areas seem to harbor terrifying radiation. Be careful of your steps in those glowing pools. This is the eastern sea of the Great Xia Empire, near the Sakura country.
Years ago, Sakura country discharged radioactive materials into the sea.
The world was filled with insults. Unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, these pollutants still existed. Wan Yushu, with lingering fear, nodded and followed closely behind Qin Chuan, observing her surroundings more carefully. The two continued to delve deeper. The internal passages of the secret realm were intricate and complex, resembling a gigantic maze, with various radiation-affected or water element-mutated creatures launching attacks from time to time. There were enormous radiation crabs that could shoot high-pressure water arrows, mutated sea anemones that hid under glowing moss and suddenly lunged out to entrap their prey with spiky tentacles, and schools of sharp-toothed flying fish that could briefly take flight. Most of these monsters were at the supreme level, making them no match for Qin Chuan. He didn't even need to use his true power. Often, just a glance filled with mental impact or a casual flick of his fingers could easily wipe out these creatures.
Wan Yushu gradually relaxed from her initial tension.
She even began to take the time to admire this strange secret realm, occasionally picking up beautiful little stones that emitted a faint blue light.
Qin Chuan, look over there. Wan Yushu suddenly pulled Qin Chuan and pointed in a direction.
In a side cave deeper within, a more intense blue light was faintly visible, and the water energy there was unusually pure and active. There are strong energy fluctuations, the sea blue crystal might be over there. Qin Chuan sensed it and led Wan Yushu toward that cave. This cave was even narrower, and the ground was slippery, covered with gooey glowing moss. As they walked deeper, the scene suddenly opened up, revealing a small pond. The pond was crystal clear, and at its center, clusters of beautiful crystals resembling blue ice crystals were growing. They emitted a soft and pure light, illuminating the entire cave with a blue radiance, a sight to behold.
"See blue crystal!" Wang Yushu exclaimed in delight.
She compared the blue crystals to her sea blue gemstone necklace and confirmed that they were the same material.
However, at that moment, the pond suddenly started to churn.
A huge, twisted figure slowly rose from the bottom of the pond, emanating a suffocating aura of horror and intense radioactive pollution. It was an enormous monster, seemingly forced together from countless mutated fish and rotting tentacles. Its main body resembled a bloated monster fish, with 7 or 8 varying-sized, pale eyes, and its lower body was made up of dozens of slippery tentacles covered with suckers and bone spurs, surrounded by a nauseating greenish-black toxic mist. Its breath reached the peak of the celestial rank. It even faintly touched the threshold of the divine rank. Clearly, this was a creature born from the dual effects of radiation and water elements in this area.
Roar!
The monster let out a sharp, piercing roar, sending powerful shockwaves that shook the entire cave, causing countless crystal fragments to fall. Wang Yushu was terrified by this horrifying scene and oppressive aura, paling and instinctively clinging tightly to Qin Chuan's arm. Qin Chuan protected her behind him, looking at the distorted monster before him with a calm gaze, simply saying,
"Seeking death." Chapter 136 Inner Pill.
The peak-level radiation monster roared, its massive body stirring the pond, filled with dense toxic mist and radiation.
Its polluted tentacles whipped like enormous whips, striking towards Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu with tremendous force.
Wherever it passed, even the glowing blue rocks were corroded, hissing and emitting foul-smelling green smoke. Faced with this terrifying onslaught, Wang Yushu was so frightened that she closed her eyes, curling tightly behind Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan only slightly frowned, not out of fear, but because this monster was simply too disgusting. The thick radiation pollution and the stench of decay left him utterly uninterested in even the thought of devouring. Furthermore, a mere saint-grade monster was hardly worth his attention. What he desired to devour was at least a god-grade monster.
Ugly abomination. Qin Chuan snorted coldly, not even bothering with complicated moves.
He pointed his fingers like a sword, condensing a highly compressed, pure bone spike at his fingertips, gently slashing at the enormous, whipping tentacle.
Sizzle!
A faint yet razor-sharp golden light flickered and vanished. That seemingly indestructible, massive tentacle was silently severed in two, like a hot knife through butter, upon contact with the golden light. Dark green, thick blood that emitted strong radiation and a foul smell splattered out. But before it could get near Qin Chuan, it was completely evaporated by the membrane surrounding him.
Ah! The monster let out a painful and angry shriek, it severed and wriggling madly as if it wanted to regenerate.
Other tentacles lunged in wildly, while its massive fish-like mouth opened wide, brewing a concentrated, danger-glowing, radioactive breath.
Never ending.
Qin Chuan lost his patience. His figure moved, instantly vanishing from the spot, and the next moment, he appeared directly above the monster's head. He couldn't even be bothered to look for the monster's weak points, he simply indirectly threw a punch downward.
This punch, though seemingly plain, contained the terrifying power to shatter mountains and split seas.
Before the punch arrived, the monstrous pressure had already forced the creature's immense body down to the bottom of the pond, even pushing back the radioactive breath it was about to unleash.
Boom!
The punch exploded fully. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extreme, inward collapsing destruction. That saint-grade peak radiation monster couldn't even emit a final wail, as its massive body began to disintegrate and vanish from the inside under Qin Chuan's seemingly casual punch. No matter the resilient skin, twisted bones, or polluted flesh, they were all instantly shattered into the finest dust by pure power, even the deadly radioactive materials were thoroughly purified. With just one punch, the previously aggressive, dominating lord of the secret realm completely disappeared, leaving only a deep pit and the slowly settling clear pond water behind. Wang Yushu cautiously opened her eyes, seeing Qin Chuan floating down in the now empty pond. Her little mouth formed an O shape, although she knew Qin Chuan was strong, witnessing it each time still left her utterly shocked. Solved. Qin Chuan said lightly, gazing at the bottom of the pond. Although the monster was obliterated, in the core spot where it once lay, a ball about the size of a fist, perfectly round and emitting a soft blue-green glow, remained. Inside the ball, it appeared as if liquid energy flowed gently, shimmering and glowing. Though it originated from that radiation monster, it strangely contained and neutralized the wild radiation energy and pollution perfectly, only emitting a pure, vast, and gentle water attribute energy wave.
Is this an inner core? Qin Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly, reaching out to grasp the ball from a distance.
The touch was warm and cool, and a mighty yet gentle energy slowly flowed into his body along his arm. He carefully sensed it, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect that within this filthy creature, such a pure inner core could be born. The energy contained in this item is vast and gentle, easy to absorb, a priceless treasure for enhancing skills or abilities. If given to Fu Changfeng, it might serve as a top energy source, driving more powerful alchemical matrices, and could even be used to create equipment that grants water affinity or healing effects. The value of this inner pill far exceeds simply devouring that disgusting monster itself. It is truly an unexpected delight. Qin Chuan carefully stored this precious inner pill away. Then, his gaze shifted to the clusters of sea blue crystals growing in the center of the pool. They had been washed by the impact of the battle energy, and their brilliance seemed even more dazzling, like the purest blue ice crystals, with energy halos visible to the naked eye rippling like water waves inside. Qin Chuan approached, his fingers sharp as a knife, accurately wrapping his fingertip with elemental force, easily slicing off a dozen pieces of the best quality, most energy-rich sea blue crystals. The crystals felt cold to the touch, but not painfully so. Instead, there was a kind of gentle warmth, and the pure water elemental power contained within was soft and stable. Elder Fu really didn't misjudge. Qin Chuan sensed the properties of the crystals, understanding deeply in his heart. This item is not only an excellent energy stabilizer and conductor but can greatly enhance the efficiency and stability of energy weapons. These sea blue crystals hold strategic significance for enhancing the overall equipment level and logistical support capability of the First Guild. Qin Chuan safely put this batch of precious crystals into his storage space. After completing all this, Qin Chuan did not leave immediately. He surveyed this strange blue crystal cave, sensing the air still rich with, and seemingly wafting from the deeper parts of the secret realm, ancient and pure energy fluctuations. This secret realm seems quite large, and the energy source does not appear to be only here. Qin Chuan mused. Though the earlier monster was strong, it felt more like a guard of the entrance or a creature drawn by deeper energy, rather than the true core of the secret realm. A place that can nurture beasts with inner pills and sea blue crystals is certainly not ordinary. Should we go further inside? Wang Yushu asked, both excited and a little nervous. Her palms were still a bit sweaty from earlier fright, but more so from curiosity about the unknown. Qin Chuan nodded, his gaze deep as he looked down the dark passageway. Since we're here, let's investigate thoroughly. A place capable of producing such wonders might hold even greater opportunities at its core, but it might also hide greater dangers. As he spoke, he took the initiative to hold Wang Yushu's hand, his elemental force shield glowing softly, emitting an even more stable aura, fully encircling the two of them. Then, they cautiously walked towards the deeper, more obscure and powerful passage at the back of the cave. The secrets hidden in this suddenly appearing marine secret realm had clearly just begun to reveal themselves. Chapter 137, The Lost Civilization. Qin Chuan held Wang Yushu's hand as they stepped into the deep blue passage leading further into the secret realm. The deeper they went, the dimmer the surrounding light became. It was no longer that uniform blue light, but transformed into tiny starlights emanating from some special crystals or runes, as if they were submerged in the deep sea under a starry sky. The walls of the passage were no longer rough crystal rocks, but gradually transitioned into a kind of extremely smooth metallic and unknown material hybrid, with strange wave patterns, feeling icy cold to the touch and containing slight energy flows. The air grew increasingly tranquil, with only the faint sounds of their footsteps and breathing echoing in the silence. In the air, there was a pervasive, low hum that seemed to come from ancient times. This hum directly affected the mental level of a person, carrying an inexplicable sense of desolation and mystery. This place feels so ancient, so strange. Wang Yushu whispered, unconsciously moving a little closer to Qin Chuan, her big eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Non-natural structures began to appear on both sides of the passage. Broken bases, fractured columns, engraved with patterns she had never seen, filled with flowing geometric lines and characteristics of aquatic life. Be careful. Qin Chuan responded, his perception maximized, alerting him to any possible danger. Along the way, they encountered several waves of attacks from secret realm creatures, including water element spirits made entirely of energy and shell creatures that had grown gigantic due to prolonged exposure to secret realm energy, their strength even surpassing the monsters outside the water pool. Of course, under Qin Chuan's command, they fell in just one move. Qin Chuan also harvested a few pure energy inner cores and a small amount of special crystal materials. As they delved deeper, the passage gradually became wider. Eventually, they emerged from the passage, and before them lay an expansive space that was indescribably magnificent and extraordinary. It was as if they had entered a corner of an ancient city submerged beneath the endless deep ocean. Giant remnants of buildings, constructed from some transparent crystals and blue stones gleaming with metallic luster, stood silently, different in style from any known human civilization. The lines of the architecture were elegant and streamlined, often featuring spiral and arc structures. Even though most were broken and decayed, they still evoked an image of their former grandeur and beauty. Many buildings were covered with glowing moss and coral, adding to the sense of mystery and age. The streets were long covered by sediment and strange glowing plants, with some giant, beautifully shaped shell sculptures scattered everywhere. In some areas, faint streams of light flowed slowly through preset grooves, as if this city had not completely died. Even more astonishing, on some relatively intact walls, they saw well-preserved murals and inscriptions. The murals depicted a slender, intelligent race with gill-like structures behind their ears, living harmoniously with marine life. They rode on creatures like giant whales, controlling the flow of water energy, and building magnificent cities. The inscriptions were an extremely complex and beautiful combination of pictograms and geometric symbols, completely indecipherable yet containing a strange sense of power. What is this place? Wang Yushu was utterly shocked by the sight before her, murmuring softly.
It doesn't look like anything we humans have built, it's too ancient.
Qin Chuan's sharp gaze swept over the murals and architectural features, and a name from myth suddenly flashed through his mind. Combining this location and the deep-sea secret realm with the highly developed characteristics of water civilization.
Atlantis.
Qin Chuan slowly uttered these 4 words, and even he found it hard to believe.
Atlantis? The lost civilization that was supposedly submerged by a great flood?
Wang Yushu exclaimed, as the legend from history textbooks suddenly appeared so vividly before her that she felt dizzy.
It actually, really exists? It seems so.
Qin Chuan said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with seriousness and curiosity. The apocalypse has not only brought beasts and supernatural powers, but it seems also to have revealed some things that were originally hidden beneath the surface of the world. This discovery was astonishing, pushing human civilization's understanding and history forward by who knows how many years, hinting at glories and disasters that may have existed in the previous era. With awe and a spirit of exploration, the two carefully proceeded through this site that had been silent for countless millennia. They saw some well-preserved tools, like vessels made of crystal and strange metals, still emitting a faint glow. They saw some gigantic, complex devices in the center of public squares that had long ceased to operate. Even atop a half-collapsed spire, they discovered a crystal astrolabe composed of multiple rings, still slowly rotating. Everything here hinted at a once highly developed,
deeply understanding and utilizing the power of the ocean and energy, civilization thrived.
Eventually, their footsteps halted before the most complete and magnificent building in the city. It was a pyramid-shaped temple, made entirely of huge blue energy crystals, with its tip pointing towards the flowing, water-patterned sky above. At the base of the temple, a massive, slowly rotating azure vortex was radiating the strongest energy fluctuations, almost the core source of energy in the entire secret realm. The center of the vortex was incomparably deep, as if connecting to another space, its powerful suction pulling in nearby light and energy, yet, the energy was not wild but rather had an ordered, guided feel.
Energy emanates from within this, Qin Chuan sensed the vortex. Shall we go in?
It might be more dangerous inside, but it could also hold the true core legacy left behind by this civilization.
Wang Yushu looked at the mysterious, enticing vortex and then at Qin Chuan beside her, nodding vigorously. We've come this far.
Perhaps we can find out the reason for their disappearance, or something even more useful. Qin Chuan glanced at her and smiled slightly. All right, then let us see what other secrets this lost Atlantis still hides. He strengthened his protection over Wang Yushu and then without hesitation, stepped into the azure vortex leading to the unknown with her.
Chapter 138, The Mystery of Atlantis.
The moment they stepped into the vortex was not the expected dizzying whirl or a sensation of space tearing apart. Instead, it felt like sinking into a warm and elastic energy gel. Surrounding them was pure, flowing azure light, isolating all external sounds, with only the deep humming of energy flowing resonating in their ears. After a brief feeling of weightlessness, they found solid ground under their feet, and the two were in a completely new space. Here, the glow was no longer just blue but displayed a dreamy, colorful swirl, as if a liquid rainbow was slowly flowing through the air. They stood at the entrance of an astonishingly wide corridor, with dozens of gigantic statues standing along both sides. These statues were not human-shaped but were grand beings combining human intellect with marine biological characteristics. They had slender, powerful bodies covered in fine, crystal-like scales, with soft and noble facial lines. Huge gems still radiating faint light were embedded in their eye sockets. Their foreheads bore coral-like horns or fin-like structures, while their arms and backs seemed to have once connected to translucent energy wings or membranes. Each statue was vivid, exuding both majesty and compassion, as if silently guarding the path to this sacred place.
Are these, the Atlantean people?
Wang Yushu gazed up at the massive statues, feeling a soul-shaking sense of awe and smallness. The images on the murals were far less real and impactful than these statues.
Most likely.
Qin Chuan's eyes scanned the statues, noticing that they were not entirely identical, with differences in detail suggesting different classes or functions. A highly developed intelligent species, artistic and divine in their own form.
They cautiously advanced along the grand corridor.
The ground beneath their feet was made of warm black jade, polished to a reflective shine, interspersed with glowing energy lines that formed complex and beautiful patterns stretching to the horizon. The corridor ceiling was exceedingly high, with no top in sight, only flowing rainbow-colored energy ribbons gently drifting like auroras. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they suddenly emerged into an enormous spherical space. The scale of this space was beyond imagination,
even making one suspect whether the entire mountain was hollowed out.
At the center of the space, there floated an immense and indescribably brilliant crystal. This crystal displayed an utterly pure azure hue, as if it contained the entire ocean's vitality and energy within it, with countless points of light flickering in its interior, like stars in the universe. It slowly spun, emitting gentle and vast waves of energy, being the ultimate source of power for the entire mysterious realm. Streaks of condensed rainbow energy extended from the crystal, connecting with the inner walls of the spherical space, which were covered with countless intricate crystal structures and runes, undulating slightly like living beings, as if breathing, together maintaining the operation and energy cycle of this gigantic space. Beneath this heart of Atlantis, there was a circular platform. On the platform were scattered many structures resembling consoles, most of which had already dimmed, yet a few nodes still flickered with weak light.
Oh my god. Wang Yushu was utterly speechless, only able to emit an unconscious gasp.
The scene before her had far surpassed her imagination. Qin Chuan's eyes were also filled with seriousness and awe. He could clearly sense that the energy contained in this core crystal was enormous beyond measure, and it was extremely stable and advanced, far beyond the inner alchemy and aquamarine crystals he had previously obtained. This was nothing short of a miracle. The two landed on the circular platform and approached the consoles. The control panel's interface was a floating mosaic of light, composed of strange pictographs and flowing energy symbols, completely incomprehensible. Qin Chuan attempted to inject the energy within him into a still flickering control node. Buzz! The control panel suddenly lit up, projecting a more complex display of light. At the same time, countless runes on the inner wall of the spherical space lit up one small area after another, as if a star map had been illuminated in part. A fragmented flow of information, mixed with significant noise, attempted to surge into Qin Chuan's mind, a direct form of spiritual information transmission. The information was incomplete, but combined with the flickering images, Qin Chuan could barely capture some fragments. Energy overload, axis tilt, flood, natural disaster. Guardian project failed, civilization spark, deep dive.
Warning. Outer God whispers, mental pollution, isolation protocol activated.
Final barrier, energy core locked, awaiting restart.
The fragmented information revealed a chilling truth.
The destruction of Atlantis appeared not to be a simple natural disaster, but involved some horrific force known as the Outer God, whose spiritual pollution ultimately seemed to have triggered some isolation protocol, submerging the city's core into the mysterious realm for self-sealing, waiting for a possible restart in the future? At this thought, Qin Chuan felt a jolt of fear. Recalling the murals in the Huayu mysterious realm, the Daxia Empire had also encountered an evil god, ultimately sealed by a human hero alongside various exotic beasts. Now, in the ruins of Atlantis, the term evil god and outer gods also appeared. How terrifying an existence the evil god was. However, at this thought, Qin Chuan suddenly had an idea.
What if there were many evil gods? If so, then everything would make sense.
Linking the murals from the Huayu mysterious realm with those in Atlantis, one could form an extremely terrifying story.
In ancient times, the evil gods descended, and various civilizations desperately resisted.
Just as Qin Chuan attempted to decipher more information, an abrupt change occurred. Several areas of the inner wall of the spherical space suddenly emitted piercing alarm sounds, and the originally harmonious flowing rainbow energy bands abruptly became chaotic. A series of dark red energy flows, filled with ominous and destructive aura, spread like bloody tentacles along the inner walls. Immediately, from those dark red areas, several passageways opened, from which surged not beautiful water element creatures or docile radiation monsters, but rather creatures that were indescribable, twisted, and forcefully pieced together from shattered crystals, decayed flesh, and shadow energy. They had no fixed form, like flowing shadows. Where they passed, even space itself seemed to twist slightly, emitting a nauseating and maddening aura that was completely at odds with the Atlantis civilization. It is that outer god pollution mentioned in those messages.
Qin Chuan immediately understood.
The defense system of this city seems to have been partially eroded.
Chapter 139 Encountering the Mermaid Again.
The aura of these twisted monsters was extremely strange, seemingly capable of directly eroding energy and spirit, and among them, several leading ones had surprisingly reached the mid-tier of divine quality. Qin Chuan was astonished. This power was indeed terrifying. At this stage, there were hardly any divine quality individuals on Blue Star at all.
If he hadn't come today, had it been someone else, they would likely be dead. Roar!
The monsters let out a silent psychic roar, surging like a tide towards the two people on the platform.
Get behind me! Guard your mind!
Qin Chuan barked urgently at Wang Yushu, his face turning serious for the first time.
He could sense that this polluted power was extremely troublesome. Once eroded, the consequences would be unimaginable.
He took a deep breath, the originally light golden glow around him suddenly becoming radiant, faintly exuding a supreme and pure aura that repelled all evil. This glow merged the power of all the divine quality monsters he had devoured and also integrated with the aura of his own path quality realm. To deal with this filthy substance, it was necessary to use a purer and restrained power. Facing the oncoming torrent of distortion, Qin Chuan formed hand seals. It was no longer just simple fists and kicks, but rather invoked a deeper level of power.
Purify.
He uttered an ancient syllable, like the sound of the Grand Way. With this syllable, a pure and brilliant white halo suddenly spread out from him as the center. Where the white light passed, those dark red energy flows quickly melted away like ice and snow encountering a blazing sun, while the surging distorted monsters let out piercing screams. The shadow energy and filthy aura on them were rapidly purified and evaporated, revealing the shattered crystals and withered bones inside, then they crumbled and collapsed. However, there were too many monsters, and the contaminated areas kept producing new ones. More importantly, Qin Chuan felt a cold, evil, and greed-filled immense will seemingly awakening from the deepest part of the city, locking onto the two uninvited guests.
We can't stay for long, Qin Chuan judged.
The level of pollution and potential danger here exceeded expectations. He was certainly not afraid, but he was more worried about what might happen to Wang Yushu behind him.
After all, what was hidden inside this Atlantis city was unclear to anyone. This was an extremely brilliant civilization. He continually released purifying halos to resist the tide of monsters while his sharp gaze swept over the enormous heart of Atlantis in the center and the control console below. Since we are here, we can't leave empty-handed.
His thoughts raced, and he suddenly forcefully injected his massive divine consciousness into the just-activated control node, no longer attempting to understand the information, but instead transmitting a strong, simple intent.
Request energy. Civilization legacy. Buzz. It seemed to sense his unmatched power in the nature of that pure energy. Perhaps being the first visitor in countless years to meet certain conditions, the core crystal suddenly trembled violently. A stream of blue energy, refined to the extreme, small yet incredibly pure, flowed out like a gentle creek from a huge crystal, instantly injecting into Qin Chuan's body. At the same time, a hidden compartment opened below the platform, and a palm-sized, uniquely shaped blue crystal slowly rose, inside sealing a constantly changing orb of liquid metal, its surface flowing with countless tiny runes. Qin Chuan grabbed the crystal, instantly feeling the immense flow of information and a certain authority embedded within. This is definitely an important heritage of Atlantis.
That pure energy infused into his body, though small in quantity, was of extremely high quality, instantly melding into his limbs and bones, making his cultivation noticeably advance.
Let's go.
Having achieved his goal, Qin Chuan showed no desire to linger. He wrapped an arm around Wang Yushu's waist, and a brilliant golden white light surged around them, like a meteor moving against the flow, forcefully breaking through countless attacking twisted monsters, retreating along the same path. The awakened evil will roared angrily, and the dark red areas of the spherical space flickered violently, but appeared temporarily suppressed by the power of the core crystal and the purifying energy within, unable to break through completely.
Whoosh! Qin Chuan, with Wang Yushu, swiftly dashed out of the blue vortex, returning to the dilapidated temple once more.
He did not pause, transforming into a streak of light, rapidly soaring outward along the original path. Only after passing through the layer of water curtain again, and returning to the surging real sea above, feeling the slightly salty sea breeze, did they feel a sense of returning to the human world? Behind them, the entrance of the secret realm seemed to ripple, the massive water curtain vortex appearing a shade darker, then slowly returning to its original state.
Only that ancient and vast aura seemed to have an imperceptible chill and watchfulness added to it.
Wang Yushu's face was pale, her heart still haunted, tightly clutching Qin Chuan's clothes. The last experience was far too intense and terrifying. Qin Chuan looked down at the blue crystal in his hand, and felt the pure Atlantis energy within him, his gaze exceptionally deep.
Atlantis, external god pollution, civilization spark. The harvest this time was far more than just the aquamarine crystal and inner Dan. They seemed to have unintentionally touched a gigantic secret drowned in time and deep sea, concerning the ancient era and terrifying truths. This secret may possibly be related to the apocalypse before them in an unknown way. The sea breeze, carrying a salty dampness, brushed past, slightly dispelling the fright in Wang Yushu's heart. She looked back at the gradually calming, yet seemingly more ominous-looking entrance of the secret realm, still feeling uneasy. Did we really get out?
Her voice trembled slightly as she asked.
Yes, for now we are safe.
Qin Chuan reassured, but his gaze remained sharply scanning the surrounding sea area. Qin Chuan's perception was extremely keen. He could sense that this sea area concealed more unusual energy fluctuations. The emergence of the Atlantis secret realm was like dropping a boulder into the deep sea, the ripples far from settling. He was about to lead Wang Yushu and their harvest away from this troublesome place, returning to Suhai City. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly as he directed his gaze towards an apparently calm area of the sea ahead.
What's wrong? Wang Yushu noticed his abnormality.
Something is approaching quickly. The energy response is very strange. It doesn't feel like the mutated sea beasts from before, but rather familiar.
Qin Chuan said in a deep voice, not lowering his guard, slightly shielding Wang Yushu behind him.
As soon as his words fell, the sea in that area boiled like a cauldron, but it was not chaotic. Instead, it seemed to be restrained by an invisible force.
A swirling vortex formed.
Then, several slender figures broke through the waves, gracefully leaping out of the water, hovering midair, blocking their path. When Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu saw the newcomers, they were slightly stunned.
That was a mermaid? Chapter 140, Guardians of the Secret Realm.
Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu had not encountered mermaids for the first time, they had seen them before in the flower language secret realm. Of course, the mermaids from Atlantis were quite different from those in the flower language plains. Unlike the legendary image of beauty and kindness, these creatures had a human upper body and a fish-like lower body, with skin in healthy pearl white or light blue, delicate and three-dimensional features, exuding a non-human ethereal beauty. Their hair was as thick as seaweed, of various colors, sparkling with subtle luster. However, their gazes were sharp and full of vigilance, gripping tridents fashioned from some glowing coral or crystal, their crucial parts covered in natural biological armor, shimmering with the light of runes. They were surrounded by rich and controlled water element energy, and their strength was generally not weak. The leading female mermaid's aura reached the peak of celestial grade, and seemed only a step away from divine grade. This group of mermaids consisted of about 7 or 8 members, forming a semicircle that subtly encircled Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu, their vigilant gaze scrutinizing them, especially lingering on Qin Chuan, their eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. They clearly sensed the still not completely quenched terrifying aura left by the devoured divine grade sea beast on Qin Chuan, as well as that trace of pure Atlantis energy. The leading mermaid, wearing a crown-like adornment set with large pearls on her forehead, stepped forward and spoke in an ethereal and ancient tone. The language was beautiful and complex, with a strange rhythm Qin Chuan and Wang Yushu could not understand at all. Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, the mermaid seemed to understand something. She slightly frowned, pondered for a moment, then raised her hand, gathering a point of blue light at her fingertip, gently touching her own forehead, and then pointing at Qin Chuan. A gentle mental wave transmitted over, not an attack, but more like a tentative request for communication. After a brief thought, Qin Chuan released a bit of his mental defense. Immediately, a rough yet understandable message resounded in his mind.
Stranger, strong one, you come from the Holy Land?
Qin Chuan's heart stirred. These indigenous beings were indeed aware of the existence of the secret realm, referring to it as the Holy Land.
He tried to respond with his mental thought. Yes. We mean no harm, just exploring.
Feeling no malice in Qin Chuan's response, the vigilance of the mermaids loosened slightly, but they still did not relax completely. The leading female continued to send information. Holy Land, dangerous, seals, fragile, not to be disturbed. You carry the aura of ancient gods, also, the filth of the desecrators, as well as the grace of the Holy Land, very complex.
Aura of ancient gods?
It might refer to that trace of deep-sea rule gained from devouring the divine great sea beast.
Filth of the desecrators? Could it be the lingering evil will that was stirred at the end?
The grace of the Holy Land naturally referred to that core energy and prism crystal. Qin Chuan had already guessed most of it in his mind. We encountered the giant beast guarding the Holy Land and repelled it. We also sensed the ominousness within. Qin Chuan simplified the process in his response.
We mean no harm, only seeking ancient knowledge. Repelled, the Abyss Guardian?
A great shock flashed in the mermaid's eyes, and the other mermaids behind her emitted low, surprised hums. Their gazes towards Qin Chuan were filled with awe and disbelief. Clearly, they knew of the existence of that divine-grade sea beast. In this vast ocean, a powerful force emerged, a guardian as they perceived it. Qin Chuan had the strength to repel it, far beyond their imagination. The attitude of the mermaid woman became more respectful. Mighty Landwalker, I am Asala, the captain of the Tide Clan's coastal patrol. Thank you for repelling the abyssal guardian that attempted to breach the sacred seal. Recently, the sacred land has been unusually unstable, with the breath of desecration becoming active, and we are ordered to patrol the surrounding area. She paused, the message she conveyed laced with a hint of worry. Your power is very special.
But the sacred land is of great importance, tied to ancient covenants and taboos.
Please leave this area of ocean and keep the secrets of the sacred land safe. Any excessive probing could accelerate the spread of the whisper.
Whisper? Is it referring to the spiritual pollution of that outer god?
Qin Chuan captured the key words. These mermaids known as the Tide Clan seem to be the guardians of Atlantis, or at the very least, those who were aware.
We are about to leave. Qin Chuan responded. But I want to know, what exactly are the so-called whispers and desecrators? Are they related to the coming of the apocalypse? He tried to inquire for more information. Upon hearing this, Isala's face clearly showed fear and resistance.
She shook her head. It cannot be spoken of, it cannot be recalled.
That is the root of descent, the embers of the last era's destruction.
To know it itself invites attention.
Landwalker, please take your questions and leave. The Tide Clan follows ancient oaths, guarding the seal until the end of the tides.
Her attitude was firm, clearly, she was unwilling to reveal any more. Seeing he couldn't extract more information, Qin Chuan did not press further. For now, he at least confirmed the existence of Atlantis, understood that these guardians belonged to the Tide Clan, and learned that the outer god's pollution was called whisper and breath of desecration, related to ancient destruction. The information was enough for him to digest for some time.
We will leave at once.
Qin Chuan nodded, giving one last glance at the deep and mysterious entrance before preparing to leave with Wang Yushu.
Asala seemed to let out a sigh of relief.
After a moment's hesitation, she took a small shell emitting a soft white light from her wrist and presented it to Qin Chuan using her mental power.
Mighty Landwalker, this is a title token.
If you encounter other members of the Tide clan or allies who follow ancient oaths in the Endless Ocean in the future, it may help reduce some trouble for you. But please remember the promises made today.
This could be seen as an expression of goodwill and a subtle constraint. Qin Chuan accepted the warm shell token, feeling the peace of the water element's blessing within.
Thank you. No longer saying much, Qin Chuan took Wang Yushu into his embrace, transformed into a streak of light, and instantly vanished into the horizon.
Asala and the other mermaids watched in silence as they disappeared. Captain Asala, are we just letting them go? They entered the sacred land and carried its aura. A young mermaid warrior couldn't help but ask in their native language.
Asala sighed, her eyes complex. That human, his strength is beyond imagination, able even to repel the abyssal guardian.
I can feel that the aura on him is something we simply cannot handle. Rather than make an enemy, it's better to forge a bond.
Moreover, although his aura is complex, it does not bear the nauseating feeling of desecration, rather, it possesses a kind of indescribable purity and supremacy. Perhaps he is one of the variables. Continue the patrol. With the sacred land's disturbances, we must remain vigilant. She cast one last glance at the direction of the secret realm, leading her team deep into the sea, becoming invisible. On the way back, Wang Yushu finally regained her senses from her shock, excited and curious, asking incessantly.
Qin Chuan. We saw mermaids again. So beautiful and powerful. What exactly is the whisper they mentioned? Does Atlantis really exist? Qin Chuan flew on, digesting the immense harvest and incredible information from this encounter. Atlantis. The Shishu tribe, whispers of outer gods, desecrators, ancient alliances.
In this apocalypse, the hidden secrets run deeper and more astonishing than he ever imagined. The prism crystal and title token in his hands felt heavy, foretelling greater waves in the future.
Chapter 141, A Higher Level of Existence.
On the way back to Suhai City, Qin Chuan's speed was faster than when he left. This trip brought him immense gains. He had not even expected to discover an ancient civilization in the secret realm. At the same time, the prism crystal from the core of Atlantis and the title token gifted by the mermaid Asala both emitted an enticing and dangerous aura. He had a premonition that these items could elevate his strength to a higher level. Wang Yushu also smartly didn't disturb him too much. She only stole curious glances at the prism crystal he tightly held, clearly intrigued by the secrets within. Without speaking, the two returned smoothly to the orderly Suhai city. The city's tranquility sharply contrasted with the ocean's whimsy, making Wang Yushu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of safety as if returning home. Qin Chuan directly sent Wang Yushu back to her place, urging her to rest well. Then, with a flash of his figure, he appeared deep underground at the guild headquarters, in a private, highly fortified retreat room. The walls of the retreat were engraved with countless runes that reinforced and isolated energy fluctuations, with a simple mat at the center of the floor. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged. He did not rush to study the prism crystal first but instead focused on circulating his energy, guiding the surging divine energy within him, like the ocean, to merge with the fragments of rules obtained from Atlantis into every part of his being. This process lasted a whole day and night. In the retreat, Qin Chuan's aura sometimes was as silent as an abyss, and sometimes as raging as a stormy sea, with flashes of blue scales and faint golden patterns shimmering on his skin surface. His cultivation was rapidly and steadily improving, and his comprehension of the rules related to devouring and deep sea became clearer. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was sharp and profound, his aura even more unfathomable, having solidified the gains from this devouring, raising his strength to another level. Qin Chuan felt the surging power within him and nodded in satisfaction. He could now sense that his strength had increased by a notch. Since entering the Tao quality realm, such feelings had become rare. After adjusting his state, Qin Chuan finally focused his attention on the azure prism crystal. The crystal floated calmly in his palm, with the liquid metal sphere inside still slowly flowing and changing, while the subtle runes on its surface flickered with a ghostly light, emitting an aura of ancient and mysterious information waves. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan carefully split off a strand of highly condensed divine consciousness, like the finest probe, gently reaching towards the prism crystal. Buzz. The moment his consciousness touched, the crystal trembled slightly, not rejecting him, but rather exuding a gentle pulling force. Qin Chuan did not resist, allowing that strand of divine consciousness to be drawn into a strange space composed of countless streams of colorful information. This place seemed to be Atlantis' library of knowledge. A vast amount of information fragments sparkled and flowed like stars, most of which were still those incomprehensible hieroglyphs and energy symbols. But perhaps because Qin Chuan absorbed that core energy, or due to his powerful mental strength, he could vaguely sense some of the general meanings expressed by the information fragments. He saw some diagrams about the precise control of water element energy, where the application methods were exquisite and profound. He saw some peculiar creatures' structural diagrams and cultivation methods. It seemed to be a symbiotic partner created or tamed by the Atlanteans. He saw some design blueprints of city energy matrices, their complexity breathtaking. He also caught glimpses of broken historical scenes, glorious civilizations, the conquest of the ocean, the exploration of the stars, and finally, panic, chaos, and distorted whispers spreading among the people, the cities sealing themselves off. This knowledge was vast as the ocean, but mostly incomplete. Qin Chuan felt like a child who had stumbled into a treasure mountain, desperately memorizing and trying to understand the fragments he could touch, especially the parts about energy use and biological cultivation, which held great benefits for enhancing his own strength. In the future, after he devoured the ocean monsters, this information would absolutely be useful. Just as he immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, a cold, sticky, malicious faint wave, like a virus hidden at the deepest part of the information flow, suddenly crept in, eroding his mind silently. It was that whisper. The pollution of the evil god. It actually had a trace hidden within this knowledge base. This trace of fluctuation was extremely hidden and malicious, directly targeting the essence of the soul, trying to implant thoughts of chaos, madness, and despair. If an ordinary strong warrior, even one of the divine grade, were caught off guard, they might instantly lose control of their mind and be polluted and assimilated. But Qin Chuan had been on guard. His soul had undergone rebirth, his will was incredibly firm, and at the crucial moment, the newly gained divine energy containing a trace of deep sea lost power surged spontaneously, forming a dark blue barrier that blocked the erosion of that pollution. At the same time, the core energy of Atlantis he had absorbed earlier emitted a pure blue light, counteracting and annihilating that whisper of pollution. More importantly, when that trace of whisper pollution attempted to invade Qin Chuan's body, a surge of energy suddenly erupted within him. That energy was far more sinister than the evil god's pollution. Qin Chuan was shocked. It was the energy of the hairworm and the face-hugging worm. Humph. A trace of formless lingering thought dares to cause trouble. Qin Chuan snorted coldly, his powerful mind transforming into flames that burned the malicious wave to ashes. After this small confrontation, Qin Chuan became even more vigilant. He continued to explore, but with greater caution, only selecting relatively clean knowledge fragments without hidden pollution to interpret. He didn't know how long it had been, but he slowly withdrew his mind, showing a hint of fatigue, but even more excitement and seriousness on his face. The harvest was enormous. He obtained several efficient methods for utilizing water elemental energy from the crystal, a rough prototype of a biological energy-based healing technique, and some incomplete ideas about city-level defensive matrices. Any one of these held immense value. But more importantly, he confirmed that this prism crystal was indeed a key of authority, seemingly related to some backup energy source or emergency shelter of Atlantis. However, the information was fragmented and could not pinpoint a specific location. Regarding the whisper and the outer gods, the information remained vague, only vaguely mentioning that they seemed to come from the depths of the stars or dimensional rifts, feeding on the emotions and spirit of intelligent life, their pollution able to distort the laws of reality. Depths of the stars, dimensional rifts. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, recalling the true culprit of the apocalypse, the suddenly appearing alien channels and strange beasts, and a vague but chilling guess emerged in his heart. Could this so-called outer god have some connection to the alien invaders that nearly destroyed human civilization? Or rather, was it a higher-level existence? He carefully put away the prism crystal. This thing was too valuable and too dangerous, requiring cautious handling. Chapter 142, New Research Achievements. In addition, he took out the title token given by the Show tribe. This white little shell exudes a peaceful aura, without any sense of danger. Qin Chuan tried to inject a bit of power, and the shell faintly glowed, conveying a vague sense of direction pointing towards the distant ocean, as if it could roughly guide other members of the Tide clan or allies. This is indeed a useful navigation tool, perhaps it will come in handy in future explorations of the ocean. Clearly, he now has the ability to explore the ocean whenever he wants. This little shell, combined with the conch given to him by the Mermaid Queen before, is enough to allow him to travel smoothly in the ocean. After finishing all this, Qin Chuan finally left the quiet room. He first found Fu Changfeng, imparting some knowledge about energy control and biological cultivation to him, and handed over most of the sea blue crystals for him to study. Fu Changfeng treasured it like a treasure, immediately diving back into the laboratory and starting his research with complete focus. During the time Qin Chuan was at sea, members of the First Guild gradually returned. They gained significant training in the flower language secret realm, and many people's strength visibly increased. Yan Fei's strength reached the mid-level of immortal grade, while Zhu Meng even reached the peak of holy grade, which was truly shocking. There were countless opportunities in the secret realm, this wasn't a lie. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan had returned from exploring the ocean, the returning members did not leave immediately, but instead waited for Qin Chuan to assign tasks. They could vaguely sense that Qin Chuan must have discovered something incredible on this journey. Seeing everyone back, Qin Chuan, who came out from the secret room, was also very happy.
He gathered core members like Yan Fei and Zhu Meng and briefly reported some of the discoveries from this underwater journey. Of course, he omitted the core secrets like Atlantis and the Outer God, only mentioning the discovery of ancient ruins and powerful sea beasts. As everyone listened, they couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. Before the apocalypse, they were just ordinary humans. After the apocalypse, they not only became devourers with powerful energy, but also discovered the mythical kingdom of Atlantis. All of this felt like a dream. After handling these matters, Qin Chuan stood on the observation tower of the guild headquarters, gazing at the endless sea in the east, his eyes deep and contemplative. The secrets of Atlantis, the whispers of the outer gods, the warnings of the Tide clan, and the possible connections with extraterrestrial invaders, all of this was like a huge fog, shrouding the apocalypse. He knew that humanity's enemies might be far more than the visible alien beasts and fellow humans competing for resources. The real threat could come from even older and more terrifying depths of the starry sky. What he had to do was to quickly enhance his strength, consolidate his power, and unveil this heavy fog. Not just for himself, but for his brothers and friends around him. The sea blue crystals and those selected fragments of knowledge from Atlantis that Qin Chuan brought back sparked a silent wave of transformation within the first guild. Fu Changfeng almost locked himself completely in the laboratory. The concepts of energy control from ancient civilization opened a new door in front of him. Combining modern engineering and alchemy, he began a frenzied research and development process. Days later, the laboratory announced the first breakthrough achievement, Deep Blue Stabilizer. This is a small device based on the core of sea blue crystals and Atlantis energy runes, capable of greatly stabilizing energy output, reducing dispersal and fluctuation. When equipped to existing energy weapons, both the range, power, and energy consumption were significantly optimized. The ranged firepower of the guild's combat teams instantly improved by a level. Soon after, the second breakthrough was born, Flow Shield Generator. It also utilized the energy affinity and conduction properties of sea blue crystals. Combining Fu Changfeng's own research on the defense matrix, a personal portable shield device was created. After activation, it can form a layer of continuously flowing azure energy shield around the body, providing excellent defense against physical and energy attacks. Although it can't hold off attacks above the Saint level for long, it is sufficient to change the course of battles at the Supreme level. The first batch of trial products was immediately equipped to an elite team, and the response was extremely enthusiastic. However, Fu Changfeng's research was far from over. He gained inspiration from the fragments of biological cultivation technology brought back from Qin Chuan and began to attempt to use the energy of sea blue crystals and a mild radiation induction technique to cultivate a new type of symbiotic moss that can quickly purify water sources and even secrete weak healing liquids. If this technology succeeds, it will bring a tremendous improvement to the logistics support of the guild. The entire first guild's technological level is advancing at a visibly rapid pace, surpassing other forces, and even beginning to touch fields that were never reached before the apocalypse. The talent of Fu Changfeng left Yan Fei, Zhu Meng, and others dumbfounded. They never thought that there could be such a genius in this world. Indeed, in every profession, there are outstanding talents. This saying is absolutely true. Many people sighed. Yet, beneath the tranquility of Suhai City, the undercurrents had not stopped surging. The surviving major gangs of Jin City, after their initial shock and fear, were ultimately overrun by greed. The terrifying power exhibited by Qin Chuan made them dare not come out openly, but their secret surveillance never ceased. Several batches of elite spies from different forces attempted to infiltrate Suhai City, targeting Fu Changfeng's laboratory and the legendary new equipment technology. However, they seriously underestimated the defense capabilities of the first guild today. Under the leadership of Niashi, the guild's security system had long been upgraded. Combining the alchemical detectors provided by Fu Changfeng and the detection-type superhumans cultivated by the guild itself, a three-dimensional monitoring network was formed. Almost every batch of spies was precisely located as soon as they approached the outskirts of Suhai City, even before they could traverse the ruins. Niashi's approach was simple and effective. Kill. Of course, Qin Chuan couldn't care less about these matters. He had more important things to attend to. According to his temperament, in the past, these people would have long been wiped out. Yet, his focus was not on this now. The appearance of the evil god in Atlantis had greatly changed his mindset. The desire to become stronger burned even more intensely in his heart. After sending out several batches of spies, the many forces in Jin City were frightened. They realized that the first guild was not something they could provoke at all. Thus, most gangs chose not to send more spies to Suhai City. Even if they did, it would only result in unnecessary losses. Qin Chuan's return and the leap in technology in Suhai City did not cause much ripples in the outside world. The first guild was already known for its mystery and strength, although some new equipment leaked occasionally attracted attention. In the chaotic apocalypse, major forces were more concerned about their own survival and territory disputes. Chapter 143, Whisper of the Evil God, Cthulhu. After the shock of the demise of the Great Snake Gang, Jin City fell into a brief calm, but the secret intrigues and resource struggles never stopped.
The forces of Jin City were also more cautiously gathering information about Suhai City and Qin Chuan, yet dared not take any substantial action. In distant human strongholds, some were struggling to survive under the threat of alien beasts, while others fell into internal strife and tyranny that was more cruel than that of Jin City. The mainstream of the apocalypse remained despair and struggle. However, true change was happening in deeper, less-known places. Qin Chuan was fully immersed in refining the energy of the divine-grade sea beasts while most of his spirit was focused on interpreting the Atlantis Prism crystal. This time, he was extra careful, like walking through a minefield, meticulously identifying fragments of information that contained ancient wisdom but might also hide polluted traps.
The harvest was immense.
He successfully deciphered a fragmented technique called tidal body forging art, which is an ancient skill that uses water element energy to temper the flesh and expand meridians. Although it was incomplete, it had great reference value for body forging techniques, enabling quicker enhancement of the overall quality of guild members.
He also discovered some conjectures about the utilization of star core and earth vein energies. The Atlanteans seemed to attempt to network the energy of the entire planet for their own use.
This provided absurd directions for potentially large-scale energy projects in the future. However, there was more about them, fragments of words filled with fear and despair. Shadows from beyond the stars, indescribable. Whispers breed in the depths of dreams, reason crumbles like a sandcastle. The structure of reality twists in their laughter. They do not devour flesh and blood, but seize souls and fears. Only the light of the mind may resist. These fragmented descriptions highly matched the cold, evil will that Qin Chuan had sensed last. They revealed a terrible enemy, a terrifying existence that destroys civilizations not through physical power, but by eroding the spirit and distorting reality.
Outer gods, whisper.
Qin Chuan murmured, his brow furrowed. He recalled the murals he had seen earlier in the flower language secret realm. He could now be certain that the outer gods referred to by Atlantis and the evil gods in the murals of the flower language secret realm were of the same kind. However, what he was unclear about now was whether this evil god was just a kindred spirit or the very same one.
If it was the same one, then to what extent did the true power of this evil god reach? That said, where did the alien creatures that could restrain the evil god come from?
This outer god seemed to be more abstract, more bizarre, a disaster from another realm.
The destruction of Atlantis seemed to be the result of the overlap of these two disasters? First, the whispering mental contamination led to internal collapse of civilization, and then the alien beasts invaded, ultimately leading to the sinking? Then what about this apocalypse? Was the arrival of the alien beasts coincidental, or was it also related to this whispering? Did the hidden shadows behind those spatial passages also conceal these indescribable beings?
Heavy doubts weighed on Qin Chuan's heart. He felt as if he was touching a corner of a massive conspiracy, its scale far exceeding the struggles among humans.
Just as he was deep in thought, the door to the quiet room was gently knocked.
A steady yet slightly serious voice came from outside. "President, there's a situation report."
Qin Chuan put away the crystal and opened the door.
A shadow had already cast over his heart. Nieshi was a serious person who seldom sought him out. Something significant must have happened for Nieshi to come to him. Nieshi stood outside the door, his expression serious.
"What happened?"
"As per your instructions, after your return from the East Sea, we sent someone to the East Sea for deployment.
Our patrol team discovered anomalies in the eastern coastal area."
Nieshi said gravely, "It was neither an attack by alien beasts nor other forces of people.
It was the environment, or rather, human abnormalities."
He detailed the report. A coastal patrol team, while on routine patrol, found a small fishing village settlement. This village had previously conducted a small amount of grain trade with Suhai City, with a population of only about 100 people. However, upon this discovery, the entire village was silent. Team members went in to investigate and found that all the villagers were still alive. But it was as if they had lost their souls, sitting at home or on the street with blank expressions, showing no reaction to external stimuli, like living puppets. Even stranger was the fact that on some villagers' walls, an unknown black goo smeared a large number of chaotic, twisted, incomprehensible symbols. Staring at them for too long could even make people dizzy and irritable.
The patrol team dare not stay long, quickly retreating and reporting back.
"We have people monitoring remotely, confirming that village is still in that state, showing no signs of spreading, but also no recovery."
And
Nieshi paused, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. According to the team member's description, those soulless villagers occasionally, unconsciously, and simultaneously repeat a vague syllable that sounds very much like Cthulhu.
Cthulhu?
Qin Chuan's heart suddenly trembled. This name had appeared in some fringe legends and madmen's mutterings in his past life.
To actually hear it here? Could it be, the whisper has already begun to seep into reality? That fishing village has become, to some extent, an infection source?
This is not a simple threat from other beasts, nor is it a conflict among humans. This is a sign of a disaster even more bizarre, harder to understand, directly targeting the essence of human spirit.
Order immediately. Qin Chuan's voice became extremely serious. Seal off that area, establish the highest level of quarantine zone, no personnel are allowed to approach. Notify Elder Fu, try to analyze the environmental energy samples and those symbols images brought back by the patrol team, and be sure to enforce strict protection to avoid mental pollution. Yes. Nieshi also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately took his orders and left. Qin Chuan stood alone in the watchtower, gazing once more at the eastern sea, his eyes seeming to penetrate the endless space. Atlantis beneath the sea, the strange whispers, the soulless village, shadows beyond the starry sky. The veil of the apocalypse is peeling away layer by layer, revealing a truth that is increasingly chilling. Humanity's enemy has never been just the other beasts before them. A war concerning the survival of the race, even sanity versus madness, may have already silently begun. And he must prepare as soon as possible. Now, it seems that the conflicts among humans are no longer that important. Once this whisper begins to spread, regardless of the level of devourer, once infected, everyone turns into living corpses. Thinking of this, it is truly terrifying. Chapter 144, Friends Visit. News of the fishing village rang like an alarm bell among the higher-ups of the first guild. A cold fear, different from the tearing of beasts and different from human bullets, quietly spread. Qin Chuan's orders were quickly executed. A quarantine team composed of elite devourers surrounded that strange fishing village from afar. Qin Chuan attached great importance to this matter. He personally selected team members, anyone below the saint rank could not participate in the team. He wasn't thinking of being some kind of savior. Because he knew, once this pollution spread, the entire world would fall into a circumstance more terrifying than the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, humanity in the entire world has decreased by 2/3. If the pollution is allowed to spread, then among the remaining humans, probably not a single person will survive. Among these humans are his brothers and friends, and he doesn't want this to happen. Therefore, he must crush the source of pollution in the cradle. Of course, the situation is very tricky, according to the intel returned by the team. Those villagers still, like marionettes, repetitively perform dull motions and that disturbing syllable, Cthulhu. In response to this situation, Qin Chuan did not remain idle, having Elder Fu work overtime in the laboratory for research. He is the top devourer in this world. When it comes to battle, he is second to none. If he wanted, he could even go into the secret realm of Atlantis and come back 3 times. However, he also knew that this wouldn't solve anything. Pollution cannot be solved through fighting, only through research can a way to eliminate it be found. With the involvement of the isolation team, the situation in the small fishing village improved a lot. Additionally, there weren't many people around the small fishing village, so no other infected individuals had been found for now. After doing all this, Qin Chuan didn't remain idle. Although he had already entered the Tao realm, ever since the evil god appeared, he felt a sense of crisis. It was clear that the evil god was still sealed away. However, even a trace of pollution left by the evil god back then could cause such effects, so he had to continue to enhance his own strength. He had obtained a lot of energy and knowledge from the crystals he brought out from Atlantis, and now it was time to digest them well. That day, Qin Chuan strolled around the city and was just about to head to the quiet room to continue comprehending the knowledge from the crystals when he was called by Yan Fei. "Boss, someone is looking for you." Yan Fei had a mysterious smile on his face. "Oh? Who is it?" Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, looking at Yan Fei. Seeing Yan Fei like this, there was definitely nothing good about it. "I really mean it. It's not a joke." Seeing that Qin Chuan didn't believe him, Yan Fei was anxious. "Then tell me, who is it?" "Strictly speaking, it's 2 groups of people, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman I know, it's Jiang Junwan from the Jiang family, your little fan. As for the 2 men, I don't know them, but they are both of mid-grade divine quality, and they said they are your friends." Upon hearing Yan Fei's words, Qin Chuan immediately had an impression in his mind. There was no need to say more about Jiang Junwan. He guessed the 2 men were Qi Zhan and Ding Wu. Back then, he had invited several people while in the secret realm. He was quite happy about their visit. During this time, he had been continuously researching the secrets of the crystals and had not had much time to rest. With this visit, he could take a break. "Where are they?" "Don't worry, boss, I've arranged everything for you, they are in the guild hall," Yan Fei said. "Then let's go, we'll go together." On the way, Yan Fei had a mysterious look on his face. "Boss, I kept Jiang Junwan's visit a secret for you. I absolutely didn't tell your sister-in-law. One day, should I reward you with a snow fruit? Get lost." While they were talking, they entered the hall. As soon as Qin Chuan entered the hall, he saw 2 men and 1 woman. Jiang Junwan was sitting on a chair, wearing pure white clothes. Her features were exquisite, and she was definitely a great beauty. It was clear that she had dressed up beautifully before meeting Qin Chuan. However, in front of such a great beauty, Ding Wu and Qi Zhan chose to ignore her, sitting on the other side of the sofa and discussing their own matters. Seeing Qin Chuan come in, the 3 of them stood up. Brother Qin, we finally waited for you. Qi laughed heartily and walked up to him. Since the secret realm, Brother Qin's style remains, and strength has increased. Oh. Dingwu stepped forward, and while speaking, he suddenly exclaimed. Brother Qin, it seems your strength has risen to another level? With what you say, I also realize it. I feel a powerful water element force from Brother Qin. Qin looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with amazement. Brother Qin, did you obtain some kind of technique in the secret realm? Or? Yes. Our strengths have also improved a lot. Why don't we have a match outside now? Listening to the two of them, Qin Chuan felt helpless. These two were simply the cream of the crop among martial enthusiasts. How could they turn everything into a competition? Alright, you two stop. Since you traveled a long way, can't you rest for a while before talking? There will be time for a match later. After speaking, he turned to the side where Jiang Junwan had been neglected. Seeing Qin Chuan's gaze upon her, Jiang Junwan appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was a flurry of panic. Her hands twisted the hem of her clothes, her heart raced wildly, and her eyes darted around nervously. Benefactor. Jiang Junwan softly called out, her gaze meeting Qin Chuan's. At that moment of seeing Qin Chuan, Jiang Junwan felt that all the hardships of the journey were worth it. A feeling of affection stirred within her eyes. Miss Jiang, did you come alone? Where is Elder Jian? Qin Chuan asked. I came alone. I let them leave first. I just thought, to come see you. When she said the last sentence, Jiang Junwan's face turned rosy, and her voice became softer. However, Qin Chuan could sense that Jiang Junwan said this with great determination. Getting a girl to say such words was harder than climbing the Shudao Road. What are they talking about? Is it really that hard to meet? Yeah, if you want to see someone, why feel shy about it? Listening to the conversation of the two martial enthusiasts beside him, Yan Fei felt a headache coming on. Do these two only have thoughts about improving strength and sparring? No wonder they're single. Yan Fei secretly cursed inwardly. It has been a long time. Since you're here, stay a few more days and enjoy the customs and culture of Suhai. Qin Chuan said with a smile. Gentlemen, let's go. We will have a meal first. Chapter 145 Jiang Family. Qin Chuan specially set up a banquet, warmly entertaining the three guests from afar. At the banquet, Qi and Dingwu were still fixated on Qin Chuan's strength improvement, indirectly trying to pry into his adventures, repeatedly challenging him. Qin Chuan had no choice but to smile and divert the topic. Of course, he hadn't revealed that he had been to the underwater secret realm yet. He knew well the personalities of Qi and Dingwu. If they were to find out about this place, they would definitely want to go there. Their obsession with strength improvement had reached a terrifying level. So, not telling them was the best choice. Jiang Junwan, on the other hand, was much quieter, mostly just listening silently, occasionally casting a glance at Qin Chuan with undeniable admiration in her eyes. Her visit this time had indeed required a lot of courage for a girl. Some people in her family had voiced their dissatisfaction, but she still wanted to get closer to the man who saved her and was so powerful. She didn't know why, but being near Qin Chuan made her heart calm, filling her with a sense of peace. Of course, more importantly, was the feeling that had unknowingly arisen in her heart. After the banquet, Qin Chuan arranged for someone to take them to rest. Qi and Dingwu were attracted by various new equipment and training facilities at the guild training ground, eagerly rushing to experience them. Jiang Junwan declined the suggestion to join them on their tour, expressing her desire to stroll and have a look around the city by herself. Qin Chuan had some matters to attend to, so he let her go. Walking alone on the neat streets of Suhai City, Jiang Junwan was deeply impressed by the order and tranquility here. Compared to other human strongholds she had passed through, this place felt like a paradise in the apocalypse. Though the people looked weary, there was more security and hope for the future on their faces. There were even material transactions in the shops, and children played in designated safe zones. My benefactor has really managed this place well. Jiang Junwan's admiration for Qin Chuan deepened even more. As she walked, she passed by a newly opened medical station. Many people were waiting in line, seemingly to receive a pale blue potion. Out of curiosity, Jiang Junwan stepped closer. She overheard the people in line murmuring about several shocking things. It's really thanks to Elder Fu for developing this physical enhancement potion. After drinking it, I feel a lot stronger. Yeah, I used to feel uncomfortable all over. It's much better now. I've heard that this technology was cracked from treasures brought back by the president. The president is truly a blessing for our Suhai city. Enhancing strength? For ordinary people? Jiang Junwan's heart stirred. If this technology could be introduced to the Jiang family's base. Just as she was pondering, two researchers with slightly tired faces walked out of the medical station, murmuring complaints to each other. Sigh, the samples sent from the fishing village were too bizarre. Elder Fu was about to pull his hair out.
Yeah, that black slime has an absurdly high life activity, conventional methods can't deactivate it at all, and the mental pollution readings are off the charts. I heard the patrol team caught 2 homeless people trying to sneak into the quarantine area again, and they've started rambling. Shoo! Lower your voice. The president has strictly prohibited any leaks. The 2 quickly walked away, but Jiang Junwan with her keen hearing caught the gist of their conversation. She was a devourer, her hearing was stronger than that of ordinary people by unknown multiples. Fishing village? Black slime? Mental pollution? Prohibited from leaking? Wise as she was, she immediately realized that Suhai City seemed to be facing a secret and troublesome problem. Linking it to the slight gravity in Qin Chuan's expression at the banquet, she suddenly understood something. She didn't make a scene, continuing to stroll around the city, but her mind was no longer on enjoying the scenery. At that moment, all she could think about was how to help Qin Chuan solve this problem. In the evening, just as Qin Chuan was preparing to check on Shizhan and the others, he ran into Jiang Junwan, who seemed to be waiting for him. Benefactor. Jiang Junwan called softly, her tone more serious than during the day. I have some things I want to discuss with you. Qin Chuan looked at her serious expression, although he didn't know what Jiang Junwan wanted to say, he nodded. Let's go to the study. In the study, Jiang Junwan told Qin Chuan everything she had seen and heard at the medical station that afternoon, as well as the conversation of the researchers, without embellishing it, simply stating the facts. I know this might involve guild secrets, but I think, having one more person know might provide one more perspective. Jiang Junwan said sincerely. Our Jiang family's heritage is ancient, and there are some very obscure, even forbidden ancient scrolls in our family library, recording some, vague legends about unconventional mental pollution and ancient disasters. Although I don't know if they are useful, if you need, I can send a message home right away and have the family send copies of the relevant scrolls. Qin Chuan, after hearing this, showed a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. He never expected Jiang Junwan to be so attentive and perceptive, nor did he know that the Jiang family might be holding related ancient records. This was undoubtedly a timely help. Miss Jiang, thank you. Qin Chuan said earnestly. This information is very important. To be honest, we are indeed facing a kind of unprecedented pollution, and conventional methods are ineffective. If the Jiang family has relevant ancient texts, that would be a tremendous help. Seeing Qin Chuan attach such importance to it, Jiang Junwan felt both happy and worried. Is the situation that serious? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and decided to reveal some information. It's more serious than imagined. It's a kind of pollution that can distort the mind and even alter the body, possibly related to certain ancient secrets. We have temporarily contained it but cannot find a way to eradicate it. He didn't mention Atlantis and the evil god, but the information he had revealed was enough for Jiang Junwan to realize the gravity of the problem. I understand. Jiang Junwan immediately stood up. I'll use the family's emergency communication channel to contact my grandfather. I'll make sure they send the relevant scrolls as fast as possible. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Chuan nodded. This matter is confidential, so... I understand. Jiang Junwan nodded seriously. I won't let it leak. Watching Jiang Junwan hurry away, Qin Chuan felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. Unexpectedly, the arrival of 3 friends not only brought the joy of reuniting with old companions but also possibly the key clues to break the deadlock. The ancient Jiang family collection, perhaps it harbors snippets of information about whispers or similar existences. He looked out the window, as the afterglow of the sunset bathed Suhai City in a golden glow. I hope everything gets better. Chapter 146, Fragments of Ancient Texts. The Jiang family was extremely efficient. Perhaps out of their regard for Qin Chuan or because Jiang Junwan emphasized the seriousness of the situation during communication, just 2 days later. A specially trained, fast-moving winged falcon traversed great distances, delivering a sealed cylindrical tube to Suhai City. As a powerful clan, the Jiang family had excellent confidentiality measures. The tube bore intricate family crests and magical methods to prevent eavesdropping. Jiang Junwan cautiously used her bloodline power in combination with special techniques to open it and took out a peculiar, dark yellow scroll unlike paper or silk. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the scroll's edges were already somewhat damaged, emanating the scent of ancient years. Looking at the scroll covered in historical dust, even Qin Chuan could not help but hold his breath and concentrate. The history of this scroll is unknown, perhaps dating back many years. Faced with such a mysterious and ancient object, Qin Chuan felt a sense of solemnity grow within him. Benefactor, it is this, a scroll passed down from our Jiang family's era, titled Records of the Haunted Ruins. Jiang Junwan handed it to Qin Chuan with a serious expression. This is from the deepest part of the family library, said to be a copy from an even older source. Many of the contents are obscure, even contradictory. Our ancestors have always considered them mostly absurd legends. The records about indescribable entities are mainly concentrated in the last few chapters.
Qin Chuan solemnly accepted the scroll and slowly unfurled it in the quiet study.
The text on the scroll was in a very ancient script, mixed with many distorted and abstract symbols, making it very difficult to read.
Qin Chuan felt somewhat confused. He didn't recognize these characters at all. These characters seemed to be seal script but were not entirely so.
Fortunately, the Jiang family had done extensive research on these characters, and with Jiang Junwan's assistance, Qin Chuan gradually understood them. The earlier content mostly consisted of bizarre and fantastical legends, but as he read further, the writing became increasingly mad and chaotic. The number of distorted symbols grew, and staring too long could even induce a slight feeling of dizziness. Finally, in the last few chapters, Qin Chuan saw relevant descriptions.
In the beginning of ancient times, who passed down the way? When the heavens and earth were not yet formed, how can one inquire?
Yet there is something that mixed and formed, born before the heavens and earth, quiet and desolate, standing alone and unchanged, moving around without end, not to be measured by our kind, not to be understood by the reason of the current world. Its form is indeterminate, sometimes a sphere of millions of lights, sometimes an endless crawling shadow, residing beyond the cracks of the starry sky, in the gaps of dimensions. What can be seen but is called he, what can be heard but is called she, what one cannot grasp is called way, yet when its thought arrives, all things twist, the stars fall out of order. Not a hunger for flesh and blood, but a thirst for spirit and thought, feeding on the fear, despair, and madness of all beings, spreading whispers, luring people to folly. The believers may gain strange powers, yet their bodies and souls gradually become not their own, ultimately transforming into kin or dust. In ancient times, wise people saw the danger in built cities in the eyes of the abyss, using the power of the earth veins and star cores to set up barriers of absolute thought, seeking to isolate its thoughts, yet barriers always have flaws. Whispers seeped in, hearts broke, and internal strife arose, leading to the destruction of civilization, sinking into ruin. Afterward, there were still occasional whispers crossing the starseed, but they were like sparks, rising and extinguishing, fearing that one day, the stars will align again, and they will return. Once there were ancestors who witnessed it descend from the sky, bringing disaster to the world, hence an unknown divine power gathered the starlight as a lure, harnessed the earth veins as a lock, and combined the will of all beings, finally sealing it beneath the 9 underworlds, forever denying it the light of day. However, there were still numerous other evils. When the master was sealed, everyone was alarmed and scattered, fleeing into the vast void and the dark depths of the human heart, lurking and hiding, waiting for the right time. Thus, although they could sleep peacefully for a night, hidden dangers still remained, and whispers deep within the star sea never ceased. At the end of the scroll, there is a long passage written in a more hasty and desperate hand, filled with chaotic symbols and repeated warnings, as if the scribe was on the brink of collapse.
Do not speak its name. Do not think of its shape, all are traps, the weight of knowledge is madness. Only by emptying the mind and returning to ignorance, or by countering with a fiery heart, but where can the heart's light be found? After reading the scroll, the study fell into a long silence. Jiang Junwan's face was pale, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Just reading and interpreting these words made her feel a chill and discomfort from deep within her soul, as if something was stirring deep in her consciousness. Qin Chuan gently closed the scroll, his eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness. The records on the scroll corroborated his previous conjectures and the information about Atlantis, sketching a despairing and terrifying outline. These beings, referred to as outer gods and deep existences, were not biological in the usual sense, but rather a kind of horror existing in higher dimensions, based on rules. They fed on the spirit of intelligent civilizations, their existence itself distorting reality. The Atlantis civilization attempted to resist but failed. Moreover, the ancient text mentioned that an evil god had once been sealed, reminding Qin Chuan of the sealed finger of the evil god he had seen in the underground palace. What was written in the ancient text seemed to be true. And the strange beasts and spatial passages appearing in the apocalypse did not seem to be the same thing as this whisper. However, the warning at the end of the scroll, when the stars return to their places, they will come again, made him doubt whether the arrival of the strange beasts had, in some way, created conditions for the infiltration of the whisper? Or could it be that they were the vanguard drawn to or driven by the whisper? The pollution in the fishing village was a clear sign that the whisper was beginning to seep into this world. Those villagers were being transformed into what the scroll referred to as the favored ones. Do not speak its name.
Do not think of its shape. Qin Chuan reflected on the warnings of the scroll. He recalled the syllable, Cthulhu.
Was this just one name of one of those beings? Would chanting it establish a connection and accelerate the pollution? The heart's light. He thought again of this unique yet vague method of resistance. What was it? A steadfast will? Some kind of special mental power? Or a pure energy like that of Atlantis' core energy? There were many clues, but the answers remained shrouded in fog. Benefactor. Jiang Junwan looked at him with worry. These things are too terrifying. Don't worry, Miss Jiang, we are uncovering the truth of this world. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. This scroll is very important,
it at least tells us what the enemy is and how our ancestors failed. By knowing the reasons for their failure, we can avoid repeating the same mistakes. He carefully tucked the scroll away. Miss Jiang, thank you once again to the Jiang family. I will remember this favor. I'm glad to be of help. Jiang Junwan said softly, her eyes filled with determination. If you need the Jiang family to do anything, we will do our best. Qin Chuan nodded, his gaze again shifting to the window, seeing the endless, deep, starry sky hidden with great horrors. The veil of the evil god was lifted slightly, bringing not relief, but greater pressure. Chapter 147, The Heart's Light. But Qin Chuan's gaze grew sharper. Now that he knew what it was, the next step was to find a way to deal with it. The Heart's Light, huh? Perhaps he had some leads. Qin Chuan's gaze returned from the starry sky, landing on the ancient scroll in his hand. His fingertips traced over the mad warning symbols, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. The Heart's Light. He gnawed on these two words again. The scroll regarded it as the key to combating the whispering, yet it remained vague, only mentioning a few simple elements, along with the helpless questioning. Where can the Heart's Light be found? Combining the experiences of Atlantis, he formed a bold hypothesis. The Atlanteans relied on some external methods, trying to isolate the whispers, ultimately failing. And this nameless practitioner, along with the heart light hinted at by the scroll, seemed to point to a completely different path. From within, seeking strength from the spiritual source of life itself. Not hungry for flesh and blood, but thirsty for spiritual thought. Qin Chuan recalled the scroll's description of the essence of the evil gods. They fed off the emotions and spirits of wise beings, particularly favoring fear and despair. So, what about the opposite? Is there a kind of opposing spiritual power? A force that they cannot swallow, and that could even harm them? Hope? Faith? Will? These concepts sound ethereal, but in this apocalyptic world, the reality of spiritual power has long been confirmed. He himself has been reborn, what else could he not believe? But how to systematize and materialize this power, making it the heart light that can universally combat the pollution of whispers? He thought of the pure energy at the core of Atlantis, which seemed to contain a peaceful yet resilient will. He thought about his own unwavering belief in battle. Could it also be a rough form of heart light? Perhaps heart light is not some specific energy, but an external manifestation of a highly concentrated, extremely pure, and positive-minded spiritual state? Miss Jiang. Qin Chuan suddenly spoke, his eyes shining with thought. Your Jiang family has vast ancient texts. Aside from this record of the nether abyss, are there any records of other secret methods for cultivating the spirit and stabilizing the mind? He tried to describe his understanding of heart light using concepts from different frameworks. Zhang Yunwan pondered upon hearing this. There are indeed many secret methods for cultivating the spirit and stabilizing the mind. Various families have their own inheritances to some extent. Our Jiang family Shuiyunju is one of them, aimed at maintaining a clear mind. But... She paused, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Benefactor, the method I mentioned has no other abilities, it merely calms a person's mind. I only recite a few lines when I'm upset. Aside from that, I don't think it has any significant effect. Calming the mind. Qin Chuan repeated, deep in thought. The direction of Atlantis sought outward, trying to establish an absolute defense, but there were always vulnerabilities. And heart light might be seeking inward, continuously refining and elevating one's spiritual will, making oneself impeccable from within, and perhaps even illuminating and purifying the pollution in return? This was undoubtedly a more arduous path, but for the potentially all-pervasive whispers, it might be the only lasting solution. I understand now. Qin Chuan gradually formed a vague direction in his heart. Miss Jiang, I may need to trouble you with one more thing. Benefactor, please go ahead. I wish to borrow all the texts related to spiritual cultivation and mind refinement from the Jiang family, especially the Shuiyunju. Qin Chuan said seriously. I want to find clues to refine the heart light from the wisdom of our ancestors. At the same time, I also need Elder Fu to analyze the energy aspect, trying to combine that pure will with the power of consumption. He wanted to tackle the mystery of heart light from both ancient wisdom and modern technology. This was not just to resolve the crisis in the fishing village but also to find a glimmer of hope for a potential full-scale outbreak of the whisper disaster in the future. Zhang Yunwan immediately nodded. I will send a message back to the family right away. The Shuiyunju is not a secret that cannot be passed on, and the family will surely agree. After sending Zhang Yunwan away, Qin Chuan stayed alone in the study. He unfolded the scroll of the record of the nether abyss once more. His gaze landed on that last hasty warning. The weight of knowledge is madness. But if one gives up the pursuit of knowledge out of fear of madness, how is that different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his body, beginning to attempt to guide the thread of pure energy from the core of Atlantis. He was no longer simply absorbing to grow his own power, instead, he tried to feel if there was a faint whisper of will belonging to that lost civilization within it. At the same time, his powerful divine thought began to visualizing a sphere of warmth, brightness, full of endless vitality and steadfast belief, a light. The path to Heartlight had already begun. However, progress was slow. Though the energy from Atlantis was pure, it was like a floating weed without roots, with its residual will far too weak and elusive, difficult to capture and imitate. And simple visualization, lacking guidance from heart methods, seemed superficial, making it hard to condense real power. Though he had lived 2 lives, he had not been exposed to heart methods in his previous life, and in this life, he had been too busy devouring, with no heart methods to reference at all. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, his brows slightly knitted. It seemed that relying solely on guesswork and shallow attempts was far from enough. At that moment, a flash of fragmented memories from his past life suddenly crossed his mind, concepts about the ancient civilization of that old kingdom. It was the brilliant wisdom of the East, entirely different from Atlantis. The righteous spirit of Confucianism, the clarity of Buddhism, the pure yang of Taoism. These thoughts had once been regarded as philosophy or religion by many before the end times. However, it must be admitted that these thoughts are brilliant gems in the history of thought. If it were before, Qin Chuan would have respected these thoughts, but would not have felt much more. But now, after the apocalypse had descended, especially with the arrival of the evil god and the whispers appearing, Qin Chuan suddenly realized that these thoughts might not be mere thoughts. Perhaps these thoughts were explorations and descriptions of heartlight and high-level spiritual power from different angles by the sages. However, these thoughts had been overlooked due to the lack of concrete energy manifestations. Thinking deeply, Qin Chuan felt excited about these revelations. He might have truly found the right path to heartlight. These thoughts are not empty talks but are directly aimed at the cultivation path of spiritual origin. I understand. Qin Chuan's eyes shone brightly. Heartlight is not a single type of energy, it is more like a realm, a power that is naturally born from the condensation and sublimation of a high level of spirit. This power is so strong that even the evil god would have to avoid it. Chapter 148, Heartlight emerges. After figuring all this out in his heart, hope suddenly ignited within Qin Chuan. He needed to search for everything related to the spiritual cultivation of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, trying to create a method of heart cultivation suitable for the present, one that could be universally practiced. As long as he could thoroughly comprehend the heart-light methods left by the sages, he could completely master the means to resist the pollution of the evil god. Of course, this was not complicated. Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism had left a massive amount of classic texts. For Qin Chuan, these classic texts were the best way to cultivate the new light. As long as he could continually collect chapters on spiritual cultivation from Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, he could strengthen his heart light. Though it might take a long time, it was still a path. Though records state that the evil god is incredibly powerful, in Qin Chuan's view, it was not invincible. Abnormal forms. Qin Chuan mumbled to himself, and in his mind quickly began to think of another path to resist the evil god. This was a path not recorded in ancient texts but had been discovered by Qin Chuan by chance. Even he, a devourer who had consumed several abnormal creatures, could not clearly explain. Why does the evil god fear the alien being so much? In the underground palace of the flower language secret realm, Qin Chuan clearly remembers, facing a trace of the evil god's body, the alien creature on him directly jumped up and started to gnaw at it. In this process, the evil god had no room for resistance, only fear. This inevitably made Qin Chuan ponder why the alien beings evoke such fear in the evil god. After thinking for a long time, Qin Chuan finally reached a shocking conclusion. That is, in the eyes of the alien being, there is only slaughter. It is precisely because there is only pure slaughter in their eyes, combined with their strong power, that even the evil god feels afraid. Right now, hatching more alien beings can also counter the evil god. However, hatching requires recognition from the mother nest, and Wang Yushu, as the mother nest, is already doing her best to hatch, so Qin Chuan can hardly bear it. In comparison, Qin Chuan still prefers to cultivate his own heartlight. Relying on external forces is not his style, he prefers to grow stronger on his own. With his thoughts clear, Qin Chuan immediately took action. He knew time was urgent, as the pollution from that fishing village hung over like a sword, ready to spread at any moment. The Zhang family's water cloud classic quickly arrived through an encrypted channel. This is not an aggressive technique, but rather a method focused on calming the mind, guarding the heart, and resisting external evil invasion. Its core lies in a mind as still as water, reflecting all things, through specific breathing rhythms and mental visualization, allowing the mind to settle like a deep pool, greatly enhancing resistance to mental disturbances and pollution. Qin Chuan treasured it and immediately began to comprehend it. With his current realm and powerful mental force, understanding and initially mastering the water cloud classic was not difficult. He combined his own resilient will from having lived 2 lives and the pure legacy he felt from the Atlantis energy, and began to try to practice. In the quiet room, Qin Chuan sat cross-legged, casting aside all distractions. He followed the method of the water cloud classic, his breathing gradually becoming long and profound, as his consciousness sank deep into the sea of perception, visualizing his heart as a cold pond, reflecting the vastness, yet remaining calm. At first, the progress was smooth. The effects of the water cloud classic were remarkable. He felt his mind becoming more focused, and his perception of the outside world clearer and sharper. The subtle mental pressure from the scroll and the fishing village events seemed to have lessened considerably. However, when he tried to go a step further, not just to resist and reflect, but to actively condense what is called heart light, he encountered a bottleneck. A heart as still as water can indeed defend, but water that is too clear has no fish. This ultimate stillness seemed unable to give birth to the light filled with vitality and power. He felt as if his spirit was trapped in a layer of transparent ice, safe yet unable to break through. No, heart light should not just be passive defense. Qin Chuan awakened from his meditation, his brow furrowed. The scroll speaks of blazing fire, of confrontation. Confucius teaches to cultivate righteousness, to be abundant and emerge. Buddhism illuminates the heart lamp to light up darkness. Taoism refines the spirit to be lively and active. What I need is to generate, not to freeze. He realized that the water cloud classic was a great foundation, capable of laying a solid inner foundation, preventing him from going astray in his exploration or being eroded by whispers. But to give birth to heart light, he needed a more active and vibrant force. He thought of his belief in protecting Suhai City, the determination to guard friends and companions, and the fighting spirit that would never bow even in the face of a terrifying evil god. Could these strong and positive emotions be the seed to ignite heart light? He closed his eyes again, no longer merely pursuing a heart as still as water, but on the basis of maintaining mental clarity, he began to actively visualize. He visualized everything he cherished, the countless lights of Suhai City. Wang Yushu's smile, the loyalty of the whole guild, Fu Chongfeng's focus, even the pure passion of warriors like Qi Zhan and Ding Wu. A warm current naturally gathered in the heart. He recalled the struggles since his rebirth, from weakness to strength, the hope he never gave up. This resilience, which remained unchanged through hardships, became fuel. In the end, all thoughts, protection, hope, toughness, and fighting spirit merged with the ultimate peace brought by the water cloud technique. At the deepest point of his consciousness, it seemed a very faint, warm particle of light was quietly born. It was not primal energy, nor any known kind of energy, but it truly existed in the sea of awareness, emitting a weak yet pure, firm, and vibrant light. This particle of light was so small, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. But at the moment it appeared, Qin Chuan felt as if his entire spiritual world had been cleansed, becoming more transparent and stable. The previous haze and discomfort brought by reading the scroll and contacting the contaminated samples, under the illumination of this faint light, quietly melted away like ice and snow. It succeeded. Although it was just a trivial flicker, it was indeed a seed of heart light, different from any power before. Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, as if a warm light flashed and disappeared in his gaze, and his whole aura became more reserved and profound, yet exuded an indescribable peace and determination. This is heart light. He felt that little light in the sea of awareness, his heart filled with joy. Though this heart light was still extremely weak, far from enough to purify the pollution in the fishing village, it proved a viable path. It proved that the spiritual will of humanity indeed had the power to counter the terrifying whispers from the depths of outer space. The next step is to continuously refine the heart state and nourish this spark of heart light. At the same time, the water cloud technique must be popularized quickly, at least to ensure that key members of the guild have certain spiritual protection abilities. As for the alien creatures, Qin Chuan's gaze flickered. The pure killing instinct of the aliens could indeed restrain the evil gods, but that was ultimately an uncontrollable external force, and overly relying on slaughter itself could bring other hidden dangers. In contrast, heart light is the righteous path originating from one's own will, more capable of fundamentally solving problems. Let's tackle it from both ends. Qin Chuan made a decision. Heart light is fundamental, it must be thoroughly studied and promoted. As for the aliens, they need appropriate attention and control as a necessary means when the time comes. Having found direction and taken this crucial first step, the gloom in Qin Chuan's heart was largely dispelled. Chapter 149, Closed Door Meditation. Outside the quiet room, 7 days had quietly passed. Wang Yushu, Yanfei, Zhu Meng, Nieshi, Fu Changfeng, and the temporarily residing Zhang Junwan and Qi Zhanding who all gathered near the quiet room. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy and anxious. Qin Chuan's closed-door meditation this time far exceeded the past. Moreover, there was complete silence within the quiet room, without even a hint of energy fluctuation, as if it were empty inside. This absolute silence instead made people more uneasy. It's already been 7 days. Boss hasn't made a sound at all, nothing has happened, right? Yanfei was restless, unable to help but speak for the umpteenth time, his gaze frequently darting towards the tightly shut metal door of the quiet room. As Qin Chuan's good brother, he was deeply worried about Qin Chuan's safety. No way, the boss is so powerful, nothing can stump him. I guess the boss is practicing a particularly powerful and profound technique, that's why he's been in seclusion for so long. Did you forget?
The boss is invincible,
Xu Meng said with full confidence. In his eyes, Qin Chuan was like a godly being. He genuinely believed that Qin Chuan would not run into any problems. Nie Shi, holding a long sword. Leaning against the wall, his expression was calm, but the tightly pressed lips and the occasionally sharp glance towards the quiet room revealed his inner unrest. The president's cultivation level is unfathomable, he knows what's appropriate. We just need to wait patiently. His voice remained steady, yet held a trace of barely perceptible tension. Fu Changfeng pushed up his glasses, and the light screen before him displayed the energy monitoring data from outside the quiet room. Everything was normal, even excessively so. The energy readings are stable at a baseline level, without any fluctuations indicative of cultivation or breakthroughs.
This is unusual. Either the president is in a deep meditation, or...
He left the rest unsaid, but everyone understood, either way, it meant encountering an unpredictable situation. Wang Yushu's small face was tense, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her expression filled with worry. Due to the reason of the mother nest, she had a special spiritual connection with Qin Chuan. But at this moment, she felt that connection seemed to be shrouded in a layer of warm mist.
She could sense Qin Chuan's safe existence, yet couldn't discern the specific state. This ambiguity made her feel anxious. He must be fine,
she murmured to herself, as if trying to comfort her own heart. Jiang Junwan sat quietly beside her, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. The ancient texts she brought revealed a terrifying truth, and she feared that something might go wrong with Qin Chuan during his deep exploration. If that happened, she couldn't explain it to the people of Suai City, nor could she face herself. Qin Chuan was her benefactor, he had saved her life. Moreover, she harbored a deeply hidden affection for Qin Chuan in her heart. If Qin Chuan suffered an accident, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Tisk, Qin brother has been in seclusion for far too long this time. Shi Zhan scratched his head irritably. I was looking forward to having another match with him, I feel like he must have made progress upon his return. Ding Wu closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the air, his brow furrowing slightly.
Strange, I can't sense any aura or pressure at all, it's like, returning to simplicity?
But it's too quiet, I can't even hear the slightest sound of blood and energy flowing. His perception was keen, but that only added to his confusion. While the outside crowd was worried, Qin Chuan inside the quiet room was experiencing a fascinating transformation. After initially condensing that first spark of heartlight, he was not satisfied and continued to operate the water cloud technique, constantly nourishing that trace of faint light with his own conviction. However, the growth of the heartlight was extremely slow, as if lacking some crucial support. Just as he was deep in thought, the Bagua diagram he had constructed at his Dantian began to operate quietly on its own. This Bagua diagram was mysterious, formed by the fusion of Shuasugui energy and Thunderstrike Wood energy, containing the wondrous changes of yin and yang, capable of encompassing everything, and had assisted him many times in harmonizing power and unraveling obstacles.
At this moment, the Bagua diagram slowly rotated, and the central Taiji yin-yang fish seemed to come alive, emitting a hazy light. That faint spark of heart light appeared to be attracted, gently swaying, and unexpectedly floated toward the Bagua diagram, ultimately hovering at the center of the Taiji, the intersection of yin and yang. Buzz! The moment the heart light fell into the Taiji diagram, the entire Bagua diagram trembled violently.
Xian, Koan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dua, the 8 trigrams lit up in sequence, each radiating different qualities of energy. These energies, each with distinct properties, were not directly infused into the heart light, but, under the mysterious operation of the Bagua diagram, were transformed by the Taiji yin-yang fish into the most primal yin and yang qi, like a gentle grinding stone, slowly, meticulously refining that spark of heart light.
Qin Chuan's mind was instantly immersed in it.
He felt that the heart light, under the refining of the Bagua diagram, was no longer a lonely point but seemed to be rooted in the entirety of heaven and earth, drawing on countless seemingly opposing yet unified principles as nourishment. The kindness and righteousness of Confucianism.
Buddha's tranquility and illumination, Taoism's softness and strength.
Countless insights about spirit, will, and virtue naturally surge in my heart as the 8 trigrams turn, merging into that light of the heart. That tiny gleam, visible to the naked eye, solidifies and grows with incredible speed. The glow is no longer weak, it becomes warm and bright, like the newly born dawn, not yet blazing but filled with endless vitality and hope. Where the light shines, the sea of awareness becomes more stable, clear, and transparent. Past injuries and impurities on the subtle spiritual level from training and battles dissolve under the radiance of this heart light. His thoughts become quickened, and his will solidifies with unwavering strength.
More importantly, he feels this heart light possesses some kind of purifying quality.
It instinctively rejects and purifies the subtle pollution hidden deep in his consciousness from the scroll and the fishing village sample. He does not know how much time has passed when the 8 trigrams movement gradually calms down, sinking back into his body. In the center of Qin Chuan's sea of awareness, that point of heart light has grown into a stable, fist-sized sphere of warm light, quietly floating and casting gentle brilliance, guarding his clear spiritual platform. Qin Chuan slowly opens his eyes. His gaze is no longer sharp but filled with a bottomless warmth and peace, as if containing endless wisdom and unshakable determination. The whole person's aura undergoes a subtle change, with less sharpness and more depth and weight. He exhales a breath of murky air, senses his own state, and a hint of a gratifying smile appears on his face. Refining the heart with the 8 trigrams, the myriad forms as fuel. The heart light is not an unruly tree, it springs from will and can draw nourishment from the laws of heaven and earth, growing stronger on its own. At this moment, he feels an even stronger confidence in resisting that whispering pollution. He stands up, stretches his slightly stiff muscles, and walks toward the quiet room door. Outside the door, everyone anxiously waiting suddenly senses something at the same time and looks up sharply at the tightly closed door. With a light click, the door opens. Qin Chuan walks out slowly, smiling, his gaze gently sweeping over the crowd.
Sorry to keep you all waiting. Chapter 150, Trouble Rises Again. Qin Chuan's emergence from seclusion makes everyone breathe a sigh of relief.
Especially upon sensing his unfathomable yet warm and peaceful aura, everyone knows he has gained a tremendous harvest this time and has not encountered difficulties. Seeing Qin Chuan come out, Wang Yushu pouts and rushes forward, wrapping her arm around his.
I was almost worried to death.
Wang Yushu doesn't care that there are so many people. Without seeing Qin Chuan, she has grown a bit haggard during this time.
I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry.
Qin Chuan rubs Wang Yushu's head. Seeing this scene, the first guild members are accustomed to it, while Qi Zhan and Ding Wu, both martial enthusiasts, feel nothing. Only Jiang Junwan's expression darkens as she lowers her head. Seeing this, Yan Fei pokes Xu Meng, both wearing an expression of having a front row seat.
Alright, let's not stand here. Let's go outside. Qin Chuan says. However, as soon as he finishes speaking, a sharp and urgent alarm shatters the tranquility of Suhai City.
Woo! This is the alarm developed by Fu Changfeng, designed to sound when the city is in danger.
And this sound is the highest level enemy attack warning. What's going on?
Nieshi instantly straightens his back, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Yan Fei and Zhu Mang also shake off their laziness and are ready to rush out. Fu Changfeng quickly operates the screen, pulling up real-time footage from the city's defense system, his expression changing slightly.
It's a beast tide. A large-scale beast tide is surging towards Suhai City. Wait, something is off with this beast faction.
The screen shows a mass of dark beasts, seemingly frenzied.
Unfazed, they charged against the towering walls of Suhai City.
Their eyes were blood-red, and a faint, ominous dark red aura coiled around them, their aggression far stronger than usual, even trampling over each other in a mad rush to push forward. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. As survivors in this apocalypse, they had all experienced beast tides. However, the beast tide before them was unlike any they had faced before.
It's the whisper. It's that kind of polluted aura.
Wang Yushu exclaimed, particularly sensitive to this aura. Earlier, she had encountered it with Qin Chuan in the ruins of Atlantis.
Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened, realizing instantly.
This was no natural beast tide, but one influenced by the whisper.
For some unknown reason, the evil god's pollution had already started affecting the beasts outside the city?
Nishi, take the elite team immediately to the East City Gate for support, and hold your ground. Be aware, the beasts are polluted and possess mental aggression. Tell the team to maintain their mental strength. Qin Chuan commanded immediately, his voice steady and powerful, not allowing any doubt.
Yes.
Nishi nodded without hesitation, his figure flickering and vanishing as he dashed toward the city gate.
We should go too, he can't hold it alone. Qi Zhan said.
Qin Chuan glanced at Qi Zhan and Ding Wu, both were his guests. However, the situation was dire, and just as the two had said, their presence would indeed make things better.
Okay.
Qin Chuan nodded, and the two immediately left as well.
Miss Jiang, please assist Yushu.
Organize logistics and medical support, prepare to receive the wounded. Yan Fei, Zhu Meng, you two also take your teams to another city gate to prevent monsters from breaking through there. Elder Fu, you head back first and continue researching the pollution matter.
Qin Chuan's orders came rapidly and clearly, one after another.
Everyone immediately took their orders and left, leaving Qin Chuan alone in the hall. He did not rush to the front lines but instead closed his eyes, his powerful spiritual sense instantly covering the entire Suhai City like a tide. Ever since the heart light was born, his mental strength had reached a terrifying level. Although the beast tide was fierce, holding it off was not a difficult task with Suhai City's current defenses and everyone's strength. What he worried about was something else.
Sure enough.
In his spiritual perception, just as most of the attention in the city was drawn to the beast tide, a subtle and oppressive energy fluctuation suddenly erupted near the energy transfer station in the northwest corner of the city.
Boom!
A violent explosion rang out, accompanied by soaring flames and thick smoke.
A diversion.
Qin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly, his figure vanishing from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he appeared at the explosion site. He saw that part of the external facilities of the energy transfer station had been destroyed, but fortunately, the core area remained intact. Several figures, dressed in Suhai City work uniforms but moving swiftly like ghosts, were creating chaos as they tried to escape amid the disorder.
Stay here.
Qin Chuan's voice was icy. Without lifting a hand, he simply concentrated, and his immense spiritual sense pressed down like an invisible mountain, pinning those few saboteurs to the ground, unable to move.
One of them, seeing this, flashed a look of determination, gritted his teeth.
Clearly, he had a toxic pouch hidden in his mouth and intended to commit suicide. But Qin Chuan was quicker, his gaze sharpened, the warm heart light in his consciousness flickering slightly. In an instant, the fragments of that person's most recent memories flashed before Qin Chuan's eyes like a revolving lantern. How they infiltrated Suhai City, how they disguised themselves, how they received orders, and the vague face and location of the one giving orders.
Jingu City, Giant Axe Gate Lei Mang.
Moreover, Qin Chuan saw their deeper motive, not merely to destroy energy facilities to create panic but also to find an opportunity to steal research data from Elder Fu's laboratory.
Good. Very good. Qin Chuan laughed furiously. With the evil god's pollution lurking
within humanity, such despicable dealings are still happening.
It may even indirectly aid the spread of pollution. With a casual wave, several spies instantly exploded into pieces.
At this moment, the sounds of battle at the eastern city gate gradually quieted down. Under the leadership of the two divine powerhouses, Dingwu and Shizhan, the frenzied beast tide was successfully repelled, leaving behind a chaotic scene of beast corpses. The crowd returned to the headquarters one after another, still carrying the smell of gunpowder and blood, but their expressions were relatively relaxed since they had driven back the beast tide. However, when they saw Qin Chuan's face, cold as frost, and the bloodstains on him, the relaxed atmosphere instantly vanished.
President, what is this?
Niashi asked in a deep voice. Qin Chuan briefly recounted the information he had gathered.
In an instant, a murderous intent filled the hall. Jingu City. Giant Axe Sect. They are truly seeking death.
Yan Fei was the first to jump up, filled with rage. Taking advantage of the fire to rob, stabbing in the back, such crimes are unforgivable. Niashi's tone was also full of killing intent. Dingwu and Shizhan exchanged glances, seeing the battle intent in each other's eyes.
Brother Qin, no need to say more, let's strike back. Just feeling itchy for a fight.
Fu Changfeng adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. They covet our technology, which means they might have sensed something, but they chose the most foolish way.
Wang Yushu and Zhang Junwan also wore faces filled with indignation.
Qin Chuan's gaze swept across everyone, his voice firm and resolute, filled with an unprecedented determination.
Since Jingu City wants to die, then I will grant them their wish. Relay my orders, everyone gather, let's swallow Jingu City. Chapter 151, The Altar.
Qin Chuan's orders quickly spread out, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the entire First Guild. He held great prestige in the First Guild, and no one dared to disobey him. With external enemies approaching and such despicable schemes from within, everyone's anger was fully aroused. At the same time, besides the First Guild, Qin Chuan also, in his capacity as the leader of the Suhai City Guild Alliance, issued orders for various guilds to send people to assist. Except for the necessary defending forces, almost all combat personnel were ready for action. Yan Fei and Zhu Meng stood at the front of the line, fully equipped. Dingwu and Shizhan rubbed their fists, seeing this as a rare opportunity for practical combat training. Fu Changfeng brought along a large amount of portable detection and purification equipment, ready to analyze any possible pollution encountered.
Wang Yushu and Zhang Junwan wanted to insist on accompanying him, but were persuaded by Qin Chuan.
Their presence would not be significant, it was better for them to stay in Suhai City. Also staying behind were Nieshi and the chubby one holy grade and one absolute grade, enough to handle most situations. Qin Chuan took the lead, the team like a drawn sword, leaving Suhai City and rushing towards Jingu City.
However, once outside the boundaries of Suhai City, the atmosphere immediately became strange.
The beasts seen along the way, regardless of strength, almost all displayed blood-red, crazed eyes, occasionally launching suicidal attacks on the team. They seemed to be controlled by some invisible madness, completely losing their fear of danger. The range of pollution has expanded. Fu Changfeng looked at the fluctuating pollution readings on the detector, his face solemn. And the concentration is rising. They appear to be driven away, or attracted to some direction.
Qin Chuan's spiritual sense already covered the surroundings, he too noticed this.
Whispers of pollution, like a spreading plague, were eroding the living beings on this land. He attempted to spread the power of his mind light. Wherever that warm light reached, low-tier polluted beasts would show brief stiffness and confusion, as if their internal pollution was being temporarily suppressed, but soon they would be overwhelmed by a larger force of madness.
Accelerate our advance,
Qin Chuan said solemnly. The urgent priority now was to quickly reach Jingu City and uncover the source. The closer they got to Jingu City, the more horrifying the situation became. Monsters were almost densely packed, like a frenzied tide. But their target seemed not only to be Qin Chuan's team, but also each other, killing one another or destroying everything aimlessly.
A faint smell of blood and a disorienting whisper of madness hung in the air.
If it weren't for Qin Chuan's light of the heart protecting them and the protective devices provided by Fu Changfeng, those weaker in the team might have already lost their minds. Finally, the enormous wall of Jin City, built from old cars and construction materials, appeared on the horizon. However, the fierce resistance they expected did not materialize. On the city wall, only a few figures swayed, and the arrows and energy beams shot at them were sparse and chaotic, utterly disorganized.
The team easily broke through the city gate.
The defenders at the gate were not weak, but their state was extremely strange. Qin Chuan grabbed one of the defenders, who had bloodshot eyes and a face twisted either with madness or extreme fear, attacking without coordination. Furthermore, he was letting out meaningless howls or disjointed blasphemies, just like the villagers from that fishing village.
They're all crazy.
Yan Fei swung an axe to topple a charging soldier, feeling a chill at the distorted face of the opponent.
Be careful, don't get hurt by them, their blood may also be contaminated. Fu Changfeng called out loudly.
The team quickly advanced into the city, facing minimal resistance, but the sight they encountered caused everyone's hearts to sink. The streets were in chaos, covered in rubble and blood.
Many citizens roamed like zombies, their eyes vacant, muttering to themselves. And others were completely insane, kneeling and howling at the air.
The entire city seemed to have fallen into a terrifying nightmare, as most of the people appeared to have lost their sanity.
Oh my god.
Bai Yingshu covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear and compassion. The tragic scene before her was even more chilling than the beast tied outside Suai City. This was a complete collapse of human civilization. Qin Chuan's face was as dark as water, his mind spreading to the greatest extent, seeking the source of the strongest pollution. As everyone delved deeper, their eyes were inevitably drawn to the scene in the central square of the city. There stood an enormous altar built from human bones, black rocks, twisted metal, and still dripping monster parts. The shape of the altar defied logic, filled with dizzying geometric structures, its surface carved with dense blasphemous symbols similar to those on the fishing village walls, now emitting a rich and stark dark red light in ominous waves. Surrounding the altar, a sea of people in a state of madness knelt, including high-ranking members of the Giant Axegate and other gangs. They worshipped the altar like the most devoted followers, chanting those horrifying ancient syllables in unison. At the very top of the altar, a particularly tall figure in tattered armor stood out. He held a gigantic battle axe, but the axe was wrapped in writhing dark tendrils. It was the leader of the Giant Axegate, Lei Mang. At this moment, Lei Mang had lost all semblance of his former dominating self. His body had undergone horrific mutations, with skin cracked open, revealing writhing dark flesh beneath, and his eyes were like two burning pits of dark red flames. The energy fluctuations he emanated were extremely powerful, yet filled with chaos, madness, and blasphemy.
It seemed he had become a part of this altar?
Crazy, they're all crazy. Xu Mang muttered to himself. Even a rough man like him was shocked by this hellish sight.
That altar, it's actively absorbing and amplifying the pollution.
The pollution is spreading from it. Fu Changfeng looked at the detector's readings that had exploded off the charts. A startled gasp escaped.
Qin Chuan's gaze was fixed on the desecrated altar and the transformed Lei Mang. He understood.
Jin City had not planned any serious conspiracy to steal technology, they were already struggling to protect themselves. Moreover, this altar had drained all of Jin City's fortune. Who exactly had built it? With just the powers of Jin City, they simply could not construct such an altar.
The so-called spies sent to mislead might just be Lei Mang's final struggles or chaotic commands before he completely lost his mind or was fully controlled.
Regardless, Jin City was finished. The current goal was no longer conquest, but purification. Destroy this altar that spread madness and despair. Qin Chuan slowly raised his hand, his voice cold and firm, filled with raging anger and killing intent. Prepare for battle. Target, destroy the altar.
Chapter 152, Fierce Battle.
Qin Chuan's voice was like a command, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of everyone behind him. The people following Qin Chuan felt complicated emotions. As enemies, the people of Jin City deserved to die. However, the current dire situation truly stirred a sense of pity in everyone's hearts. As fellow humans, facing such a strange invasion inevitably stirred feelings of sadness. This scene, resembling hell on earth, could only have a glimmer of hope through the complete destruction of the source of pollution.
Form up. Advance.
Yan Fei roared, standing firm with Xu Mang on either side like a rock, as the heavy primal force shield expanded, protecting their teammates behind from potential chaotic attacks. This primal force shield was the latest product developed by Fu Changfeng, specifically designed to resist the pollution of whispers. Fu Changfeng was operating a strange device in his hands. The energy field around the altar is extremely unstable, and the concentration of mental pollution is very high. Everyone move forward slowly. Activate the highest level of mental protection immediately, and attempt to disrupt the altar's energy cycle with high-frequency energy pulses.
Several team members armed with enhanced energy rifles immediately opened fire, shooting concentrated energy beams toward the altar's base. These rifles were also Fu Changfeng's latest research achievement, capable of dismantling a portion of the whisper pollution. However, as the bullets were fired, a shocking scene unfolded. The energy beams, upon contact with the dark red energy field surrounding the altar, were easily absorbed and distorted as if they had vanished into the sea, making the altar's glow even more eerie. In fact, several energy beams were deflected back, nearly injuring their own people. This won't do, this altar is very strange. It can actually rebound purifying power. Fu Changfeng exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, the Lamang at the top of the altar seemed to be disturbed. He slowly turned his head, his eyes burning with dark fire, locking onto Qin Chuan and his team, emitting an inhuman roar mixed with pain and fury. Roar! With his roar, the crazed worshippers kneeling around the altar seemed to have received a command, suddenly lifting their heads, their eyes flashing with the same dark red light, letting out hoarse howls as they surged toward the first guild's team like a tide. Their bodies were twisted, yet their movements were incredibly swift. From the looks of it, their bodies seemed to have been greatly enhanced by the altar as well. At the same time, the symbols engraved on the surface of the altar flickered violently, and a visible dark red mental shockwave rippled through the air, spreading outwards. Be careful! Qin Chuan shouted loudly, and the light at the center of his consciousness suddenly brightened, as a warm yet firm heart light spread from him, forming an invisible force field that enveloped all his teammates. The team members felt clear-headed, as the maddening whispers and shock were greatly weakened. However, under the strike, a few weaker individuals still let out faint groans. Blood gushed out, and his eyes momentarily blurred. Quick! Purification device. Fu Changfeng directed the person carrying the portable purification device to step forward and perform emergency treatment on those affected. Meanwhile, Yan Fei and Zhu Meng had already engaged in close combat with the crazed believers charging at them. These once devourers of Jin City, who stood at the pinnacle of Jin City, had now turned into monsters that only knew how to kill. Their movements were chaotic and reckless as they charged toward the crowd without fear of death. Even when their limbs were broken, they still furiously lunged at others. Bodies twisted and struggled on the ground, creating a truly terrifying scene. Damn it! These guys are enhanced. Zhu Meng smashed a believer's skull, cursing loudly. These believers were only at the top level, yet they could withstand his celestial level attacks. This was clearly abnormal. In the crowd, Ding Wu and Qi Zhan saw the battle becoming desperate, exchanging glances before transforming into two streaks of light, charging into the enemy. As divine-level powerhouses, they still found it easy to deal with these enhanced believers due to their overwhelming rank, like cutting through stalks of vegetables. However, their expressions grew increasingly serious. There are too many. And that altar seems to be constantly providing them with energy. Qi Zhan punched a group of enemies away, but soon more replaced them. We must take care of that guy first. Ding Wu's gaze sharpened as he looked at Lei Mang atop the altar. What they were thinking, Qin Chuan had certainly also thought of. He had refrained from acting rashly earlier, wanting to observe the situation before making a decision, and now he understood. His eyes were locked onto Lei Mang. He knew that unless he defeated this puppet controlled by the altar, the battle would never end. He stepped forward, activating his 8 steps to catch the toad skill, his figure darting like a ghost through the chaotic battlefield, heading straight for the altar's top. Die! Qin Chuan's voice boomed like thunder, imbued with the power of heart light, attempting to awaken whatever sliver of consciousness Lei Mang might still possess. However, what greeted him was Lei Mang's even more furious roar and a massive shadowy axe cleaving through the air. The tentacles coiling around the giant axe writhed like living things, exuding a strong stench of pollution. Qin Chuan did not dodge and pointed his fingers like a sword, with faint golden light flowing from his fingertips. That was the energy within him. On his fingertips, an almost imperceptible warm halo covered it. That was the power of the heart light. Clang! The sword-like finger collided with the giant axe, creating a deafening clash of metal. Shadow energy and faint golden light violently clashed, but this time, that strange polluting energy did not corrode Qin Chuan in the slightest. On the contrary, the whispering pollution hissed like it had encountered a nemesis, recoiling slightly upon contact with the heart light. It really works! Qin Chuan's spirit surged. The heart light indeed had a special restraining effect on this pollution power. Meanwhile, the mutated Lei Mang seemed to sense the threat. His attacks became even more violent, the shadowy tentacles thrashing wildly, trying to ensnare Qin Chuan. The altar appeared to come alive, as more dark red energy continuously gathered toward Lei Mang's body, causing his size to swell further, and his strength to rise continuously. The battle instantly reached a fervent climax. Qin Chuan and the mutated Lei Mang clashed fiercely at the top of the altar, shockwaves from their energy collisions spreading out, making the battle below even more difficult. Qin Chuan was indeed a bit astonished. Previously, Lei Mang was only at the pinnacle of the saint level, close to celestial level. Now, after being enhanced by the altar, he had reached the peak of the divine level. Furthermore, due to the numerous whispering energies within him, he could even contend with Qin Chuan at the Dao level.
Fu Changfeng stood in the middle of the team, nervously analyzing data with the machine.
President. The energy core of the altar is directly beneath it. There is a powerful biological reaction and spatial distortion reading. Lei Mang is just its guardian. Chapter 153, The Master Behind the Scenes. Even from a distance, Qin Chuan could still hear Fu Changfeng's voice.
After entering the downgrade realm, his senses had become extremely sharp.
I must destroy the core.
Qin Chuan's mind raced as he dealt with Lei Mang, while also probing downwards with his divine sense. Sure enough, at the center of the altar's base, he saw a massive core made of flesh and twisted crystal, constantly pulsating. It looked like an ugly heart, connecting countless energy conduits, absorbing the despair and madness of the entire city and amplifying the pollution. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan's anger surged within him.
Xizhan, Ding Wu, hold him back for me. Qin Chuan shouted. Brother Qin, we are coming.
The two roared, disregarding danger, unleashing their strongest attacks to temporarily draw some of Lei Mang's attention. Both of them were divine grade, and only they had the strength to restrain Lei Mang. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuan suddenly sank down and punched toward the altar's base. His fist was infused with his overwhelming source power and that warm yet firm heart light.
Break! Boom! The altar shook violently, cracks appearing where he struck, but the core's defense was extremely strong, not destroyed directly. The altar was solid.
However, although the altar did not break, the power of the heart light seeped in. The pulsating core shrank back as if burned, its dark red glow dimming for a moment. At the top of the altar, Lei Mang let out a painful howl. All his power came from the altar.
It could be said that he and the altar were one. With the core injured, he naturally suffered a serious blow.
In an instant, the entire operation of the altar momentarily stalled, and the attacks of the mad believers below also slowed.
Now! All energy weapons, aim for the cracks opened by the president. Maximum power, fire! Fu Changfeng shouted.
Taking advantage of Lei Mang's injury and the altar's pause, all team members unleashed their strongest attacks toward the crack. This time, the energy beams were not fully absorbed but struck hard against the damaged structure of the altar. However, these attacks had no effect. Instead, the crack showed signs of slowly healing. Seeing this, Qin Chuan snorted coldly, activating the Tai Chi diagram within him. All the energy he had absorbed fused at this moment, and with the enhancement of the heart light, he gathered his strongest strike and smashed it down on the altar.
Crack! Boom!
In a series of explosions, the ugly core could no longer withstand the internal and external assaults and suddenly exploded. Terrifying dark red energy surged out like a flood, but it lost its original order, becoming wild and chaotic. At the same time, Lei Mang at the top of the altar let out a desperate and unwilling wail, his body rapidly shrinking as if drained, the dark fire in his eyes extinguishing, ultimately becoming a charred corpse that fell from the altar. The massive altar began to collapse, the profane symbols losing their luster, the twisting dark shadow tentacles melting away like snow in sunlight. However, at the center of the core's explosion, a fist-sized, constantly twisting and deformed black strange crystal floated up, emitting a more pure yet more dangerous aura of pollution than before. Seeing this, Fu Changfeng's face suddenly changed, and he shouted.
President! High-intensity spatial signals detected. This crystal, it seems to be a beacon, sending the coordinates of this place to some unknown distance. Qin Chuan's pupils contracted, instantly understanding what was happening.
This altar was not only a source of pollution but also a summoning beacon. It was reporting to its true master behind it and possibly guiding the real terror to arrive. He did not hesitate at all, gathering all his heart's light and power, transforming into a huge hand, reaching for that dark crystal, trying to completely seal or destroy it. Just as his power was about to touch the crystal, an extremely complex and bizarre symbol made of countless tiny writhing lines suddenly appeared on the surface of the crystal. The symbol flashed and vanished, but was deeply imprinted in the consciousness of everyone who saw it, bringing a wave of intense nausea and dizziness. Immediately after, the crystal dimmed drastically, all fluctuations converging, as if it had turned into an ordinary black stone, falling from the sky. Qin Chuan grabbed it in his hand, feeling its dead yet still unsettling essence, his face incredibly serious. The altar was destroyed, and the madness of Jin City seemed to begin to gradually fade. Some heavily contaminated individuals collapsed with the destruction of the altar, but more lightly contaminated ones stood dazedly in place. However, a greater shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. What does this symbol mean? Who is it sending a signal to? Where does the real threat come from? Looking at the ravaged city and the bizarre crystal in his hand, Qin Chuan sighed. The disaster of Jin City might just be the beginning. The dark crystal fell into Qin Chuan's hand, feeling icy cold and deathly silent, as if all evil and madness were contained within, waiting for the next explosion. However, the strange symbol that flashed past was like a red-hot iron, deeply burned into Qin Chuan's sea of consciousness. The severed arm Venus. Qin Chuan was very familiar with this symbol. This symbol was the official mark of the Mutual Aid Society. Previously, Qin Chuan had dealt with the Mutual Aid Society quite a bit. Almost at the same time, preliminary results of data analysis came from Fu Chongfeng's side. He looked at the enlarged image of the restored symbol on the screen, along with the comparison of the energy spectrum results, his face instantly turning deathly pale, his voice trembling slightly.
President.
This symbol, the characteristics of the energy fluctuations, highly match the residual traces we intercepted earlier, from the sacrificial supplies of the Mutual Aid Society.
Mutual Aid Society?
Yan Fei exclaimed, his face filled with shock and disgust.
Those dog-like mad cultists? How long has it been since they showed up?
I thought they had perished.
Xu Meng spat hard. Damn it! The lingering things. Why are they everywhere?
Qin Chuan's gaze became completely cold, the dark crystal in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The Mutual Aid Society, this cult organization that rapidly rose after the apocalypse, had extreme and crazy doctrines. They worship no known deities, but instead view the apocalypse as purification, seeing the beasts and spatial cracks that bring destruction as miracles. Their only, and most core purpose, is to attempt to resurrect what they call the true God. This true God is the evil deity that Qin Chuan encountered in the flower language secret realm, the whisper he met in Atlantis. Prior to this, Qin Chuan had fought with the Mutual Aid Society multiple times, and had killed quite a number of them, causing the society to go silent for a period. Only, he didn't expect that they would make such a shocking stir in Jin City.
Mutual Aid Society, seeking death. Chapter 154, Rebuilding Jin City.
With the collapse of the altar, the filth dissipated without a trace. The frantic whispers that permeated Jin City weakened like an ebbing tide, leaving behind a ravaged scene and countless bewildered survivors. Among these people, there were devourers and ordinary individuals. However, at this moment, they were all in the same situation. Faced with the powerful whisper pollution, even devourers could not escape. In the air, besides the smoke and blood, there was a kind of deathly silence and desolation after the calamity. In the face of such a scene, the survivors stared blankly, completely unsure of what to say. But the people of Suhai felt a sense of desolation in their hearts. The team from Suhai City began to clear the battlefield, treat the wounded, and temporarily control those heavily contaminated individuals who still posed a threat. In the central square, the core members of the guild gathered, and the atmosphere was heavy. Under their feet lay the ruins of the altar and the charred bodies of those killed in the disaster, while before them was a city that looked like a wasteland. Qin Chuan coughed, looked at the scene around him, and his eyes flickered slightly.
You all speak up, what should we do next?
President, Jin City is finished.
Yan Fei glanced at the devastating sight around him and sighed deeply.
Their energy facilities are mostly destroyed, and the water supply system is likely paralyzed. Only 1 in 10 people remains alive.
Moreover, the majority are in a state of confusion. This is a mess, a huge burden.
A city like this has no reason to exist.
Xu Meng glanced at Yan Fei, scratching his head.
The vice president is right, boss, we still have a lot of things to deal with in Suhai City. The lunatics from the Mutual Aid Association are hiding somewhere, just watching. We don't have the manpower or resources to manage this place. If you ask me, let's take those who can still move and are willing to come with us. As for the rest, just distribute some food and let them fend for themselves.
His words, though rough, represented a very common attitude in the apocalypse.
After all, managing to do this in the end times counts as showing compassion. Jin City was originally their enemy. Now that it has become this way, it has nothing to do with them.
If there is someone to blame, it's all because of this group of the Mutual Aid Association.
Fu Chongfeng adjusted his glasses and took out a notebook to jot down and sketch. From the perspective of resource integration and risk control, Yan Fei and Xu Meng's suggestions are reasonable. If we are to take care of the situation in Jin City, it means we need to invest a massive amount of resources for reconstruction, maintain order, and deal with potential residual contamination and possible counterattacks from the Mutual Aid Association. This would greatly disperse our power. Everyone shared their viewpoints, but surprisingly, the opinions were remarkably consistent. That is to give up on Jin City and let them fend for themselves. After all, nobody wants to deal with this mess. Nieshi hesitated, opened his mouth, said nothing, but the pity in his eyes could not be concealed.
Everyone's gaze turned to Qin Chuan, waiting for his decision.
Qin Chuan fell silent, his eyes sweeping over those survivors huddled in the corners of the ruins with vacant expressions, seeing the soldiers carefully feeding the children whose eyes were gradually regaining clarity. He remembered the days in his past life when he struggled to survive at the beginning of the apocalypse and recalled the initial intentions when the first guild took over Suhai.
Power, if it is only for plundering and self-preservation, what is the difference from the Mutual Aid Association?
He took a deep breath, slowly opened his mouth, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable power.
We cannot leave.
The disaster in Jin City, though directly caused by the Mutual Aid Association and Lei Mang's ambition, is ultimately rooted in this damned apocalypse and the pervasive whispering pollution.
If today we abandon them due to difficulties, who will come to save Suhai City if it faces calamity one day?
The stronger the power, the heavier the responsibility.
We are not just building a city but creating hope. This hope should not only shine on Suhai City. In other words, should our first guild simply shrink back in Suhai City? That is impossible. The first guild must develop. We should show a bit of compassion while strengthening our own power. In the future, the first guild will surely be the leading force in this apocalypse. He looked at those survivors. They are our brethren, not a burden. We cannot turn a blind eye and let them die. The power of the Devourer should not only be used for killing but should also be used to protect. Qin Chuan's words plunged everyone into deep thought. Yan Fei and Zhu Meng exchanged a glance and said no more. They were not cold-blooded. Having survived for so long in the apocalypse, they had become accustomed to thinking from the most realistic perspective. And Qin Chuan's words stirred a feeling in their hearts that had perhaps grown a bit vague due to the end of the world. The president is absolutely right. Nieshi said solemnly, clasping his fists, his gaze as firm as ever. Nieshi is willing to take responsibility for the reconstruction and defense of Jin City, and will do his utmost to guard the eastern gateway for Suhai City, ensuring that this tragedy never repeats. Qin Chuan looked at Nieshi and nodded. Nieshi was stable in character, powerful in strength, and principled, making him indeed the best candidate. Moreover, he knew Nieshi's character, and their views coincided. In addition, Nieshi had previously lived in Jin City for some time, making him quite familiar with the area. Good. Since that's the case. Qin Chuan glanced around and made the final decision. From now on, Jin City will fall under the jurisdiction of Suhai's security zone. Nieshi will stay here and oversee all rebuilding, defense, and civilian matters. Yan Fei, you will temporarily stay here, assist Nieshi in clearing the ruins, reorganizing usable personnel, maintaining order, and building temporary shelters. At the very least, let's get these people settled first. Yes. Boss. The two answered in unison. Elder Fu. Qin Chuan turned to Fu Changfeng, his voice lowering. You will return to Suhai City with me immediately. This crystal is crucial. We must analyze it as soon as possible to understand the true motives and movements of the Mutual Aid Society. The lab and equipment in Suhai City can support your in-depth research. Understood. Fu Changfeng solemnly took the dark crystal sealed in a special container. Ding Wu, Qi Zhan. Qin Chuan turned to his two friends, both of whom were at the divine realm, their strength unquestionable. With Jin City initially confirmed, there may be remnants or blind beasts attacking. I would like to ask the two of you to stay a few more days to help Nieshi. Once this matter is resolved, Qin will surely reward you richly. Ding Wu and Qi Zhan had no objections to this arrangement. On the contrary, they felt that having something to do was better than being idle, and they readily agreed. With the arrangement settled, Qin Chuan no longer delayed and sped towards Suhai City with Fu Changfeng. Behind them lay the scarred and devastated Jin City, where Nieshi and others were beginning the difficult task of reconstruction. Ahead loomed the Dark Crystal, hiding an even bigger conspiracy, and the sleeping cult organization of the Mutual Aid Society in the unknown. Qin Chuan knew well that the events in Jin City were just the beginning. If he did not intervene, the Mutual Aid Society would continue to harm other cities. He must quickly find the key clues to counter the Mutual Aid Society and that evil god behind the scenes from this crystal. Chapter 155, The Sneak Attack of the Mutual Aid Society. After returning to Suhai City, Qin Chuan immediately handed over the Dark Crystal to Fu Changfeng's laboratory. Under Fu Changfeng's leadership, the entire Technology Research and Development Department analyzed this object, dubbed Crystal Corpse, with the highest safety level day and night. Inside the laboratory, various precise instruments surrounded the crystal corpse bound by multiple energy fields. Fu Changfeng's eyes were bloodshot, but they sparkled with excitement and seriousness intertwined. President, we have a major discovery. He pointed to the cascading data on the screen. The energy composition of this crystal corpse, its core runic encoding logic, is essentially the same as the energy characteristics we recorded in the contaminated areas of the Atlantis ruins. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. The same? You mean? Their powers come from the same source. Fu Changfeng nodded in affirmation. Although they manifest differently, Atlantis is more about spiritual infiltration and reality distortion, while this crystal corpse leans towards energy extraction and spatial beacons. However, their inherent chaos, devouring, and madness are completely consistent. It is only the external manifestations that differ. He pulled up the comparison chart. You see, this is the pollution energy spectrum recorded in the core area of Atlantis, and this is the energy spectrum of the crystal remains. Although there are differences in amplitude and frequency, several key energy peaks and waveform characteristics almost overlap. And this? Fu Changfeng further displayed a simulation diagram of the internal structure of the crystal remains, magnified countless times. The tiny, constantly writhing patterns at the core were strikingly similar to certain forbidden symbols recorded in the murals and runes of Atlantis. The dark sorcery mastered by the Mutual Aid Society is the same force that caused the sinking of Atlantis. Fu Changfeng concluded, his voice trembling slightly with shock. The so-called true god they worship is probably the same one that coveted Atlantis back then, and now is turning its gaze towards us, the same existence or multiple ones. Unlike Fu Changfeng's surprise, Qin Chuan nodded, showing no excessive emotion. From the moment he entered Atlantis, he had suspected that the evil god of the Mutual Aid Society was the same as the evil god within Atlantis. This discovery confirmed Qin Chuan's worst fears. The enemy did not appear suddenly, they had always existed, and their threat spanned a long timeline, merely returning in a different form. Can we trace the source of the signal backwards? Or figure out what specific message it sent? Qin Chuan pressed on. It's difficult. Fu Changfeng shook his head. The signal structure is very strange, unlike any electromagnetic wave or quantum communication we understand, more like a resonance between different dimensions, and we have no idea how it is accomplished. The information it sends isn't concrete content, more like a continuous coordinate broadcast. But... He paused, pointing to a program that was continually trying to decipher the signal. We captured the destination parameters of the signal, which are extremely vague, seemingly pointing to a constantly changing and non-continuous spatial coordinate, which fits very well with the descriptions of spatial rifts. Fu Changfeng frowned. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I wouldn't believe what I'm saying. This seems to exist in science fiction. But since there is an apocalypse, then spatial rifts must exist. The lair of the Mutual Aid Society is likely hidden within some extremely unstable, hard-to-locate spatial rift. Just as the two were delving deeper into their study, Fu Changfeng suddenly received an emergency alert from external monitoring. Warning! 3 high-intensity energy reactions have breached the outer defenses. Extremely fast. Targeting the Technology Development Department building. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away from Suhai City, a space rippled like water waves, and 3 figures draped in black cloaks with the symbol of the broken-armed Venus quietly appeared. Their aura was vast like the ocean, they were all of divine-level strength. But at this moment, their faces showed no trace of the calm of powerful beings, instead, they were filled with tension, fear, and a kind of reckless madness. Hurry! We must reclaim our things before that monster reacts. The leader, an old man, spoke with a dry, urgent voice, holding a compass-like object that flickered with light, pointing towards Suhai City. Archbishop, do we really have to go? That Qin Chuan, he is. A relatively young divine-level strongman's voice trembled. Previously, Qin Chuan had already slaughtered one of their red-robed bishops, a great archbishop. Moreover, Qin Chuan had reached the legendary state they spoke of, which had already spread within the ranks of the Mutual Aid Society, bringing about immense fear. Shut up! The leading old man growled. The holy remains are extremely important, they must not be lost. If we lose it, the god's arrival will be delayed. We will all suffer the harshest punishment. That is worse than death. Remember, it was the Pope himself who ordered us to come here. For the sake of the god's early arrival, it would not matter if we die. Take advantage of his return, he may still be unaware. This is our only chance. Act now. The 3 transformed into 3 nearly invisible shadows, rapidly circling the main defenses of Suhai City, and precisely pouncing towards the relatively weakly defended Technology Research Department. They were clearly well prepared, and there might even be insiders providing intelligence. However, just as they were about to break through the outer energy shield of the research department, a calm voice, as cold as ancient ice, suddenly echoed in their ears, "This road is closed." Immediately, an indescribable and terrifying pressure descended upon them, as if the entire world was pressing down. The space seemed to freeze, and time appeared to become sticky. The 3 were horrified to find themselves like insects trapped in amber, every movement, even the flow of energy within their bodies, becoming painfully slow. They fearfully looked up to see a figure that had quietly appeared on the rooftop of the research department. Dressed in black, with black hair, his clothes fluttered as if blown by an invisible wind, his gaze calm as he looked at them, as if observing 3 insignificant ants. Who else could it be but Qin Chuan? He gave them no chance to react or struggle at all. He simply raised his right hand slowly and suddenly struck out a punch towards the direction of the 3. Boom! An invisible force of the 8 trigrams fist crushed towards them. It seemed slow, but the speed was astonishing. The 3 had no time to react before being hit hard. Their protective chi shattered instantly, and the sound of their bones cracking echoed painfully. The 3 fell like meteors, faster than before, crashing onto the square below, embedding into the ground, leaving 3 deep pits, their fates unknown. The entire attack process took place in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan's figure slowly descended from the dome, without even glancing at the 3 deep pits, simply sending a message towards the direction of the Changfeng lab. Elder Fu, come check if they have any more valuable clues. Chapter 156, The Traitor. In the isolation interrogation room beneath the Technology Research Department, a chilling atmosphere filled the room. The surviving archbishop was tightly bound to the chair by a special energy lock, with charred wounds still oozing blood, his breath faint. However, there remained a hint of insanity in his eyes along with an unmistakable fear.
He looked mad, with wisps of black gas rising from him. Qin Chuan stood before him, calm yet exuding an aura that pierced into the soul. Elder Fu operated the equipment beside them, recording various physiological and psychological data. Name, position in the Mutual Aid Association. Qin Chuan spoke, his voice calm yet striking directly at the other's mind. Of course, he already knew this information because he had previously consumed the iron wireworm. He had already explored all the thoughts in the Archbishop's mind. The reason he was standing here asking was solely that Elder Fu had created a lie detector, and he wanted to cooperate with Fu for a test. The Archbishop kept his lips tightly sealed, refusing to answer, resisting the interrogation. Seeing this guy's demeanor, Qin Chuan merely watched him calmly, the light in his sea of consciousness slightly swirling. Countless bone spikes began to form, launching a mental attack on the Archbishop. Ah! The Archbishop suddenly let out a piercing scream as if countless burning needles stabbed into his brain. He felt his mental barrier tearing apart like paper, a pure and restrained power burning his tainted soul source. I'll talk. I'll talk. The intense pain shattered his will in an instant. My name is Murphy. I'm one of the 12 archbishops. Where is your headquarters? Who is the Pope? Qin Chuan continued to ask. The headquarters is in the Void Corridor, a constantly drifting small space rift. Only the Pope knows the coordinates, I don't know the exact location. Murphy gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his face. The Pope is the agent of God, a name we dare not speak directly. He is powerful, unfathomable. He possesses the true Holy Seal, able to hear divine revelations directly. The true Holy Seal. Qin Chuan nodded at Fu Changfeng, signaling that everything Murphy said was true. Fu Changfeng quickly recorded the data. Yes, it is said to be a token bestowed by God, possessing supreme power. Murphy's eyes flashed with awe and fear. What use does the holy relic of Jin City have? Why are you risking your lives to retrieve it? The holy relic can absorb the despair and soul power of living beings, purify it, and after sacrificing to God, greatly enhance his strength. More importantly, it can lock the coordinates of the real space, providing a guide for God's descent. Losing it means the descent ritual will lack a crucial link. Murphy explained in a fragmented manner. We initially planned to collect the soul power of Jin City and then sacrifice it to God. The Pope was very angry about this and ordered us to retrieve it. How did you know the crystal relic was in the research department? How did you break through the external defenses? Qin Chuan's expression was neutral. Murphy hesitated for a moment, but under Qin Chuan's pressure, he still reluctantly spoke. His nickname is the Eye of the Night. He provided the defense map of Suhai City, especially the periodic fluctuations of the energy shield in the research department that allowed us to quietly sneak in. Who is the Eye of the Night? Qin Chuan's voice grew colder. I don't know, we only contact through encrypted channels and have never met. This is a secret line arranged directly by the Pope. Murphy shook his head in pain. However, he should be of low status, but can access defense information. The interrogation continued for a moment longer, gaining more information about the current situation of the Mutual Aid Society. The Mutual Aid Society had suffered quite a bit during their confrontation with Qin Chuan and had been unusually low-key during this time. However, the arrival of the evil god seemed imminent. The Mutual Aid Society was trying to find or create the next Jin City to absorb soul power. Additionally, the Pope seemed to have accelerated certain plans due to the loss of the holy relic. The previous fear of Qin Chuan within the organization was deepening, referring to him as a blasphemer. After obtaining all valuable information, Qin Chuan motioned for his subordinates to take Murphy down for strict monitoring. What do you think, Elder Fu? What he said is all true. Fu Changfeng nodded heavily. Don't worry, President, I have recorded all the data. Immediately investigate all personnel who can access the city defense maps and the security details of the research department. Qin Chuan commanded Zhu Meng, who had rushed over. Focus on communication records and recent behavior anomalies, codename Eye of the Night. With a clear direction, the investigation progressed rapidly. By comparing access records and communication monitoring, they quickly narrowed down a suspect. This was a dispatcher from the logistics support department named Chen Ming. He usually kept to himself, performed ordinary work, and was inconspicuous. When Yan Fei and his team stormed into his residence, he was trying to destroy an encrypted communicator. Faced with undeniable evidence, Lu Ming turned pale and confessed without much resistance. He was originally a mid-level member of another guild in Suhai City, who had secretly been developed by the Mutual Aid Society. Later, when Qin Chuan became the leader of the Suhai Guild Alliance, his guild was responsible for logistics support, and with a bit of cleverness and luck, he managed to get a position that allowed him to access some defense information. The Mutual Aid Society promised him power and a position in the church once the task was accomplished. Traitorous bastard. Xu Meng was furious and wanted to hit him on the spot, waving his hand to have Chen Ming taken away. In the Alliance Hall of the Guild. Boss, it seems our internal screening is still not strict enough. A thorough cleansing and rectification is necessary, or we won't be able to sleep soundly in the future.
Xu Meng said.
My fault, I'm sorry, Alliance Leader. The guild leader of Chen Ming's guild was drenched in sweat,
constantly apologizing.
Everyone looked at Qin Chuan, waiting for him to give the order for a complete overhaul.
However, Qin Chuan's reaction surprised everyone.
He waved his hand. Just treat it as a case of betrayal. No need for a major internal reshuffle for now. Xu Meng was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Chuan to take the matter so lightly. Boss, this. Qin Chuan scanned everyone and said calmly. The Mutual Aid Association has operated for many years, and infiltration methods are hard to guard against. Conducting an internal investigation now would only cause panic among the members and give the whispering pollution an opportunity, affecting our development and unity. He paused, then continued. It is crucial that we continually enhance our strength and cohesiveness so that any infiltration cannot play a decisive role.
There is no need to mobilize everyone.
His gaze was deep. We should focus our time and energy on more important matters.
Elder Fu.
He turned to Fu Changfeng. Continue your research, concentrate on uncovering the secrets of the crystal skeleton, especially its specific mechanisms and how to reverse interfere with or even utilize it.
That is the key to dealing with the Mutual Aid Association. Understood, President. Fu Changfeng nodded solemnly, fully aware of the daunting task ahead. Chapter 157, Fear.
In the Void Corridor, headquarters of the Mutual Aid Association. In the dim grand hall, in the middle stood a statue of the Venus de Milo, surrounded by burning candles.
Each candle represents the life of a formal member.
The flickering candlelight illuminated faces that were either fervent or numb.
Suddenly, poo, poo, poo.
3 soft sounds rang out in succession as 3 candles in the inner circle abruptly extinguished at the same moment. The candle flames were not merely dying out, it was as if an invisible force had brutally snuffed them out, leaving behind a chilling, unsettling atmosphere. The hall fell into dead silence for a moment, then erupted into uncontrollable panic. As mid to high-ranking members of the Mutual Aid Association, everyone was very clear about what these candles represented.
This was the life candle. It's the Archbishop Murphy in them. And the life candles of 2 other bishops also. How is that possible? 3 god-level powerhouses? They fell at the same time?
Fear spread like a plague. This failure made everyone in the Mutual Aid Association even more terrified of Qin Chuan's strength. Previously, 1 archbishop and 1 cardinal had fallen into his hands. But regardless of how it was, that had been one-on-one combat.
This time, it was 3 against 1.
The archbishop was already a high-ranking official, and god-level strength was core combat power. Losing 3 at once was devastating. Especially since the mission failed so thoroughly and swiftly, with not even a trace of struggle, this exceeded everyone's imagination.
Was that profane god Qin Chuan truly this powerful? Was the realm of legends this terrifying?
The news soon reached the depths, to the secret chamber where the Pope resided. Inside the chamber, the Pope, dressed in a complex black robe, with a face shrouded in shadow, was deep in thought, staring at a complex model formed from twisted light and shadow that was rotating constantly. At the center of the model was the phantom of that dark crystal skeleton. When his subordinate, trembling, reported the news of the extinguished life candles, the atmosphere around the Pope suddenly became extremely cold and oppressive, like a deathly stillness before a storm.
Under the influence of the Pope's aura, the light and shadow model shook violently.
After a long time, he let out a low, hoarse voice, devoid of emotion.
Understood, you may leave.
The subordinate felt like he had been pardoned and hurriedly rolled away. The Pope slowly raised his head, and the gaze from beneath the shadow seemed to penetrate the chamber, seeing far off Suhai City. He opened his palm, and a dark red, squirming and twisting complex mark in the center of his hand was slightly warm.
Qin Chuan.
He whispered this name, his voice carrying extreme killing intent and a hint of fear that even he was reluctant to admit. Ever since the last Archbishop, Rain, was killed, he was actually reluctant to go against Qin Chuan.
Cardinal Rhine is one of the top fighting powers in the Mutual Aid Society. Send the order.
His voice spread throughout the headquarters through a kind of mental link. The Void Corridor Coordinate Deviation Plan is starting ahead of schedule.
Everyone prepare, we will temporarily leave the current coordinates and enter a deeper fracture zone. All external activities are postponed, and infiltrators enter silent mode.
No one is allowed to act without my command, and no one is allowed to provoke Suhai City. The Pope's voice was cold and resolute. Before our God truly descends, we need more patience and concealment. Suhai City, Technology Research Department. Fu Changfeng was comparing the energy fluctuation diagram of the crystal corpse with the Atlantis database, trying to find a more effective shielding plan. Qin Chuan's figure quietly appeared, he placed a specially made, miniaturized ecological box on the experimental table. Inside the box, a smaller than usual, dark golden-shelled, relatively quiet facehugger was quietly lurking, its breath completely different from that of its wild counterparts, showing a tame gentleness.
Fu Changfeng glanced and was a bit surprised. "President, what is this?" "Elder Fu, try this direction." Qin Chuan spoke.
"This is a monster I obtained. It seems to have an extraordinary affinity for polluting powers and a devouring instinct. By comparing and studying it with the crystal corpse, we might find a way to counteract the poison or gain a deeper understanding of the essence of that power." Fu Changfeng's eyes lit up as if he had seen a new continent.
"President is brilliant.
Living organisms often use energy in ways more subtle than machines.
Perhaps we can reverse engineer an energy model we had never thought of from its biological structure."
He immediately began designing new experiments, conducting various indirect energy interaction tests between the facehugger and the crystal corpse. After arranging several research priorities, Qin Chuan breathed a slight sigh of relief and felt a bit of fatigue creeping up on his brow. Continuous high-intensity mental concentration and energy consumption required even someone as strong as him a moment of relaxation. He strolled out of the laboratory, and the cool evening breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of refreshment. He walked to Wang Yushu's villa. The courtyard gate was ajar, and cheerful singing could be heard from inside. Qin Chuan pushed the door in and saw Wang Yushu squatting at the edge of a small flower bed, carefully watering a few blue flowers that were extremely rare in the apocalypse. The sunset's afterglow filtered through the gaps in the roof, gently illuminating her focused profile. She heard footsteps, looked up, and upon seeing Qin Chuan, her eyes brightened instantly.
"Qin Chuan,
are you done with your work?" She immediately put down the watering can and ran up to him, her face filled with unreserved joy. She studied his face carefully, her delicate brows furrowed slightly.
"Haven't you rested well? You look a bit tired."
She instinctively reached out her hand, gently brushing her fingertips over his slightly furrowed brow, her actions tender yet full of concern.
"Those things are never ending, you shouldn't always be so tense."
The cool touch of the girl's fingers and the concern in her words flowed like a clear spring through Qin Chuan's heart, dispersing some fatigue. He grasped her hand, which was about to be retracted, holding it in his palm, revealing a relaxed and genuine smile.
"Yeah, just finished a segment. Seeing you makes me feel much better." His voice unknowingly softened, carrying a rare gentleness.
Wang Yushu's cheeks flushed slightly as she allowed him to hold her hand, mumbling softly.
"I'm not that amazing. You're just good at saying sweet things to please me."
Though she said so, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her happiness. She pulled him to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard, taking out a small food box beside her, which contained some soft and tempting pastries. "This is something I recently learned to make, using newly cultivated sweet potato flour.
Why don't you try it and see if it suits your taste? I've noticed you've lost a bit of weight recently."
Her concern was trivial and specific, filled with the essence of life. It was completely different from the cold data in the lab and the killing decisions on the battlefield, yet it gave Qin Chuan a sense of extraordinary stability and warmth.
He picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite, nodding with a smile.
"It's really delicious, sweet but not greasy."
"Really? That's great."
Wang Yushu's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled.
"Then I will make this for you often. You need to eat on time and rest well, otherwise, I will get angry."
She tried to make a fierce expression, but it lacked any intimidation and appeared especially cute instead. Qin Chuan looked at her, his heart feeling soft. He didn't need her to be powerful, didn't need her to fight. Her existence itself, her smile and care, were the most precious comfort he wanted to protect in this cruel end-of-the-world scenario.
"Okay, I promise you."
He whispered his promise, reaching out to tuck a wind-blown strand of hair behind her ear. The two sat in the small courtyard, sharing simple pastries and chatting about mundane matters, while the setting sun stretched their intertwined shadows long.
Chapter 158, The Target of Many. As things relaxed a bit in Suhai City, an even more sinister plot began to brew.
The Mutual Aid Society was like a venomous snake. Once they set their sights on you, they would never give up. Unable to match Qin Chuan's power head-on, the Mutual Aid Society resorted to their most adept weapon, manipulating hearts with lies. In just a few days, a series of meticulously crafted, half-truth messages spread rapidly among the higher-ups of various human safe zones. The core of the message pointed straight to the first guild of Suhai City and its ruler, Qin Chuan. The rumors vividly described how Qin Chuan forcibly annexed Jin City with overwhelming force, turning it into a barren wasteland, while deliberately concealing the truth of the altar in pollution.
The rumors also claimed that Qin Chuan had ruthlessly killed the city lord of Laniying City, Duguing, in the flower language secret realm, seizing his opportunity. Moreover, they twisted the first guild's legitimate contest in the secret realm into a premeditated cleansing and plunder against all other forces.
All these actions were described as Qin Chuan, relying on his overpowering might, intending to conquer all human safe zones, establishing a supreme end-of-the-world empire. The schemers of the Mutual Aid Society understood well that, in the apocalypse, survival was the top priority.
Any external force that could threaten their rule and independence would instinctively trigger vigilance and rejection.
Qin Chuan's power and Suhai City's rapid growth had already made many factions in the apocalypse feel uneasy, and these carefully woven rumors ignited the deepest fears within them. Baibi City, known for its solid defenses and cunning calculations. In the city lord's mansion, several aides were analyzing to a richly dressed middle-aged man.
President, Suhai City's annexation of Jinj City is shocking.
With Qin Chuan's unfathomable strength, if he truly has unification in mind, how can our Baibi City stand by? The source of the news is suspicious, but where there's smoke, there's fire. It's true that Qin Chuan killed Duguing in the secret realm, and that the first guild acts domineeringly as well. We must strengthen our defenses. Perhaps we should covertly communicate with other cities and plan early.
Lianying City was severely weakened due to the death of City Lord Duguing.
The new city lord was Dugu Ying's brother, Dugu Fei, who hated Qin Chuan and the first guild to the core.
Qin Chuan, you dog thief!
Killing my brother, this grudge must not go unpunished. Dugu Fei slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted.
Is he now trying to swallow up everything? Dream on. Pass the order down to closely monitor Suhai City's movements.
This grudge must be avenged. Fenglan City was jointly governed by several powerful individuals and was relatively peaceful, yet it was also filled with worry at this moment.
President, if the news is true, then Suhai City might be the next devourer? How should we position ourselves? Qin Chuan's strength is indeed too shocking.
Jinj City just vanished without a trace. We must take precautions early, elevate the city defense level to the highest. At the same time, send people to try contacting Suhai City and investigate the truth, but be sure to be cautious.
Jingyan City has a fierce culture that venerates strength, yet harbors great vigilance towards the strong. Humph! Good old Qin Chuan, what a huge appetite! Isn't he afraid of breaking his teeth?
The president of the largest guild in Jingyan City, Lan Feng, scoffed.
He wants to be the ruler of the world? He better ask my Warhammer if it agrees.
Pass the word down, from now on, anyone who encounters people from Suhai City must be on high alert. Even some more distant large safe zones started to hear the news. Everyone cast suspicious and vigilant glances at the suddenly rising, aggressive power of Suhai City. In an instant, Suhai City and Qin Chuan seemed to become targets of everyone's scorn, and invisible isolation and hostility were forming. Various rumors about Suhai City's ambitions began to circulate among the lower classes.
However, not all forces were easily swayed by rumors.
A few families more deeply connected to Suhai City were more complex and cautious in their attitudes.
In the conference room of the Zheng family, the atmosphere was tense.
They had just received information from Zheng Junwan, transmitted through secret channels, which was closer to the truth.
That girl Junwan is in Suhai City, her information should be more credible.
She said that there were hidden truths to the Jinj City incident, involving the Mutual Aid Association and a terrible pollution.
An elder pondered.
But the rumors outside are fierce, claiming Qin Chuan has ambitions to swallow the world. According to our intelligence, his strength indeed reached a terrifying level. We cannot let down our guard.
Another cautious elder expressed concern.
Everyone shared their opinions, yet words dripped with apprehension. In the end, all eyes were on the family head sitting at the main seat, waiting for him to make a decision.
The family head finally made his decision. We will observe the changes quietly. Strengthen our contact with Junwan, ensure her safety. Qin Chuan, we need more time to observe and judge. The Zheng family's attitude leaned towards self-preservation and observation, yet due to Zheng Junwan's relationship, they held a glimmer of trust and leeway towards Suhai City. In a Misty Valley secret realm, Qi Zhan was communicating with his family using a family treasure. The rumors outside? Nonsense.
Brother Qin is truly a hero, with incredible strength but acts with integrity. Jinj City is a mess created by that bunch from the Mutual Aid Association. You should have seen how eerie that demon altar was.
Qi Zhan's voice was loud. I was having a great fight with Ding Wu.
Don't just listen to the wind in the family, staying cooped up in this valley will drive you silly. The elders of the Qi family found this amusing but also knew Qi Zhan's straightforward nature. His rough words held some truth. Isolated families cared little for external disputes, focusing more on strength and character. An elder of the clan slowly said, though Zhaner is impatient, he has a good eye for people. In my view, Qin Chuan, who can impress our clan's genius, must be extraordinary. I believe the external rumors are mostly fabricated by ill-intentioned people. Pass it down, our Qi family will not participate in the outside criticisms of Suhai City, and everything shall be discussed when Zhaner returns. The transcendent position of the isolated family allowed them to remain calm, choosing to trust the judgment of their own child. On the training grounds of the Ding family, strong winds howled.
Ding Wu ended communication with his family, his expression calm as his conversations were much simpler. The family's feedback came quickly.
War,
I know what you said in your letter. The external rumors are largely defamatory. However, the Ding family cannot directly intervene in external disputes. Decide for yourself, the family will provide necessary support, but remember, do not tarnish the Ding family's reputation. The Ding family was an ancient martial family, who valued fierce compassion and resentment. Since Ding Wu was willing to follow Qin Chuan, the family also tacitly approves of his actions in Suhai City and provides support. However, the family as a whole remains neutral and does not take a direct stand. For a time, Suhai City and Qin Chuan seemed to become the center of a whirlpool. Chapter 159: The Source of the Small World. The internal members of the First Guild also felt this pressure. They were not fools. Yan Fei, Zhu Meng, and others were indignant, angrily cursing those forces for being foolish and easily believing rumors. Niashi was even quieter, silently reinforcing the defenses and patrols of the Jinj safety zone. Yan Fei found Qin Chuan with some worry. Boss, public opinion is very unfavorable for us. The Mutual Assistance Association has played a cruel trick. They don't even need to show up, yet they have created huge trouble for us. Qin Chuan stood on the watchtower, his gaze calmly surveying the prosperous Suhai City, as if the turbulent currents from the outside world had not affected him at all. Just the antics of a clown. His voice betrayed no joy or anger. They are afraid because they are weak and insecure. He turned around, his eyes deep. Since they are willing to believe the lies woven by the Mutual Assistance Association, let them. The path of Suhai City does not need to explain to anyone. Having been reborn twice, Qin Chuan viewed these matters very lightly. Not to exaggerate, he now possessed absolute power to conquer these strange voices. He is from the realm of legends. However, his target is the evil god, and if the whispers of pollution spread, it would be a devastating blow to the human world. However, Qin Chuan paused, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. We cannot allow the filth to splash on us. Elder Fu, let's release some information about the partial footage of the ruins of Jinj City and some confessions from the captured members of the Mutual Assistance Association. We don't need to force them to believe, we only need to plant a seed of doubt in their hearts. At the same time, everything in Suhai City continues as usual, without caring about their opinions. We need to make ourselves stronger, strong enough that no rumors can shake us at all. When true disaster strikes, they will understand who is the only hope. Qin Chuan's strategy was clear and calm. There was no rush to defend himself, he continued to develop himself, letting facts and strength speak, and throwing out some truth to guide public opinion at critical moments. He looked much further than those forces trapped in the gains and losses of a city or a pool. His enemies were never these human compatriots. However, the seeds of suspicion planted by the Mutual Assistance Association had already germinated, and the vigilance and hostility of various cities undoubtedly added more uncertainties and potential crises to the future of Suhai City. The rumors and potential hostilities from the outside world did not hinder the steps of the First Guild in exploring and developing. Under Qin Chuan's leadership and the tilt of resources, the elite exploration teams dispatched by the guild still actively operated in various known secret realms and dangerous places, searching for any opportunities that could enhance their power. One day, a team from the First Guild returned from the Flower Language secret realm. They looked weary but had an uncontrollable excitement on their faces, going straight to request a meeting with Qin Chuan. At this moment, Qin Chuan was discussing the issue of whispering pollution with Elder Fu Changfeng. President. Elder Fu. We found this in a very hidden, energy-disordered canyon. The team leader carefully took something from a special protective box. It was not the magical flowers or weapons imagined, but a crystal about the size of a fist, radiating a soft chaotic glow. It did not resemble any known energy crystal, within it seemed to swirl countless tiny nebulae, containing an extremely ancient, pure, and all-encompassing aura. Just getting close to it made one feel a sense of calm, as if the energy communication with the surrounding environment became a little smoother. This is... Fu Changfeng pushed up his glasses, immediately captivated, and stepped forward to observe closely. The energy reading is so peculiar. Stable and vast, as if containing the nascent form of a world. But it is also extremely faint. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened, he could feel that this crystal was unlike any energy source he had known, more like a chaotic power. We found it wrapped in a distorted force field, with the surrounding space being somewhat unstable. The exploration team reported. After we took it out, that force field disappeared, but this crystal itself seems to be guiding something. Fu Changfeng immediately brought the crystal back to the laboratory for deep scanning and analysis. Qin Chuan also stood by, carefully sensing with his mind. Several hours later, Fu Changfeng suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with ecstatic light, although his expression contained confusion. President, the speculation likely isn't wrong. This is very likely a fragment of the source of a small world. Small world source? Qin Chuan questioned. You can think of it as a micro-world, or the very core of some powerful secret realm. Fu Changfeng explained excitedly. Its energy may not be magnificent,
but it contains the fundamental rule information of that world.
More importantly,
he displayed the energy spectrum. Look at its energy fluctuations, it continuously emits an extremely special, directive wave.
This wave is like a key.
Fu Changfeng operated the instrument, amplifying and decoding the harmonic signals. Gradually, on the holographic projection, those chaotic energy fluctuations began to condense and sketch, ultimately forming a blurry yet self-correcting star map. Upon closer inspection, it was not a starry sky, but a complex, three-dimensional roadmap made of energy nodes and distorted paths. At the end of the roadmap, it pointed to a deep, swirling energy vortex marking.
This is a coordinate.
Fu Changfeng's voice trembled.
A stable spatial coordinate pointing to an unknown area.
This source fragment is guiding us towards a certain coordinate. At this moment, Qin Chuan fully understood. In other words, the source fragment found in the flower language secret realm is like a beacon, revealing the entrance location of a completely new, unknown secret realm.
This discovery is significant. A new secret realm means unknown risks, but it also means endless possibilities.
Qin Chuan stared at that gradually clarifying guiding map, his gaze sharp. The interpersonal strife and scheming in the outside world seemed so small and ridiculous in the face of such a peculiar discovery.
Can we determine the stability and general situation of this entrance? Qin Chuan asked.
Further analysis of the source fragment is needed.
Fu Changfeng replied, but based on existing data, this entrance should be more stable than any spatial fissure we encountered before. The secret realm behind it is likely far above the flower language secret realm.
Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, decisively giving orders.
This matter shall be classified as top secret.
Elder Fu, dedicate all efforts to analyze this guiding map and quickly confirm the precise location of the entrance, the opening method, and initial risk assessment. The exploration team shall be greatly rewarded for their contributions, and all participants shall be generously compensated.
Chapter 160, The Tomb Beneath the Yellow Sand.
In the laboratory, Fu Changfeng's eyes were red from exhaustion, but his spirit was in an extreme state of excitement. As a professional researcher, he loved the pursuit of truth.
Moreover, this truth was so mysterious.
On several screens in front of him, data flowed like a waterfall, finally converging into a constantly flashing, ultimately stabilizing coordinate model.
Found it!
Fu Changfeng's voice was hoarse with excitement, barely concealing his thrill. After multiple calibrations and calculations, the stable coordinate of the entrance has been locked.
Its location is.
On the screen, the three-dimensional model of the blue planet quickly rotated and enlarged. In the end, it froze in a vast yellow area. Around 26 degrees north latitude, near 31 degrees east longitude, the specific location, on the west bank of the Nile River, is a group of tombs deep in the Valley of the Kings that hasn't been fully recorded by modern archaeology. Based on energy responses and comparisons with ancient texts, it is highly likely related to an undiscovered ancient Egyptian mysterious pharaoh.
Ancient Egypt? Pharaoh's tomb?
Hearing Fu Changfeng's words, Qin Chuan's eyes flickered.
This result was somewhat unexpected, yet it seemed reasonable.
Those legendary ancient civilizations seem to always have intricate ties to supernatural powers.
Yes.
Fu Changfeng nodded excitedly, affirmatively stating. The fluctuations of that small world's origin resonated strongly with some huge energy structure deep in that area.
The entrance is likely hidden in the deepest part of some tomb.
However, I cannot figure out which specific tomb it is. Qin Chuan waved his hand.
It doesn't matter, I will go there myself.
Time is of the essence. The discovery of the new secret realm is extremely important and may be related to the secrets of the evil god. Qin Chuan immediately made a decision.
This time, I will go by myself.
I will leave the safety of the guild and Suai City entirely in Zhu Meng's hands.
Elder Fu, continue your research and keep communication open.
Qin Chuan briefly thought about it and began arranging matters after he left.
President, do we need to form a small team to accompany you? Zhu Meng asked. No need.
Qin Chuan shook his head. The destination is far away and the situation is unclear. Too many people might attract unnecessary attention and trouble.
I am enough alone.
For him currently, bringing more people would only be a burden. His current strength was already capable of handling most situations. The journey was too long, he chose to fly straight there. After briefly explaining to everyone, Qin Chuan focused his thoughts, and immense energy gathered behind him, revealing a pair of large wings of energy glowing faintly golden. The wings spanned several meters, shimmering with light, emanating a heart-stirring powerful pressure. Those were the energy wings he obtained after devouring the golden-winged Great Pang. In the next moment, his wings slightly trembled, and his whole person transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring skyward. Instantly, his speed broke the sound barrier, roaring with a thunderous boom as he rushed towards the west, disappearing from the horizon in the blink of an eye.
This scene shocked all the witnessing citizens of Suai City.
In Suai City, a girl watched the scene, covering her mouth in surprise.
This is the great hero I saw before. I didn't expect him to be my benefactor. Jiang Junwan said dreamily. Qin Chuan's speed was incredibly fast, crossing mountains and seas effortlessly. He flew over the former national border, entering completely unfamiliar territory. However, after the apocalypse, there were no longer any national borders, everything had been torn down and started anew. Along the way, among the ruins below, survivors struggling for survival occasionally caught sight of the fleeting golden light in the sky and heard the booming sound of explosions, all looking up in awe. Oh God, what is that? Such speed! Is it some kind of new flying mutant beast? No, that seems like a person? An Easterner? How is that possible? What, such a powerful energy reaction? Even from this far away, it makes me feel breathless. In the midst of astonishment, it naturally attracted greedy gazes. In this land where order had collapsed, great power itself meant endless resources and opportunities. A team of elite survivors named Shuriying happened to be hunting in the nearby area. The captain was a dark, brooding, mid-tier expert skilled in tracking. They captured the energy trace that Qin Chuan left behind as he flew past. Such a powerful energy source, flying west alone, he must have some scheme. Captain Hall's eyes flashed with greed. Follow him. Maintain an absolute distance, and don't be discovered. Let's see where he is going, maybe we can gain something big. The members of the Shadow Team immediately employed various concealment and tracking techniques, hovering behind Qin Chuan like ghosts. They prided themselves on their unmatched tracking skills, having successfully followed even powerful mutated beasts of divine grades. However, they underestimated Qin Chuan's perception. Since entering the realm of Tao, Qin Chuan's perceptive abilities had reached a terrifying level. While flying, Qin Chuan had already sensed the faint auras behind him, which buzzed like flies that could not be brushed away. He could even clearly perceive their ridiculous attempts to hide using shadows and some lower-level optical camouflage. Ignorant of their own demise, Qin Chuan sneered coldly inside but chose not to react immediately. His goal was the tomb of ancient Egypt. He did not want to waste time on these small fries. As long as they did not come close to provoke him, he was too lazy to take action against them. Traveling westward, the landscape below gradually transitioned from lush green to withered yellow, ultimately transforming into an endless scorching sea of sand. According to the precise coordinates provided by Fu Changfeng, Qin Chuan slowly descended into the depths of an extremely desolate canyon, severely eroded by wind and sand. The golden energy wings retracted into his body as he stepped onto the scorching sand, scanning his surroundings. Everything here seemed ordinary, with only rugged rocks and ancient, unchanging sand dunes. But under Qin Chuan's powerful divine consciousness, he could detect a massive stone building complex hidden deep beneath, shrouded and sealed by some kind of force. A wave of ancient, obscure energy, resonating with the source of that small world, was subtly emanating from deep underground. This was it. He found an inconspicuous fractured stone pillar, nearly half buried by the sandstorm. Based on the entrance information decoded by Fu Changfeng, he infused a hint of power with a specific frequency into a severely worn symbol on the surface of the pillar. Buzz. A dull sound, as if echoing from deep within the earth, resonated. The sand beneath Qin Chuan began to slowly sink, revealing a deep, massive stone staircase leading underground, releasing a cold wind that carried a musty scent. Meanwhile, the members of the Shadow Team, observing this scene with high-powered telescopes, were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. He found it. A hidden ancient relic. Hurry! Report to the captain. We're going to get rich. Standing at the entrance of the tomb, Qin Chuan seemed oblivious to the distant gazes as he stepped into the profound darkness. Chapter 161, Sacred Beetle. The moment he entered the tomb, the scorching heat and clamor of the outside desert were completely cut off. A cool, dry breeze carrying the essence of millennia swept over him, imparting a strange sense of tranquility. The entire tomb felt refreshingly unusual, free from the common eeriness of ancient graves. Qin Chuan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Had it not been for the apocalypse, he would have never had a chance to be here. At this moment, he was standing in an extremely spacious giant stone hall. The stone slabs beneath his feet were polished to perfection. Though ancient, they were spotless, as if being guarded by some unseen force. In the center of the hall stood not the expected statue of a pharaoh, but a lifelike statue of a black cat carved from black basalt. The cat was seated gracefully, with a sharp and mysterious gaze, as if it had been guarding this place since time immemorial. Its pupils appeared to be inlaid with some special gem, sparkling with a faint glow under the dim light deep within the tomb. In ancient Egyptian culture, black cats represented a form of sacred protection, so it was not surprising that this cat statue appeared here. Behind the black cat statue, it is a high, pure gold platform, on which lies a coffin made of the same pure gold, intricately carved with complex hieroglyphs and mysterious patterns. The golden light is not dazzling in the dim environment, instead, it flows with a restrained and noble glow. However, the most shocking thing is not the priceless gold, but the dome of the Great Hall. The entire huge dome is not made of rock, but seems like a real, miniature starry sky.
Countless shining stars, precisely inlaid with various dazzling gemstones and luminescent minerals, form a vast star map. This star map is not the pattern that ancient Egyptians usually recognized. Instead, it clearly identifies modern astronomy's highly regarded constellations like Orion and Sirius. There are even several abstract patterns outlined with special luminescent materials, showcasing a strong modern feel. These are clearly figures in spacesuits and abstract shapes of disc-shaped spacecraft. Alien civilization, or a highly advanced prehistoric civilization? Qin Chuan felt an awe deep inside. The strangeness of this tomb exceeded his expectations. The walls are indeed covered with a large number of murals, but before he could take a closer look, a sudden sound came from behind.
Don't move. Raise your hands. Hand over what's inside.
A noisy, intense shout came from the entrance, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The shadow team ultimately could not resist the allure of treasure. Taking advantage of Qin Chuan's deeper exploration, they followed him in. About 10 people, dressed in various attire, quickly spread out and formed a semicircle around Qin Chuan. Their eyes were filled with greed, tension, and a trace of fear of the unknown environment. The leader, a mid-tier devourer with extraordinary abilities, hid in the back of the group, his aura fluctuating violently. Qin Chuan slowly turned around, calmly looking at this group of uninvited guests, his gaze as if observing a group of monkeys.
I don't want to kill anyone, you either leave now or die.
His voice was flat but carried an undeniable authority, echoing in the great hall.
Who are you trying to scare? Oriental guy.
A hot-tempered team member stirred up the energy within, trying to rush towards Qin Chuan.
Be wise and...
Before he could finish, his voice abruptly stopped. Because Qin Chuan moved. With no overwhelming force erupting, no flashy moves, he simply raised his hand and lightly swept in that direction.
Just like brushing off dust. Bang!
That team member was instantly crushed by an invisible immense force, exploding into a mist of blood, unable to let out a scream.
Silence. A deathly stillness.
The greed and arrogance on the faces of the shadow team members froze instantly, replaced by boundless fear and horror.
They didn't even see how the other one made their move. Fire. Everyone attack. Kill him.
The captain was horrified, screaming frantically, while his body merged into the shadows, trying to launch a sneak attack. He was a mid-tier god-level warrior, considered a powerful opponent, but in this moment, he was in sheer panic. The team member killed by Qin Chuan was also a beginner saint-level warrior. In an instant, various energies surged like raindrops shooting towards Qin Chuan. However, all attacks, when approaching within 3 feet of Qin Chuan, encountered an invisible and absolutely impenetrable wall, vanishing, dissipating, or being easily deflected, unable to even touch the hem of his clothing. Qin Chuan activated a shield, a skill akin to absolute defense. Qin Chuan couldn't be bothered to look at them again and turned his gaze back to the star map on the dome, as if admiring a piece of art. He raised his hand again, this time directed at the entire shadow team, his 5 fingers splayed out, and countless bone spikes shot towards the shadow team.
No!
The continuous screams and sounds of bodies exploding echoed in the great hall, short and urgent.
In the blink of an eye, besides the captain who was blending into the shadows trying to escape, all the other members of the shadow team had already turned into pools of blurred blood and flesh on the ground. The captain, using his shadow ability, had managed to escape near the entrance, looking as if he was just about to rush out of the tomb. His face was filled with the ecstatic joy of survival mixed with deep-seated terror. As long as he could escape, just as his foot was about to stride out of the tomb's main door, his body suddenly froze, and the joyful expression on his face twisted in an instant, turning into extreme pain and disbelief. Ha!
He made a wheezing sound from his throat, his eyes bulging wide, pupils rapidly dilating.
Thud! He fell forward, his breath instantly stopping, dying in a baffling manner.
Qin Chuan, who was about to continue studying the star chart, furrowed his brow slightly and finally cast his gaze upon the corpse. With his strength, he could naturally tell that this person did not die from his own attack, nor was it from any hidden trap. Just as Qin Chuan was filled with doubt, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. He saw a bug, about the size of a fist, bursting out from the captain's back where the heart was located, breaking through his clothing with force, its entire body glowing a dark golden color, with complex and bizarre patterns on its shell. Its shape was similar to that of a scarab, but more ferocious, with sharp mandibles and compound eyes gleaming with a cold red light. It emanated an aura that was cold and evil, completely out of place in this sacred tomb. It flapped its wings, producing a grinding buzz that made one's teeth ache, seeming somewhat disoriented as it circled around the hall. Finally, those blood-red compound eyes locked onto Qin Chuan, who stood in the center of the hall.
Qin Chuan's gaze instantly turned incredibly sharp. This evil aura, he was too familiar with it. It originated from the same source as the pollution power of the Mutual Aid Society, but was even older? This strange scarab was the true reason for the captain of the Shadow Team's death? It had been lurking in the tomb, launching an attack on him. The tomb, the star chart, the alien symbols, the pure gold coffin, the sacred cat statue, and the evil scarab that appeared at this moment. All of these intertwined made this ancient tomb seem even more mysterious and full of danger. The dark golden scarab let out a sharp screech, transforming into a golden-black streak of light, rushing towards Qin Chuan's face with a thick aura of evil. Chapter 162, The Heart Light-Breaking Evil. The speed of the scarab far surpassed that of the previous members of the shadow team, tearing through the air. After all, this scarab possessed mid-tier divine-level strength, and with the power of whispers backing it, its realm could be said to be at the peak of divine level, far beyond what the shadow team members could compare to. Such a monster was much stronger than an ordinary divine being. Qin Chuan's gaze focused, and he did not dodge. With a thought, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the center of his sea of consciousness, and a warm and steadfast heart light spread out from him, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped him. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, his index and middle fingers accurately clamping down in midair. Buzz. With a light sound, the evil bug that could pierce through steel was precisely clamped between his fingers, unable to advance any further. The bug struggled wildly between his fingers, producing a piercing scratching sound. The dark golden shell was incredibly hard, and friction against Qin Chuan's fingers sparked little flames. The scarab's mandibles opened and closed, trying to bite, but were firmly blocked by an invisible force. What a hard shell, what a pure intent of destruction. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. The evil energy contained within this bug was pure and domineering, different from the spreading pollution of the Mutual Aid Society. It leaned more towards ultimate destruction and devouring, and carried a hint of extreme ancientness. Just as he was carefully observing, sudden movements occurred. A mutation begins again. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Around the grand hall, shadows on the walls, and the blood of the shadow team on the floor, even beneath the base of the black cat statue, suddenly began to rise with wisps of black smoke. Immediately, these black smoke condensed in the air into a fist-sized, solid black halo, flying toward the sacred beetle. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan was very surprised. He did not hesitate and decisively chose to let go. After all, he had just stepped into this pyramid, and he was unclear about what was inside. It was better to be cautious first. After letting go, the sacred beetle gained its freedom, and the black mist directly crashed into its body. Boom! With the entry of the black mist, the sacred beetle's eyes suddenly turned bright red, and its entire body doubled in size, exuding a chilling killing intent. Half-step Dao item realm? Qin Chuan's pupils narrowed, and he became cautious. This evil black smoke might be an ancient power. Unexpectedly, it could be mobilized by the sacred beetle. He needed to take this seriously. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sacred beetle screamed as it charged toward Qin Chuan at the speed of sound. The battle reignites. After several exchanges, Qin Chuan was amazed to find that the sacred beetle, having absorbed the black mist, was significantly stronger than before. Now, facing the sacred beetle, he needed to use the power of the Dao item realm. However, during the battle, Qin Chuan also discovered the sacred beetle's fatal weakness. That was its excessive reliance on the power of whispers. Its innate strength was actually not strong. In the midst of battle, Qin Chuan gathered the power of the heart light and pointed a finger out. The heart light power, formless and intangible, yet pure and sharp, directly cuts to the source. In the moment when Qin Chuan's fingertip, like a sword, pointed out, a golden blazing light, perceivable only by the mind, accurately shot into the point of strongest resonance of the sacred beetle's energy. There was no deafening explosion, no brilliant energy impact. That surging, seemingly all-consuming evil power suddenly stagnated. The bizarre patterns on the shell that originally glowed and provided energy connections and enhancements flickered rapidly, dimming and brightening, crackling like a short circuit. The evil whispering power on the sacred beetle was severed by the pure heart light, and the entire beetle instantly lost its source of power. Boom! A sound of explosion rang out as a crack appeared on the sacred beetle's body. Boom! Another crack appeared. Seeing this, Qin Chuan felt relieved. At this rate, the sacred beetle would soon turn into a pile of fragments. However, the whispering corruption on it was too severe, and Qin Chuan had no interest in devouring it. At this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly felt a strong wave coming from his body. Carefully sensing, he took out a jar from his body. Opening the jar, there were several face-hugging bugs inside. The face-hugging bugs squeaked, sending mental signals toward Qin Chuan. That signal clearly wanted to devour the sacred beetle. Looking at this scene, Qin Chuan nodded. Although he didn't know why the alien creatures were not afraid of whispers, he had long discovered that alien creatures were restrained against the powers of the evil gods. If they could handle the remnants of the evil gods with ease, let alone a mere sacred beetle. Go! After giving the order, a few face-hugging bugs quickly pounced on the sacred beetle, and in an instant, they had completely devoured it. In just a few breaths, the once dominant sacred beetle in the hall vanished, leaving behind only the lingering traces of evil energy, accompanied by a faint fishy smell, and tiny metal fragments scattered on the ground. The grand hall returned to silence.
The light of the star map on the dome seemed to brighten, quietly showering down its clear glow again. Qin Chuan slowly lowered his finger, and the pure white heart light in his eyes gradually faded. He appeared calm, as if he had merely done an insignificant little thing. But upon closer inspection, his breath was slightly deeper. Using heart light to directly slice through such a powerful and evil energy is quite a burden on his spirit. He glanced over the messy ground, where the remains of the Shadow Squad members mixed with the fragments of the holy beetles, creating an extraordinarily bizarre scene. His attention returned to that black cat statue, the pure gold coffin, and most importantly, the mysterious star map on the dome. After confirming there was no danger, Qin Chuan immediately looked around. Time was pressing, and he wanted to quickly explore this place. He wasted no more time, his figure flickered and he was already floating in midair of the Great Hall, gazing closely at the vast dome star map. At the same time, his powerful divine consciousness spread out like a tide, carefully scanning the murals on the walls that he had no time to examine earlier. The star map was extraordinarily beautiful, with constellations like Orion and Sirius marked with precision beyond the ages. Those human figures in spacesuits and the patterns of flying saucers used a very special luminous material. Even after thousands of years, they still glowed faintly, revealing a technological power that ancient Egyptian civilization could never have. It must be an outside force, this is definitely not something ancient Egypt could create. Qin Chuan was already sure in his heart that these things could not have been made by ancient Egypt. Is this a guide? Or a warning? Thoughts raced in Qin Chuan's mind. His divine consciousness quickly deciphered the content of the murals on the walls. Most of the murals depicted grand sacrificial scenes, with countless ancient Egyptians worshipping the starry sky. But what they worshipped was not the sun god Ra, but a blurred, complex object resembling a stargate made of light. Chapter 163, The Seal Weakens. Then, the mural's contents suddenly changed. A meteor, burning with black flames, fell from the stargate and polluted a large area of land upon impact. The entire land instantly turned into a sea of blood, with the contaminated people repeatedly uttering the same syllable, becoming bloodthirsty and murderous, as if they had lost their minds. This scene startled Qin Chuan. He seemed to see the contaminated humans of the small fishing village in the city of war. Then, at a time when ancient Egyptian civilization was nearly extinct, two people in spacesuits descended from the sky. They taught the surviving priests technology to suppress the power of the black meteorite. The mural showed that the ancient Egyptian priests used a certain technology to seal the meteor in a specially made pure gold container, and built this tomb for suppression. The mural repeatedly emphasized that the black cat statue and the dome star map were key components of the seal. So that's it. Qin Chuan suddenly realized. This is not the pharaoh's tomb, it is a place of sealing. The coffin does not contain a mummy, but... His gaze suddenly turned to the pure gold coffin in the center of the hall, his eyes moving slightly. What is sealed here is an incredibly dangerous power. At that moment, a light sound echoed. Buzz. A wave of evil energy, far more terrifying than all the holy beetles combined, suddenly erupted from within that pure gold coffin without warning, sending chills through the soul. The entire pure gold coffin shook violently, and the complex hieroglyphs and patterns on its surface suddenly lit up, emitting a blazing golden light, clearly activating the powerful seal left at the time of burial. However, the coffin's shaking did not subside, instead, it intensified, as if something inside was desperately crashing against it, trying to break free. Crack. A faint yet crystal clear sound of cracking rang out. On the side of the coffin, a small crack suddenly appeared. At the same time, the light of those spacesuits and flying saucer patterns in the dome star map flickered sharply, becoming extremely unstable, as if the energy system had suffered a tremendous disturbance. The entire tomb began to tremble slightly. Tiny grains of sand and stone fell from the ceiling. A deep, twisted whisper, filled with endless malice and greed, was no longer a vague sensation but had turned into tangible sound waves, surging like a tide from the cracks of the coffin, directly flooding into Qin Chuan's mind. Release. Thirst. Devour. The spiritual pollution power contained in this whisper was far beyond anything before. Qin Chuan's face changed slightly, and he immediately activated his heart light to protect his soul, isolating the crazy murmurs outside. He floated in midair, watching the violently shaking coffin, the flickering star map, and the spreading cracks, his eyes filled with grave seriousness. The sacred beetle was merely an appetizer, just a tiny fraction of the power leaked from the seal that formed a protective mechanism. What lay inside the coffin was the true source of horror. And at this moment, the seal was collapsing faster. The vibrations of the coffin were no longer simple shakes but had transformed into furious impacts. Each impact made the heavy pure gold coffin let out unbearable groans, the surface's hieroglyphs glimmering wildly, flickering like a candle in the wind. The crack snaked and expanded like a living creature, and what poured out was no longer mere whispering sound waves but thick as ink, burning with black flames of evil energy. The moment this energy appeared, the light in the grand hall was instantly devoured, the temperature dropped sharply, and even the space seemed to become sticky. The light of the star map on the dome was severely suppressed, becoming dim and lifeless. Only a few astronaut patterns still flickered stubbornly, as if issuing a final alarm.
Release. Unite. Return. The distorted whispers pierced through the eardrums, roaring in the mind, filled with maddening desire and pure evil intent.
Qin Chuan's entire body was surrounded by brilliant heart light, standing like a lighthouse in the dark tide, completely isolating the encroaching spiritual pollution and black energy. But he could sense that the heart light barrier was under tremendous pressure, rapidly consuming his mental power. The thing inside the coffin was far stronger than he had expected. His gaze swiftly scanned the scene. The star map was suppressed, the coffin was about to shatter, the only variable. His gaze fixed on the quietly squatting black cat statue. At this moment, a change occurred again. The black flame energy surging from the crack of the coffin seemed to have self-awareness. It did not attack Qin Chuan immediately but instead divided a considerable part, like a roaring river of darkness, rushing towards the black cat statue at the center of the hall. This force had a clear target, it aimed to pollute or control this keynote of the seal.
Not on my watch. Qin Chuan instantly understood.
This black cat statue was more than just a symbol, it was the eye of the sealing matrix and must not fall into the hands of the evil god. If it succeeded, who knew what might happen next? His figure moved, arriving in front of the black cat statue in an instant. Facing the surging tide of black flames, he thrust his palms forward, and the vast heart light power poured out without reserve, forming a pure white barrier made purely of will and spirit. Boom! The heart light barrier collided violently with the black torrent. This collision was silent, yet a destructive wave of energy suddenly spread out in concentric circles. The energy instantly cleared away all debris on the ground, causing the distant walls to shake violently, the murals trembling. Qin Chuan's body shook, and the stone slab beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. The first direct collision between Heartlight and the evil god's essence sent a backlash through him, causing his blood to surge. The energy level of the black flame was extremely high, filled with decay, devouring, and corruption, crazily eroding his heartlight.
While another part of the black flame bypassed the front.
Like maggots climbing onto the base of the black cat statue, trying to spread upward. The jewel-studded eyes of the black cat statue suddenly shone with a ghostly blue light, spontaneously forming a thin shield to fend off the encroaching darkness, making a crackling sound, evidently straining hard. At the beginning of this sealing matrix, it was undoubtedly unbreakable. However, after experiencing the erosion of tens of millions of years, facing the counterattack of the evil god's power, it felt somewhat helpless. Qin Chuan found himself in the predicament of fighting on two fronts. On one hand, he had to output all his heart light to resist the main force of the black torrent, on the other hand, he had to find a way to stop the statue from being polluted. Both fronts were extremely important, he could not sit idly by.
I must connect to the statue. Qin Chuan's mind raced.
Forcefully resisting the evil god's primordial power consumed too much, and was not a long-term solution. The only glimmer of hope lay in controlling or activating the true power of the black cat statue.
Chapter 164, The Battle of Consciousness.
He divided a thread of his divine thoughts, carrying the pure aura of Heartlight, cautiously avoiding the interference of the black energy, attempting to reach out to the black cat statue. He needed to master the power of the black cat statue in order to escape his current predicament.
Just as his divine thoughts were about to touch the statue, a magnetic vibration came.
Buzz! The entire black cat statue trembled slightly, and its ghostly blue cat eyes suddenly projected two solid beams of light, not directed at the enemy, but straight towards the position of Sirius and the star map above. It was as if a triggered chain reaction had occurred. The gem corresponding to Sirius suddenly became incredibly bright, and a pure, cool beam of starlight descended from the Sirius position, precisely enveloping the black cat statue.
Meow!
A sound that seemed to come from ancient times, clear and full of divine authority, abruptly rang out in the great hall. This sound was not a physical voice, it resonated directly on the spiritual level. The black flames clinging to the base of the statue seemed to be burned, instantly retracting a bit. Effective! The statue could indeed channel the power of the star map. But the primordial evil god seemed to be enraged. The main attack of the black torrent aimed at Qin Chuan grew stronger, and at the same time, more frantic crashing sounds came from within the coffin, more cracks appeared, more black flames spewed out, transforming into countless twisted, howling hands of darkness, reaching for the starlight beam, trying to strangle it. Qin Chuan felt an increased pressure, but a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. He had caught the momentary sensation just now. When the black cat statue connected with Sirius, he sensed an extremely faint yet exceptionally advanced residue of consciousness, hidden within the statue, linked to the star map.
The black cat was indeed the core of the formation.
There was no time to hesitate. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, the light at the center of his consciousness burned wildly, temporarily forcing apart the black torrent before him. At the same time, all his divine thoughts charged into the consciousness interface within the black cat statue along that thread of connection.
Boom! Qin Chuan's consciousness seemed to burst into a vast cosmic ocean of information.
Countless unfamiliar symbols and data streams made of starlight surged ceaselessly. They were ancient and advanced, their structure extraordinarily exquisite, far beyond the comprehension of modern Earth technology. A cold, non-human consciousness seemed to be sleeping at the center of this information flow. Qin Chuan's divine thoughts forcibly intervened, trying to understand this stream of information. Warning: unauthorized access. Sealing integrity 20%, high purity will energy detected, meets emergency protocol beta conditions, partial permissions opened. A fragmented stream of information flooded into Qin Chuan's mind. At the same time, influenced by this information, he caught a glimpse of the scene inside the coffin. What was inside was not a meteorite at all, but a gigantic heart that pulsed continuously, its surface burning with black flames. With each beat, all radiated waves and whispers of destruction. And the seal left by the ancient Egyptian civilization was like a gradually failing force field cage binding it. Qin Chuan also did not expect that the heart of the evil god was actually sealed here. Request to inject energy to stabilize the seal, or execute the purification procedure. Risk is extremely high. The cold options echoed in Qin Chuan's consciousness, the outer evil god's heart collided violently again and again, the coffin's cracks spread like a spider web, and black flames nearly engulfed the black cat statue. Purification? No. Qin Chuan instantly rejected. He did not want to take risks at all, he had no need to take risks. As long as he continued to devour and grow, his strength would constantly improve. The unknown risk was beyond his ability to bear, and more importantly, he caught a faint trace of cunning and temptation belonging to the evil god's heart from that alien consciousness stream. It seemed to yearn for the huge energy impact brought by the purification procedure, as if that was not destruction for it, but a kind of transformation? This thing could not be destroyed by conventional means, at least not now. Stabilize the seal. Qin Chuan's consciousness roared as he made the choice. First stabilize the situation, then plan the next move. Command confirmed. Authorization level, temporary beta level. Initiate star chain stabilization protocol. Energy guidance, operators will energy. Target, sealing unit S01. At the moment the command was issued, Qin Chuan felt his heart light power being crazily extracted by the black cat statue. However, this heart light was no longer used for attack, but transformed into countless extremely fine, pure white energy threads, rapidly rushing toward various key stellar nodes along the connection between the statue and the dome star map. At the same time, the brilliance of Sirius surged again, but its energy became gentle and filled with a sense of order. The 3 stars in Orion's belt also lit up, and 4 beams of starlight fell, no longer a frenzied bombardment, but like precise surgical knives, starlight began to weave. Starlight and heart-like threads interwove, and under the control of the black cat statue, quickly covered the surface of the violently vibrating pure gold coffin with an extremely complex and precise light net formed by starlight and heartlight. The moment the light net was formed, the coffin's vibration noticeably weakened. The surging black flames crashed against the light net, making a SSSSS burning sound, temporarily blocked from returning. Effective. But Qin Chuan felt no relief in his heart. His heart light was consuming too quickly, the star chain stabilization protocol was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring his willpower. And the evil god's heart in the coffin clearly felt a stronger binding and began a more frantic counterattack. Dawn! 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 The heavy heartbeat was accompanied by a violent will, penetrating the coffin and the light net, directly hammering onto Qin Chuan's mind. The black flames no longer erupted chaotically, but condensed into sharp, dark spears burning with strange symbols, continuously pounding at the same point of the light net. On the level of reality, the energy confrontation fell into a terrifying war of attrition. The light net flickered uncertainly, each impact of the dark spears caused Qin Chuan's body to shake violently, and his consciousness to surge. The black cat statue, as the energy hub, bore the pressure from both sides, and the light emitted from its surface began to destabilize. The conscious level of confrontation was extremely dangerous, a slight mistake could lead to defeat. As Qin Chuan's heart light deeply connected with the black cat statue, the star map, and even the coffin seal, his consciousness inevitably felt the terrifying essence of the evil god's heart up close. It was an endless, cold, silent dark void. In the center of the void was an incredibly huge heart, slowly beating, its surface covered with countless twisted faces and screaming symbols. With every heartbeat, it emanated not the breath of life, but pure malice, wanting to pull all things into eternal nothingness. Ant, your brilliance will eventually become my food. Seal me. Approach me. Understand me. Become me. Chapter 165 Eastern Visitor. The whisper of the evil god, 10 times more intense than before, invaded Qin Chuan's sea of consciousness directly, no longer chaotic noise, but filled with twisted logic and deadly temptation. It no longer tried to immediately corrupt Qin Chuan, but began to distort his perception, attempting to make him believe that maintaining the seal was futile, that releasing it was the only truth, even promising him unimaginable power. Under such mental distortion, even though Qin Chuan had his heart light protecting him, he couldn't help but tremble in his spirit.
He now understood how the Mutual Aid Society could have such a strong influence.
This whispers pollution was something that ordinary people could not endure at all. Qin Chuan held tightly to his spirit, and the heart light transformed in the sea of consciousness into a raging fire, burning away all invading evil thoughts. However, he could feel that his will was being continuously consumed, like being in a freezing ocean, heat rapidly draining away. Once his heart light was exhausted, his consciousness would be assimilated and devoured by this endless dark void.
Must speed up.
Qin Chuan forced himself to endure the dual pressure of consciousness and energy, concentrating his divine thought towards the ceiling structure diagram feedback from the black cat statue. He had to find those few core points among countless starlight nodes that could quickly enhance the ceiling strength. After a search, he looked at the dome, feeling with his heart, sensing that surge of ceiling power.
Found it.
It was a geometric shape formed by the Orion constellation in Sirius, along with a few extremely hidden ancient symbols at the center of the dome.
Now is the time.
Qin Chuan squeezed the last reserve of heart light in the sea of consciousness, transforming it into the purest enhancement command through the black cat statue, and suddenly injected it into those key points.
Buzz.
The star map of the dome let out a rumble, all the starlight burning to the extreme at this moment, then suddenly dimming, as if all reserve energy had been exhausted. The light net covering the coffin suddenly shrank inward, and the starlight and heart light completely merged, forming an immensely solid pure white cocoon filled with countless mysterious sealing runes, firmly constricting the pure gold coffin.
Ah!
A sound of extreme unwillingness and rage screamed from within the coffin, the terrifying impact causing the light cocoon to deform violently, as if it would explode at any moment. But in the end, the light cocoon persisted tenaciously, and began to slowly shrink, forcibly compressing and sealing the cracks on the coffin. The black flames were forcibly pushed back into the coffin, and that maddening heartbeat and whisper seemed to be cut off, becoming muffled and distant. The vibrations in the hall slowly ceased. The crisis seemed temporarily lifted.
PFF.
Qin Chuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper, his body swaying. His mental strength and heart light were nearly exhausted, the sea of consciousness felt empty, sending waves of sharp pain. He knelt on one knee, barely supporting his body. The light in the black cat statue's eyes had completely extinguished, its surface dimmed significantly, as if all its power had been drained. The star map of the dome also became extremely dim, losing its previous brilliance.
The entire tomb was in disarray, silent and still.
The seal was temporarily stabilized, but everyone could see that this was just a stopgap measure. The evil god's heart had not been destroyed, it was merely accumulating power, waiting for the next opportunity, perhaps with an even more violent impact. And the sealing system left by ancient Egyptian civilization, after this overload operation, was already severely damaged. Qin Chuan gasped, looking at the coffin wrapped in pure white cocoon, his expression extremely grave.
He knew that he had still won a lot of time.
In the previous confrontation, although the sealing power was greatly depleted, the evil god's heart was also not in good shape. In a short time, the heart of the evil god will not emerge. The secret of the heart of the evil god, its true origin and purpose, as well as the way to completely solve it, remains a huge mystery and threat. And the core of this mystery may lie within this broken tomb, as well as the exhausted star map and black cat statue. He must find clues as soon as possible before he regains his strength.
Qin Chuan staggered in front of the black cat statue. At this moment, the statue no longer held its previous mystery and majesty, looking more like an ancient object worn down by time and on the verge of crumbling.
He cautiously extended a finger, gently touching the icy black basalt body. At the moment of contact, an extremely faint, broken stream of consciousness, mixed with countless chaotic images and fragments of information, surged through his fingertip into his equally exhausted sea of consciousness. Since both were in a state of extreme weakness, this transfer of information was no longer a clear stream of data, but more like a fragmented dream. Endless darkness stretched in deep space, and the stars flickered. Suddenly, a brilliant stream of light rushed from the distant eastern star domain, its brilliance even surpassing the surrounding stars. As the stream of light drew near, it became clear that it was not a meteorite, but an enormous stargate, intricately structured, made of an unknown metal. The stargate was engraved all over with complex and ancient patterns. Those bronze-colored patterns made Qin Chuan feel an inexplicable familiarity and warmth, carrying a far-reaching and grand artistic conception, subtly resonating with the ancient wisdom of the East that he knew. The stargate slowly descended onto the wild ancient Egyptian sky. The ancestors were shocked by this extraterrestrial object and all knelt in worship. They could not understand its technology and could only treat it as a miracle, constructing magnificent temples around it for day and night worship. The grand scenes of worship depicted in murals originated from here. They worshipped the stargate from the east. Long years rolled by. The stargate stood quietly, receiving adoration. However, unknowingly, due to continuous strife in this land, with flames of war spreading, the negativity of hatred, slaughter, and resentment saturated the ground and was inadvertently absorbed by the stargate. The ancient eastern bronze patterns on the surface of the stargate gradually became eroded by a filthy blackness, its brilliance dimming. Finally, during a violent energy imbalance, the most heavily polluted core area of the Stargate suddenly exploded. A mass of burning black flames, exuding endless malevolence and ominousness, rained down from deep within the Stargate, crashing heavily onto the Earth. The terrifying pollution instantly spread, turning rivers to blood, the fertile land charred black, and living beings were eroded by whispers, turning into monsters that only knew slaughter. Ancient Egyptian civilization faced its darkest hour. Just when the civilization was on the brink of extinction, the sky was illuminated once again. This time, it was not a Stargate but a streamlined, futuristic silver-white disc-shaped spacecraft piercing through the clouds, slowly descending. The cabin door opened, and out walked two figures dressed in tight silver spacesuits. Due to the fragmented memory, not much detail could be seen clearly. But in that fleeting glimpse, Qin Chuan clearly saw that beneath the transparent visors were two dark-haired, yellow-skinned faces with soft lines, resembling his own, of Eastern origin. Chapter 166, Dark Golden Runes. Their gazes were calm and wise, filled with a sense of compassion and resolve. The two Eastern visitors had a brief exchange with the surviving ancient Egyptian priests. They directed the Egyptians to use gold and local unique minerals, combined with the advanced technology they brought, to quickly build the pyramid tomb. The remaining part of the Stargate's technology and energy was guided to the dome, turning into a star map. The black cat statue was made into the control core. And that heart of the evil god that brought disaster was forcibly sealed into a specially made pure gold coffin. After completing all this, the two guests from the east did not stay long. They ascended into the sky in their flying machine, vanishing into the starry night as if they had never appeared. The fragments of memory came to a sudden stop here. Qin Chuan suddenly withdrew his finger, staggering back 2 steps, his face growing paler, but his eyes filled with unprecedented shock and confusion. Everything could be connected. This pyramid, the star map, the black cat statue, the pure gold coffin, the source of all this was not the ancient Egyptian civilization itself, but that Stargate from the east, along with the mysterious help that came afterward, also from the east. That heart of the evil god was brought here by the Stargate from the east and was eventually sealed here with the help of the guests from the east. The east. Qin Chuan murmured, waves of shock stirring in his heart. The origin of this heart of the evil god actually points back to his homeland? Who were those two mysterious astronauts from the east? Which era did they belong to? Which civilization? How did they know so much about this? And where did they go afterward? Countless questions flooded his mind. He looked up again at the star map on the dome. The symbols of the astronauts and flying saucers now held a new, heavy meaning in his eyes. They were not just vague alien symbols but specifically referred to those two pioneers from the east. And that Stargate, it came from the east, and the ancient patterns on it. Qin Chuan felt as if he had touched a corner of a gigantic mystery that spanned an incredibly long time, threading through the stars. The core of this mystery was deeply rooted in that ancient and mysterious land of the east. The heart of the evil god, currently suppressed within the coffin, may not find its true secret in source here, but rather in the distant east. He must go and seek it out. But for now. Qin Chuan sensed his empty mind and shaky body, then glanced at the cracked black cat statue, the dim star map, and the precariously maintained light cocoon seal. The immediate priority was to quickly recover his strength, then leave this place and bring the discoveries back to the east. This tomb had completed its temporary mission, and had exhausted most of its power, no longer safe. He took one last deep look at the pure gold coffin. What was sealed there was a terrifying existence deeply connected to the east. Its story was far from over. In the dead silence of the hall, Qin Chuan's breathing was heavy. In the face of this ancient evil power, although he had successfully sealed it, he had also suffered some injuries. The sharp pain, like needles, coming from the depths of his mind, along with the feeling of being utterly drained of power, was a vulnerability he had never experienced since his rebirth. He struggled to kneel on one knee, yet his gaze was keen as an eagle, swiftly scanning the crumbling seal around him. The first task was to restore some self-protective strength. He tried to operate the Bagua energy map within him. However, the energy that once surged like a river now resembled a dry riverbed, the speed of absorbing external energy heartbreakingly slow. This space, after the tremendous energy storm, had its originally pure and ancient energy polluted and dispersed by the corruption of the evil god and the collapse of the star map, leaving only thin and chaotic remnants. He had no choice but to turn his attention to the dim black cat statue and the faded star map on the dome. As once the center of energy, they might still harbor a glimmer of the most original, unpolluted power. He walked up to the black cat statue. Once mysterious and elegant, the black cat was now covered in cracks, as if it would turn to dust at a touch. Qin Chuan held his breath, blending a thread of weak consciousness with the remaining light of his heart. Cautiously probing into its interior. There was no violent energy, nor any cold stream of consciousness. What responded to him was a warm and sorrowful resonance, like a candle flickering in the wind, as if the inner soul of this statue was slowly dissipating. Amidst this resonance, clearer yet still fragmented scenes flooded into Qin Chuan's mind. These were memories left behind in the black cat statue. The stargate from the east suddenly lit up with a complex rune made of countless intricate geometric shapes and unknown hieroglyphs, emitting a glorious aura that suppressed the universe. However, it was soon tainted and shattered by the black flames gushing from within. A fragment mixed with the material of the stargate shot out in the explosion and embedded into the yet-to-be-formed base of the black cat statue. Two figures in spacesuits, with East Asian faces, one of them raised a hand, and the energy flowing from their fingertips was not the glow of technology, but a power containing the rhythms of celestial bodies and an indescribable Taoist essence. This energy, astonishingly, had a strange similarity to Qin Chuan's heartlight, yet it was even more ancient and grand. They were not merely relying on technology, they themselves possessed unimaginable power. They inserted the last sealing program into the coffin, looking up at the dome with eyes full of worry. One of them spoke, their voice becoming blurred by the mask and eternal time. However, Qin Chuan faintly caught fragments of a few syllables. That language was definitely not any known earthly tongue. Yet its pronunciation style and intonation subtly resonated with some extremely ancient Eastern language, bearing an aura of vastness and antiquity. The image suddenly halted. Qin Chuan's heart shook even more. The runes on the stargate, the power used by the Eastern visitors, the mysterious language. All of this pointed unmistakably to one conclusion: this was not a simple alien visit, but an interstellar operation originating from an extraordinary Eastern civilization system. He focused his gaze on the base of the black cat statue. Following the guidance of the memory fragments, he carefully pressed his hand on one side of the base, and the faint heart light slowly seeped in. Click! With a soft sound, a small piece of inconspicuous basalt popped open, revealing a tiny space inside. There was no dazzling light, only a dark golden fragment about the size of a fingernail, made of a material that was neither metal nor stone, its surface covered with countless tiny Eastern-style runes, quietly lying there. A trace of extremely weak, yet pure righteous energy still lingered on the fragment, incongruent with the Egyptian style of this tomb. It was a corner embedded when the stargate shattered. Chapter 167, Back to Suhai. At the same time, above the dome, the gem representing Sirius, although cracked, still stubbornly retained a faint attraction that resonated with the fragments. Qin Chuan strained to levitate and carefully took it down. The gem felt cold to the touch, as if it contained a thread of eternal starlight, and when placed next to the dark golden fragment, a delicate sense of spatial fluctuation arose between them. Is this a coordinate? Qin Chuan speculated in his heart. These two items were undoubtedly the key. Just then. Buzz. Crack. The pure white light cocoon wrapping the coffin emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache, and a new crack appeared silently. Although it was almost instantly repaired by the flowing light strands, a deeper, colder malice seeped out like a substance, making Qin Chuan's scalp tingle. At the same time, the entire tomb began to violently shake. Larger stones fell from the dome, crashing onto the disordered ground, producing a thunderous sound. Pieces of wall paintings peeled off, and columns tilted. This ancient structure, which had borne too many forces, started an irreversible collapse. Must leave immediately. Qin Chuan tightly gripped the dark golden fragment and the Sirius gem in his palm. That was a key pointing to the truth, more precious than any gold. He no longer hesitated, forcing a tiny bit of strength that had just returned, his form stumbling yet moving swiftly towards the exit he remembered. The passage was fraught with danger, with giant rocks repeatedly crashing down and dust swirling all around. Relying on his powerful battle instincts and foreknowledge of danger, Qin Chuan struggled through the collapsing passage. What had seemed a long passage felt exceptionally short as he fled. When he finally saw the starlight of the desert night ahead, a greater, continuous sound of collapse roared behind him. He surged out of the pyramid entrance, taking a deep breath, greedily inhaling the cold, dry air of the desert night. Looking back, the sight before him was shocking. The immense pyramid, standing majestically for countless ages, was emitting a loud, mournful rumble. It did not shatter and collapse like ordinary buildings, but sank down slowly and irresistibly as a whole. As if a giant vortex beneath the desert was swallowing it whole. The quicksand poured down the pyramid slope like a golden waterfall, as massive stones were pulled in and devoured by the forces beneath. In just a few minutes, the colossal structure had sunk halfway, leaving only a single spire exposed. Finally, amidst a swirling sandstorm that blotted out the sky and moon, the last trace completely disappeared into the vast sea of sand. Everything returned to silence. As if nothing had ever happened. Only the two warm objects in his hand, along with the fragmented memories and lingering weakness in his mind, proved that the breathtaking moments just experienced were not a dream. The moonlight spilled onto the flat sand. Where was the shadow of the pyramid? It had taken its ancient secrets, unresolved seals, and that utterly evil heart of a dark god, temporarily hidden deep in history and yellow sand. Qin Chuan struggled to stand, taking one last look at the desert that now seemed completely unchanged. His gaze was no longer filled with doubt, only immense determination remained. The wind and sand brushed across his face, his robes rustling in the night breeze. He turned around, facing the east, the ancient land that had nurtured countless legends, hiding the profound truths of the universe, and now involved in the secrets of the stars. He tightened his grip on the fragments and the gem, step by step, resolutely embarking on the journey eastward. The journey eastward seemed particularly long to Qin Chuan at this moment. With his strong physique, he crossed the entire desert in a near-walking manner, slowly moving towards Suai City. This was not self-abuse, but rather a process of recovery. In the absolute silence and undisturbed environment, he could better focus inward, slowly guiding the thin energy of the universe, repairing the nearly dry mind sea and the damaged meridians. During this time, he also took out some rare treasures found in the secret realm from his backpack and consumed them, gradually restoring his power. In his palm, the Sirius gem radiated a faint coolness, seemingly able to soothe his mental exhaustion a little. When he walked out of the desert, golden wings unfurled behind Qin Chuan, flying towards Suai City. At this moment, he had recovered more than half of his state, enough to sustain his flight back to Suai. Days later, when the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar outline of Suai City appeared on the horizon, a smile appeared on Qin Chuan's face. Finally back. Although his condition was poor and his breath was restrained to the extreme, deep within those profound eyes, there was an added weight of seriousness and a hint of unnoticed sharpness. He did not disturb anyone, returning to his quiet room in Suai City silently like a ghost. This is his special training place, located deep underground in Suai. However, how could the news of his return be kept secret? For the group of people around him who cared deeply about him, they watched his movements every moment. The first to know the news was Wang Yushu. Since Qin Chuan left, she had almost not slept well every night. As the person closest to Qin Chuan, she was the first to sense that Qin Chuan's aura appeared and was extremely abnormal. There was a connection between her and Qin Chuan. With the exotic creature he carried, Wang Yushu naturally had sensitivity to it. Almost the moment Qin Chuan stepped into the quiet room, Wang Yushu ran over from the villa. Her figure appeared at the door, her face no longer lively and sly as before, only full of worry and terror. Looking at Qin Chuan's pale, paper-like face and the nearly imperceptible energy fluctuations, her eyes turned red in an instant. Qin Chuan. What happened to you? She rushed forward, wanting to touch him but hesitating, her voice carrying the tone of tears. What did you encounter? How did you get hurt like this? She had never seen Qin Chuan like this. In her heart, Qin Chuan was an almost invincible being. She fumbled and wanted to support him, but Qin Chuan gently waved his hand to stop her. He only gave her a reassuring look, his voice a bit hoarse. It's nothing, I've exhausted too much. I need to rest for a few days. Behind the plain tone was a weakness Wang Yushu had never seen before. This deepened her fear. What kind of thing could injure Qin Chuan to such an extent? She walked out of the quiet room, her heart in turmoil. She knew she couldn't help Qin Chuan right now, but he was in this state. In the end, concern outweighed everything. She immediately gathered the core members of the first guild and recounted the situation. Chapter 168, Suai Shakes. Hearing Wang Yushu's words and seeing her tearful face, everyone was momentarily alarmed. At this moment, the core members of the first guild stood in the hall. All alone, Qin Chuan was a godlike existence in their minds. Everyone who had interacted with Qin Chuan was awed by his tremendous strength. But now, listening to Wang Yushu's description, Qin Chuan was gravely injured. With Qin Chuan's strength, what kind of expert had he encountered to be hurt like this? As Qin Chuan's childhood friend and also the vice president of the first guild, Yan Fei dropped everything and rushed to Suai City. Previously, due to the destruction of Jin City, he had been helping to handle matters there. Hearing that Qin Chuan was in trouble, he threw aside all his tasks. Listening to Wang Yushu's fragmented descriptions, a surge of furious anger rose in his heart, and he punched the wall hard. Damn! Which bastard did this? Was it the whispering pollution? Or a Western expert? No matter who it is, I, Yan Fei, will not let him go. He lowered his voice and shouted, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. In his anger, his heart was deeply filled with fear and disbelief. Since the apocalypse began, he had been following Qin Chuan, and he was well aware of Qin Chuan's power. He could not imagine what Qin Chuan had encountered to suffer such injuries. This matter is complicated, not ordinary. Keeping the guild stable and protecting Suhai is the greatest help to the boss. Xu Meng, who entered with Yan Fei, sighed. He also knew Qin Chuan's strength. What could hurt Qin Chuan was something they could do nothing about. All they could do was manage the guild and Suai City well while Qin Chuan recovered. Yan Fei took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Xu Meng, Suai cannot fall into chaos. Let the boss rest assured, I'll take care of the guild. He immediately turned around and quickly took over the management of the guild, ensuring that there were no disturbances during this special time. Give the orders to send a small team to continue exploring the secret realm, looking for herbs to replenish health and mental strength to treat the boss. Also, if there are similar herbs in the market, buy them all for me. Xu Meng commanded. How is the president doing now? Fu Changfeng rushed in, his face filled with worry and guilt.
He glanced at Wang Yushu, who was sitting in a chair, looking exhausted, and quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet her eyes. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Fu Changfeng pulled at his beard, his face full of self-blame. If I hadn't told the president the coordinates of that small world source, she would never have gone there and would not have been so badly injured. Hearing Fu Changfeng's words, everyone present fell silent. After a long silence, Wang Yushu spoke. Elder Fu, I don't blame you. I know Qin Chuan, that's just how he is. Even if you hadn't told him the coordinates, he would have found it out through other means. Don't be so hard on yourself. Wang Yushu's words were like a refreshing stream, slightly calming Fu Changfeng's heart. This is my latest energy detector and a batch of highly concentrated life essence, perhaps it will help the president. Miss Wang, if the president has any reaction in the quiet room, please notify me immediately. Never mind, I will just stay here. I am a bit worried too. Fu Changfeng said. In the corner of the hall stood a person, dressed in white, holding a sword. Nie Shi had returned with Yin Fei, but he had been frowning the whole time, not even speaking to Yin Fei and the others. He simply stood silently with his sword, his clothes fluttering in the night wind. His gaze swept over the entire area like an eagle, his whole being seemed to blend into the night, forming the most solitary yet reliable barrier. He was not good at words, but Qin Chuan had a debt of gratitude that was as heavy as a mountain towards him. He didn't want to return to Jin City, he just wanted to protect Qin Chuan's safety here. In the corner, there was also a young girl who had a crush on Qin Chuan. After hearing that he was injured, she had secretly cried several times, her face still glistening with tears. She used all her family's connections and resources, sparing no effort to search the world for rare treasures related to mental recovery and source nourishment. She quietly sat in a corner of the hall, only learning about the situation through Wang Yushu. On her beautiful face was a mix of admiration, worry, and a hint of sadness at seeing her idol injured. To her, Qin Chuan was the light that illuminated her life, and now that light was dim, making her deeply anxious. Don't worry, brother Qin will be fine, we know his strength. If he can make it back to Suai, it means he has confidence in himself, so don't worry. Compared to others, Shi Zhan and Ding Wu were much less worried. They had a kind of strange admiration for Qin Chuan's strength. If brother Qin needs anything, there are some herbs in the family's secret vault for nourishing the soul. We will go get them immediately. Once brother Qin recovers, I must consult him about this experience. Our cultivation cannot fall behind too much. The two exchanged a glance, silently walking outside to contact their family's power to send over some herbs. The news of Qin Chuan's return was strictly sealed by Yin Fei and Wang Yushu working together. But the unusual movements of the core members of the first guild and the strange flow of resources still made other guilds in Suai City keenly sense that something was off. The leader seems to have not appeared for a long time. The first guild is acting especially cautiously and defensively. The market's top-level mental recovery resources have been anonymously swept up. All kinds of signs made some people suspicious, even allowing a trace of unnoticeable delusion to flicker through their minds. But soon, they found themselves mistaken. Under Yin Fei's command, the first guild operated with even greater efficiency and iron will. The patrolling members of the first guild scanned the surroundings with eyes fiercer than ever before. More despairingly, these forces realized that even without Qin Chuan, Yin Fei and Xu Meng were not opponents they could contend with. The entire Suai City resembled a fortress that had entered a second-level combat readiness state. Everyone understood that even if that king was temporarily resting, the order and power he established were not something anyone could shake. The quietly growing fear and speculation were swiftly suppressed by an even stronger deterrent. In the silent chamber, Qin Chuan had fallen into deep meditation. The power of the elixir and the coldness of the Sirius gemstone slowly nourished his damaged foundation. Wang Yushu stood by his side, holding his cool hand, her gaze gentle yet firm. In Qin Chuan's arms, the dark golden fragment from the eastern stargate quietly absorbed the unique residual glow of his heart light, the ancient runes on its surface flowing with a barely perceptible, timeless thrill. Chapter 169, The Master of the Stargate. Inside the silent chamber, time seemed to lose its meaning. Qin Chuan could sense Wang Yushu bustling about in the chamber, but he could not open his eyes. His recovery had reached a critical stage. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, breathing long and weak, almost blending into the surrounding environment. His body was no longer as visibly weak as it had been upon his return, but a deep silence enveloped him, like a furnace that had exhausted all its fuel, slowly gathering a spark from its core. The recovery process was far more challenging and peculiar than he had anticipated. In the initial days, his sea of consciousness felt like a completely dried-up riverbed, covered in cracks, and every attempt to condense his spirit would bring sharp pains like needles and an even deeper sense of nothingness. The highly concentrated life essence delivered by Fu Changfeng provided the energy needed for his body's basic metabolism, sustaining his life, but it had little effect on repairing his spiritual origin. What he mainly relied on was the Sirius gemstone tightly held in his hand.
The gemstone continuously emitted a cool and gentle energy. This energy did not directly replenish his losses but felt more like a comfort. It was like a patient guide, soothing the agitation and chaos in his sea of consciousness caused by excessive overdraw, gently stimulating the last bit of activity in his heartlight seed, guiding it to slowly absorb the thin energy diffusing in the space. This process was slow to the point of despair, but it was stable. Threads of nearly imperceptible pure white light began to rekindle in the dark, desolate void of his sea of consciousness, like resilient stars that refused to be extinguished in the cold night. In any case, he had already recovered from danger. Just as his recovery entered a slow and steady tug-of-war, the dark golden fragment in Qin Chuan's arms reacted. It seemed to respond to the gradually revitalizing, unique power of his heartlight. No longer passively absorbing dissipated energy, it actively began to synchronously pulse with Qin Chuan's heartbeat, in sync with the slowly rotating little light vortex in his dantian.
A peculiar resonance was established. The ancient and complex Eastern runes on the fragment's surface began to flicker with an extremely faint, barely discernible light. With each flicker, a vast and grand rhythm, carrying an indescribable aura of time, quietly flowed into Qin Chuan's sea of consciousness along the resonance. This rhythm was not energy but felt more like a way of the Tao. It had no specific content, yet it seemed to guide Qin Chuan's slowly recovering heartlight to find a certain direction to operate, suddenly speeding up the recovery process a little. The newly born heartlight power seemed to become more refined, carrying a thread of ancient and pure meaning that resonated with the fragment. At the same time, in this resonance, Qin Chuan's perception became exceptionally sharp. Though his eyes were closed, it felt as if he could see the worried breathing rhythm of Wang Yushu, who stood guard outside, never leaving his side. He could hear Fu Changfeng muttering to himself over the instrument data in the laboratory, with sighs of excitement and confusion now and then. He could even vaguely sense Nieshi's calm yet vigilant aura, like a sword. His recovery was no longer just the accumulation of energy, it was a deep merging in understanding with his own power, the people around him, and even that mysterious fragment. As the heartlight power gradually restored and the resonance with the fragment deepened, Qin Chuan attempted to send a hint of his consciousness toward the dark golden fragment. This time, it was no longer about receiving scattered memory fragments, but rather, it felt as if he had traversed the bridge of resonance for a brief moment of tracing back. His consciousness seemed to stretch infinitely, crossing untold seas of stars, pursuing the shimmering symbols on the fragment. Boom! Another brief yet incredibly clear image surged into his mind. The enormous stargate, engraved with countless Eastern symbols, was not an inanimate object. It slowly rotated in the endless starry sky, energy flowing like the vast stars, and the center of the door was not pitch black, but rather a constantly evolving, brilliant nebula vortex. It resembled a giant, living magical artifact or formation eye, radiating a divine righteousness that suppressed all evils, far more sacred and powerful than any known force at present. At the same time, he saw the stargate's construction process. It was built by countless strong craftsmen according to a blueprint. After the construction was completed, the owner of this blueprint personally approached, infusing the stargate with power from their own energy. Qin Chuan couldn't help but gaze at the blueprint's owner, and their eyes met across the long stretch of time. Boom! In Qin Chuan's mind, it felt like a low rumble echoed. This is... He was utterly astonished. The blueprint's owner was extremely tall and burly, surrounded by strange beasts, carrying a giant bow on their back. This was clearly the person Qin Chuan had seen in the underground palace of the flower language secret realm. It was the one who sealed the evil god. Qin Chuan's heartlight power was unusually active during this tracing back, bringing a feeling of intimacy, as if the power system of the Stargate was of the same origin as his cultivation of heartlight and even some essence deep within his soul. The image abruptly halted. Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Though it was just a fleeting glimpse, the information it brought was profoundly shocking. That Stargate was no ordinary means of transportation, it was an incredibly powerful treasure, stemming from some extremely high civilization in the East. Its damage and pollution represented an unimaginable disaster. And his heartlight had an extremely deep connection with the civilization that created this Stargate. This brief tracing back had drained most of the divine consciousness he had just accumulated, and a strong sense of dizziness surged again, yet unprecedented light sparkled in his eyes. The owner of the Stargate blueprint reminded Qin Chuan of a divine figure from a myth. The sense of weakness still existed, there was still a distance to complete recovery. But his spiritual core had reignited, and seemed to carry an indescribable ancient charm and a stronger sense of direction than before his injury. He slowly raised his hand, looking at the dark golden fragment still resonating with his heartbeat, his gaze deep. East. Stargate. Heartlight. He murmured softly, stringing together these clues. What was recovering was not just power, more importantly, it was an understanding of the road ahead. He had roughly figured out what was going on. He closed his eyes again, sinking back into recovery. But this time, the energy gathering around him was clearly faster than before. The light from the Sirius gem seemed to blend into his body more gently. Outside the quiet room, Wang Yushu, who had been keeping watch, seemed to sense something, suddenly lifting her head to look at the door.
She felt that the energy coming from within had undergone a subtle and positive change, and her once tense heartstrings finally relaxed slightly. In Fu Chongfeng's laboratory, a device monitoring Qin Chuan's vital signs suddenly showed a much stronger peak, causing him to push up his glasses in astonishment. The footsteps of revival were quickening.
Chapter 170, Kunlun.
Inside the quiet room, the passage of time became blurred and rhythmic. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged, and the aura around him was no longer the previous silence but a vibrant life, like melting snow in early spring. In the sea of consciousness, the once dry and shattered scenes had greatly improved, though far from restored to their prime. A small shimmering nebula had initially taken shape. The nebula rotated slowly, each turn drawing energy from the outside world, repairing the last of its cracks. The most significant change came from the newly generated heartlight power. They were no longer just pure golden white but also intertwined with threads of extremely fine yet brilliant golden light. This new force carried an indescribable ancient, dignified, and righteous energy. As it circulated, it completely dissipated the last remnants of the filthy aura of the whispering evil god lingering in Qin Chuan's body, as if purified by a natural restraint. Is this the power that shares a source with the Stargate? Qin Chuan looked within at the heartlight with pale golden flow, realizing in his heart. This is not a simple increase in quantity but a qualitative leap, a traceback in closeness to the source of power. The Sirius gem in his hand had become warm, and the stellar energy within it had nearly been absorbed by him, turning into the purest nourishment. The dark golden fragment in his arms resonated perfectly in sync with his heartbeat and breath. It was no longer just absorbing his heart light but also feeding back a vague order, allowing him to control the power with greater subtlety. He attempted to extend a thread of newly born pale golden heartlight, not to attack but to gently touch an ordinary porcelain object in the quiet room.
Something wonderful happened.
The surface of the porcelain seemed to be coated with an invisible film, becoming more solid and even subtly resisting the fall of surrounding dust.
This was an extremely subtle enhancement and purification effect.
Indeed, the Stargate is used to suppress evil spirits, and its source of power carries strong protective and purifying characteristics.
Qin Chuan understood in his heart. My heartlight is returning to its original form. The restoration of power brought not only strength but also clear thinking and powerful calculation ability. Qin Chuan closed his eyes, laying out all the clues in his mind.
In the flower language secret realm, in the murals of the underground palace, there stood a towering figure with a giant bow, surrounded by otherworldly beasts, sealing terrifying evil with a wave of his hand. Inside the Egyptian pyramid, the heart of the evil god pulsed incessantly, emanating endless malicious intent. From the east came the Stargate, upon which were the polluted and shattered runes, and the builder was the same existence found in the flower language secret realm. Two eastern-faced astronauts assisted ancient Egyptians in completing the seal with unparalleled technology. Within the secret realm of Atlantis, whispers about spirit and whisper pollution echoed. Facing pollution, Atlantis actively started defense and sank to the bottom of the sea. His heartlight power and the Stargate. The powerful resonance of existence and strength.
Hoi.
An ancient name surfaced in Qin Chuan's heart. Although there was no solid evidence, all clues pointed to this mythical hero, the one who shot down the sun.
What he shot down might not just be the sun, but perhaps something even more terrifying? Or maybe the sun in the myth doesn't refer to something literal? The evil god is not a single whole.
Qin Chuan reached a crucial conclusion.
It has been divided. The part sealed by Egypt is just a portion, likely representing the core of evil.
So, what about the other parts?
The head? The limbs? Where are they sealed?
He recalled the radiant righteousness when the Stargate was functioning properly, as a thought flashed through his mind. The Stargate might actually be a part of a massive cross-border sealing matrix, used to monitor and even suppress the divided parts of the evil god. Its damage has led to the leakage and revival of the evil god's power. And the heartlight inheritance he gained likely comes from Hoi or that brilliant ancient civilization he belonged to.
Their enemy is this terrifying evil god.
Days later, as Qin Chuan pushed open the door to the quiet room and stepped out, Wang Yishu, waiting outside, instantly had red eyes, but it was no longer worry, it was joy. She could sense that the powerful Qin Chuan had returned and seemed somewhat different. His aura was deeper and more restrained, yet it brought her an indescribable sense of security. Qin Chuan gently patted the back of her hand, giving her a reassuring glance. After coming out, Qin Chuan quickly summoned the core members. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was serious yet full of motivation. Everyone felt especially excited due to Qin Chuan's emergence.
Qin Chuan did not hide any necessary information.
He briefly explained that the enemy is a part of some ancient evil god, with deep roots in the east, incredibly powerful, and there might be other parts existing as well.
That's the situation. Qin Chuan's gaze swept across everyone.
Fear is useless, we must take the initiative.
Elder Fu.
He first looked at Fu Changfeng.
The research on fragments and gems is of utmost importance.
I need you to focus and try to decipher the meanings of the fragment runes, especially the potential connection to specific locations.
any discoveries, tell me immediately. Don't worry, President. I already have some clues. The energy structure of these fragments is miraculous. Fu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with obsession as he nodded vigorously. Yanfei, Zhu Meng. Here. The two immediately stood up. The guild enters a level 1 combat readiness state. Training volume doubles, resources tilt towards combat power. At the same time, send reliable personnel to secretly search nationwide, especially in ancient legend-rich areas like the Northwest and Southwest, for information related to ancient myths and abnormal landforms. Keep it confidential. Understood. Yan Fei's eyes burned with battle intent. Don't worry, boss, we'll take care of the guild's matters. Xu Meng patted his chest. Xizhan, Dingwu, I feel sorry for you both. Qin Chuan's words carried some apology. Brother Qin, there's no need for that. We have nothing much going on. If you face any difficulties, just tell us. Hearing their words, Qin Chuan did not hesitate. You two come from prominent families. I want to ask you to search in your family's ancient books for any records about the Stargate, outer evil spirits, or huge seals. It's our duty. The two clasped their fists, their expressions solemn. Once the task was assigned, everyone took their orders and went on their way. The entire first guild began to operate officially like a precise machine. Qin Chuan returned to his study and picked up the dark gold fragment again. As his strength was restored and his goal became clear, the resonance with the fragment grew stronger. He tried to gently inject that faint golden heartlight into it. In an instant, the fragment shone brightly. The ancient runes on the surface lit up like activated circuits, casting a miniature glow of light. The ever-changing starry map. Most areas of the map are blurry, but there is one point, exceptionally bright and stable. The location of that light point is not an exact longitude and latitude, yet it brings Qin Chuan a strong intuitive direction. It is located in the west of the Great Xia Empire, a mysterious land known as the ancestor of all mountains, full of countless legends. At the same time, two ancient runes flicker next to the light point, and Qin Chuan's heartlight automatically interprets them. Kunlun. Qin Chuan suddenly raises his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the wall, looking west. Chapter 171, The Disaster of Crystal Flames. In the research room, Fu Changfeng's laboratory is brightly lit. Various precise instruments and ancient alchemical devices are operating side by side, emitting a low hum. The data from the dark gold fragments and the Sirius gemstone are placed at the center of the focus device. Fu Changfeng's eyes are bloodshot yet shining with excitement. He carefully adjusts the instrument parameters, and a subtle heart-light power is guided out from the data, colliding with each other. Incredible. Truly incredible. He stares at the wildly jumping data on the screen, murmuring to himself. The material of this fragment is not any known element. Its atomic structure seems like a form of solidified light. Those runes are an extremely complex energy flowchart, similar to a high-level expression of spatial coordinates. He quickly records the observational results. When resonating with the chairman's heart-light power, a unique frequency is generated inside the fragment. This frequency seems to correspond with a certain energy field of a specific geographical location, like a key searching for the corresponding lock. Fu Changfeng pushes up his glasses, a flash of realization in his eyes. Kunlun, the legendary pillar of heaven and earth, the ancestor of all mountains. If ancient ruins truly exist there, their energy characteristics might indeed resonate with this fragment. He immediately organizes these findings into a report, ready to inform Qin Chuan of this significant breakthrough. However, when he presents the report to Qin Chuan smiles. Elder Fu, your research is not wrong, it is indeed Kunlun. I felt it. Hearing this, Fu Changfeng is stunned. It really is. Chairman, you must not go there casually this time. Fu Changfeng feels a bit guilty. If he hadn't told Qin Chuan the coordinates of the pyramid before, Qin Chuan wouldn't have been injured. Now, this is Kunlun. Qin Chuan shakes his head with a smile. Elder Fu, don't worry. I will be fully prepared before setting out. At night, Wang Yushu gently pushes open the door to the study, carrying a cup of hot tea. Seeing Qin Chuan adjusting his breath and focusing, a hint of worry flashes in her eyes. Are you about to set off again? Do you really have to go in person? Your injury has just healed. She places the teacup on the table, her voice filled with concern. Qin Chuan turns and holds her hand, the fresh light of golden heart flowing naturally. Yushu, don't worry, I have fully recovered and am even stronger than before. This trip to Kunlun is crucial, not only concerning the mystery of the fragments but also possibly finding a way to completely solve the threat of the evil god. Of course, don't worry, I will not leave for a short period. Wang Yushu leans against him, softly saying. I know I can't stop you, but promise me, you must come back safely. I promise you. Qin Chuan says seriously, golden light swirling in his eyes. At this moment, the Crystal Flame City is facing a crisis.
Crystal Flame City is known worldwide for its unique energy crystal technology.
The Jiang family, as the largest chamber of commerce in the city, controls nearly half of the crystal trade in the whole city.
On the city streets, crystal-powered vehicles flow with colorful lights, and towering energy towers emit a gentle glow. Before the apocalypse, these energy crystals were mainly used for various industrial purposes. And after the apocalypse, these energy crystals have transformed into energy supplies and equipment manufacturing energy for the devourers. So, after the apocalypse, the people of Crystal Flame City did not decrease but instead increased, and the area continued to grow. However, in these past few days, dark currents surged within the city. "Sir, another crystal mine has had an accident." The steward hurriedly walked into the office on the top floor of the Chamber of Commerce. The miners suddenly revolted en masse, injuring the supervisors, claiming that they wanted equal rights for everyone. Zhang Zhe stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the city below, and snorted heavily. He was the chief steward of the Jiang family and the spokesperson for the Jiang family in the Chamber of Commerce. Equal rights for everyone? How can there be equality? This is an unequal world. This was already the third incident of the week. A series of seemingly random accidents and protests had an underlying connection. Have you investigated clearly? Is someone inciting this from behind? Zhang Zhe turned around and asked, his voice carrying a hint of chill. The steward handed over a report. All clues point to a newly established organization, the Energy Equality Association. They outwardly advocate for fair energy distribution, but according to the feedback from our spies, this organization is secretly arming itself, and it seems to be planning a larger action. Zhang Junwan took the report, skimmed through it quickly, and her expression grew increasingly serious. Immediately strengthen the security forces of the Chamber of Commerce and all the mines, there cannot be chaos here. I will handle it right away. Saying this, Zhang Zhe hurriedly left, and after returning to his study at home, he opened a hidden door to report to the head of the Jiang family. Just after Zhang Zhe left, multiple energy nodes in Crystal Flame City exploded simultaneously, plunging one-third of the city into darkness. In the chaos, the leader of the Energy Equality Association made a public appearance, announcing the liberation of monopolized energy resources, calling on citizens to join their revolution. In reality, this so-called Energy Equality Association was a branch of the Mutual Aid Association. Their true goal lay within the Mutual Aid Association. The riot quickly spread, and the Chamber of Commerce building was besieged by a large number of rioters. Although the security forces of the Chamber of Commerce were strong, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage against the organized and premeditated attacks. As more and more people gathered at the Chamber of Commerce building, several explosions suddenly echoed throughout the building. In the terrified eyes of the crowd, the building collapsed with a roar. After the building fell, an ancient altar unexpectedly appeared in its place. Everyone looked at all this in disbelief. The altar was small, but it shimmered with red light and began to rotate continuously. The altar spun faster and faster, continuously absorbing the debris of the Chamber of Commerce building, and soon it transformed into a gigantic altar. The altar did not stop spinning, and the red light became even more dazzling. Anyone swept by the red light began to freeze, their eyes glittering with strange light, and they started to bite the people beside them. Many citizens wandered like zombies, their eyes dull, muttering incantations. While others went completely mad, kneeling and crying out to the altar. Around the altar, it seemed like everyone had fallen into a terrifying nightmare, most of them seemed to have lost their sanity. However, as the altar continued to grow, this scene persisted. In a short amount of time, a quarter of the city's population had lost their minds. When Zhang Zhe emerged from the Jiang family's secret realm and saw Crystal Flame City transformed into this state, his face changed drastically. Heavens! What on earth is this? Zhang Zhe looked at the gigantic altar, gritted his teeth, and turned back into the Jiang family's secret realm. Chapter 172, The Plea for Help from Crystal Flame City. At the entrance of the Jiang family's secret realm, the energy barrier fluctuated. Zhang Zhe stumbled inside, his face pale, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Elder Jiang, what is the matter? The two young guards at the gate watched Zhang Zhe return and couldn't help but feel puzzled. There's no time. I need to meet the family head. Zhang Zhe did not have time to tidy himself up. In a hurry, the two gatekeepers rushed towards the central hall of the secret realm. Inside the hall, the head of the Jiang family, Zhang Tianxiong, was discussing important matters with three elders. Regarding the Energy Equality Conference, this is what I think. While they were discussing, Zhang Zhe suddenly burst in and interrupted them. Seeing Zhang Zhe in such a state, everyone frowned. They couldn't understand why Zhang Zhe would return looking like a lost dog. What kind of behavior is this? The eldest elder, Zhang Yunhe, scolded. What is so alarming? Zhang Zhe collapsed to the ground with a thud, his voice filled with deep fear. Head of the family, esteemed elders, something terrible has happened in Crystal Flame City. Upon hearing this, the group immediately fell silent.
The Chamber of Commerce building.
The altar has risen from the ruins of the Chamber of Commerce, emitting a red light. Citizens who touch it go mad, tearing at each other like hell on earth. The hall was momentarily silent, and the elders looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. Then, the second elder, Zhang Yunfeng, snorted coldly.
Ridiculous. What kind of altar could have such power? Could it be that your old eyes are deceiving you?
I wouldn't dare to speak foolishly,
Jiang Zhe urged.
The red light is extremely sinister, it can corrode people's hearts.
Now, most of the city has fallen.
At this rate, the entire Crystal Flame City will soon be lost.
Seeing Jiang Zhe's expression, the others finally confirmed he was not lying.
As the current head of the family, Jiang Tianxiang pondered for a moment and said, Yunfeng, take a squad of inner guards to investigate.
If it is as Jiang Zhe said, return promptly with report, don't act recklessly.
More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Yunfeng rushed out of the secret realm with 10 inner guards. However, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. On the once bustling streets of Crystal Flame City, everywhere he looked, there were citizens with vacant eyes and strange behavior. In the distance, a blood-colored altar loomed, emanating a heart-pounding red light. Just as Jiang Zhe had described, many citizens appeared possessed, chanting strange notes and gnawing at everything around them. Around the blood-colored altar, countless people were mechanically bowing in worship.
The entire Crystal Flame City resembled a living hell.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Yunfeng's heart tightened. It seemed Jiang Zhe's words were true.
Form a formation. Zhang Yunfeng immediately ordered.
Try to purify that red light. As a prominent family, the Zhang family had their own means.
Zhang Yunfeng wanted to use the family's secret methods to purify the red light.
Following Zhang Yunfeng's command, the inner guards quickly formed a grand fiery formation, sending blazing energy towards the altar. However, the red light actually began to writhe like a living creature, counterattacking the energy flow. Seeing this, Zhang Yunfeng was taken aback.
Not good. Retreat quickly.
Zhang Yunfeng was alarmed, but it was already too late. Several inner guards were hit by the red light, their eyes going empty, and then they turned to attack their comrades.
Retreat. Back to the secret realm. While fending off his maddened subordinates, Zhang Yunfeng shouted orders.
In the end, only he and 3 inner guards managed to escape. Inside the secret realm, the atmosphere was heavy. Zhang Yunfeng reported the situation with a pallid face. That altar is extremely sinister, our power not only cannot purify it but instead will be tainted and used against us. Now, half of the city has fallen, and the red light is eroding the barrier of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxiang snorted heavily, ready to scold Zhang Yunfeng. However, the next scene diverted his attention. As if to confirm Jiang Tianxiang's words, the entire secret realm suddenly shook, and the energy barrier at the top dimmed noticeably. The barrier's energy is depleting rapidly. The disciple responsible for maintaining the barrier reported in panic. At this rate, it can only last for 2 more disappearances. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. No one had expected that the entire altar's operation could actually consume the Zhang family's secret realm barrier. It must be that the altar's operation required energy. The energy of the secret realm barrier is being absorbed by the altar, continuously consumed.
Zhang Tianxiang asked in a deep voice. Is there any countermeasure?
Several elders looked at each other, all at a loss. They had never even heard of such a scene. The Zhang family surely has many experts, but this was something that could not be solved by force. At this moment, Jiang Zhe suddenly remembered something and said urgently.
Head of the family. The eldest young lady is in Suhai City, right?
She previously sent a message saying that President Qin Chuan can purify evil entities. He once solved the pollution incident in Jin City. A light flashed in Jiang Tianxiang's eyes.
Contact Jun Wan immediately.
He had heard Jiang Junwan mention Qin Chuan before, and hope suddenly ignited in his heart. Suhai City, headquarters of the First Guild. Jiang Junwan was strolling in Suhai City when suddenly her personal jade pendant emitted an urgent light, the highest level of emergency communication from the Jiang family.
Father?
When she connected the communication, Jiang Junwan's face changed drastically.
What? The altar? The whole city has fallen?
She listened to the anxious description on the other end, her fingers trembling slightly. After ending the communication, she immediately dropped everything and ran toward Qin Chuan's quiet room. Soon, she found Qin Chuan, her eyes glistening with tears but filled with the last hope, her voice trembling. Qin Chuan, Jinguang City, my hometown is being destroyed by an altar, and our family can't resist anymore.
Please, save them.
Hearing about the altar, Qin Chuan snorted heavily. He knew this was the work of the Mutual Aid Association. Moreover, these things must be closely related to the evil gods. Since he knew about this, he could not sit idly by. Qin Chuan did not hesitate for a moment.
Elder Fu, take all research equipment and purification devices, you and I will go. Shu Mang, the guild enters level 1 battle readiness, prepare to support at any time.
He turned to Zhang Junwan, his voice firm.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Zhang Junwan looked at Qin Chuan's calm profile, feeling an indescribable mix of gratitude and admiration swell in her heart. This man always stretched out his hand without hesitation at the most critical moments. That sense of duty and strength made her irresistibly drawn to him.
Benefactor, thank you, she said softly.
Qin Chuan turned to look at her, his gaze gentle.
Since it's a place you care about, I naturally will not stand by. This statement made Zhang Junwan's heart tremble, a faint blush rising to her face.
Elder Fu Changfeng suddenly interjected. President, the instruments detected strong evil energy fluctuations, consistent with the altar energy that erupted in Jinj City last time. It seems the Mutual Aid Association is activating these altars everywhere. A light flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes.
Then we must not let their plot succeed. Speed up, we must get there as soon as possible.
In the direction of Jinwang City, the sky had already turned a sinister blood red.
Chapter 173, Urgent Rescue.
Qin Chuan's enormous wings tore through the clouds, racing at extreme speed towards Jinwang City, the atmosphere so oppressive it almost felt still. The closer they got to Jinwang City, the thicker and more viscous the evil energy fluctuations in the air became, almost tangible. The originally blue sky was stained with an ominous dark red tone. The further they went, the more intense the blood color became, as if the heavens were bleeding.
The energy readings are skyrocketing too quickly.
Fu Changfeng stared at the wildly fluctuating data on the instruments, his face turning pale.
This is several times stronger than last time in Jinj City.
President, the instruments detected a high-frequency mental wave mixed in with the evil energy, as if, some kind of whisper.
As if to confirm his words, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible murmur began to infiltrate the minds of the three.
The voice was ancient, twisted, filled with malicious temptation, attempting to stir up deep-seated fears and anxieties within them. Qin Chuan showed no reaction. The soft golden light of his new heart naturally flowed, forming a barely noticeable halo around his body, isolating the annoying whispers outside. Since returning from the pyramid, he had become almost immune to the whispers.
After all, he had faced the most powerful whisper of the heart of the evil god.
He felt it clearer than the instruments. This whisper originated from the pyramid evil god, but the level of energy was completely different.
Fu Changfeng quickly put on a special mental protection headband, beads of sweat forming on his nose.
No! This whisper is trying to break through my psychological defenses. I must stop it quickly, otherwise, once it spreads, the speed of mental pollution will be faster than energy pollution. Zhang Junwan bit her lower lip tightly, looking at the gradually clear, blood-colored outline of her hometown outside the window, her eyes filled with anxiety and pain. In her ears, the whisper turned into countless cries and wails, tightening her heart, as if she could feel the suffering the entire city was enduring.
We cannot land directly near the altar, Qin Chuan calmly assessed. There is too much energy interference there, and there are too many people, you would be in danger.
In the end, under Zhang Junwan's guidance, Qin Chuan landed on a piece of open ground very close to the entrance of the Zhang family's secret realm.
After landing, the clearer and more violent whispers surged like a tide. Along with it came the nauseating energy aura mixed with blood and decay. As far as the eye could see, the streets were filled with blank-eyed, staggering figures, while more people crazily knelt toward the altar, the entire city sinking into a strange state of frenzy and deathly silence intertwined. Immediately, a few nearby, completely controlled zombies noticed them, making hissing sounds from their throats, twisting their bodies and lunging at them. Qin Chuan stepped forward without using any powerful techniques, merely holding his fingers like a sword, a thread of pure light golden heart energy swirling around his fingertips, pointing into the air. As the light swept across, the effect was immediate. The blood-red light on those controlled individuals quickly faded as if encountering a nemesis. The madness and emptiness in their eyes swiftly disappeared, replaced by a momentary confusion and clarity. Then, their bodies softened, collapsing unconscious, but their life force stabilized. Effective! President, your heart light can purify this pollution, Fu Changfeng exclaimed in delight.
Zhang Junwan saw this scene, and the flame of hope reignited in her eyes. Looking at Qin Chuan's back, she was filled with inexpressible gratitude and trust.
However, Qin Chuan's expression was serious.
This only temporarily purifies the surface corrosion. The root is still at that altar. It is extracting the energy from the entire city's ley lines and the mental strength of living beings.
He raised his hand and pointed toward the towering altar in the distance, emanating a terrifying evil aura. At the core there, something very frightening is awakening. The three did not delay, with Qin Chuan leading the way. Wherever the light golden heart energy reached, the rushing controlled individuals fell like wheat cut down, temporarily regaining their clarity as they quickly advanced toward the entrance of the secret realm. Soon, they saw the scene at the entrance of the Zhang family secret realm. The once brilliant energy barrier was now dim and thin, covered in spiderweb-like cracks.
Outside the barrier was a mass of controlled individuals, crazily crashing against it. Inside the barrier, Jiang Tianxiong and others were faintly visible, exerting all their power to maintain it, each person's face pale, on the verge of collapse.
Father! Jiang Junwan cried out in alarm.
Seeing this, Qin Chuan suddenly accelerated, the light golden aura bursting forth, piercing like a sharp sword into the frenzied crowd. Wherever he passed, the heart light swept away, large numbers of controlled individuals fell as if a tide had washed over them, clearing a temporary path to the entrance of the secret realm. Inside the barrier, Jiang Tianxiong saw the sudden reinforcement in the magical golden light, first surprised, but then wildly joyful when he recognized Qin Chuan and Jiang Junwan behind him.
Quick! Open the barrier!
A narrow gap briefly opened in the light curtain at the entrance to the secret realm, and the three swiftly dashed inside. The light curtain immediately closed, once again enduring endless impacts.
President Qin! Huge grace, no need for thanks.
Jiang Tianxiong couldn't spare any time for small talk and urgently said. This altar is extremely sinister, the Jiang family has tried everything but cannot hurt it at all, instead losing many people. It is still continuously siphoning the energy of the secret realm's barrier. Elder Fu initially judges that this may be a kind of sacrificial or summoning ritual, which had also appeared in Jin City before. Qin Chuan spoke concisely. Head of the Jiang family, I need to know all the details after the altar appeared.
Elder Fu quickly connected the detection instrument to the energy node of the secret realm to gather more detailed data.
The energy absorption speed is still accelerating.
The core's reaction intensity is climbing every minute.
Jiang Junwan looked at her exhausted clan members and elders, tears in her eyes, filled with deep hatred for the mutual aid association that caused all this. She unwittingly leaned closer to Qin Chuan, as if only by his side could she find a trace of safety. After a brief and rapid exchange of information, Qin Chuan made a judgment.
We can't wait any longer. We must immediately disrupt its energy absorption, destroy the core or damage its structure. If we delay, once it completes the summoning, it will be too late. He scanned everyone with his gaze. I will go alone to the core area.
Elder Fu, you stay here to assist the Jiang family head in analyzing the altar's energy nodes and finding possible weaknesses.
I will go too.
Jiang Junwan immediately grabbed Qin Chuan's arm, her eyes pleading irresolute.
No.
Qin Chuan firmly refused, his tone leaving no room for discussion. The core area is the most polluted and the whispers are most fatal. I can't guarantee I can protect you completely. He glanced at the chaotic scene outside and said in a deep voice. Hold this place until I return. That would be the greatest help to me. As he spoke, he gathered a particularly brilliant pale golden heart light at his fingertips and gently tapped it on Jiang Junwan's forehead. A surge of warm, pure, and protective energy instantly fused into her mental world, temporarily isolating the chaotic whispers from the outside. This. Jiang Junwan felt the care and protection contained in that power, her heart trembled, her cheeks flushed, the words that had come to her lips were now stuck, leaving only a deep feeling of gratitude. Qin Chuan said no more, decisively turning and charging toward the exit of the secret realm.
Open the barrier! Jiang Tianxiong shouted.
The light curtain opened again, and Qin Chuan transformed into a brilliant golden light, fiercely charging out. His heart light burst forth, like a rising sun, forcefully driving away the surrounding dark red evil atmosphere, resolutely rushing toward the massive altar that was constantly writhing. The altar seemed to sense this huge threat, and the twisted phantom at the top let out a silent but mentally shaking roar. Instantly, all the controlled ones and fanatics around, as if receiving the ultimate command, went completely insane, from all directions, like a black tsunami, pouncing on that golden figure.
Chapter 174, Breaking Through.
Qin Chuan's figure, like a golden meteor falling against the current, fiercely collided into the boundless black ocean made up of frenzied crowds. In an instant, countless twisted arms, blood-red eyes, and mouths emitting inhuman howls completely submerged him from all sides. However, that pale golden sun not only did not get extinguished but instead suddenly erupted with even more brilliant light. Buzz! A pure and majestic heart light power radiated from Qin Chuan, violently expanding like waves. Wherever the light reached, the dozens of controlled individuals at the forefront seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hammer, the blood-colored evil energy wrapped around them instantly dissipated, and they screamed as they flew backward. The people hit regained clarity in midair and then heavily crashed to the ground, falling unconscious. Qin Chuan did not spare them another glance, continuing forward. He fiercely flapped his wings, and with heart light swirling around him, transformed into an indestructible golden arrow, heading straight toward the core of the altar. A strange sight formed wherever he passed. In front was a crazed, clawing crowd of corrupted people, while behind him lay a brief, vacant space filled with unconscious yet awakening individuals. The altar seemed thoroughly enraged by this tiny yet powerful being that contained suppressive force. The twisted shadow at the top roared even more violently, and the eerie whispers that filled the city suddenly rose in pitch, becoming sharp and piercing, crazily assaulting Qin Chuan's mind. If it were the Qin Chuan from before, he might have needed to split his focus to resist. But at this moment, having faced the whisper of the evil god's heart source, his mind was already as solid as rock. To him, the confounding whispers were merely louder, still unable to shake that newly born, brilliant pale golden heart-light nebula in his sea of consciousness. He could even catch a hint of the anger from the puppeteer behind it within the chaotic whispers. So there's indeed a consciousness in control. Qin Chuan's gaze turned cold, and his speed increased by another third. Inside the secret realm, everyone held their breath, watching the shocking scene beyond the light screen. They watched the golden figure, unstoppable, carving a path through the black frenzy, constantly closing in on the altar that emitted endless evil. Jiang Junwan covered her mouth, her nails almost digging into her palm. She knew Qin Chuan was strong, but seeing him fight alone for her hometown, facing the madness of the entire city, was a visual and emotional impact like no other. The warmth of the little heartlight in the center of her brow continued to radiate power, protecting her mind, and allowing her to feel a subtle connection to the figure ahead, sensing his unwavering and fearless will more clearly. This perception caused her heart to swell with emotion and admiration. So amazing. A young disciple of the Jiang family couldn't help but murmur, his eyes filled with shock and longing. Jiang Tianxiang breathed a heavy sigh of relief, color returning to his face, but quickly tensed again. Don't relax. The pressure on the barrier has decreased because everyone is drawn to President Qin. Elder Fu, what's the situation? Fu Changfeng focused tightly on the instrument screen connected to the secret realm's energy nodes, his hands moving swiftly. The heartlight energy of the president has an overwhelming purifying property against the evil energy. However, the energy response at the altar's core is still rising, as it seems to be accelerating the absorption of earth energy, trying to complete some transformation before the president arrives. He suddenly looked up, gazing at the enormous shadow of the altar outside the light screen. Jiang family head, we must interfere with it. We can't let it gather energy without restraint. Please have people attack the nodes of the runes at the altar's base that are flashing most intensely, perhaps it can slow its efficiency. Everyone who can move, listen to Elder Fu's instructions. Jiang Tianxiang did not hesitate and immediately commanded. Concentrate fire and attack the nodes marked by Elder Fu. Qin Chuan's advance was not smooth. The closer he got to the altar, the more he was surrounded not by ordinary controlled citizens but by bizarre creatures, grotesquely mutated and heavily corrupted by evil energy. These monsters appeared suddenly around the altar, coming from who knows where. They were faster, stronger, and their bodies were covered in dark red energy armor, showing significantly enhanced resistance to heartlight purification. A monster resembling a giant dog, but with 3 blood-red eyes and a spiked tail, howled as it lunged forward, its claws wrapped in thick bloodlight. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened, his fingers forming a sword, the pale golden heartlight highly concentrated at his fingertips, no longer sweeping broadly but condensing into a single point, striking swiftly. Puff! His fingertip accurately struck the monster's forehead. The highly condensed heartlight instantly penetrated its core, causing the creature's body to stiffen suddenly. A violent wave of bloodlight surged around him. Then, it exploded with a deafening roar, turning into a sky of flying ash, completely purified and obliterated, leaving not a trace of debris. Roar! More mutants swarmed towards him. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, and dark red energy tendrils suddenly burst from the earth, wrapping around Qin Chuan's legs. Qin Chuan let out a cold snort, gold light flowing on his wings, and he swiftly slashed down, easily severing and evaporating those energy tendrils. His body moved continuously, both hands pointing out in succession, and strands of refined light gold beams precisely hit the cores of the approaching mutants. With every strike, a mutant wailed and turned to ashes. His movements were smooth and flowing, without a hint of hesitation, as if he wasn't fighting, but performing a ritual to purify evil. The power of the newly born heartlight and the absolute restraint against evil energy were displayed vividly at this moment. However, the altar's counterattack had not stopped. The shadow at the top seemed to realize the minions could not stop Qin Chuan. It suddenly opened its blurry giant mouth, and a condensed dark red energy beam, almost black, tore through the air, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction and corrosion, and suddenly shot towards Qin Chuan. This blow far surpassed all previous ones, and wherever it passed, even the space seemed to twist slightly. The people in the secret realm saw this sudden strike and their hearts instantly rose to their throats. Jiang Junwan even exclaimed in shock. Be careful! Faced with this horrifying strike, Qin Chuan finally halted his advance. He hovered in the air, his wings slowly flapping behind him, and the overwhelming light gold heartlight surged like a tide gathering in his right hand. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly apart, and faced the approaching beam of destruction, not retreating, but instead striking out with his palm. Boom! A huge shield of incredibly pure, refined light gold heartlight instantly formed before him. On the shield, more profound and mysterious golden runes flowed, emanating a brilliance of righteousness that seemed able to suppress all evils in the world. In the next moment, the dark red destruction beam crashed violently into the light gold shield. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and a terrifying wave of energy surged out in a circular blast, sending everything within hundreds of meters, both the controlled and the mutants, flying away violently. dark red and golden energies intertwined wildly, corroding and annihilating each other. However, that seemingly indestructible dark red beam, in the instant it touched the light gold shield, its fierce and violent energy rapidly melted away as if it encountered sunlight. After just a brief standoff, the dark red beam became weak, completely purified and shattered by the light gold heartlight, dissipating into the air.
Though the shield in front of Qin Chuan dimmed slightly, it remained as solid as a mountain.
He slowly lowered his arm, his gaze piercing through the gradually dissipating energy waves, coldly locking onto the twisted shadow at the top of the altar. After this strike, there were no obstacles left between him and the altar. The twisted shadow atop the altar emitted a silent yet soul-shaking wail, its blood-like eyes tightly fixated on the golden figure suspended in front, filled with the most primitive malice and rage. Qin Chuan hovered in midair, the light gold heart light constantly circulating around him, as if he had not expended much power after purifying the beam of destruction.
The might of the newly born heartlight and its absolute restraint against evil energy gave him unprecedented confidence.
He would no longer give that evil shadow any chance. With a flap of his wings, his figure transformed into a straight golden streak of light, no longer circling but charging directly towards the enormous body of the altar.
Boom!
The clash of gold light and the thick blood-colored evil energy shield around the altar created a deafening explosion. The evil energy shield violently twisted and fluctuated, attempting to erode and wear down that golden light, yet instead, under the illumination of the heartlight, it swiftly melted away like snow splashed with boiling water. Qin Chuan's momentum remained unbroken, like a red-hot blade slicing into solidified grease, forcibly tearing a massive gap in the thick evil energy barrier, and in an instant, he plunged into it. Upon entering the altar's range, the scenery around him changed drastically. No longer was it the urban landscape of the outside world, but a twisted space entirely composed of thick, dark red evil energy. Countless faces twisted in pain floated and sank amidst the turbulent energy, their wails echoing as piercing, manic whispers became tangible sound waves that constantly assaulted the intruder's body and mind. A powerful pressure of evil energy pressed in from all directions, attempting to assimilate and erode anything that was not itself.
If an ordinary expert were to arrive here, they would likely lose their minds and disintegrate in an instant.
But the faint golden heart light on Qin Chuan's surface stood firm like a rock, isolating all evil energy outside, creating an absolutely pure domain. His gaze was like lightning, piercing through layers of evil energy mist, directly locking onto the core of the altar. There, a massive core of evil energy throbbed violently, surrounded by countless dark red runes. That core resembled an ugly heart, pumping out vast quantities of foul energy with each beat, maintaining the entire altar's operation, and projecting the power of the twisted phantom through some bizarre connection.
It is it!
Qin Chuan could feel that the source of all evil energy, the starting point of all whispers in the altar, lay here.
As if sensing a deadly threat, the heart's beating became even more frenzied.
Countless dark red runes surrounding it suddenly glowed, transforming into a multitude of ghastly energy tentacles, spikes, and demonic faces, overwhelming Qin Chuan with relentless assaults. At the same time, the phantom at the altar's top let out a sharp scream, a massive claw of evil energy coalescing to obscure the sky, tearing apart the internal space, and reaching down toward Qin Chuan. Caught between the inside and outside, they aimed to crush him here. Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged, golden light shining fiercely in his eyes. He formed a mysterious seal with his hands before his chest, while the faint golden star cloud in his sea of consciousness spun with unprecedented speed.
Heart light shines bright.
His deep voice seemed to carry the power of some law, resonating clearly in this space filled with evil energy.
In an instant, centered on him, a pure and vast golden glow erupted like a supernova. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent purification and obliteration. That dazzling, gentle, yet irresistible golden light instantly filled every inch of the altar's interior.
All the energy tentacles, spikes, and demonic faces that lunged at him, upon contact with this heartlight, sizzled like shadows meeting the scorching sun, instantly vanishing without a trace. The massive claw, formed of evil shadows, crumbled away inch by inch under the assault of the golden light, unable to resist even for a moment before completely dissipating.
The
distorted phantom at the altar's top let out a piercing, mournful howl, its body twisting and blurring under the shine of the heartlight, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. It frantically siphoned energy from the core, attempting to resist, but that purifying power directly affected its essence. Wherever the golden light passed, the thick, sticky evil energy in the space, as if purified sewage, quickly became thin and clear. The faces that had been wailing gradually stabilized, ultimately vanishing, and the piercing whispers quickly diminished until they disappeared. Inside the entire altar, it surprisingly became clean, leaving only that solitary, still frantically pulsing evil core, whose glow had dimmed significantly, along with the phantom above that was about to dissipate. Qin Chuan took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the massive energy core. He raised his right hand, as his entire arm transformed into pure, brilliant gold. It seemed to be formed from the purest heartlight. He pointed his fingers like a knife, targeting the pulsating core, and made a downward slice.
Sizzle!
There was no fierce resistance, the condensed pale golden heartlight easily sliced through the core's outer defenses, directly reaching the deepest, most refined, and most evil source. This source felt the power of the heartlight and emitted a desperate and vengeful intense fluctuation. But Qin Chuan's gaze did not waver in the slightest. His 5 fingers slightly spread, and the rich heartlight instantly enveloped the source completely.
Purification began.
This purification was far more difficult than purifying those under control countless times over. This source was a highly condensed crystal of countless evil thoughts, malice, and filthy energy, incredibly stubborn.
Qin Chuan could feel the mad will within desperately resisting, even attempting to erode his heartlight in reverse. However, his reborn heartlight, derived from ancient heritage, represented order and purification, the absolute nemesis of all this filth. The pale golden heartlight, like the hottest furnace, continuously refined and evaporated that point of source. A piercing, silent howl echoed on the energy level, yet it could not alter the fate of its ultimate demise. Outside the secret realm,
everyone witnessed that shocking scene. The massive blood-red altar initially erupted with endless golden light inside, piercing the barrier of evil energy, making the entire altar appear as a huge, translucent amber, filled with light. Immediately after, the twisted phantom at the top of the altar let out a final unwilling wail and completely dissipated. Then, the dark red evil light that shrouded the whole city retreated swiftly like a receding tide, and the disturbing whispers ceased abruptly. On the street, all the controlled individuals still frantically attacking or kneeling suddenly froze, the blood red in their eyes quickly faded, replaced by endless confusion and weakness, collapsing in large patches onto the ground, clearly regaining their senses despite their frailty. The towering altar itself rapidly dimmed, its surface blood-red runes peeling away, and the entire structure seemed to lose all energy support, beginning to sway slightly, emitting groans of unbearable weight, with countless cracks appearing on the surface.
Did we succeed? Chapter 176, Crisis Averted. Within the secret realm, someone murmured in disbelief.
Jiang Junwan tightly clenched her hands, gazing at the gradually disintegrating altar with internal golden light dispersing, her eyes filled with excitement and tears of relief. The warm mark on her forehead seemed to sense the external evil energies retreat and gradually calmed down. Fu Changfeng looked at the energy readings on the instrument screen dropping steeply and let out a long breath.
The energy core of the altar has been destroyed. The president is indeed powerful.
Jiang Tianxiong and many elders of the Jiang family also showed ecstatic expressions, joy of surviving a disaster filling everyone's hearts.
Inside the altar,
Qin Chuan looked at the evil core that had ultimately turned to nothingness and completely disappeared, slowly retracting his palm. The pale golden heartlight around him gradually retracted as well. The entire altar space fell into complete silence, only the sound of external structures cracking remaining.
He scanned the purified space, finally landing his gaze on the ground.
There, with the core's disappearance, a shallow groove revealed itself. At the bottom of the groove lay a dark red fragment about the size of a fingernail, with an unknown material, etched with strange runes.
This fragment resembled the dark golden fragment he obtained from the pyramid, yet it was entirely blood red, emitting a faint yet unsettling residual fluctuation. Qin Chuan bent down, carefully wrapping and sealing it with heartlight, and picked it up. Another fragment. He frowned slightly, sensing that there seemed to be some opposite yet vaguely connected qualities between this blood-red fragment and the dark golden fragment. At that moment, the dark golden fragment in his arm suddenly vibrated slightly, resonating almost imperceptibly with the blood-red fragment in his hand. At the same time, an extremely blurry, fragmented image abruptly flashed in Qin Chuan's mind. It was an endless dark void, where 9 massive, uniquely shaped altar shadows surrounded a silent dark red star. One of the altar shadows surprisingly resembled the one he had just destroyed. The image flashed away, so fast that he could not capture more details. Qin Chuan felt a sudden chill in his heart. 9 altars? Surrounding a dead star? This blood-red fragment, could it be another key? Or maybe, another piece of a larger conspiracy?
The purpose of the Mutual Aid Society was far more massive and terrifying than he had imagined. He solemnly tucked away the newly acquired blood-red fragment, his gaze seemingly piercing through the crumbling altar, looking towards the distant horizon. The crisis in Crystal Flame City was temporarily resolved, but the real storm may have just begun. And all of this seemed to vaguely point towards some stories and legends. Dawn was approaching, the morning light painfully piercing through the thin remnants of evil atmosphere over Crystal Flame City, casting its glow on this battered land. The altar had collapsed, transforming into a ground covered with bizarre debris resembling dark red moss, with no energy fluctuations left. The maddening whispers in the city had completely vanished, leaving only the silence of survival and the occasional sound of painful groans.
Quick! There are more injured here. Water source. Prioritize ensuring the supply of purified water. Help the injured first.
The entrance to the Jiang family's secret realm had fully opened, and the Jiang family disciples led by Jiang Tianxiong surged out, like firefighters navigating the chaotic streets, organizing rescue efforts with all their might. They wore expressions of exhaustion, but also an almost devout urgency, trying to make up for their previous helplessness with the quickest actions possible. As a hidden family of Crystal Flame City, they had a special bond with it. Crystal Flame City had supported them, and they in turn sheltered the entire Crystal Flame City. Many restored citizens sat dazed on the ground, some embracing and crying, while others stared blankly at the collapsed buildings, fear still reflected in their eyes. Numerous medical personnel moved among them, checking their health and distributing clean food and water. Qin Chuan stood in the center of a relatively intact square, slowly retracting the faint golden light flowing around him. His complexion was a bit paler than usual, the continuous high-intensity battles, especially purifying that evil energy core, had taken a huge toll on him. But he refused the suggestion to rest immediately, his gaze sweeping over the ongoing rescue operations.
Qin Chuan.
Jiang Yunwan rushed over first, her hair slightly disheveled and the hem of her dress covered in dust, yet she seemed completely unconcerned. She dashed in front of Qin Chuan, anxiously looking him up and down.
Benefactor, are you okay? Are you injured?
Her voice carried a barely noticeable tremble, the warm mark on her forehead slightly glowing, as if responding to her worry.
I'm fine, just a bit exhausted.
Qin Chuan shook his head slightly, his voice still steady.
What's the situation in the city now?
The Jiang family members are taking stock. The casualties may be quite significant, but fortunately, you arrived in time. Most people are only fainted from exhaustion. Jiang Yunwan spoke quickly, her eyes filled with pain as she glanced at the bustling scene before her.
Father and the others are fully focused on treating the injured.
At this moment, Jiang Tianxiong also strode over, his usually imposing face now etched with fatigue and gratitude. He bowed deeply to Qin Chuan. President Qin, your life-saving grace, my Jiang family, my Crystal Flame City will never forget. Qin Chuan reached out to support him. There is no need for such formalities. Jiang family head, the Mutual Aid Society and that evil god are enemies of humanity. Since I have encountered this, I cannot just stand by and watch.
Moreover, Miss Jiang and I.
A great favor is not to be thanked lightly, but the Jiang family is definitely not the kind that forgets kindness.
Jiang Tianxiong's tone was serious.
In the future, if Chairman Qin has any needs, the Jiang family of Crystal Flame City will spare no effort.
He glanced around and lowered his voice.
This place is not suitable for detailed discussion. I hope Chairman Qin and Elder Fu can move to a secret realm to rest, allowing me to show some hospitality. As for that, alter matter, I also have some scattered records in my family's ancient books that may provide reference.
Qin Chuan's gaze flickered, and he nodded.
All right. Inside the secret realm, in a quiet and elegant guest room. Qin Chuan, Fu Changfeng, and Jiang Tianxiong took their respective seats, while Jiang Junwan personally brewed tea beside them, her demeanor graceful, yet her gaze often concernedly fell on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan did not engage in excessive small talk and directly took out the blood-red fragment obtained from the core of the altar, placing it on the table. The fragment was just the size of a fingernail, dark red all over, covered in twisted runes, and even though it had been purified by heartlight, it still faintly emitted an unsettling cold aura.
This item is the energy core of the altar. Qin Chuan spoke in a deep voice.
Fu Changfeng immediately put on specially made gloves, took out a portable detection device, and cautiously began to scan, his eyes shimmering with the unique fervor of a researcher. Jiang Tianxiong stared at the fragment, furrowing his brows, his expression exceptionally serious.
Indeed, it is related to this object. Chapter 177, Proposal. Does the head of the Jiang family recognize this object? Qin Chuan asked. Not the object itself.
Jiang Tianxiong shook his head and signaled Jiang Junwan to bring an ancient jade box from the inner room. He opened the jade box. Inside were several carefully preserved ancient animal skin scrolls.
My Jiang family has a long lineage, and our ancestors once pursued ancient secrets.
Jiang Tianxiong unfolded one of the scrolls, which depicted some vague, more complex and ancient patterns somewhat similar to the profane runes on the altar, accompanied by scattered annotations. The ancient texts vaguely mentioned that there exists a type of filth in the world, the source of great evil, capable of eroding the earth's veins, twisting beings, and constructing altars for worship. It could turn humans into puppets, connecting to the abyss. His finger pointed to an illustration depicting several dark stars surrounding a core. The annotations mentioned the 9-star alignment and the opening of the ghostly passage. In the past, it was thought to be absurd legends, but today it seems. He looked at the blood-red fragment, meaning unspoken.
9.
Qin Chuan recalled the images that flashed in his mind and thought of the mysterious meaning of the number 9, feeling a little confused in his heart.
9 altars?
Fu Changfeng suddenly raised his head, the data on the instrument screen scrolling wildly. The energy characteristics show some similarities to the pyramid fragments, but their nature is completely opposite. Chairman, they seem like a pair of forces that were forcibly torn apart, leading to two extremes.
One represents order and protection, the other symbolizes total chaos and destruction.
His voice carried a hint of horror. If such fragments are not limited to just two, and if they are spread in different places, activated simultaneously,
the consequences are unimaginable.
Without Fu Changfeng's explicit mention, everyone present understood the horrifying implications.
We must thoroughly understand their origins and purposes.
Qin Chuan put away the blood-red fragment, his tone firm.
This matter is of utmost importance, so Jiang family head, please keep it confidential. Chairman Qin, rest assured, I pledge on my family's honor that what happened today will never be disclosed. Jiang Tianxiong solemnly promised. After pondering for a moment, his gaze turned to his quietly serving tea daughter, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes, and then he looked at Qin Chuan, his tone becoming more formal. Chairman Qin, I have another request that may be a bit presumptuous, but it is from the heart. Qin Chuan raised his eyes. Please speak, head of the Jiang family. Jiang Tianxiong said seriously. My daughter Junwan, you have also interacted with her. Although she is a bit headstrong, she has a pure heart, and the talent is also extraordinary. This disaster has made me realize how unpredictable the world is, and that the strong are respected. President Qin is young and promising, with strength that surpasses his peers, and he is also a benefactor to my Jiang family in this city. I intend to betroth Junwan to you. What do you think? As soon as these words came out, the room fell silent. Fu Changfeng opened his mouth in surprise, forgetting about the instrument in his hand. Jiang Junwan's face instantly turned crimson, the teapot in her hand trembled slightly as she nearly dropped it. She quickly glanced at Qin Chuan and then lowered her head, her heart pounding like a drum, feeling both shy and nervous, with a hint of expectation she had not even realized. Qin Chuan was also somewhat taken aback, clearly not expecting Jiang Tianxiong to suddenly bring up this matter. He glanced at Jiang Junwan, whose cheeks were flushed and who was at a loss, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. The affection of the Jiang family is appreciated, but with the threat of the evil god still looming and the mutual aid association lurking, I truly have no mind to consider romantic matters in these end times. Moreover, marriage is not that simple, it requires mutual affection to be right. For this matter, I must respectfully decline. His refusal was straightforward and sincere, both clarifying his stance and preserving the Jiang family's dignity. Hearing this, Jiang Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a hint of regret, but it seemed he was not surprised. Instead, he held Qin Chuan in even higher regard. He sighed. I was too abrupt. President Qin has grand ambitions and cares for the people, I am the one being narrow-minded. I can only hope that in the future, if you need anything, our Jiang family can lend a hand. His words were both a statement and a quiet way of putting the idea of a union aside, preserving the dignity of both sides. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's refusal, Jiang Junwan initially felt a wave of disappointment. However, when she heard his later words about mutual affection, she felt he was not wholly indifferent to her, but simply that the timing was not right. Her emotions were complex and hard to express, and she kept her head down, not daring to look at anyone. Although she knew Qin Chuan was involved with Wang Yushu, she did not mind. In these end times, there are not so many restrictions, as long as Qin Chuan nodded, she would not refuse. After a brief rest, Qin Chuan and Fu Changfeng decided to return to Suhai City immediately, where there were more complete laboratories to study the fragments in depth. Jiang Junwan sent them off all the way until the entrance of the secret realm. Due to the massive blow that Crystal Flame City had suffered, she chose to stay temporarily to help the family manage affairs. Before parting, she hesitated for a moment and took off a warm jade pendant tied with a red string from her neck, which was engraved with the Jiang family crest and faintly pulsed with energy. Benefactor, please accept this. She handed the jade pendant to Qin Chuan, her cheeks slightly red, but her gaze was firm. This was left behind by my mother, it's said to calm the heart and ward off evil, you always face such dangerous enemies. She paused, her voice gentle yet earnest. Next time, please do not take risks alone, at the very least, tell us so we can help share some of the burden. Qin Chuan looked at the pendant that still held her warmth, then at the genuine concern and feelings in her eyes. After a moment of silence, he reached out to take it. Thank you, I will be careful. It was only after watching Qin Chuan fly far away, disappearing from sight, that Jiang Junwan reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Junwan, after the matters here are settled, go find him. He truly is a great hero. On the way back to Suhai City, Fu Changfeng could not wait to start analyzing the data from the blood-colored fragments, his expression growing more serious. Qin Chuan, meanwhile, closed his eyes to calm himself, recovering his strength while digesting the day's events. The crisis in Crystal Flame City was temporarily averted, but the blood-colored fragments and the number 9 loomed like an even heavier shadow. The dark golden fragment in his arms lay quietly, seemingly forming a delicate balance with another blood-colored fragment. However, just as they were about to reach the airspace of Suhai City, the dark golden fragment in Qin Chuan's arms trembled slightly without any warning. Unlike the gentle guidance he usually received from resonance, this time the tremor was brief and sharp, more like a warning. Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within them. He sensed that this warning did not come from the bloody fragment, nor was it directed at Suhai City below. Instead, it still vaguely pointed toward the west. Chapter 178, Fragment Analysis. Suhai City, the underground deep laboratory of the First Guild. This place was completely different from the chaotic scenes in Crystal Flame City after the disaster, everything enveloped in a cold metallic sheen and the deep humming of machines.
The air was filled with the smell of ozone and some special cooling agents, utterly silent, yet brimming with a sense of surging energy flow. In the center of the laboratory, two independent platforms composed of high-intensity energy constraint fields quietly hung in the air. On the left platform was the dark golden fragment from the pyramid, ancient runes swirling on its surface, emanating a gentle yet grand aura of order. On the right platform was the newly acquired bloody fragment, which, even though sealed within multiple force fields, still faintly radiated a chilling and chaotic energy. Fu Changfeng's eyes were bloodshot, but he was as excited as an explorer who had discovered a new world. He stood nearly glued to the massive main control console, his hands flying across the virtual screen, maneuvering dozens of high-end detectors and resonance devices based on ancient alchemical principles, conducting a comprehensive scan and stimulation of the two fragments. These two fragments nearly drove him insane with obsession. Qin Chuan stood silently beside him, closing his eyes to sense. His spiritual awareness was like invisible tendrils, delicately sensing every energy fluctuation emitted by the two fragments, as well as their subtle yet strange connection. Incredible, truly incredible. Fu Changfeng's voice was hoarse with excitement. President, look. On the main screen, two extremely complex three-dimensional energy spectrum graphs were synchronously being generated. The spectrum of the dark golden fragment showed a harmonious, stable, nearly perfect geometric symmetrical structure. In contrast, the spectrum of the bloody fragment was its complete opposite, twisted, frenzied, filled with chaotic peaks and breakage bands. They are made of the same material. Fu Changfeng pushed his glasses that had slid down to the tip of his nose, his tone incredulous. Although they are of the same material, the power contained within them has moved toward two absolutely opposite extremes under some powerful influence. One represents creation and protection, while the other represents ultimate destruction and erosion. He quickly called up another set of data. Moreover, what's even more marvelous is that when I place them in an energy field of a specific frequency, they not only resonate but also produce an extremely weak, repulsive force. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the two fragments, and he sensed something different from what Fu Changfeng detected. Repulsion? But what I feel is that they are attracting each other. Exactly. Fu Changfeng slammed the control console. Contradictory yet unified. This repulsion is not complete rejection, but rather a sense of mutual inclusion. It's as if they instinctively want to merge, yet due to their completely opposing properties, they resist each other. This state is extremely unstable. I suspect that if we continuously enhance the energy field stimulation or find a third or fourth similar fragment. His words were left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. This could lead to unpredictable consequences. However, there was even deeper information within Fu Changfeng's words. Such altars are not limited to just one. Try to interpret the information that might be contained within them. Qin Chuan ordered. We're already doing that, but it's difficult, like trying to decipher two completely different systems of coded language. Fu Changfeng switched screens, on which flowed an incomprehensible cascade of symbols. The information of the dark gold fragment seems to lean more towards guidance and protection. While the blood-red fragments are filled with images of chaos, pain, and destruction, there also seems to be some very vague fragments of coordinates mixed in. He zoomed in on one of the continuously repeating distorted symbols. This symbol appears in both fragments but is expressed in completely different forms. In the dark gold fragment, it is stable and clear, while in the blood-red fragment, it is shattered and twisted, but after algorithmic restoration, it seems to point to several different energy anomaly points around the world. Fu Changfeng quickly compared these vague coordinates with the geographical information in the guild database, his face gradually turning pale. These locations, most are desolate polar regions, deep-sea trenches, or legendary forbidden places. If each location corresponds to a 9 altars. Qin Chuan's voice was icy, picking up where he left off. He recalled the broken image of the 9 altars surrounding the dark red star. The atmosphere in the laboratory instantly became heavy enough to drip water. At this moment, Fu Changfeng suddenly let out a cry. Wait! There is an abnormal fluctuation in the energy readings. It's not coming from the fragments themselves, but from the energy field generated by their interactions, affecting the local spacetime structure of the laboratory. On the main console, a set of data representing spatial stability began to show subtle yet continuous distortions. Although the magnitude was very small, the trend was clear. Together, they are slowly opening a spatial barrier? Fu Changfeng arrived at a chilling conclusion. If the 9 fragments gather, the effect produced. If this is true, the consequences are unimaginable. Perhaps no complex rituals are needed at all. When the 9 fragments gather for some reason, their naturally emitted energy would be enough to tear apart the barriers of the real world, bringing about unimaginable disasters. Qin Chuan's gaze completely darkened. He finally understood that the Mutual Aid Society's goal of collecting and even activating these altars was far more insane and terrifying than he had imagined. They are not summoning projections, they might be trying to open a door. A door leading to that dark red star, or a door to even more terrifying existence. According to Qin Chuan's understanding of the Mutual Aid Society, he knew very well what they wanted to do.
Behind that door must be the evil god.
The true purpose of the Mutual Aid Society is to summon the evil god. Elder Fu, continue the research, focus on monitoring this spacetime disturbance effect, evaluate its risk level, we may need to take a trip ourselves.
Qin Chuan's voice carried an undeniable determination.
All data classified as top secret.
Yes. President.
Fu Changfeng responded respectfully. Qin Chuan took one last look at the two fragments still quietly floating in the force field, resonating yet repelling each other. They were no longer just simple keys or energy sources, but had become the core components of a larger, darker conspiracy. And the answer that could interpret, or even possibly contain all of this, seemed to point to the same place. That area, surrounded by thousands of mountains, rumored to hide ancient secrets, the Kunlun sacred place. There was nothing else but that. The warning vibrations of the dark gold fragments might not have been solely due to the emergence of the blood-red fragments, it was more likely that some sort of final countdown had already begun to accelerate quietly.
Chapter 179, A Great Conspiracy.
At the headquarters of the First Guild, the Strategic Command Center. On the massive holographic sand table, the three-dimensional model of Suhai City and its surrounding areas was intricately detailed. However, at this moment, one side of the sand table continuously displayed red alarm symbols from all corners of the world, accompanied by brief summaries of irregular reports.
Anomalous energy pulses detected under the Arctic ice cap. The pattern does not match any known geological activity.
Deep in the Mariana Trench of the South Pacific, a continuous low-frequency signal emerges, suspected to be from a large energy source that has been activated. Deep in the Sahara Desert of Africa, microscale distortions appear around ancient ruins. Under the permafrost of Siberia, a large-scale life-energy response has been detected. Yan Fei stands gravely in front of the sand table, his fingers quickly sliding over a series of disturbing messages. Chairman, Elder Fu, the number of reports on abnormal energy events worldwide has significantly increased in the past 48 hours. Although most incidents are on a small scale and occur in remote, desolate locations, their energy characteristics, after database comparison, have a faint but clear similarity to the altar of Crystal Flame City in those two fragments. Listening to Zhu Meng, everyone involuntarily furrows their brows. Though nothing is rare in the apocalypse, ever since learning about the conspiracy of the Mutual Aid Society, these matters have become very sensitive. Zhu Meng crosses his arms, his brow twisted into a knot.
Damn it, these persistent guys. Could the Mutual Aid Society be igniting fires all over the world at once?
It doesn't seem like it's igniting at once, it feels more like a series of triggered events. Fu Changfeng's voice comes through the communicator from the laboratory, he is clearly tracking the situation here. The altar of Crystal Flame City was destroyed, the core fragments were seized by us. This action itself may have broken a fragile balance or acted as a signal, awakening other dormant altars. Qin Chuan glares at the flickering red dots on the sand table, his gaze sharp as a knife. Most of these locations are desolate and remote, aligning with the fragile points easy to be forgotten and eroded in ancient records.
Can we determine the exact locations in nature? Qin Chuan asks.
It's very difficult.
Yan Fei shakes his head.
The signals are extremely weak and severely interfered with. In many places, the environment is extreme, and our people cannot get close to verify.
Moreover, in other safe zones, we have almost no influence. Currently, we can only determine a general area. But it is certain that something is awakening in those places.
Increase the monitoring level, mobilize all available satellites and remote sensing resources, and prioritize monitoring these areas.
Qin Chuan orders.
Yes. In the training ground, roars shake the sky. After the real combat in Crystal Flame City and the continuous alerts, the members of the First Guild train with unprecedented enthusiasm. Yan Fei and Zhu Meng personally take to the field, training the newly formed battle formations. The battle formation no longer purely pursues attack power, it emphasizes energy cooperation, mental resistance, and rapid purification responses.
A batch of newly arrived equipment is also distributed for testing.
This is a mental resistance wristband developed based on preliminary data provided by Fu Changfeng. Although it cannot completely resist strong spiritual pollution, it can somewhat weaken the effects of whispers. There are also exorcism grenades imitating heart-light purification waves. While the experimental effects are far from what Qin Chuan can achieve with his hands, they can temporarily clear low concentrations of evil energy within the explosion range, providing ordinary team members with precious self-protection and crowd control means. Everyone understands that the enemy is invisible and intangible, yet may appear at any time, in any place, in the most bizarre ways.
Becoming stronger is no longer a slogan but a necessity for survival.
In the quiet room, Qin Chuan slowly gathers his energy. The continuous spiritual connection with the two fragments and the purification of Crystal Flame City has fully recovered, and the pale golden nebula in his sea of consciousness becomes more solid and brilliant, emanating a vast and pure power as it flows. His control over the newly born heart light becomes increasingly sophisticated and intricate. A soft knock sounds at the door.
Come in.
Wang Yushu enters holding a bowl of carefully brewed spiritual medicine soup, her face showing gentle concern.
I heard you've been busy since you returned, you need to take care of yourself. Is everything alright over at Crystal Flame City? It's stabilized for now.
Qin Chuan takes the soup, his tone softening a bit.
Yushu, I worried you. Wang Yushu shook her head, sitting quietly beside him, watching him take his medicine.
After hesitating for a moment, she softly said,
I feel the burden on you is getting heavier. Every time you go out,
She didn't continue, but the worry in her eyes was clear. Qin Chuan put down the bowl, remaining silent for a moment. He rarely confided in others about his pressures, but facing Wang Yushu's pure concern, he unusually spoke up.
The enemy is more cunning and stronger than we imagine. Their net might cover the whole world. Even if it's for you, I must stop all of this.
He didn't share the specific details about the shards and the 9 altars, but that heavy tone said it all. Wang Yushu reached out her hand, gently holding his, her gaze firm and warm. I know I might not be able to help much, but I will always be here, waiting for you to come back. I'll take care of the guild matters with Yan Fei and the others.
You are not alone.
The soft touch and silent support in his palm warmed Qin Chuan's heart slightly. He turned his hand and gently held hers.
I know, thank you.
Meanwhile, in a dark space that could not be marked by any map, several blurry figures surrounded a light wall that flickered with global abnormal signals, whispering to each other. Their language was ancient and twisted, not belonging to any known language of the world. The note at Crystal Flame City has been removed. The key has also fallen into the opponent's hands.
A cold voice sounded, revealing no emotion. No matter.
The ritual has been accelerated, and the sleeping servants are waking up everywhere.
The gain or loss of a key cannot change the final trajectory. Another older, hoarse voice responded.
On the contrary, their actions have helped us trigger it early, saving us a lot of work. That individual named Qin Chuan is growing faster than expected. His power is becoming a core threat to our plan.
Keep a close watch on him. Since he is so eager to seek ancient answers, then help him a bit, let him go to Kunlun.
The surprise there will surely make an unforgettable memory for him.
A hint of cruel amusement tinged the old voice.
Just right, let him explore whether that path is clear for us.
The activation process of the other nodes is entering the final stage.
When the light of the 9 stars aligns again, it will be the moment the door opens. As the light and shadow flickered, the blurry figures vanished, leaving only the increasingly numerous red dots on the light wall, like slowly opening eyes filled with bloodshot veins, coldly gazing at this world.
At the laboratory in Suhai City,
Fu Changfeng looked at the latest analysis report, his expression more serious than ever. He immediately connected with Qin Chuan's communication. President, the preliminary results of the spacetime disturbance model are out. The situation is worse than we thought. The spacetime effect produced by the interaction of 2 shards is nonlinear. If we can't find a way to suppress it, or if a 3rd shard of the same level appears nearby, it could trigger regional spatial structure instability.
He paused, adding in a dry voice.
Moreover, based on my speculation, they are not one-time tools, they are continuous sources of pollution and threat. On the other end of the communication, Qin Chuan remained silent for a moment.
I understand.
His voice was still calm. Hurry up with the research on Kunlun's location. We need answers, and we need a way to control or even destroy these things.
Chapter 180, The Pact.
Inside the exclusive reception room on the top floor of the First Guild headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn and warm. Beyond the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the bustling scene of Suhai City, and the indoor air was filled with the elegant scent of tea. Zhang Tianxiong personally came this time, followed by 2 of the oldest elders of the Zhang family, who managed the library and resource pool, indicating his seriousness. During this time, under the management of the Zhang family, Crystal Flame City has gradually started to get on the right track. President Qin, the Great Grace is unspoken gratitude, but a small token of my appreciation, I hope you will accept.
Zhang Tianxiong's voice was loud, signaling the elder behind him to present the gift list.
The contents of the gift list were shocking: high-grade energy crystals measured by the ton, various rare metals and spiritual materials that are rarely seen on the market, dazzling in variety.
But more important was an ancient-looking jade slip.
This jade slip contains a copy of the Mysteries of Qin Chuan collected and organized by the Zhang family over hundreds of years, including many legends of ancient ruins, energy rune analyses, accounts of strange objects, and... Zhang Tianxiong paused for a moment, looking meaningfully at Qin Chuan and the elder Fu Changfeng beside him. All the scattered records and speculations regarding Kunlun ruins.
Though not complete, it may provide some direction for Elder Fu's research.
Hearing this, Fu Changfeng's eyes instantly brightened, almost unable to contain the urge to study it on the spot.
Zhang Tianxiong continued.
In addition, I have dispatched 20 elite members of the family, led by my son Jiang Yunlai, to permanently station in Suhai City starting today. They are all powerful devourers, knowledgeable in energy control, and absolutely loyal. President Qin, just give orders as needed, no need to be polite. He clapped his hands, and a tall, sturdy young man with a resolute face and sharp eyes entered the living room, cupping his fists in salute to Qin Chuan. His aura was heavy, clearly at the peak of the saint level. This was Jiang Tianquan's eldest son, Jiang Yunlai. This token of appreciation was heavier than one could imagine. Not only in material, but also in the depth of manpower and knowledge shared, essentially bringing part of the Jiang family's foundation to Suhai City. Qin Chuan stood up and solemnly returned the courtesy. Master Jiang's deep affection, I, Qin, and the First Guild will remember in our hearts. In the future, if the Jiang family has any needs, our guild will not refuse. From then on, the pact between the two sides was no longer just a verbal promise, but had established a substantial and close community of shared interests. After sending off the Jiang family members, the guild machinery began to operate at full capacity. In the training field, the air was filled with chaotic energy flows simulated by Elder Fu Changfeng's laboratory, sometimes burning hot like fire, and sometimes cold as ice, mixed with intermittent, disturbing low noises. The carefully selected members of the First Guild donned special heavy armor, not only needing to perform high-intensity tactical movements but also having to continuously operate their mental methods to resist environmental interference, suffering greatly, yet every person's gaze was extraordinarily firm. Yan Fei and Zhu Mang weaved through them, hoarsely shouting commands and personally demonstrating movements. The Equipment Development Department was brightly lit. Based on the energy models provided by Elder Fu Changfeng and insights from the Jiang family's ancient books, batches of new equipment were being rigorously tested and improved. Third-generation clear heart bracelets, resistance to mental interference increased by 15%, duration extended by half an hour. Portable purifying barrier generator can create a temporary purification area with a radius of 3 meters when deployed, but energy consumption is still too high, continue optimizing the energy core. Individual energy tracking device, sensitivity to specific evil energy fluctuations meets standards, but interference resistance is insufficient, take it back and redo it. Every advancement was accompanied by countless failures, but no one complained. The devastation of Crystal Flame City and the increasing reports of abnormalities worldwide whipped every person like a whip. In the Intelligence Analysis Center, a huge screen projected a three-dimensional map of the Kunlun Mountains, generated from ancient book records, satellite remote sensing, energy detection data, and fragmented information. Large areas were shrouded in thick mist and marked in red, representing energy disturbances. Analysts burned the midnight oil, trying to find a relatively safe path from the sea of data, marking possible entrances to ancient ruins or energy nodes. President, these are the 3 preliminary routes we have screened, all of which have a high-risk level, but Route C passes through an area where ancient books record legends of a celestial medicine garden. There are many records during the relatively stable period of the energy environment, perhaps, the opportunity is slightly larger. The intelligence chief pointed to a winding dashed line that went deep into the snowy mountains, his tone lacking confidence. Qin Chuan looked at the 3 routes dancing like blades, silently nodding his head. Having a direction is better than having none. However, the enemy in the dark was not asleep. Days later, an external team from the First Guild, tasked with receiving an important batch of supplies from a nearby city, was ambushed while passing through an abandoned industrial area on their way back. The attack came suddenly and strangely. The attackers wore dark tactical uniforms without any insignia, moving swiftly like ghosts, using weapons that could fire a sticky, dark energy beam with strong mental contamination properties, and could summon a small energy field that distorted vision. The team was caught off guard, instantly falling into a fierce battle. Fortunately, the newly equipped clear mind bracelets proved effective, allowing the members to barely stay conscious, but the opponent's attacks were clever and ruthless, targeting the equipment's weak points. Stay steady. Form groups of 3, back to back. Activate the pure light barrier intermittently. The team leader remained calm under pressure, shouting orders. The effects of new equipment and harsh training were tested at this moment. The team members, although startled, quickly formed a defensive formation, with pale golden temporary shields flashing intermittently, neutralizing the most lethal attacks. The battle was exceptionally intense, with gunfire, energy explosions, and roars echoing in the abandoned factory. In the end, with better teamwork and equipment advantage, the team successfully repelled the enemy, capturing a slightly slower attacker. However, several team members were injured, and one was struck by a strange dark energy needle, with the wound quickly blackening and festering, leaving the person in a coma and high fever, life hanging by a thread. The attacker was swiftly taken back for interrogation, but during transport, the person suddenly convulsed, with a violent dark red energy erupting inside, exploding instantly, leaving no trace but a stench and deeper suspicions. Fu Changfeng conducted an urgent analysis of the residual energy needle and the self-destruct energy, reporting to Qin Chuan with a pale face. The energy is highly similar to the blood-red fragments, but more refined and vicious. They are not only imitating but improving and creating. President, they are experimenting on living people, and may even be altering themselves. In the high-level meeting, the atmosphere was tense. The experiences of the attack team and Fu Changfeng's analysis report made everyone realize that the threat level of the Mutual Aid Association had risen again.
Chapter 181, Deciphering.
They are no longer the schemers hiding in the dark, manipulating monsters, but a mad army with terrifying technology and combat strength.
The journey to Kunlun is urgent. Qin Chuan's voice broke the silence. We must find answers there, find a way to completely contain or even eliminate this evil power. He looked at Fu Changfeng.
Elder Fu, concentrate all resources, prioritize deciphering the information about the Kunlun entrance and array center in the Jade Tablet.
We need a precise target point, not just a general area.
Yanfei, Zhu Meng, raise the readiness level to the highest. Select team members to form an advanced team for Kunlun, conduct final adaptation training.
All external tasks will enhance security levels, and if there's no absolute certainty, execution will be postponed. The guild's internal defense system will be upgraded comprehensively. Orders were issued one after another, efficient and decisive. No one raised objections, everyone understood this was a race for survival.
After the meeting, Qin Chuan returned alone to the quiet room. He took out the dark gold fragment again. It was still warm, and the sense pointing to the west was strong enough to almost create a pulling feeling. When he immersed his mind in it, this time, he received not vague images but an extremely brief, but with an incredibly clear intent. It was a towering mountain wall, shrouded in endless wind and snow, where a huge, narrow crack, as if split by a giant axe, could be vaguely seen.
Deep within the crack, faint golden runes flickered briefly.
The image abruptly stopped. Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and walked to the enormous Kunlun map, his gaze sharply sweeping over the core area marked as unknown and extremely dangerous. He extended a finger and pointed at a previously overlooked, treacherous canyon on the map. Here, he murmured to himself, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The final puzzle piece seemed to slowly fall into place. The guild's massive war machine had also revved its engines, waiting for a command to rush into that mysterious and perilous snow-covered highland. In the isolation zone of the first guild's underground laboratory, the atmosphere was nearly stagnant. Fu Changfeng's eyes were bloodshot, his hair a mess, clearly having spent several sleepless nights. On the main control screen in front of him, data flowed like a waterfall, its complexity enough to bewilder any top mathematician. On one side was the analysis window for the vast ancient runes and information fragments from the Jiang family's Jade Tablet 1-1 secret record, and on the other side were real-time energy spectrums and spacetime disturbance models of two shattered fragments. Qin Chuan stood quietly beside him, like a rock. His very presence seemed to provide an indescribable sense of stability in this anxious space. The ancient text copies provided by the Jiang family floated in a special force field on the other side. The blurry patterns and difficult annotations on the ancient animal skin scroll were being analyzed frame by frame by a high-precision scanner, comparing with the database.
Not right, not like this.
Fu Changfeng sometimes murmured to himself, his fingers wildly striking the virtual keyboard, at times stopping abruptly, staring intently at a fleeting data peak. The frequency of the energy decay model and the periodic description of the star-falling core in the secret record, there is an overlapping harmonic node. He seemed to seize a critical point, suddenly overlaying a sequence of ancient runes restored through complex algorithms with the resonance frequency spectrum produced by the dark gold fragments under specific energy stimulation. Buzz. The main console emitted a soft sound, and the chaotic data stream on the screen suddenly found its place, beginning to arrange and combine in a marvelous pattern. Those fragmented records from the Jade Tablet were no longer isolated data points, but began to corroborate and complete each other with the energy characteristics of the fragments.
Found it. President, I found it.
Fu Changfeng's voice was hoarse with excitement as he suddenly pulled up a newly generated three-dimensional energy structure diagram. He saw countless fine energy threads constructed from ancient text information connecting between the two extreme energy models representing the dark gold fragments and the blood-red fragments. These threads twisted and intertwined, ultimately pointing to a complex, multi-layered energy structure. At the core of that structure was a tiny whirlpool, constantly rotating, as if made of starlight.
Look here. Fu Changfeng zoomed in on the starry whirlpool.
Based on the hints in the 1-1 secret record and the fragmented energy harmonics, this likely represents a specific energy focal point or spatial interface within Kunlun Mountain. It isn't a fixed building, but rather, a portal that requires specific conditions and a key to open or manifest. He quickly operated, fitting the Kunlun map drawn by the guild's intelligence department with the energy coordinates of this starry whirlpool.
The map quickly zoomed in and rotated, finally locking in on an extremely rugged area covered by glaciers for thousands of years. The coordinate accuracy still has deviations. The range has been reduced by 70%.
The chances are high that it is deep within this snow burial rift. Fu Changfeng reported excitedly, but then his expression became serious again.
However, President, there is another situation.
He pulled up the monitoring interface of the spacetime disturbance model. The spacetime fusion effect resulting from the coexistence of two fragments, although its growth rate is terrifying, is not infinite.
The model shows that it will reach a theoretical peak plateau in about 90 days, after which it will maintain at a very high stable level without significant enhancement. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. 90 days? Plateau period? Yes. Fu Changfeng nodded heavily. This means that if we cannot find a way to suppress or solve this problem within 90 days, then afterwards, the spatial structure of the Earth will permanently be in an extremely fragile and dangerous state. At that time, it may not even require 9 fragments to gather, just a sufficiently strong energy impact, or even a large natural spatial event, could trigger a global spatial collapse disaster. He paused and added another more unsettling discovery. Moreover, this 90-day cycle highly coincides with the latter part of the celestial event recorded in some ancient texts regarding the alignment of 9 stars. This cannot be mere coincidence. A clear, suffocating timeline was laid out before them. 90 days. Either find a way to solve the problem in Kunlun within 90 days, or the world could slide into an irretrievable abyss. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the laboratory. Warning! High-intensity, unknown source spatial fluctuations detected. Warning! The source of the fluctuations is not a single target, multiple signals are appearing simultaneously. On one side of the main screen, the global monitoring map lit up with several distant red dot areas that had not previously been marked as high risk, suddenly bursting forth with glaring crimson light. Their energy intensity instantly broke through the warning threshold. Chapter 182, Taking the Initiative. Almost at the same time, the dark golden fragment in Qin Chuan's arm suddenly shook. It was no longer a gentle guidance or warning, but a rush of sharp, painful sensation as if it was being forcefully disturbed. Fu Changfeng looked at the data in shock. These fluctuations, the energy characteristics are almost identical to when the blood-red fragment was activated. But the intensity is higher, and more orderly. It's as if they were simultaneously activated by some unified will. On the global map, those crimson light spots spread slowly like blood droplets in clear water, attempting to connect into some unsettling pattern. Qin Chuan suddenly straightened his body, his eyes shining bright gold. He felt that the dark golden fragment transmitted not only the sharp pain but also a faint, extremely weak sense of urgency from the distant west. It was as if the existence in the direction of Kunlun was also reacting violently against these sudden disturbances. The enemy's footsteps were much faster than they imagined. They might even have already noticed Qin Chuan's progress and responded to it. Are they ripening the fruit in advance? Fu Changfeng's voice trembled slightly. Or are they showing off to us? Hearing this, Qin Chuan scoffed. He was never afraid. The lights in the laboratory flickered slightly due to energy interference, illuminating Qin Chuan's cold and determined side profile. The countdown of 90 days, from this moment on, began the real ticking. Of course, the global abnormal energy fluctuation alarm spreading like a plague did not throw the first guild into panic. Instead, it acted like a strong catalyst, making this war machine operate even more frantically and precisely. Having gone through the previous events, the Mutual Aid Association was completely different from ordinary guilds. In everyone's eyes, competing with other guilds was never their goal. Fighting against the Mutual Aid Association became. To fight against the evil god is what they must do. Inside the Strategic Command Center, the atmosphere was no longer purely tense, but filled with a hint of a hunting vibe. Since there are energy fluctuations, they can locate the enemy's position based on these fluctuations. Sitting and waiting to die is not the character of the first guild. Signal source resolution is 85% complete. A technician reported loudly, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. They were operating the device designed by Fu Changfeng, chasing the source of the signal. Fu Changfeng's hands flew quickly over the control panel, as countless energy trajectories were calculated, extended, and cross-located on the global map. The records from the Jiang family's ancient books about spatial rift stability, the energy characteristic models of the 2 fragments, and the guild's own massive monitoring data were perfectly integrated at this moment. The signal source is very cunning, using multiple jumps and disguises, but the energy signature cannot be completely concealed. Fu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with light. This signal is like a firefly in the dark, no matter how weak, it leaves a trace. Qin Chuan stood before the giant light screen, his gaze scanning the gradually clearer energy trajectories like a hawk. They emerged from abnormal points around the globe, ultimately pointing, under the apparatus's analysis, like rivers converging into the sea, vaguely indicating a common and relatively blurred source area. There was no desolate polar region or deep sea, but rather a place at the edge of a densely populated area where ancient mountain ranges intersected, with a complex geological structure and a history of multiple records of unknown energy explosions. Here. Qin Chuan's finger precisely pointed to an area marked as an abnormal energy void on the map. It's their nest, or rather, an important transfer hub, right here. The probability is over 90%. Fu Changfeng confirmed. This area has an extremely stable and hidden large spatial rift. The Mutual Aid Society may very well use it as one of their main bases. Was there not news before? The headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society is hidden within a spatial rift. Combined with earlier news, Qin Chuan was almost certain this was the location where the Mutual Aid Society was hiding. For the first guild, opportunities are fleeting. Activating global nodes on such a large scale surely put a massive burden and risk on the opponent. At this moment, perhaps the base's defenses were relatively weak, or perhaps they were most distracted. Of course, that was not the most critical point. The most important thing was that they had now locked onto the previous location of the Mutual Aid Society. As long as they pinpointed the location of the Mutual Aid Society, they could launch a thunderous strike against them. Yan Fei. Xu Meng. Qin Chuan abruptly turned, his voice decisive. Here. Immediately gather the assault team of the first guild. Equip them with the strongest firepower and the latest developed gear, lock onto this area, conduct a reconnaissance assault, and if the enemy's nest is confirmed, capture core personnel or data as much as possible. Young Master Jiang. Here. The young Master Jiang in the holographic projection immediately responded. You lead the skilled members of the Jiang family, who are adept in formations and energy sealing, to act in coordination, responsible for establishing a barrier on the outskirts to prevent enemy escapes or energy leaks. Understood. Several hours later, at the edge of the target area. Dense primitive jungles concealed all traces. Several high-speed assault boats, painted with optical camouflage and nearly silent engines, descended at the designated point like ghosts. Members of the first guild's assault team slid out of the cabin like phantoms, rapidly spreading out to occupy advantageous terrain. They wore the latest stealth combat suits and held weapons that had undergone targeted enhancements, with multifunctional displays on their masks constantly refreshing the energy readings of the surrounding environment. Zhang Yunlai led several Jiang family members, swiftly setting up metal pillars engraved with runes at several key nodes. Both hands formed seals, whispering softly. An invisible, spatial fluctuation and abnormal energy transmission blockade array quietly took shape. This array is the foundation of the Jiang family as a hidden clan. Qin Chuan led the team personally, his senses fully open, a faint golden heart light flowing slowly within him, like the most precise radar, scanning the seemingly calm yet slightly twisted spatial structure ahead. He was already certain that the remnants of the Mutual Aid Society were here. Detected disguised energy field, weak points in the structure have been marked. Qin Chuan's voice reached each team member's ear through bone conduction headphones. Demolition team, prepare, 3, 2, 1. Boom. A dull, thunderous sound erupted, not an explosion, but the effect of a specially made spatial shock bomb. The lush mountain scenery ahead peeled away like a shattered mirror, revealing a distorted, darkly glowing giant fissure entrance. At the entrance, several panicked guards in dark red clothing could still be seen. Upon seeing the effect of the spatial shock bomb, everyone instantly felt invigorated. The Mutual Aid Society was right here. Charge. Chapter 183, Elimination of the Mutual Aid Society. Without extra orders, the assault team shot into the fissure like arrows. Powerful firepower instantly covered the defensive works at the entrance, with new weapons demonstrating significant penetration against the evil energy shield. The battle erupted in an instant, reaching a fever pitch. In the air, there shone not only the powerful skill lights of the Devourers, but also the flashes emitted by new weapons. Behind the fissure was not the cave imagined in the mountain's belly, but a bizarre area that seemed to be forcibly pieced together from fragments of different spaces. Twisted corridors, floating platforms, ominous glowing crystal clusters, and countless strange biological experimental subjects soaking in nutrient solutions, this was the core base of the Mutual Aid Society. The people of the Mutual Aid Society are resisting fiercely. But their personnel composition is chaotic, and the command seems a bit disconnected. Yan Fei's voice echoed through the channel, accompanied by the whistling of energy guns and the screams of enemies. Found the main database direction. They are trying to destroy the data. Xu Meng roared. Stop them. Prioritize seizing the data. Qin Chuan commanded, while his figure flickered and dodged a scorching dark energy ray, countering with a palm strike, the faint golden heart light transforming into a blade, instantly evaporating the ambushing sorcerer along with his shield. The assault team surged forward like a tidal wave, the effects of new equipment and targeted training fully evident. The Jiang family disciples firmly held back several waves of enemies trying to rush in from other directions to provide support, the array's brilliance flickering, completely cutting off any possibility of communication and spatial jumps. At the deepest part of the base, in front of a grand altar constructed of black crystal, Qin Chuan finally encountered real resistance. Several powerful bishops clad in luxurious dark red robes surrounded a figure wearing a pale mask and holding a twisted staff. This person was the Pope of the Mutual Aid Society. They seemed to be performing some kind of crucial ceremony. After being interrupted, they suffered strong energy backlash, each one of them bleeding from the corners of their mouths, their breaths unstable. Qin Chuan. You dare to, a furious red-cloaked bishop shouted. Having fought Qin Chuan for so long, they knew him well. However, their current state was not good. What responded to him was Qin Chuan's merciless punch. The brilliant heart light erupted, like a miniature sun, instantly tearing through the darkness, shattering Ned Bishop along with his hastily formed defense. Qin Chuan held no mercy for the people of the Mutual Aid Society. Stop him! The Pope let out a sharp screech, the staff raised, a massive shadow barrier formed instantly from the anguished wails of countless tortured souls, while other high-ranking members unleashed their strongest dark arts. The entire core hall was filled with chaotic and terrifying energy. Shadow tentacles, corrosive energy, mental howls, clashed violently against the pure, vast light of the pale golden heart. Qin Chuan faced many foes alone, moving like lightning. Where his heart light shone, all evils were driven away. With each collision, a senior member of the Mutual Assistance Society spat blood and flew back, their corrupt energy fluctuations rapidly decreasing. Blood seeped from beneath the Pope's mask, his gaze fixed on Qin Chuan, filled with resentment and a hint of unbelievable fear. His strength was not weak, even being the strongest in the Mutual Assistance Society. Although he had not reached the legendary realm of Tao, he was empowered by whispers, making him formidable. He couldn't understand why Qin Chuan was so strong. He suddenly drove his scepter into the center of the altar. In the name of my God, I sacrifice. The few enormous blood-red crystals embedded in the altar suddenly exploded. An indescribable, limit-defying evil energy erupted like a tsunami, instantly collapsing part of the Jiang family's outer blockade, and the entire spatial rift began to vibrate violently and collapse. Retreat! The Pope shouted hoarsely, grabbing two heavily injured high-ranking members beside him. A dim blood-red rune flickered across his body, and his figure instantly blurred, seemingly forcing a highly resource-consuming spatial jump. Want to leave? Qin Chuan's eyes turned cold, fingers pointing like a sword. A beam of pale gold light, concentrated to the extreme, tore through the chaotic energy tides, shooting straight at the Pope's back. Puff! The Pope's body shook violently, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The dim rune on his body shattered instantly, but he ultimately still vanished into the depths of the collapsing rift with two screams and a violent ripple of space. Clean up the battlefield. Collect all items that can be taken. Hurry! Qin Chuan suppressed the surging blood and energy within him, giving the stern order. That last strike had consumed a lot of his energy. Although he couldn't keep the Pope behind, he believed the Pope was not doing well. Members of the Mutual Assistance Society had a method for spatial jumping, which he himself did not master, so he can only give up. The team acted swiftly, gathering scattered scrolls, crystal storage devices, experimental logs, and those devices that had not been completely destroyed into specially designed shielding containers amid the crumbling base. 10 minutes later, the last team member rushed out of the space rift on the verge of complete annihilation. Boom! The mountain behind them trembled violently, the twisted entrance completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. In the first guild laboratory. It was brightly lit, and everyone was awake all night. The items salvaged from the ruins were carefully analyzed. Fu Changfeng's eyes were bloodshot, yet he was too excited to contain himself. President! The harvest is enormous. So enormous! He pointed at parts of the information that had been decrypted on the screen. These documents detail at least 5 other altar locations and their activation states. Also, they include the specific timing calculations of the 9 stars aligned celestial phenomenon, and how to forcibly tear open a stable passageway to something called the core of nothingness using altar energy. More importantly, it's about Kunlun. Fu Changfeng's voice sharpened with excitement. The data repeatedly mentions that Kunlun is the original barrier, the starting point of the seal, and the place where the key belongs. The Mutual Assistance Society seems extremely wary of Kunlun, yet highly eager for it. They believed that deep within Kunlun hid the ultimate answer to completely control all fragment powers, Oregon to utterly destroy all fragments. He brought up a blurry image, clearly taken secretly or copied. Look at this. It was found in the Pope's secret chamber. It is said to depict the true appearance of the entrance to Kunlun's heavenly gate. In the image, between towering cliffs, a massive natural stone gate shrouded in ice and thunder stood, covered with complex and ancient runes that originated from the dark golden fragments but were even more intricate. Qin Chuan gazed at that picture, the dark golden fragments in his arms once again resonating with a strong, almost overwhelming desire. The enemy's lair had been severely damaged, the Pope gravely injured and escaped, but the real secret and final answer still pointed towards that ancient snowy land. However, this time, they were no longer aimlessly searching. In their hands, they already had more precise coordinates and a clearer goal. Chapter 184, The Heavenly Gate. The news of the core base of the Mutual Aid Society being destroyed and the Pope fleeing severely was like a booster shot for the First Guild. However, after a brief excitement, a more urgent decision was needed. According to the captured materials, there are less than 80 days left until the so-called peak of the 9 stars aligning and the fragility of time and space. Kunlun has become the only and urgent hope to reach. Qin Chuan's decision was swift and resolute. The journey to Kunlun was uncertain, far more perilous than before, and fewer, but stronger, people were better. In the strategic meeting room, the atmosphere was solemn. For this journey to Kunlun, I will personally lead the team.
Qin Chuan's gaze swept across the core members present. The team members include Yanfei, Zhu Meng, Xizhan, Ding Wu. The four named looked at each other and nodded, their eyes showing no fear, only determination from being trusted. Among them, a few had the strongest powers. If they were not strong enough on the journey to Kunlun, they could very well perish there.
Fu Changfeng will accompany us.
Qin Chuan looked at the researcher behind his glasses, eyes burning with passion. We need you to analyze data in real time at the scene, interpret the clues in the ancient texts and captured materials. Fu Changfeng nodded heavily, this was the opportunity he had longed for.
All others?
Qin Chuan's voice became serious. Wang Yushu and Jiang Yunlai will temporarily lead the team, strictly guarding Suhai City and Jingyan City, monitoring global anomalies, ensuring the safety of the rear. The order was given, and no one disagreed.
Everyone understood this was the best arrangement, but also a reluctant choice.
On the night before departure, the moonlight was cold. Wang Yushu came to Qin Chuan's quiet room but did not enter, she simply stood silently in the courtyard, staring at the window that emitted a faint light. She knew that this farewell was longer and more dangerous than any before.
1,000 words were stuck in her throat, ultimately turning into a barely audible sigh and tightly clenched fists.
She gently hung a pouch she had prepared herself, containing a warm nourishing medicinal fragrance, on the door ring, turned, and left, her back firm. She would guard this home and wait for his return. Meanwhile, far away in Jingyan City, Zhang Junwan sent a long and deep spiritual message through the warm jade pendant. Without excessive words, only the most sincere blessings and firm belief. The road ahead is perilous, please take care.
Junwan is here, waiting for good news, hoping for your triumphant return.
Within the thought, there was a touch of Jiang family's secret calming method that quietly soothed Qin Chuan's heart. Qin Chuan felt the concern of the two women, his heart warmed slightly, but more was a sense of responsibility and determination to succeed.
The next morning, at the guild headquarters rooftop, 6 figures stood against the wind. Except for Fu Changfeng, who needed to use a special flying platform inscribed with floating symbols, Qin Chuan, Yanfei, Zhu Meng, Xizhan, and Ding Wu all exuded a heavy aura. Let's go. Qin Chuan's faint words were spoken. In the next moment, 5 powerful auras shot into the sky.
Behind Qin Chuan, brilliant light wings of pale gold spread open, holy and majestic, wings gained after devouring the golden-winged rock. Yanfei and Zhu Meng's wings were formed from pure energy, appearing dark blue-black, carrying a fierce killing aura. Xizhan and Ding Wu's wings faintly revealed the phantom of their respective families' inherited exotic beasts, one blazing like fire, the other solid as a mountain. 5 pairs of uniquely shaped energy wings vibrated, stirring up powerful gusts of wind. The flying platform under Fu Changfeng's feet also lit up with runes, stably rising into the air. President. Brothers. Take care. On the ground, the members left behind shouted in unison, their voices filled with reluctance and hope. Wang Yushu stood at the forefront, waving her hand vigorously, while Jiang Yunlai beside her performed a serious respectful gesture. Qin Chuan turned back, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and finally, he met Wang Yushu's eyes in the air for a brief moment, slightly nodding. Then, he turned around and with a flap of his wings. Swish! 6 streams of light tore through the sky, transforming into stunning swans, racing at an incredible speed towards the western edge of the world, a vast range of towering mountains, and soon disappeared into the clouds. After the apocalypse, the entire blue planet had grown much larger, thus the flight lasted for several days. The further west they went, the more vast and magnificent the scenes became. The land beneath their feet gradually transformed from bustling towns to barren wilderness, and then into towering mountains with snowlines faintly visible. The air became thin and cold, containing an ancient, primitive, and immensely overwhelming energy pressure. Fu Changfeng continuously adjusted the instruments, comparing them with the star maps obtained from the Mutual Aid Association, ancient records of the Jiang family, and the directions of the dark gold fragments. The energy concentration is sharply increasing. The spatial structure is also becoming more complex. He recorded while speaking. President, the reaction of the dark gold fragments is getting stronger and stronger. The dark gold fragment in Qin Chuan's arms was becoming scorching hot, its guidance clear like a lighthouse. He adjusted the direction constantly based on the resonant strength of the fragment, leading the team to fly over towering snowy peaks, deep into this area known as the Forbidden Zone of Life. As they went deeper, strange sights began to appear around them. Crystalline ice floated in the air, glowing faintly, and occasionally, massive energy creatures resembling legendary cranes or spirit deer would be seen gliding through the distant mist, casting indifferent or curious glances at the intruders. The wind and snow became furious, even mixed with tiny spatial rifts and chaotic energy flows. If it weren't for the superior strength of the 5 and the resilience of their wings, along with the runic protection of Fu Changfeng's flying platform, ordinary aircraft would have already crashed. We're almost there. According to the peak resonance of the fragments and the star map, the target is just behind that largest eye of the storm ahead. Fu Changfeng shouted loudly against the raging winds. Qin Chuan's gaze was sharp, piercing through the swirling snowflakes, and saw in the center of the massive ice and snowstorm a vaguely enormous mountain silhouette, its peak seemingly piercing through the heavens. And on a certain sheer cliff of that mountain, a faint yet stable golden light was flickering, echoing with the dark gold fragment from afar.
"Follow me!"
Qin Chuan called out in a low voice, a cone-shaped shield of pale golden light bursting forth around him, as he was the first to dive into the terrifying storm that could tear apart steel.
Yanfei, Zhumeng, Xizhan, and Dingwu followed without hesitation, their various lights igniting, closely following that golden guiding light ahead.
Fu Changfeng also turned up the power of the flying platform to the maximum, the runic light dazzling, gritting his teeth to keep up. Traveling through the storm felt like going through centuries, and when they finally broke through the final icy curtain, the sight before them made even the most worldly wise among them feel shocked, halting their movements. Inside the eye of the storm, there was an unexpected calm. A gigantic stone door, indescribably majestic and ancient, stood quietly atop a 1,000-foot ice cliff. The stone door was made of an unknown material, presenting a misty grayish-blue color, covered with ancient runes that were more complex and profound than the dark gold fragments, giving off a faint, yet awe-inspiring golden glow. The stone door was tightly shut. In front of it lay a huge platform covered with strange carvings, at the end of which was the endless sea of clouds and the small mountains below. Above the stone gate, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, two gigantic ancient characters, seemingly naturally formed yet filled with supreme Taoist essence, flickered into view.
The Heavenly Gate. Is this the legendary Kunlun Heavenly Gate? Is this the end pointed to by the dark gold fragments, the place where all mysteries may be unraveled?
The piercing cold wind swept through the heavenly gate, carrying snowflakes that wail like a lament, as if telling tales of ancient solitude and secrets. Qin Chuan tucked away his wings and slowly landed on the platform marked by the traces of time, looking up at this immense door to the unknown, the dark gold fragments in his hand hot to the touch.
Chapter 185, The Trial of the Heavenly Gate.
In front of the Kunlun Heavenly Gate, all was silent, only the eternal wailing of the wind and snow. The massive stone door stood quietly atop the icy cliff, ancient and grand, with faint golden light swirling above, radiating a weighty and awe-inspiring majesty. Standing before it, everyone felt small as dust.
Energy reading, unable to detect.
Fu Changfeng's voice brimmed with disbelief and shock, his device displaying a chaotic screen of snowflakes. This stone door, the energy field around it is so high, it has completely exceeded the instrument's analysis range. It seems to exist independently of our time and space. Yanfei took a deep breath of the cold air, sensing the overwhelming pressure everywhere, and said gravely, "Just standing here requires running all our energy to resist this pressure. What kind of world lies beyond this door?" Zhumeng stretched his limbs, eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and seriousness.
"No matter what lies behind it, we're here now. We can't just stand at the door looking at the scenery, right? President, how do we get in?"
Xizhan and Dingwu said nothing, but their eyes were sharp, a subtle resonance with this ancient land subtly surrounding them. As descendants of ancient families, they instinctively felt reverence and a desire to explore this sacred place in their blood.
Qin Chuan did not answer immediately.
He walked slowly to the front of the stone door, gazing up at its towering structure. The closer he got, the more he felt a stirring from deep within his soul. The dark gold fragments in his arms were no longer just hot but began to tremble gently, emitting a clear humming sound, as if a wanderer was returning home, barely able to contain his excitement. He stretched out his hand, tentatively touching the cold stone door. The moment his fingertips made contact, buzz! A sound that resonated as if from ancient times exploded deep within everyone's soul. Not through their ears, but directly affecting their spiritual level. The countless ancient runes on the stone door suddenly illuminated, the golden light bursting forth, illuminating the entire platform as bright as day.
An irresistible will swept over everyone like a tide, carrying with it an essence of examination, inquiry, and even a hint of expectation. Then, an unexpected change occurred.
The engravings on the platform beneath everyone's feet lit up one by one, forming a vast and intricate formation.
As the brilliance flowed, aside from Qin Chuan still standing in place, Yanfei, Zhumeng, Xizhan, Dingwu, and Fu Changfeng were unexpectedly separated by an invisible force, each enveloped in a hazy halo, able to see each other yet as if separated by an insurmountable barrier.
What's happening? Zhumeng attempted to rush towards Qin Chuan but was pushed back by a gentle yet firm force.
It's a trial.
Xizhan looked solemnly at the blurry images beginning to appear within the halo around him.
A place of ancient inheritance would not easily allow outsiders to enter.
It seems we must each prove ourselves worthy to enter this door. Dingwu nodded and assumed the starting stance of the family's martial arts, speaking solemnly.
Just what I want.
In Fu Changfeng's surrounding halo, countless flowing strange symbols and energy diagrams appeared, surprising him at first, then revealing a look of obsession.
This is ancient energy knowledge? Is it a puzzle to solve?
But before Qin Chuan, the scene was different. In the center of the stone gate, the most core and complex runes broke free from the gate itself, twisting and changing in the air, eventually forming a vague, shimmering shadow made of pure golden light. The shadow's face was unclear, yet it carried an aura familiar to Qin Chuan, one that inspired both respect and awe. That power originated from the same source as Hou Yi's, but it was older and grander. The shadow did not speak, it simply lifted a finger and gently pointed toward the center of Qin Chuan's brow. Qin Chuan felt a divine inspiration and did not resist. He also raised his hand, summoning pure golden heartlight at his fingertips to meet the shadow's finger. The two fingers did not touch, but on the level of thought, a silent clash and verification took place. In Qin Chuan's sea of consciousness, it was as if thousands of scenes flashed by. The forging of the Stargate, the roar of the evil god, the birth and inheritance of heartlight power, the shadows of 9 altars, the struggles and hopes of humanity in this era. Everything he had experienced, every belief he upheld, seemed to be read and examined by that ancient will in that moment. At the same time, a deeper, more fundamental use of heartlight techniques flowed into his awareness like a gentle stream. This was a deeper understanding of power, a truth regarding order and purification. It was a confirmation of qualification and a continuation of inheritance. On the other side, Yan Fei found himself in an ancient battlefield illusion, facing an endless torrent of monsters corrupted by evil energy. He had to use all his tactical wisdom and personal bravery to carve a bloody path out of this desperate situation, testing his unyielding fighting spirit. Xu Meng seemed to have fallen into an endless hell, enduring the torment of extreme environments and the amplification of inner fears. He needed to use pure courage and an unwavering will to break the mental demons and prove his fearlessness. Qi Zhan and Ding Wu faced the ancient projections of their family's martial arts lineage. They needed to demonstrate their understanding and breakthroughs in martial arts through battles with the war shadows, affirming the glory in their bloodline. Fu Changfeng was completely immersed in a sea of knowledge, solving ancient problems about the essence of energy and the laws of the universe, testing his wisdom and thirst for knowledge. Time seemed to lose its meaning on the platform. No one knew how long it had been. The halos enveloping the 5 gradually faded. Yan Fei's killing intent lingered, but his gaze became sharper and steadier. Xu Meng was panting, with many illusory scars on his body, but his eyes were wild yet resolute. Qi Zhan and Ding Wu had become more harmonious in their breath, as if they had made advances in martial arts. Fu Changfeng wore a face of pure joy, as if he had gained a priceless treasure. They all successfully passed their own tests. At that moment, the mental clash between Qin Chuan and the Golden Shadow also reached its peak. The heart light within him operated in an unprecedented manner, creating a perfect resonance with the shadow's power. The shadow seemed to slightly nod before dissipating, transforming back into runes and returning to the stone gate. Boom! With a sound like earth-shattering thunder, the ancient Kunlun gate, sealed for countless years, slowly and heavily opened a crack inward. In an instant, indescribable radiant divine light poured forth from the crack, a flood of rich spiritual energy surged out like a burst dam, energizing everyone and opening their pores. Behind the door was not the expected mountain cave, but rather a realm shrouded in clouds, with hidden celestial mountains, cascading spiritual springs, and filled with endless vitality and mysteries. The energy contained within far exceeded that of the outside world. The Kunlun secret realm finally revealed a glimpse of its icy peak to this group of brave intruders. Qin Chuan took a deep breath of the incredibly pure spiritual energy, his eyes shining with golden light as he turned to look at his tested companions. Let's go. He took the first step forward, stepping into that door leading to the unknown and hope. Chapter 186, The Tower of Heaven. One foot stepped into the heavenly door, as if one had crossed into another world. The rich and substantial energy of the world enveloped the whole body like warm spring water, and with every breath, one could feel their cultivation subtly growing. Before them was no longer the cold, snowy plains and sheer cliffs, but a vast valley resembling an immortal's paradise. Strange flowers and unusual plants emitted a shimmering glow, and in the distance, flying waterfalls flowed like a hung galaxy. Even farther away, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, the outlines of pavilions and towers flickered, seeming like the palaces from ancient legends. This scene truly amazed the group. Within the heavenly door, they never expected to find such a secret land. However, the most attention-grabbing was not these beautiful sights. In the center of the valley stood an enormous tower that could not be described in words, so magnificent and strange. The tower was not made of ordinary bricks or stones but seemed to be carved from some translucent jade-like stone, flowing with colorful rays of light from within. The tower was unknown how many tens of thousands of zhang high, with its peak piercing into the rolling sea of clouds above, nowhere to be seen. The surface was densely engraved with patterns and characters older and more complex than the heavenly door's runes. These carvings were not static, they flowed and changed slowly, as if recording the birth and death of the universe and the changes of time and space. The entire tower emitted a kind of indescribable wave of laws. It was both a physical entity and seemed to transcend the physical, being the core of this secret land and the backbone supporting this world. What lay before them shocked everyone. They never expected such a scene to be inside. This is... Fu Changfeng looked up at the giant tower, his voice trembling with excitement. Though the instrument in his hand still could not analyze the tower's energy. But that macroscopic feeling of ruling everything gave him, a researcher, an unprecedented shock.
It looks like a huge energy hub, so spectacular. So magnificent. Babel Tower.
Qin Chuan stared at the giant tower, and a name naturally surfaced in his mind.
This was a legendary tower built by Westerners.
But this was not the tower in Western mythology that leads to heaven, rather, it contained the meaning of ancient Eastern legends, the Tower of Heaven. The dark golden fragment in his arms calmed down at this moment, exuding a gentle and peaceful feeling of returning to its origin, as if a wanderer had finally returned to the embrace of his mother.
Look at the area around the tower base.
Yan Fei, with sharp eyes, pointed to the bottom of the giant tower.
What surrounded the base of the tower was not flat ground but an enormous circular plaza.
The plaza's ground was not simple stone slabs, it was carved with a gigantic star map covering the entire space. The star map was vast and ethereal, with stars that were not fixed but were slowly moving, their trajectories mysterious, as if the entire starry sky had been miniaturized here. And on some key nodes of this star map, one could faintly see markings resembling altars and stargates.
This star map seems to depict the starry sky of ancient times.
Fu Changfeng squatted down, fascinated, gazing at the flowing paths of the stars beneath his feet.
These nodes, could they correspond to the positions of the stargates and altars?
Just as everyone was deeply attracted by this Tower of Heaven and the star map, a distant, desolate sigh, as if it had traveled through endless time, suddenly echoed in everyone's hearts. Not through their ears, but resonating directly within their souls. Immediately, a part of the runes near the base of the tower lit up suddenly, their light interweaving in the air, forming moving, blurry yet meaningful images, accompanied by intermittent streams of information entering everyone's consciousness. Heaven and earth were connected, and gods and humans coexisted. In the beginning, heaven and earth were not separated, there were heavenly ladders connecting places like the Tree of Life and Mount Dinbo, powerful beings and the ancestors of humanity.
There are ways to communicate between heaven and earth.
The Stargate shines, connecting the universe, a scene of prosperity. Later, evil invaded, and disaster came. Endless, twisted, shadow-like evil beings surged from the depths of the universe, from the cracks of dimensions, they eroded stars and polluted living beings, leaving destruction in their wake. A brutal war broke out, affecting all realms and worlds. The war was so fierce it was beyond imagination, countless powerful beings fell. To preserve the spark of humanity and avoid complete pollution, the remaining strongest ancient gods made a tragic and helpless decision to sever the paths between heaven and earth. They united to forge this tower to heaven, not to reach paradise but to suppress and seal the paths to the polluted lands, serving as the cornerstone of the new order's rules. When the tower to heaven was completed, it also completely closed and sealed the vast majority of the stargates and heavenly ladders. At the same time, the ancient gods divided and sealed the most difficult to eradicate evil god origins across the universe, monitored and suppressed by the remaining Stargate system. Before closing the paths, the ancient gods left part of their knowledge and power to the chosen inheritors of humanity, hoping that in the future, talented individuals would rise up and, when the time was right and with enough power, could restart the paths and completely resolve the hidden dangers of the evil gods. As the scene slowly dissipated, that desolate sigh gradually faded away. On the platform, there was a deep silence. Everyone was deeply shocked by the ancient secrets conveyed across time and space. The severing of the paths between heaven and earth. So it turns out it is not just a legend. Zhang murmured to himself, his face filled with awe. The severing of the paths was mentioned in ancient myths, thought to be myths, but in fact, it was a real event. Moreover, these events were closely related to the evil gods. This pertains to an ancient war among the gods. It was to protect us. Dingwu clenched his fists, feeling that heavy burden of sacrifice. So, the stargates are a monitoring and suppression system, the altar is a container sealing part of the evil gods, and this tower is the hub of it all and, the final line of defense? Fu Changfeng quickly organized the information, his eyes sparkling with realization and deeper worry. What the Mutual Aid Society wants to restart, could it be those paths to the polluted lands sealed by the ancient gods? Have they gone mad? Qin Chuan remained silent, feeling it the most deeply. The figure of Hou Yi in that image resonated strongly with the heartlight inheritance he had received. He finally understood that what he bore was not just dealing with the current crisis, but continuing a war regarding the existence of all things that had persisted since ancient times. His gaze turned again to the towering tower to heaven. The tower stood silently, yet it seemed to silently inquire. "Oh, successors, are you ready? Ready to take on this duty of protection, and perhaps, one day in the future, the mission to reconnect heaven and earth? This is a matter concerning the inheritance from ancient times. The answer may lie at a higher point in the tower." Chapter 187, Entering the Tower. The tower to heaven stood quietly in the center of the secret realm. The flowing rosy light and runes seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the universe. Qin Chuan and his group stood in the star map plaza at the base of the tower, unable to recover from the shocking truth of severing the paths between heaven and earth. This tower is the final defense line and treasury of knowledge left by the ancient gods. Fu Changfeng pushed his glasses, his eyes passionately gazing up at the towering structure. "We must go in," There must be key information about the evil gods, about the fragments, about how to deal with the current crisis hidden inside. Qin Chuan's gaze was calm, the dark golden fragments in his arms were sending a wave of calm and returning energy, no longer merely guidance. He walked slowly towards the tower body, on the seemingly seamless tower wall. A groove was discovered that perfectly matched the shape and size of the dark gold shard. It seems that this is the keyhole. Qin Chuan took out the dark gold shard and gently pressed it into the groove. Buzz! The shard fitted tightly, causing the tower to tremble slightly, and the colorful radiance on its surface began to swirl more rapidly. The star map beneath everyone's feet seemed to be activated, and the paths of the stars became clear and bright. Then, a soft beam of light shot out from the tower, enveloping Qin Chuan, while at the base of the tower, a silent portal, glowing with light, slid open, just wide enough for one person to pass through. The portal is open, but it seems to only recognize the one who holds the key, or those who need to undergo a trial. Qin Chuan felt the pull of the beam and said to the others, "I will go in to investigate, you wait here and be on guard. Be careful, President." Although Yan Fei and the others were concerned about the mysteries within the tower, they knew this place was dangerous, and following rashly could lead to unpredictable consequences, so they quickly spread out, forming a defensive formation, cautiously observing this mysterious valley of immortals. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and stepped into the light portal. The sight before him changed instantly. It was not the stairs or rooms he had imagined, but an infinitely extending corridor of light made of flowing, colorful energy. On the walls of the corridor, countless fine runes moved like living creatures, emitting vast streams of information. No sooner had he stepped in than the light and shadow ahead condensed, forming a golden silhouette of pure energy, the same size as him. The silhouette was indistinct, yet it assumed an ancient starting posture, and an overwhelming, pure heart-light power rushed towards him. Is this the trial of inheritance? Qin Chuan understood immediately and without hesitation began to operate his heartlight to meet it. In an instant, golden light erupted within the corridor, and the two figures engaged in an intense and mysterious clash using pure heartlight energy. This was not a deadly struggle but rather a guiding exchange. Every attack from the golden silhouette precisely targeted the subtle flaws in Qin Chuan's use of power, while also demonstrating a deeper and more fundamental method of heartlight application. While fighting, a massive influx of information surged into Qin Chuan's mind, enlightening him. In the midst of battle, he confirmed that the dark gold shard and the blood-red shard originated from the same source. The shards were remnants from the ancient creation jade disk that shattered while fighting against the ultimate evil god, the Lord of Nothingness. The jade disk represented the cosmic order and laws. When shattered, the fragments scattered, some maintaining order, while others were tainted and fell into chaos. When 9 shards gather, they can reassemble the jade disk's phantom, possessing the power to rewrite reality, but if controlled by the evil god side, it would bring about a disaster that could end worlds. The essence of the altar gradually emerged. The 9 altars were not just containers sealing the evil god's origin but also coordinate anchor points for the evil god's followers attempting to construct a reverse connection to the dimension where the Lord of Nothingness resides. The ultimate goal of the Mutual Aid Association also revealed itself. They did not seek to summon the evil god's projection, but instead wanted to use the 9 altars and the powers of the shards they could collect, to forcefully tear open a stable passage to the slumbering place of the Lord of Nothingness at the weakest tide of celestial energy when the 9 stars align. As for the Kunlun Tower, it was not only a sealing hub and a knowledge repository but also a weapons of rules. At the critical moment, if the tower's power could be fully activated, perhaps it could forcibly reopen the connection to the realm, or even purify the tainted passages. But the activation conditions were extremely harsh, requiring the corresponding key and a powerful energy source. In the sparring and information flooding with the golden silhouette, Qin Chuan's understanding of heartlight power rapidly increased, becoming more and more delicate and intricate in its application. The faint golden star clouds in his sea of consciousness spun and expanded rapidly, becoming more refined and brilliant, even showing a trend towards forming a more complex shape at its center. His strength is undergoing the baptism of ancient heritage, stepping into an entirely new realm. Outside the tower, Yan Fei and others waited for several hours when suddenly, the entire secret realm valley trembled slightly. It was not from inside the tower, but from the direction of the secret realm entrance. Something has broken in. Xu Meng's eyes sharpened as he looked towards the heavenly gate. Outside the once calm heavenly gate, amidst the violent wind and snow, faint, ominous shadows emitting waves of evil energy began to appear. These forms were distorted, seemingly monsters made from a mix of ice and dark red energy, trying to charge through the heavenly gate. Are they remnants of the Mutual Aid Society? Or, has the defense mechanism of the Kunlun secret realm been triggered? Qi Zhan gripped his weapon, his expression serious. No matter what, we can't let them disturb the president. Ding Wu said, his voice deep. Yan Fei immediately ordered. Prepare for battle. Establish a defense line relying on the tower base star map square. We must not let these monsters get close to the Tongtian Tower. Just as the situation outside the tower suddenly became tense, inside the light corridor, Qin Chuan's sparring with the golden figure also neared its end.
He successfully dissolved the figure's final move, his heart's light blending and circulating, reaching a new height. The golden figure slightly nodded, its form gradually fading, finally transforming into a pure flow of energy, merging into Qin Chuan's body, further solidifying his improvement. At the same time, a new light gate appeared ahead in the corridor, seeming to lead to a higher level of the tower. Feeling the evil energy fluctuations and the tense breaths of his companions from outside the tower, Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. The inheritance has not yet finished, but trouble has come from outside. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed out of the light corridor, returning to the tower base square. What is the situation? Qin Chuan's figure flashed, his aura deeper and more restrained than before he entered the tower, with a gentle golden heart light naturally exuding a reassuring majesty. President! Evil creatures are trying to invade the secret realm. Yan Fei quickly reported. Qin Chuan looked towards the heavenly gate, a golden light flashing in his eyes. It seems that someone doesn't want us to calmly obtain answers here. Good, it's just the right time to test the new power I've comprehended. The exploration of the Tongtian Tower would be temporarily halted due to the approaching enemy, and a battle to protect the secret realm was about to erupt. And what other secrets lay within the higher levels of the tower could only be explored after repelling the invaders. Chapter 188, Blood Battle Before the Tower. Qin Chuan's figure appeared in the square in front of the tower, his flowing gentle golden heart light more condensed and restrained than before, yet naturally exuding a reassuring majesty that seemed to resonate more deeply with this ancient secret realm. President! Seeing Qin Chuan appear, and his aura obviously enhanced, Yan Fei and others felt more certain in their hearts. With Qin Chuan present, their hearts calmed significantly. I have sensed the situation. Qin Chuan's gaze was like lightning, piercing through space towards the heavenly gate, focusing intently. There, outside the massive stone door's halo, amidst the raging wind and snow, the shadowy evil figures began to multiply. From a distance, they didn't seem to be members of the Mutual Aid Society, but rather, various monstrous forms. Some looked like gigantic ice crystal spiders, with sharp limbs and mouths dripping with corrosive dark green slime. Others appeared as semi-transparent ghost-like creatures, emitting ear-piercing shrieks that disturbed the mind. Even more terrifying were some that seemed to be a mixture of an avalanche and evil energy, forming huge snow monsters, pounding their chests and continually crashing against the heavenly gate's glow. These monsters were all at least immortal grade, with many even being divine grade. Although monsters became more common after the apocalypse, seeing these monsters appear in Kunlun was still quite astonishing. This was the sacred land of Kunlun, after all. Are they the guardians of the Kunlun secret realm? Or local beings that have been corrupted and mutated by evil energy? Shumeng gathered his strength, eager to try. He too was very curious about what these monsters really were. The energy characteristics are from the same source as the blood-colored fragments. More chaotic, more primal. Fu Changfeng quickly analyzed the residual fluctuations captured by the instruments. These monsters are more like primitive creatures that have been deformed after being exposed to a high concentration of evil energy for a long time. The Mutual Aid Association may not be able to break in directly, but they have somehow guided or stimulated these monsters that were originally lurking at the edge of the secret realm. In any case, we cannot let them defile this holy land or interfere with our quest for the truth. Qin Chuan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. Yan Fei, Zhu Meng, left wing. Qi Shan, Ding Wu, right wing. Elder Fu, hide and analyze the monster's weaknesses. I will face them head-on. Qin Chuan's orders were concise and clear, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Just as the group of monsters was about to break through the heavenly gate's luminous aura, Qin Chuan moved. He did not use any flashy techniques, just simply took a step forward, raising his hand, palm facing forward, pressing lightly. Buzz! A pure and vast pale golden light curtain rapidly spread out from him like water waves, instantly covering the entire entrance area of the heavenly gate. Under the illumination of the heart light, it seemed to form a domain. This was a new ability he had comprehended in the light corridor of the tower, releasing the purifying properties of the heart light in a wide-ranging and sustained manner. Where the light curtain passed, the ice crystal spider at the front let out a piercing screech, its hard icy armor rapidly melting like snow meeting a blazing sun, revealing the writhing flesh that had been eroded by evil energy beneath. Then, it turned to ashes in the golden light. Those ghost-like creatures were as if thrown into hell, screaming as they twisted and evaporated. The huge snow monster roared as it broke through the light curtain, its massive icy fist smashing towards Qin Chuan with tremendous force. Qin Chuan's gaze remained unchanged, not flinching or avoiding. He merely pointed his fingers together like a sword, an exquisite golden light flashed at his fingertips, gently touching the enormous icy fist. Sizzle! There was no earth-shattering collision, only a faint sound like a branding iron searing into ice and snow. The condensed heart light power pierced through the snow monster's arm, reaching its core in an instant. The snow monster's massive body suddenly froze, the violent evil energy burst forth from within like a punctured balloon, its body rapidly collapsing from the inside out, turning into pure snowy dust that scattered in the air. One strike.
Only one strike, and he had killed what seemed to be the strongest leader. This scene greatly boosted the morale of Yan Fei and the others. Kill. Yan Fei concentrated his power, wielding the spear forged by Fu Changfeng, precisely piercing the energy core of a monster that tried to go around Qin Chuan. Xu Meng roared as he charged into the enemy ranks, smashing several monsters to pieces with his battle axe, exuding a fierce energy that tore through everything. Qi Zhan and Ding Wu displayed the subtleties of ancient martial arts. Qi Zhan moved like flames, his palms raising scorching waves of heat, specifically targeting those ice-related monsters. He devoured the phoenix from his ancestral land, his fiery powers overwhelming. Ding Wu was as steady as a mountain, his punches and kicks seeming slow, but each strike contained the power to shake mountains and split rocks, pulverizing the monsters. Fu Changfeng was also busy, he continuously analyzed the monsters' energy structures and quickly reported. Pay attention to those ghost-like monsters, their core is located 3 inches below the left side of the chest. The weakness of the ice spider is the joint at its abdomen. The battle was fierce yet brief. Under Qin Chuan's powerful heart-light purification domain and the precise cooperation of everyone, this wave of monsters was soon exterminated. At the entrance of the heavenly gate, only the slowly dissipating debris of evil energy was left on the ground. Cleaning completed. Xu Meng panted heavily, yet wore a satisfied smile on his face. President, your new move is amazing. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, retracting the heart-light domain. He furrowed his brow, looking towards the deeper parts of the secret realm. These are just low-level monsters eroded at the edges by evil energy. Deep in the secret realm, there may be even more difficult existences. And... He paused, feeling the clearer pulse coming from the dark golden fragments in his arms than before. I feel that inside the tower, at a higher level, something is calling me. It is about the fragments, about the source of the evil god, a more core secret. Fu Changfeng immediately interjected. President, since the external threats have been temporarily cleared, you should continue deeper into the tower, we will handle the outside vigilance. Gaining knowledge from within the tower is our fundamental purpose for this journey. Yan Fei also said seriously. Rest assured, President, with us here, nothing will disturb you. Their strength was not sufficient, so they chose not to enter the tower. Qin Chuan looked at the determined and trusting eyes of his companions, no longer hesitating. He knew time was still pressing, he must quickly grasp enough information and power. All right. You all be careful, if there is any unusual activity, immediately contact me through the jade slip. Qin Chuan handed a simple communication jade slip imbued with his heart's light to Yan Fei. Turning around, he walked again toward the heavenly tower. This time, the tower seemed to sense he had passed the initial test, the light gate appeared silently again, and the light corridor behind the gate seemed to extend to an even deeper, more mysterious upper level. Qin Chuan stepped in, his figure disappearing in the dazzling glow. Outside the tower, Yan Fei and the others quickly cleaned the battlefield, vigilantly guarding this tower that carried hope and secrets. And inside the tower, waiting for Qin Chuan would be a deeper truth concerning the past and the future. Chapter 189, 10,000 Years. Stepping into the light gate leading to the upper levels of the tower, the scene before Qin Chuan changed dramatically again. What appeared before his eyes was no longer the light corridor full of battle trials, but an endless chaotic sea seemingly composed of pure information and spatial-time energy. Here, there is no concept of up, down, left, or right, nor is there a clear sense of the passage of time. Countless streams of information flickering with faint light, carrying ancient memories and fragments of laws like stars, floated and circulated, within reach. As soon as Qin Chuan's consciousness reached out, he touched the nearest stream of information. Boom! His entire mind seemed to be pulled into a surging whirlpool, the scene before him instantly became clear yet incredibly strange. He was no longer an observer, but seemed to transform into a strand of primordial energy, feeling the great power of separation between purity and turbidity, the formation of heaven and earth. He saw the giant god wielding an axe, splitting the chaos, saw yin and yang separating, the 5 elements being established. The world was filled with primal and majestic energy, and laws were being woven like the lines of longitude and latitude. He personally experienced the afterwaves of the world's creation from nothing, gaining the most elemental, soul-etched understanding of the nature of energy and spatial structure. This journey seemed to last for billions of years, yet also felt like just a moment. As his consciousness slightly withdrew from the shock of the creation, another denser stream of information had enveloped Qin Chuan. Before him was the brutal battlefield of the primordial earth. Divine beasts roared, primordial gods and demons battled, causing stars to fall and mountains and rivers to shatter. He felt as if he were inhabiting an ancient god participating in the Great War, feeling the violent collision of the power of laws, witnessing the fall of countless powerful existences and the reshaping of the world. He experienced the cruelty that transcended individual life and death, as well as the heavy responsibility of maintaining some sort of cosmic balance. The brutality of war and the initial establishment of order led him to a deeper understanding of protection and sacrifice. As the scene shifted, above the firmament was the heavenly court established by the demon emperor, and on the primordial earth, the witch clan controlled the earth veins. At times, he felt the grand heavenly might of the celestial array, at times, he experienced the violent call of the great array invoking earth, water, fire, and wind. He witnessed the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the pouring down of the heavenly river, and the compassion and difficulty of Niwa refining stones to mend the sky. This part of the journey made him understand the horror of uncontrolled power. The fragile and important balance between heaven and earth. The scene finally freezes at the moment he has learned from the information outside the tower, yet at this moment, he deeply experiences it from the perspective of a participant. The scene flips again, and he finds himself in a magnificent world, surrounded by ancient gods. A person stands on the tall steps. It is Emperor Zhuanxu. Absolute disconnect. The voice of Emperor Zhuanxu echoes, and the ancient gods around are silent. He distinctly feels the helplessness, determination, and deep compassion in the hearts of those ancient gods when the decision was made. He participated in the forging of the Tower of Heaven, incorporating his understanding of the laws into the tower itself. He personally closed each star gate, severing the heavenly ladders, watching once prosperous celestial passages becoming silent and desolate. He witnessed the malicious curse emitted when the essence of the evil god was cut and sealed, a curse capable of polluting the rivers of stars. This piercing pain of experience is far more unforgettable than just being a spectator. He completely understands that the absolute disconnect is not isolation but protection, a connection made at the cost of sacrifice, preserving the ember of hope for future generations. In this long-lasting torrent of information spanning countless epochs, Qin Chuan's mind undergoes unimaginable tempering. His consciousness seems to drift through the river of time. Each experience makes his soul become more resilient and transparent, and his comprehension of the heart-light power reaches an unprecedented height. He sees that the heart-light power is not unique to Hou-Yi, but originates from the primordial order light at the beginning of creation, one of the foundational powers that construct and stabilize the universe. Hou-Yi is the one who has inherited and utilized it to combat the evil gods. He realizes that the essence of the Master of Void is a desire to return all things to ultimate chaos and annihilation, a manifestation of the dark side of the universe, an enemy of order. He vaguely perceives that, in the ancient war, the ancient gods did not completely annihilate the Master of Void. Perhaps it is because it is part of the laws of the universe itself, unable to be completely erased, only sealed and balanced. When Qin Chuan's mind breaks free from the last stream of information and returns to the reality within the tower, the outside world may have only passed a moment, but he feels as if he has endured an eternity of vicissitudes. He still stands in that chaotic sea of information, but his gaze has become incredibly profound, as if it contains the flow of the rivers of stars and the rise and fall of epochs. The faint golden heart light flowing around him is no longer just energy, it carries a flavor of law, and with a thought, he can invoke the subtle power of rules around him. He opens his palm, a strand of heart light dances at his fingertips, no longer a simple flame, but transforms into a miniature scene of stellar birth and demise, the cycles of the seasons. His control over power has already reached the level of the laws. So it is. Qin Chuan murmurs, all the clues, all the inheritance, are completely connected at this moment. He understands everything. He realizes his mission is not just to resolve the current crisis of the Mutual Aid Society and the altar, but to inherit the will of the ancients, and in a new era, find a path to completely balance and even purify the influence of the Master of Void. Perhaps, at some future moment, he will reconsider the connection between heaven and earth with a more powerful stance. He looks up towards the deeper part of the chaotic sea, where it seems there is an even older, more central control hub waiting for him. There, perhaps lies the key to activate all the powers of the Tower of Heaven, and even, the final dialogue with the sealed Master of Void. He steps forward, walking firmly toward the area that carries the ultimate secret. Each step causes ripples of rules to flow through the chaos beneath his feet. Qin Chuan walks in the chaotic sea of information. Every step feels as if he is stepping on the pulse of the universe. The faint golden heart light flowing around him is no longer just energy, but is intertwined with the surrounding streams of information. The fragments of the laws produced a deep resonance and intertwining. Wherever he went, the chaotic flow of information became orderly, and the broken fragments of the laws seemed to find a backbone, trembling slightly, conveying to him the intention of submission and harmony. This was not about forceful control, but a natural form of recognition. Having experienced countless eras, the essence of his soul was already marked with the most primal traces of order, and the power of his heartlight had completely transformed into the manifestation of the laws. Ahead, in the depths of the chaotic sea, light gradually gathered. No longer a scattered flow of information, but converging into a staircase of light made of pure laws, leading to a higher place. At the end of the light staircase, floated a mass of light whose shape and color could not be described in words. Chapter 190 Heart of the Laws. The light before him seemed to be the source of all rules, the ultimate manifestation of order. Simply gazing at it made one feel their own insignificance and the vastness of the universe. The Heart of the Laws, a name naturally emerged in Qin Chuan's consciousness. This might be the true core of the Tower of Heaven, the ultimate authority for regulating and even reshaping the rules left by the ancient gods. The closer he got, the more Qin Chuan could feel that overwhelming yet gentle and inclusive will. It seemed to be examining Qin Chuan, testing whether he was worthy to touch this supreme authority. Qin Chuan did not rush to ascend the steps. He paused in front of the light staircase, closed his eyes, not to mobilize his power, but to fully unveil his heart, will, and the understanding of order and balance forged through countless trials. The hexagram in his body was operating wildly, merging all of this together. He recalled the grandeur of creation, the brutality of the first calamity, the devastation of the conflict between shaman and demon, and the heavy compassion and resolve during the era of ultimate connection. What he pursued was not personal power or authority but inheriting the responsibility that transcends time and space, seeking a true way out for this era and future beings. His pale golden heart light naturally emitted, no longer dazzling, but transformed into a warm and firm halo that enveloped him and spread toward the heart of the laws. Within the halo, there were stars rising and falling, seasons cycling, civilizations rising and falling, and a firm rhythm of the Tao. Boom! The heart of the laws lightly trembled, emitting a pleasant, approving hum. That overwhelming will embraced Qin Chuan's thoughts like warm tides. The invisible barrier blocking the way quietly dissipated. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, his gaze calm and profound. He took a step forward and stepped onto the first level of the light staircase. There was no pressure, no trial, only a natural sense of integration. With every step he took, his perception of the surrounding laws became clearer, and his connection to the heart of the laws became closer. He saw the most basic lines of the laws that make up this world, saw the trajectory of energy flow, saw the subtle structure of time and space. He could even vaguely sense, beyond endless distant dimensions, a terrifying existence sealed away, representing nothingness and the end. He could even feel the alter nodes that clung to the real world like tumors, activated by mutual aid. They were continuously emitting filthy fluctuations, trying to erode the stability of the laws. When he finally stood at the end of the light staircase, reaching out could touch the heart of the laws, he stopped. He did not rush to merge it with himself or attempt to control it. He understood that this was not personal power but the foundation of the entire world, the cornerstone of protection. If he hastily merged, he might gain supreme power, but also risk affecting the absolute fairness of the rules due to individual limitations. He chose a gentler, more fitting ways, heart and light trying to resonate and connect. He sat cross-legged, placing his hands gently in front of the heart of laws, closing his eyes. The heart light power in the sea of consciousness turned into a pale golden nebula, with law runes faintly gathering at the center, slowly flowed out, establishing the most fundamental connection with the heart of laws. In an instant, Qin Chuan's vision expanded infinitely. He seemed to transform into the Tower of Heaven itself, perceiving the essence spreading throughout the Kunlun secret realm, even reaching towards the distant outside world. He saw the tense yet determined guarding postures of Yin Fei and others outside the tower, and sensed that there were still sporadic evil creatures lingering at the edge of the secret realm. Moreover, through some mysterious connection, he vaguely sensed the scenes of Suhai City and Crystal Flame City, feeling the presence of the first guildspeople, feeling Wang Yushu and Jiang Junwan. At the same time, all the information about the Tower of Heaven flowed into his consciousness like a machine, as if it were instinct. This tower is indeed a weapon of law, and when fully activated, it can rewrite reality within a certain range, strengthen seals, and even intervene in spacetime regionally. But its consumption is enormous, and it must adhere to the basic laws of the universe. It cannot create things out of nothing or reverse life and death. Of course, the activation condition requires a key of pure energy source. At the deepest part of the heart of laws, there is a seed sealed, left by ancient gods, about how to reach a certain eternal balance with the Lord of Nothingness instead of infinite confrontation. But this concept is extremely vague and dangerous. If not careful, it may be eroded by the void. Qin Chuan was immersed in this wonderful state of merging with the laws of heaven and earth, carefully comprehending and consolidating the knowledge and power he had just gained. He felt that his heart light power was undergoing a final qualitative change, increasingly aligning with the laws. He did not know how long it had been, but his heart stirred slightly, and his perception was pulled back to the near distance. He saw that outside the Tower of Heaven, the heavenly phenomena of the secret realm began to change subtly. The originally peaceful spiritual energy flow exhibited a trace of barely noticeable turbulence, and far in the distance, dark red lightning faintly flickered in the sky. That was the sign that powerful evil energy was attempting to break through the barrier of the secret realm. The Mutual Aid Association or the existence behind it had not given up. They seemed to have sensed the changes within the tower and were brewing a stronger attack. Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was no trace of confusion, only the calm of an ancient well and the wisdom of seeing everything. His aura was completely retracted, making him appear no different from ordinary people, but upon closer inspection, one could discover that the dust around him and the refraction of light followed a perfect rhythm. He had successfully connected to the heart of laws. Although not fully in control, he had gained partial authority from the Tower of Heaven and a deeper understanding of the world's laws. Now, his strength had already risen to a whole new level. It was time to go out and solve the troubles outside. And to make the final preparations for a prolonged war. He stood up, took one last look at the heart of laws that represented the source of order, turned around, and with one step, he had traversed layers of space, appearing at the entrance of the Tower of Heaven. Qin Chuan's figure quietly emerged from the halo of the Tower of Heaven's entrance. There was no earth-shattering aura, yet it seemed as if he instantly became the center of the entire secret realm's world. Guarding outside the tower, Yanfei, Zhumeng, Qizhan, Dingwu, and Fu Changfeng all felt a sense of resonance at the same time and turned to look. This look left them all in shock, revealing expressions of disbelief. Before their eyes, Qin Chuan's appearance had not changed, but his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. No longer did brilliant light flow around him, his aura was contained to the extreme, giving even a sense of emptiness, as if he was one with the surrounding air. The light, even the star-mapped square beneath his feet, had merged into one. Chapter 191, The Universe in the Palm. However, with just a little gaze, one could feel the boundless power hidden beneath that plain appearance, as deep as the starry sky and as heavy as the earth. His eyes were calm and distant, and when he scanned the crowd, there was a gentle insight into the essence, as if he could see through the depths of every person's soul. Boss. Boss? Xu Meng instinctively swallowed, feeling more pressure facing Qin Chuan now than he had against those raging monsters before. It was a kind of awe that came from a level of life. You seem different. Fu Changfeng adjusted his glasses, his voice filled with excitement and inquiry. Is it the fusion on the level of principles? Qin Chuan slightly nodded, showing a hint of a smile. I have gained some insights within the celestial tower and caught a glimpse of the surface of the laws of heaven and earth. His voice was peaceful, yet it seemed to carry a strange rhythm, synchronized with the breaths of the secret realm, calming the hearts of those who listened. He scanned the crowd and saw that although they were somewhat tired, they were full of spirit and fighting intent. A trace of approval flashed in his eyes. I have been in the tower for quite some time, you have all worked hard. Boss is being too humble, it is our duty. Yanfei cupped his fists, his expression filled with utmost respect. He could feel that Qin Chuan had reached a realm of strength he could not comprehend. Qin Chuan raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the secret realm, his deep eyes seemed to penetrate space, seeing the gathering dark clouds of evil energy outside the heavenly gate. The guests outside seemed to be getting a bit impatient. His tone was calm, revealing no nerves. Well then, it's a good time to verify what we've learned this time. He did not immediately move to face the enemy, instead, he slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. In the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Yanfei and the others. They saw that on the palm of Qin Chuan, without any incantation or accumulation of energy, little stars naturally gathered and quickly evolved into miniature mountains, rivers, and living things, even showing the cycles of seasons and the rise and fall of civilizations. This was not an illusion but a reality, a universe in the palm woven from the most primal energies and laws. His control over power had reached an incredible realm where thoughts could create. This is... Qizhan and Dingwu stared blankly. In their family's ancient heritage, there had never been a record of such divine powers. Qin Chuan's mind stirred, and the scene in his palm dissipated. He looked at Fu Changfeng. Elder Fu, I have understood the information obtained from the tower. I will discuss the origins of the evil god, the mystery of the fragments, and the true purpose of the celestial tower with you later. The priority now is to eliminate the filth outside and stabilize the secret realm. Yes. Understood, President. Fu Changfeng replied with excitement. Qin Chuan then turned to Yanfei and the others. Come with me outside. There's no need to be nervous, think of it as a practice. His tone was relaxed, carrying an absolute confidence, as if what gathered outside was not a dangerous evil but mere chickens and dogs. Having said that, Qin Chuan stepped out, his figure seemed slow but instantly crossed hundreds of meters and appeared inside the heavenly gate. Yanfei and the others did not dare slacken, quickly mobilizing their energy to follow closely. Standing under the towering heavenly gate, the scene outside had dramatically changed. Originally just scattered evil creatures, at this moment had gathered into a dark tide, among which were powerful figures radiating terrifying energies. They were violently crashing against the halo of the heavenly gate, causing the glow to ripple violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. The raging evil energy, piercing roars, and twisted figures formed a hellish sight. However, facing all this, standing inside the gate, Qin Chuan's expression remained as calm as still water. He didn't even raise his hand but quietly gazed at the endless madness outside, softly speaking as if pronouncing a judgment. This is a place of purity, it cannot be defiled. Scatter. There was no burst of energy, no dazzling light. Only a simple word, carrying an undeniable power of law, was transmitted through the celestial gate's halo. When words are spoken, the laws follow. In an instant, the raging tide of evil creatures outside the door seemed to be wiped away by an invisible giant hand. All the low-tier evil beings, whether ice spiders, ghosts, or snow monsters, froze in their tracks, then quickly disintegrated and dissipated like weathered sand sculptures, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Meanwhile, several powerful evil figures let out terrified and desperate howls. They struggled desperately, their evil energy boiling, but could not stop the invisible repulsive force representing the order of this world. Their bodies faded like erased marks, becoming translucent, and ultimately completely vanished in the wind and snow. Just a single word. Outside the door, the world returned to tranquility. Only the howling wind and snow remained, along with the littered earth, previously polluted by evil energy, now slowly being covered by nature's snowstorm. Yanfei, Zhu Meng, Shizhan, Ding Wu, and Fu Changfeng stood rigidly behind Qin Chuan, as if they were petrified. They knew the leader had grown stronger but never expected him to be so unbelievably powerful. When words are spoken, the laws follow, one word cleanses the world. This is simply a method from legends. Qin Chuan slowly turned around, looking at his shocked companions, and smiled slightly. It seems the effect is quite good. His gaze again fell upon the depths of the secret realm, towards the towering Tower of Heaven, and his expression deepened. The troubles outside are just a small appetizer. The real challenge still lies ahead. We need to grasp all the information quickly and prepare ourselves fully. We truly have little time left. Outside the celestial gate, the wind and snow continued, but the suffocating cloak of evil energy had completely vanished. Qin Chuan's one-word cleansing power not only eliminated the invading enemies but seemed to cast an invisible barrier of order over this area, making even the howling cold wind much more gentle. Yanfei and the others gradually recovered from their extreme shock, looking at Qin Chuan with a gaze filled with awe, but also an inexplicable sense of safety and confidence. With such a strong leader, no matter how great the disaster, it seemed they had confidence to face it. Leader, what you just... Zhu Meng scratched his head, trying to express his shock but momentarily lost for words. Shizhan and Ding Wu deeply bowed. As members of ancient families, they understood the terrifying realm represented by the one-word law. Qin Chuan waved lightly, signaling that there was no need for excessive courtesy. He felt the profound connection between himself, the Tower of Heaven, this Kunlun secret realm, and the greater laws of the universe, and inside, he had little joy. Instead, he felt a growing weight. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility, especially as he vaguely glimpsed the ultimate threat represented by the Master of the Void. Time flows differently inside the tower than outside, we must return quickly. Qin Chuan spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable determination. Elder Fu, come with me to the core of the tower again to imprint the necessary information. Yanfei, you all stay here for a moment, consolidate your cultivation and adapt to the local spirit energy. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Chapter 192 Another Altar. Qin Chuan took Fu Changfeng and entered the Tower of Heaven once more. This time, it was no longer to accept trials or experience illusions, but to connect directly through the laws, arriving before the heart of the law's light sphere. Fu Changfeng looked at the sphere representing the source of cosmic rules, trembling with excitement, like a devoted pilgrim. Qin Chuan's mind stirred, and the heart of the laws emitted a gentle stream of light, enveloping Fu Changfeng. Immediately, a massive amount of filtered and organized information about the essence of the evil god, the origin of the fragments, the function of the altar, and parts of the truth regarding the ancient war surged into Fu Changfeng's mind, while his portable recording device swiftly captured it all. This information far exceeds all his previous research, and many long-standing mysteries suddenly became clear, but it also brought deeper worries. The enemy's ultimate goal is to open a stable passage to the Lord of Nothingness. So it turns out, the 9 altars are coordinates, the fragments are energy keys and permission tokens, and the 9 stars in alignment signify the right time. They want to perform an ultimate sacrifice to open the gates of hell. Fu Changfeng's voice trembled. That's right. Qin Chuan's gaze was serious. We must stop them. The celestial tower is our hope, but activating it requires conditions and time. After a moment, the information transfer was complete. Fu Changfeng treasured the recording device tightly, and his mind began to rapidly formulate a response plan. Qin Chuan cast a deep glance at the heart of the laws. He extended his hand, not to control it, but to make a deeper imprint link. From now on, even if he was far away from Kunlun, he could still borrow part of the rules of the celestial tower within a certain range and perceive the situation of the secret realm. At the same time, he left a thread of pure heartlight essence here, both as a backup key and as a means of receiving assistance from the secret realm at critical moments. After doing all this, he left the celestial tower with Fu Changfeng. Outside the tower, Yanfei and others had adjusted their state, their breaths more refined than before, clearly having benefited greatly from this fairy tale-like environment. It's time to leave, Qin Chuan said. Everyone nodded, although they were filled with curiosity and reluctance towards this secret realm, they also knew the heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Before reaching the heavenly gate, Qin Chuan looked back at the towering celestial tower in this vast fairyland. He knew that this place would become an important support for the final battle to come. He raised his hand and pressed against the heavenly gate. This time, without the dark golden fragments, the gate sensed the law imprint on him, emitting a deep rumble as it slowly opened. Outside was the unchanging world of ice and snow on Kunlun Mountain for thousands of years.
But as everyone stepped out of the heavenly gate, they clearly felt the thin and murky spiritual energy of the outside world, a stark contrast to the secret realm inside the tower. The time-space difference. It feels like a long time inside the tower, but only a few days seem to have passed outside. Fu Changfeng checked the time record on the instrument and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully the time on both sides was not synchronized. Qin Chuan closed his eyes and sensed the direction, then, through the communication jade symbol in his arms, he faintly felt the stable aura towards Suhai City, feeling somewhat reassured. President, should we go directly back to Suhai? Yan Fei asked. Qin Chuan shook his head, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the southeast. There lay another area coordinate where another altar might exist, as previously learned from the Mutual Aid Association's information. No, we will go here first. Qin Chuan drew a rough orientation in the air with energy. Although the main forces of the Mutual Aid Association have suffered heavy losses and the Pope has escaped, the remaining minions and altars are still active. While they are still recovering, we will take the initiative to eliminate this thorn and hopefully eradicate the Mutual Aid Association. His tone was calm, yet carried the might of thunder. After gaining access to the Celestial Tower, his perspective was no longer limited to passive defense but aimed at actively clearing obstacles to pave the way for the final battle. Yes. Upon hearing this, the others were not afraid but rather filled with fighting spirit. Having witnessed Qin Chuan's earth-shattering methods, they were full of confidence for the upcoming actions. A faint golden light flashed around Qin Chuan, enveloping everyone, and then transformed into a brilliant stream of light, tearing through the clouds as they sped towards the next target. The journey to Kunlun came to a temporary pause, but a more intense battle between good and evil that spanned the globe had just begun. Qin Chuan, with the golden stream of light formed by everyone, soared through the sky like a comet, far surpassing their earlier speed. He had not fully unveiled all the powers after merging with the laws, but merely the aura emanating from him was. Let the clouds along the way naturally part, and the violent air currents become gentle. In just half a day's work, everyone arrived at their destination, a hidden valley deep within the tropical rainforest, shrouded in thick miasma and a distorted force field. From a high vantage point, a dim red ominous glow faintly emerged from the center of the valley, perfectly matching the characteristics of another altar documented in the Mutual Aid Society's files. Energy readings confirmed, the concentration of evil energy is extremely high, and there are signs of space distortion. This is undoubtedly an altar node. Fu Changfeng quickly analyzed the data sent back by the detector, his expression grave. Moreover, it seems to be in a semi-activated state, much more active than recorded in the data. Qin Chuan hovered in the sky, a faint golden rune flashing in his eyes, his gaze piercing through layers of disguise, revealing the true scene within the valley. A blood-red altar, larger and more complex than the one in Crystal Flame City, was slowly operating, drawing energy from the Earth's veins and living beings. Around the altar, not only were there many controlled indigenous creatures and mutated monsters patrolling, but also faintly visible figures with a presence not weaker than the previous cardinal, conducting the ritual. At the top of the altar, the space slightly distorted, seemingly attempting to establish some long-distance connection. It seems that after the Pope's escape, the remaining remnants did not sit still but instead accelerated their actions. Qin Chuan's voice was calm, betraying no anger or joy. That's fine, it saves us from searching everywhere. He did not immediately launch an attack, instead, he subtly focused his mind, an invisible wave of rules spread out from him like ripples, instantly enveloping the entire valley area. Law, space restraint. In an instant, all the evil energy formations operating in the valley and the attempts at spatial communication, even the movements of the monsters and cultists, seemed to be pressed on the pause button, becoming stagnant and slow. This is... Yan Fei and the others were once again shocked by this miraculous ability. Without lifting a finger, merely through thought, one could change the heavens and earth, restraining a space. Go. Qin Chuan said lightly to Yan Fei and the others. The evil energy in this space has been suppressed, the laws are in our favor, let's go. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, several felt their spirits lifted. They could clearly feel that in this area shrouded by the president's laws, their energy flow was exceptionally smooth, while the evil beings on the opposite side seemed trapped in a quagmire. Kill. Xu Meng was the first to roar and charge down, his arms swinging with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Those slow-moving monsters were cut down like melons and vegetables, unable to get close. Yan Fei's fingertips gathered refined spiral energy, precisely killing the cultist leaders who attempted to resist. Qi Zhan and Ding Wu were even like fish in water, their family martial arts playing out with full power in this environment, combining speed and strength perfectly, invincible. Fu Changfeng controlled the flying platform, moving around the outskirts, continuously unleashing various highly targeted interference beams and purification ammunition, further breaking down the enemy's resistance. Chapter 193, Killing the Pope. The battle was almost a one-sided massacre. Under Qin Chuan's law suppression, the defensive power of this altar seemed utterly flimsy. Those few cultist bishops tried to work together to activate the altar's core to resist, but were swiftly met with Qin Chuan's piercing gaze, their evil energy instantly collapsing, as if their bones had been removed, softening and collapsing to the ground, easily killed by Yan Fei and Xu Meng.
Qin Chuan had never truly made a move, he merely floated in the air, like a deity overlooking the battlefield, ensuring that no unexpected incidents occurred. His energy was more focused on analyzing the structure of this altar and its energy operation method, comparing it with the knowledge obtained from the Tower of Heaven. Soon, the enemy's desperate resistance was wiped clean, and the altar's operation was forcibly interrupted. Fu Changfeng immediately stepped forward, began to connect the equipment, download the core data from the altar, and attempted to trace its recent communication records.
President.
After a moment, Fu Changfeng raised his head, his face somewhat pale.
The situation is worse than expected.
This altar recently received confirmation signals from at least 3 other nodes.
They seem to be conducting some sort of synchronization preheating.
Moreover, we intercepted a segment of encrypted instructions, and after deciphering it, it pointed to a coordinate. It seems to be the possible hiding place of the Pope, but that location.
Fu Changfeng paused, his tone filled with disbelief. The area indicated by the coordinate has an extremely abnormal energy environment.
According to ancient texts and modern detection, that place could be another ancient battlefield ruin, or a small, unstable spatial rift that has not been recorded.
Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Did the Pope escape to such a place to resist desperately with the advantage of danger, or did he have a trump card hidden there?
Clear this place, gather all valuable items.
Qin Chuan commanded. Then, we will meet this old friend.
His tone remained calm, but a cold edge flickered in his eyes. The era of passively taking hits was over, it was time to uproot these hidden tumors lurking in the darkness. Golden streams of light shot into the sky again, leaving behind a silence, slowly being eroded by natural vitality, the ruins of the altar. The next stop pointed directly to the possible hiding place of the Pope, where a more intense confrontation was about to unfold. Based on the intercepted coordinates, Qin Chuan and his group spent a long time traversing the continent, arriving at a forbidden sea area known as the Chaotic Sea. Since the apocalypse, this place had been shrouded in violent thunderstorms and distorted spatial turbulence, marked as an absolute forbidden zone on nautical maps. At the center of the sea, there was a black island that seemed to be hidden, which was the location indicated by the coordinate. Before approaching, a wave of dark, pure energy filled with a mad will rushed toward them, far denser than any previous altar. The water around the island was as dark as ink, swirling with twisted shadows, and the air was filled with low, whispering murmurs, as if countless souls were wailing.
This is it.
Qin Chuan hovered at the edge of the thunderstorm, his gaze piercing through the chaotic energy field, seeing the scene at the center of the island. An ancient, grotesque altar, carved from natural black rocks, stood upright, with a highly distorted space above it, forming a writhing dark red vortex. The familiar but much weaker, yet more insane aura of the Pope emanated from the depths of the altar. Clearly, after escaping here, he was attempting to make a final desperate stand using the residual evil energy of this ancient relic.
There are many evil creatures on the island, and their energy levels are very high.
They seem to have been forcibly fused by some power, forming even more disgusting monsters. Fu Changfeng looked at the countless red dots and high-energy responses on the detector, his tone serious.
It's just a dying struggle.
Qin Chuan's tone was flat, but carried a hint of coldness. He could sense that the Pope was at the end of his tether, his power core was filled with unstable cracks, clearly showing that his prior severe injuries and hasty escape had taken a huge toll.
Yanfei, Zhumeng, Zhizhan, Dingwu. Qin Chuan commanded.
Clear all resistance from the periphery, blockade the island, and don't let a single one escape. Elder Fu, provide remote support, analyze that spatial vortex, and find a way to interfere or close it.
Yes.
The 4 of them surged into the stormy sea like 4 sharp arrows. This time, they no longer needed Qin Chuan to suppress them with laws, their own strength had progressed significantly through the cleansing of Kunlun's spiritual energy and days of battle.
The few of them coordinated perfectly, tearing open gaps among the dense evil creatures, steadily advancing toward the island.
Qin Chuan stepped forward, his figure blurring, and had directly appeared above the core altar. He naturally radiated a faint golden light, like the blazing sun melting snow, causing the thick, evil mist around the altar to hiss loudly as it rapidly dissipated.
Qin Chuan.
From deep within the altar, the Pope's voice came, full of extreme resentment and a twisted roar, filled with desperate madness. You destroy my foundation, block my god's arrival. Today, even if I am annihilated, I will drag you down with me. Boom. The altar shook violently, and the dark red spatial vortex suddenly expanded, unleashing a pitch-black column of evil energy, condensed to the extreme, mixed with countless twisted faces of pain, rushing toward Qin Chuan with a thunderous roar. This strike contained all the remaining power of the Pope, the accumulated evil energy of the altar, and the resentment of the deserted relic itself, strong enough to easily destroy a city. Faced with this world-destroying blow, Qin Chuan remained calm. He didn't even take a defensive stance, simply raising his right hand and lightly tapping his index finger. The moment his fingertip made contact with the black light column. No explosion, no impact. That evil energy light column, which could annihilate everything, seemed to meet its absolute nemesis as it touched the almost unnoticeable golden light at Qin Chuan's fingertip.
In an instant, the beam began to disintegrate silently and completely from the contact point, like a purified stain. The faces howling within the light column also seemed to find release, turning into wisps of green smoke and vanishing. The crushing of the law level. The absolute purification of evil energy by the heart light power was fully displayed at this moment. Impossible. The Pope's nearly collapsed scream emerged from deep within the altar, filled with disbelief. His last trump card for a comeback was utterly vulnerable before the other party. Qin Chuan no longer gave him any chance. He fixed his gaze on the core where the Pope was hiding in the altar and pointed like a sword, slicing through the air. Cut. A fine, seemingly inconspicuous faint golden line, refined like silk, ignored the distance of space and pierced through the heavy defenses of the altar, sinking into the core. The altar's shaking came to an abrupt halt. The dark red spatial vortex twisted violently a few times, letting out a cry of unwillingness, before completely collapsing and dissipating. Within the altar, the Pope's mad aura extinguished like a candle that had been snuffed out in an instant. All that remained was a dead silence. The battle was over. Fu Changfeng quickly landed on the island and began scanning the altar ruins for the final data recovery. President, the Pope, confirmed obliterated. This altar is the last large node known to the Mutual Aid Society. The other few unactivated or smaller nodes have been recorded, clearing them is just a matter of time. Fu Changfeng reported, his tone mixed with a hint of relief. Qin Chuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the now silent Black Island and the gradually calming sea. The prolonged rampage of the Mutual Aid Society had, at this point, been completely uprooted. Chapter 194, The Beginning of Disaster. However, there was not much joy on Qin Chuan's face. Through the perception of the laws, he clearly understood that although the Pope was dead, the threat from the Lord of Nothingness had not disappeared. The coordinate effect of the 9 altars still existed, fragments scattered everywhere, and the whispers of the evil god continued to echo in the corners of the world. The Mutual Aid Society might just be a chapter in this lengthy war, or perhaps merely a pawn in a deeper conspiracy. The real challenge was far from over. Cleaning is complete, let's go back. Qin Chuan retracted his gaze, his tone returning to calmness. It's time to integrate all forces and prepare for the final balance. Golden light glimmered again, carrying everyone away from the sea, which had buried the shadows of the past, and returning towards Suhai City. After returning to Suhai, the entire city fell into unprecedented celebration. The news flew like wings, announcing that the core headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society, which had ravaged the world and caused countless tragedies, had been personally destroyed by President Qin Chuan. The Pope has been overthrown, and the remaining forces are being quickly eradicated. The huge dark cloud that hung over the heads of the survivors seemed to have been dispelled overnight. The streets are decorated with lights, and people flood into the streets, cheering, crying, releasing the long-suppressed fear and pressure. The headquarters of the First Guild has become an ocean of joy, with members hugging each other, celebrating this hard-earned victory. Yan Fei, Zhu Meng, and others received a hero's welcome as they recounted the thrilling tale of the last battle, drawing waves of gasps. Even Jiang Junwan, far away in Crystal Flame City, sent joyous voices through communications, and the Jiang family announced a citywide celebration. However, amidst this exuberant celebration, a dissonant silence blanketed the highest observation deck of the First Guild headquarters. Qin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant, brightly lit city filled with laughter, his brow furrowed, with no trace of victory on his face. The evening breeze brushed against his clothes, yet it could not disperse the thickening gloom between his brows. Soft footsteps approached from behind, and Wang Yushu quietly came to his side, holding a cup of hot tea. Unlike others, she wasn't lost in joy, for she understood Qin Chuan too well. From his overly calm eyes upon his return, she sensed a deeper worry. Everyone is celebrating, but you seem even more worried. Wang Yushu offered the teacup, her voice gentle. Qin Chuan took the teacup, the warmth in his fingertips failing to melt the coldness in his heart. He paused for a moment, still looking into the distance, and quietly said, "Yushu, something is off. The Mutual Aid Society has been destroyed, and the fluctuations of the evil god have not weakened, in fact, they have become more active and clearer." His voice carried a barely perceptible weight. It's like there was a layer of gauze before, now that the gauze has been lifted, what's behind is more visible and more dangerous. He paused, turned to look at Wang Yushu, his gaze sharp. Moreover, the part of the power inside me from the iron wire worm and the face-hugging worm is stirring, extremely active, as if it has received a deeper call. This is not normal. Wang Yushu shuddered slightly at his words, her face turning pale. She instinctively pressed her hand against her lower abdomen, where the core of the mother nest was located. I feel it too. The life activities in the mother nest have become unusually frequent and anxious since yesterday, as if it senses something extremely terrifying approaching. The two exchanged a glance, and they both saw the panic in each other's eyes. One fused with part of the power of an ancient evil god, the other the host of an alien mother nest. Their perception, to some extent, was closer to those indescribable dark essences than any instrument. At this moment, the abnormalities within them pointed to the same grim reality. The true threat has not vanished, instead, it is creeping closer. This ominous premonition is more heart-stopping than any clear enemy situation. Just then, an urgent communication alarm rang out sharply, dousing the faint sounds of celebration below the observation deck like cold water, completely shattering the heavy atmosphere between the two. President. Urgent military situation. A frantic voice that distorted from Bai Ying came through the communicator. Jingxian City is calling for help from all safe zones. An enormous number of unidentified strong individuals suddenly appeared in Jingxian City, over 30 of them. Each one has an energy response reaching divine level. They are conducting indiscriminate slaughter within the city. Jingxian City collapsed in an instant, and the SOS signal only lasted for 10 seconds before it was cut off. Surrounding cities have also detected abnormal energy fluctuations. What? Just as Yan Fei and Zhu Meng stepped onto the observation deck, ready to report the celebration arrangements to Qin Chuan, they froze in shock, their smiles immediately replaced by disbelief and astonishment. More than 30 god-tier powerhouses? How could this be possible? Today, the known god-tier powerhouses are few and far between. How could so many suddenly appear? And carry out indiscriminate slaughter? Qin Chuan suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with golden light, instantly piercing through layers of space, looking towards the direction of Jingxian City. In his law eye, the sight before him made his heart suddenly tighten. Above Jingxian City, thick, dark red evil clouds hung low, too dense to dissolve. In the city, more than 30 figures emitting strong waves of evil energy were drifting like ghosts. Where they passed, the breath of life extinguished in swathes. Moreover, it wasn't just killing, it was as if they were draining the life force and souls of the victims completely. And that familiar, nauseating evil god fluctuation spread out from Jingxian City like ripples, radiating outward. These so-called god-tier powerhouses were not human at all. They were puppets, directly eroded and transformed by highly condensed evil god power. They were a more direct and terrifying manifestation of the Void Lord's power. The destruction of the Mutual Aid Society not only did not solve the problem but seemed to break a certain balance, causing the true black hands behind the scenes to personally come into play. The carnival should come to an end. Qin Chuan's voice was cold, like the chilling wind of midwinter, instantly dispelling the last warmth on the stargazing platform, causing Wang Yushu's face to turn pale. A violent tremor came from the mother nest within her, as if affirming Qin Chuan's words. Qin Chuan's gaze swept over the pale-faced Yan Fei and Zhu Meng, and then over the approaching Fu Changfeng, who still bore a look of confusion. We are facing not just the Mutual Aid Society. Qin Chuan's voice echoed on the suddenly silent stargazing platform, as if confirming for Wang Yushu, and for the unusual movement within himself. That was merely a pawn being used, a fragile barrier. The real enemy has always been there. He raised his hand, pointing towards Jingxian City, also indicating the more active source of evil in the shadows. And now, the barrier is gone, it is coming. An unprecedented heavy pressure, accompanied by the unusual sensation stirring within him, swept over everyone on the stargazing platform like a cold tide. The spark of hope just ignited was covered by a deeper, colder shadow. Everyone realized that what they thought was the end might just be the starting point of true disaster. Chapter 195, Underworld. The tragedy of Jingxian City triggered panic in surrounding areas like a plague. Qin Chuan and the First Guild were fully responding to this sudden terrifying attack. The whole world instantly fell into chaos. In a forgotten corner of the world, on an ancient land shrouded in lead-grey mist year-round, a towering, eerie medieval Gothic cathedral stood silently. This cathedral had nothing to do with any known faith. Its spire seemed to pierce the dim sky, and within its stained glass windows, there were no sacred stories, only twisted, profane shadow patterns slowly writhing. The air around the cathedral was filled with a mixture of ancient dust, rotten wood, and some indescribably, bone-chilling energy, causing birds to instinctively fly around it. Here was one of the strongholds of the underworld. Inside the cathedral, it was far more magnificent and bizarre than it appeared from the outside. In the vast space, what supported the dome were not stone pillars, but something that seemed to be made of living obsidian, entwined with dark red veins like a bizarre giant tree root system. Floating in the air were spots of emerald green phosphorescent light, illuminating terrifying murals carved on the walls, depicting the end of the universe and the return of all things to the void. In the deepest part of the cathedral, there was not an altar but a huge, black tumor-like throne, pulsating slowly like a beating heart. Around the throne, a dozen shadowy figures stood shrouded. These figures were cloaked in large black capes, embroidered with dark golden, strange runes, obscuring their faces, only allowing one to feel the cold and deathly silence that sent shivers through the soul. Their power surged in a peculiar way, distinct from the chaotic and violent evil energy of the Mutual Aid Society, being more reserved, more profound, as if connecting directly to the source of death and nothingness. Each one of them was like a vessel, carrying a small fragment of the Void Lord's power, achieving a dangerous symbiosis with it. Among these figures, a few emitted particularly terrifying auras. One of them, hunched in shape, held a twisted staff topped with a constantly rotating dark crystal. His aura was like an abyss, unfathomable.
Another stood exceptionally tall, silently standing there, seemingly the source of all shadows in the cathedral. Even light would bend and disappear around him. The most heart-stopping was the blurry figure seated on the black, fleshy, tumor-like throne. It seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness, with no energy fluctuations escaping, and no features could be discerned. But merely its existence caused the space to warp slightly, as if the flow of time had become abnormal. Its realm was beyond comprehension. A cold, hoarse voice, reminiscent of countless shards of glass scraping together, echoed through the hall. The Mutual Aid Society, this pawn has finally completed its last mission. Though some energy was lost, it successfully attracted the attention of those ants, buying precious time for the awakening of the original. Beside, a figure let out a deep, humorless laugh, void of warmth. A group of self-righteous fools, thinking they have won by eliminating that laughable pope and a few altars? They do not understand that what they destroyed was merely a manifestation of the original's dissipating power, a truly great existence that is about to break free from its final restraints. The staff holder slightly nodded, the dark crystal on the staff speeding up its rotation. The upper half of the original's body and arms has been reshaped in the void, and the surging power is returning. When the complete original descends into this world, all orders of life and even time and space will find eternal peace in the ultimate nothingness. At this moment, the conversation inevitably shifted to the recently troublesome Qin Chuan. That bug called Qin Chuan seems to be hopping around happily. A spirit wave filled with contempt spread out. Having grasped a bit of fragmented order light, he dares to contend against us? He has merely acquired a few trivial tricks left behind by ancient failures. Another voice interjected, dripping with disdain. He completely fails to comprehend the greatness of the original and does not understand that ultimate nothingness is the final destination of the universe. His struggles, his hopes, are nothing but a grain of dust tossed into the sea of nothingness, creating not even a ripple. There is no need to pay him any mind. The staff holder concluded, his tone as indifferent as discussing an inconsequential ant. When the original fully revives, he and his pathetic world will be assimilated and annihilated in an instant. Our task is to ensure the revival ritual is flawless. How goes the preparation for the blood sacrifice of all beings? Reporting to Lord of the Underworld. A figure below responded respectfully. Jingxian City is just the beginning. More divine great offerings are being birthed and gathered. When the Night of the Nine Stars aligns, enough life energy and desperate souls will thoroughly awaken the original's last consciousness. The staff holder nodded in satisfaction. His gaze seemed to pierce through the cathedral's thick stone walls, looking in a certain direction. There, faintly, came the deep roars of countless strong and ferocious beasts, utterly tamed. It was a legion of divine monsters, bred by the underworld and created in batches using the power of evil gods. They were the source of sacrifices and the vanguard of destruction. Here, the reason why the Mutual Aid Society has so many divine powerhouses has been uncovered. It was simply the underworld giving them some divine monsters. The power of the underworld can be seen clearly. The underworld will ultimately lead this world into eternal silence. The staff holder murmured, his voice filled with fervent devotion. Inside the huge cathedral, there fell into a dead silence once again, only the blasphemous shadows on the walls still wriggling, as if rehearsing the impending end scenario. This organization, hidden deeply in the shadow of history and countless times more terrifying than the Mutual Aid Society, finally surfaced, bringing with it a complete indifference and contempt for all things, beginning to turn the gears of final destruction. The tragedy of Jingxian City had not yet subsided, and the panic it caused spread like a plague among the survivor settlements around the world. National powers and major guilds have entered a state of high alert, yet the vast majority still held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking it might have been an extreme localized terrorist attack. However, just 3 days later, a true disaster, capable of shattering all illusions of safety, descended upon the super-safe zone of nearly 10 million people, Yanhuang City. Yanhuang City, located in a fertile plain, was one of the exemplars of post-war human civilization reconstruction, with tall walls and elite troops, boasting an energy defense system said to be unassailable. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all of this became mere paper barriers. The disaster struck without any warning.